You're just an ordinary university music teacher, yet ended up married to a top celebrity. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. Yet your wife abandoned you after you achieved fame and success. He even had his agent incite the media to attack you. At this moment, in an elegantly decorated cafe, an agreement was slammed heavily onto the table. An agreement was slammed heavily onto the table. Don't waste each other's time. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. He even had his agent incite the media to attack you. Hong Jia is also an outstanding agent, yet ended up married to a top celebrity. That's right, the one sitting across from you discussing divorces. It's not your wife, Su Qingxue, but her agent Li Hong. At this moment, in an elegantly decorated cafe, I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. Don't waste each other's time. Even divorce is considered a trivial matter now. Finished speaking, yet ended up married to a top celebrity. Then he walked out without looking back. An agreement was slammed heavily onto the table. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. Upon hearing this, Li Hong was very puzzled. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. No, I must tell Qingxue immediately. I can't meet with Yi Fan anymore. Inside Tianqi Media, listening to Li Hong's account, Su Qingxue felt as if her entire heart had been clenched tight. Don't waste each other's time. But her agent Li Hong, Sister Hong, you must be lying to me. Yet ended up married to a top celebrity. Clear snow. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. Stop thinking about these things, you're no longer connected. Our next target is the throne, you know? Su Qingxue nodded, but the tightly furrowed brows did not relax. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. He even had his agent incite the media to attack you. Do you have some kind of agreement? Su Qingxue was somewhat puzzled. There was no agreement. Li Hong seemed lost and thought for a moment. Don't waste each other's time. Su Qingxue froze briefly, then shook her head. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. It must be. Our next target is the throne, you know? Su Qingxue thought for a moment. Inside Tianqi Media, listening to Li Hong's account, but her agent Li Hong. At this moment, in an elegantly decorated cafe. Our next target is the throne, you know? But the tightly furrowed brows did not relax. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. Our next target is the throne, you know? Do you have some kind of agreement? Yet your wife abandoned you after you achieved fame and success. After speaking, Li Hong picked up her phone and made a call. The company can issue a statement now. An agreement was slammed heavily onto the table. Su Qingxue remained silent at the sight. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. She simply couldn't stop this wave of divorce hype. Yet your wife abandoned you after you achieved fame and success. Then he walked out without looking back. Only by improving oneself can one hope to access more high-quality resources. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. Su Qingxue's eyes were once again filled with longing and fighting spirit. Queen of Heaven, what an enchanting title. Li Hong seemed lost in thought for a moment. Countless negative news is heading your way. In-depth look at the divorce of popular female singer Su Qingxue, secrets of Su Qingxue's ex-husband Yi Fan, a teacher who climbed the ladder through women, a bona fide freeloader. Yet all this noise hasn't affected you. Our next target is the throne, you know? Then he walked out without looking back. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. Don't waste each other's time. Shenyang went too far, yet ended up married to a top celebrity. But the tightly furrowed brows did not relax. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. He even had his agent incite the media to attack you. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. After speaking, Li Hong picked up her phone and made a call. Then he walked out without looking back. Yet your wife abandoned you after you achieved fame and success. Yet ended up married to a top celebrity. Do you have some kind of agreement? Yet your wife abandoned you after you achieved fame and success. Don't pay attention to those rumors. He even had his agent incite the media to attack you. Yet your wife abandoned you after you achieved fame and success. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. I had thought this love story, akin to The Coward and the Weaver Girl, would have a happy ending. Even divorce is considered a trivial matter now. And Miaoi was quite angry looking at the barrage comments sent by netizens. I can't meet with Yi Fan anymore. Our next target is the throne, you know? With a loud bang, the company can issue a statement now. Our next target is the throne, you know? But the tightly furrowed brows did not relax. At this moment, in an elegantly decorated cafe, but her agent Li Hong. Our next target is the throne, you know? Our next target is the throne, you know? Yang went too far. He even had his agent incite the media to attack you. Do you have some kind of agreement? Our next target is the throne, you know? And Meowie started creating short videos when she was in college, usually posting snippets of her daily life. With her breathtaking beauty. Our next target is the throne, you know? It has now attracted over 7 million fans. The company can issue a statement now. At this moment, in an elegantly decorated cafe. I can't meet with Yi Fan anymore. In-depth look at the divorce of popular female singer Su Qingxue, secrets of Su Qingxue's ex-husband Yi Fan, a teacher who climbed the ladder through women, a bona fide freeloader. Yet all this noise hasn't affected you. Don't pay attention to those rumors. Yet ended up married to a top celebrity. She simply couldn't stop this wave of divorce hype. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. He even had his agent incite the media to attack you. Please pass a message to Su Qingxue. I'm waiting for her at the mountain peak. Yang went too far. Yang went too far. Yet ended up married to a top celebrity. Yang went too far. But she didn't realize she was filming you. She simply couldn't stop this wave of divorce hype. Yet ended up married to a top celebrity. Loving it. I'm also becoming a music academy student again. Don't waste each other's time. You're just an ordinary university music teacher. Our next target is the throne, you know? Do you have some kind of agreement? She simply couldn't stop this wave of divorce hype. But the tightly furrowed brows did not relax. Yang went too far. Loving it. I'm also becoming a music academy student again. It has now attracted over 7 million fans. I can't meet with Yi Fan anymore. But she didn't realize she was filming you. No, I must tell Qingxue immediately. At this moment, in an elegantly decorated cafe. Our next target is the throne, you know? Su Qingxue froze briefly, then shook her head. They already have a considerable number of fans. But the tightly furrowed brows did not relax. Yet ended up married to a top celebrity. Yet ended up married to a top celebrity. Inside Tianqi Media, listening to Li Hong's account. Actually, there's no real capability. After speaking, Li Hong picked up her phone and made a call. Don't pay attention to those rumors. Teacher, could you give us a live demonstration? Inside Tianqi Media, listening to Li Hong's account. Do you have some kind of agreement? Yet ended up married to a top celebrity. Inside Tianqi Media, listening to Li Hong's account. Alright, let's have a go at it then. At that moment, netizens in the live stream were flooded with comments. You actually dared to come? A segment is only 5 seconds, right? Shu Wu Miao? Even a barbarian's ultimate move isn't that impressive. No wonder Su Yusin divorced him. Chen Feng was oblivious to the commotion, walking toward the piano with a gentle smile. Then, under the camera's gaze, as the students watched in silence, Chen Feng slowly sat down on the chair in front of the piano and closed his eyes. The classroom fell into complete silence. In Chen Feng's heart, he decided to use this opportunity to properly say goodbye to Su Yusin. He recalled a song from his previous life that was particularly suited to this moment. It's Not You. The song began with a soft piano chord, and the melodious piano accompaniment filled the classroom. The gentle yet sorrowful prelude stirred the emotions of the students, and even the viewers in the live stream paused their comments, holding their breath in anticipation of Chen Feng's performance. As the piano notes faded, Chen Feng slowly opened his closed eyes. This moment suddenly feels so familiar, like yesterday and today are playing simultaneously. The way I say this line sounds just like you, it's proof of our love. Chen Feng's ethereal voice burst forth, piercing the ears of both the students and the online viewers. What song is this? I've never heard it before. Me neither. But judging by the melody and lyrics, it's a ballad. The soft rice king is being sentimental? He is probably reminiscing about his past life as a softie. I feel like there's a story behind his songs. Did you notice how handsome this guy looks from the side? Some people were still criticizing Chen Feng. While the netizens were engaged in heated discussions, Chen Feng's songs continued to play, as if he were telling a story to everyone, whispering in their ears, or pouring out his pent-up emotions. Many netizens began to listen to his songs quietly. I tried so hard to change for you, but I couldn't change the plot that was already set. I thought being by your side was forever. It feels like yesterday, but yesterday is already so far away. But when I close my eyes, I can still see it. Chen Feng's face bore a hint of sadness as his voice grew lower, then suddenly rose in pitch. Unfortunately, it wasn't you who stayed by my side until the end. We once walked together but lost each other at that crossroads. Thank you for holding my hand. I can still feel that tenderness. Ling Bingyan suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth. She didn't want her choked-up voice to disrupt Chen Feng's performance. Through the lyrics, she had already envisioned the scenes of Chen Feng and Su Yusin together, moments of beauty, happiness, sorrow, and loss, ending with a sigh. It's a pity it wasn't you. At that moment, the other students in the classroom shared the same emotions as Ling Bingyan. They dared not speak, afraid of disturbing Chen Feng's song. Finally, the song ended, leaving only the echo of piano music lingering in the classroom. But the melody seemed to resound anew in everyone's ears, leaving them spellbound. In the classroom, many people had unconsciously been drawn into the song. Some sighed deeply, some had tears in their eyes, and some more emotional girls were already hugging the people beside them and crying softly. Netizens were buzzing in Ling Bingyan's livestream. "Ah, it's so beautiful. My ears are in heaven. It's a shame it's not you, to be with me until the end. It reminds me of him. I actually cried. He's not just singing, he's telling his own story. Who's singing this song? I can't find it anywhere. Just piano accompaniment, no vocal effects. This talent, is incredible. This would easily beat 90% of the vocalists on Douyin. Everyone, as a hater, I have no angle to criticize right now." As the last piano note faded away, Chen Feng took a deep breath and stood up to walk to the front of the stage. "Teacher, is this your original composition?" Ling Bingyan asked deliberately. Chen Feng nodded. "This song is for her. It's my way of saying goodbye." Chapter 4. How could this be a cad? A farewell to her. Is this the end of his relationship with Su Yusen? The students who had been excited after listening to the song fell silent. The intense discussions in Ling Bingyan's livestream also temporarily paused, with some newcomers who didn't know what was happening briefly thinking the stream had frozen. Clapping sounds. The applause finally began. The students in the classroom seemed to snap out of their trance. Many students stood up and clapped wildly, their red eyes fixed on Chen Feng's direction. Most people had two words floating in their minds. Perspective. Normally, these two words might be used by many people to tease others, but at this very moment, the man on the podium had perfectly embodied them. Compared to the overwhelming negative publicity, this man simply responded with a song filled with memories, refusing to post a rebuttal against the fabricated negative news about her company, refusing to explain anything, and certainly not slandering the person he once loved. Instead, in a simple setting, he sang a song brimming with deep emotion, taking everyone back to relive the story of him and her. Suddenly, the live stream was filled with dazzling light. A series of rockets, shimmering in blue and gold, shot up from the bottom of Ling Bingyan's live stream screen, filling the entire screen. Following that, dazzling carriages and humming Ferraris arrived one after another, as if they were about to break through the screen and deliver them to Chen Feng. At this moment, Ling Bingyan's expression on the screen had grown. She wasn't unfamiliar with viewers sending luxury cars or rockets, but such expensive gifts appearing at such a high frequency was a first for her since she started streaming. What she didn't know was that such a screen-filling display of gifts was extremely rare, even in the live streaming world. "Sing another one, and I'll send 10 rockets." "Me too. I love this song. Is it original? Give me the contact info for the Soft Rice King. I want to buy the copyright to his song." This song. It truly resonates with everyone's hearts. Many of them have experienced heartbreaking love, and only those who have experienced love, hate, separation, and the ups and downs of life can discern the depth of Chen Feng's vocals. This buried emotion has been unearthed from their hearts by Chen Feng's song "It's Not You," leaving them deeply moved. "It's a pity it's not you who stays by my side until the end. We once walked together but lost each other at that crossroads. Thank you for holding my hand. I can still feel that tenderness." This chorus grows more meaningful with each listen. Behind the live stream screen, many people were tearful, while others were furious. At that moment, in the conference room of Mu-He Media Company. Bang! A coffee mug was violently thrown to the ground, spilling coffee and shattering the cup into pieces, leaving a mess behind. "I knew it. He is not someone who can stay calm." Sure enough, he caused such a commotion the next day. Zhou Qing, with her hands on her hips, pointed at the tablet showing Chen Feng's livestream and shouted. Her expression was grim. Even though Zhou Qing had never thought much of Chen Feng before hearing this song, she had to admit that Chen Feng was indeed talented, and this talent was something she had to eliminate at all costs. Beside her, Su Yusen sat on the chair, her long, shapely legs crossed tightly, her form-fitting skirt highlighting her curves to perfection. Despite her striking appearance, her brows were furrowed, and her eyes darted back and forth across the tablet screen, watching every move in the livestream. Su Yusen's mind was filled with the final lyrics of the song Chen Feng had just sung. "Thank you for being the one who held my hand and let me feel your warmth. Thank you for holding my hand, for still warming my heart." Su Yusen felt a pang of pain in her heart, as if something had broken inside her, or as if something had been torn away from her body. Her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Even after all these years of not performing on stage, he was still so talented. Su Yusen fell into deep thought, and the resolve she had just regained began to waver. Was divorcing him really the right decision? Damn it, we spent so much money on him, and he managed to turn things around with just a small livestream. Zhou Qing clenched his teeth and said to Su Yusen, but she was still lost in her own thoughts. Yusen. Zhou Qing walked up and gently shook Su Yusen's shoulders. "Ah, Qing, I'm fine. I just don't feel well." Su Yusen snapped back to reality and gave a half-hearted response before getting up and heading toward the meeting room exit. Zhou Cheng watched Su Yusen's receding figure, picked up her phone, flipped through her contacts, and her eyes flashed a glimpse of cruelty. "Chen Feng, you want to get into the entertainment industry? It's impossible. The live stream continued, but Chen Feng did not sing as the netizens had hoped. If he wanted to sing, he could sing non-stop for 3 or 4 hours, but now he was in class. As a music college teacher, he needed to teach his students techniques rather than show off his skills in front of them. Although he didn't sing anymore, the number of people in the live stream didn't decrease. The netizens were listening to Chen Feng explain vocal techniques while interacting in the comments section of Ling Bingyan's live stream. Chen Feng is such a great teacher, I don't believe he would cheat. You don't understand the entertainment industry? Some people will say anything to become famous. Exactly. Look at the reports on Weibo. What they write and say, none of it resembles Mr. Chen. You don't know anything. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Don't go around using idioms you just learned. The deep affection in his eyes doesn't lie. Everyone, stop arguing. I just found out that singing isn't just about talent, technique is also crucial. That's right, that's right. Ling Bingyan listened to the lecture while watching the interactions between netizens in the live stream. At this moment, the sentiment in the comments section was already shifting toward Chen Feng, which made her feel incredibly happy. Why not take this opportunity to help the teacher gain more followers? Such an outstanding teacher shouldn't be overlooked. As the lesson drew to a close, Ling Bingyan raised her hand. Mr. Chen. Chen Feng, who was drinking water, heard someone call his name among the students. He put down his thermos and looked in Ling Bingyan's direction. Ling, is there something you need? Ling Bingyan said, Teacher, the netizens want you to share your Douyin account so they can follow you. Follow me? After a moment of silence, Chen Feng wrote his Douyin account on the blackboard, a simple string of numbers. Many people hurriedly entered the account number Chen Feng had written on the blackboard into their Douyin apps. No way! Such a famous person, and his Douyin account only has 5 followers and 5 likes, with no profile picture and no posts at all. Yeah. And his Douyin username is I love my home. What an interesting person. From now on, if anyone says Mr. Chen is having an affair, I'll break them. Right. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Chen Feng began to pack up his teaching materials. The classroom door was gently pushed open, and the dean's secretary walked in slowly. Mr. Chen, Dean Yin would like to see you in his office. Chapter 5, Mr. Chen, let's go to the concert together. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Chen Feng gently knocked on the door. Come in. Chen Feng entered the room and bowed to the elderly man with gray hair but a vibrant spirit sitting at the desk. The dean called for me. Sit down. President Yin Shuwen put down his phone, took off his reading glasses, and gently rubbed his nose. With a smile, he said to Chen Feng, What's the matter? Have you come to your senses? Chen Feng, who had just sat down on the sofa, paused for a moment. Figure it out? Figure out what? Seeing Chen Feng's dazed expression, Yin Shuwen pointed to the phone on the table. I just watched Xiaoling's livestream. That song and guitar performance were quite good. Chen Feng suddenly understood. Dean Yin was referring to his decision 3 years ago to not enter the music industry but instead become a teacher. Thinking of this, Chen Feng glanced at the purple clay teapot ornament on Yin Shuwen's bookshelf, which had been repaired with glue, and gave a nervous laugh. Yin Shuwen noticed Chen Feng's expression, stood up, and walked over to him. Chen, I've also taken a look at what happened between you and Xiao Su online. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Chen Feng was deeply moved. Despite having once angered the old director, he still cared about him when he was in trouble. Don't worry, Director Yin, I'm fine. Seeing Chen Feng's calm expression, Yin Shuwen didn't say anything else and nodded. The executive producer of the show I Am a Singer is an old friend of mine. I just recommended you as a guest contestant. The production team will contact you in the next few days. Make sure you prepare well. Ah. Dean. I can handle it myself. Chen Feng instinctively refused. Yin Shuwen furrowed his brows in feigned anger. Chen Feng, I'm sending you to I Am a Singer not just for yourself. Your name represents our Beijing Conservatory of Music. If you perform well, it will bring honor to our school. I'm your dean, you wouldn't refuse your superior's request, would you? Anyone who wasn't a little darling would understand what Yin Shuwen meant. If he continued to refuse now, it would mean Chen Feng didn't understand how things worked. I understand, Dean. Chen Feng responded with a smile. The two chatted casually for a few more minutes before Yin Shuwen found an excuse to dismiss Chen Feng. As he watched the closed door, Yin Shuwen raised the corners of his mouth and muttered to himself. Gold will eventually shine. After leaving the dean's office, Chen Feng strolled along the tree-lined paths of the campus. Suddenly, several figures appeared before him. Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen! Chen Feng, who had just been thinking about auditioning for I Am a Singer, was startled by the sudden appearance of the few people in front of him. He looked closely and recognized them as Ling Bingyan and Huang Wenwen from the class he had just taught. Students, what's the matter? Ling Bingyan bit her lip, pulled her hands out from behind her back, and held an envelope in her hands. Mr. Chen, there is a concert by Xia Shuer tomorrow night. We set an alarm a few days ago to snag these tickets, and we'd like to invite you to come with us. Chen Feng smiled, impressive. Xia Shuer is a top-tier singer. You managed to get extra tickets for such a hard-to-get concert? Ling Bingyan blushed and stammered. Huang Wenwen, standing beside her, chimed in with a smile. Our classmate Zhang Wei has something come up and can't go. Why don't you come with us, Mr. Chen? Chen Feng recalled that there was no student named Zhang Wei in the third-year vocal music class. The other students around them quickly chimed in. Right, let's all go together, Mr. Chen. It'll be more fun with more people. You can tell us about Xia Shuer's voice when you get there. Maybe we can learn a lot from you. That's right, that's right. Seeing how enthusiastic the students were, Chen Feng took the envelope from Ling Bingyan's hand. Alright, then we'll see you tomorrow night. Ling Bingyan nodded vigorously. The time of anticipation always feels so long. After parting ways with Chen Feng, Ling Bingyan, who was dining with her classmates, kept glancing at the hands of her watch. I wish tomorrow night would come sooner. As Chen Feng stepped out of the school gates, his cheerful expression from earlier in the academy vanished, replaced by a look of solitude. He slowly pulled his phone out of his pocket and kept fiddling with the screen. After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He tapped a number with his thumb and dialed. Beep beep. Hello? I'm done with class. I just went to see the dean. Are you done? I'm done. Let us meet up then. Alright. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng waved at a taxi by the roadside. Driver, Civil Affairs Bureau. Soon, the Civil Affairs Bureau building came into view, along with Su Yusen's favorite red Porsche Cayenne. Chen Feng paid the fare, walked over to the red Porsche, and as he approached, the window slowly rolled down, revealing a face. It was Su Yusen. It's been so long, and this is the first time you've waited for me. Chen Feng gave a self-deprecating smile. However, it wasn't Su Yusen's voice that responded to Chen Feng, but Zhou Qing's. Chen Feng, let me tell you, don't try any tricks. If you think you can use Su Yusen's popularity to break into the entertainment industry, I'm telling you, it's impossible. Chen Feng glanced through the car window with disgust at Zhou Qing, who was sitting in the passenger seat with an arrogant expression. You're sick. Zhou Qing, who had intended to mock Chen Feng, was enraged by the casual words Chen Feng had spat out. Chen Feng, who are you calling a sick person? Are we getting divorced or not? I don't have time to waste here with you. Chen Feng ignored Zhou Qing's shouts and turned to Su Yusen, saying, let's go. The Civil Affairs Bureau will be closing soon. Oh. The two entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, one in front of the other, and sat down at the divorce registration counter with indifferent expressions. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau were well accustomed to such scenes, but they still went through the motions and asked, you two have known each other for so long, divorce is a major decision. Please don't act impulsively. As he spoke, he handed two forms to Chen Feng and Su Yusen. Fill them out and hand me your ID cards, household registration books, and the divorce agreement. Chen Feng sighed helplessly and handed the divorce documents to the staff member along with Su Yusen. Su Yusen, Chen Feng, are you sure you want to divorce? Suddenly, the staff member's eyes widened, and his voice grew louder. Su Yusen, Chen Feng? Is that you? Oh my goodness, I actually witnessed your divorce. What they said online was true. A crow flew over Chen Feng's head. Please hurry up and process this. There are people waiting behind you. The staff member snapped back to reality and began working on his computer, while Chen Feng and Su Yusen quietly filled out the forms on the A4 paper with their pens. When they reached the bottom of the form to sign and confirm, Su Yusen's pen paused. She didn't know whether the signature she was about to write was right or wrong, and her eyes unconsciously glanced toward Chen Feng. He was filling out every detail of the form with meticulous care, just as he had when he cooked for her back then. But compared to the possibility of becoming a singing sensation, what did any of this matter? With that thought, her expression hardened, and she wrote 3 characters in a flowing, elegant script at the signature line. Su Yusen. Chapter 6, Mr. Chen's Brilliance You Can't Imagine. Just like when they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, the two of them walked out one after the other. You're free now. Chen Feng, who was walking behind, said to Su Yusen. This left Su Yusen, who was already feeling a bit dazed, frozen in place. What? Chen Feng pointed to a small bird perched on a branch nearby. Su Yusen turned her head to look. Apparently sensing the attention, the two birds that had been huddled together on the branch flapped their wings and flew off in different directions. Just like the two people beneath the tree at that moment. By the time Su Yusen snapped back to reality, Chen Feng had already walked away, recalling the past 3 years as he went. He had thought that leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau would be painful, but the current him felt no turmoil inside, only a calmness as still as a puddle by the roadside. Ding ding ding. The ringing of the phone interrupted his thoughts. Ling Bingyan? Chen Feng answered the call. Hello, Mr. Chen, where are you? What's wrong? I have something to discuss with you. Chen Feng glanced at the sign on the storefront and paused. Wang Lao Bian Beijing Style Barbecue. Mr. Chen, please wait for me at the store. I'll be there shortly. Before Chen Feng could say anything, the call was hung up. Actually, what Chen Feng wanted to say was that the barbecue here wasn't very good. Shaking his head with a smile, Chen Feng entered the barbecue shop and found a corner seat. Soon, Ling Bingyan walked in, accompanied by a girl with pink hair wearing a hat and mask. After glancing around the shop, Ling Bingyan walked straight to Chen Feng's table. "Mr. Chen, I'm here." Taking a deep breath, Ling Bingyan continued, "This is my older sister, Ling Bingxue." The three exchanged polite greetings, sat down, and ordered some barbecue. "What was the matter when you called me earlier?" While waiting for the grilled food, Chen Feng asked. "It's like this, Mr. Chen. My sister wants you to be her backup singer." After saying this, Ling Bingyan tapped Ling Bingxue on the shoulder. Ling Bingxue looked around, then took off her mask. Her delicate cheeks were flushed with blush, her tender skin almost translucent, and her almond-shaped eyes were captivating, framed by a head of pink, wavy hair, making her stand out beautifully. "Hello, Mr. Chen, my name is Ling Bingxue, and my stage name is Xia Shuer." Fortunately, Chen Feng hadn't been drinking water at the time, or he might have accidentally sprayed it all over Ling Bingyan's face. "You're Xia Shuer?" Although Chen Feng hadn't paid much attention to idol singers in the entertainment industry before, he had heard of Xia Shuer's name. In her debut year, she won the Best Newcomer award, and later, with her song Together, she set the record for the highest annual download count, etching her name into the annals of history. In the years that followed, she won numerous awards, including the Golden Melody Award, the Golden Diamond Award, and the annual Best Female Singer Award, among others. It could almost be said that Xia Shuer was the person every music academy student aspired to become. Yet here she was, a person bathed in such glory, eating skewers at a small shop like Wang Lao Bian Beijing-style barbecue. This was something Chen Feng had never even imagined. Seeing Chen Feng stunned, Ling Bingyan teased, "What's wrong, Mr. Chen?" Chen Feng snapped out of his daze and shook his head, saying, "Nothing, I just didn't expect your sister to be the famous singer Xia Shuer." Ling Bingxue put on her mask, smiled sweetly at Chen Feng, and asked, "What do you think, Mr. Chen? Would you like to collaborate with me? You're Ling Bingxue's sister, so of course I'd be happy to help you. But I don't really know any of your songs." Ling Bingyan hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, the students were originally planning to go watch my sister's concert together, but after today's live stream, my sister told me she wants to sing that song It's Not You with You. That song is your original composition, so she wanted to discuss it with you." Ling Bingxue also nodded urgently and said, "Mr. Chen, don't worry. We won't charge you a single penny." Chen Feng pondered for a moment. "I'm sorry, but It's Not You isn't suitable for a duet." Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue, the sisters, saw their expressions change from anticipation to disappointment. They knew this was a polite way of saying no. "All right, it's okay, Mr. Chen." Chen Feng cleared his throat. "I wasn't finished. I can write a song that's more suitable for a duet." Ling Bingyan's mood felt like she was on a roller coaster. Just as she had dropped from the peak, she was already rising again. Excitedly, she asked, "Really? What song is it?" "I knew Mr. Chen would come through." Ling Bingxue, however, hesitated. She furrowed her brows. After all, she had come here for It's Not You. Now that she had such a great opportunity for collaboration, this man named Chen Feng wasn't giving her the song she wanted and instead wanted to write another one for her. Could it be because he had become arrogant after his live stream went viral today? Moreover, if they switched to another song, it was unlikely to have the same impact as this one, which had gone viral across the entire internet in just one day. He's just a university vocal teacher. After years of experience and having been in a relationship with Su Yusen for so long, he managed to write It's Not You. That's already impressive. But with a concert tomorrow, how could he possibly have time to write a new song? After all, even top-tier songwriters in the industry need more than just time to create a hit song. They also require extensive life experience and innate creative talent. Thinking about this, Ling Bingxue prepared to politely decline. Although he was her sister's teacher, a concert wasn't something to take lightly. Ling Bingyan noticed the waiter bringing over a plate of grilled food. "Mr. Chen, sister, let's eat first. It'll get cold. We can talk while we eat." Ling Bingxue, who had just been about to refuse, stopped herself. After all, this was her younger sister's teacher, and she should respect her out of both duty and courtesy. Although she was a famous singer, she had never acted like a diva and always treated her fans with patience, which was one of the reasons she had gained so many fans so quickly. Chen Feng nodded and didn't eat anything. Instead, he drank a glass of beer. Wan Lao Bian Beijing-style barbecue, he really felt it was lacking something. As the beer went down his throat, Chen Feng suddenly recalled a song that had been extremely popular in his previous life. Once upon a time, this song had won the Most Popular Duet Gold Song Award at the 6th Global Chinese Songs Chart Awards and the Top 10 Gold Songs of the Year at the Hito Pop Music Awards. "There's a song on my mind right now. Do you think you could sing it before tomorrow's concert?" Ling Bingxue, who had just taken off her mask, lowered her head to pick up a skewer of barbecue, looking down to earth, and said, "I've got the skills for that. As long as there's a song, staying up all night isn't a problem for me, but..." Before Ling Bingxue could finish, Ling Bingyan interrupted, "What but? Chen teacher's skills are beyond your imagination. We'll find a place to show you later, and you'll see." Chapter 7, The Excited Superstar. Seeing her younger sister defend Chen Feng so fiercely, Ling Bingxue couldn't help but smile wryly, nodding in disbelief. After all, she just loved spoiling this younger sister. Soon, the three arrived at the recording studio prepared for Ling Bingxue by her company. Chen Feng took a quick look around. The equipment was top-notch, more than sufficient to bring out the best in the song. Ling Bingyan asked, Mr. Chen, what song is it?" If any other boys from the school were around, they would be speechless. The current Ling Bingyan was nothing like her former icy self. Instead, she looked like a neighbor's little sister with anticipation written all over her face. Chen Feng smiled, grabbed a sheet of A4 paper and a pencil, and began leaning over the desk to recall the song from his past life. "It's a duet love song. I'll write down the lyrics and melody now, and you can take a look later." After saying that, he focused intently on writing the lyrics on the A4 paper. Watching this man work so earnestly, Ling Bingxue couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of song would he come up with? After all, composing a duet love song is far more challenging than writing a solo song. Not only must the lyrics and melody be beautiful and harmonious, but the two voices must also be seamlessly blended together, a true test of skill. Perhaps a lyricist might come up with good lyrics, but creating a melody that seamlessly complements them is a tremendous challenge for a composer. This was precisely why Ling Bingxue didn't hold much hope for Chen Feng. "Alright, Mr. Chen, you go ahead and write. I'll practice the song I need to sing tomorrow." After saying that, Ling Bingxue stood up and entered the recording studio. While tomorrow's song certainly needed practice, she wanted to use this as an excuse to give Chen Feng a way out. After all, he was her sister's teacher, and if he couldn't come up with anything, he could leave quietly, avoiding any unnecessary awkwardness. Upon entering the recording studio, Ling Bingxue sighed, hoping her sister and her teacher would understand her intentions. Chen Feng politely watched her enter the recording studio before continuing to frantically recall the duet love song from his previous life. As he wrote, Chen Feng looked up at Ling Bingyan. "What's wrong, Mr. Chen?" Ling Bingyan thought something was wrong and stood up to ask. "Nothing. Can you check the schedule for me? Do I have any classes tomorrow?" Ling Bingyan rubbed her forehead. "Mr. Chen, tomorrow is Saturday. Of course there's no class." Chen Feng nodded and continued writing lyrics quietly. He was just worried that writing a song for Ling Bingxue and serving as a backup singer might interfere with his classes tomorrow. It must be said that over the past 3 years, Chen Feng had become an unquestionably good teacher, always thinking about his students. After about 2 hours, Chen Feng put down his pen, picked up the A4 paper covered in corrections, and began humming to himself. He then walked over to the piano in the recording studio and began trying to play the accompaniment for the song. After going through the entire piece a few times, "Bingyan, please call your sister out. I think this song is almost ready." The aloof goddess of the Beijing Conservatory of Music, Ling Bingyan, nodded obediently and called Ling Bingxue out as Chen Feng had instructed. "Sis, come out and take a look. Mr. Chen's song is finished." Ling Bingxue, who was diligently practicing for tomorrow's concert, paused in her practice. So fast? She couldn't believe it. He must have just scribbled something together or pieced a song together to get by. After all, if he left in disgrace, he might feel embarrassed. Thinking this, Ling Bingxue stepped out of her practice area, walked over to the piano, took the sheet music from Chen Feng's hands, and began humming along with the melody in a halting manner. Originally feeling tired, Ling Bingxue gradually became excited, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light. The lyrics of the song made Ling Bingxue want to cry. This melody was nothing short of a duet classic. Ling Bingxue grew increasingly excited. Unconsciously, her palms gripping the sheet music were drenched in sweat. She never expected Chen Feng to be such a creative genius. This song was no less impressive than It's Not You. She had actually doubted his abilities just moments ago. Such a talented lyricist and composer, she had never heard of anyone like him since she first entered the music industry. It seemed that her sister was right after all. He had buried his talent because of love. After humming it again, Ling Bingxue could now sing the entire song smoothly. This made Chen Feng secretly praise her. In his heart, a singer with such solid fundamentals was rare even in his previous life. Chen Feng didn't know that beneath Ling Bingxue's calm facade lay a heart being constantly battered by turbulent waves. Every word, every phrase, every sentence was washing away the turmoil within her. After humming it a second time, Ling Bingxue noticed many subtle nuances in the song. Many parts used a duet structure, which could both express the shared emotions of different characters at the same moment and reveal the emotional conflicts between them. Now, Ling Bingxue's mood had shifted from initially wanting to give her sister face to being deeply impressed by Chen Feng's newly composed song. She looked at Chen Feng and asked with admiration, I was wondering, Mr. Chen, did you just write this song?" Chen Feng replied solemnly, 10 minutes before Ling Bingyan called me, I had just finalized my divorce with Su Yusen. I guess you could say it was inspired by that. As a time traveler, Chen Feng could only come up with an excuse. Then, Ling Bingxue, who had been excited, immediately realized she had been too forward. She lowered her head, twirling her fingers, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Chen Feng shook his head. "It's okay. Everyone online already knows about this. It's no big deal. Mr. Chen, is this song really for me to sing? Rest assured, all fees can be negotiated." Ling Bingxue asked nervously, as she had been skeptical of Chen Feng just moments ago and wanted to confirm once more. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, "Of course you can. As for the fees, we'll just follow the current industry standards." Hearing Chen Feng's confirmation, Ling Bingxue would have jumped for joy if it weren't for her idol persona. For Ling Bingxue, Chen Feng agreeing to let her sing the song was already extremely rare. After all, a good song and lyrics were so hard to come by, and even if you did find one, you had to stand out among countless competitors to get it. Upon seeing that Chen Feng had clearly stated the song was for her, Ling Bingxue was overjoyed and didn't even notice the time. She immediately called her agent. "Shan Jia, are you asleep? I'll send you my location. Bring the lyrics and music contract over, and order some takeout while you're at it. We're going to have to work late tonight." After a few more words, Ling Bingxue hung up the phone and smiled at Chen Feng, saying, "Mr. Chen, let's head to the recording studio and start practicing." Chapter 8, Taking the Stage. Chen Feng nodded, took off his jacket, and gently covered Ling Bingyan, who was already asleep on the sofa. He followed Ling Bingxue into the recording studio. Ling Bingxue's agent, Susan, was a seasoned agent in the industry. No matter what time it was, she always appeared in a sharp, professional outfit. Carrying a bunch of food, she walked in and saw Ling Bingxue practicing singing with Chen Feng. She tapped on the large glass wall of the recording studio to signal their arrival. The two saw her and put down their headphones, walking out. "My dear, what are you doing? Do you know what time it is? It's already 3 a.m. Why aren't you sleeping? What if your voice is ruined for tomorrow's concert?" As Susan nagged, she pulled out a box of throat lozenges from her pocket and handed them to Ling Bingxue. "Take a break and soothe your throat." Immediately after, Susan glanced at Chen Feng and smiled, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Susan, the agent for Xia Shuer of Tianxia Entertainment." Chen Feng smiled and shook hands with Susan. "I'm Chen Feng, a vocal music teacher at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Mr. Chen, I know you. You've been trending on the hot search all day today." After saying that, Susan waved her phone at Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled and scratched his head, not responding. He didn't want to continue the topic. Susan, being a perceptive person, took out a contract from her bag and said to Chen Feng, "Shuer told me that you have a song she wants to sign. As her agent, I naturally support her, but I also need to help her vet it. You understand, right?" As agents, Susan and Zhou Qing were completely different people. At least in Chen Feng's eyes, he didn't object to what Susan said. "I understand." Saying this, Chen Feng handed Susan the newly rewritten lyrics and music score. With over a decade of experience in the industry, Susan was well versed in music theory. She first glanced at the lyrics, which weren't the kind of generic, superficial lyrics prevalent in the current music scene. This alone earned frequent nods of approval from Susan. She then listened to Ling Bingxue hum a demo, a short sample of the song, and immediately decided to sign the song. "That's amazing, Mr. Chen. Your lyrics and melody are on par with top-tier songwriters, if not better." Susan couldn't stop praising Chen Feng's song and handed the contract directly to him. "We're buying the singing rights to the song, and you'll receive 40% of the proceeds." Chen Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. "The contract can be negotiated, but we're friends. Don't keep calling me Yuan teacher. It makes me uncomfortable." Ling Bingxue and Susan exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. "Chen Feng, you're really an interesting person. Time flies when you're working hard." After signing the contract, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue returned to the recording studio to practice the new song. By the time they stepped out of the studio, both of their eyes were puffy and drooping. The group fell asleep in the recording studio's break room and woke up at 3 p.m. Chen Feng heard Susan's voice faintly. "Everyone, wake up. There's only 4 hours left until the concert. We can't be sleeping here, we need to get to the venue." By the time Chen Feng fully woke up, he was already on the luxury van heading to the concert venue. "Sing your heart out tonight. Not only will the tens of thousands of people at the venue be watching, but there will also be a live stream, and Su Yusin will see it too." Ling Bingxue's words made Chen Feng furrow his brows. "Does that mean I have to be labeled with her name? I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I just think you shouldn't be wrongly accused." After Ling Bingxue finished speaking, Chen Feng didn't continue the topic. Instead, he asked, "Besides the songs we practiced yesterday, have you prepared everything else?" "No problem." Upon arriving at the venue, Ling Bingxue arranged a very special entrance for Chen Feng. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Chen Feng of two things. "The duet later, no problem, right?" Chen Feng smiled indifferently. "Don't worry, I wrote this song myself. The lyrics and melody are all in my head." Seeing Chen Feng's expression, Ling Bingxue left reassured. She was about to take the stage and transform into the love song Angel Xia Shuer. Time quickly approached 7:30 p.m., and the voice echoed throughout the stadium like heavenly music. It must be said that after becoming Xia Shuer, Ling Bingxue was completely transformed. The different musical style, different outfits, and different aura captivated the tens of thousands of audience members below, who cheered and shouted non-stop. Xia Shuer, I love you. Shuer, you're amazing. Shuer, you fly bravely. We'll always be by your side. Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan, who were seated in the VIP section, naturally felt the intense atmosphere as well. Huang Wenwen and a few classmates were still immersed in the fiery atmosphere of Xia Shuer's concert. Xia Shuer truly lives up to her reputation as a superstar. This is amazing. After a gentle song ended, the stage lights went completely dark, and the audience knew it was time for a change of style. Sure enough, shortly after, the stage began to sparkle with points of light, spotlights shifted colors back and forth, and the stage's theme transformed into a seaside theme. The audience below stared intently at the concert stage, eagerly anticipating what style Xia Shuer would appear in next. At that moment, Chen Feng slowly stood up. Huang Wenwen noticed and asked, Mr. Chen, are you going to the restroom? Put. Ling Bingyan burst into laughter. Mr. Chen is about to sing. What? Is that true? Many people around them heard this and were astonished. The audience members in the back frowned, and some even pointed at Chen Feng and shouted, Who's that up front? Sit down quickly and don't block the view of the concert for those behind you. Are you crazy? This is Xia Shuer's concert, not a KTV. Exactly. If you want to sing, go home and sing there. Who's going to listen to you here? He's crazy. The security guards will kick him out soon. Sure enough, two staff members in black suits and white shirts approached Chen Feng. In the darkness, it seemed like they were handing him something. Only Ling Bingyan and a few classmates noticed. It was a microphone. Huang Wenwen and the others covered their mouths in surprise, staring at Chen Feng as he stood up and fiddled with the microphone. Mr. Chen, are you really going to sing? Ling Bingyan smiled at Chen Feng. She believed that his singing would silence everyone. However, the audience in the back was still shouting. Security, get him out of here. He's here to cause trouble. Don't let him stay. We'll file a complaint. Get out of here. A voice came through the stage director's walkie-talkie. Microphone in position. Crane camera in position. Drone in position. Upon hearing that all preparations were complete, the stage director spoke into the walkie-talkie. Shuer, everything is ready. We can begin. Xia Shuer, who had just finished changing into her costume, replied into her earpiece, Got it. Chapter 9, Su Yusen divorces him, regret it later. A spotlight lit up, casting a beam of light directly onto Chen Feng. Chen Feng, bathed in light, captured the attention of everyone at the concert venue. Simultaneously, his figure appeared on both the live screens at the venue and online. Just moments ago, in the darkness, staff had dressed him in a black tuxedo paired with a dark red shirt. Already handsome, he now exuded an even more refined aura. Who is that man? A backup singer? I've never seen him before. Isn't that Chen Feng, the soft rice king? Oh, I remember now. He's Su Yusen's husband, the university professor. You have to admit, he deserves this life of leeching off others. I want to keep him as my sugar daddy. Is that okay? The buzz filled the air. This segment hadn't been part of Xia Shuer's concert earlier, leaving her fans and the audience below utterly confused. Bang! Another beam of light appeared, illuminating the stage. Xia Shuer, dressed in a dark red form-fitting long dress, came into view. Her curvaceous figure was perfectly accentuated by the dress, and her long, slender legs were faintly visible beneath the high slit, creating a breathtaking scene. Two screens on either side of the stage displayed video images of the two individuals. Chen Feng in a black tuxedo. Xia Shuer in a red dress. This is too beautiful. Xia Shuer, my eternal goddess. In the Chinese music industry, Xia Shuer has the second best figure. No one dares to claim the top spot. The music began to play. The audience falls silent, as they've never heard this intro before. It was a slow piano accompaniment. Is Xia Shuer going to sing a new song at the concert? There was no mention of a new song in the online promotions for this concert. No wonder it's a concert in the capital city. The fans are in for a treat. While the fans were still speculating, accompanied by the prelude, Xia Shuer spoke softly, This is an additional song added to the concert at the last minute. The lyrics and music were composed by Mr. Chen Feng, and I will be performing it with him. After a brief pause, Xia Shuer continued in an emotionally charged tone, The name of this song is Choral C. As her words fell, the entire venue fell silent. What? A song written by Chen Feng for Xia Shuer? And they're going to sing it together? At the same time, viewers in the online livestream were also stunned. Holy crap, he wrote another song? They've lost their minds. Singing two new songs at a concert? Xia Shuer is really daring. These two are really brave. Aren't they afraid of flopping? Exactly, not playing familiar songs at a concert is easy to mess up. One dares to write, the other dares to sing. That's impressive. If Xia Shuer dares to perform it, it must be a good song. I believe in her. Can't wait. Yesterday I was disappointed it wasn't you who went viral, but I hope this song is good too. Countless people were skeptical, while others were eagerly anticipating it. Then, Chen Feng's magnetic voice echoed from the speakers, pulling everyone into the music. The horizon in the distance begins to grow dark. How can sorrow be calmed to pure white? On my face, there is always a faint trace of helplessness. As the song faded, Xia Shuer's voice immediately reached the ears of the audience. You whispered with your lips that you were leaving. Chen Feng's second voice followed. Love is gone. Immediately, the two locked eyes in a deep gaze, and the audience's expression slowly grew intense. The sorrowful silence slowed down, like a surging tide. Do you understand? It's not waves, but a sea of tears. The song reached the chorus, and the audience's hearts tightened in unison. Chen Feng slowly walked toward the stage. Turning away, unable to say goodbye. As he walked, his eyes filled with love, he gazed at Xia Shuer. Seabirds and fish falling in love is just a coincidence. It seemed as though the two of them were a couple about to part ways. Chen Feng, who was walking and singing, had no signs of breathlessness. On the big screen, his slow steps matched his heartfelt, high-pitched line, "Our love," while Xia Shuer's harmonizing second voice, "The love we give," seemed to transport the audience to a scene of reluctant farewell. Many audience members had tears in their eyes. A girl turned her head to look at her boyfriend. "We won't break up, right?" The boy looked at her firmly. "Baby, we'll never break up." Similar scenes unfolded in many corners of the concert hall. The first part of the song comes to an end, and as the instrumental accompaniment plays, Chen Feng steps precisely to stand beside Xia Shuer. The two large screens on either side of the stage, which had previously displayed individual images, now showed both of them together in the same frame. The unique and meticulously detailed design was something the audience had never mentioned before. Viewers watching the live stream in the evening were buzzing with excitement. This collaboration is so innovative. I suddenly get the feeling that Chen Feng and Su Yusen are together, and it's Su Yusen who's the one out of her league. This song is so beautiful it feels like it could be paired with It's Not You as a breakup duet. The lyrics are stunning. Yes, seabirds and fish, how could they ever be together? Even if they were, it would only be a fleeting encounter. Chen Feng is such a talented person. Why didn't he appear in the music industry before? Look at his wife, no, his ex-wife. She's pretty assertive. The melody of Choral C continued, and a sense of sadness spread through the song, leaving the audience below completely captivated by the bittersweet atmosphere of farewell. The stage director and the crew were all speechless. They had heard the song in demos countless times, but had never heard such a moving duet love song. It was utterly captivating. What is hidden within the shell? Wait for the flowers to bloom. We no longer care to guess. Facing the sea breeze, salty love. We can't taste any future. Ling Bingyan, sitting in the audience, was already teary-eyed. The love between seabirds and fish is just a coincidence. Our love has always been different. That's right, this is exactly what Mr. Chen was saying about himself and Su Yusen. They were like seabirds and fish, two different species. One was a pop star, the other just a university professor. Their relationship was an accident from the start, and their mindsets were incompatible. The differences between them had always been there. Finally, the song came to an end. Chen Feng and Xia Shuer requested to look into each other's eyes while slowly stepping backward. A smile can't be forced, love is buried deep, Choral C. The instrumental accompaniment continued, and suddenly someone in the audience shouted, Don't separate." More people joined in, and soon the entire audience was chanting in unison, "Don't separate! Don't separate!" The song ended on a bittersweet note, and Chen Feng and Xia Shuer walked back together, bowing deeply to the audience. "Thank you everyone." Silence. Moments later, boom. The audience erupted into deafening applause. The applause lasted for over 10 seconds and continued, with no signs of stopping. It seemed as though no one was tired. Eagle-eyed viewers watching the live stream noticed that Xia Shuer, who was thanking the audience, had tears in the corners of her eyes. That was so beautiful. Seabirds, fish, shells, and coral reefs, they each represent different meanings. This is Chen Feng's song. I love him so much. Oh my god, Su Yusen should divorce him and regret it. In an office building, a quiet conference room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Su Yusen, with a grim expression, pointed at the screen on the wall and asked Zhou Qing, who was sitting in the chair, "Sister Qing, why did the company make me divorce him? He has just been lucky lately. You've been together for so many years, don't you know what he is really like? He was just using your name to sing a couple of songs. What you need to do now is use your own popularity to release a song quickly. The internet has no memory." Zhou Qing coldly replied to Su Yusen. Before Su Yusen could respond, Zhou Qing stood up and left. Her goal was to silence Chen Feng. Chapter 10, Will the interactive segment go south? Su Yusen sat alone in the empty conference room, her mind blank. In the luxury handbag beside her lay the divorce certificate they had just obtained the previous day. And today, that man was shining brightly at Xia Shui's concert. Could Chen Feng have been telling the truth? Is he really waiting for me at the pinnacle of the music industry? Even now, Su Yusin was filled with deep doubts. After 3 years of marriage to Chen Feng, the Chen Feng she knew was mostly a man who spent his days doing household chores, shopping for groceries, and cooking. She never imagined that her ex-husband, who used to haggle fiercely at the vegetable market, could write hit songs like It's Not You and Coral Sea, which had taken the music industry by storm. Su Yusin racked her brain trying to recall any mention of songwriting from Chen Feng over the years. Now, with one song going viral nationwide and another securing him a spot as a backup singer for the popular singer Xia Shui, how could she possibly believe it? Su Yusin couldn't fathom why he had become famous overnight. Was it really because the topic of our divorce had propelled him to fame? Su Yusin pondered this as she watched the live stream. At that moment, the live stream showed the concert, which was the interactive segment with fans, a standard part of concerts in this world. The host stood beside Chen Feng and Xia Shui, his excited voice echoing through the speakers. Now it's time for fan interaction. We'll randomly select 3 audience members from both online and on-site to interact with our Xia Shui. After speaking, the host noticed Chen Feng standing beside Xia Shui and assumed she was trying to give him a boost. He quickly cleared his throat. Of course, you can also interact with our Mr. Chen. Chen Feng, who had just started to walk toward the stage, stopped in his tracks. This includes me? There was no mention of this when I discussed it with Ling Bingxue earlier. Chen Feng looked at Xia Shui in confusion, and Xia Shui also looked perplexed. The two put down the microphones and whispered to each other with smiles on their faces. Why do I have to interact with the audience? This wasn't mentioned earlier. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Xia Shui waved at the audience below while responding, I don't know what's going on either. I think the host must have made a mistake. But you can't leave now. Don't worry, I'll do more of the interaction. Just stay here. Chen Feng glanced at the audience below. It was indeed too late to leave now, so he had no choice but to stay on stage. The lottery draw began, and the audience below excitedly waved their glow sticks, hoping their faces would appear on the big screen. Pick me. Pick me. No way, bro, you've got some taste, wanting someone to pick you? Pick me. Pick me. Finally, the first lucky audience member was selected, a delicate young woman in her early 20s. She covered her mouth and screamed with excitement, her eyes filled with astonishment, unable to recover for a long time. The host laughed, you can tell this young lady is really excited. Staff members handed the microphone to the lucky fan. Xia Shui, hello. I'm your loyal fan. I'm so excited to have the chance to interact with you. Xia Shui smiled sweetly and said, hello, it's an honor to be loved by you and all my fans. Would you like me to sing for you, or do you have a question for me? The female fan hummed in response. I want to hear Chen Feng sing It's Not You again. What? Xia Shui screamed inwardly. She claims to be my fan, why does she want to hear Chen Feng sing? Though she felt a bit annoyed inside, she still smiled sweetly at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, the fan wants you to sing It's Not You again. Do we all have the honor? Chen Feng smiled at the audience while quietly asking Xia Shui, didn't you say I just needed to stand on stage? Why do I have to sing? Xia Shui forced an awkward smile. She had just assured Chen Feng that all he needed to do was stand there, but she never expected the backlash to come so quickly. Xia Shui touched her waist, turned off the audio device hanging there, and whispered to Chen Feng, why don't you sing a few lines for my fans? Would that be okay? Chen Feng hesitated. He didn't want to sing It's Not You again. He had countless classic hits in his mind that he could sing at any time. Since he was aiming for the pinnacle of the music industry, he didn't want to be criticized for relying on a single song for his entire career. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't immediately agree, Xia Shui felt a bit helpless. This was a request outside their agreement, and if Chen Feng refused, no one could say a word. For the sake of the concert's performance, Xia Shui could only plead with Chen Feng, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. Chen Feng, please help me out, okay? Chen Feng had never seen this before. Although he had been with Su Yusin before, her queen persona didn't allow her to act spoiled or clingy toward any man. Alright, just speak nicely. I can't take this. If your fans saw you like this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. Seeing Chen Feng back down, Xia Shui quickly pressed her advantage. So are you going to sing or not? I knew you were the best. Chen Feng was speechless. Sing. After saying that, Chen Feng picked up the microphone and smiled at the fans below the stage, saying, the song It's Not You will be properly produced by me, and I'll release it on online platforms in the future. If anyone wants to listen to it, you can download it then. Ha! Everyone, including Xia Shui, was stunned. The performer had actually refused a reasonable interaction from the fans, which could potentially turn into a performance mishap. Xia Shui furrowed her brows slightly. He just said he was going to sing, so why isn't he singing now? Viewers watching the live stream were even more outraged. He was acting all brooding during the live stream, but now that he's asked to sing, he won't do it? After 2 days of fame, he is already acting like a big shot. Probably just lip syncing the whole time. Just as everyone was scratching their heads in confusion, Chen Feng continued, since everyone wants to hear me sing, why don't I sing you a brand new original song of mine? Everyone gasped in shock. Who is this guy? He actually has an original song? Another song? The keyboard warriors in the comments section immediately felt their purpose and started flooding the screen. Are you kidding? Just pick any song and make it a trilogy? If you have 2 good songs, just stick with them for a while. Everything that goes up must come down, young people. My keyboard is dying to type. Waiting for the softie to mess up. Xia Shui's mind went blank. These days, even top-tier songwriters could only release 1 song every 2 or 3 months. Even Fong Wen-san, the industry-recognized top lyricist and composer, hadn't claimed to have such creative ability. And here was a university professor who had achieved it. Chapter 11, The Breakup Trilogy. Recalling what Chen Feng had said last night that he had written the duet love song Choral C after going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce certificate, Xia Shui felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Just as Xia Shui was lost in thought, Chen Feng raised the microphone to his lips. Seeing Chen Feng's expression, the tens of thousands of audience members fell silent. They were all curious, this man who had dominated the trending topics for 3 days since his divorce, what would he come up with next? Many celebrities go to great lengths to create scandals or gossip, exhausting every idea to make it onto the trending list, yet none succeed. But look at this man. From the day he divorced, he has been on the trending charts. Whether it's late-night outings with a woman or gossip about an obscure actress, there is always an endless stream of clicks. On the second day, due to a student's livestream, the viewership broke the million mark, and a song he wrote for his ex-wife, It's Not You, went viral across the internet. Now, netizens are eagerly awaiting the released version. Today, just as the trending topic about Chen Feng was starting to fade, a duet with idol singer Xia Shui titled Choral C added another hot tag to his name. Will he be the one to dominate tomorrow's trending topics again? Without an intro, Chen Feng's clear vocals echoed through the concert stadium. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year it first sang. The swing of childhood swings with memories to this day. Xia Shui nodded silently. The 2 lines of lyrics were refreshingly simple, easily evoking listeners' memories of their own youth. Re so si do si la. So la si la so. Blowing the prelude and gazing at the sky, I recall petals trying to fall. As they listened, not only Xia Shui but many lyricists and composers watching Chen Feng's livestream nodded in agreement, including Fong Wen-san, a trendsetter in the industry. This guy Chen Feng is interesting. His lyrics are very creative. He can seamlessly integrate musical notes into the lyrics while naturally leading into the next lines, without any awkwardness. A female assistant poured warm water for Fong Wen-san and said, Mr. Fong, this is someone who's been trending on the hot search for 3 days. Oh? Fong Wen-san put down his cup and listened as the assistant continued, he's the soft-hearted husband of Su Yusen, a vocal music teacher at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Unfortunately, It's Not You is his song. Upon hearing that he was the creator of Unfortunately, It's Not You, Fong Wen-san immediately became interested. Previously, he had been too busy with a song and lyrics contract that was about to expire to research the composer and lyricist of Unfortunately, It's Not You, so this was the perfect opportunity to learn more. It's him? No wonder. No wonder you said he's married. It's rare for male celebrities in the entertainment industry to get married so young. He's got guts. After saying that, Fong Wen-san fell into deep thought. After a moment, he turned to his assistant and asked, But you said he's a kept man? His wife, Su Yusen? Who is she? As Fong Wen-san's assistant, she already knew what her boss was asking and had already searched for Su Yusen's information online. Yes, Mr. Fong. Chen Feng never appeared in public before his divorce and has been teaching at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. As for Su Yusen, she's an artist under Mu Media, managed by Zhou Chang. Fong Wen-san snorted derisively, looking down on Mu Media. So she's from Mu. No wonder. A company that only uses low-level tactics and sensationalism to boost the popularity of its artists has no real substance. After speaking, Fong Wen-san took out his phone, found Old In his contacts, and dialed the number. Chen Feng's a cappella performance continued, his lazy voice drifting through the room. The day I skipped class for you. The day the flowers fell. That classroom. Why can't I see you? The rainy day that vanished, I wish I could get caught in the rain again. Among the audience at the concert, there were couples, married couples, and those with ambiguous relationships. Upon hearing this, many of them exchanged smiles. Yes, this was the scene from their campus romance skipping class for her, getting drenched in the rain for him, filled with memories. Just as the audience was reminiscing about their love, Chen Feng changed the melody. On a windy day, I tried holding your hand. But the rain grew heavier, and I couldn't see you anymore. How much longer will it take before I can be by your side? Maybe I'll feel a little better on the day the sun comes out. The listeners, who had been immersed in their campus romance, were suddenly transported to a rainy day by Chen Feng's voice, sending the live stream into a frenzy. The twist in this song is too sudden. Is such a sweet love so short-lived? I wish I could go back to that time. I'd skip class again for her. Chen Feng, stop torturing me. The chorus hadn't ended yet. Chen Feng closed his eyes tightly, completely immersed in the song. Though there was no accompaniment, the gentle breeze blowing softly past people's ears in the sky was the best accompaniment he could have at that moment. Long ago, there was someone who loved you deeply. But alas, the wind gradually blew the distance apart. Finally, we could love each other for one more day. But in the end, you seemed to say goodbye. There was supposed to be a second verse, but Chen Feng chose to stop. He didn't want to continue singing. Not all songs need to be sung to the end, and not all love stories have a conclusion. Though it was just an a cappella performance, Chen Feng's rendition evoked an even deeper sense of sadness. Many in the audience had tears welling up in their eyes, and some listeners, despite their friends' comforting words, couldn't stop the tears from falling. Now, everyone could tell that this was also Chen Feng writing about his recently lost love. That's so touching. I heard that Su Yusin and Chen Feng were a campus couple, and it was Su Yusin who pursued Chen Feng. Really? Yes, my cousin's ex-girlfriend was also from the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Chen Feng's story is no secret at their school. Whose concert is this? Today's ticket was well worth it. I'd pay twice as much if I had to. I heard the singer is a vocal music teacher from the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Impressive, impressive. Look at that teacher divorced and just dropped a breakup trilogy. I only know how to cry when I break up. It's not even my story, but why can't I stop crying? Chen Feng, why are you making me cry? The female fan stood there the entire time, listening to Chen Feng's song. She stood there motionless, her eyes filled with memories. Even when a tear fell down her cheek, she didn't feel a thing. After a long while, the female fan snapped out of her memories and asked, Chen Feng, may I ask what this song is called? Chen Feng sighed, as if blowing away the clouds in the night sky. His voice was as gentle and smooth as the full moon in the evening sky. Clear Sky. Chapter 12, dominating the charts once again. After extensive discussions between Xia Shuer, the stage director, and the host, they finally managed to find a valid reason for Chen Feng to leave the concert stage. They were afraid that if Chen Feng stayed on stage, his fans and online viewers would pose even more challenges for him. Fans and audience members, our teacher Chen Feng has been completely immersed in the emotions of the song and is unable to interact with everyone anymore. Let's please ask Chen Feng to take a break and return to the backstage area. Xia Shuer continued, Mr. Chen Feng was so deeply immersed in the song that his emotions haven't had time to settle. It must be said that this reason was irrefutable. Almost everyone knew that Chen Feng and Su Yusin had recently divorced, and the topic was still trending on social media. How could his heart be calm? The song he just sang was one he wrote for his lost love, and it was only natural for him to be fully immersed in its emotions. With a playful tone, Xia Shuer added, Don't worry, the fan interaction segment is still coming up. The entire audience burst into laughter. Yes, they almost forgot whose concert it was. It must be said, Chen Feng was stealing the show. Meanwhile, in the live stream, a wave of Chen Feng is amazing flooded the screen. Chen Feng is amazing. 6,666 inch. All sorts of virtual gifts flew everywhere. Amidst the cheers, Chen Feng stood on the stage lift, slowly descending, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng composed himself and joined Ling Bingyan and Huang Wanwan, who had come backstage. He knew he couldn't go back to the audience now, he'd be swallowed up by the crowd. Mr. Chen, you're my idol from now on. Huang Wanwan said excitedly to Chen Feng with a nasal voice. Chen Feng smiled and replied, just study hard in class, and you'll become an idol star yourself. The essence of a teacher had already become part of Chen Feng's very being. Even at this moment, he didn't forget his duty to educate his students and encourage them to study hard. Several girls were crying while surrounding Chen Feng, praising him. There was nothing they could do. Chen Feng's breakup trilogy was almost impossible for anyone to handle. Ling Bingyan held up her phone and said, Look. Chen teacher is trending again on the hot search list. Sure enough, several students opened their social media apps and saw the eye-catching headline. Chen Feng's breakup trilogy. This was also Chen Feng's deliberate plan. Although Su Yusin had divorced him, after all those years of, Chen Feng didn't want to just let it go so easily. He used these 3 songs as a tribute, so that whenever people sang these 3 songs or even just one of them, they would think of Chen Feng and Su Yusin's story. The other protagonist of this story, Su Yusin, was still sitting in the conference room of New Media, lost in thought. Zhou Qing, sitting beside her, was on the phone, his face as pale as a potato left out in the open for too long, a mix of green and yellow. Why isn't Su Yusin's song finished yet? Did the company hire you all to retire? With all of you professional lyricists and composers working together for a month, you can't even match the song written by a university professor? If you can't deliver the sheet music, pack your things and get out. Chen Feng's unexpected rise to fame had disrupted Zhou Qing's entire plan. He had originally intended to capitalize on Su Yusun's divorce scandal to promote her song, but the songs the company provided paled in comparison to Chen Feng's It's Not You, with the difference being like a failing grade versus a perfect score. As the chief agent at New Media, Zhou Qing held a position second only to the chairman and a few shareholders within the company. Even the president of Mio had to consult with Zhou Qing before making major decisions. As a result, New Media's approach to cultivating stars was now formulaic. If there was no scandal, they created one. If there was no buzz, they manufactured it. Attention was the key to gaining traction. As New Media's top priority for the next few years, Su Yusun had already received a significant investment of resources. In their eyes, if she didn't make a splash, it would be a disservice to the company's investment in her. Under Zhou Chang and her colleagues' brainwashing, Su Yusun's gaze toward Chen Feng immediately became one of contempt, seeing him as an obstacle on her path to success. She believed that once she divorced him, she would immediately become a singing sensation. Now, as Su Yusun had wished, she and Chen Feng had divorced. However, the name Su Yusun only remained on the trending list for half a day on the day of the divorce before plummeting straight down, even falling out of the top 20 of the entertainment charts. In contrast, her ex-husband Chen Feng has remained in the top 3 of the trending charts for 4 consecutive days, occasionally even reaching the top spot. Su Yusun stood up and approached Zhou Qing, who had just hung up the phone. "Sister Qing, what was the meaning of my divorce?" Before Zhou Qing could respond, Su Yusun continued. "If I hadn't divorced him, given Chen Feng's love for me, I would have been the singer of Too Bad It's Not You and Sunny Day, and the duet partner for Coral Sea would have been me and Chen Feng." Watching Su Yusun's increasingly expression, Zhou Qing's icy words struck her straight to the heart. "He's so talented. Did he ever write a song for you when you were still married? Besides doing housework, shopping, and cooking, what else did he do for you? Do you really think he loves you?" Zhou Qing, as a seasoned agent, had seen it all. With just one sentence, she left Su Yusun speechless. Indeed, if Su Yusun hadn't divorced Chen Feng, he would still be the same as before, going to work on time, buying groceries, cooking, and doing housework, living an ordinary life. But Su Yusun didn't want an ordinary life. With her naturally beautiful appearance, stunning figure, and talent for music, she refused to waste the gifts she had been given by heaven. Seeing that Su Yusun didn't argue, Zhou Qing continued, "Yusun, the company knows you want to become a pop diva. Look, everyone is supporting your career. Divorcing would allow you to fully dedicate yourself to it. I'm only thinking of your best interests. We've worked together for so many years. Have I ever harmed you?" Once again persuaded by Zhou Qing, Su Yusun nodded mechanically. Bang bang bang. At that moment, the conference room door creaked open. Zhou Qing called out to the door. "Come in." A tall, slender, handsome young man walked in. He had a medium-length, center-parted hairstyle, and his face was as fair and delicate as a girl's. "Sister Qing, you called for me?" Upon seeing him, Zhou Qing changed her demeanor and said enthusiastically, "Guanlin, sit down. Let me introduce you to everyone." Zhou Qing pointed at Su Yusun and said, "This is our company's top singer, Su Yusun." Chen Guanlin stood up and smiled, "Xinjia, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Chen Guanlin. I debuted on a male idol group trainee show." Su Yusun nodded in acknowledgement and listened as Zhou Qing continued the introduction. "Chen Guanlin is your rumored boyfriend from recent reports. Chapter 13, confirmed?" Su Yusun understood that the company was trying to create buzz for her again. The three chatted for a while before Chen Guanlin left first. As soon as the conference room door closed, Zhou Qing's smile faded into a blank expression. "The son of Mr. Chen, he resembles his father, doesn't he?" Su Yusun was taken aback. "Mr. Chen? Are you referring to Chen Changqing, the chairman of Mu?" Zhou Cheng nodded, and Su Yusun finally understood why Zhou Qing, who had always looked down on others, was so polite to a newcomer in the industry. "Alright, get ready over the next few days. I've already handled the media arrangements." Su Yusun nodded. Having just been persuaded by Zhou Qing, she knew this was one of the few opportunities she had left to climb the ranks, and she had to seize it. Late at night, Chen Feng, Ling Bingyan, Huang Wenwen, and a few other classmates finished their late-night snack and hailed a taxi toward the hotel they had booked. He had already moved all his belongings out of the villa he had shared with Su Yusun. The empty house had long lost its warmth. Since Su Yusun had been busy with work a year ago, she rarely returned home. No matter what time Chen Feng came back, the house was always pitch black. Even on summer nights, Chen Feng didn't feel hot even without air conditioning because the house was cold. The taxi pulled up at the hotel entrance. Chen Feng had just gotten out when Ling Bingyan and Huang Wenwen also stepped out of the taxi. "I'm here. You two should go back. Don't get out of the car." Ling Bingyan and Huang Wenwen exchanged glances, and the more outgoing Huang Wenwen said, "Mr. Chen, we were worried about how you're living. An old man moving out in a hurry must have left things in a mess." Ling Bingyan added, "We thought we could help you tidy up. After all, girls are more detail-oriented than boys." Chen Feng was speechless. They actually looked down on him. "Does your teacher usually keep things messy? How could you think I'm a slob?" Come up and take a look. Have some water. After saying that, Chen Feng led the two girls into the hotel and arrived at the door of his room. Chen Feng took out his room key card and opened the door. Take a look. After speaking, Chen Feng stepped aside, allowing Ling Bingyan and Huang Wenwen to peek inside. 3 neatly arranged suitcases and several organized boxes were already neatly placed there. Mr. Chen, you're quite the neat freak. We underestimated you. Chen Feng, who had drunk quite a bit of beer that evening, burped. You see? Hurry back. If you have time, help me look into renting an apartment. This is a hotel, and I can't stay here forever. The two women nodded. We'll be going now, Mr. Chen. After saying that, Ling Bingyan and Huang Wenwen left together. However, no one noticed that outside the hotel where Chen Feng was staying, 2 people were hiding under a tree by the roadside, filming the 3 of them entering the hotel. A chubby man with acne scars on his face was packing up his camera and said to the skinny man beside him, "Brother, we're done. We can hand this over now." The skinny man nodded and said, "Yeah, we can't take this old woman's job anymore. She's got the worst temper I've ever seen. Let's go. I don't want to think about her anymore. Let's go eat." After packing up the camera, the fat man wrapped his arm around the skinny man and walked away into the distance. The next day, Chen Feng was flipping through his phone looking for rental listings when a call came in from an unknown number. Chen Feng answered, "Hello?" A sweet female voice came from the other end of the line. "Chen Feng, it's me, Bingyan's older sister. I heard from my sister that you're looking for a place to rent. Coincidentally, I have an apartment in Beijing." Chen Feng heard this. Although he had met Ling Bingxue at a concert, they weren't very familiar with each other. He felt reluctant to trouble her with such a favor, so he hurriedly said, thank you. I appreciate your kindness." Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, Ling Bingxue interrupted him from the other end of the phone. "Chen Feng, I've been wanting to rent that place out. It doesn't matter who I rent it to. Rather than renting it to a stranger, I'd rather rent it to you. At least I can feel more at ease." This left Chen Feng with no choice but to accept, hesitating for a moment before responding, "Thanks." Ling Bingxue said, "No need to be so formal. We're all family. You've already stayed in a hotel room with my sister." Chen Feng spit out a mouthful of water. What did you say? When did I stay in a hotel room with Ling Bingyan?" Chen Feng's words made Ling Bingxue hesitate. "Didn't you see the Weibo? The photos of you and Bingyan entering the hotel were posted online. Although there were other girls next to Bingyan, I saw them. They were probably there to cover for my sister." Chen Feng was embarrassed. What on earth was going on? "Let us talk about this later." He muttered something into the phone and hung up, then hurriedly opened Weibo. Chen Feng, the scumbag, was caught red-handed entering a hotel with his female student. A prominent hot tag was added below the headline. Chen Feng immediately clicked on the trending topic and saw the first post, which included 3 photos of himself, Ling Bingyan, and Huang Wenwen entering the hotel. Isn't this exactly what happened last night? The 3 photos were accompanied by text. Cheating boyfriend Chen Feng and his vocal music student Ling Bingyan entered the same hotel, with Ling Bingyan's close friend Huang Wenwen accompanying her to provide cover and also entering the hotel together. The comments under this caption had already surpassed 10,000 and were still growing. From a lovesick guy to a pervert? Chen Feng is brainless. Why rush to have a hotel room with a female student? It seems like the breakup trilogy is truly over. Cheapskate Chen Feng, Xixin was right to leave you. I even cried for your songs yesterday. Put. A male teacher speaking from the heart, disciplining a female student late at night? Nonsense, Chen Feng was just teaching his students. Vicious comments poured in one after another. Chen Feng himself was fine, but what worried him most now was Ling Bingyan. Ring ring. Just as Chen Feng was searching for Ling Bingyan's contact information on his phone, the same number called again. "Chen Feng, come to the recording studio from the other day if you're free. My sister is on her way there too." Chen Feng responded immediately. "Alright, I'll be there right away." He then grabbed a piece of clothing and headed downstairs to the hotel. Several journalists were already waiting there. As soon as they saw Chen Feng come down, they surrounded him. "Chen Feng, I'm a reporter from Beijing. What were you doing entering the hotel with a female student?" "Chen Feng, did you divorce Su Yusen for your female student?" "I'm an entertainment reporter. Will you release a series of songs about your divorce?" "Chen Feng, are all your songs original?" Faced with the reporter's relentless questions, Chen Feng stopped in his tracks. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. However, I can tell you that the facts are not as they have been reported online. Whether you believe it or not is your own business." After saying that, Chen Feng ignored the stunned journalists and turned to leave. The journalists were left standing there in a daze. "We asked so many questions, and you only answered one? How can you survive in the entertainment industry like this?" He must be feeling guilty and avoiding the issue. That's it, the proof is in. I need to get back and report this immediately. Chapter 14, Is This My Brother-in-Law? After getting into the taxi, the driver glanced at Chen Feng through the rearview mirror. Young man, are you famous? Why are so many people chasing you for interviews? Chen Feng's forehead was covered in black lines. He had just escaped the reporters but forgot that the driver was also a source of gossip. They must have mistaken me for someone else. The driver saw Chen Feng's stern expression and simply said, "Oh," before falling silent. Soon, the taxi arrived at Ling Bingshue's recording studio. Upon entering the studio, Chen Feng saw 4 people inside: Ling Bingyan, Ling Bingshue, her agent Susan, and a middle-aged woman dressed in a casual suit. Upon seeing Chen Feng enter, Ling Bingyan stood up from the sofa. "Mr. Chen, are you okay?" Chen Feng heard Ling Bingyan's voice and felt somewhat relieved. "I'm fine, but this must have had a huge impact on you. You're still a student." Hearing Chen Feng's concern, Ling Bingyan felt a warm glow in her heart and reassured him, "I'm fine, Mr. Chen." Seeing Ling Bingyan's expression, Chen Feng felt relieved. Susan and Ling Bingshue walked over with a few cups of coffee. Ling Bingshue took a key from the drawer, handed it to Chen Feng, and smiled mischievously. "Oh well, it turned out to be a false report. I thought Chen Feng was going to be my brother-in-law. This is the key to the Jingshan apartment in Beijing. I'll send you the address and door number." Ling Bingyan blushed and leaned in. "Sis, don't say that. Mr. Chen, you can stay there for now. We'll come visit you when we have time." Chen Feng didn't hesitate any longer, took the key, and thought to himself that he would find a way to repay this favor to the 2 sisters in the future. "Chen Feng, come with me." Ling Bingshue carried 2 cups of coffee and led Chen Feng to a middle-aged woman dressed in a suit. "Director Zhang, this is Chen Feng." The middle-aged woman stood up and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Director Zhang Hong from I Am a Singer." Chen Feng suddenly remembered that the director introduced to him by Dian Shuwen 2 days ago was also Director Zhang Hong. He stepped forward and shook Zhang Hong's hand. "Hello, Director Zhang. Shuwen said you're a talented singer and didn't he want your talent to go to waste. I've listened to your songs recently, and they're indeed quite good. I'm here to meet you because I'd like you to participate as a guest challenger in the live broadcast of I Am a Singer in 2 days." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded. "No problem, I can go anytime." Ling Bingshue tapped her forehead, looking as though she had just realized something. "No wonder Director Zhang called me last night saying he wanted to come here. It turns out you wanted to meet Chen Feng." Zhang Hong smiled at Ling Bingshue and nodded, then shook her head and blew on her steaming coffee, looking indifferent. No, I haven't finished yet. The theme of this episode of I Am a Singer is Chinese style. Can you handle it?" Before Chen Feng could respond, the people around them were left with complicated expressions by Zhang Hong's words. Chinese style? This is a theme that many singers in the music industry dare not touch. After all, songs with a Chinese theme not only require beautiful lyrics but also must have depth in both lyrics and melody. In today's music industry, there are very few songs that can truly be called Chinese-themed masterpieces. To incorporate Chinese elements into a song and sing it in a way that resonates with the audience using the most popular singing style is the most challenging genre in music. The other contestants on I Am a Singer are all artists with companies and backgrounds. Obtaining a decent Chinese-style song isn't too difficult. However, Chen Feng is a newcomer to the industry, even considered an amateur singer. He has no way to borrow another artist's work in such a short time, and performing it without permission would also raise copyright issues. Especially since Chen Feng is currently at the center of a negative media storm, everyone is avoiding him. How could he possibly come up with a Chinese-style song in just 2 days? Even Susan, a seasoned agent in the entertainment industry, found the request rather stringent and shook her head in disapproval. Ling Bingshue couldn't help but speak up. "Director Zhang, could we perhaps switch to a love song theme and have Chen Feng take on the challenge then?" Zhang Hong merely smiled without speaking, fixating his gaze on Chen Feng. Seeing that Zhang Hong wasn't responding, Ling Bingshue and the others all turned their attention to Chen Feng. "Is that possible, Chen Feng?" Ling Bingyan asked softly. Chen Feng showed no hesitation and didn't seem the least bit troubled. "Why not?" Zhang Hong had come here reluctantly. In his previous assessment, Chen Feng was merely a minor internet sensation who had suddenly gained fame by chance. However, his old friend Yin Shu-win had strongly recommended him, leaving Zhang Hong no choice but to grant his friend a favor. Additionally, the scandal that had surfaced about him last night could be leveraged to boost ratings, and these 2 factors combined were what prompted Zhang Hong to seek out Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng agree so readily, Zhang Hong's impression of him improved significantly. Susan frowned and said solemnly, "This request is too difficult. Chen Feng, you should think it over carefully." Ling Bingshue chimed in, her delicate fingers gently tugging at Chen Feng's sleeve. "Chen Feng, don't push yourself. Your songs are all love ballads. Chinese-style songs aren't just about having a nice melody, the lyrics must also be deeply meaningful. I've been in the industry for years and still dare not try Chinese-style songs. Don't be too hard on yourself." Zhang Hong remained silent, sitting on the sofa sipping coffee, her eyes curved into crescent moons. "It's just a Chinese-style design. Director Jiang, don't worry. In 2 days, Chen Feng, will definitely have it ready. Jiang Hong put down her cup and said with a strong voice, alright? Chen Feng, I'll be blunt, if the singing goes wrong, combined with your current negative publicity, the music industry and even the entertainment industry might blacklist you. You'd be stuck at your breakup trilogy. As the show's executive producer, Jiang Hong naturally had to take responsibility for the program. If it didn't meet the standards, she wouldn't let it slide. Chen Feng wasn't intimidated by Jiang Hong's words. He looked at her with piercing eyes. Director Jiang, if I don't have the talent, no amount of words will matter. We'll see on the show. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong slammed her hand on the table. Alright, Chen Feng, come to the production team tomorrow to sign the contract. The live broadcast of I Am a Singer will be the day after tomorrow. Director Ian is my close friend, and he recommended you to me. I believe in you. After speaking, Jiang Hong bid farewell to Ling Bingxue, Susan, and the others before leaving. As a renowned program director in the entertainment industry, she had numerous matters to attend to each day. Having already met Chen Feng, there was no need for her to linger further. As the door closed, Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue rushed over. Ling Bingyan asked anxiously, Mr. Chen, you've lost your mind. What should we do now? Ling Bingxue opened her phone, flipping through her contacts while saying, I'll contact my producer friends and ask them for help. You really don't make things easy for me, do you? Ling Bingxue kept calling him brother-in-law, making Ling Bingyan's face flush red. Sister, what are you talking about? Chapter 15, A Stroke of Genius. Chen Feng shook his head and thanked everyone for their kindness. If it's possible, could I borrow the recording studio? That would be the greatest help to me. Using the recording studio? Could it be? Chen Feng plans to write a song himself? Write a Chinese-style song in just 2 days? Ling Bingxue was completely baffled by Chen Feng's request and momentarily forgot to respond. Ling Bingyan, standing beside her, immediately interjected, Mr. Chen, feel free to use it. In Ling Bingyan's view, the only thing she could do now was support Chen Feng, even though she knew the chances of success were slim. Chinese style was a very popular music style in recent years, with many songwriters and composers hoping to ride this trend to success, much like the rap craze of the past. Back then, young people on the streets would even greet each other using rap, giving you an idea of how popular it was. Jiang Hong's decision to feature Huaxia style as the theme for this episode of I Am a Singer was precisely to ride this wave and boost ratings. Ling Bingxue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So many songwriters had spent countless hours crafting just a few Huaxia-style songs, yet Chen Feng, an ordinary music teacher, was expected to compose one in just 2 days. It was clearly an impossible task. However, given his relationship with his sister and the fact that he had once served as a backup singer for her, Ling Bingxue felt that even if Chen Feng couldn't write a song, she should support him. At least, if he didn't produce a good piece, he would have tried his best and wouldn't regret it. Watching Chen Feng bent over the table in deep thought, Ling Bingyan felt that there was something different about the sight of this man's face. Why did she keep finding herself drawn to him? I wonder what kind of song he'll write. Ling Bingyan didn't know that curiosity about someone was the beginning of liking them. As Ling Bingyan stared blankly, Chen Feng began to write. Snapping back to reality, Ling Bingyan quietly approached Chen Feng from behind, eager to see what lyrics he would create. A plain canvas sketches out blue flowers, the brushstrokes growing from bold to faint. The peony on the bottle is as fresh as your first makeup. Are these lyrics? Ling Bingyan's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She couldn't help but marvel in her heart. If anyone else saw this, they would surely think he was writing poetry. Chen Feng's manuscript did not have the name of the song written on it, but in Ling Bingyan's mind, an exquisitely crafted vase appeared, so vibrant and beautiful. Ling Bingyan unconsciously leaned forward, wanting to continue reading the lyrics. The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you. Rising smoke curls gently, across 1,000 miles of river. At the bottom of the vase, I carved the flowing script of a bygone dynasty. Let this be the prelude to our meeting. The stroke of genius left Ling Bingyan spellbound. The lyrics, each word a pearl, left Ling Bingyan frozen in place, her mind filled with the serene scene of the Jiangnan waterfront, mist and rain floating in the air, and a scholar and a beauty sharing a bamboo raft. Little did she know that a strand of her hair had fallen, brushing against Chen Feng's ear, causing him to startle. Instinctively turning his head, Chen Feng found himself in a close-up with Ling Bingyan, who was standing slightly behind him, bending over to read the lyrics. Their noses were almost touching, and their eyes locked, making time seem to stand still. Feeling that time had passed slowly, Ling Bingyan, her face flushed red all the way to her neck, suddenly stood up and shyly covered the spot where her nose had been. Mr. Chen, I... At that moment, Chen Feng also felt a bit uneasy. It's okay, it's fine. Chen Feng was stunned, thinking to himself, what on earth am I saying? Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere in the recording studio grew tense. Ling Bingyan lowered her head, staring at her toes. Mr. Chen, are you thirsty? I'll go get some iced water. Eagerly stepping out of the recording studio, Ling Bingyan, with her flushed cheeks, fanned her face with her hands. She thought to herself, what just happened? Nothing happened at all. Why am I so nervous? Such a talented man, and so handsome to boot. How had she not noticed before? Mr. Chen's nose was so handsome, and his lips were so beautiful. Why did she suddenly feel like kissing him? I can't think like this. Ling Bingyan shook her head, trying to stop her wild thoughts. She stood in front of the open refrigerator door to cool off for a moment, then called out to Ling Bingxue, "Sis, come here quickly. Come over here." Ling Bingxue, who was playing a video game on the sofa, came over angrily. "What's wrong? I'm in the middle of a game. It's a tough match." Ling Bingyan grabbed Ling Bingxue's arm and tried to pull her into the recording studio. "Don't pull me. There's no signal in the recording studio. I can't let my teammates down." Ling Bingxue stared intently at her phone screen, swiping and tapping rapidly. Ling Bingyan's face turned red. She really wanted her sister to see Chen Feng's writing skills, but her strong desire to share was dampened by her sister's gaming. She pouted and muttered, "Ling Bingxue, if you don't go in to see Chen Feng write lyrics, you'll regret it." "I'll regret it? I've been in the entertainment industry for years. I've heard every song and seen every lyric. Chen Feng can write love songs, I'll give him that. But to write a good Chinese-style song, it's not that I look down on him, it requires cultural depth as a foundation. He's still too green." Ling Bingyan admitted that what she said made sense. A good Chinese-style song, without depth or cultural foundation, couldn't possibly produce elegant lyrics or a beautiful, melodious tune. But how dare she, Ling Bingxue, be so certain that Chen Feng lacks classical Chinese studies and cultural depth? Seeing the red failure on Ling Bingxue's game screen, Ling Bingyan snorted in mockery. "Dare you bet with me?" Ling Bingxue had already lost the game and was feeling annoyed, looking for an outlet for her frustration. When she heard Ling Bingyan ask if she dared to bet, she immediately perked up. "What a joke! What is there for me, Ling Bingxue, to be afraid of? Go ahead, what's the bet? What's the stake?" "Of course, we'll bet on the song Mr. Chen wrote. He must be able to create a Chinese-style song that will leave you speechless." "The stakes? Your new sports car, of course. You little brat, you're talking big. A song that'll leave me speechless? Let me tell you, even Fong Wen-san hasn't surprised me, and you're saying his song can impress me?" Ling Bingyan wrapped her arms around herself, smiling arrogantly. "Don't talk nonsense. Are you willing to bet?" "I dare, of course I dare. But you haven't said what your prize will be if you lose. How about this, if you lose, you have to agree to do 3 things for me." Upon hearing this, Ling Bingyan pointed at herself. "I'll lose? Chen Feng will definitely shock you speechless, Ling Bingxue. Just wait until you hand over the keys to your new sports car to me." Ling Bingxue looked at her sister's confident expression and couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Fine, a daughter who's married off is like water poured out. You haven't even married Chen Feng yet, and you're already defending him like this." Ling Bingyan heard her sister's words and recalled the moment in the recording studio. Swoosh! She felt as though she had drunk a liter of white wine, her face flushing red. "Ling Bingxue, I want to let you off the hook." Chapter 16, The Brightest Star. The Ling sisters played around for a while, then sat on the sofa, panting and out of breath. Ling Bingyan was still unwilling to give up. "Sis, go check it out. Mr. Chen's lyrics are truly beautiful." Ling Bingxue, who had just started the game again, laughed. "What's wrong? As soon as you heard I'd agree to 3 things, you lost your confidence? You can still back out of the bet now. Don't blame me for not warning you." Ling Bingyan snorted, turned her head away, and ignored Ling Bingxue, who was still playing the game and arguing with her. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Feng had been in the recording studio for over 7 hours. Susan returned with dinner, glanced at the lit studio, and whispered, "He's still in there?" Ling Bingyan nodded helplessly. "Yeah, he hasn't moved from that chair the whole time." Susan looked at Chen Feng with a touch of admiration as he continued to write in the recording studio. "You're really persistent." Bang! The recording studio door swung open from the inside, and Chen Feng emerged, looking exhausted. "The song is finished now, we just need a band." Ling Bingxue, Ling Bingyan, and Susan, who was holding the dinner, stared blankly at the man with dark circles under his eyes, all raising their thumbs in admiration. Chen Feng tossed the manuscript to Ling Bingxue, took the takeout dinner from Susan's hands, and the entire motion was smooth and seamless. "You guys look at the sheet music. I'm going to eat." Ling Bingyan and Susan gathered around Ling Bingxue, and the 3 women began studying Chen Feng's scribbled sheet music. "Is this really Chinese style? Did you write this?" Ling Bingxue had been in the music industry for several years, starting when Chinese-style music was all the rage. She had been keeping an eye on this genre, but despite the constant stream of Chinese-style songs, she always felt they lacked that certain something. There were many songwriters who could pen heartfelt ballads, and although Chen Feng had written sad love songs like It's Not You, Coral Sea, and Sunny Day, none of them had fully moved the proud and aloof Ling Bingxue. At that moment, she was completely stunned. A plain canvas outlines blue flowers, the brushstrokes growing bold then faint. The peony on the vase is as beautiful as your first makeup. The fragrant incense wafts through the window, revealing my heart's desires. The brush stops midway on the rice paper. The painting technique used to depict the vase serves as the opening, followed by the peony on the blue and white porcelain as a metaphor for her makeup. Then, the incense smoke drifting through the window and the abrupt halt of writing on the Xian paper convey the longing for the beloved woman. Ling Bingxue read the lyrics on the paper one word at a time, her face growing slightly flushed. The two soft mounds on her chest trembled with each thud of her heart, as if in response to a mountain's roar or the crash of waves. She recalled just a few hours earlier, when she had mocked Chen Feng for being unable to write a song with a Chinese style, and had even bet her sister that he couldn't do it. How arrogant she had been back then and how much her face ached now. Her face had been slapped by Chen Feng, the sound echoing through the heavens and shaking the earth. Now, the sheet music she held tightly between her 3 fingers left her completely captivated by Chen Feng's creative talent. She continued reading. The sky is as blue as the color of smoke, and I am waiting for you. Rising smoke curls gently across the river thousands of miles away. I carved the flowing script of a bygone dynasty on the bottom of the bottle. Let this be the prelude to our meeting. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. The rain-drenched scenery of Jiangnan, the delicate blue and white porcelain of Ruyao, truly priceless. Use brushstrokes as delicate as ink and wash painting to express my long-held, silent affection for her. The entire song paints a scene of such breathtaking beauty that it leaves one longing for it. Is this really necessary? Ling Bingxue slowly raised her head, looking at Chen Feng, who was currently devouring his meal. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't believe that such elegant and moving lyrics were written by the man in front of her, whose lips were still stained with rice grains. Susan, who was beside her, was completely immersed in the song. After finally pulling herself out of the lyrics, her first words were directed at Ling Bingxue. Shuer, why don't you talk to him about joining our company? Looking at the man eating so enthusiastically, Ling Bingxue sighed. I've been thinking the same thing, but I'm not sure if our little temple is worthy of such a great Buddha. Ling Bingxue pondered for a moment but didn't ask the question. Instead, she asked, Chen Feng, what did you say when you came out just now? Before he could finish swallowing his food, Chen Feng said, I want to form a band. We need drums, a flute, a drum set, a guitar, a cello, a violin, a pipa, and a guzheng. However, to the 3 women, it sounded like I need woo woo woo, woo woo woo. After communicating for a while, the 3 women finally understood what he meant. Ling Bingyan volunteered. I can play the zither. Ling Bingxue laughed, then I'll play the pipa. Susan asked worriedly, the lyrics of this song are indeed excellent, but how about the melody? Ling Bingyan patted Susan on the shoulder and said mysteriously, Susan, the Chinese music scene is about to change. Susan paused for a moment before widening her eyes. Really? Ling Bingxue said seriously, it's true. I haven't even sung the melody yet, but just looking at the lyrics, they're so elegant and heartfelt, something I've never seen before. Alright, I'll contact a few musicians to come and accompany Chen Feng. Chen Feng, who was still eating, spoke up. Susan, thank you. I already have some musicians in mind. Oh? Seeing the 3 women looking at him in confusion, Chen Feng smiled and said, as a teacher at the Capital Music Academy, forming a band isn't that difficult, is it? After finishing his meal, Chen Feng went out to make a call. Ling Bingyan came into the courtyard, sat down on a chair, and picked up her phone to check the hot search about herself on Weibo, with a prominent hot label attached to it. She never expected to make it onto the trending topics during her university years, though the topic wasn't exactly what she had hoped for. Ling Bingyan tapped on the topic, and the comments had already reached 6 digits. It's been a whole day, and Chen Feng hasn't even bothered to respond to us. Could he be stuck in a female student's bed? If he doesn't show up, I'll keep cursing him until he does. Scum, 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 scum. If you don't understand, ask. Since Chen Feng is divorced, it's his freedom to be with whoever he wants. Why are you cursing him? Ha, where are all the people who called Chen Feng a romantic guy? Come out and face the music. I don't care. He went into the hotel with Ling Bingyan, so he's in the wrong. Sniff, I hope he'll be gentle with Ling Bingyan. Snort, Ling Bingyan couldn't help but laugh out loud while reading the comments. What are you laughing at? Chen Feng, who had just finished his call, walked over and sat down beside Ling Bingyan. Mr. Chen, I'm looking at the trending topic. These netizens are so interesting. They're saying all sorts of things. Chen Feng said gently, they're just boring people talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Look at me, I don't even bother with them. Ling Bingyan nodded and gave a heavy Teacher, look, there are stars tonight. Chen Feng looked up at the sky dotted with stars. Indeed, the night sky is truly beautiful tonight. Mr. Chen, look. Chen Feng followed the direction of Ling Bingyan's finger, and a particularly bright star appeared in his field of vision, dazzling and brilliant, its light captivating. What is that? Ling Bingyan smiled. That star is Mr. Chen in the music industry of the future. Chapter 17, How can one bear such love? The next day, early morning. Chen Feng pulled Ling Bingyan, who was still half asleep, out of the studio door and saw a Tiffany blue Ferrari parked at the entrance. Hey! Beautiful lady, get in the car. Ling Bingxue got out of the passenger seat and handed a set of keys to Ling Bingyan. Chen Feng is song I'm impressed. After that, Ling Bingxue dragged the cheerful Ling Bingyan to the Beijing Conservatory of Music. As for Chen Feng, he had to take a taxi, since the Ferrari only had 2 seats. The 2 women had gone out without makeup, so they covered themselves with hats and masks. They followed Chen Feng along the path leading to the instrumental practice room within the academy. The students at the music academy were surprised to see Chen Feng and the 2 girls walking around campus. Look, isn't that Mr. Chen? The girl behind him has the same hair color as my favorite snow girl. Mr. Chen is so cool, 2 girls? You don't know anything. Chen Feng may be a teacher, but he is not much older than us. Nowadays, girls all prefer mature, older men. Yeah, I wish I could date Mr. Chen. Don't get carried away. Don't forget who your rival is, it's Ling Bingyan. Your chances are 0. The gossip didn't affect Chen Feng at all. Having lived a full life, he had long since put such things behind him and wouldn't let others' words affect his mood. Upon arriving at the music practice room, Chen Feng took out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Li, we're at the entrance of the music practice room. Have you arrived yet? A burst of laughter and teasing came through the phone. Just come in already. We've been here for ages. We can see you by the window. Did you bring 2 girls with you? Do we need to come out and line up for you? Ha ha. Chen Feng hung up the phone and muttered with a smile. These old fools. He led the Ling sisters into the music practice room. Inside the practice room, 7 or 8 middle-aged men with greasy hair were sitting in a circle chatting. When they saw the door open and Chen Feng and the others enter, all their eyes turned toward Chen Feng. Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue saw the scene inside and their expressions grew complicated. The bands they were familiar with were either young people or artsy guys with a certain aura and high standards. They had never seen a band like this before, men with a few strands of hair styled into a ridiculous shape, and bellies so big that even pregnant women would step aside. A few middle-aged men laughed. Here you are, Mr. Chen. What are you gathering us old guys together for? Ha, old Zhang, little Chen said he wants to form a band with us. Speaking of which, it brings back memories. Since I became a teacher, I haven't really played music with everyone else much. Chen Feng interrupted their reminiscences. Guys, here is your chance, I'm going to take you on, I am a singer. One of the Mediterranean old boys said, oh, little Chen is taking us on the show. Looks like we'll have to rely on you from now on. Chen Feng waved his hand and pulled Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue from behind him. Guys, this is my student, Ling Bingyan. She'll be playing the guzheng in our impromptu band, and the other one is her sister, Ling Bingxue, who's a master of the pipa. After a pause, Chen Feng introduced the instrumental music teachers from the Beijing Conservatory of Music and the Ling sisters. These few people, you might not recognize them if you see them, but if I mention their names, you'll be speechless. Ling Bingxue rolled her eyes in disdain. They were just a bunch of greasy old men, what was there to be surprised about? But she put on a face of eager anticipation. After all, manners must be observed. Then hurry up and introduce them to us, Chen Feng. Chen Feng pulled over a man in a checkered shirt with a receding hairline. Master of the wooden drum, Zhang Yizhi. Master of the bamboo flute, Wang Tianlai. Drummer Qi Bao. Guitarist Kong Kong. Cello player Liang Jiaming, violinist Jiao. After hearing the names, Ling Bingxue really felt just as Chen Feng had described. She stood frozen in place, unable to speak. These individuals held significant positions in the music industry, and it could even be said that their disciples dominated half of the current pop music scene. Many top-tier composers had close connections with them. As behind-the-scenes powerhouses, very few people had ever seen them in person. After a brief moment of blankness, Ling Bingxue bowed deeply to the group of middle-aged men. Greetings, seniors. She turned to Chen Feng and made a funny face. Chen Feng, if I had known you were so close to these influential figures, we wouldn't have come out to make fools of ourselves. Her adorable expression made everyone in the room burst into laughter. After joking around for a moment, Chen Feng took out the sheet music he had prepared the night before and distributed it to everyone. Qi Bao approached Chen Feng, glanced around with a lecherous expression, and whispered into Chen Feng's ear. Did you really do that with that person? Chen Feng was completely confused. Who? Did you really do that with her? Seeing Chen Feng's confused expression, Qi Bao raised his chin, made a tisk-tisk sound, and whispered even more quietly, the female student behind you, Ling Bingyan. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Of course not. You know who I am. Old Qi, I've noticed you're getting more gossipy as you get older. Qi Bao chuckled. I'm just concerned about you. Seeing there was no gossip to be had, Qi Bao handed out the sheet music to everyone, who began studying it intently. The practice room fell into complete silence as everyone immersed themselves in the music. These individuals were all highly accomplished musicians. They could immediately discern the brilliance of Chen Feng's composition. The song was centered around the Chinese classical style as its main melody, using the pentatonic scale, a unique ethnic scale of Chinese music. The arrangement incorporated traditional Chinese instruments such as drums, bamboo flutes, zither, and lutes, while also blending Western instruments like violins, cellos, and drum sets. The harmony is meticulously crafted and perfectly suited to the music, with every detail carefully designed to lay the groundwork and enhance the emotional impact. The music blends traditional simplicity with a modern touch, clear yet occasionally mysterious. The surprise this song offers lies in how it portrays feelings of separation and longing in a more delicate and subtle manner, hidden yet evoking a unique charm. This song is simply beautiful, like a green olive in the mouth, worth savoring slowly. Zhang Yiji's expression grew increasingly complex as he listened. Chen Feng, did you write this? Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue put down the sheet music and looked at Zhang Yiji's expression, puzzled. Could there be something wrong with such an excellent piece of music? What could have made him lose his temper? Just as the two were puzzled, Zhang Yiji sighed. Damn it, can't you let others have a chance to eat? From now on, you can play the drums. The position of music department head is yours. Wang Tianlai put down the sheet music. Chen Feng, you're a vocal music teacher, yet your skill in arranging instrumental music is so high. How are we supposed to face others? Chapter 18, Who is he? Chen Feng smiled without speaking. He naturally Wen Ti revealed that he had lived 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he had been a versatile artist at the continental level, winning countless awards and weathering the storms of the entertainment industry for over a decade. Such a minor matter couldn't possibly stump him. Wang Tianlai gave Chen Feng, who was smiling, a disdainful glance and said to everyone, shouldn't our band have a name? Put. Chen Feng's smile turned into a chuckle. Given your age and how greasy you look, let us call it the Old Lamp Band. Everyone burst into laughter. Alright, it's settled. Ling Bingyan stood behind Chen Feng, feeling the atmosphere of Chen Feng and his fellow music teachers. Suddenly, she felt confident. Such an awe-inspiring song, such an interesting mix of old and young, such a group of musical masters, how could they possibly lose tomorrow's competition? Time is impartial, it doesn't pause to chat with anyone. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Everyone left the practice room, but the perfect harmony of their performance still echoed in their minds. This song will undoubtedly elevate Huaxia Feng music to a new height. The latest promotional video for I Am a Singer has already aired on TV and online. In the video, a tall, slender figure with short black hair occasionally appears. Guests will arrive with their original songs to challenge the hosts. It must be said that the promotional videos directed by Jiang Hong always leave people wanting more. The comments section under the promotional video is constantly refreshing with new posts. Who could it be? Any singer who can appear on I Am a Singer must be a big name. Looks like a male singer. Could it be the popular cream puff singer Chai Kuan? I think it's the powerhouse singer Junjie. If Junjie shows up, I'll eat my computer. Many popular male celebrities' names were discussed by netizens, but in the end, no one could guess who the guest challenger for this episode of I Am a Singer was. Using the evening, Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan moved Chen Feng's belongings from the hotel to Ling Bingshua's empty apartment in Beijing. Feeling the soft bed, Chen Feng's heart finally settled down. After days of wandering, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Late at night, Su Yusin returned to the villa, still lingering with Chen Feng's presence. Even in the sweltering summer, the night remained cool. Su Yusin gently opened the door and stepped inside. The place was empty. The clean floor reflected the bright moonlight, so the room wasn't completely dark. She felt along the wall but couldn't find the light switch. For the first time, Su Yusin felt that this house was unfamiliar. No one was waiting for her, and she didn't even know where the slippers were. As soon as she entered, she accidentally kicked the doorframe. Gritting her teeth, she walked barefoot to the sofa and collapsed backward, the soft cushion offering her a moment of comfort. There was no bowl of steaming noodle soup on the table. Su Yusin suddenly felt incredibly lonely. The promotional plan she had been working on had to be postponed again due to Chen Feng's sudden scandal. Exhausted both mentally and physically, she used the excuse of feeling unwell to cancel 2 appearances and return home to rest for a few days. Now, all the frustration and anger welled up inside her. Su Yusin squinted at the photo still lying on the table. In it, Chen Feng was smiling at her. Thinking back to the days since the divorce, although Chen Feng had left, he had always been an obstacle in her path. At that moment, Su Yusin felt an endless hatred welling up inside her. In her eyes, the smile in the photo was a mockery of her. Chen Feng, why must you always stand in the way of my becoming a singing sensation? The long-awaited I Am a Singer was finally about to begin. The live broadcast showed posters of several singers performing on stage. Hello, everyone. I'm Chen Yuhua, the guest host for this season of I Am a Singer and your good friend. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Hua Hua is here. Ah, he's so handsome, I'm going to faint. The host for this show is actually Chen Yuhua. Hua Hua. Hua Hua. I love you, I want to have your baby. Blinking at his fans, Chen Yuhua gave a 2-finger salute, switched to a new cue card, and began introducing the lineup of singers for the episode. The natural-born diva, A Ling. The versatile new star, Fan Changchang. The ethereal singing king, Li Jian. Ballad prince, Wu Qingfeng. Charming male star, Zhong Wei. At this point, Chen Yuhua deliberately paused for a moment, smiling broadly as he looked down at the audience. The real singer, haha, that's me. The audience burst into laughter, and the viewers in the live stream were also amused by Chen Yuhua's humor. Chen Yuhua, stop singing and go do stand-up comedy. Don't let him take the stand-up comedian's jobs. The funniest singer and the best singer among comedians. Hua Hua is both handsome and funny. Chen Yuhua felt that the live performance he was hosting was going very well. He casually tossed the cue cards aside, a gesture that sent his fans into another frenzy of screams. Then, Chen Yuhua turned his face toward the camera and said mysteriously, "Don't forget, there's also our challenge singer he's." The entire audience held their breath, leaning in to hear Chen Yuhua's answer. They were dying to know who the challenger was, especially since he dared to take on such big names in the entertainment industry. If it were a pre-recorded show, they could have used sound cards in post-production to achieve a great effect, but after being criticized by netizens for underhanded dealings, this season of I Am a Singer switched to live broadcasts to ensure a fair and impartial competition. In the live stream, speculation about the challenge guest never ceased. If it's not Chai Kuan, I'll eat my own poop. Go ahead and eat it. It's definitely not Chai Kuan. He's currently live streaming on Weibo selling products. After watching I Am a Singer, go watch your live stream of eating upside down. I'm a staff member, I have insider information. The one coming this time is Xia Shuer. Bull. The teaser showed a man. You're telling me Xia Shuer is here? Did you turn Xia Shuer into a woman? There's definitely Xia Shuer. I saw her enter the venue with my own eyes. Probably just here to watch the show. Xia Shuer, marry me. If you can drink, drink. If you can't, go sit at the dog's table. The livestream's comments section was buzzing with activity, while inside the venue, Chen Yuhua was still teasing the audience. The positive response he had just received encouraged him to continue showcasing his self-proclaimed humor. His name is. Chapter 19, Singing Like a Dog. Watching Chen Yuhua try to prolong his time on camera in this manner, the show's director, Zhang Hong, furrowed his brows. Such prolonged screen time was common in live broadcasts. Glancing at his watch, he grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "Hurry up, you have 10 seconds to get off stage and start the competition." Chen Yuhua nodded slightly, raised both hands above his head, and made 3 X signs in quick succession. He's so-and-so, ha ha ha. He felt his humorous style could energize the crowd, but the audience below was left speechless by his antics. While occasional such performances might elicit a laugh, prolonged stage behavior resembling a monkey show only made the audience grow bored. A middle-aged woman frowned and said to the person next to her, "These young singers nowadays sure know how to talk nonsense." The person next to her nodded in agreement. Someone immediately noticed Chen Huayu's little gesture and smiled at the person next to him, saying, "This competition is getting interesting." Chen Huayu just made a cross with his hands, which means XXX is so-and-so, and it also implies that the guest performer will fail. The tension is thick in the air. The others quickly caught on. Indeed, Chen Huayu dissing the guest singer is a bit tacky. But now that I think about it, that guest probably doesn't have much talent in the music industry either. The surrounding audience, upon hearing their conversation, suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Backstage, Chen Feng and several other singers gathered together, watching the live stream while waiting for their turn to perform. Li Jian, who was chatting with the other singers, greeted Chen Feng. "Hello, you're Chen Feng, right? You're the super popular singer lately." Chen Feng always showed proper courtesy to those who were friendly. "Hello, I'm just lucky to be trending on the hot search list these past few days." Li Jian hurried over to Chen Feng, patting his shoulder. "Don't be modest. I've been listening to your breakup trilogy non-stop lately. I'm really curious, what kind of person must you be in real life to write such heartfelt songs?" A tall, slender girl walked over, looking at Chen Feng with great excitement, her hands and feet moving about in a playful manner. "Are you Chen Feng? Oh my god, I love your songs so much." Li Jian adopted an older brother-esque demeanor. "Aling, why don't you introduce yourself?" Aling straightened her clothes, covered her mouth with both hands, and laughed. "Oh, I was too excited just now and forgot. Hello, I'm Aling from Wandao Province. I'm your fan, and I especially love your song Too Bad It's Not You. I hope we can collaborate someday." The three of them chatted happily, getting more and more into the conversation, talking about pop music, classical music, rock, and blues. Sitting on the sofa, Fan Chengcheng snorted disdainfully, shook his head slightly, rolled his eyes upward, and said with a look of contempt, "Just a small-time influencer who gained fame through divorce. What's she trying to be, a songwriter? She only has 3 songs. Who knows if she even wrote them herself?" Every word Fan Chengcheng said went straight into Chen Feng's ears, but it went in one ear and out the other. Fan Chengcheng's words caused Wu Qingfeng, sitting beside him, to furrow his brows quickly and subtly shift his position to move a little further away. Zhang Wei, sitting on another sofa, closed his eyes and rested, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. Ling and Li Jian comforted Chen Feng, telling him not to worry about such trivial matters. Chen Feng smiled faintly. The three chatted for a while before the production crew came over to tell Ling to get ready for the stage, and they ended their conversation with Chen Feng. On stage, Chen Yuhua was still interacting with the audience in what he thought was a humorous manner, occasionally making a joke or two to entertain them. However, he kept repeating the same jokes, which caused the audience eager to watch the match to become increasingly annoyed. The viewers in the livestream were not as civilized as the audience on site. Chen Yuhua is an idiot, right? Who the hell wants to watch him? Get off the stage, your singing sounds like a dog barking. No way, does he think he's particularly funny? Chen Yuhua's fans weren't having it and immediately rushed out to defend him. We love him. He is so handsome and talented. He works so hard, what gives you the right to say that about him? Chen Yuhua is so handsome he can do whatever he wants. Brother, please stay true to yourself. We love you. Where there are people, there are conflicts, fights are inevitable. A wave of posts flooded the screen. Finally, amid the cheers of the live audience, the stage lights came on. The first singer, Ling, performed a song titled If Heaven Has Love. When the wind blows, the flowers fall, who will paint your portrait? Under the moonlight, a lone shadow weeps in a blue robe. The flowing water does not betray a lifetime of deep affection. Her heartfelt and expressive performance received unanimous praise from both the audience and online viewers. Still as steady as ever. Ling, you're amazing. The opening singer reached this level, it seems everyone is giving it their all today. Could it be that today's guest performer put pressure on them? Well, now that you mention it, I'm kind of curious to see who this challenger is. Chen Yuhua walked onto the stage, still using what he thought was a cool way to toss a hand card to the audience below, and continued interacting with both the live audience and the online viewers behind the screens. Little did he know that the comments section in the live stream had already been flooded with harsh criticism. Later, Li Jian's A Lifetime's Thought and Wu Qingfeng's Mountains and Rivers in the Mist both brought the audience a different kind of Chinese style compared to usual. I love Li Jian. His pure voice makes it feel like you're really standing on the edge of a snow-capped cliff in his song. Each verse, each step, each day, each year, the lyrics are so meticulously crafted. I'm truly impressed. I know this song by Wu Qingfeng. It was specifically composed in the Chinese style genre for cultural relics. It's absolutely beautiful. Wu Qingfeng's voice and Li Jian's voice are equally amazing. It's really hard to choose between them. Only children make choices. As adults, I love both. The lady above, one is an uncle, the other is a brother, different styles. You're quite the connoisseur, aren't you? Chen Feng, who was idle backstage, entered the band's preparation room. He saw Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue already dressed in their performance attire, waiting to go on stage. Their performance was scheduled last, so some were waiting. Chen Feng was hoping to finish early and take everyone out for hot pot. Teaming up with Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue, the three of them played games while watching the live stream of the stage performance. Now it was the turn of Fan Chengcheng, who had just taken a dislike to Chen Feng. He strutted onto the stage, trying to look cool, but under the harsh stage lights, his self-important poses looked utterly ridiculous. Before he even started singing, his fans in the livestream were already so excited they couldn't contain themselves. My husband is so handsome. I love you, Cheng, every day. I'm going to faint from his handsomeness. You're the champion of I am a singer, Fan Cheng. Music plays, Fan Cheng tilts her head back, closes her eyes slightly, and appears to be fully immersed in the music. This is Beijing, this is for my home. Being born in China makes me feel very special. I smile at you because I'm polite. I eat hot pot, you eat hot pot base. Chapter 20, the challenger is about to enter the stage. Fan Cheng was half squatting on stage, swaying left and right to the rhythm of his own rap, causing the audience and online viewers to feel a chill run down their spines. He is a good-looking kid, does he have Parkinson's? What a waste, what a waste. You old man up there, stop talking nonsense. Our brother is so handsome you don't know what you're talking about. Our brother is the hottest, no arguments allowed. Cheng meets Fan, twin kings reign, Cheng is the emperor. Coke without ice, love Cheng with all your heart. Nongda Mountain Spring is a bit sweet, not loving Cheng is a bit risky. Gradually, the dissenting voices in the comments section were drowned out by the endless sea of comments. Whenever a discordant voice emerged, his fans immediately flooded the screen with cheering slogans. The agonizing 5 minutes finally passed, and most of the audience on site covered their faces inside. How did someone like this even get on the show I Am a Singer? Some of Fan Cheng's fans present at the scene shouted with all their might. Cheng, you're the best. Cheng, fly bravely. We'll always be by your side. Fan Cheng turned toward the loudest section of the audience, placed one hand behind his back, and gently traced a few circles with the other hand in front of his mouth, slowly performing a prince's bow. Help! I'm going to faint. Fan Cheng actually gave me a prince's bow. I'll sell my house to buy gifts for Cheng. Chen Yuhua walked onto the stage with a big smile, blinked his eyes, and began interviewing Fan Cheng. Cheng, we're good friends, but I've never heard you sing that song before. Fan Changchang replied proudly, "This is an original song I created by blending rap with Chinese traditional style. As the future stars of the Chinese music scene, we must shoulder this important responsibility, continuously inheriting and innovating." Chen Yuhua exclaimed loudly. "That's so well said, Jingchen. I'm so proud to have such an outstanding friend like you." The viewers in the live stream weren't having it and started flooding the chat. Look at that, look at that. Do they even have any shame? If he's carrying this burden, the Chinese music scene is doomed. Did I hear that right? Even a monkey can be king? If the I Am a Singer production team doesn't kick him out, I'm never watching again. Watch or not, it's your choice. He is so talented, you're just jealous. If you don't want to watch, just leave. Who is begging you to watch? Cheng Cheng is still young, he has a long future ahead of him. Please stop, brainless fans, stop defending him. Fan Chengcheng already said it, he eats hot pot, and the brainless fans eat the hot pot base, ha. In the live stream, the battle in the comments section is about to begin. On the show, Chen Yuhua asks Fan Chengcheng the second question. Chengcheng, recently there's been someone online who released 3 original songs in just a few days, going viral across the internet. As an outstanding original singer, have you ever considered collaborating with him? Fan Chengcheng naturally knew who Chen Yuhua was referring to. He adjusted his stance, gave the camera a mischievous smile, and said meaningfully, "I hope that day will come someday." A quick-thinking netizen asked, could the challenger be Chen Feng? In an instant, his comment was drowned out by a flood of messages from Cheng Cheng's fans. In the waiting area, staff rushed in through the door. "Hurry up, Chen Feng, get ready. It's almost your turn." Ling Bingxue exclaimed in surprise, "So soon?" Chen Feng patted the backs of a few old men who had already fallen asleep and were even snoring, while answering Ling Bingxue's question. "A game that takes half an hour per round, and we've played 3 rounds. Why do you think it's so fast?" Ling Bingxue was taken aback by Chen Feng's retort and immediately crossed her arms. "Chen Feng, you're ungrateful. I'm the famous idol singer Xia Shuer, and I'm your backup singer, yet you treat me like this?" Chen Feng walked over to Ling Bingxue. "Let us eat hot pot after this." Ling Bingxue crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and her face turned bright red. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, unable to help but recall the song, or what should have been a song that Fan Chengcheng had just sung. "Then you eat the hot pot, and I'll eat the hot pot base." No sooner had the words left his mouth. "Put!" Ling Bingxue burst into laughter. "Deal. Let us go eat after work. I want to see how you eat the hot pot base." Saying this, Ling Bingxue pulled Ling Bingyan and the rest of the old lamp band members into the venue first. Leaving the band's waiting area, Chen Feng made his way to the singer's waiting area. Jiang Hong was standing there, seeming to wait for something. The staff saw Chen Feng approaching and hurried over to Jiang Hong. "Director Jiang, the person has arrived." Jiang Hong nodded, turned around to look for Chen Feng, and waved at him. "How's the preparation going? I see you've invited a lot of big names. You must be very confident." Chen Feng smiled indifferently. "Director Jiang trusts me so much, how could I possibly mess up my debut on screen?" Jiang Hong walked past Chen Feng with his hands behind his back, and his voice drifted to Chen Feng's ears. "Go ahead and give it your best. I hope you can pull it off." Chen Feng stood behind the curtain. On stage, Chen Yuhua was singing. The wind blowing eastward for 500 years, carrying away the stories and their contents. The dreams sleeping in the water curtain cave, how beautiful they are, waiting for a legendary hero. That heavenly palace, traversing the 9 heavens and the void, waits for someone to shake the heavens and the earth. Hey, let loose, hey, let loose, hey, let loose. Join me in indulgence, hey, indulgence, hey, indulgence. The audience was confused. The livestream's comment section seemed frozen in time, both those who could sing and those who couldn't fell silent. Today's theme was Chinese style, but Chen Yuhua's song on stage was half recited like a rap and half repeating the same word over and over. What kind of music style is this? He has never seen anything like it in his 2 lifetimes. If you stretch it, you could call it a Chinese style song, as it's an adaptation of the theme song from the TV drama Tang Xuanzang and His Disciples. I really don't understand why Chen Yuhua and Fan Changcheng can appear on such a big name show. No need to explain. Chen Yuhua's family is a major capitalist in Shangbei province. What about Fan Chengcheng? Fan Chengcheng's older sister is a big shot in the entertainment industry. Got it. I'm enlightened. Finally, after enduring the agonizing wait, Chen Feng and the audience finished listening to Chen Yuhua's uniquely styled song. Finally, it's time for the guest performer. Damn it, if only we could fast forward. We've been waiting for nearly 2 hours. Please, production team, send that monkey back to the zoo. The one who just said they'd eat upside down, please prepare the thing you demanded to eat while upside down. Chapter 21, I'm not pretending anymore, I'm jealous to tears. Chen Yuhua finished singing and had to continue hosting the show. He could clearly sense from the audience's attitude that the song he just sang was likely going to be dissed by the audience. He cursed under his breath, thinking that the director insisted on doing something Chinese style, but none of the singers or producers he knew liked writing such difficult songs. But the title of musical genius couldn't be taken away so easily. After 2 days of discussions with the company's producers, they had no choice but to adapt the theme song from a TV drama. But to his surprise, the audience didn't buy it. But now on stage, he couldn't show any signs of distress. He had to force himself to introduce the next guest performer. However, Chen Yuhua thought to himself, since he hadn't sung well just now, he had to drag someone else down with him, even if it meant pushing them off the stage. Glancing quickly at his cue cards, Chen Yuhua still threw them out in his own way, which he thought was cool but others found awkward. Next up is the final singer of the day. I've been building up the suspense for a while now, and I'm finally ready to introduce him to you all. The audience and online viewers were thrilled, with the comment section filled with excited and even vulgar remarks. If you can't sing, just leave. You can't even speak properly. Chen Yuhua just quit the industry. Get out of here, what are you wasting your breath on? If he hosts the next episode of I Am a Singer, I'm definitely not watching. What is wrong with him saying a few more words? If you don't want to watch, just leave. Seeing the audience's reaction, Chen Yuhua's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. He didn't have time to care about that, because he knew that soon, the target of the netizens' verbal attacks would no longer be him. He was currently building up their anger. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Chen Yuhua's tone rose from low to high. He, an unknown university professor, rose to fame overnight. He has consistently dominated the top of the trending charts, unchallenged. He rose to fame across the internet with his song It's Not You after his divorce. He is the vocal music teacher at the Beijing Conservatory of Music and the ex-husband of idol singer Su Yusen. Chen Feng. When his name was shouted out by Chen Yuhua, the lights dimmed in the live broadcast venue of I Am a Singer. Staff members began rearranging the stage to achieve the best possible stage effect. The lights dimmed, but the atmosphere inside the venue grew unusually heated. Chen Feng? Did I hear that right? It's Chen Feng? This scumbag is everywhere. He just went to Xia Shuer's concert a couple of days ago, and now he's here? Is the entertainment industry really that desperate? What's going on? A scoundrel can get on the show? The production team will do anything for ratings. Chen Feng is here. His female students must be here too. I've been waiting for nearly 2 hours, and this is who shows up? If I'd known someone like this was coming, I wouldn't have come to the venue. Since Chen Yuhua announced that the guest singer was Chen Feng, the live stream of I Am a Singer saw a surge in online viewers. Many netizens, upon hearing that the guest challenger was Chen Feng, the notorious scoundrel, specifically opened the live streaming app to enter the I Am a Singer livestream just to insult him. Did he come straight from the hotel? I'll keep insulting him as long as he sings. Scum, spit on him. Betrayed you xin, may you rot in hell. Get out of here quickly, don't tarnish the reputation of the I Am a Singer program. I think this show should stop calling itself I Am a Singer and rename it I Am an Adulterer instead. Wave after wave of attacking comments made Su Yusen, who had just opened the livestream, feel a surge of satisfaction. If Zhou Qing hadn't called her to hurry and watch the livestream, she might have missed the scene where Chen Feng was being berated. Su Yusen opened the liquor cabinet and poured herself a glass of whiskey. My dear ex-husband, you finally got what you deserved. The show's setup was quickly completed. Although the lights in the venue were turned off, the audience and online viewers noticed some details suggesting that there were many people on stage. Isn't it supposed to be Chen Feng who's being kicked off the show? He must have brought all his family and friends along, just in case he gets beaten up. Need I ask? Bodyguards, of course. At that moment, something flickered briefly in the center of the stage, very faintly. What was that? Could it be Chen Feng transforming? There are people with poor eyesight in the world, but there must also be those with keen eyesight. Spotting the essence of an issue through details is one of the hallmarks of netizens. Sure enough, a observant netizen commented, "Guess what I saw, everyone?" A reflective head, it's a few balding uncles, ha ha ha. A moment of silence. The live stream was immediately flooded with mocking comments, and the screen was filled with an overwhelming number of messages. No way, did Chen Feng really bring all his relatives and friends? Is that Chen Feng's great uncle? These shows are getting too competitive these days. To keep up with the competition, they're even resorting to comedy now. Chen Yuhua is doing stand-up comedy, and Chen Feng is here to perform a sketch, right? Bang! Just as people were buzzing no, more like mocking Chen Feng, the iconic lights of I Am a Singer came on, and the sound of the singer entering the stage played. Chen Feng, accompanied by the glow, slowly made his way to the center of the stage. When he stopped, the light gradually spread out in all directions. The shadowy figures that had been in the darkness began to take shape. The audience, who had been criticizing Chen Feng, stared in disbelief. This. To the left front was a beautiful woman in a white cheongsam, sitting elegantly at a guzheng. Her eyebrows were as delicate as green feathers, her skin as white as snow, her waist as slender as a silk ribbon, and her teeth as white as pearls. Isn't that the young beauty who entered the hotel with Chen Feng? Chen Feng from BYD, how lucky is he? He was married to Su Yusen before, and now he's with such a beauty. They say that when God opens a door, he closes a window. Which window was Chen Feng shut out of? As netizens discussed heatedly, a girl with pink hair appeared on the right, holding a small tablet in her hand. Xia Shuer wore a stunning, form-fitting evening gown, paired with her soft pink curly hair, exuding both elegance and playful charm. The epitome of pure desire. Netizens were completely obsessed. What has Chen Feng done to deserve such a beauty to accompany him? No way, did he really snag Xia Shuer just by being a backup singer at a concert? I'm not pretending anymore, I'm jealous to tears. What's the point of bringing in so many people? Do you think you can win the competition by outnumbering others and treating everyone like little kids? Exactly. Among the other singers, many are on the same level as Xia Shuer. He's so naive, thinking that just by bringing Xia Shuer, netizens will look up to him. Chapter 22, I admit I'm jealous. Chen Feng stood straight on the center of the stage, holding the microphone in one hand, his eyes closed tightly as he waited for the prelude to begin. Behind him, the old lamp band also came into full view before the audience. Chen Feng is impressive. He's here to challenge the competition with his own band. Don't be silly. I bet that I Am a Singer show didn't want their band to accompany him, afraid of getting associated with a bad reputation. Definitely. Even the entertainment industry believes in feng shui. If I didn't know he had 3 songs, looking at his posture, I'd think he was an elementary school student singing on the podium. Under the production team's control, the song information gradually appeared on the live stream screen. Song, Blue and White Porcelain. Lyrics and music, Chen Feng, performed by Chen Feng. However, the slowly appearing subtitles sent the netizens' keyboards flying. What song? Blue and White Porcelain? A song about a vase? It symbolizes that this song is just a vase all show and no substance. He's trying to say he's a vase. He doesn't even deserve to be a vase. The subtitles are still appearing, and the names of the members of the old lamp band begin to show up. Accompaniment, Pipa Xia Shuer, Guzheng Ling Bingyan, wooden drum Zhang Yiji, flute Wang Tianlai, drum set Qi Bao, guitar Kong Kong, cello Liang Jiaming, violin Jiao. As the names on the subtitles appeared, the live chat comments flooded in. How could this be? They're actually accompanying Chen Feng. I could tolerate Xia Shuer coming, since she was the backup singer for his concert, and they might be friends or something, but why would the others come? They're all master instrumentalists. You can tolerate that? I can't. Goddess, don't let Chen Feng defile you. Kong Kong is the principal cellist of the China Philharmonic Orchestra, and he's appearing on this kind of entertainment show? The drummer, Qi Bao, is the mentor of the drummer from the currently hottest Red Rose band. I'm speechless. Chen Feng's band lineup is straight out of a novel's male lead. A crisp sound of a wooden block striking echoed, drawing the attention of the netizens who were still discussing back into the music. The ethereal sound of the guzheng followed, and Ling Bingyan, dressed in a cheongsam, perfectly embodied classical beauty for the audience, her delicate body swaying gently to the melodious music emanating from the instrument. The audience below began to fall silent. Go tua pai ti chow amo de yaji huaji. Ling Bingyan's continuous hand gestures brought the prelude of Blue and White Porcelain to everyone's ears. Arpeggios, harmonics, fingerings, vibrato, large plucks, small plucks, tremolos, glissandos, string sweeps, and scraping techniques. Ling Bingyan delivered another dazzling display of skill, leaving the audience spellbound. Everyone leaned forward, eager to get closer to the stage. That's amazing. I admit I'm jealous. Her beauty is captivating, her fingers as delicate as green bamboo. Such a beauty is actually Chen Feng's student? How tragic. The audience, who had been sighing, was interrupted by Chen Feng's singing. A plain canvas outlines blue flowers, the brushstrokes growing from bold to delicate. The peony on the vase is as fresh as your first makeup. At that moment, almost everyone watching I Am a Singer began to show expressions of growing fascination. On an unadorned clay form, using shades of color to outline blue flowers is the foundation of Blue and White Porcelain. The next line, the peony on the vase is like her first makeup, is a metaphorical reference to the singer herself. Professional music critics are already discussing it on site. A few simple words combined together have become such beautiful lyrics. What a poetic and evocative pair of lyrics. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. At the center of the stage, Chen Feng's performance continues. The accompanists of the old lamp band are fully immersed in the music, harmonizing with Chen Feng's vocals to create an extraordinary performance. The fragrant incense drifts through the window, and my heart is clear. The brushstrokes on the xian paper pause midway. The glaze colors the portrait of a lady, its charm kept private. And your charming smile is like a bud about to bloom. Your beauty drifts away, to a place I cannot reach. The voice alternates between clear and low, accompanied by a moving melody and beautiful lyrics. The viewers in the live stream were so captivated that they momentarily forgot to comment. An indescribable charm emanated from the song, immersing everyone in its breathtakingly beautiful ambience. A viewer snapped back to reality and typed a comment in the chat. He simply couldn't find the words to praise the song, and other viewers followed suit. It's all my fault for not studying hard enough, I can only say when it comes to complimenting others. The army has arrived, leaving no grass standing. I think I should forgive his behavior. The Guzheng girl and him are a perfect match. Please don't scold me. My heart is filled with mixed emotions, waves of longing surge like a tide, yet all I hear is the gentle, faint melody. The sky is clear, the wind is calm. This talent, even if he is a jerk, I still love him. Xia Shuer, with her pink hair and wearing a bright red cheongsam, sat elegantly on a wooden chair, her hands rhythmically plucking the pipa. As the saying goes, turning the axle and plucking the strings a few times, the melody hasn't formed yet but the emotion is already there. Xia Shuer used her exquisite pipa playing to elevate the entire melody of the song. After a brief accompaniment, the chorus erupted with a soaring melody. The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you. Rising smoke curls in the air, across the river, thousands of miles away. I write Han script on the bottom of a bottle, imitating the elegance of ancient times, as a prelude to our meeting. Like a timeless blue and white porcelain, beautiful in its own right. Your eyes sparkle with a smile. Hearing this, it felt as though the melody lived up to its name, much like that exquisite piece of blue and white porcelain, stripped of all artificial adornments, simple yet elegant, fresh and flowing. The zither plucked the strings, the wooden drums thudded, and the chin's melodies flowed like a stream. The audience could no longer remain calm, rising to their feet and clapping wildly for the performance on stage, their voices filled with admiration, fully expressing the awe they felt. The live stream was completely overwhelmed by comments, with only a few floating at the top visible. This is the true essence of Chinese music. Chen Feng, stop being human, become a deity. Damn it, I'm impressed. Keep doing what you love, but take care of yourself. What a terrible song. It doesn't even deserve to be compared to my original song by Chang Chang. Fan Chang Chang is number one. Get lost, brainless fans. Go find a cooler place to play with your brainless brother. Don't insult art here. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife, yet Chen Feng continued to sing with all his heart. A colorful carp, white and blue, leaps from the bottom of the bowl. While copying a Song Dynasty calligraphy piece, I couldn't stop thinking about you. You hide within the kiln, a 1,000-year-old secret. As delicate as a needle dropping onto the ground. This exquisitely detailed description and apt metaphor. Many artists invited by the program to watch the competition all cast admiring glances at Chen Feng. They didn't pay attention to Chen Feng's anecdotes, they only focused on the song itself, for that is the essence of musical art. Chapter 23, that is your honor. If we talk about the ambience, this song is like a misty watercolor painting in the rain, with water and clouds gently moving, faintly revealing a figure in white robes with flowing sleeves and a flowing skirt. In terms of lyrics, it is like a simple note written by a skilled hand at the window, with every stroke as intricate as a double silk net, holding countless knots within. In terms of melody, it is like a mountain stream quietly flowing over stones in the breeze, clear and bright yet winding and looping, leaving an endless sense of longing. Chen Feng and the Old Lamp Band's perfect collaboration makes it seem as though it is not a group of people performing. At this very moment, they have become one with the song itself, fully immersed in it. The person is the song, and the song is the person. The banana leaves outside the curtain are drenched by sudden rain, and the door knocker is covered in copper green. And I passed by that Jiangnan town and stirred you. In an inkwash landscape painting, you fade into the depths of the ink. The audience below the stage had been standing and cheering since the moment they stood up, perhaps captivated by the ethereal, melodious sounds, forgetting themselves entirely. Chen Feng was still singing with all his heart. In the glow of the stage lights, people couldn't see his face clearly, it seemed as though he only appeared in the light. Like a celestial being, he was dazzling and radiant. Chen Feng's vocals were tender and rustic, with hints of the early form of Jiangnan opera. Using the terms raw clay, court ladies, and Han script, he depicted the timeless beauty of blue and white porcelain, creating a landscape painting that told the story of life. Slowly, the breathtaking blue and white porcelain neared its conclusion. The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you. The moonlight is fished out, blurring the ending. Like a timeless blue and white porcelain, beautiful in its own right. Your eyes hold a smile. As the voice faded, the sound of the zither lingered in the air. Ling Bingyan and Xia Shuer, the two women, plucked and strummed their instruments, their performance vibrant and lively, as if they wanted to blend everything into the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan. Finally, the complete blue and white porcelain came to a close. The stage below was deathly silent. Shock and admiration intertwined, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Silence. Those 5 minutes, filled with lingering emotion, left everyone speechless. Boom! Loud applause erupted, as if it could shatter the roof and reach the heavens. Thank you. Amidst the thunderous applause, Chen Feng smiled and bowed deeply to the audience. However, the applause showed no signs of stopping, continuing unabated. Ling Bingyan and Xia Shuer, the two women, watched Chen Feng's back with excitement. In their eyes, this man was so elegant, tall, and captivating at that moment. In the live stream, the few comments attacking Chen Feng were drowned out by endless praise. The brilliant lyrics paired with retro music create a masterpiece of R&B. So what if he cheated? I've got the skills to do it. I'll change brides every day. Chen Feng, I want to be your wife for a day. Even though I already have 2 children, I wouldn't mind having another one with you. I'm not very talented, but I've already thought of a name for Chen Feng's child. My wife wants to borrow his genes. Should I agree? Agree, it's your honor. Fan Cheng Cheng is always number 1. Get lost. According to the program rules, after all the songs have been performed, there will be a half-hour voting period, during which music critics will comment on the songs performed by the singers on stage. At the music critics table, an elderly man with white hair adjusted the microphone on the table and commented, "The faint sorrow of things changing but people remaining the same, the gentle sigh of the endless cycle of past and future lives, the unforgettable waiting across vast distances, and the love vows that endure for thousands of years. These are all elements I heard in Blue and White Porcelain." Chen Feng, is this song truly your original composition? Chen Feng nodded confidently. The elderly man slowly extended his right hand, raising his thumb. Excellent. I hope you can write more songs as beautiful as Blue and White Porcelain in the future. The live stream was also filled with praise from music critics. A netizen named Fong Jialaosen commented, "In my opinion, the most touching word in Blue and White Porcelain is the word wait. One word, wait, conveys so much helplessness and sorrow." Other netizens followed suit. May I ask your name? Fong Jialaosan, may I ask if you are Fong Wen-san? From the way you put it, I think he must be Fong Wen-san. Is this a case of creators admiring each other? You guys sure know how to brown nose. This song is so confusing and hard to understand. Ching songs are so much better, they're straightforward and easy to understand without having to think about it. Fan Cheng's brainless fans, why don't you spend more time reading books? You're just brainless fans following another brainless person. You're all just mutual admirers. If you say that again, I'll get mad at you. Then you're the one who's going to get it. The online verbal battle had no impact on the live broadcast of I Am a Singer, which continued smoothly. All the contestants were sitting on the sofa waiting for the results. Li Jian, Aling, and Zhong Wei all expressed their highest praise for Chen Feng's vocal skills and the lyrics and melody of Blue and White Porcelain. Chen Yuhua and Fan Chengcheng were sitting aside, chatting about something, occasionally giving Chen Feng a cold smile. Wu Qingfeng sat there in silence, waiting for the results. However, unlike before, he gave Chen Feng a friendly smile. Soon, the results were announced. The contestants who advanced were Li Jian, Aling, Wu Qingfeng, Zhong Wei, and Chen Yuhua. There was one spot left, but Chen Feng and Fan Qingqing's names had not been called. Hua Hua, you deserve it. Ha, his 2 songs were better than Fan Qingqing's, weren't they? Where's Chen Feng? Why isn't Chen Feng's name showing up? No way, is there a backstage deal in the live stream? Where's the scumbag Chen Feng? How did he not advance? His being a jerk has nothing to do with his songs. Stirring up the audience's emotions is naturally for the sake of the show's effect. Director Zhang Hong stared impassively at the 2. There's only one spot left. Fan Chengcheng, Chen Feng, are you ready to face the audience's choice? Fan Chengcheng looked nervous, took a deep breath, and said, "As a singer, singing truly excellent songs is my responsibility to you all. I love you." Making a solemn expression, Fan Chengcheng leaned back against the sofa, closed his eyes tightly, and looked like he was waiting to win a prize. Fan Chengcheng's words immediately drew cheers from his fans. "Chengcheng, you're the best. We love you too, Changbao. Changbao will win. Fan Chengcheng. Advance. If heaven has feelings, it will grow old." Chingching's singing is simply wonderful. It must be said that Fan Chingching's acting was truly impressive. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, adopting an indifferent attitude. I believe in the audience's choice. Chen Feng put down the microphone, signaling to the production team that he had finished speaking. This left the netizens in a frenzy. I really like Chen Feng's unassuming and uncompetitive attitude. A scoundrel should be good with words, right? Why is he so quiet? Director, can you just announce the results already? Hurry up, I need to feed my baby. After a moment, Director Jiang Hong folded the cue card in half and shook her head. The camera suddenly focused on Fan Chengcheng, and Jiang Hong's voice also came through the video. Fan Chengcheng. Chapter 24, Chen Feng, what gives you the right? Almost everyone watched the live broadcast of I Am a Singer in disbelief. The person who advanced to the next round was actually Fan Chengcheng. At that moment, Fan Chengcheng jumped up from the sofa, resembling a werewolf transforming under a red full moon, and let out a wild scream. His howling voice made everyone present wrinkle their brows. Seeing his self-important yet awkward expression, some netizens couldn't help but cringe. No doubt, getting a 3-bedroom apartment would be no problem. The camera lenses were constantly zooming in on Fan Chengcheng, with no shots of Chen Feng, which enraged the viewers. Are you kidding me? Do they really think netizens are blind? Sigh, excellent work ultimately loses out to capital. I won't be watching this show anymore. Meanwhile, Fan Chengcheng's fans were thrilled. Chengcheng is still the best. Chengcheng is invincible. Fans who genuinely love the song and Fan Chengcheng's die-hard fans are once again at odds. Shut up, brainless fans. Seeing you guys is annoying. If you don't like it, just leave. No one asked you to watch. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. Cheng Cheng is our king. It must be said that Jiang Hong is truly a master at manipulating emotions. Offstage, the Ling sisters clasped their hands tightly together, and even the members of the Old Lamp Band, who had seen through the superficiality of the entertainment industry, couldn't help but sigh deeply. The comments in the livestream were like a nuclear bomb going off, exploding everywhere. The production team relayed the data to director Jiang Hong. Director Jiang, our show's data is skyrocketing. The real-time viewership rating has already reached the top 3 across the entire platform. Jiang Hong. She reached behind her and made a subtle hand gesture, indicating she had received the message. A faint, enigmatic smile flashed across Jiang Hong's face. She cleared her throat. Fan Changchang, you're eliminated. What? Fan Changchang, who had been celebrating excitedly, froze in mid-motion, and the crowd around him was also left baffled by Jiang Hong's words. Pointing at his name meant he was eliminated? What was that all about? Fan Changchang looked utterly bewildered. This? Director Jiang. Is this a joke? Jiang Hong's words caused the live stream viewers, who had been engaged in a heated discussion, to fall silent instantly. What does this mean? They're pulling a prank on Fan Changchang. This show is getting interesting. Twist. Big twist. I love this. This is rigged. They gave my brother's advancement spot to some random influencer? A divorced man doesn't deserve to take Chang Bao's spot. Ha, who just said the winner takes all and the loser gets nothing? Fan Changchang's heart was like a stormy sea on a rainy day, with surging waves constantly crashing against his inner defenses. What on earth is going on here? His older sister is a big shot in the industry, yet she dared to eliminate him. Doesn't she fear being blacklisted in the future? And where exactly does he fall short compared to Chen Feng? He was an artist under Hua Zi Entertainment, an idol carefully packaged by the CEO, Big Hua, with significant investment. Despite having just debuted, he was already defeated by a nearly 30-year-old online sensation who had only gained popularity on the internet a few days prior. Jiang Hong's expression remained unchanged as she displayed the voting data on the large screen. There were 7 singers on stage, including the guest challenger Chen Feng, and the voting results from the 500 audience members slowly rose from 7th place. 7th place, Fan Changchang with 11 votes. Everyone was stunned. The audience represented 5 different generations, with 100 representatives from each generation, totaling 500 voters. If the votes were evenly distributed among the 7 singers, each would have received around 70 votes. However, Fan Changchang only received a paltry 11 votes. This was not only a slap in his face but also a slap in the face of Hua Zi Entertainment. 6th place, Chen Yuhua, 39 votes. Although he received twice as many votes as Fan Changchang, it was still only slightly more than half of the average vote count. What Fan Changchang didn't expect was that the fatal blow came from his so-called friend in the industry, Chen Yuhua. This left the live stream viewers thrilled. Damn it, karma's A. Ha, always boasting about being a genius singer, but now you've shown your true colors in the livestream. There were still 11 people who voted for Fan Changchang. They must be his company's shills. It seems like Fan Changchang doesn't have as strong a background as Chen Yuhua. After all, Chen Yuhua got 39 votes, haha. 5th place, Wu Qingfeng, 60 votes. 4th place, Zhong Wei, 68 votes. 3rd place, Li Jian, 70 votes. 2nd place, A Ling, 73 votes. When the 2nd place was announced, the data table stopped displaying. However, this did not stop the viewers in the livestream from typing out the name of the 1st place winner. Chen Feng. 1st place is well deserved. You jerk, love me just once. I'm crazy about you, I'm wild for you, I'll crash into walls for you. At that moment, the names from 7th to 2nd place slowly faded from the screen, which then began to emit a dazzling glow. 1st place, Chen Feng, 179 votes. 179 votes was the highest number of votes ever recorded since the show I Am a Singer was launched. The previous record was held by artist Han Lei with 140 votes. Today, the challenger Chen Feng, a small online sensation who had only recently gained popularity online, broke this record in his first appearance on the show. Amidst the applause, this week's live broadcast of I Am a Singer came to an end, with a new theme set for next week. Childhood memories. Bang! Beijing, inside the luxurious villa where Chen Feng once lived for many years. A whiskey crystal glass was thrown with all her strength toward the television by Su Yusen. Shards of crystal and fragments of the TV screen flew everywhere. Su Yusen screamed. Chen Feng, what gives you the right? The program was about to end, but just then, the number of viewers in the livestream surged again after remaining stable for a while. Blackout. Blackout. Give Fan Changchang justice. Give Chen Yuhua a fair chance. What does this mean? Our Changchang has such incredible vocal skills, yet he only received 11 votes? Are the live audience deaf? Chen Yuhua, the Hua of the Chinese music scene. It must be Xia Shui's doing. Does she like Chen Feng? Ha, without that little Xia Shuer supporting him, how could he have won first place? Chen Feng has a female student named Ling Bingyan, and she is still licking up to him? Does she want to be his third wife? Thinking about it, it's terrifying. Maybe Ling Bingyan is just an excuse, and Xia Shuer is the one who really went to Chen Feng's hotel. Chen Feng and Xia Shuer, you two dogs. Without Xia Shuer, Chen Feng wouldn't even have made it onto this show. Chapter 25, Debunking the Rumors. Many of Xia Shuer's fans came to support her as she accompanied Chen Feng on piano today. 2 days ago at Xia Shuer's concert, Chen Feng and Xia Shuer sang a duet of Choral C, which made many of Xia Shuer's fans exclaim that the concert tickets were well worth it. The following a cappella performance of Sunny Day further showcased his talent, causing many of Xia Shuer's fans to also fall for this man who exudes a quiet yet dominant aura. Today, seeing many people criticizing Chen Feng, Xia Shuer's fans were already feeling uneasy. Now, after witnessing their idol being attacked by the fan maps of Fan Chengcheng and Chen Yuhua, the anger pent up inside them erupted, and they immediately took to their keyboards to retaliate. In the fan groups of idol singers, even the most dedicated fans number in the tens of thousands, and Xia Shuer, a sweet-voiced singer, has over 1 million fans. Xia Shuer's fans in the live stream returned to their respective fan groups and called on fellow fans to join and reinforce their ranks. Colonel Tom, calling ground control. Xia Shuer's elite pilot, requesting permission to engage. Communications officer, gather all the scattered troops back here. I'm going to take down Fan Chengcheng's Weibo. No matter who it is, if they dare to insult Xia Shuer, the Xia Shuer Fan Club 358th Division will definitely come to her defense. And so, the battlefield in the I Am a Singer livestream grew larger and larger. The entire I Am a Singer livestream turned into a chaotic mess, with county-level groups and district-level groups joining the fray. After flooding the livestream's comment section, the I Am a Singer team hurriedly ended the livestream and closed the chat room. Xia Shuer's fan group shifted their focus to a second front, attacking Chen Yuhua and Fan Chengcheng's Weibo Super Topics. In no time, they overtook Chen Yuhua and Fan Chengcheng's Weibo Super Topics, leaving only one topic remaining. Apologize to Xia Shuer and Chen Feng. As the online battle reached its peak, the contestants retreated to the backstage area to pack their belongings and prepare to leave. Chen Feng, who gave you the guts to take me down? Do you want to be out of the entertainment industry now? Chen Feng, who was in the process of removing his performance attire, stood bare-chested, his well-defined muscles rippling in sync with his movements. Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth, her cheeks flushing red. Such a handsome face, yet such a perfect physique. The throat that seemed kissed by an angel was paired with an exceptionally talented mind. Su Yusen must have been crazy to divorce him. If it were me. Ling dared not think any further. Chen Feng's actions caused Fan Chengcheng, who had been acting arrogantly, to take a half step back. He swallowed hard and asked, Chen Feng, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Chen Feng, now dressed in civilian clothes, turned his head and narrowed his eyes, asking, do you have something to say? Fan Chengcheng was startled by Chen Feng's imposing presence. If you dare to mess with me, Big Hua won't forgive you. Just wait to be blacklisted. Oh, fine, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Chen Feng turned and walked straight toward the door, leaving Fan Chengcheng standing there dumbfounded. He wasn't afraid of De Hua's ban? Chen Feng, who had lived a full life, didn't care about such a ban. It was just a punishment tactic used by big companies against artists who needed traffic support. However, in this music industry where good songs are scarce, talent is everything. Moreover, the Ling sisters and his colleagues from the old lamp band were waiting for him to go eat hot pot. He had no time to argue with a frog in a well. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Feng was surrounded by Li Jian and Ling. Even Zhang Wei and Wu Qingfeng, who hadn't spoken much earlier, walked over and exchanged contact information with Chen Feng. Everyone's politeness toward Chen Feng wasn't just because of his song Blue and White Porcelain. A few people had just inquired discreetly. Too bad it's not you, Choral C, Sunny Day, and today's Blue and White Porcelain were all composed by Chen Feng himself, with lyrics written by him as well. Just talking about the quality of these songs, each one is at the top level of the Chinese music scene. As time goes on, more and more people will hear these songs, which he wrote, composed, and sang all by himself. By then, everyone is certain that Chen Feng's songs will be widely sung by the masses and become timeless classics. His songwriting and composing abilities are precisely what these singers need most. While the Chinese music scene appears to be thriving, there are actually very few good songs. The current generation of songwriters and composers lacks the necessary skills. If they could become friends with Chen Feng, it would greatly benefit their future careers in the music industry. Moreover, they could even get to see Chen Feng's future songs before anyone else. Just as Chen Feng and the others were chatting, a journalist and her cameraman walked in. Hello, Chen Feng, we're here to conduct a post-competition interview with you. A staff member approached and whispered to Chen Feng, there's always an interview after a live broadcast. Don't worry, just say a few words. As a singer who had grown tired of the entertainment industry in his previous life, Chen Feng naturally understood post-match interviews. He followed the journalist to the corridor outside the room, standing casually with a composed expression, nodding slightly. Anyone unaware would assume he was accustomed to interviews and comfortable in front of the camera. "Hello, Chen Feng. I'd like to ask you about the rumors circulating about you. What are your thoughts on that?" Chen Feng was puzzled with the program's journalists ask this question. When he realized that Ling Bingyan didn't seem to care much about it either, he stopped thinking about it. Over the past 2 days, he had adopted a careless attitude, and he remained the same now. "How do I feel? Of course, I'll check it on my phone." The reporter didn't expect Chen Feng's answer to be so straightforward. Based on her experience, a newcomer facing a camera would normally be nervous and stumble over their words just to explain things clearly. Chen Feng's response caught the reporter off guard, leaving her unable to continue with the questions she had prepared. But she wasn't satisfied and pressed on. "Chen Feng, you just got divorced and are already with your student. Is that a seamless transition?" Chen Feng glanced at the female reporter's ID badge, and his doubts were immediately cleared up. Mu-He Entertainment News. It wasn't an official reporter. Mu Entertainment seemed to be the company behind Suyusen, a third-rate media outlet under Mu Media. A thought struck Chen Feng, and he realized that the rumors about him and Ling Bingyan might have originated from here. If that's the case, I'll use this media outlet to clarify things once and for all. With that thought, he turned his head and stared intently at the camera on the cameraman's shoulder. "I will now officially respond. Ling Bingyan and I have not had any kind of relationship. There are surveillance cameras in the hotel corridor, and Ling Bingyan and her classmates did not enter my room." Chapter 26, Recognized while having breakfast. The journalists naturally assumed Chen Feng would clarify the matter. However, it didn't matter. This wasn't a live broadcast. He could simply edit the footage later and resend it, and Ching Jia would approve it. Thinking this, the reporter smiled and decided to end the interview. "Alright, since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Chen." After saying that, the reporter and cameraman prepared to leave, but Chen Feng suddenly said, "Wait." The journalist and cameraman turned back in confusion and looked up in the direction Chen Feng was pointing. "Did you see that? There's surveillance. If your report tomorrow isn't complete, this surveillance footage will make you look really bad." The reporter didn't expect Chen Feng to pull this move. Someone with such experience clearly wasn't a newcomer to the entertainment industry. The reporter gritted his teeth, smiled at Chen Feng, and left in a huff. The Ling sisters walked over and happened to encounter the reporter who had just been humiliated by Chen Feng. Seeing her distorted expression, the Ling sisters looked at Chen Feng in confusion. Chen Feng, of course, said there was nothing to it and happily joined everyone else to go eat hot pot. During the meal, Ling Bingxue couldn't resist teasing Chen Feng to eat the hot pot base. Everyone was so happy they got completely drunk. The next morning, it was nearly 10 o'clock when Chen Feng woke up in agony. He squinted his eyes and looked around. He tried to recall how he had gotten home, but couldn't remember. Chen Feng's last memory was of clinking glasses with the older members of the old lamp band. He swore to himself that he would never drink with them again. After regaining his senses, Chen Feng opened his phone to find 4 or 5 unread messages and a missed call from Dr. Yin. Opening his phone, he saw a message from Kong Kong of the old lamp band, asking if he was still awake. There were also messages from Ling Bingyan expressing concern, and Ling Bingxue sent a photo of Chen Feng's embarrassing moment from last night. This made Chen Feng smile involuntarily. He called back Dr. Yin, who simply said there was nothing to worry about, told him to take care of his health, and invited him to drop by the office sometime. This left Chen Feng feeling a bit confused. Having sobered up, Chen Feng went downstairs and arrived at a breakfast shop named Everyday Breakfast. He entered the shop and ordered a few buns and a bowl of porridge. At this time, there were hardly any customers left in the shop. Only a few young people were quickly eating their meals, probably rushing to finish so they could get to work. "Hello, what would you like to eat? Dumplings, buns, or porridge?" The waiter at the breakfast shop greeted him. Chen Feng casually ordered a few buns, a side dish, and a bowl of congee. "Hey, are you Chen Feng?" The young server paused for a moment, tilting his head to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't usually wear a mask, and since he had just become famous, he hadn't yet developed the habit of protecting himself. As a result, he was easily recognized. The waiter wasn't particularly interested in the entertainment industry, but his girlfriend was a huge fan of the show I Am a Singer. She had dragged him to watch the entire episode last night. Whether it was his performance as a challenge singer or the dramatic twist when he advanced, it left a deep impression on him. Additionally, Chen Feng was very handsome, the kind of good-looking that was refreshing to the eyes, so the waiter recognized him instantly. Hello, I'm Chen Feng." The feeling of being liked made him feel a bit happier. "Oh my goodness. It's really you, Mr. Chen Feng. Your performance on I Am a Singer yesterday was absolutely amazing." The waiter was so excited that his voice involuntarily rose several octaves. The people around him, who had been eating quietly, all looked over. "Chen Feng? The one who sang the Breakup Trilogy. The singer of Blue and White Porcelain. It's actually Chen Feng. Oh my god. He's so handsome in person, even more handsome than on TV. At that moment, a girl with a bun in her mouth walked over, holding a pen and paper. She hurriedly took the bun out of her mouth and placed it on the table, then asked excitedly, "Mr. Chen Feng, can you sign my autograph?" Of course, Chen Feng wouldn't refuse such a request. He took the pen, which was still greasy from the bun, and signed his name on the paper with a flourish. Fortunately, it was already past breakfast time, otherwise, Chen Feng wouldn't have been able to enjoy his meal properly, as signing autographs had already made his hand ache. Inside the store, whether it was the waitstaff, chefs, or customers eating their meals, everyone gathered around, asking Chen Feng to sign their autographs. People these days are still quite well-mannered. After receiving their autographs, they returned to their original spots, happily gazing at Chen Feng without causing any further disturbance. After a while, the crowd finally dispersed. At that moment, a waiter approached with a tray. On it were 3 plates and a bowl of various sizes. After carefully placing the meal Chen Feng had ordered on the table, the young man took the last plate down. "Mr. Chen Feng, our boss heard you were dining here and specifically called to ask me to add an extra dish for you. We hope you'll have time to visit our little restaurant again soon." Chen Feng and the waiter exchanged a few polite remarks. Seeing that the waiter insisted, Chen Feng reluctantly accepted it, thinking he would settle the bill later along with the dish the boss had sent. Chen Feng's actions were noticed by the other customers around him. In a place like this breakfast shop, many celebrities from the entertainment industry wouldn't come to eat. This made them feel that Chen Feng was more genuine and down to earth. After taking a bite of the bun, Chen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. The buns at this place were simply delicious. No need to say more, since arriving in this world, he hadn't tasted buns this good. A few moments later, the waiter, holding his apron, walked over and asked, "How's it taste, Mr. Chen Feng? Are our buns to your liking?" Chen Feng gave him a thumbs up. "They're delicious." Hearing Chen Feng's praise, the waiter couldn't help but beam with pride. "Our chef here is no ordinary cook. His ancestors were imperial chefs who made dumplings for the emperor. Please come back often." Chen Feng nodded and continued eating the dumplings. Just then, his phone rang. It was a text message from Ling Bingyan. Chen Feng opened his phone. "Mr. Chen, the class has been moved to a different classroom. Please go to the lecture hall." "Change classrooms?" Before Chen Feng could ask, Ling Bingyan's second message arrived. "Ever since last night's show aired, the students at our school have gone crazy. You'd better be mentally prepared when you come to class." Chen Feng replied with an OK emoji and quickly finished his breakfast. The hangover gradually faded, and Chen Feng stood up, paid the bill, and left the breakfast shop. The breakfast shop attendant came to the door and called out to Chen Feng's back, "Mr. Chen Feng, come by again sometime." Having been recognized at the breakfast shop earlier, Chen Feng deliberately bought a hat from a nearby store, then hurriedly hailed a taxi and headed to the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Chapter 27. I suddenly realized he was holding me back from my studies. Entering the gates of the Beijing Conservatory of Music, teachers and students gathered around him. "Mr. Chen is here. Isn't that the famous teacher Chen? Hey, I've worked with him for 3 years and didn't even know he had this talent. If I had known, I would have flattered him more. It's all because of Su Yusin. She ruined my chances with Chen." As the teachers and students chatted, they enthusiastically greeted Chen Feng. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Little Chen, you're here. Mr. Chen, keep it up." The sudden outburst of enthusiasm left Chen Feng overwhelmed, and he barely had a moment to stop along the way. Finally, upon reaching the door to Yin Shuwen's office, Chen Feng let out a long breath. Led by the dean's secretary, he entered Yin Shuwen's office. "Dean, you called for me." Yin Shuwen smiled as he poured tea, saying, "Sit down, Chen." Chen Feng didn't sit down but walked over to Yin Shuwen's side, took the teapot from his hands, and began to arrange the tea set. Chen Feng had always held President Yin Shuwen in the highest regard and would never allow him to brew tea for him. Yin Shuwen didn't bother with formalities, smiling warmly as he watched Chen Feng prepare the tea. 3 years ago, I told you to enter the music industry, but you insisted on becoming a teacher. How about it? Was I wrong?" Chen Feng replied with a smile. Yes, you're right. Here I am, taking this opportunity to apologize to you." After placing the brewed tea in front of Yin Shuwen, Chen Feng opened the bag he had just carried and took out a wooden box with an ancient and elegant design. This piqued Yin Shuwen's interest, as he had always been fond of such items. He watched Chen Feng's hands with great curiosity. Chen Feng placed the wooden box on the table and slowly opened it. Yin Shuwen's eyes lit up. It was an exquisite purple clay teapot. Chen Feng said, "Director, I know you were upset when I accidentally broke your favorite purple clay teapot. I've been thinking about it ever since. I've been searching for works by renowned artists, hoping to find a new one for you." As he spoke, Chen Feng pushed the teapot toward Yin Shuwen's side. Yin Shuwen carefully picked up the teapot. Its color was warm and lustrous, with an ancient and rustic charm, and it shone like a precious gem. The inner walls and bottom were engraved with the seals of monks from Jinsha Temple. Yin Shuwen looked at Chen Feng with sparkling eyes, his voice trembling slightly. "This is Chen Feng smiled broadly. That's correct. It's a work by a monk from Jinsha Temple during the Ming Dynasty. I spent 3 years searching for it. Upon hearing Chen Feng's confirmation, Yin Shuwen was overcome with emotion, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As someone who had spent his entire life admiring refined and elegant objects, he naturally knew the origins of this teapot's creator. As the pioneer of purple sand teapots, the monk from Jinsha Temple's contributions were invaluable, something money could never measure. This teapot was immeasurably more precious than the one he had accidentally broken 3 years ago. Chen Feng, this. Before Yin Shuwen could finish his sentence, Chen Feng interrupted him. Director Yin, this is not merely compensation for you. It is also my way of expressing my gratitude for your guidance and support over the years. Yin Shuwen looked at Chen Feng with a gentle expression. Chen Feng was his most cherished student, both in terms of character and talent. However, Chen Feng's choice at the time had left him deeply disappointed. It wasn't that the teaching profession was inferior, but rather that Chen Feng shouldn't have confined himself to the Beijing Conservatory of Music. He was better suited for the music industry, where he could spread his light and passion to a wider audience. Nevertheless, although it was a bit late, the outcome was ultimately positive. Chen Feng had returned to the path he had always hoped he would take. Good. 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 Yin Shuwen no longer exchanged polite formalities with Chen Feng, carefully putting away the purple sand teapot, then turned and smiled. Come over to my place for dinner tonight. I'll have your master's wife prepare some delicious dishes. Alright, I have a class later, so I'll come straight over to your place in the evening. Chen Feng spoke, then walked out of the dean's office under Yin Shuwen's smiling gaze. Glancing at the time, Chen Feng took his textbooks and headed straight to the vocal music department classroom. Despite Ling Bingyan's reminder, Chen Feng was still stunned by the scene before him as soon as he stepped through the classroom door. Looking around, the lecture hall, which could normally accommodate 500 people, was packed with over 1,000 people. Students were crowded together, with petite girls sitting two to a chair, while larger boys had simply sat down on the steps of the classroom. As soon as Chen Feng entered, the previously bustling classroom fell silent. Everyone chorused, "Good morning, Mr. Chen." Chen Feng smiled as he walked into the classroom and waved his hand. "Hello, everyone. I had no idea there were so many students in the vocal music department. It seems I've been too trusting of you all. From now on, I'll have to take attendance." Chen Feng's words caused the students to burst into laughter. I never expected that after becoming so famous, Mr. Chen would still be so down to earth and funny. I told you so. Not coming to Mr. Chen's class is a real loss. Mr. Chen is too humble. If I were him, my chin would be up in the sky by now. So you're destined to never be Mr. Chen. At that moment, Chen Feng made a shushing gesture toward the students across the podium. Students, let us begin the class. Since you're here, make sure to pay attention. Chen Feng's already handsome appearance, combined with his gentle voice during class, instantly broke down the mental defenses of many girls. A girl whispered to her best friend beside her, "What should I do? I've fallen for Mr. Chen." Her friend frowned. "What? Are you trying to steal my husband?" Other girls chatted in small groups. "I'm planning to break up with Long Long." "Why?" "I suddenly realized he's holding me back from my studies." The college organized a live stream in Chen Feng's class as part of its promotional efforts. This also allowed his witty, humorous, and gentle side to be showcased to a wide audience online. If I had a teacher like this, I would have gone to college long ago. Hey, you up there, you're way off. You'd have to get into college to have a teacher like that. Oh, it's another teacher from someone else's family. I love Chen Feng so much he doesn't act like a celebrity at all. These days, even small-time influencers with tens of thousands of followers act so arrogant. I never expected Chen Feng, who is so popular now, would still come back to school to teach his students seriously. In the large lecture hall, Chen Feng knew to keep the microphone close to his mouth, otherwise, the students in the back wouldn't be able to hear a word he was saying. In the last class, we learned how to quickly transition from low to high notes in vocal music. Today, we'll focus on vocal state and resonance. This involves 3 parts: oral resonance, head resonance, and chest resonance. Chen Feng's clear and detailed explanation not only made the vocal music students genuinely want to study seriously but also sparked an interest in vocal music among students from other departments who had originally just come to see Chen Feng. Chapter 28, The Synergy of 1 + 1 = 2. I really must have been out of my mind not to join the vocal music department. I missed out on the chance to be Chen Feng's student. If Mr. Chen could offer an elective course, that would be fantastic. I don't care, I'll take his class no matter what. Vocal music class is actually so interesting. A lively vocal music class ended quickly. Chen Feng was packing up his materials and about to leave when suddenly the room grew dim. Many students gathered around him. "Mr. Chen, can I have your autograph? Mr. Chen, I'd like to take a photo with you. Mr. Chen, would you be kind enough to have dinner with me?" Looking at the crowd of students gathered around the podium, waiting for him to take photos and sign autographs, Chen Feng suddenly felt his head grow much larger. With the help of his vocal music department classmates, Chen Feng took a group photo with all the students in the classroom, finally managing to get through the ordeal. Afterward, Chen Feng made an excuse and quickly left, returning to his office. "Mr. Chen, I also want to take a photo with you." Just as Chen Feng sat down and was about to take a sip of water, he heard another request for a photo beside him. Without thinking, he hurriedly put down his water cup and stood up, seeing a girl with pink hair, a tall figure, and a baseball cap removing her mask. "What's the matter? Now that Mr. Chen is famous, he wants to act like a big shot?" Recognizing the person as Ling Bingxue, Chen Feng rolled his eyes and sat back down. "If you really want a photo, I'll take 100 with you." "Put." Chen Feng's words made Ling Bingxue laugh so hard she was trembling. "I'll come to your class more often from now on." Chen Feng wore a horrified expression. "No, if the other students find out that the famous actress Xia Shuer is here, how am I supposed to teach the class? Everyone will just crowd around you for autographs and photos." Suddenly, Chen Feng gave a mischievous smile, intending to scare Ling Bingxue. He quickly walked to the corridor door and deliberately raised his voice, saying, "The idol singer Xia Shuer is here. I'm so sorry for not greeting you properly. I'll go get you some water to drink." "Woo! Woo!" Ling Bingxue immediately rushed to Chen Feng's side and covered his mouth with her hands. "You're crazy. Do you want to end up surrounded by people like me?" Because she had rushed over too quickly, Ling Bingxue's entire body was pressed against Chen Feng's, feeling his softness. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. Coming to her senses, Ling Bingxue jumped off Chen Feng's body. She bent down to tidy her clothes while also trying to use her baseball cap to cover her slightly flushed cheeks. It was too embarrassing she had been so close to Chen Feng. Thankfully, her younger sister hadn't come in. In an instant, Ling Bingxue was taken aback. Why was she thinking about her sister? After a moment, Ling Bingxue finally spoke up. I'm not going to tease you anymore. I have something to ask you." Chen Feng also calmed down and sat down to wait for Ling Bingxue to continue. "Do you have anything else to do this afternoon?" Ling Bingxue looked at Chen Feng with a smile. Seeing Chen Feng shake his head, Ling Bingxue stood up, took Chen Feng's hand, and started walking toward the door. Chen Feng looked completely bewildered. "Wait, I'll grab a hat and mask too." With that, the two of them, fully covered up, got into the nanny car at the door. Once inside the car, Chen Feng saw Ling Bingyan was also there, leaving him even more confused. What were these sisters up to? What's the rush? "You're here too? Hello, Mr. Chen." Ling Bingyan, sitting in the front seat, greeted Chen Feng before turning her head away. Watching the peculiar Ling sisters and the already moving chauffeur-driven car, Chen Feng felt as though he had been kidnapped. Taking a few deep breaths, Ling Bingxue said, "There's nothing much to it. You'll see when we get there." Thus, Chen Feng, still clueless, arrived at the lobby of Beijing Tianxia Group, where Susan was already waiting. As the three got out of the car, Susan hurriedly waved her hand. "You're back, Miss Su." Although Chen Feng hadn't paid much attention to the entertainment industry before, he had heard the name Tianxia Media mentioned frequently by Su Yusen. Tianxia Media Company, a subsidiary of Tianxia Group, was the agency Su Yusen had always dreamed of joining right after graduation. However, her qualifications hadn't been deemed sufficient by Tianxia Media at the time, so she ended up becoming an artist under Mu Entertainment. Tianxia Group was a large conglomerate encompassing music, film, entertainment, and investment. Its founder, Ling Tianxiang, was a true heavyweight in the industry. As Chen Feng followed Su Shan and others into the Tianxia Group building, he was gradually recognized by others. "Wow, it's Chen Feng. He's even more handsome than on TV. Yeah, he's way better than the young hotshot who wanted to jump ship to our company earlier. The eldest and second young misses are leading Chen Feng back? Is the rumor about the second young miss and Chen Feng true? Don't talk nonsense." Upon arriving at the floor belonging to Tianxia Media within the group, Ling Bingxue directly led Chen Feng to the conference room. Through the door, Chen Feng could hear singing coming from inside. "It's a pity it's not you who stays with me until the end. We once walked together, but lost each other at that crossroads. Thank you for holding my hand. I can still feel that tenderness." It was the song she had sung recently. "It's a pity it wasn't you." Chen Feng glanced back at the Ling sisters, who were grinning, and roughly understood what they had brought her here for today. As Susan opened the conference room door, the 7 or 8 people inside turned their heads to look. Ling Bingxue led Chen Feng inside. "I've brought Chen Feng here for you. He is my good friend. Don't mistreat him." Everyone in the room knew Ling Bingxue was joking and smiled at Chen Feng. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a beret and black-rimmed glasses stood up and said, "Shuer, you're really joking. We're begging Chen Feng to come here. How could we possibly treat him any differently?" Ling Bingxue introduced Chen Feng to the others. "This is director Zhang Yibo." Before Ling Bingxue could finish, Zhang Yibo walked up to Chen Feng, his hands trembling with excitement, and gripped Chen Feng's hands tightly. "Great. Wonderful. It's truly wonderful that you're here. It's all thanks to our eldest and second young miss for their influence." Ling Bingxue couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She probably didn't expect that Zhang Yiba had dragged Chen Feng back here by force. Ling Bingyan, on the other hand, looked worried and said, "Director Zhang, please calm down. Don't eat Chen Feng." Zhang Yiba pulled Chen Feng to the conference table, gently placing his hands on Chen Feng's shoulders, gesturing for him to sit down. "We were just listening to your song It's Not You. Our company, Tianxia Film and Tianxia Media, are co-producing a youth-themed movie called Those Years. Your song fits perfectly with our movie." As he spoke, Zhang Yiba pulled a movie brochure from his assistant and handed it to Chen Feng. The lead actors are Peng Yuyan and Nini, with Zheng Kai, Wei Chen, and other popular idols joining the cast, making the lineup extremely star-studded. The conference room fell silent as everyone waited for Chen Feng's response. Those in the industry could all see that the song It's Not You was bound to become a hit. When the time comes, the combination of It's Not You and the big-budget production of Those Years will undoubtedly create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Chapter 29, Handpicked. Chen Feng took the promotional brochure and began to read it. He was well aware of the movie and had a strong impression of its theme song. The ethereal voice of the Queen of Pop, Wang Fei, with its faint hint of sadness, perfectly captured the melancholy of adolescence. Zhang Yiba, standing beside him, noticed Chen Feng's intense focus and felt a surge of joy. "Wow, this song is truly amazing. It reminds me of my youth. When I watched the live stream back then, I even felt the urge to reach out to my ex-girlfriend." The others looked at Zhang Yiba with mixed expressions, thinking, "Director Zhang, please say less. What if your sister-in-law hears you? You wouldn't want her to kick you out of the house, would you?" Chen Feng glanced in the direction of the Ling sisters. Ling Bingyan blushed as she looked at Chen Feng, while Ling Bingxue clasped her hands together and bowed to him. "Brother Feng, give me some face." Chen Feng deliberately gave a mischievous smile and turned back, saying, "I already know the plot of Those Years that flew by. I think the song It's Not You isn't very suitable for this movie." Zhang Yiba thought Chen Feng was asking for a high price. "The price is negotiable. How about 1.2 million? His expression was sincere. As long as the price was within his acceptable range, he was willing to negotiate. Chen Feng, who had once been a rising star in the entertainment industry in his previous life, naturally understood that this price was already quite generous for a theme song. A loud bang. Ling Bingxue stood up, pouted her lips, and quickly walked up to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, you refused to sing this song at my concert, and now you won't let us use it for the movie's theme song?" Ignoring Ling Bingxue's mutterings, Chen Feng looked seriously at Zhang Yiba and said, "I can write one for you." He then asked Zhang Yiba's assistant for a piece of paper and a pen, and under the stunned gazes of everyone in the meeting room, he leaned over the table and began to write the sheet music. What is he doing? Zhang Yiba didn't understand what Chen Feng was doing and didn't dare to approach him, so he turned to look at Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue. Although the Ling sisters had seen Chen Feng suddenly get inspired and start writing sheet music on the spot before, they still had their doubts. Ling Bingyan whispered, He's probably writing a song. Let's not disturb him." Zhang Yiba was completely baffled. Just start writing like that? This was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. Why not just use that song, It's Not You? Soon, the A4 paper in Chen Feng's hands was completely covered with densely written words. A song was completed. He spun the flat A4 paper on the desk and pushed it directly toward Zhang Yiba. Zhang Yiba picked up the sheet music from the table and began to read it carefully. Of course, he didn't understand music, so he could only read the lyrics. "In those fleeting years, how many times did we say goodbye before dragging it out? Unfortunately, neither of us ever loved. It wasn't a passionate debate of emotions. In those fleeting years, we carelessly abandoned the promises we had made to bear the weight of the years, only to wait for others to fulfill them." Zhang Yiba's hands trembled slightly as he put down the sheet music, looking utterly astonished as he asked, "Mr. Chen, what is this?" Unconsciously, he had already changed the way he addressed Chen Feng. In truth, he already had an answer in his heart, but he wanted Chen Feng to tell him himself. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Director Zhang, I truly believe that the song It's Not You doesn't capture the essence of youth and doesn't align well with the theme of those hurried years. Therefore, this song is more suitable." Zhang Yiba cleared his throat. "The lyrics of this song are truly excellent and perfectly match our film, but I don't really understand how to read sheet music." Chen Feng took the sheet music back from Zhang Yiba. "Bingyan, come over here and take a look, then sing along with me." Ling Bingyan asked in surprise, "What? Me?" Chen Feng spoke gently, "Yes, come over." As he spoke, he beckoned to Ling Bingyan. Ling Bingyan obediently walked over to Chen Feng's side, carefully studying the sheet music. Curious Ling Bingxue naturally didn't want to miss out, so she sat down beside Ling Bingyan and craned her neck to look as well. After a moment, Ling Bingyan looked up at Chen Feng, indicating that she had finished reading. "Sing along with me." After saying that, Chen Feng began to sing the song. "In those fleeting years, how many times did we say goodbye before delaying our departure? Unfortunately, who knows if love was just a passionate debate on the surface? In those fleeting years, we carelessly left behind promises we couldn't bear, only to wait for others to fulfill them. Ling Bingyan, who had been humming softly, gradually found her rhythm, and her voice grew louder. If we can't meet again with red eyes, can we still meet with red cheeks? Just like that beautiful lie we hastily carved into eternity that year. If the past is still worth cherishing, don't let go of old grievances too quickly. Who would willingly let it end like this, with no ties or connections between us? We must owe each other something. Otherwise, what would we have to cherish? Ling Bingyan's voice made Chen Feng's heart leap with joy. Originally, he had only wanted to use this opportunity to have Ling Bingyan try singing, but he never expected that Ling Bingyan's voice was so similar to Wang Fei's passionate, ethereal, and pure. The most shocked were the production team of those years. Zhang Yibo was completely speechless. Even after the song ended, he remained seated, motionless, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Chen Feng's voice carried the essence of youth, vitality, and nostalgia. Ling Bingyan's vocal style was like a heavenly melody, ethereal yet steady, clear, spirited, and fresh. All these qualities were evident in her voice. It's so beautiful, truly breathtaking. Although the entire song was sung a cappella without any accompaniment, it managed to evoke every classic scene from the movie in the minds of the production team of the year we graduated. Some of the more emotional staff members even reminisced about their own high school days and the regrets they had, their eyes welling up with tears. Ling Bingxue sat beside them, watching Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan sing with such emotion, lost in thought for a long time. After a moment, Zhang Yibo finally snapped out of his trance. "Mr. Chen, it's so beautiful, so perfect. This is exactly what I've always wanted. This song is the perfect finishing touch for the movie the year we graduated. It's worth 1.6 million, I'll take it." As Zhang Yibo spoke, he began to choke up. Chen Feng saw two words in his eyes. Desire. "Alright, no problem." Chen Feng agreed readily. But this song should be sung by Ling Bingyan. He had expected Chen Feng to make some other demands, but he never imagined he would ask Ling Bingyan to sing the song. Although Ling Bingyan was still a student at the music academy, as the youngest daughter of Ling Tianxiang, she had a natural gift for singing, and everyone in the entire Tianxia group knew it. It was only a matter of time before she became a singer. Zhang Yibo smiled and said, "Alright, we'll give it serious consideration." Chen Feng extended his index finger and waved it. "It's not about considering it, she must sing it. That's a condition." Chapter 30, No Solution. Swish. Ling Bingyan's lively eyes fixed on Chen Feng. She quickly lowered her head, and the strands of hair pinned behind her ear fell down, perfectly covering her flushed face. In that moment, she understood what it meant to have her heart racing. Ling Bingyan suddenly understood why Chen Feng had taken her to sing with him after finishing the song. He was laying the groundwork for her to enter the music industry smoothly. Such a person was impossible not to like. Slowly, Ling Bingyan's thoughts began to wander. Susan stood up and walked over to Chen Feng, leaning in to whisper, "Bingyan is Ling Dong's youngest daughter." Just one sentence made Chen Feng's toes curl tightly. How embarrassing. He had thought this was his chance to showcase Ling Bingyan's perfect voice, but in the end, he was the one who ended up looking like a fool. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Susan thought to herself, of course. God must have closed a window for Chen Feng. He doesn't pay attention to what people say. I've been calling Ling Bingxue Miss Ling and Ling Bingyan Miss Ling the whole time. Everyone in the entertainment industry knows that the Tianxia group is surnamed Ling. Isn't that enough? At that moment, Zhang Yibo seemed to suddenly think of something and raised his eyebrows. "No problem, Mr. Chen. I'll definitely have Bingyan sing the song. But do you know the title of the song?" Chen Feng saw an opening and immediately took it. The title is Those Fleeting Years. Once everything was settled, Zhang Yibo's assistant prepared the contracts and placed them in front of the two of them. Chen Feng glanced through it briefly. The movie Those Fleeting Years only has the usage rights for the theme song created by Chen Feng, not the copyright for distribution. In other words, the production team of the year we met had purchased the usage rights to the song, but any future revenue generated from the song would still belong to Chen Feng. While Chen Feng was reviewing the contract, Zhang Yibo asked, "Does Mr. Chen have an agency?" Chen Feng shook his head. The previously quiet Ling Bingxue suddenly slapped her thigh. "Right. Chen Feng doesn't have an agency yet. How could I forget that? Susan, hurry up and sign Chen Feng to our company." Last time Chen Feng wrote Blue and White Porcelain, Susan had already expressed an interest in signing him, but she wasn't sure if he would return. After all, the really talented singers all have their own studios. However, since Ling Bingxue had brought it up, she decided to give it a try. So Susan approached Chen Feng and whispered, "Mr. Chen, since you don't have a talent agency, why not join our Tianxia Media? As you know, Tianxia Media holds a prestigious position and enjoys a stellar reputation within the industry. Rest assured, we can offer you the highest level contract and you'll receive a 70% share of the proceeds. With Tianxia's top-notch resources, it's something many stars can only dream of." Chen Feng put down the contract and said to Susan with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, Susan, even though we're friends, I've never had any plans to sign with an agency." In his view, talent agencies were like a useless appendage, useful only when signing contracts or arranging performances, but otherwise potentially restrictive. Susan returned to Ling Bingxue with a frown and shrugged her shoulders. Ling Bingxue glanced at Susan, signaling her to keep an eye on Chen Feng, then picked up the phone and stepped outside. A few moments later, Ling Bingxue returned to the meeting room and saw Chen Feng had just finished signing the contract and was about to leave. She clenched her teeth and immediately grabbed Chen Feng's clothes. Ling Bingxue had just received a call from the group's chairman, her father Ling Tianxiang. She had recounted every detail about Chen Feng's song, his talent, and his astonishing creative abilities to Ling Tianxiang. Immediately, Ling Tianxiang instructed Ling Bingxue to do whatever it takes to keep Chen Feng. With this assurance, Ling Bingxue said, "Chen Feng, wait." Chen Feng turned around in confusion. Ling Bingxue pulled Chen Feng into her office. The room was decorated in pink, making it look very cute. "Chen Feng, I want to sign you. Will you sign?" Chen Feng shook his head. "I'm a teacher at the Capital Music Academy. Why would I sign a contract with you? More importantly, you know the restrictions the company imposes on artists." Ling Bingxue snorted. "I knew you'd find an excuse to back out. Alright, Chen Feng, I won't sign an artist contract with you. How about you come work at Tianxia Media as the chief music consultant? I wouldn't deny you that favor, would I?" After speaking, Ling Bingxue's face turned fierce as she glared at Chen Feng. Chen Feng couldn't help but want a laugh in his eyes. Ling Bingxue looked playful and adorable. Ling Bingxue, still wearing her fierce expression, took a step toward Chen Feng, who stepped back in response. In the confined space, Chen Feng's back was pressed against the wall with no room to retreat. Ling Bingxue braced herself against the wall with one arm and extended her other hand, hooking her fingers under Chen Feng's chin. "Don't worry, follow me, and I'll give you an annual salary of 2 million yuan. Plus, all the proceeds from the songs you release will be yours, as long as they're released under the name of Tianxia Media. Also, train some of the company's new recruits for me. And sell me a few more original songs. Can you do it? If not, you won't be able to leave this building." Put. Chen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ling Bingxue's fierce expression faded away in Chen Feng's laughter. "Chen Feng, can't you just cooperate with me a little?" Chen Feng raised his hands with a smile. Alright, I agree. Please let me go, sir." Though he was laughing, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Ling Bingxue. Granting him such a condition showed great magnanimity. "That's more like it." Ling Bingxue sat in the chair and called Susan to prepare the agreement. Chen Feng's thoughts were simple. Starting his own company was extremely tiring, and he had to support employees, which required too much effort. He also didn't know much about other companies. If he joined a company like Muhi Entertainment, where Su Yusin currently worked, he would be subject to various demands, restrictions, and even manipulation. A terrible choice. Chen Feng just wanted to focus on writing songs and singing well, without worrying about too many other things. Although Ling Bingxue was more outspoken, she was honest and had been a good friend of his in this world. Her younger sister, Ling Bingyan, was also his student. Both emotionally and logically, this company is the best choice. A short while later, Susan brought the newly drafted agreement to Ling Bingxue's office. In a warm and joyful atmosphere, Ling Bingxue and Chen Feng signed the agreement. Ling Bingxue extended her delicate hand and shook Chen Feng's hand in a formal manner. Chen Feng officially became the chief music advisor of Tianxia Media. "Congratulations, Mr. Chen. Treat us to dinner." Chen Feng was speechless. "Boss, you haven't paid me yet, and you're already exploiting me." Ling Bingxue said, "You just sold your song and earned us, our Tianxia group 1.6 million, and you're not even treating us to a meal? Alright, I have something to do today. I'll treat you guys in a couple of days." Chen Feng realized he couldn't do anything about Ling Bingxue. Chapter 31, her face was swollen from being slapped. In the evening, Chen Feng brought some fruits to Yin Shuwen's home. As soon as he entered the house, the aroma that greeted him made his stomach growl uncontrollably. Yin Shuwen called out toward the kitchen, "Come out and see who's here." At the kitchen door, Yin Shuwen's wife, Zheng Shuman, emerged carrying the last 2 dishes. As one of Yin Shuwen's proudest students, Chen Feng had often visited Yin Shuwen's home during his university days. Seeing Chen Feng arrive with so many things, Zheng Shuman scolded him, "Just come over. Why bring so much? Don't do this next time. Come in quickly, Xiao Feng. Join old Yin for a drink." Chen Feng hurried inside. "Mrs. Yin, let me handle this." Saying this, Chen Feng took the plate from Zheng Shuman's hands and placed it gently on the table. Zheng Shuman turned to Yin Shuwen and said, "Old Yin, Xiao Feng is here. Go get your wine. I'll give you the day off today." Soon, Yin Shuwen emerged from the bedroom with a bottle of white wine in his hand, his face beaming with a smile. "Haha, the food today is really delicious." Zheng Shuman tapped Yin Shuwen on the shoulder. "Admit it, you were craving wine, that's why you called Xiao Feng over for dinner." Yin Shuwen smiled without responding. Watching this elderly couple who had been deeply in love for decades, Chen Feng felt a surge of emotion. The three sat down, and Chen Feng poured wine into Yin Shuwen's and his own cups. After taking a few bites of food, Yin Shuwen asked, "Xiao Feng, what are your plans for the future? Plans? Chen Feng looked puzzled. Well, teach and sing songs. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuwen put down his chopsticks. I've spoken with the head of the vocal music department at the school. I've arranged for other teachers to take over your classes. I plan to assign you to a less demanding position, which will be beneficial for your future development. Chen Feng fell silent for a moment, thinking that Dean Yin's consideration was reasonable. After all, he planned to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, so his schedule at the school couldn't be too packed. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, after accompanying the old dean, Yin Shuwen, for a few drinks, Chen Feng helped the slightly tipsy man into his bedroom, bid farewell to his mentor's wife, Zheng Shuman, and returned to his small apartment. In a high-end private room at a KTV owned by Muhi, Fan Chengcheng and Shen Guanlin were drinking together. Though they weren't from the same company, they had debuted together on the same variety show. Their relationship was very close, at least on the surface. In many variety shows where they appeared together, they referred to each other as good brothers. Fan Chengcheng grabbed the microphone and shouted for a while. His off-key singing made the waiter at the door frown. If it weren't for the manager's explicit instructions to stay there and wait for the guest's call, he would have already slipped away to another place. After singing several songs, Fan Chengcheng collapsed onto the sofa and picked up a glass of iced liquor to drink. Brother, you have no idea. On I Am a Singer, Chen Feng slapped me so hard my face is swollen. Fan Chengcheng looked furious as he complained to Chen Guanlin. Although Fan Chengcheng spoke this way, the live broadcast of I Am a Singer was not just about being humiliated. Due to his disappointing performance, his fanbase plummeted, and even many loyal fans unfollowed him, leaving only a handful of brainless fans who liked his appearance but had twisted values. Meanwhile, the number of haters had multiplied in the past 2 days, and the comment section on his Weibo was filled with insults. Get lost, Fan Chengcheng. Are the standards for becoming a singer so low these days? Anyone can do it? Then can I try too? I heard his sister is a big shot in the industry, that's why he got his spot. Lu Chan's father, Lu Bei, was also a big shot, but Lu Chan isn't someone you can help succeed. Now, Fan Chengcheng's name is a laughingstock in the entertainment industry. This has left Huazi Entertainment, who had once held high hopes for him, furious. Had it not been for his sister intervening, Huazi Entertainment would have likely shelved him until the end of his contract. After his sister and Huazi Entertainment's CEO, De Huajie, talked for over an hour in the office, no one knows what they discussed, but Huazi Entertainment downgraded his contract. While he managed to keep his spot in the entertainment industry, this effectively cut off a significant portion of his resources. As a result, Fan Chengcheng harbored even deeper hatred toward Chen Yang. When he mentioned his name, his eyes blazed with anger. If looks could kill, Chen Feng's grave would likely be overgrown with grass by now. I never expected that this ordinary university professor had some real clout. Though he spoke these words, Chen Guanlin's heart was far from calm. He knew his own capabilities all too well. The company's agent, Zhou Qing, secured a spot for a challenger from the show's production team. Originally, he had planned to eliminate Fan Chengcheng himself, but unexpectedly, a third party had intervened and derailed his plans. Now he couldn't refuse. The show was about to start in a few days, and he couldn't very well say he couldn't participate now, or he'd have to pay a huge breach of contract fee. In the previous episode, Fan Chengcheng was humiliated by Chen Feng. Wouldn't he be next? Although Chen Yuhua, one of the current contestants on I Am a Singer, isn't particularly talented, he still has some singing skills and is clearly better than him. Chen Guanlin felt torn. He couldn't go, and he couldn't stay. Thinking about it, Chen Guanlin picked up the bottle beside him, took a sip of the strong liquor, and the spicy sensation sliding down his throat gave him a sense of pleasure. Brother, I have to go on the show next episode. What should I do? Am I supposed to let him humiliate me again? Chen Guanlin's words left Fan Chengcheng speechless. Big brother, how should I know? Look at how miserable I am now. I'm still waiting for you to help me take revenge. As he spoke, Fan Chengcheng suddenly thought of the name Su Yusen. Back then, Chen Feng had been trending on social media alongside that name for several days. Bro, isn't her ex-wife from the same company as you? Why don't you ask her for help? Chen Guanlin continued drinking. Don't joke around. She grits her teeth whenever she hears Chen Feng's name. Chen Guanlin's eyes lit up suddenly. Oh, right, the company tried to link us in a scandal a couple of days ago, but I don't know why it didn't go any further. Fan Chengcheng hurriedly agreed. Yeah, you mentioned that to me the other day. I heard that Chen Feng has deep feelings for Su Yusen, which is why he created the breakup trilogy. Maybe you could use their deep feelings to your advantage. Chen Guanlin felt his mood lighten considerably. Brother, you're right. This romantic fool must have a weakness. We can use Su Yusen to disrupt Chen Feng's focus. Once his mind is chaotic, how can he compete with me? After saying that, he took out his phone, found Zhou Qing's number, and dialed it. Chapter 32, A Perfect Match. 2 days later, Chen Feng was working in his office at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. A knock sounded at the door. Chen Feng called out toward the door, "Come in." With a loud bang, the door was pushed open. Several vocal music students from Ling Bingyan and Huang Wenwen's class rushed in. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, look quickly. Huang Wenwen, the gossip queen of the vocal music department, held her phone up to Chen Feng. Su Yusun's name was clearly displayed on the screen. Chen Feng looked closely. It was a photo of Su Yusun and Chen Guanlin feeding each other, leaked by paparazzi. Chen Feng sneered inwardly. Given Muhi Entertainment's track record, there was no doubt these photos were staged. As expected, the artists under Muhi Entertainment would stop at nothing to gain fame. On Weibo, the content in Su Yusun and Chen Guanlin's fan pages was constantly increasing. Pop star Su Yusun and rising idol Chen Guanlin dining together, feeding each other. It is rumored that Chen Guanlin will appear as a guest on the next episode of I Am a Singer. The two behaved intimately, feeding each other, clearly acting like a couple. The entertainment industry is once again buzzing with a sister-brother romance, as Su Yusun and Chen Guanlin are seen together in a sweet embrace. Will the young heartthrob Chen Guanlin be the true love of singer Su Yusun? Let's wait and see. After scrolling through the comments, Huang Wenwen opened the comments section again. Tens of thousands of comments pushed Su Yusun and Chen Guanlin's super topic directly to the trending list. Guys, these young stars' tastes are really hard to figure out. You don't understand. Young bulls eat old grass, it's good practice. Isn't Su Yusun just divorced? Right, her ex-husband is Chen Feng, the one who sang Blue and White Porcelain on I Am a Singer a couple of days ago. Wow, this is going to be interesting. The new flame and the ex are going to be on stage together. A flock of crows flew over Chen Feng's head. He looked up at his students. Who is this Chen Guanlin? Huang Wenwen looked surprised. Mr. Chen, you don't even know Chen Guanlin? He's your opponent in this weekend's competition. A student from the back said, Chen Guanlin and Fan Chengcheng debuted together in a boy band, but unlike Fan Chengcheng, Chen Guanlin previously worked as a trainee in the Southern Dynasty Kingdom and debuted there once. Ling Bingyan and a few other students looked at the student who had just spoken with confusion. Why did he come back? Wasn't his career in the Southern Dynasty going well? The student sighed. Well, although he has a handsome appearance, his dance and singing skills are indeed too weak. Later, the group he was in the Southern Dynasty Kingdom disbanded, so he returned to the country. Huang Wenwen teased, you sound like you know him well. Did you used to be a fan of his? The student's face turned red instantly. Back then. I was just a kid. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of Muhi Entertainment, Zhou Qing, Su Yusun, Chen Guanlin, and several company executives were sitting together, reviewing real-time data on Weibo. Although the comments below made their faces look a bit grim, the overall data was good, with the current position fluctuating within the top 5 of the trending charts. With some online manipulation, it could stay on the trending list for a while. With such good results, Zhou Qing looked delighted. Guanin, you truly live up to being Mr. Chen's son. Your instinct for hype is something I can only envy. Zhou Qing's words were, of course, polite flattery. If it weren't for the fact that he was the son of the company's CEO, she wouldn't bother with such niceties. You're too kind, Qing. I'm just thinking about the company's future. Zhou Qing gave Chen Guanlin an encouraging pat on the shoulder and turned to ask, Yusun, have you finished recording the song? Seeing Su Yusun nod, Zhou Qing picked up the phone and dialed the number, instructing her staff to submit the song to the music platform for review as soon as possible, ensuring it was released on the platform by Friday. The few people in the meeting room each had their own thoughts. Chen Guanlin looked at the photos of himself and Su Yusun looking intimate on the hot search on Weibo, smirking to himself. Chen Feng, the love-struck fool, letting his anger get the better of him will only ruin his voice. Is he heartbroken now? In the end, he'll still lose to me. Fan Chengcheng, you fool. Once I eliminate Chen Feng, I'll gain recognition as a talented singer, and you'll be of no use to me anymore. Su Yusun hugged her shoulders, saying nothing, her eyes fixed on the Weibo data on the screen. Chen Feng, you're not the only one who can sing love songs. Once my songs are released on the platform, your few songs will become history. Zhou Qing was still on the phone with the staff, remotely directing everyone. Chen Feng, your arrogance won't last much longer. Achoo! 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 Chen Feng, who had just arrived at the entrance of Tianxia Group, sneezed 3 times in a row. What's going on? The weather is so nice today, and I don't feel sick. I hope I'm not catching a cold. Shaking his head, Chen Feng made his way to the floor belonging to Tianxia Media. He had mentioned to Ling Bingxua earlier that he wanted to record these few songs and upload them to a music platform. Especially Sunny Day. The only version available online was the a cappella performance Chen Feng had done at Xia Shui's concert. Fans hadn't heard the complete version yet, and this made Chen Feng feel like the song was missing something. Zhou Dong's songs needed both the lyrics and melody to be appreciated together to achieve the best effect. Inside the company, the busy employees stopped what they were doing and glanced at Chen Feng as he walked in. Susan walked over with a cup of hot coffee. Chen Feng, are you okay? Have a cup of coffee. I know how you feel. Chen Feng grew increasingly uneasy as he listened and interrupted Susan. Susan, what are you talking about? Susan, who had already prepared her comforting words, was completely confused. You didn't know? Su Yusun is with that young hunk. After hesitating for a moment, Susan decided to tell Chen Feng, as she believed he would eventually find out anyway. At that moment, Ling Bingxue walked over. Seeing the company employees stop their work and gather around Chen Feng, her expression grew serious. Aren't you all working? A buzz filled the air. The employees of Tianxia Media scattered like birds and beasts, returning to their tasks. Ling Bingxue walked over to Chen Feng. Are you okay? Chen Feng looked at Susan, then at Ling Bingxue. You guys are just bored. I'm here to record a song, not to gossip with you. I've already put Su Yusun out of my mind. Ling Bingxue and Susan exchanged glances and shrank their necks. After confirming that Chen Feng was okay, the two led him to the recording studio. A pink recording studio came into Chen Feng's view. What do you think, Mr. Chen? This is the recording studio I had renovated. You won't have to run back and forth to the old temporary one anymore. Looking around at the pink walls and cartoon decorations, Chen Feng held back a smile and gave Ling Bingxue a thumbs up. It's great. It really suits you. Chapter 33, Why not let me be the boss instead? Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Yusun updated her personal Weibo. Hello everyone, I've been busy with some personal matters lately and haven't had the chance to meet with you all. Of course, a gift is in order when we meet again. My brand new song, The Evening Breeze Is Coming, will be released tomorrow on 3 major music platforms, NetEase Cloud Music, Jocho Music, and Kugo. Please download and enjoy it. The rumors about Su Yusun and Chen Guanlin were still trending on the hot search list. As soon as her post went live, it received a lot of attention. Yusun, you finally released a song. Yusun, I love you, I love your voice, I love your charm. Walk with your heart, walk with Yusun, keep going. Yusun, no matter who you're with, we'll always love you. Where there are supportive voices, there will inevitably be opposing ones. Chen Guanlin's fans naturally wouldn't agree with Su Yusun releasing her song at this time. Su Yusun, you have no shame. You're using your rumors with brother Guanlin to promote your own song. If you don't love him, please don't hurt him. Stay away from brother Guanlin. Guanlin, don't let Su Yusun deceive you. She's just using you for publicity. Did you two ever date? If not, please don't use our brother. Despite the backlash and insults from the publicity stunt with Chen Guanlin, Su Yusun doesn't care. This is an inevitable part of the publicity stunt strategy. In fact, the more people pay attention to her, the more people will have the chance to hear her songs. This was also the strategy Movie Entertainment had always used to cultivate its stars. Gossip above all, publicity above all. A short while later, Chen Guanlin's Weibo was updated. Just a brief message. Please support Yusun. Below that sentence, Chen Guanlin reposted Su Yusun's Weibo post about her new song. Brother, what's your relationship with her? Don't worry, my brother doesn't like her. He's just trying to help her. Brother, Su Yusun's ex-wife isn't a good person. Brother, she is divorced. Brother, we'll support you no matter what you do. Guanlin, forever crowned in the music industry. Everything that happened on Weibo was immediately noticed by the employees of Tianxia Media. The news that Chen Feng had become the chief music advisor at Tianxia Media had already spread throughout the entire company. As colleagues in the same company, everyone naturally viewed the situation from their own perspective, positioning themselves alongside Chen Feng. The rumors between Su Yusun and Chen Guanlin had already sparked a hint of sympathy for Chen Feng among the employees. Just divorced and already dating? Why not keep it low-key? Now this woman is actually using this momentum to release a new song. This action immediately led to a unified opinion throughout Tianxia Media. Take down Su Yusun. When Chen Feng finished recording the breakup trilogy in the recording studio, it was already late at night. Inside the Tianxia Group building, aside from the security guards, there was almost no one else. But as soon as Chen Feng opened the door to the recording studio, he was blocked by Ling Bingxue. She placed her hands on her hips and shoved her phone directly in front of Chen Feng's face. Fortunately, Chen Feng dodged quickly, otherwise, his face would have been marked with a rectangular red imprint from Ling Bingxue's phone. Ling Bingxue, what are you doing? Chen Feng took a step back, looking at Ling Bingxue in surprise. Just now, after we finished recording Coral Sea, I was bored and scrolling through Weibo. Look at this despicable woman, she's using her scandal to promote her song. That's something only a second-rate singer would do. I really feel sorry for you, Chen Feng. Chen Feng, still dazed, focused his gaze on his phone. Under the trending search terms for Su Yusun and Chen Guanlin's scandal, another post had appeared. Su Yusun's new song, The Evening Breeze Is Coming, is about to be released. Chen Feng remained unfazed, lifting his eyelids to look at Ling Bingxue. Oh, she's releasing a song. This time, it was Ling Bingxue who was surprised. You're not even upset? Chen Feng tilted his head. Why should I be angry? We're no longer connected. Whatever she chooses to do is none of my business. But, it's just, she's doing this. Ling Bingxue was completely stumped by Chen Feng's words. Yes, why should she be angry? She was just his ex-wife. If he wasn't angry, why should she be? Ling Bingshui's thoughts were in disarray. Why did she care so much about this man's affairs? Chen Feng walked past Ling Bingshui, who was still standing there motionless. Instead of worrying about her, why not listen to my recording? Ling Bingshui's eyes lit up, and she followed Chen Feng into the office. She saw Chen Feng plug a USB drive into the computer, pick up the headphones from the desk, and hand them to Ling Bingshui. She took the headphones, gently placed them over her ears, and the melodious song flowed into Ling Bingshui's ears. It's a pity it's not you who stays with me until the end. We once walked together, but lost each other at that crossroads. Thank you for holding my hand. I still haven't felt that tenderness. Chen Feng masterfully blended his true and falsetto voices, showcasing the perfect combination. The song touched her soul, and Ling Bingshui covered her ears with her hands, instinctively not wanting any other sound to enter her ears besides the music. Ling Bingshui felt as though she had completely immersed herself in the song. A reunion, a familiar tone, a warm memory, a path walked halfway. Fear of repeating the past, but even more so, the fear of not even having the chance to repeat it. Soon, the song It's Not You came to an end. Immediately afterward, the deep voices of a man and a woman filled her headphones, the melancholic melody making her want to cry. It was her duet with Chen Feng, Coral Sea. She hadn't paid much attention while singing, but the newly renovated recording studio and equipment had perfectly captured her and Chen Feng's voices. Turning away, unable to say goodbye. Seabirds and fish falling in love is just a coincidence. Our love. Differences have always existed. Dust in the wind. They accumulate into hurt. The high-pitched duet penetrated Ling Bingshui's heart, and before she knew it, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. The greatest distance in the world is between a bird and a fish. One soars through the sky, while the other dwells in the depths of the sea. Like a dream, like an illusion, like being intoxicated. In the blink of an eye, she was transported back to her youth, and the full version of Sunny Day flowed unimpeded through Ling Bingshui's ears. On that windy day, I tried holding your hand. But just then, the rain started to fall. So hard that I couldn't see you anymore. How much longer must I wait before I can be by your side? Maybe I'll feel a little better when the sun comes out. Long ago, there was someone who loved you for a very long time. But alas, the wind grows stronger, blowing the distance so far away. Finally, we can love each other one more day. But in the end, you seem to say it anyway. Goodbye. As the song ended, Ling Bingshui remained immersed in it, thinking of her campus, the person she had once secretly admired, and the innocent and pure innocence of youth. After a long while, Ling Bingshui removed the headphones from her pink hair. Her tearful expression was heartbreakingly adorable. Chen Feng, why don't I give you the position of CEO at Tianxia Media? Chapter 34, It's All Your Fault. Chen Feng naturally ignored Ling Bingshui's thoughtless words. Even if he had agreed, Ling Tianxiang, the biggest boss of Tianxia Group, would never approve. There's no time to waste. Since the song is already recorded, we should release it as soon as possible. Ling Bingshui thought about how Su Yusen had just divorced Chen Feng and was already spreading rumors with other young heartthrobs, which made her extremely angry. Now, she felt deeply disgusted by her decision to use this scandal to release the song. She couldn't remember when it started, but she had grown increasingly annoyed by Su Yusen's every move. Whenever that name came up, it would set her off. At that moment, in Ling Bingshui's mind, she must strike back at Su Yusen's despicable actions. Chen Feng gave Ling Bingshui a complicated look. Alright, since I've already sold myself to you, you can decide when to release the song. Gurgle. Ling Bingshui, who had been about to retort to Chen Feng, suddenly felt her stomach growl. This forced the words on the tip of her tongue to remain unsaid. After finishing the recording of Coral Sea with Chen Feng, Ling Bingshui had been waiting at the company for Chen Feng to come out. Let's go, boss. Let's grab some late-night snacks. Alright. Without thinking, Ling Bingshui responded, and her face turned red instantly. Just the two of them? No way. No way. Seeing how her younger sister behaved around Chen Feng, anyone could tell she liked him. If my younger sister found out that Chen Feng and I were having a late-night snack alone, wouldn't he that? Ling Bingshui dared not think further. She hurriedly caught up with Chen Feng, who was walking ahead. I'll call Bing Yan over. Let's go together. Chen Feng glanced at his watch. The shortest hand was pointing at 12 o'clock. Isn't it too late to call her out now? Ling Bingshui fumbled around, gesturing frantically to Chen Feng. It's not too late. It's only this time, and she usually goes to bed late. As she spoke, Ling Bingshui dialed Ling Bingyan's phone. Beep, beep, beep. Ling Bingyan's phone didn't answer. Ling Bingshui stood there awkwardly, smiling at Chen Feng. At that moment, she didn't know what to say. She really wanted to go out to eat with Chen Feng, but he might be her future brother-in-law. But logically speaking, what's wrong with going out to eat with your future brother-in-law? However, the more she tried to find an excuse, the harder it was to come up with a reasonable explanation. There's no use denying it. Recalling the previous accidental intimate contact with Chen Feng, Ling Bingshue's face flushed a delicate red. Seeing Ling Bingshue standing there as if deep in thought, Chen Feng approached and said, "If Bingyan is asleep, we'll call her next time. I'm hungry too, let us go eat." This. I suddenly remembered something I need to handle. Chen Feng, I'll go ahead. With that, Ling Bingshue ran out without looking back. Chen Feng scratched his head. With no choice, he decided to eat alone. He put on a hat and mask, went to the convenience store, bought a large bowl of noodles, and returned to his small apartment to satisfy his hunger. At the entrance of the Tianxia Group building, Ling Bingshue sat in the car, her face flushed. She picked up the Xing Dailu doll on the passenger seat and squeezed it gently. What am I thinking? Chen Feng is just my friend, but why am I thinking so much about him? He's not my type. Though she said this, Ling Bingshue's mind immediately flashed back to Chen Feng's figure. Please stop. Don't let me think like this. Chen Feng, you little cutie. She said this out loud, but her mind was filled with Chen Feng's every move, his handsome profile when he was seriously writing a song, his elegant moments when he was playing the piano, and his deep emotion when he was fully immersed in a duet of love songs. Shaking her head, Ling Bingshue forced herself to stop thinking about him. However, due to her earlier excitement, Ling Bingshue had forgotten to tell Chen Feng her personal Weibo account. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Bingshue picked up her phone and sent Chen Feng a message. Chen Feng, who had just finished washing up, picked up his phone. Who could be messaging me this late? He opened it. It was Ling Bingshue. Didn't she have something to do? Seeing Ling Bingshue's pink avatar with the message, "Get a Weibo account. The company will verify it for you to promote the release of the 3 songs." Chen Feng already had a Weibo account, following some funny bloggers, which he used to browse their posts occasionally. He sent his account and password to Ling Bingshue and wrote, "Are you done with work? It's so late. Finish up quickly and go home. Be careful on the way." Ling Bingshue forwarded the account and password she received from Chen Feng to the company's publicity team, and immediately received Chen Feng's second message. Damn it, why does he care about me? Ling Bingshue, who had just calmed down a bit, felt her heart racing again. She stomped on the gas pedal, causing the sports car parked in the spot to roar like a beast, startling a couple who had just walked by. Ling Bingshue was startled herself, patting her chest. Luckily, the car was in park, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Bang! 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 The sound of hands slapping against the car window echoed. Ling Bingshue turned her head and saw the couple she had startled earlier standing beside her car, looking furious. They were probably there to confront her for scaring them. Ling Bingshue rolled down the window. I'm sorry. I accidentally stepped on the gas pedal. I'm truly sorry for scaring you." The couple, who had originally intended to confront the driver, saw the driver's friendly attitude and their anger subsided greatly. Upon closer inspection, the couple's pupils dilated instantly. That head of sleek pink hair, that. Yuri Xia Shuer. The female half of the couple was the first to react, covering her mouth in disbelief and shouting, "Wow, Xia Shuer. Xia Shuer." The woman continued shouting while pulling the man beside her, jumping up and down. In the late night of Beijing, though not as bustling as daytime, there were still many people passing by. Many people heard the girl's shouts, craning their necks to look over, and upon seeing the person in the car with the pink hair, coupled with the girl's excited screams, many rushed toward the parking spot. Seeing the famous actress Xia Shuer was a very lucky opportunity. Ling Bingshue saw the commotion and immediately smiled at the girl, saying, "Sorry, maybe we'll meet again someday." After speaking, she raised the car window and stepped on the gas pedal, propelling the car out of the parking spot. The sports car sped off like an excited beast seeing its prey, disappearing from the parking spot onto the road in just a few seconds, leaving behind a trail of red taillights for the pedestrians who had rushed over to catch a glimpse of Xia Shuer. On the way home, Ling Bingshue sighed in relief. Thankfully, she had managed to get away. If she had been surrounded by the crowd, she might not have been able to leave that area all night. Chen Feng. Ling Bingshue blamed it all on the message Chen Feng had sent her, which had thrown her heart into disarray. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Chapter 35, Chen Feng has a magic touch. Hello everyone. I'm Chen Feng. It's Not You, Coral Sea, and Sunny Day will be released tonight on the 3 major music platforms. Thank you all for your support and kindness. Below the text is a video of Chen Feng sitting on a chair recording the track. This is the first post Chen Feng made on his verified Weibo account after receiving it the day before. A staff member from Tianxia Media smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you should also post the same content on Douyin so more people can see the promotion. If you're busy, the company can post it for you." Sure. If it were another company, Chen Feng would definitely not hand over his account. His experience from his previous life taught him that many celebrities' downfalls stemmed from mistakes made by third-party managers. Moreover, if there were ever a conflict between the artist and the company, the account issue would be difficult to resolve, which could have a significant impact on future career development. However, Chen Feng trusted the staff at Tianxia Media. With the connections to Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue, plus the harmonious relationship between the artists and the company, it was still quite reassuring. After handing over the account password to the staff, he began thinking about what song to sing for the upcoming episode of I Am a Singer. Chen Feng wasn't worried about not having a song to sing, rather, he had too many options and wanted to choose the most suitable one. Just as Chen Feng was scribbling on an A4 sheet of paper, a loud commotion erupted outside. 4.5 million followers. Goodness, did I see that correctly? A Douyin account with no posts has 4.5 million followers? What's going on? Quick, look. Chen's Weibo has already reached 300,000 followers. That fast? The commotion caught Ling Bingshue's attention. She stepped out of her office to see what was happening outside. An employee told Ling Bingxue, Mr. Chen's Douyin account has no posts, yet it already has 4.5 million followers. On Weibo, a promotional post made 10 minutes ago has already attracted over 300,000 followers, and the number is still rising. That's terrifying. Even Ling Bingxue, who had been famous for years, couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. She turned and walked to Chen Feng's office, pushing the door open. Chen Feng! Get out! Even Chen Feng, after learning about this, was a bit surprised. He would occasionally watch funny videos on Douyin, and the notifications always showed 99+, so he didn't pay much attention to followers or private messages. Below the promotional content on Weibo, there were already nearly 10,000 comments. It's Chen Feng. Chen Feng has a Weibo account. Cool, finally we'll get to hear the breakup trilogy. I just got divorced, and Chen Feng released a song. I timed my divorce perfectly. What does marriage really bring to women? What does marriage really bring to men? The paper I bought on Pinduoduo arrived. I'm going to cry my eyes out tonight. Chen Feng glanced at the comments and started interacting with his fans. On Douyin, Chen Feng also posted the same content as on Weibo. No way, did I see that right? Chen Feng actually posted content on Douyin? I thought he was just a funny guy who liked to follow funny accounts. Tearful. Is the official version of the breakup trilogy finally coming out? I'm so excited to see what the full version of Sunny Day will be like. Mr. Chen, never fail us. The lobby of Tianxia Media was bustling with activity. Everyone was busy promoting Chen Feng's new song set to be released tonight. Ling Bingxue also instructed Susan to contact all artists under the Tianxia group to give Chen Feng their full support. Today, Tianxia Media was bustling with activity, and New Entertainment was doing the same. Immediately have all the social media managers use the company's artist accounts to promote Su Yusun's song. Zhou Cheng was making call after call. Su Yusun, Chen Guanlin, and others were interacting with fans. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Cheng's expression was grim. This Chen Feng is really ungrateful. He always comes out to obstruct her every time she's trying to take a step forward. Su Yusun, who was occasionally communicating with fans, had a grim expression. She had thought there would be no obstacles this time, but he actually decided to release his songs at the same time as hers. Although they were songs he had already sung before, she never expected them to still have such a high impact now. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. Chen Guanlin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Weibo feed on his phone. I didn't expect him to have the time or energy to record a song. It seems like the rumors between me and Su Yusun haven't affected him at all. I need to come up with another plan. In an instant, Weibo was ablaze with activity. Xia Shuer, Li Jian, and Aling were among the first to repost Chen Feng's Weibo post. Xia Shuer even added a few pig emojis when she reposted it. Xia Shuer's fans were in an uproar in the comments section. It's over. Xia Shuer has been swept off her feet by Chen Feng, that pig. I don't get it. What is so special about Chen Feng that even our little princess Xia Shuer has fallen for him? No, Shuer, don't get involved with a divorced man, even though I admit he's talented. Shuer, just focus on singing. I'll date him for you. On Su Yusun's side, there were artists from Muhi Entertainment and Chen Guanlin's industry friends, such as Chai Kuan, Fan Chengcheng, and Chen Yuhua, along with a group of young heartthrobs, mobilizing their fans to follow and download the song The Evening Breeze Is Coming. On the surface, it seemed like everyone was promoting their own work and had nothing to do with each other. But in reality, this wasn't just a competition between singers, it was a battle between the two companies' influence within the industry. Soon, it was time for the weekly music platform's prime-time song release. On time, spot on, with no mistakes. At this moment, many were waiting, as the buzz was too strong to ignore, sparking great interest among netizens. Who would emerge victorious in this battle dubbed by netizens as the post-divorce showdown? On Chen Feng's side, out of the three songs, the majority of netizens chose Sunny Day first. This is because Chen Feng had only sung it a cappella at Xia Shuer's concert without any accompaniment, leaving everyone curious about what the full version of the song would sound like. Among them was Fang Wensan, a prominent lyricist and composer in the industry who had been quietly following Chen Feng for a long time, considering whether to collaborate with him. Purchase, play. A deep guitar sound suddenly rang out without any warning. as Chen Feng's voice echoed. The song began. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year I was born. The swing of childhood, swaying with memories all the way to the present. Re so si do si la. So la si la so. Chapter 36, Sting. This song, this voice. Fong Wen-san unconsciously turned up the volume on his headphones. Chen Feng's deep, lazy voice echoed in his mind, causing Fong Wen-san's eyes to grow hazy before he eventually closed them completely. Completely immersed in the moment, it felt like he had returned to his youth, reliving those vibrant days. The day I skipped class for you. The day the flowers fell. That classroom. Chen Feng's voice sang the tenderness, the passion, and the hint of sadness to perfection. On that windy day, I tried holding your hand. But the rain grew heavier, and I could no longer see you. Fong Wen-san was surprised. After being a lyricist and composer for so many years, he now found himself unable to control himself. He listened over and over again. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But the wind blew the distance between us farther and farther apart. Many people shared Fong Wen-san's feelings. The comments for Sunny Day were exploding, with praise pouring in non-stop. I cried. What is this song? I can't stop listening to it. My youth, my high school days, I miss her so much. Holy crap, when I realized it, I was kneeling on the ground. Share it quickly, share it quickly. That's ridiculous, really ridiculous. The lyrics, music, and singing are all by one person. I guess that's what it means to be a singer-songwriter. Chen Feng's voice, filled with storytelling, paired with the moving melody of Sunny Day, captured the hearts of one netizen after another, with purchase numbers steadily rising. Within just a few hours, it directly entered the top 10 of the Huaxia Music New Songs chart, ranking at the 9th position. The Huaxia Music New Songs chart is the most authoritative and trusted chart in Huaxia, equivalent to Chen Feng's former mainland music chart or Douban ratings. The buzz continued to grow. Downloads for Too Bad It's Not You and Coral Sea are also on the rise. The lyrics paired with Chen Feng's voice are unparalleled. Those who originally came to watch the post-divorce showdown have now forgotten their original purpose. They are now playing these three songs on repeat, one after another. After listening to Sunny Day, they move on to It's Not You, followed by Coral Sea. Each song is looped, each one as enjoyable as the last. Such beautiful songs naturally deserve to be shared with friends, listened to endlessly, and recommended without pause. Super treasure songs. Come listen, come listen. 3 new songs in a row, listen while they're hot. Those friends who were dragged along reluctantly at first were not only unwilling to sleep but also had to spend a few dollars. Listen. If you don't like it, I'll buy you the song. When the music of Sunny Day started playing, buying It's Not You and Coral Sea was only natural. Bang! Still as impatient as ever, Ling Bingxue forcefully pushed open Chen Feng's office door. She rushed over and excitedly hugged Chen Feng. It's over. It's over. Chen Feng was choked so tightly he could barely breathe. What's blown up? Chen Feng forcefully pushed Ling Bingxue's body and hands away. Realizing what had happened, Ling Bingxue quickly stepped back, her face flushing slightly. Of course the song blew up. Chen Feng sighed deeply. I thought something had happened in our building. Isn't the smooth release of a song a normal thing? Chen Feng remained calm. These 3 songs were already extremely popular in his previous life, and many people in this world had already heard them once. Their popularity was natural. Why get so excited? Chen Feng's reaction poured cold water on Ling Bingxue's excitement. Aren't you happy? I'm actually quite happy. Chen Feng grinned, revealing his 8 perfectly aligned teeth. I didn't notice. Ling Bingxue pouted. Look. All 3 songs have made it into the top 10. The hall erupted in cheers again. For tonight's song release, almost all the staff at Tianxia Media hadn't gone home to rest. From the time the songs were released until now, over 3 hours had passed, and they had already achieved this result. It seemed highly likely they could reach the top of the charts within this time frame. On the 15th floor of a certain office building, all the lights were still on. In the conference room, a sharp voice echoed repeatedly. Where's our song? How does Evening Breeze compare to his 3 songs? Go download the song and notify your friends to download it immediately. Each person must refer 100 people. If you don't meet the target by the end of the month, your performance bonus will be deducted. Hurry up. Bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhou Qing's screams could be heard not only throughout the entire 15th floor of Muhi Entertainment, but probably even the security guards on the first floor. Won't get any peace tonight. Su Yusen sat quietly in her room, fiddling with her phone. As soon as the song was released, she clicked to download it herself and also mobilized the group administrators of her fan groups to encourage all fans to download the song. But it still didn't make it into the top 10, and there was no trace of the Evening Breezes coming on the first page of the new songs chart. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yusen downloaded the 3 songs to her phone. Glancing at the cover featuring Chen Feng's profile, for some reason, Su Yusen thought of how this man would always be at the door to greet her the moment she returned home. But now, it all felt so unreal. Upon returning home, there was only the cold air, the dark house, and the empty home. Her fingers gently touched the play button. The instrumental version of Sunny Day wasn't too short. As soon as she started it, she heard Chin Fong's guitar playing, low and sorrowful. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. But alas, the wind gradually blew the distance between us so far apart. Finally, we could love each other for one more day. But in the end, it seems like you still said it. Goodbye. Su Yusin couldn't speak for half a day. Her fingers uncontrollably pressed the play button for It's Not You. It's a pity it's not you who stays with me until the end. We once walked together, but lost each other at that crossroads. A flood of memories rushed to her mind, and Su Yusin clicked on the third song, Coral Sea. Turning away, unable to say goodbye. The azure coral sea, mist in an instant, now pale. Back then, we were each other. We weren't mature or honest enough. The passion is gone. A smile that can't be forced. Love buried deep, coral sea. Chen Fong and Ling Bingshua's duet, every word like a needle, piercing deeply into Su Yusin's heart. Yet she couldn't help but listen, tears streaming down her face. Clang! Bang! The expensive phone was smashed to the ground by Su Yusin. As if that wasn't enough, she stomped on it several times with the heel of her high-heeled shoe. The heel pierced through the phone, embedding itself in the sole of her shoe. Chapter 37, Charging into the Top 5. Zhou Chang and staff from Muhi Entertainment rushed in. Yusin, are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing Su Yusin with her hair disheveled, everyone except Zhou Qing cautiously stepped back out of the room. Li, give me your phone. Su Yusin's icy words made the last staff member about to step out freeze in place as if electrocuted. She glanced at Zhou Qing. Give it to her. Zhou Qing wouldn't let Xiaoli refuse. Xiaoli could only tremblingly hand over his newly purchased phone to Su Yusin, then retreat to a corner of the room to wait for the storm to pass. Su Yusin opened her Weibo again and took a quick look. As expected, Chen Feng's breakup trilogy was at the top of the trending list. First place again. 3 of his songs were in the top 10 of the Huaxia Music New Songs chart. In less than 4 hours. What kind of talent is this? Back then, the company had already gone all out to get him into the top 10 of the Huaxia Music New Songs chart within 2 days. But Chen Feng now tells her that breaking into the new song chart only takes a few hours. He used those few hours to prove to himself that making it into the top 10 of the new songs chart doesn't require hype or scandals. What gives him the right? Before divorcing her, he was just a man content with a mundane life, shuttling between school and the vegetable market every day. How could such a routine life possibly cultivate such profound creative talent? Zhou Chang remained silent, and Su Yusin looked at Xiaoli. What do you think? What gives him the right? Xiaoli thought to himself, here it comes. The thunderbolt has struck me. I think it's probably just luck. Su Yusin laughed. He doesn't have any luck. He's just a house husband, where would he get luck? Xiaoli shrunk his neck. I don't know. At that moment, Zhou Qing spoke up. Xiaoli, you go out first. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Xiaoli felt as though he had been granted a pardon. He didn't mention the phone at all and hurried out of Su Yusin's room. Sister Zhou, what should I do now? There was no one in the room. Su Yusin collapsed onto the chair, her expression extremely complicated. Zhou Qing walked over to Su Yusin's side and patted her on the back. I've already sent someone to Xia Shuer's fan club. They'll stir up her fans to boycott Chen Feng. Su Yusin nodded, saying nothing. Her current state of mind was incredibly complex, like her phone had been flung out of her hands while riding a roller coaster. Originally, she had planned to use sensationalism, rumors, and releasing songs to boost her status in the industry. But now, she was finished. Her name wasn't trending on Weibo. Her song wasn't even in the top 20 of the Huaxia Music New Songs chart. Life is truly full of ups and downs. The download numbers for the breakup trilogy are still steadily rising. In the KTV under Muhi's company, it's still the same high-end private room. Chen Guanlin was drinking his drink in frustration, Fan Chengcheng was singing on the sofa, and Chai Koen was flirting with a beautiful woman beside him. Suddenly, Chen Guanlin stood up abruptly and threw his glass across the room. He didn't even know how many glasses he had smashed in the past few days. But even so, he didn't feel any better. Can you stop singing? Come up with a solution quickly. Fang Chengcheng paused the song, shrugged his shoulders, and walked over to Chen Guanlin, comforting him, if you can't sing, just go up and sing whatever you want. We can't sing as well as them. Why don't you ask Kuan Go? He has lots of ideas. At that moment, Chai Kuan let go of the beautiful woman in his arms, slipped his hands into his pockets, and walked over. Upon reaching Chen Guanlin, he pulled out a white transparent bag from his pocket. Before the live broadcast, put this into Chen Feng's water cup. Do I need to say the rest? This. Chen Guanlin and Fan Chengcheng both looked up at Chai Kuan. This is illegal, Brother Cohen. Chai Kuan looked coldly at them, with a hint of disdain. Illegal? You guys haven't done enough of that? Chen Guanlin said nothing more, his gaze fixed on the transparent small bag on the table. Finally, he reached out and slipped the bag into his pocket. Those who woke up from their sleep had no energy left from last night's madness. When they got up and opened their social media, they discovered that this morning's trending topic had become the breakup trilogy. Have these 3 songs been released? Just the pure versions, right? Not the recorded ones? Sunny day, here I come. Seeing the lyrics filled with youthful energy, they didn't hesitate to click purchase and download. The disappearing rainy day. I really want to get caught in the rain again. I didn't realize I still had the courage I thought I'd lost. I want to ask again. Will you wait or leave? During the morning rush hour, many people had this song playing in their headphones. As the song played, I watched the young boys and girls in school uniforms occasionally pass by in the subway car, their faces all bearing expressions of nostalgia. How nostalgic. I wonder how they're doing now. Like last night as fans, after finishing Sunny Day, I immediately purchased and downloaded It's Not You and Coral Sea again. While listening, I went to the super topic section on Weibo to leave a comment. Hurry up! When will the pure version of Blue and White Porcelain be released? Can't wait. Chen Feng is amazing. I was in a great mood this morning, but his songs just hit me hard. The surge in followers sparked a new wave of excitement, with Weibo followers reaching 900,000, almost all of them drawn in by his music. The official Weibo account of I Am a Singer also reposted Chen Feng's Weibo at the perfect time and commented on the 3 songs. Additionally, it hinted that I Am a Singer will be live tomorrow, urging everyone not to be late. It's no exaggeration to say that Chen Feng's song trending on Hot Search made even the official account jump on the bandwagon, a rare occurrence. At that moment, Chen Feng was sound asleep, completely oblivious to the commotion. At Tianxia Media, cheers erupted one after another as a group of people gathered around the screen displaying real-time data, their faces filled with excitement. It's rising! It's rising! Quick, look! It's rising again! Chen Feng is so amazing! Ling Bingyan, who had just arrived at the company, walked over in confusion. Due to school commitments, she hadn't been at the company to assist Chen Feng with his song release over the past 2 days. Today happened to be her day off, and although she had already heard about the impressive achievements of the breakup trilogy online, she couldn't resist coming to the company to share the joy with everyone. What's gone up? Hearing Ling Bingyan's voice, a staff member turned around and explained, Mr. Chen's song has risen. A girl beside her smiled and gently nudged the staff member who had spoken. What are you talking about? It's Mr. Chen's song. It's risen in the Huaxia Music New Songs chart and has already broken into the top 5. Chapter 38, Fans Break the Million Mark. Ling Bingyan believed that within a month, Chen Feng would definitely have a spot on the trending charts. He's not here? Everyone knew who Ling Bingyan was referring to. Mr. Chen left pretty late last night and hasn't arrived yet. Ling Bingyan nodded and didn't disturb the people working in the hall. She took out her phone and sent Chen Feng a message. Mr. Chen, still sleeping? Your Weibo followers are almost at 1 million. You're already a big star. However, after a while, there was no response. Just as she was about to put her phone away, Chen Feng's name changed to The Other Party is Typing. Ling Bingyan's heart skipped a beat. Oh, okay. Chen Feng's reply was calm, as if this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Since he was awake, Chen Feng didn't plan to linger in bed any longer. After washing up, he went downstairs and headed to the same breakfast shop as usual. The song playing in the store was also Chen Feng's Sunny Day. The waiter, who had seen Chen Feng before, greeted him without batting an eyelid. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. Though I don't understand much, I saw the comments saying your new song is doing really well. In response to the waiter's congratulations, Chen Feng smiled and said, thank you. After finishing his meal, Chen Feng noticed it was around noon, so he found a nearby restaurant, ordered takeout for about 10 people, and headed to Tianxia Media. Ling Bingyan stood up immediately upon seeing Chen Feng arrive. Mr. Chen, you're here. Her voice caused the employees working in the hall to crane their necks from their desks, like little mice. Seeing the hall filled with little mice, Chen Feng raised the takeout bags he was holding. Let us eat. A second later, the hall erupted in joyful shouts. Oh yeah. After enjoying a pleasant meal at Tianxia Media, Chen Feng headed back to the recording studio to write a song. This time, the song he was writing was for his performance on the show, I Am a Singer. Time flies. Chen Feng, who was called to the program production team for a meeting, met Chen Guanlin for the first time, the man whom netizens referred to as his rival. With a center-parted hairstyle popular among young men, his wavy hair suggested it had been permed. He was of average height, though his thick-soled shoes made him appear taller. His face was adorned with smoky makeup, giving him a melancholic first impression. Chen Feng greeted everyone in turn. He didn't look in Chen Guanlin's direction. Naturally, the arrogant Chen Guanlin didn't speak to Chen Feng either, and the atmosphere on set was quite tense. Chen Guanlin walked over to Zhongwei and nodded slightly. Zhongwei. One doesn't strike a smiling face, so although Zhongwei didn't know Chen Guanlin, he still gave him some face since he had come over to greet him first. Zhongwei nodded. Hello. Then, Zhong Wei walked over to Chen Feng. Xiao, last time we didn't get a chance to talk much because of some trivial matters. Let us grab a bite to eat after the live broadcast. Li Jian and Ling also walked over. What's the fun in eating alone? It's more lively with more people. The group chatted happily, leaving Chen Guanlin, who had already greeted Zhong Wei, standing awkwardly to the side. Who exactly is Chen Feng? How could he be so familiar with these top singers in the music industry? But Chen Guanlin couldn't find anything to say to them, so he sat there helplessly. He glanced at Wu Qingfeng and Chen Yuhua, but neither of them seemed interested in him. With no other option, he could only wait idly for the meeting to begin. On one side, there was laughter and chatter. On the other, there was awkward silence. Finally, the arrival of director Jiang Hong brought a glimmer of hope to Chen Guanlin's eyes. Everyone come over here. It's time to draw lots. Since Chen Feng had been the guest performer in the previous round and hadn't participated in the draw, director Jiang Hong explained the rules again. It's the same as before. Ranking will be determined by drawing lots. Here are 6 balls. As for Chen Guanlin, you'll be the last to perform, so you don't need to draw. Speechless, completely speechless. Chen Guanlin had originally thought that director Jiang Hong's arrival would mean everyone would gather for a meeting, giving him the chance to strike up conversations with his senior colleagues in the music industry. But to his surprise, director Jiang Hong did gather everyone for a meeting, but he was the only one not invited. He could only watch helplessly as everyone else proceeded. Everyone took turns stepping forward and drawing a ball from the box. Number 1. Number 5. Number 4. Chen Feng reached into the lottery box and pulled out a ball labeled 6. This meant that Chen Feng would go out second to last, before Chen Guanlin. Now, the order is officially set. Number 1, Li Jian. 2, Ling. 3, Zhong Wei. 4, Chen Yuhua. 5, Wu Qingfeng. 6, Chen Feng. Challenger singer, Chen Guanlin. After confirming the order of appearance for everyone, Jiang Hong continued, "Send me the songs you'll be singing and the accompaniment." Chen Feng was already prepared for this. As mentioned earlier, the theme of this episode was childhood memories, so Chen Feng had been thinking about what song to sing for this episode. Rice Fragrance. This song was written and composed by Jay Cho himself, and he also performed it. The lyrics are the core of the song, drawing inspiration from his childhood experiences, and use playful lyrics to take listeners back to the countryside. Chen Feng believes that performing this song on this episode of I Am a Singer will definitely blow everyone away. After handing the song over to the production team, everyone prepared to leave. Chen Feng, Li Jian, Ling, and Zhong Wei all got into the same business car and headed toward the restaurant Zhong Wei had recommended. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the 4 were heading toward the private room they had reserved. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared before them. Zhong Wei, Jian Ge, Ling. The 3 of them looked utterly surprised. Director Che Xia. Li Jian walked up with a smile and asked, "What brings Director Che here?" He and Li Jian patted each other on the shoulders. "It's like this, I just finished discussing a program with Jiangnan TV, so I came out to try some local specialties." Then, Che Xia looked at Chen Feng behind Li Jian and felt a sense of familiarity. "Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Chen Feng." Li Jian pulled Chen Feng over and introduced him to Che Xia. Che Xia extended his hand. "Hello, Chen Feng. I've heard a lot about you. You're the hottest topic on social media lately, aren't you?" "Ha ha ha." Chen Feng humbly replied, "You're too kind, Director Che. It's all just luck." Che Xia took out his phone, exchanged contact information with Chen Feng, and after greeting the others, he entered a private room first. The 4 others returned to their reserved private room. As soon as they sat down, Li Jian brought up Che Xia. "I heard that Director Che's Star Brilliance production has launched a new show." Zhong Wei nodded. "I've heard about it too. Apparently, several major satellite TV stations are competing to secure a cooperation contract with Director Che." Ling, who usually stays in Taiwan, was familiar with Che Xia but wasn't well informed about his recent activities. She asked curiously, "What kind of show is it?" Li Jian stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It's called Masked Singer Guess Who?" Chapter 39, Rice Fragrance. 2 days later, Chen Feng arrived at the live broadcast of I Am a Singer at noon. Since the show was live, each singer had to coordinate with the production team and the band's instructors beforehand to ensure the performance went smoothly. Last time, Chen Feng had brought his own band, so this step was skipped. This time, he had to arrive early like everyone else. Soon, it was time for the live broadcast, and countless netizens flooded into the live stream. Even before the show began, the number of online viewers had already easily surpassed 1 million, and the figure continued to rise. "Here they come! Here they come! Hua 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 hua, best in Chinese. Crowned in your name, by your side, shining brightly alongside you. Hold on a moment, I'm still cooking. Right now, besides I Am a Singer, I have no idea what other variety shows to watch. My cousin who works at Jiangnan TV said that his family is about to launch a new show where people sing with their faces covered, and the audience guesses who is singing. That's great. That's great. I wonder what song Chen Feng will sing this episode. I'm really looking forward to it. As the netizens discussed, the opening advertisement for I Am a Singer began to play. After the ads from the title sponsor and sponsors, the stage went dark and then bright again. Golden lights began to shine brightly. Chen Feng's stunning performance of blue and white porcelain from the previous episode had left many netizens eagerly anticipating his performance today. After all, the song is currently playing in many stores across the city to attract customers. As the show officially began, the number of live viewers continued to rise, reaching a staggering 5 million. The first singer to take the stage this episode was Li Jian. After performing that era, Li Jian's performance was decent, but nothing stood out. Perhaps the song he chose was too mundane, lacking any significant emotional peaks or valleys. In a show where high notes are the focus, choosing a bland song is inherently at a disadvantage. It seems that Li Jian's performance in this episode won't be very impressive. Today's guest host is Zhong Wei, who took the microphone and announced, the next singer to take the stage is our natural-born diva, Aling. Dressed in a dazzlingly bright dress, Aling walked onto the stage and began her performance under the watchful eyes of the audience. Backstage in the waiting area, several people were watching the live broadcast on the TV screen. Chen Guanlin was among them, his hands in his pockets, tightly gripping the white powder-filled packet that Chai Kuan had given him. Even now, he was still contemplating a way to poison Chen Feng. Chen Guanlin's heart was in turmoil. Even beads of sweat formed on his forehead. To hide his appearance, Chen Guanlin smiled and said, "It's really hot." However, no one paid attention to him. Everyone was focused on the live broadcast on the TV screen. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Chen Guanlin could only look around restlessly. Fan Shengcheng had gone from being a rising star to nearly being shelved by the industry. This made Chen Guanlin harbor a deep grudge toward Chen Feng, as it was he who had caused all these rising stars to feel insecure. Fan Xingqing's older sister was a big shot in the industry, which was how he managed to keep his acting career afloat. Though his father was the boss of Mu Entertainment, his reputation was ruined. What good was money now? Meanwhile, the company had him and Su Yusen spread rumors, placing him directly against Chen Feng. This showdown, dubbed the divorce war by netizens, drove Chen Guanlin, who had no chance of winning based on his abilities, to take desperate measures. At that moment, he noticed the milk product sponsored by the milk brand sponsor placed nearby. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Chen Guanlin walked over to the table where the milk was displayed and poured the pills from his pocket into one of the milk cartons. Just then, a staff member walked in and said, "Everyone, Aling's song is almost over. We need to run an advertisement for the milk sponsor. Please pick up the milk and take a sip while facing the screen." Chen Guanlin's heart leaped with joy. He had been wondering how to get the milk to Chen Feng, and now the opportunity had presented itself. With that in mind, Chen Guanlin took the milk and handed it to the singers. "Here's the milk for your sponsor, everyone." Zhong Wei and the others merely nodded in acknowledgement. It was common for junior members in the industry to show respect to their seniors, so they didn't think much of it. "Chen Feng, here's your milk." Chen Guanlin's initiative caused Chen Feng to raise an eyebrow. As far as he knew, Mui Entertainment was currently at odds with his own company, and Chen Feng himself had been linked to his ex-wife Su Yusen in a scandal. Both emotionally and logically, he wouldn't have expected Chen Feng to make the first move. However, Chen Feng still took the milk, as they would need to film the advertisement shortly. A cold, calculating expression flashed across Chen Guanlin's eyes. He returned to his seat as the filming began. Under the director's direction, several singers raised their milk cartons and took a sip, then displayed expressions of enjoyment. Under Chen Guanlin's secret gaze, Chen Feng opened the milk in his hand, but a question arose in his mind. Why was the lid of this milk bottle already open? Could someone else have drunk it and given it to me? But the bottle was full? Why is there so much foam on the milk? Was it shaken? The live stream was currently underway, and asking for a replacement bottle in front of everyone was out of the question. Chen Feng didn't make a scene but instead drank from the bottle like everyone else. However, Chen Feng was cautious. He didn't drink the milk into his mouth but let it touch his lower lip before putting the bottle down. From Chen Guanlin's perspective, Chen Feng had already drunk the milk. He gritted his teeth inwardly. "Chen Feng, don't blame me. It's because you appeared and blocked my path." The competition was still ongoing. Zhong Wei and Wu Qingfeng took the stage one after another to perform, sending wave after wave of sound crashing into the ears of the live stream viewers. Everyone is really giving it their all today. Yeah, it feels like the entire show has been elevated to a whole new level. What surprised me the most was that Chen Yuhua didn't make his signature weird sound. Although Chen Yuhua didn't sing well, we can only encourage him. Stop kidding around. Hua is the best in the Chinese-speaking world. You'll never understand his personality. One singer after another took the stage to compete. Below the stage, Chen Guanlin kept watching Chen Feng's expression. Why hasn't he shown any signs of being poisoned yet? Or maybe he has already been poisoned, but just hasn't shown any symptoms yet. Chen Guanlin's excessive attention made Chen Feng's suspicions grow even stronger. The milk he had just drunk must have been tampered with. Thinking this, Chen Feng secretly slipped the milk bottle into his pocket. Mr. Chen Feng, it's your turn next. At the same time, on stage, Zhang Wei was holding a cue card and announcing the next act. The next performer is our new friend, Chen Feng. He will be performing the song Rice Fragrance. Chapter 40, Unbeatable. What? Is this a song themed around childhood memories? While I admit he sings well, the title clearly doesn't fit the theme. Why the rush? The song title is just a name. You're criticizing it without even listening to the lyrics? As long as it's sung by Chen Feng, I'll listen to anything. If you don't like it, get out. A group of Chen Feng's haters suddenly flooded into the live stream. As soon as the stage announced news about Chen Feng, they immediately started attacking him. Chen Feng, sing even dogs want to listen to you. You rose to fame through divorce scandals, you don't deserve it. Chen Feng, you're a disgrace to the music industry, playing with female students. Other netizens were speechless. This was clearly a group of paid trolls hired by someone to smear Chen Feng. This is interesting. I bet it's Chen Guanlin's hired trolls. This competition is their battleground. You remind me the ex-husband and the new lover are facing off here. Ha ha, how amusing. This is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect Chen Guanlin's side to resort to such underhanded tactics and hire online trolls. Don't you dare say that about brother Guanlin. He didn't hire them. The comments in the live stream were getting more and more numerous. Each one flashed by quickly, and now there were basically two camps. One group was bashing Chen Feng, repeatedly posting insults and abuse directed at him. The other group, naturally, supported Chen Feng. The two sides faced off in the live stream, creating quite a commotion. The lights came on. Unlike other singers, Chen Feng wasn't dressed in elaborate attire. He wore a plain white shirt, denim jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. If it weren't for the guitar in his hands, many viewers might have thought he was in the wrong place. Is he here to compete? Chen Feng must have made a lot of money lately, so why is he dressed so simply? I think it's because the song he is singing isn't the flashy type. Then, according to you, he should have brought a straw hat too. Sitting down on the chair, Chen Feng signaled to the music teachers that he was ready. The music teachers by the stage exchanged glances and nodded back at Chen Feng. The prelude began. It was the sound of a summer pond, with the innocent voices of children and the chirping of various insects and frogs. What an unusual prelude. Every time I watch Chen Feng perform, there's something new. I used to hear this sound when I was a child. It suddenly feels so beautiful. The chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs gradually fade away, followed by Chen Feng's guitar playing. The audience was captivated. The sound of the Xiao flute blends with the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs, creating a beautiful harmony. Though this was just the prelude, it was incredibly pleasant to the ear, giving a refreshing feeling. If you have too many complaints about this world, if you fall down, you dare not continue forward. Why are people so fragile and prone to falling into despair? Please turn on the TV and take a look. How many people are striving bravely to keep going for their lives? Shouldn't we be content? Cherish everything, even if you don't have it. The lyrics give audiences and netizens a different feeling from previous songs. It sounds so inspiring. Finally, it's not just about love. Unquestionably positive and uplifting. Chen continued to sing and play, his voice light and gentle. Do you remember when you said home is the only castle, and we keep running along the rice-scented river? Smile, I know the dreams of childhood. Don't cry, let the fireflies carry you away. The folk songs of the countryside are your eternal refuge. Go home, back to the beauty of the beginning. Chen Feng's song left all the audience members, online viewers, backstage staff, and contestants speechless. This is way too beautiful. The fresh melody hits you right away. The melody was as gentle as a dream, and the pastoral style immersed everyone in its charm. Listening to the song, it felt as though one were standing beside a summer pond, hearing the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs, while children played joyfully, inhaling the unique fragrance of the rice fields. The melody, which returns to nature, is equally delightful, with lyrics that are completely free of artificiality. There were no complicated constraints, and the simple lyrics perfectly matched the melody's distant and lingering quality. The scenes of natural farming are vividly portrayed, yet not a single word mentions childhood, yet the song is filled with it. It's wonderful, truly wonderful. What kind of lyricist and composer could write such captivating lyrics? It's him. Chen Feng v587. Chen Feng is the best. The singing god. And now, I announce the winner of I Am a Singer, Chen Feng. Amidst the joyful atmosphere of the entire venue, only one person furrowed his brows. From the moment Chen Feng began singing until now, every single lyric, every note, pierced Chen Guanlin's heart. Why is he so good? Why hasn't he been poisoned yet? Why is he opposing me? Chen Guanlin's innocent puppy face unconsciously turned into a fierce expression. If nothing goes wrong, he's already lost this match. After a brief interlude, Chen Feng's voice rang out again. Don't give up so easily, just like I said. If you can't catch your dream, just change it. Paint your life in vibrant colors. Start by painting love in your favorite shade. The music abruptly stopped. What is going on? The entire audience began to murmur. Then, the music in Chen Feng's voice sounded again, a playful and adorable voice coming from the speakers. Smile. When Chen Feng sang this part, countless audience members and online viewers couldn't help but smile. Interesting, so interesting. Although the netizens and audience members weren't professional musicians and couldn't discern the nuances, they could still tell whether it sounded good or not. Many more people were not just impressed by the sound, but were amazed. Rap? Does Chen Feng's song include rap elements? Goodness, is there any music style Chen Feng can't do? 66,666. This really blew me away. If Chen Feng keeps singing like this, no one in the music industry will be able to match him. Impressive. His rap is 100 times better than those young idols. Chen Feng's voice didn't stop. Achieving fame and success isn't the goal. Making yourself happy is what truly matters. The paper airplane from my childhood has finally flown back into my hands. Chen Feng's voice shifted, and his rap tone grew higher. The so-called happiness is running barefoot in the fields chasing dragonflies until you're exhausted. Picking fruit and getting stung by bees until you're scared. Who is laughing now? I fell asleep leaning against the scarecrow, singing in the wind. Oh, the guitar in the afternoon sounds clearer amidst the chirping of insects. Oh, the sunlight on the path makes me fear no broken heart. Cherish everything, even if you don't possess it. Chapter 41, Something Fishy is Going On. The live stream was flooded with comments. Netizens were so excited they couldn't stop trembling, unsure of what to type. Without the constraints of complex lyrics, the simple style better suited the song's melodious and lingering melody. Cricket chirps, sunlight, rice fragrance, clear springs, nursery rhymes, paper airplanes, scarecrows, fireflies. It's all my fault for being uncultured. One word can take you everywhere. Everyone, I don't think this is just a simple song. I've been enlightened. Am I the only one who thinks it's ugly? No way. What is your taste? This song isn't something anyone can just sing. In an instant, the negative comments were drowned out by a sea of praise, as if they had never existed. Trolls, go lick your idol's feet. Don't insult music here. Chen Feng stood up from his chair, holding his guitar, and ran forward a few steps. At that moment, the lyrics to Rice Fragrance appeared on Chen Feng's stage backdrop screen. Everyone, sing with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience below stood up. Among them were young people, middle-aged individuals, and elderly people with gray hair. Under the joyful melody, at that very moment, they all seemed to return to their childhood. The entire audience looked at the lyrics on the screen and sang along with the melody. Do you remember when you said home was the only castle? Follow the scent of rice fields and keep running. Smile, I know the dreams of my childhood. Don't cry, let the fireflies carry you away. The folk songs of the countryside are our eternal refuge. Go home. Back to the beauty of the beginning. Then, the entire venue erupted in cheers, with thunderous applause filling the air. The live stream was flooded with positive reviews. There are many talented singers, but someone with such a wide range of musical styles and every song being so classic, to be honest, I've never seen anyone like that before. Me neither. He's undoubtedly the top artist in the music industry. I really hope they release the pure versions of Blue and White Porcelain and this song, Rice Fragrance, soon. Does Chen Feng have a fan club? I need to join right away. Me too, me too. In the backstage viewing area, there was complete silence. Who is Chen Feng? So far, the quality of his songs has been top-notch. Even Fong Wen-san, the third-tier producer, couldn't come up with so many high-quality works in such a short time. A Ling couldn't help but exclaim. A genius composer, Li Jian shook his head. Wu Qingfeng, who had always been quiet, commented, this isn't a competition, it's his personal concert. On stage, Zhang Wei walked up without saying a word, but before he could speak, the audience below began to shout. Chen Feng, sing another one. Seeing someone voice what everyone was thinking, the rest joined in. One more song. It's so beautiful, sing another one. The viewers in the live stream also joined in the commotion. Chen Feng, sing another one. Zhang Wei, the guest host, rarely encountered such a scene, but as a veteran of the music industry, he had exceptional on-the-spot improvisation skills. Zhang Wei smiled and said, Alright, I understand everyone's feelings, but can I, as the host, say a few words first? Zhang Wei's demeanor made the audience below smile. They knew this was a competition, not a concert, and the performers couldn't just do as the audience requested. However, Chen Feng's performance of Rice Fragrance was simply too beautiful, completely awakening the pure innocence buried deep within the audience's hearts, causing them to cheer uncontrollably. Chen Feng, why did you choose to sing this song? Chen Feng heard Zhang Wei's question and didn't think twice. Well, because the lyrics of this song are very simple, just like our childhood, simple and happy. I hope to use this competition as an opportunity to awaken everyone's childhood memories that have been buried deep within their hearts due to trivial matters and pressure. Applause erupted once more. Just as Chen Feng had said, many people were deeply moved by the song Rice Fragrance. In today's society, the pressure is immense dealing with cars, houses, loans, and numerous other issues. It seems we've forgotten the carefree days of our childhood when we played happily in the fields and splashed around by the water. The distance from the word carefree grows ever wider. After hearing Chen Feng's words, some audience members had tears welling up in their eyes. They thought to themselves that tomorrow, after waking up, they must go out and play with their families, just as the lyrics say, making yourself happy is what truly matters, and that finding one's own happiness is the attitude towards life. Chen Guanlin, sitting in the corner of the room, was completely speechless. Chen Feng's masterpiece, which seemed like it was created by a god, how was he supposed to sing it? Although the company had carefully prepared a song for him, it wasn't even in the same league. He had just drunk milk laced with something, yet he could still sing so well? Did he not drink it? Did he discover it? No way, my movements were clearly discreet. Chen Guanlin, lost in thought and fear, didn't he hear the staff calling him? Until the staff member approached and nudged Chen Guanlin. Guanin, you need to hurry to the scene. In a daze, he made his way toward the stage, only to bump into Chen Feng, who was just coming down. Chen Guanlin avoided his gaze, turned his head to the side, and silently repeated to himself, hurry up, hurry up. On the contrary, Chen Feng looked at Chen Guanlin with a playful expression and walked forward slowly. As they passed each other, Chen Feng's voice rang in Chen Guanlin's ear. The milk was delicious. After speaking, Chen Feng said nothing more and walked straight ahead. Chen Guanlin, however, remained where he was, his legs trembling slightly. Did he know? I'm done for. What should I do? He's found out. Chen Guanlin's vision began to spin, his body grew weak, and his steps became unsteady. But his mind was still fixated on the question he had just asked. He's found out. What should I do? Thud. Chen Guanlin collapsed forward, his face making intimate contact with the hard marble floor. Jiang Hong, who was waiting for Chen Guanlin to take the stage, received a message through her earpiece. Director Jiang, Chen Guanlin has fainted. What? Jiang Hong was speechless. Quick, call 120 and send him to the hospital. After giving the order, Jiang Hong slammed her fist on the table. These young actors these days are so unreliable. Fainting at a time like this? If it were a pre-recorded show, we could just fix it later, but this is a live broadcast. It's a major production mishap. Moreover, even if it had been any of the previous singers, it wouldn't have mattered. But he was the challenge singer, the final highlight of the entire show. Now that the highlight is gone, the show will end in a disappointing manner amid everyone's anticipation. Jiang Hong's gaze grew sharp and piercing. Anyone who dared to provoke her would likely be dealt with harshly on the spot. Chen Feng, who had just entered the observation room, received the news about Chen Guanlin fainting. He didn't say a word but glanced at the position where he had hidden the bottle of milk in his casual attire. It was already clear that Chen Guanlin was up to something. Chapter 42, topping the new song chart. 5 minutes later, Chen Guanlin still hadn't emerged from behind the stage, prompting viewers in the live stream to leave comments. What is going on? Did Chen Feng's song scare him? After using such underhanded tactics as hiring online trolls, he doesn't dare to show his face anymore? Don't be ridiculous. Brother Guanlin must have a unique way of making an entrance. You don't understand the world of future stars. As they spoke, guest host Songwei emerged from backstage with a serious expression on his face. Sorry, due to a sudden health issue, our challenge singer can't perform. This episode will have to come to an end here. With the challenge singer having left, there was no point in ranking the remaining participants. The comments section fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Who was that? Who just said that? Guanlin brother has a special way of making an appearance. Is this supposed to be funny? How special? Laughing so hard I'm about to lose my teeth. Family, I'm scared I have to go to the hospital. I can't help but seriously question Su Yusen's taste. Divorcing such an outstanding treasure of a man and ending up with a cowardly newbie who's too scared to even show up. What's she after? You don't know anything. It's all about the body. Hey, so you're saying Chen Feng has some unspeakable condition? Bro, you've got me thinking. Got it. God is indeed fair. And so, after the live broadcast of I Am a Singer, Chen Feng inexplicably became known as the one who can't do it. After the show, Chen Feng took the bottle of milk out of the program's building and threw it into the trash can. He had originally planned to report it to the police, but misfortune didn't befall him, and Chen Guanlin received his just desserts. Even if he had called the police, it wouldn't necessarily prove that Chen Guanlin was the one who did it. So, he decided to let it go. On the way home, he received a message from Ling Bingyan. Mr. Chen, your name is trending again online. Chen Feng remained calm. Having his own trending topic was probably a normal occurrence. I know. Your performance today was pretty good, so I guess the netizens liked it and it made the trending list. A moment later, Ling Bingyan sent back an embarrassed emoji and left a message. You should just check it yourself. Chen Feng was confused. What did that mean? Could it be that he wasn't on the trending list because of the song? Curious, Chen Feng opened his Weibo. The top trending topic. Chen Guanlin fainted mysteriously at the live streaming venue and has been sent to the hospital. Chen Feng clicked on the topic page. Although Chen Guanlin had done something to harm himself, he didn't want to see him just disappear like that. When Chen Feng saw the words "already awake," he sighed in relief. Immediately afterward, Chen Feng began searching for trending topics related to himself. There were two. The first one was, "Relive the beautiful childhood memories with rice fragrance." Seeing the title, Chen Feng smiled slightly and thought he'd interact with his fans when he got home. However, when he saw the title of the second trending topic, Chen Feng lost all desire to interact. The second trending topic boldly stated, "The mystery of Chen Feng and Su Yusen's divorce." Chen Feng frowned and clicked on the topic. Why was this trending topic popping up again? Was new entertainment being too much, constantly bringing up his divorce? However, he realized he might have misunderstood new entertainment. The comments below the post read, "Chen Feng and Su Yusen divorced because Chen Feng couldn't perform." Chen Feng, frozen in place, couldn't help but glance down at his own crotch. Chen Feng wanted to refute it, but he simply couldn't think of any reason or words to respond. The comments below were getting more and more numerous. "Chen Feng can't perform, ha, this is hilarious. As long as the song is good, everything else doesn't matter. Husband, I'm sorry. Although you sing well, since you're no good, I can't pursue you anymore." Unexpectedly, this topic stayed trending on Weibo for 2 days before gradually losing steam. Chen Feng had just finished class and saw 3 missed calls from Ling Bingshui on his phone. He called back, but before he could speak, a sweet female voice came through. "Chen Feng, do you know? You've been nominated. The 15th Huaxia Music New Song Chart Awards ceremony will be held on June 26 in Shanghai. Singer Chen Feng and songwriter Chen Feng have been nominated. Please arrive at the venue promptly at 6 p.m. on June 26. Ling Bingshui excitedly read the contents of the invitation to Chen Feng. Nomination? With his 3rd year of university about to end, Chen Feng had been focused on teaching his students and hadn't paid attention to other matters. Chen Feng confirmed again. Nominated so quickly? Ling Bingshui was so upset by Chen Feng's words that she couldn't speak. How could he not pay attention to his own song? "Mr. Chen, these 3 songs have dominated the top 3 spots on the Huaxia Music New Songs chart. Should we invite you to the awards ceremony?" The top 3 ranking was something Chen Feng had imagined, as the songs could be heard in every corner of the city. What he didn't expect was that he could achieve the top 3 so quickly and even receive an invitation to the Huaxia Music New Songs chart awards ceremony. After chatting with Ling Bingshui for a few minutes, Chen Feng hung up the phone. He immediately checked the latest rankings on Xiuqiu Music. "It's Not You," "Sunny Day," and "Coral Sea" were neatly arranged in positions 1 to 3. However, being nominated is one thing, actually winning an award is another matter entirely. Given his current status as one of the top 3 on the new song chart, receiving a nomination was understandable. But whether he could actually win an award was something Chen Feng couldn't be certain of. After all, the music industry was full of strong competitors. He also searched online for the award ceremony of the Huaxia Music New Songs chart. It turns out that the Huaxia Music New Songs chart is highly authoritative in this world. It is an award supervised by the official Huaxia authorities, selecting winners from the most popular songs and singers of the year. It not only considers popularity but also the quality of the work, the lyrics, and the singer's vocal skills. This award holds immense prestige and serves as a stepping stone for new singers to rise to greater heights. If one were to win this award, they would be sought after by major entertainment companies to join their roster. Chen Feng sat in the ride-hailing car heading to Tianxia Media, spending half an hour to review all the relevant information. As soon as he entered the company, bang, 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 confetti rained down from the sky. Tianxia Media staff members held confetti launchers in their hands, while others clapped and cheered. Congratulations to Mr. Chen on topping the Huaxia Music New Song chart. Ling Bingyan blushed as she presented a bouquet of flowers. The atmosphere was as though Chen Feng had just returned from the award ceremony with a wealth of honors. Surrounded by the crowd, Chen Feng grinned as he returned to his office, accompanied by Ling Bingyan. Her slender fingers gently removed the colorful paper from his clothes, her earnest expression as tender as that of a loving young wife. "Mr. Chen, do you have a suit?" Chapter 43, How many more are needed? A suit? Chen Feng recalled that he did indeed have a suit, but it was the one he wore when he married Su Yusen. But he had already decided to seal away that suit along with his memories of Su Yusen. Seeing Chen Feng's expressionless face, Ling Bingyan's gentle voice sounded again. "Mr. Chen, do you have a suit? We need one for the award ceremony." The voice snapped Chen Feng back to the present. "Oh, it's okay. I'll go buy a new one later." "I'll go with you." Ling Bingyan's words didn't make Chen Feng think much of it. Having someone to go with could help him pick something out, which was nice. Inside the most famous shopping mall in the capital city, a girl with a ponytail and an air of elegance, and a man wearing a mask and a hooded sweatshirt, strolled leisurely through the crowd. Chen Feng looked at the numerous stores, each offering a wide variety of stylish suits. It must be said that this was a weakness for Chen Feng. He had little regard for clothing and naturally wouldn't be able to choose a suit from among so many that looked nearly identical. Ling Bingyan led Chen Feng through the stores, her pure white AJ sneakers gliding lightly on the floor, each step graceful and elegant. This one is nice. This one is also acceptable. Get that one up there for me too. Ling Bingyan asked the sales associate to bring over the 3 outfits she had pointed out. She pushed all the clothes over to Chen Feng. These few are pretty good. Try them on. Chen Feng was speechless. He still couldn't figure out how Ling Bingyan had managed to pick out just 3 pieces from among the hundreds of suits in so many stores. Surprised, Chen Feng mechanically took one of the suits Ling Bingyan handed him. It was a black tuxedo. Go try it on in the fitting room. I'll wait here for you. Ling Bingyan's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Chen Feng nodded, glanced at the size on the suit, which matched, and took the suit into the fitting room. A sales associate approached Ling Bingyan and struck up a conversation. I was just about to say, your boyfriend has such a great build, this suit would look absolutely perfect on him. Upon hearing this, a blush spread across Ling Bingyan's face. She didn't clarify their relationship but simply nodded in response. After about 10 minutes, Chen Feng emerged wearing the suit. Ling Bingyan's cherry red lips parted slightly, and the corners of her mouth curved upward. Even the sales associate standing nearby couldn't help but look on in disbelief. She had seen countless people every day, but someone with such a drastic transformation was a first for her. What a handsome guy! Chen Feng, who was already handsome, looked even more refined in his suit and formal attire. The image of a wealthy young gentleman was now on full display for everyone to see. Although he hadn't taken off his mask, it still drew the envious glances of many nearby onlookers. That guy is so handsome. I remember the guy who went in earlier was a handsome young man, but now he's come out looking so elegant and sophisticated. The clothes here really flatter the figure. I need to buy a set for my husband too. Ling Bingyan's eyes sparkled with amusement as she studied Chen Feng closely for a while. Chen Feng felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. What's wrong? Ling Bingyan stepped forward, her gentle voice drifting softly. Look up, your tie isn't tucked into your shirt collar. Chen Feng instinctively lifted his chin, and Ling Bingyan extended her delicate hands, carefully adjusting his tie. Chen Feng, with his head tilted back, didn't see Ling Bingyan's blushing face. All he could feel was the faint warmth brushing against his Adam's apple. Time seemed to slow down until Chen Feng felt a slight ache in his neck from tilting it back. All set. Ling Bingyan stepped back 2 paces and nodded in approval. Is it okay? It's okay. How much okay is okay? Chen Feng asked with a smile. The flush on Ling Bingyan's face had just begun to fade, but when Chen Feng asked her that, it reappeared on her cheeks. Ling Bingyan decided to ignore him altogether and turned her head away. Chen Feng turned left and right to check himself in the mirror, while the sales clerk kept complimenting him. Handsome guy, this outfit is perfect for you. I was just telling your girlfriend earlier my taste is spot on. Girlfriend? Chen Feng tilted his head, his eyes wide as he stared at the sales clerk. What's going on? I don't have a girlfriend. Could I have encountered a ghost? As someone who had traveled through time, Chen Feng was no longer an atheist. In his mind, anything was possible. Just as he was thinking, Ling Bingyan grabbed Chen Feng's arm and pulled him toward the counter. Let's go, let's go. Chen Feng, seeing this, assumed Ling Bingyan had something urgent to attend to, and besides, he was very satisfied with the shirt. At the counter, Chen Feng asked, how much is this set? Wrap it up for me. 999. What? When he first entered the store, Chen Feng noticed the upscale decor and assumed the items wouldn't be cheap, with many starting at 5 figures. He had estimated that 2,000 or 3,000 should be sufficient. But he never expected that the suit was indeed in the 5-digit range, though the difference between 5 and 6 digits seemed negligible. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Feng pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code, wearing a wry smile that only he could see. Men, it's tough. As he watched the payment screen on his phone spin, he desperately wished his phone would lose signal. Although he had become a millionaire by selling songs, he still had no fixed residence and was renting someone else's house. The prices in this world were no different from those in his previous life. To make a life in this city, one needed at least a fortune of 10 million. Better to keep renting for now. Ding, payment successful. The faint sound from his phone reached Chen Feng's ears. As Chen Feng snapped out of his daze, the payment interface on his phone already showed the transaction was complete. Changing into the clothes he had worn earlier, Ling Bingyan was already waiting for him at the door. On the way back, Chen Feng kept glancing at the clothes in the back seat, silently repeating to himself, it's okay, I can make it. Seeing Chen Feng's expression, Ling Bingyan's eyes sparkled with a smile. Actually, she had wanted to buy them for him, but she thought about the recent online rumors and her current status as his student. As a young woman who hadn't even graduated yet, she had many concerns. This made her put her phone back in her pocket when it came time to pay. Tomorrow, he would be leaving for Shanghai to attend the Huaxia Music New Song Chart Awards ceremony. After chatting with everyone at the company for a while, Chen Feng left and returned to his apartment. Watching Chen Feng's receding figure through the window, Ling Bingyan's face lit up with a sweet smile. This was the first time she had been alone with Mr. Chen, and though the time was short, she felt very nervous inside. She never expected that Mr. Chen was such an interesting person, talented, unassuming, and yet he would ask her how she looked in her new clothes and even pay for them despite their high price. This side of Chen Feng made Ling Bingyan feel that he was more down to earth. Chapter 44, You Wait. 2 days later, Chen Feng stepped out of his apartment, heading to Shanghai for the afternoon. Upon arriving at the company, he noticed that Ling Bingxue was also there. Ah, didn't you know? I'm also one of the nominated singers. Ling Bingxue's nomination didn't surprise Chen Feng at all. As the ultra-popular idol singer Xia Shuer, she had probably attended countless award ceremonies. Chen Feng finally understood why he had been asked to come to the company before leaving. Thus, Chen Feng, Ling Bingxue, and Susan boarded the flight to Shanghai. Upon landing, a Toyota minivan was waiting in the arrival area. As the three approached, a woman dressed in a professional OL outfit waved at them. They were staff members from Tianxia Media who had arrived early to handle the arrival arrangements. This undoubtedly made Chen Feng appreciate the benefits of having a talent agency. Besides writing songs and performing, he only needed to follow the company's instructions for everything else, without having to worry about anything else. Once we arrive, please get ready and wait for me at the entrance. Ling Bingxue said as she looked out the window. Ha? Chen Feng looked puzzled. Susan said, because Shuer wants to walk the red carpet with you. Walk together? In Chen Feng's previous life, he had almost always walked alone and had never walked with anyone else. Cough, cough. We're from the same company. Walking together will make our company look stronger. Oh, I see. Chen Feng nodded in understanding, agreeing that walking alone was fine, but walking with Ling Bingxue wasn't bad either. The award ceremony for the Huaxia Music New Song Chart was held at the Bund in Shanghai, inside a music hall. When Chen Feng and Xia Shuer arrived, it was already getting dark. The entrance was a carpet over 30 meters long, with a dense crowd of people on either side, including many journalists with cameras and tripods. At the entrance, beautiful women were flirtatiously tossing their hair, while young heartthrobs struck cool poses. These were all third or fourth tier celebrities, sent by their agencies to walk the red carpet and get some media exposure. Wanting to become famous, this was indeed one of the methods. Of course, these people weren't invited by the organizers. They could only linger on the red carpet for a moment. As soon as a celebrity with an invitation walked by, they had to immediately clear the way. Outside the makeup room of Tianxia Media, Chen Feng was pacing back and forth. With his naturally high good looks, he didn't need much touch-up makeup. The makeup artist simply applied a light layer of powder to prevent his face from reflecting light in photos. As for Ling Bingxue, she was still in the makeup room. Her naturally features made makeup a mere enhancement. The makeup artist gave Ling Bingxue a cute, natural makeup look and curled her pink hair into big waves, making her look like a character from a video game seller Finny. How does it look, Shuer? Ling Bingxue nodded. Not bad, thanks. After speaking, Ling Bingxue stood up, took the evening gown from Susan's hands, and went into the inner room to change. In another room, Su Yusen was so angry she almost snapped the makeup brush in half. Chen Feng, always Chen Feng. Why is he always there blocking my way? Zhou Qing, sitting cross-legged beside her, said, his song has completely dominated the TP3 chart. How could there not be a spot for him? This time, Su Yusen's song had barely made it into the award ceremony, and it was likely just a token appearance. However, such an opportunity was too good to pass up without making an appearance. It's neither here nor there. Today, her makeup matched her mood, dominated by dark tones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it gothic. It's almost time. We should go. I've arranged for some other young heartthrobs to stand with you today. Zhou Qing finished speaking, grabbed her handbag, and entered the venue early. Su Yusen had been a singer for about 3 years and was familiar with the red carpet process. As her agent, she didn't walk the red carpet either, so there was no need for her to wait any longer. The makeup room of Tianxia Media was pushed open from the inside. Ling Bingxue had already transformed into Xia Shuer and appeared before Chen Feng. A deep blue evening gown with a one-shoulder design, adorned with shimmering stars on the silk fabric, resembled the Milky Way in the heavens. Her loose pink curls fell freely, embodying the playful essence of Xia Shuer. Even Chen Feng, who had lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but swallow hard. She was too beautiful. The staff members who had come to notify them of the entrance were so captivated they forgot everything else. Is she a fairy? Had Chen Feng and Xia Shuer not turned their heads together to look at the staff member, she might still be staring blankly at Xia Shuer. Miss Shuer, do you need a male escort? At that moment, a gentle voice sounded beside them. Xia Shuer turned at the sound, and her deep blue evening gown swirled gracefully as she moved. The starlight reflected off the lights, and against the deep blue gown, she resembled a starry nebula, dazzling and brilliant. Chai Kuan? Chen Feng finally realized that the tall, slender man with dark circles under his eyes was Chai Kuan. He had debuted from the show Practice, Idol with the top score. With millions of fans, after 2 years of development, he had already begun to emerge as a representative figure among the rising stars in the entertainment industry. Even many established singers in the entertainment industry would give him some respect. Chai Kuan extended his hand in an inviting gesture, waiting for Xia Shuer to place her hand on it. It was no secret that there were countless newly debuted female stars eager to collaborate with him. Now, to receive an invitation from him, Chai Kuan, is a remarkable achievement in the newcomer circle. So, walking the red carpet with Xia Shuer was something he considered perfectly normal. However, Chai Kuan was overthinking it. Xia Shuer raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and spoke slowly. I already have a male escort for the red carpet. Her voice was gentle yet firm. Chai Kuan furrowed his brows. Who is it? Then, his eyes turned to the tall, handsome young nobleman in the distance. Xia Shuer smiled. It's none of your business. As she spoke, Xia Shuer walked toward Chen Feng with light steps, wrapped her arm around his, and headed toward the exit, where a business car would take the celebrities to the red carpet entrance, which wasn't too far away. Don't look back, follow me. Xia Shuer whispered softly beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded in understanding and walked alongside Xia Shuer. Seeing the two of them in such a sweet pose, Chai Kuan clenched his fists tightly. Ever since Xia Shuer debuted, Chai Kuan had been deeply infatuated with this girl with her pink hair. In fact, Chai Kuan had even gone so far as to have some of his female fans who were willing to sacrifice their bodies for him dye their hair pink, just to satisfy his perverted desires in bed. A con, that's Chen Feng. His agent whispered in his ear from behind. Chai Kuan's eyes turned cold and ruthless. Chen Guanlin had poisoned him before and hadn't been punished, and now he was gaining even more prominence. A man who was kicked by Su Yusen actually dared to compete with me for Xia Shuer. Chen Feng, you wait. Chapter 45, finished? Fortunately, this was the backstage area, so the media didn't capture the scene of Chai Kuan being rejected. Otherwise, Chai Kuan's image would have plummeted. Social death would have been inevitable. The business car slowly pulled up to the entrance of the concert hall. Xia Shuer, dressed in a long gown, and Chen Feng, wearing a black suit and tie, got out of the car together. What? Xia Shuer and Chen Feng are attending the award ceremony together. Xia Shuer is a popular idol singer, and Chen Feng is a rising star in the music industry. The two of them have arrived together. This is the whirlwind of fame. Journalists abandoned the young heartthrobs who had just passed by and rushed over. Click, click, click. Lights flashed, and the sounds of cameras clicking filled the air, as if the journalists were determined to capture every angle of the two. From a distance, Susan witnessed the scene and, from the depths of her heart, a thought arose. They're a perfect match. The graceful Xia Shuer, arm in arm with the tall and handsome Chen Feng, walked slowly along the short red carpet. Chen Feng, with his natural presence in front of the camera, posed effortlessly, waving warmly and flashing a sincere smile. Every movement was perfectly timed. At one point, Xia Shuer even thought that Chen Feng was a famous celebrity who had returned to live a quiet life under a new identity. In the live broadcast, Chen Feng and Xia Shuer had already entered the frame. The live comments section of the Huaxia Music New Song Chart Award ceremony began to buzz. Xia Shuer is here. I love you so much. Is that a fairy? Xia Shuer, bring the award back. Is that Chen Feng next to her? Oh my gosh, they're walking the red carpet together. What does this mean? Seeing them reminds me of Coral Sea. He is still pretty handsome, but he can't compare to my Kunkan. Exactly, Kuan is still the hottest. Chen Feng is just a recent internet sensation. How can he compare to my Kuan? If you want to watch, watch. If not, get lost. Fans from both sides started arguing immediately, but Chen Feng had only recently gained fame, so his fan base was still much smaller compared to Chai Kuan's. Chen Feng didn't have his own fan club or those rigidly structured fan groups. He only had fans who genuinely loved his music. Moreover, Chen Feng's fans were generally more mature, steady, and had normal values, so they couldn't match Chai Kuan's brainless fans in online arguments. Therefore, they were slightly at a disadvantage in the verbal battle. Although many of Chen Feng's fans did not participate in the livestream's verbal altercations, this does not mean they do not like him. Most of the people in the livestream were discussing the two of them. A perfect match. If they were together, hee. Support. Although Chen Feng is divorced, I can see his character through his songs. He's definitely a good person. Forget it, you've forgotten Chen Feng isn't good enough. He's not. What's wrong with him? In which aspect? Didn't you see the Weibo? He was dumped by Su Yusen because he's no good. So that's how it is. Then forget it. What a pity. How could the stunning Xia Shuer be with someone who can't perform in that area? The fans won't allow it. The entire livestream's comments section shifted completely, with everyone discussing Chen Feng's inadequacy. If Chen Feng saw the comments, he'd probably be so angry that even capable would become incapable. The signing board is just ahead. The two of them arrived there, took the pens from the hostesses, and wrote their names on the autograph board in a flowing, elegant script. At the same time, they changed their poses a few times for the photographers. In the distance, a deafening roar like a tidal wave swept toward them. Kuan Koan. Kuan Koan. I love you so much, Chai Kuan. Husband. Husband. Husband, you're so handsome. Sunflowers bloom easily in spring. Listen to me, you're the one I love most, Chai Kuan. Sunflowers bloom every spring. I'll always love Kuan Kuan. The synchronized chants echoed from the female fans' mouths, accompanied by saliva flying everywhere. Some fans even had tears welling up in their eyes from the excitement. The doors of the business vehicle slowly opened, and Chai Kuan stepped out slowly, pausing with each movement, his expression somber, giving the journalists the best angles for filming. Our stance is simple: we love Kuan Koan. Coke with ice, love for Koan with all your heart. Clear the path and crown Koan as king. Cheerleading slogans echoed one after another, sweeping through the air. It must be said that Chai Kuan's popularity has indeed reached a certain level. The number of security guards on both sides of the red carpet was visibly increasing, and the barriers on both sides were constantly shaking. At that moment, a female fan jumped over the barrier and rushed toward Chai Kuan. Koan Koan, I still love you, Mary. Before she could finish, she was tackled to the ground by several security guards who had rushed up from behind. A flash of disgust crossed Chai Kuan's eyes, but he quickly regained his princely demeanor and ignored the female fan who had been tackled by the security guards. Taking one step at a time, Chai Kuan walked to the signing area in a deliberately exaggerated catwalk stride. Schwer, nice to see you again. Chai Kuan smiled, as if the rejection he had just experienced in the waiting area had never happened. As he greeted her, he walked toward Chen Feng's direction. Xia Schwer, of course, knew what kind of person Chai Kuan was and watched him with a wary expression. Chai Kuan waved his hand. Don't be so tense, Schwer. I just wanted to greet the newcomers who just entered the industry. Chai Kuan approached Chen Feng and whispered, if you want to continue in the entertainment industry, stay away from Xia Schwer. If it were some inexperienced newcomers without any real talent, they might have been intimidated by Chai Kuan's words. In Chen Feng's eyes, Chai Kuan's behavior at that moment was like a primary school student deliberately showing off his strength in front of a female classmate. Ridiculous. Chen Feng asked, are you done? Seeing Chai Kuan nod, Chen Feng turned around and grabbed Xia Schwer by the arm. Once you're done, we're leaving. Chen Feng kept one hand in his pocket while holding Xia Schwer's hand with the other. The two of them walked toward the designated area inside the venue, one in front and one behind. Xia Schwer, who had just realized what was happening, felt a surge of joy in her heart. She loved this feeling like a prince leading a princess into the marriage hall. But the thought vanished in an instant. The man holding her hand wasn't hers, and she didn't even have a chance to pursue him. But looking at her hand being held by him, she didn't want to let go. The two of them had once again outwitted Chai Kuan. Chen Feng, Xia Schwer, don't push your luck. With a forced smile, Chai Kuan signed his name firmly on the contract. The two of them found their seats inside the venue. Though slightly toward the back, their view was still good enough to see the entire hall. This was normal. The front rows were reserved for official leaders and high-ranking guests attending the ceremony. The chairs were placed close together, so Chen Feng helped Xia Schwer hold her skirt as they slowly made their way to her seat. Chapter 46, Sealed Away in the Sea. During this time, Xia Schwer encountered many familiar artists, as well as many unfamiliar ones. They watched Chen Feng and Xia Schwer approach. They all rushed forward, hoping to gain favor through Xia Schwer and Chen Feng, as they were the most promising newcomers recently, with 3 songs directly dominating the top 3 spots on the new song chart. Chen Feng responded to each of them. The ceremony hadn't started yet, and everyone was chatting with those closest to them. Xia Schwer and a few of her sisters were also chatting happily. Chen Feng! A voice called out from the distance. Chen Feng turned around to see Zhong Wei. Soon, Li Jian and Ling also walked over. Seeing that several top singers had come to attend the award ceremony, Chen Feng wondered if this was still the new songs chart event. Why are you here? Isn't this supposed to be a gathering for newcomers? The 3 exchanged glances, and Ling explained, we're here as guests to attend the ceremony. We saw your name on the nominations, so we thought we'd come find you. As fellow newcomers, the other young singers could only watch enviously as the established singers gathered around Chen Feng to chat. Haha, little Feng, give us a hint. What song are you planning to sing on the next episode of I Am a Singer? Li Jian's words left Chen Feng speechless. Right, what's the theme for the next episode of I Am a Singer? I completely forgot. He had been busy wrapping up classes for his third-year students lately and completely forgot about it. Rubbing the back of his head, Chen Feng laughed. What was the theme again? Upon hearing this, all 3 of them froze. How could Chen Feng have forgotten something so important? The competition was coming up soon. Ling looked at Chen Feng with admiration. But it's okay, next time the theme is her, which is more your specialty. Oh well, you're lucky. If you had brought out It's Not You, you would have won first place for sure. I don't have any songs of that type. I borrowed one from a friend a few days ago, but it doesn't feel quite right either. As she spoke, Ling shook her head. Li Jian chimed in from the side. These days, there are fewer and fewer good songs in the industry. Instead, it's all these catchy pop songs popping up everywhere. Anyway, no one listens to them anymore, it's all about looks. Chen Feng was moved. Ling had always been very friendly to him, and after some time, they had become friends. Ling had already had few opportunities to perform in recent years. If she missed this chance on I Am a Singer, her future career in the entertainment industry might take a downturn. Now that a friend was in trouble, Chen Feng wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Moreover, her voice was rich and resonant, with excellent vocal recognition and a wide range, making her versatile and not overly picky about song choices. Thinking this, Chen Feng waved to the staff member beside him. "Please bring me some paper and a pen." The staff member nodded and soon returned with paper and a pen, even thoughtfully bringing a rectangular tray that could be placed on her lap for writing. "Can I take a photo with you? I really love your songs." Normally, the event staff had no opportunity to interact privately with celebrities, but since Chen Feng needed their assistance, the event staff member asked in a delicate voice. Of course, with Li Jian's help, Chen Feng posed for a photo with the event staff member as a token of gratitude. "Alright, Chen Feng, your fan base is growing wider and wider." Li Jian smiled and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Chen Feng gave Li Jian a mischievous smile and sat down to start writing. The three of them watched Chen Feng's movements, unsure of what to do. But when Chen Feng started writing, the three of them understood. He was writing a song. "Chen Feng, are you writing a song? Are you going to write it on the spot for the award ceremony? Where did you get this inspiration so suddenly?" Ling, Li Jian, and Zhang Wei were all stunned. However, the three didn't disturb Chen Feng. Having sung for so many years, they naturally knew how important inspiration was to a songwriter. Regardless of how good or bad the final song turns out, it must be written first. You can't let inspiration slip away. More and more people gathered around, all curious about the person who was constantly writing and drawing before the award ceremony began. Writing a song? Now. Here? The phenomenon spread from person to person, growing larger until people in 3 or 4 rows around him were all staring in Chen Feng's direction. They watched and whispered among themselves. "Is that Chen Feng? Yes, he's writing a song over there. He's just putting on a show, acting all full of himself." The young, trendy kid sat far away, looking at the scene with disdain. They didn't want others to think they lacked personality, and besides, they didn't understand what was going on. After a while, Chen Feng stopped writing and shook his sore right hand. "Ling, take a look. I wrote this song for you." Chen Feng handed the freshly written song to Ling while shaking his hand. Ling took the sheet music from Chen Feng with a blank expression. "Mode Dance Hall? What an odd song title. Put." Everyone around them laughed upon hearing the name. "What is going on? We've been waiting all this time, and it's just a dance hall? This name sounds so outdated. Who would listen to this kind of song nowadays? Let us go, let us go. I thought it was going to be something good. After all that build-up, you come out with this? Mo's? That place is freezing for half the year, how can you run a dance hall there?" Many people left, muttering about Chen Feng as they went. A few remained, though they didn't have high expectations for the song's quality. After all, a good song requires time and effort, and even the best ones take at least a month to perfect. However, they all wanted to gather around Ling to see if Chen Feng's work could inspire them. "If you have time, come back and take a look at it. See how the snow melts. How my eyes melt." As soon as they heard the first few lines of the lyrics, the onlookers' eyes lit up with excitement. These lyrics are so well written. Every line uses rhetorical devices, and they're used so appropriately and naturally. From the very beginning, it's filled with a strong emotion. You can tell this is a song filled with longing. "If you see me, please turn around and be surprised. Let it be buried in the sea." Ling, Li Jian, and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock, and began reading carefully. Chen Feng, sitting on the chair, suddenly felt something jab his ribs. Ouch! Chen Feng rubbed his ribs while turning around. He saw Xia Shuer, who was pouting and looking at him. "Sis, you wrote those fleeting years for me. Now you've even written a song for Ling. When will you write one for me?" Xia Shuer's slightly aggrieved expression melted Chen Feng's heart, making him want to rush over and hug her, rubbing her head. Alright, I'll write one for you as soon as I get home." Chapter 47, It's not about singing, it's about emotion. After familiarizing herself with the lyrics, Ling began humming along to the melody. "I have never seen a village where the aurora appears. Nor have I ever seen anyone setting off fireworks in the dead of night. The evening stars are like your eyes, killing and setting fires. You said nothing, and the wild wind disturbed me." It's clear this is a song with a folk-like melody. The melody slowly builds up, and Ling's voice is absolutely perfect for this song. When she hums it, her emotions become a bit stirred. Li Jian couldn't bear to disturb her and whispered, "This lyric is so meaningful, filled with longing and the weight of time." Hearing Li Jian's comment, the few people who hadn't left looked at Chen Feng with hopeful eyes. How they wished they could also receive a song like this. 3,000 miles away, I happen to see you. In the garden, a skirt dances gracefully. Under the lights, the morning light shimmers. In the Mo dance hall of 1980. The melody flowed smoothly, stirring the emotions of everyone present. The people around Chen Feng's feelings toward him changed completely. What kind of magic does this man possess? If you have time, would you come and see me? To see how the snow melts away. How my eyes melt. If you see me, please turn around and be surprised again. I fear my tears and my white hair like a shameful joke. Before long, Ling sang the song roughly once. Her eyes were slightly moist. A phone, thank you. Ling couldn't control her emotions. In recent years, due to her advancing age, she had lost many fans who were drawn to her appearance. Although she still had fans loyal to her voice, her career had been steadily declining. Previous collaborators on lyrics and music had new songs but didn't reach out to her first, leaving her to perform only her older songs. Chen Feng's song had truly given her a much-needed boost. Those around her were utterly speechless. That's amazing. Due to the angle, they couldn't see the full sheet music, but through Ling's humming, they could hear the song's true power. In the eyes of those around her, this song fully showcased Chen Feng's talent and brought out Ling's unique voice. Only someone with Ling's voice could fully unleash the song's potential. Unconsciously, several people gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. I'll buy this song. Name your price, I'll pay it. Ling's words left the people around her, who hadn't yet come to their senses, staring in disbelief. What's going on? If Chen Feng asks for an exorbitant price, what should they do? Would they have to sell everything they own for a song? Although the song suited Ling perfectly, it wasn't worth going that far, was it? I won't ask for much. 1 million. 1 million was a very reasonable price. For this song, Mo Dance Hall, there were probably many people around who could offer 2 million, or even 3 million. Sure enough, someone nearby said, I'll give 1.8 million. Sell the song to me. Everyone turned to look, and someone recognized the speaker. It's Yuan Lang, the composer from Mu Entertainment. In the entertainment industry, veterans don't have a high opinion of new media. They are known for their unscrupulous methods, love of sensationalism, and creating scandals. There are many media companies similar to Mu Entertainment, and it's them who have made the entertainment industry so chaotic. Upon hearing that he was from Mu Entertainment, Chen Feng's expression immediately turned icy. He ignored Yuan Lang's words and continued discussing Mo Dance Hall with Ling. 2 million. Chen Feng heard Yuan Lang's voice clearly, but remained unfazed. 2.4 million. Yuan Lang's face turned ugly. He considered himself bold, daring to offer such a price for a newly released song that hadn't been polished yet. Anyone would be tempted. But Chen Feng still ignored him. 3 million, Chen Feng, this is the absolute ceiling. Yuan Lang's voice trembled slightly. Part of the reason for the price was that the song was indeed good, but another reason was that Yuan Lang had become a bit carried away. The young man in front of him wasn't swayed by money. At that moment, Chen Feng slowly turned around. If you offer the price, I have to sell it to you? Whoa! Chen Feng's words stunned everyone who had gathered around, and even Xia Shuer's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This song was specifically written for Ling. What does it have to do with you? Can money buy everything? Chen Feng's words left Yuan Lang speechless, causing everyone around to look at Chen Feng with newfound respect. This was a real 2 million yuan price difference. Chen Feng didn't even glance at it. You have to understand, this price could easily make some morally bankrupt female celebrities sell their bodies. Can Yusen not sing this song? Yuan Lang's face turned beet red as he blurted out the name of Chen Feng's ex-wife without thinking. Chen Feng, who had been expressionless, now glared at him with a murderous look in his eyes. Mu-He Entertainment really has no shame. He had already given him face with his earlier words, yet now he dared to bring Su Yusen into the conversation. If you don't take the wine, you'll have to drink the punishment. Chen Feng snorted derisively. No one from Mu-He Entertainment will ever get my songs. After saying that, he turned his head and continued discussing the song with Ling. At that moment, Xia Shuer stood up and spoke in an official tone. As the chief music advisor of Tianxia Media, Chen Feng's song copyright is legally protected. If anyone sings Chen Feng's songs without authorization, it will be considered infringement. The legal department of Tianxia Group isn't someone to mess with. This was something the agent Susan should have said, but she wasn't present, and Xia Shuer was too angry to hold back. After speaking, she sat down in her chair, crossed her arms over her shoulders, and looked ready for a fight. Ling, you sang this song well, but I think it's still lacking something. No way. Those around her gasped in shock. Ling may not have been very popular in recent years, but her reputation as a natural-born diva wasn't earned for nothing. No way, so arrogant? You've only made a few songs and you dare to critique Ling? You're overestimating yourself. Is Chen Feng still angry inside and taking it out on Ling? Various speculations were constantly circulating among the people around her. When it came to singing, Ling was still very confident. Among female singers, there were probably only a handful whose voices were better than hers. Chen Feng could naturally hear what the people around him were saying, and he must have been wondering about Ling's response to his earlier remark. What I meant was that it wasn't about her singing skills, but about the emotions she put into the song. Emotion? Ling was confused, and so were those around her. Everyone listened intently, eager to hear what Chen Feng would say next. Chapter 48, Best Single Award. This song expresses a deep longing, Ling, you should be able to feel it. But have you ever thought about it, Ling? If two people haven't seen each other for so many years, and one day they finally meet again, wouldn't they feel conflicted? Conflicted because she still looks the same, while they've grown old? Silence. Everyone around them fell into complete silence. Chen Feng continued, this song not only expresses longing but also the sorrow of growing old, and even the inevitability of death one day. As he finished speaking, everyone looked at Chen Feng with shocked expressions. Yes, he was absolutely right. This was the true emotion the song should convey. A song that aims to move others must first move the singer themselves. Only by fully understanding the lyrics and melody can one present a song in the best possible way to the audience. Ling suddenly bowed deeply to Chen Feng. Thank you, Feng. The young heartthrobs standing nearby were all speechless. This. Ling bowing to a newcomer? Who is she? She's a natural-born diva, a true powerhouse singer. She has a certain status in the music industry, yet she bowed to a newcomer who just won an award on the new song chart. Unbelievable. Impressive. With this song, she'll definitely be able to secure a spot in the Chinese music industry. Li Jian nodded, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. Chen Feng's love songs are unmatched. I wish I could get a song written by Chen Feng too, ha. Don't rush, Jian Gu. I'll definitely write one for you someday. Chen Feng's words prompted Zonwei, who was standing nearby, to excitedly request a song written by Chen Feng as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony is about to begin. Please take your seats promptly. In the vast concert hall, the host's voice echoed from the speakers all around. The group exchanged greetings and returned to their seats to await the start of the event. Soon, the lights dimmed gradually and the melodious music began to play. Everyone in the audience fell silent, their eyes fixed on the stage with anticipation. As the singing faded, the stage lights came on, creating a romantic and elegant atmosphere. A man and a woman emerged from backstage as the hosts. They were He Jiao and Wang Bingbing. It was an unexpected pairing. He Jiao, as a leading figure in the entertainment hosting industry over the past 2 decades, was a surprising choice to host this new song chart show. As for the other host, Wang Bingbing, she is a rising star in the hosting industry, having been heavily promoted by the network in recent years. With her first love looks, she has won over countless male fans. True to form, the moment they appeared on stage, the live stream was flooded with comments. The weather is warm, but my heart is icy. Winter is here, my hands are ice cold, my feet are ice cold, and my heart is ice cold. From now on, whether it's spring, summer, autumn, or winter, my heart will always be ice cold. If they ever get the chance to see Wang Bingbing in person, they'll be even more excited. On the stage, the two of them were bantering back and forth, hosting the show with wit and humor. They told many jokes, but Chen Feng didn't catch a single one, while the people around him laughed until they were bent over. Fearing he might seem out of place, Chen Feng followed along with a few forced hee laughs. Xia Shuer, sitting beside him, maintained a smile, quietly watching the stage. Chen Feng was even momentarily startled, wondering if the one who had come was Ling Bingxue or her younger sister, Ling Bingyan. The lights occasionally swept over her, and from the side, her appearance was angelic, delicate, and smooth. After a lengthy opening, the two on stage finally concluded what they thought were their funny jokes. The awards ceremony officially began. As the veteran host of the awards ceremony, He Jiao knew how to handle the crowd. He deliberately teased the audience with each award, making the newcomers on stage grow increasingly excited. He stretched out each award's announcement as long as possible. Chen Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. But Xia Shuer beside him remained smiling, sitting there motionless. Although the awards so far were all minor ones, the celebrities who went up to receive them were all teary-eyed, expressing their gratitude with heartfelt speeches. Chen Feng felt numb. If he were to win an award, what would he say? He hadn't prepared anything at all. Although Chen Feng had lived 2 lives, he had always focused on practicing singing, learning songs, and writing lyrics. He had never bothered to memorize any acceptance speeches. Thank the company leaders, thank his parents, thank the fans, thank the Huaxia Music New Songs chart platform. Basically, he had already thanked everyone he could think of. At this award ceremony, Chen Feng realized that there were so many awards in an award show. Some of the awards even had very long names that he had never heard of before. But just winning an award was already impressive enough, especially with so many people in the audience, most of whom were just there to support the winners. After listening for nearly an hour, despite some short performances in between, Chen Feng couldn't keep his eyelids from drooping. Chen Feng wrapped his arms around himself, intending to lean back in his seat and doze off for a moment. Xia Shuer remained in her previous posture, sitting elegantly in her seat. Having been in this circle for so long, she had attended quite a few award ceremonies. Even if she were seated below, many times the camera would pan down to the celebrities waiting backstage for their awards. Maintaining this elegant posture was crucial at such moments, as her figure might unexpectedly appear on camera at any time. Chen Feng's head began to droop, and Xia Shuai glanced sideways. A smile flickered in her eyes. She had actually fallen asleep at such an important event. At that moment, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted on stage. Xia Shuai looked up toward the stage. The host was speaking excitedly on stage. It seemed like the grand prize was about to be awarded. Sure enough, the next award was for the Song of the Year award. The Huaxia Music New Songs chart loves to keep things mysterious. It only tells you that you've been nominated, but it doesn't specify which award you've been nominated for. So, all the nominees have been on high alert from the start. What if they win? This way, even newcomers who have already won awards earlier still pay attention to the outcome of later awards. What if they win again? This keeps not only the artists but also the viewers in the live stream on the edge of their seats. Xia Shuai watched the stage excitedly. This award was very important. In fact, she even forgot to remind Chen Feng to wake up and wait for the award ceremony. But the host was really good at building suspense, talking for 7 or 8 minutes. The viewers in the live stream were starting to get impatient. Can you hurry up? Just say it already. It's definitely Kuan-Kuan's lover. Kuan-Kuan, lover. Stop messing around. Chai Kuan's terrible song, only his brainless fans would listen to it. Chen Yuo's The Beggar and the King is the true classic. Under everyone's eager gaze, the large screen on stage began to scroll. Chapter 49, Can You Sleep Here? Soon, the photo on the screen froze on a man playing the piano. Xia Shuai's body trembled, and her expression changed from anticipation to joy. She turned her head and hurriedly nudged Chen Feng. But it was too late. The camera had already tracked Chen Feng's location. A man lying on his back, asleep, appeared on the large screen. On the screen, the following words appeared. Sunny Day, performed by Chen Feng. Buzz. A burst of laughter erupted. The live stream was flooded with a wave of 666 comments. Is that Chen Feng? He looked so handsome when he walked the red carpet just now. Look at how he plays the piano, then look at how he is sleeping now. This guy is so cute. Ha, I envy his sleep. It's so loud, yet he sleeps so soundly. It's actually him. At that moment, below the stage, Chai Kuan clenched his fists tightly, glaring coldly at Chen Feng's image on the stage screen. His face twitched involuntarily. His own song, Lover, had been stuck in the top 3 of the new song chart for a long time, but in the latest chart update, it was directly pushed out of the top 5 by Chen Feng's 3 songs. If it weren't for this occasion, Chai Kuan would probably have smashed everything around him to pieces. In another corner, Su Yusen's reaction wasn't very strong. Although she had cursed Chen Feng viciously behind his back before entering the venue, she still had some self-awareness. In her view, with just that one song, The Evening Breeze is Coming, making it into the award ceremony of the Huaxia Music New Songs chart in such a short time and walking the red carpet was already quite an achievement. Xia Shuai, standing next to Chen Feng, hurriedly nudged him. Feeling something poking him in the waist, Chen Feng woke up from his sleep and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. The viewers in the live stream laughed even harder. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Who's this big joker? Wipe your drool. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Someone this funny could actually write a sad song like Sunny Day? I'm impressed. Wang Bingbing on stage squinted her eyes into crescents. She had never met someone this funny before. Chen Feng shook his head and asked, what is going on? Are you done? Xia Shuai rolled her eyes, not wanting to speak to him anymore. It was too embarrassing. The netizens were laughing so hard they couldn't breathe. What's going on? Are you done? Seriously, are you here to cause trouble? Ha, Chen Feng is the best audience member of the year. No way, Chen Feng was sleeping down there. That's going to cost him money as an audience member, ha ha. I'm laughing so hard, everyone. A dashing young man on the red carpet, the prince of ballads in the music industry. Now he's sleeping like this. Amidst the laughter, Wang Bingbing squinted her eyes and said again, the winner of the Huaxia Music New Song Chart's annual best single, Sunny Day, please welcome the performer, Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng finally snapped out of it. He had won an award? He hurriedly sat up straight and tidied his clothes. Under the gaze of Xia Shuai and the other artists present, Chen Feng stood up and walked toward the stage with strides as swift as a meteor. Chen Feng has won the award. I knew it. He had to win at this award ceremony. That's right. If Sunny Day doesn't win, I'll never watch the Huaxia Music New Songs chart again. Is that the guy who just wiped his mouth? He is still pretty handsome. 666,666. When Chen Feng appeared on the award stage, his fans in the livestream were laughing so hard they were holding their stomachs while sending him blessings in the comments section. More netizens who hadn't previously been fans of Chen Feng also began to like this interesting man because of his authentic side. Chen Feng, hello. I really love your song Sunny Day. As Chen Feng walked onto the stage, host Wang Bingbing approached him and led him to the award podium. The petite Wang Bingbing and the tall Chen Feng walking together created a warm and cozy scene. This sparked speculation among the gossip-loving netizens. They seem like a good match. It's not just a little bit of a match, it's a perfect match. The cutest height difference. I love shipping this couple. Why not just get together? Next, please welcome Mr. Wang, the director of Huaxia Music, the organizer of the Huaxia Music New Song Chart, to present the award to the winner. A middle-aged man walked onto the stage and solemnly presented the trophy to Chen Feng. Chen Feng accepted the trophy with a smile on his face, giving off an air of warmth and charm, but inside, 1,000 thoughts were racing through his mind. How should he deliver his acceptance speech? He should have just memorized one online using his phone. What should he do now? Chen Feng took the crystal trophy, which bore the words Huaxia Music New Song Chart Best Single Award in large letters. Director Wang patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, smiled, and walked off the stage. Chen Feng watched his back. How I wish he wouldn't leave, or at least take me with him. Chen Feng, say a few words. Wang Bingbing led Chen Feng to the microphone stand on stage. The applause in such a setting was as endless as free money, one wave after another. The applause that had just died down began again. Wang Bingbing smiled at Chen Feng. The first love face truly captivates everyone. This scene sent the live stream into a frenzy. Bingbing, I love you. My heart will always be icy. If only Bingbing could smile at me. Xia Shuer, sitting below the stage, stared intently at the stage. In her eyes, Chen Feng standing on stage receiving everyone's applause, with the stage light shining on him, was like a star surrounded by a halo, utterly captivating. She couldn't help but whisper to herself. He is so handsome. Chen Feng stood on stage, feeling everything around him. As he looked down at the sea of people below, he couldn't think of a single word to say in his acceptance speech. What should he do? Chen Feng felt a bit uneasy inside. His eyes scanned the crowd, and finally, he spotted the girl with the pink hair, who was smiling at him. Chen Feng exhaled deeply. She's mocking me. I have to say something today. With that thought, Chen Feng raised the microphone higher. I am truly honored to receive this award. Thank you all for your support and kindness. Thank you to everyone who has helped me. Well, thank you all. Wang Bingbing was still looking at the cue cards for the next segment. The sudden silence left her confused as she looked at Chen Feng. That's it? Wang Bingbing couldn't believe it. Anyone who came up to accept an award would usually deliver a heartfelt speech, and it wouldn't be over in just a few minutes. Being on stage wasn't just about delivering a speech, it was also about making an impression on the media, officials, and industry bigwigs, so they'd remember her face. And this guy? 2 sentences and that's it? But Chen Feng had already stepped down from the stage, smiling at her. Clearly, it was over. Chapter 50, Winning Again. Everyone, Chen Feng has so many great songs, yet he can't even come up with an acceptance speech. It seems like God has closed another door for him. Again? What was the first window? You don't know? Chen Feng can't do that. Wow, that's something. Looks like heaven is fair after all. Wang Bingbing reacted quickly as well. After all, coming from state-run media, the hostess' basic skills were still very solid. She immediately grabbed the microphone and smiled at the audience, saying, thank you, Chen Feng, for your brief yet heartfelt remarks. Let us give him a round of applause. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. People clapped while glancing at Chen Feng with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Of course, there were also expressions of admiration and envy. What a show! Chai Kuan narrowed his eyes, licked his lower teeth, and displayed a disdainful expression. A few young upstarts nearby were also fawning over him. Exactly, what are you pretending? The awards will definitely all go to our brother Kuan. You're right, Kuan go. Let's crush him later. Chen Feng held the trophy in one hand and hurried back to his seat. He didn't want to be stared at by so many people. Back at his seat, he sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the stage. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. What should I do? I'm going to die from laughing at Chen Feng. Does he have to be so serious about being funny? Please, is this how he usually acts? I suddenly want to go to the Beijing Conservatory of Music to see what Chen Feng is really like in everyday life. I'm going to. I wonder if Chen Feng can win another award. I don't know. There are so many people, they probably have to give awards to everyone, not just him. Back in the audience, Chen Feng had just sat down when Xia Shuer reached over with a finger. You won an award. You have to treat us to dinner. Chen Feng stuffed the trophy into Xia Shuer's arms. It's yours, I don't want it. Off stage, the two whispered and playfully argued. On stage, the host was still building up the suspense for the next round. Every round was the same, and Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to listen to their nonsense. Next up is the Huaxia Music New Song Chart, and the Best Newcomer Award. There are 3 nominees. He Jio delivered the lines with emotion and passion. He debuted as a member of a boy band, went solo, and released several songs in a row. With his striking good looks and captivating voice, he has won over a large fan base. Please welcome, Chai Koen. Chai Koen slowly stood up, walking toward the stage with an arrogant expression. In the live stream, his fans seemed to have been waiting for this moment. As he stood up, they all popped up from the live stream. Chai Koen, I love you. Kunbeo, you deserve it. Chai Koen, fly bravely. We'll always be by your side. Dreaming youth never sleeps, the future is bright for Koen. Falling petals and snowflakes dance in the air, but my heart belongs only to little Koen. Their behavior made other netizens briefly think they had been poisoned. Meanwhile, Hee-jo continued, she, who has been in the industry for 3 years, excels in love songs, with an elegant voice and a cool, aloof appearance, all combined in one person. Please welcome, Soo Yusin. What? Soo Yusin was speechless. She never expected to win an award. Yuan Ben had only come with the intention of making a brief appearance and accompanying her, never expecting such an unexpected surprise. Frantically tidying her hair and dress, Soo Yusin walked toward the stage with graceful steps. Yusin, you're the best. That posture is so graceful. Whoever gets her will be so lucky. Damn it, you're just jealous of Soo Yusin's body, not a real fan. Hee-jo switched to a different cue card, causing him to pause for a moment. Then, his professional smile reappeared on his face. The last one. A chance live stream propelled him to the top of the trending list, and he's never dropped since. One heartfelt song after another, making people reminisce and shed tears. Please welcome, Chen Feng. Another award? The other celebrities on stage all turned to look at the tall figure. Before the chair had even grown warm, Chen Feng awkwardly stood up, waved his hands left and right, and made his way toward the stage. In the live stream, the crowd erupted when Hee-jo announced his name. What the hell? He won again? What does he deserve? There's definitely something fishy going on. The relevant authorities need to investigate thoroughly. Why? Because he's good looking and sings well. Your little darling didn't win, so you're just being jealous here? If you didn't win, go home and look in the mirror instead of spouting nonsense here. On stage, Chai Koen and Chen Feng stood on either side, with Soo Yusin in the middle. The netizens were momentarily stunned. Didn't he react in time? Soo Yusin and Chen Feng are on stage together? After the divorce, we became colleagues? No, after the divorce, we became competitors. The entertainment industry is truly a big stage. There's always something interesting happening every minute. I can't wait to hear what they LL say. The three of them stood on stage and did indeed whisper a few words. Chai Koen's lips moved slightly. Chen Feng, you're pretty lucky, but that's as far as it goes. Chen Feng responded with a smile. You're lucky too, you still have a chance to come up. Soo Yusin, however, said nothing, still immersed in the surprise of winning the award. Chai Koen was the first to go up to receive the award and began his award acceptance speech, which sounded like a thesis. He spoke for about 7 or 8 minutes without stopping. Chen Feng and Soo Yusin stood there motionless. Soo Yusin, who had finally snapped out of it, began mentally rehearsing what she would say later. As for Chen Feng, he was looking up at the ceiling of the concert hall. He wondered how many spotlights there were in this concert hall. What is he doing? I feel like he is counting stars. No way, he's counting stars during his award acceptance speech? Sure enough, men nearing 30 all develop an unconventional hobby. It must be said, Chai Koen's acceptance speech was truly touching. He was so emotional, tears streaming down his face. Chen Feng was so impressed that he even wondered if he had done something wrong to make Chai Koen dislike him. Under the host's prompting, Chai Koen finally finished his speech, raised his proud head, and returned to his seat. Soo Yusin, on the other hand, delivered a standard 3-minute speech without much emotional flair. After all, winning the award was an unexpected honor, and these words were improvised on the spot. The fact that she managed to speak for 3 minutes demonstrated that she had practiced beforehand. In the end, only Chen Feng remained on stage as the award-winning artist. As he walked up to the podium to receive the trophy, he fell silent before the microphone. What should he say? Seeing that Chen Feng hadn't spoken, Hee-jo smiled and reminded him, "Congratulations, Chen Feng. Winning your second award proves your exceptional talent. You're the only artist here to win 2 awards. I'm sure you have something to share with everyone." Chapter 51, They Don't Deserve It. Thank you all. I will repay those who love me with even better works. After speaking, Chen Feng stared blankly at Hee-jo. A shorter acceptance speech than before? Even Hee-jo was momentarily speechless. Even if it were an elementary school student winning an award, they'd say a few words on stage, let alone this being the award ceremony for the Huaxia Music New Song Chart. However, asking Chen Feng to say more was clearly out of the question. Hee-jo chuckled. Alright, thank you, Chen Feng. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he takes his seat. As the topic of the moment, Chen Feng's name appeared in the comments section for the umpteenth time. Shorter than his previous words. Let me count if it even took 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Chen Feng is a real badass. 5 seconds, that's a real man. His words are as long as the time he spends in bed. Kowloon Men's Health Hospital, helping you regain your vitality. Countless eyes were fixed on the tall man below. Having won 2 awards in a row, it could be said that from now on, his future was bright. With 2 trophies in hand, Chen Feng felt his seat was a bit cramped. After studying the situation for a while, he decided to place the trophies under the chair for now. Chen Feng feared he might forget, so he glanced at Xia Shuer beside him. I won 2 awards. Xia Shuer turned her head. You don't need to say it, everyone in this room already knows. Chen Feng looked down at the trophies between his legs. I'm afraid I'll forget. Remind me to take the trophy when we leave. Damn it. Xia Shuer really wanted to jump up and give Chen Feng a hard smack on the head. You actually outsmarted me. Due to winning twice, Chen Feng's popularity had skyrocketed, and many journalists began gathering around him, occasionally raising their cameras. Some even connected their cameras directly to their laptops and started crouching in the aisles to edit their news articles. No wonder this was breaking news, and if they could get the scoop, it would be explosive. It might even land them a position as an editor. If it weren't for the ongoing award ceremony on stage and the crowd of other artists around him, many journalists would have already shoved their microphones and cameras right in Chen Feng's face. On stage, He Jiao and Wang Bingbing delivered their lines with passion and conviction, suggesting that the remaining awards would be no less prestigious. Wang Bingbing switched to a new cue card, narrowing her signature crescent-shaped eyes with a smile and said, Next, we will announce the winners of the Huaxia Music New Song Chart, Best Duet Song Award. They are. Wang Bingbing couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. A competent host, of course, would know how to stir up the audience's emotions. Wang Bingbing was no exception, but this time, she couldn't help but get carried away by the audience's emotions, and her own emotions surged as well. The celebrities in the audience began to discuss the situation. What's going on? Did something unexpected happen? The celebrities began to follow her in confusion, speculating about what was happening. Amid the murmurs, Wang Bingbing announced their names. The award-winning song is Coral Sea, performed by Xia Shuer and Chen Feng. Boom! What had been whispered earlier had now turned into a loud shout filling the room. Again, won an award? The 3rd time? What's he going to do, monopolize all the awards? Earlier, some might have been congratulating him, others envious, but now it's all turned to jealousy. Pure, unadulterated jealousy. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng and Xia Shuer slowly made their way toward the stage. A prince in a tuxedo, escorting a princess in a deep blue star-studded gown, appeared before the eyes of the live-stream viewers. This never ends, they're winning again? Kunken, surpass him. I suddenly feel like Feng Feng is more handsome than Koen Koen. Is this the real-life version of a fairy tale? Chen Feng must be sent by heaven to mess with these celebrities. Journalists with their cameras and microphones followed Chen Feng and Xia Shuer's every step. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. It felt like the cameras in the journalists' hands were about to shoot sparks. A perfect match, a golden couple, that must be what they're talking about. The chorus of Coral Sea echoed through the center of the concert hall. Turn and leave. There are words that can't be spoken. Seabirds and fish fall in love. It was just an accident. Our love. Differences have always existed. Dust in the wind. Waiting has turned into hurt. Listening to this song, Xia Shuer, who had been in a cheerful mood, felt a sudden pang of pain in her heart. The love between seabirds and fish is like my feelings for Chen Feng. Too similar. It's simply impossible for us to be together. Thinking of this, Xia Shuer turned her head to glance at Chen Feng. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Watching their backs as they walked toward the stage, combined with this song, why does it suddenly feel so sad? I feel like they won't end up together. I actually watched an award ceremony like it was a romantic drama. I suddenly realized that the song Chen Feng and Xia Shuer sang was actually about themselves. The music faded out, and Chen Feng and Xia Shuer walked to the center of the stage. Wang Bingbing said, Chen Feng, nice to see you again. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. This stage was the last place he wanted to be. There was nothing to say, but fortunately Xia Shuer was with him, so he could have her speak on his behalf later. Just a moment ago, she was teasing him about not knowing how to give an acceptance speech. Let's see how she does now. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Chen Feng suddenly wasn't so resistant to the stage anymore, and even felt a hint of anticipation for Xia Shuer's performance later. Chen Feng and Xia Shuer faced the camera with warm smiles, while Wang Bingbing delivered the award speech beside them. After presenting them with the Best Duet Song Award, Wang Bingbing paused for a moment. It was time for the acceptance speech, and she actually hoped this part wouldn't come up. She was afraid she'd make Chen Feng look awkward. But even if she was being forced into it, she had to go through with it. Wang Bingbing smiled at the two and said, having received this award, what are your thoughts? Whoosh! Xia Shuer felt a sudden gust of wind by her ear. Chen Feng, under her surprised gaze, suddenly took a step back. The only person left in front of the microphone was Xia Shuer. What's going on? 666666666. Chen Feng's move is unbeatable. Selling out his teammates. Ha ha ha. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die from laughing at Chen Feng, this traitor. Are you kidding me? He actually let Xia Shuer take the bullet. The entire arena fell silent. Put. Xia Shuer, who had been feeling a bit lonely, couldn't help but laugh at Chen Feng's actions. Since that's the case, let me show you what I've got. The young miss has arrived. Make way. Chapter 52, another pair appears. It must be said that music is something with this magical power. It has the power to bring people closer together and provide an auditory delight during the hustle and bustle of daily life. The Huaxia Music Awards Gala is such an event that allows all of us to experience the joy that music brings. As someone who has the privilege of participating in this event, I feel deeply honored and proud. Under Chen Feng's stunned gaze, Xia Shuer shone with confidence on stage, speaking for a full 5 minutes. Impressive. So impressive. This acceptance speech was more touching than anything that could move all of China. Behind Xia Shuer, Chen Feng stood like a little quail, flapping his wings from time to time. Finally, Xia Shuer's acceptance speech came to an end as she bowed to the audience below the stage. Only then did Chen Feng remember that he was supposed to bow after speaking. Xia Shuer is amazing. Shuer, we love you more and more. Our Shuer is outstanding. Shuer, don't be with Chen Feng. He's no good. Before leaving the stage, Xia Shuer gave Chen Feng a flirtatious glance. Chen Feng stepped forward to help Xia Shuer down the stairs. How about that? Was my acceptance speech better than yours? Chen Feng gave her a thumbs up. That was impressive. Once again, amid the applause of the entire audience, Chen Feng returned to his seat alongside Xia Shuer. Chen Feng silently repeated to himself, "Don't win any more awards. That's enough. I really have nothing left to say." There were still 2 major awards to compete for. One was the Best Songwriter Award at the Huaxia Music New Song Chart, and the other was the Huaxia Music New Song Chart Topping Award. Best Songwriter, as the name suggests, is awarded to the best lyricist and composer. The chart-topping award is given to the artist whose songs have appeared on the chart the most times over the past year. He Jiu's gaze shifted to the seats below, toward Chen Feng's direction. Everyone's heart sank. Could it be that man again? The camera lens also seemed to linger around Chen Feng. This made Chen Feng feel a bit nervous. Could it really be him again? Viewers in the live stream were also flooding the chat with Chen Feng's name. Chen Feng. Do it again, Chen Feng. One more time, one more time. It's Kunkin, it must be Kunkin. He's bound to top the charts again. Those who didn't know might have thought they were preparing for a Teletubbies show. After all that nonsense, Jiu finally announced the names of the 2. Best Songwriter of the Huaxia Music New Songs Chart, Fang Wensan. A middle-aged man nodded and stood up, wearing a shirt with suspenders, exuding an artistic vibe. Huaxia Music New Song Chart's consecutive chart-topping award, Dai Yutong. A young woman in a white evening gown stood up, her long hair flowing, her expression calm. It was indeed her, the top artist of Xinguan Media. Starting as a cover singer on social media, she gradually developed her own unique style, with a song-releasing pace that left everyone in awe. Had it not been for Chen Feng, the dark horse who had been charging through the music industry like a wild horse recently. Those who frequently appear on the new songs chart are undoubtedly Dai Yutong. Fang Wensan smiled and waited for a moment. As Dai Yutong walked over gracefully, he extended his arm. Dai Yutong smiled sweetly and gently wrapped her arm around his. The 2 walked toward the center of the stage together. These 2 had been longtime collaborators. Most of Fang Wensan's songs were written for Dai Yutong, which is why her name frequently appears on the Huaxia Music New Songs Chart. And nearly all the songs Dai Yutong has made popular were written by Fang Wensan. Fang Wensan's lyrics and melodies, Dai Yutong's voice. The 2 are inseparable. It must be said, they truly deserve it. Seeing that the award wasn't going to Chen Feng, the long-suffering fans in the livestream immediately started typing furiously. Where's Chen Feng? Has he lost his edge? This won't do, that won't do. Is this really Chen Feng? Chen Feng, why aren't you showing up? Didn't you say you'd win awards until your hands were sore? Why can't you win the bigger awards? Chen Feng is just taking a break. After all, it's better to share the joy with others. If you're going to eat the meat, at least let others have a taste of the soup. Don't joke around. There's only one Golden Melody Award left. Can he win it? The Golden Melody Award is definitely Kunkin's. He has so many great songs. If Chai Kuan wins the Golden Melody Award, I'll eat upside down. If Chen Feng wins the Golden Melody Award, I'll eat upside down. Below the stage, Chen Feng's heart settled down. Finally, it wasn't him anymore. Meanwhile, the jealous hearts of the celebrities and artists in the audience were also soothed. Finally, not that man anymore. Next time, I'll definitely ruin this event. In the livestream, Dai Yutong had an enormous fan base, most of whom had followed her since she started recording cover songs and had gradually grown with her over the years. With her sweet and charming appearance and her wide vocal range, such a singer could never have few fans. Tong Tong, Tong Tong, the heartthrob of thousands. Tong Tong, I love you. Wearing your heart on your sleeve, still as pure as a child. I love you so much, Daiyutong. As for Fangwen-san, only a few people occasionally discuss him. Songwriters are like that, they don't have many fans. As behind-the-scenes figures, they rarely appear in the spotlight, yet their influence within the industry is something that even some young stars with millions of fans can't compare to. An older and younger artist slowly walked onto the stage. It had been 3 consecutive years with just the two of them. It's truly enviable. And they truly deserve it. Fangwen-san's status in the industry and Daiyutong's vocal talent leave no room for complaint. One can only lament their own lack of ability. Although they were once again the runners-up, facing such a powerful duo, there was truly nothing they could do. At that moment, many people couldn't help but think, why didn't Chen Feng step up to challenge them? Humans are contradictory creatures. Just moments ago, they were jealous of Chen Feng winning so many awards, but now they wish he would go up and dismantle this group. After He Zhou's award speech, Fangwen-san and Daiyutong both delivered standard acceptance speeches. There were no major emotional fluctuations. Winning this award was something he could expect to achieve. If they hadn't won, that would have been the problem. As they left the stage, Daiyutong glanced at Xia Shuer and Chen Feng's positions. She and Xia Shuer debuted at the same time and rose to fame simultaneously, each with their own unique style. However, this year, Xia Shuer shifted her focus to interacting with fans, releasing fewer songs, but holding 2 to 3 times as many concerts as in previous years. This is why at the award ceremony, Xia Shuer only won the Best Duet Song award alongside Chen Feng. But in Daiyutong's heart, she desperately wished that one of the duet partners for Choral C was herself. The first time Daiyutong heard this song, she fell deeply in love with it. As a result, she also became interested in Chen Feng, wondering why he could come up with such a distinctive song. Chapter 53, Well Deserved. Daiyutong's fans in the livestream were growing increasingly excited. You can take the small awards, but the big prize is obviously ours. What about Xia Shuer? She only won the Best Duet Song award. Back then, she went head-to-head with Daiyutong, and now she's the one who lost. Fangwen-san, Daiyutong, the unparalleled duo. Do you know? Got nothing else to say? When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Xia Shuer's fans remained silent. Over the past year, Xia Shuer had done so much to connect with her fans, sacrificing a great deal in her music career. This is also why her fans love her even more. Such mockery isn't worth paying attention to. Finally, Daiyutong and Fangwen-san walked down, accompanied by the thunderous applause of the artists below. Fangwen-san deliberately glanced in Chen Feng's direction. He loved Chen Feng's songs and had been closely following Chen Feng's recent activities. One great song after another had filled him with anticipation for Chen Feng's future works, hoping for someone who could become his rival in the world of lyrics and music. Finally, it was time for the last award. The award ceremony lasted over 3 hours, with a few performances interspersed between every 2 or 3 awards. This made Chen Feng wonder if the award show's duration was modeled after the Spring Festival Gala. He hoped he could get through it smoothly and avoid making a fool of himself again. After a few carefully arranged performances by newcomers on stage, the event finally reached the presentation of the last award. This was also the most important award of the night. The Huaxia Music New Song Chart Golden Song Award. Everyone couldn't help but sit up straight. This award is the most prestigious award of the night. He Zhou and Wang Bingbing teased the audience on stage, taking turns to drop hints. If there were any irregularities in the smaller awards of the Huaxia Music New Song Chart, it might have been to balance the pros and cons or to promote certain newcomers. But the final awards, especially the Golden Song Award, were completely transparent. They were voted for by fans who loved the songs, 1 vote at a time. Why is this award called the Golden Song Award? Because its value is truly unparalleled. Finally, the large screen on stage began to flash. The flashing was so fast that no one could make out who was on the screen. Someone in the audience shouted in surprise. I saw Cohen. Chai Cohen, seeing his name among the nominees, couldn't help but lift his chin. It's Yutong. It's Yutong. I think I saw Chen Yuo's figure. The winner of this year's Huaxia Music New Song Chart Golden Song Award is. He is. As He Zhou's excited voice echoed, the screen suddenly froze. A figure teaching in a university classroom. He Zhou froze, and the celebrities present also froze. The person in the photo was dressed very ordinarily, and didn't look like a celebrity at all. Fangwen-san was the first to react. He burst out laughing. Interesting, the young man is quite amusing. Golden Melody Award, it's a shame it's not you. Singer and composer, Chen Feng. Within the Tianxia group, many people were watching the live stream. When It's Not You played and Chen Feng's name appeared, it wasn't just Tianxia Media, the entire group building erupted in excitement. Ah! We won! We won! It's the biggest Golden Melody Award. Look, it's our chief music advisor. Chen Feng is amazing. Amazing. Tianxia Media is amazing. It's our Tianxia group that's amazing. As the saying goes, when one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Tianxia Group has operations across various industries in the entertainment industry, with most of them interconnected. When everyone sees a member of the group win an award, they naturally feel very happy. The live stream fell into a brief silence. A few seconds later, it erupted. Again, another award? The Golden Melody Award? The one who just said eat, get out here. Where are Kai Kuan's brainless fans? Why aren't you saying anything? Where's your talk? Congratulations to Chen Feng, congratulations to Xia Shuer. Why are you congratulating Xia Shuer? You don't know anything. Xia Shuer and Chen Feng are so close they might end up together someday. You make a good point. The live stream camera focused on the spot next to Xia Shuer. Sitting there was a man in a suit and tie, looking as stiff as a board. Wait, is that idiot Chen Feng? It seems like he hasn't even realized what's going on yet. Who just said Xia Shuer is paired with him? I didn't say that, stop talking nonsense. The netizens were teasing each other with jokes, while on stage, Wang Bingbing was already urging Chen Feng to come up and accept the award. Chen Feng naturally knew he had to go up to receive the award, but at that moment, he was thinking about what to say in his acceptance speech. The more anxious he became, the blank his mind grew. Although he was incredibly handsome, although his lyrics and melodies were awe-inspiring, although his voice was enchanting, none of that could compensate for his inability to make up a speech on the spot. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Chen Feng tried to slow down as he made his way toward the stage. Chen Feng, are you okay? Li Jian, Aling, and others in the front row looked at him with concern. Chen Feng waved his hand. Finally, he reached the stage. The chair where Chai Kuan was sitting had been squeezed so hard that it left an imprint of his hand. Award after award, each one a slap in his own face. Chen Feng was someone who absolutely could not be allowed to continue developing in the music industry. Since his debut, Chai Kuan had never won 2 awards at the same award ceremony, yet this newcomer, Chen Feng, had won 4 times. It was clear that wherever Chai Kuan went tonight, it would be a mess. The host seems to have already taken a liking to Chen Feng taking the stage to accept awards. What a surprise, Chen Feng. It seems like this award show was organized just for you. Hijio joked. This also ignited the emotions of the celebrities sitting in the audience, who joined in the laughter. Chen Feng humbly replied, it's all luck, all luck. It's everyone's kindness toward me. Wow. Chen Feng can actually speak? In previous award ceremonies, he either awkwardly smiled or simply said thank you, but now he could actually chat with the host. Hijio laughed and said, no, the Golden Melody Award is voted for by fans 1 vote at a time. It's not you and you deserve this honor, it's all about talent, not luck. After speaking, Hijio turned to the audience and shouted, Chen Feng has made history. Let's give Chen Feng a warm round of applause. The other nominated celebrities in the audience were not entirely satisfied, but there was nothing they could do. Indeed, no one had ever said that It's Not You was a bad song. On the contrary, almost everyone who heard it found themselves drawn into it. A song with a magical touch. The head of Huaxia Music presented Chen Feng with the Golden Song Award trophy. Wang Bingbing handed Chen Feng a microphone. This time, Chen Feng, your acceptance speech better not be so short. Chapter 54, let's run an ad. On stage, all the lights were focused on him. Below the stage, everyone was staring at Chen Feng with curious and expectant eyes. They wanted to hear what else he could possibly say in his acceptance speech. Would it be even shorter than last time? Actually, I just feel that winning this award was quite unexpected. I didn't expect everyone to like It's Not You so much. This song was something I sang by chance, and it was this chance that allowed everyone to get to know me as a university professor. I hope everyone will apply to the Beijing Conservatory of Music. The celebrities and artists in the audience fell silent. The live stream, however, was completely different. What's Chen Feng doing? Is he here to advertise? How much did the Beijing Conservatory of Music pay you for this ad? The Beijing Dance Academy will give you double. The Central Academy of Drama is offering triple? I'm the real talent factory, okay? Don't forget me. I suspect he's here on a mission from his academy, and his main job is recruitment? I bet the dean is laughing so hard at home his face is wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. This netizen was spot on. At that moment, Ian, the dean of the Beijing Conservatory of Music, was watching the live stream at home, sipping some wine, with a smile so white his wrinkles gathered together, forming an old daisy. As his student, Chen Feng, Ian Shuwen naturally knew what kind of performance he could deliver. He turned to his elderly spouse and smiled, did you see that? No matter how big the stage, Xiao Feng remains calm and composed, with a serene demeanor. Chen Feng bowed toward the audience below, signaling that he had finished speaking. Under the lead of some people, applause gradually began to rise from the audience. The celebrity artists present looked at each other, completely bewildered by what was happening. Some of them clapped while thinking to themselves. He had appeared on stage 4 times, and his award acceptance speeches combined didn't even last a minute. Is this the kind of swagger a true powerhouse singer should have? Could it be because I talk too much, so my songs aren't as popular? Should I change my style in the future? He Zhou and Wang Bingbing stared wide-eyed as Chen Feng walked off the stage step by step. Just like that? Waving goodbye without taking a single cloud with him? The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Has he won so many awards that he can't hold them all? The Golden Melody Award, does he even care about that anymore? Just leave like that? Doesn't he know how important this award is? Winning this award means that with a little effort in the future, he could become the king of the music industry. However, to avoid awkwardness, the hosts quickly changed the subject. The two of them adjusted their emotions, transforming their expressions of surprise into bright smiles. Chen Feng returned to his seat. For glittering award trophies were cradled in his arms, and the journalists were completely oblivious to the reactions of the celebrities sitting beside them. With a rush, all the cameras were trained on Chen Feng. They were eager to capture the moment of him holding the 4 trophies. To be the first to share the news. Wait a moment. Come with me. Our company's bodyguards are already waiting outside. Xia Shuer whispered to Chen Feng. Bodyguards? Chen Feng immediately understood. It's definitely better to have a company. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even be able to get out of the concert hall's front door. Finally, this year's Huaxia Music New Song Chart Awards ceremony came to a close amid enthusiastic applause. The staff inside first cleared the journalists and their cameraman out of the venue, as the celebrities' departure would otherwise cause a commotion. After about half an hour, the celebrities began to exit the venue, walking out in an orderly fashion. Many people passing by Chen Feng would greet him. Hello, I'm Angela Baby. Hello, I'm Yu11. Nice to meet you. I'm Penny. Under the envious glances of the celebrities and entertainers, Chen Feng held 4 trophies in his arms and politely responded to each one. Especially the newcomers this year, seeing Chen Feng holding 4 trophies in his arms and standing beside him was Xia Shuer, such a breathtaking beauty. Their eyes seemed ready to devour Chen Feng. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the concert hall. Wow! The place was packed with people. The big media reporters who had been granted access earlier and the smaller media reporters who could only stay outside were now all gathered at the entrance, waiting for the celebrities to emerge. Some celebrities were ignored, while others were surrounded so tightly they couldn't move. Chai Kanang walked out with his head held high, holding his trophy in his hand. Chai Kuan, what does it feel like to win the Best Newcomer Award at the Huaxia Music New Song Chart? Chai Kuan, will there be a concert in the future? Chai Kuan, is it true that you're dating a San? Chai Kuan, I'm a reporter from the Moonlight News. Is it true that you slept with your fans? Chai Kuan didn't want to answer any of the questions. This award ceremony, which should have been his moment, was now completely overshadowed by Chen Feng's brilliance. With the help of 4 bodyguards, Chai Kuan returned to the business car, pushing through the crowd, moving slowly forward. Chen Feng and Xia Shuer's figures appeared at the entrance of the concert hall. At that moment, someone shouted, Chen Feng is coming out. The journalists at the entrance froze like puppets on a string, halting their interviews. They all turned their attention toward Chen Feng and Xia Shuer at the entrance. In an instant, all the journalists put down their microphones and ran toward Chen Feng. Originally, there were many reporters gathered around Chai Kuan's business car, but for some reason, they suddenly all stepped aside and left. Chai Kuan curiously lowered his car window and saw the journalists all running toward the entrance of the concert hall. Chen Feng's figure stood there clearly. Chai Kuan clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips turning white. Clang! Clang! 2 punches. Chai Kuan slammed his fists twice against the seat in front of him. Chen Feng! I must expel you from the entertainment industry. The journalists didn't care about the order in which they arrived. They abandoned their original interview subjects and rushed toward whoever was in the spotlight, as that was where the news was. The hundreds of journalists present all shared the same thought. How they wished they were the first to shove the microphone into Chen Feng's mouth. The reporters from the Moonlight tabloid charged to the front without hesitation. The journalists behind them were no match for him in terms of their short lenses. Back in the day, I was the 100-meter champion at the school sports meet. Though I haven't exercised much since starting work, my athletic foundation is still there. Outrunning these journalists should be a piece of cake. Victory was within reach. A group of shadowy figures appeared between me and Chen Feng. Bang! The reporter must have hit something. Moving at high speed, he couldn't brake in time and collided head-on. He rubbed his head. The reporter from the Moonlight tabloid looked up. It was a group of burly men in black. Chapter 55, Midnight Snack. Wow! Chen Feng had never seen such a scene before. In front of him was a sea of black-clad reporters. In front of him were 2 rows of bodyguards, each consisting of over 20 people. They stood in neat formation, as if they were one person. They stood in front of themselves and Xia Shuer, holding back the journalists' relentless onslaught. Impressive, miss. Chen Feng held the trophy while struggling to raise a thumb. Xia Shuer snorted and walked forward with her head held high. like a proud little rooster. Escorted by a group of bodyguards, Chen Feng and Xia Shuer made their way toward the luxury vehicle. Over 100 journalists were kept behind the wall of bodyguards, holding their cameras aloft. Chen Feng, say a few words. Chen Feng, what's your relationship with Xia Shuer? Chen Feng, what are your thoughts on meeting Su Yusen again? What are your feelings about winning the award? What are your future plans? When did you start composing music, Chen Feng? Are all these songs something you've been working on over time? Will there be more high-quality works released in the future? Chen Feng, don't leave. While walking, Chen Feng politely answered a few questions. No. I don't know. It's okay. Not bad. Having bodyguards is a blessing. Chen Feng and Xia Shuer safely boarded the luxury car and, with the bodyguards clearing the way, successfully left the entrance of the concert hall, where the journalists had gathered. Only the stunned journalists were left behind, breathing in the exhaust fumes. What kind of musician is this? At least it was a proper interview. What the heck is slightly? A long sigh of relief. Sitting inside the car, I admired the night view of Shanghai. I must say, the night view of the Bund in Shanghai is truly enchanting. As China's commercial hub, Shanghai has carried a wealth of history and culture, boasting a rich urban cultural heritage. As his thoughts soared through the city, Chen Feng heard the buzzing sound of a mosquito beside him. Chen Feng, I'm hungry. If you're hungry, just eat. I don't know what to eat. Come with me. All right. For some reason, when Chen Feng was around, he felt like a little kitten. He just wanted to cling to the man in front of him. Dressed in formal attire, the two couldn't just go out to eat like that. They found a secluded spot for the business car, and Chen Feng and Xia Shuer changed into their usual casual clothes. Chen Feng was wearing jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt. Xia Shuer naturally changed into a simple casual outfit, returning to her usual Ling Bingxue look. Susan, you can go back first. Ling Bingxue smiled. Glancing at the two of them, Susan still felt a bit uneasy. But she knew she couldn't go against the young miss. With a sigh, she drove the business car away first, but also dispatched bodyguards to secretly protect the two. Eating has always been a major affair. There was a proper way to eat a main meal, but even something as informal as a late-night snack could be quite elaborate. There is an old saying, breakfast nourishes the body, while late-night snacks nourish the soul. People in Shanghai know how to enjoy life. As early as 100 years ago, late-night snacks were associated with theaters and dance halls. After watching a play or dancing, it was already late at night. The stomach couldn't help but feel a bit empty. Going back to bed on an empty stomach just felt incomplete. Having a bowl of snacks made everything feel right. Ling Bingxue and Chen Feng are no different today. Just now, when Ling Bingxue said she was hungry, Chen Feng's stomach was also growling. The two arrived at Dongtaxiang, a famous restaurant in Shanghai. Upon entering the store, Ling Bingxue introduced Chen Feng to the place. This is a steamed bun shop with over 100 years of history. Every time I come to Shanghai, I always come here for a meal. Watching Ling Bingxue speak about it with such familiarity, Chen Feng smiled slightly. The bustling atmosphere of Shanghai was different from that of the capital city. Shanghai had a more down-to-earth, lively vibe. Ding ding ding. Chen Feng's phone rang. Picking up the phone, Chen Feng's left eye twitched slightly. Why is he calling me? Ling Bingxue, seeing Chen Feng's hesitant expression, leaned in to look at his phone screen. Che Jia, the director? Chen Feng answered the call. Hello, Director Che. Ha, the big star. Chen Feng still remembers me. No, it's all luck. Despite winning 4 awards, Chen Feng had no trace of arrogance. Feeling Chen Feng's humble tone, Che Jia was very satisfied inside. He laughed over the phone. Did I disturb you too late? On the other end, Ling Bingxue overheard the entire conversation and muttered under her breath. What else with the formalities? It's so late, of course it's a bother. Seeing Ling Bingxue's adorable expression, Chen Feng's eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. He said into the phone, It's fine, Director Che. If you have something to say, just go ahead. Che Jia didn't beat around the bush. My show, Masked Singer, has been finalized with Jiangnan TV, and filming will begin soon. Why don't you come on as a contestant? Chen Feng was taken aback. He had heard Li Jian and others mention this show before. It was a highly competitive program being aggressively pursued by several major TV stations. This was a program format that had never existed in this world before. In his previous life, this show had been on par with I Am a Singer from the very beginning and had always been beloved by a wide audience. The show would invite judges who had been in the music industry for over a decade, some even for 2 decades. Not only did they have extensive connections in the entertainment industry, more importantly, their ears were exceptionally sharp. Even the slightest slip-up would be detected by them. They can even name the singer on the spot. This is indeed an interesting challenge for me. Thinking about it, Chen Feng agreed. No problem, Director Che. Have the production team send me a notice, and I'll be there on time. Che Jia said on the phone. Xia Shuer is with you, right? Before Chen Feng could explain, Shaisha continued, "Tell her to come to the production team as well. Don't refuse." After saying that, Shaisha said goodbye and hung up the phone. Chen Feng was left alone in the restaurant, feeling disoriented. After a moment, Chen Feng snapped back to reality. That old man is quite interesting. Ling Bingxue, who was already eating Shengjian buns across from him, mumbled with her mouth full. Yeah, he's a very unique person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with such an unconventional program. He asked me to let you know to participate in the competition. I heard him. Oh, are the pan-fried buns good? They're delicious, but be careful when you eat them, don't get soup all over your face. Simple yet warm. Watching the man in front of her wipe his face every now and then while eating the pan-fried buns, Ling Bingxue hoped time would freeze in this moment and never move forward. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already late at night. The two bid farewell at the door of their room. Go to bed early. Good night. Chapter 56, The Final Showdown. After returning to his room, Chen Feng didn't go to sleep. Instead, he sent the song he was going to perform on I Am a Singer to the show's production team before finally drifting off to sleep. When he woke up, the latest episode of I Am a Singer had already been posted on Weibo and trending on the hot search list. This was largely thanks to the trending topic from the previous night, which highlighted Chen Feng's 4 awards and was followed by the word explosive. Due to an accident during the live broadcast of the previous episode, guest singer Chen Guanlin fainted and was unable to continue, resulting in no new singer rankings being determined. Additionally, since the show had reached its final stages, director Jiang Hong decided to designate this episode as the grand finale and no longer invite guest singers. The official announcement immediately sparked heated online discussions. Is it over already? Another unfinished project has been born? Where are Chen Guanlin's fans? Come out and say something. Guanlin was just too tired and fainted. Why are you mocking him? As far as I know, Chen Guanlin didn't have any scheduled appearances at the time. How could he be so tired that he fainted? What was he doing with his brainless fans at night? Regardless, the final episode of I Am a Singer is tonight, so let's focus on that. After taking a midday flight back to Beijing, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue parted ways upon landing and headed straight to the live broadcast studio of I Am a Singer. By the time they entered the program's production team, it was already 3 p.m. Li Jian and Ling, who had attended the awards ceremony the previous day, were already in intense rehearsals with the band teachers for their songs. Upon seeing Chen Feng arrive, Jiang Hong grabbed him by the arm. Why did you come so late? I've seen your song, it's excellent. You must work closely with the band teachers to refine it further. After getting to know Chen Feng better, Jiang Hong no longer dared to underestimate this music teacher. From initial disdain, he became the key figure driving the show I Am a Singer to trend on social media. Chen Feng used his songs to declare to everyone that he was the strongest in the music industry. Upon hearing Jiang Hong's words, Chen Feng responded with a smile. No need. Once the band teachers are familiar with the sheet music for this piece, we'll just run through it once with everyone after everyone has finished practicing. The confident gleam in Chen Feng's eyes left Jiang Hong momentarily speechless. No wonder earlier that morning, she had seen the sheet music Chen Feng had sent over, and she was utterly shocked. She had been worried that ending the I Am a Singer program in such a hurry might lead to a decline in its reputation due to the lack of good songs. With Chen Feng's contribution, she felt much more at ease, even a bit excited. This song was the perfect finishing touch, and it would undoubtedly be the best way to kick off the next season. Alright, you decide. After saying that, Jiang Hong left and headed toward Chen Yuhua. The staff around her were left speechless. As a top director in the variety show industry, a fiery temper was her trademark. Yet today, she was surprisingly kind to Chen Feng. However, everyone could understand why. The winner of 4 awards at the Huaxia Music New Song Chart. He had a bright future ahead of him. No one would dare to disrespect him. This is the final episode, and only the most talented contestants remain on stage. The only concern now is whether Chen Yuhua will perform well. Time flew by, and it was almost time for the evening show to begin. Chen Feng and the band's teachers sang together once, and the performance was flawless. Some teachers even compared the songs performed by the singers earlier in the afternoon. It's estimated that Chen Feng's song and Ling's song could go head-to-head for the championship title. The word final drew countless viewers into the live stream. Tonight's competition will be broadcast live simultaneously on Mango TV, Mango Video, and the official Mango accounts on various live streaming platforms. Couch. Share. Childish, still doing this outdated stuff? It's the finals. The remaining contestants are all talented singers. I'm sure they'll all give their best performances tonight. Chen Yuhua is also a talented singer? You haven't heard his The Monkey King? It's so intense and explosive. Forgive me, I thought it was the Black Bear Demon who had taken over Flower Fruit Mountain. What should we watch after this episode? Of course, it's the new show Masked Singer from Jiangnan TV. The show where people sing with their faces covered? Exactly. As netizens discussed, the golden stage lights of I Am a Singer lit up the screen. The show officially began. Special guest host Wang Han took the stage, kicking off I Am a Singer. Under Wang Han's narration, the audience learned about the new rules for this final round. That is, the 500 audience members present will no longer vote for the singers' rankings. The voting rights were handed over to the viewers watching on TV and online. Each account is only allowed one vote, meaning each account can only vote for one singer they like the most. Recently, Chen Feng's performances have been unmatched in the music industry. Whether it's his breakup trilogy consisting of It's Not You, Coral Sea, and Sunny Day, or his performances of Blue and White Porcelain and Rice Fragrance on I Am a Singer, he has repeatedly captured the hearts of netizens. Many people started liking him through his music and gradually grew to appreciate him as a person. Especially during last night's award ceremony, Chen Feng's charming persona drew many people to follow him on his Weibo and Douyin accounts. Over the past 2 days, Chen Feng hasn't paid much attention to his social media accounts. If he were to see this, he would be utterly surprised. Both accounts have surpassed 10 million followers. Keep in mind that Kai Kuan, a popular young star, only has around 15 million followers on his Weibo account. The number of people in his livestream instantly surpassed 10 million. That's right, it's a real million, not fake numbers. It seems that the viewership for this final round is likely to reach double the usual rate. Amidst Wang Han's exciting remarks, the opening singer of the final round took the stage. Wu Qingfeng. After performing If Sounds Could Remember, the response was overwhelming, with many people shouting Wu Qingfeng's name. That was amazing. The emotion in the opening song was so intense. This is shaping up to be a battle of the champions. That high note? Compared to Hua Hua, it's nothing. What? Chen Yuo's that just screaming, not a high note. Day after day, year after year, every turn feels like the first time. The lyrics are amazing. Not very tall, but with a powerful voice. The praise is pouring in. Jiang Hong watched the steadily rising ratings and couldn't help but curve her lips upward. Although the show I Am a Singer had reached the finals, and this episode would mark its conclusion, achieving such unprecedented ratings would undoubtedly be a highlight of her career as a variety show director. This would also serve as the capital for him to continue dominating the variety show scene in the future. Chapter 57, Singing a New Song. Wu Qingfeng was very satisfied with his performance. After chatting with host Wang Han for a moment, he waved to the audience below and walked off the stage. In his view, today's performance had met all his expectations, whether in pitch, lyrics, or coordination with the band, and even surpassed them. That was enough. Wang Han stood on stage and picked up the microphone. Let us give Wu Qingfeng a warm send-off as he heads off to rest. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause. As the applause gradually died down, under Wang Han's repeated introductions, Li Jian and Zhang Wei one by one took the stage, each performing their most captivating signature songs. Go for it! Go for it! That was amazing! Today must be a love song extravaganza. What should I do? I want to vote for everyone. Mango TV is so annoying. They can't do anything right, but they're the best at messing with people's emotions. After Zhang Wei left the stage, the competition was halfway through. Wang Han praised the performances of the top 3 singers and also hinted that the next 3 contestants would soon take the stage. Changing the cue card, Wang Han said, "Next, please welcome the 4th contestant, the natural-born diva from Taiwan, Aling. She will be performing the song Mode Dance Hall for everyone today." Viewers in the live stream were filled with confusion. What's the name of that song, Mode Dance Hall? I can't find it online. Is Aling singing a new song? An artist from Taiwan singing a song named after a city in northeast China? Bay Area and Mo are thousands of miles apart. Did Aling go to a dance hall there? I didn't expect there are still dance halls open. I thought that was history. Netizens were curious and started a heated discussion. The song title is already strange. What could a dance hall possibly have to sing about? Moreover, there is no information about this song online. It must be a new song. However, some observant netizens discovered that there is a story online about the Mode Dance Hall. A dance hall opened in Mode County, and people thought the elderly would often dance alone there. Upon learning this, netizens couldn't help but look forward to the song. After all, aside from Chen Feng, few singers have released new songs recently. Under the audience's gaze, Aling appeared on stage wearing an outfit from the 1980s. A brown shirt paired with a white high-waisted skirt, adorned with one solid red circle after another, looked pure and innocent. The waistband accentuated her figure perfectly, making her look both elegant and vibrant. She stood in the center of the stage for a moment, but no music played. When will she sing? Is the sound system broken? The audience was puzzled. Just as everyone was puzzled, Aling took a deep breath. The dance hall's distinctive colored lights began to shine, and a reflective sphere made of glass in red, yellow, and blue colors floated above the stage, rotating irregularly. Aling's figure became shrouded in the dance hall's unique colored lights. Without any musical accompaniment, her unique voice echoed from the speakers. If you have time, you'll come to see me, won't you? To see how the snow grows old. How my eyes melt. If you see me, Please turn around and be surprised. Let it be sealed away in the sea. The crowd gasped in awe, and netizens exploded with excitement. What kind of divine song is this? The opening is gentle and peaceful, yet it carries a sense of sadness. There is no accompaniment, yet the melody plays in your mind. Ling's unique voice and vocal range immediately drew the listeners into the song. Chen Feng, waiting backstage during the performance, couldn't help but nod in approval as he watched Ling's opening. Not bad. She captured the emotion of the song well. Chen Yuhua, sitting on the sofa, snorted disdainfully. Chen Feng, are you kidding me? Ling is someone you can critique? You just got lucky winning a few awards and now you're getting a big head? Chen Feng didn't even glance at Chen Yuhua, continuing his conversation with Li Jian. In his eyes, saying another word to Chen Yuhua was a waste of his voice. Li Jian watched the livestream and marveled at Chen Feng's songwriting skills. That's right. This song perfectly matches Ling's vocal range and singing style. No one else knew that at yesterday's Huaxia Music New Song Chart Awards ceremony, after Chen Feng handed the sheet music to Ling, she didn't look up at the stage once, except when Chen Feng went up to accept the award. She had been staring at the sheet music the entire time, silently reciting the lyrics in her mind, trying to find the emotions embedded within them. Chen Yuhua felt like his punch had hit a sandbag, making him even more annoyed. At that moment, on stage, Ling's performance had just begun. The accompaniment from the band members gradually filled the air, and Ling's harmonious voice followed suit. I have never seen a village where the aurora appears. Nor have I ever seen anyone setting off fireworks in the dead of night. The evening stars are like your eyes, killing and setting fires. You said nothing, and the wild wind disturbed me. Such poetic lyrics. Yes, it feels like she is not singing, but telling everyone a story. Ling is so thoughtful. If the netizens had just stepped into the mode dance hall, then Ling's performance at this moment was telling the audience that the dance music was about to begin. 3,000 miles away, I happen to see you. In the garden, a skirt dances gracefully. Under the lights, the morning light shimmers. In the mode dance hall of 1980. The melody is melodious, and the lyrics are touching. Who wrote these lyrics? They're amazing. The lyrical composition is so masterful. I'm truly impressed. Even Fong Wen-san couldn't match this. Even Fong Wen-san might not have this level of skill. Ling is really pulling out all the stops this time. Many people closed their eyes and let the music transport them back to the mode dance hall of 1980. Like a dream, like a fantasy, intoxicating and enchanting. In their minds, the image of that gracefully dancing figure appeared. The entire person is completely immersed in the emotion. If you have time, would you come to see me? To see how the snow grows old. How my eyes melt. If you see me, please turn around and be surprised again. I fear my tears and my white hair will be like a shameful joke. Everyone could tell it was a story about protecting love and protecting beliefs. The seasons change endlessly, but the only thing that remains unchanged is that person's solo dance. The orange light swayed above his head, and he danced alone under the lights, performing a dance that belonged only to the two of them. The one he deeply loved could no longer be seen, and he could only express his longing through this dance. Many netizens searched online for the story of the mode dance hall. Tear-jerking. Chapter 58. Did he write a song for his rival? An elderly man whose beloved died in a fire decades ago. In the years that followed, he never remarried and lived alone. He would come to the mode dance hall alone and dance to the song his beloved had loved most decades ago. While flipping through the story, listening to Ling sing the song, tapping 666, and shedding tears. This is the true story of many viewers in live streams. But you angered the gods. You were so young. It's all your fault, the cold mountains. In a lonely dance hall in Mo. Ling's smoky voice showcased her vocal techniques, sending chills down the spines of the listeners. It felt as though everyone was irresistibly drawn into the center of the mode dance hall, dancing alone to the same rhythm as the old man. Though she was taken by the gods, her dance remains. No one had a dance partner, yet everyone was a dance partner. The lyrics are so beautiful, filled with tender reproach, yet every word is a longing. I'm numb, my scalp is tingling. I want to go to Mo and visit this dance hall. Family, I'm from Mo. I'm driving there now and will live stream for everyone soon. My dad asked me why I was kneeling while watching TV. Now, after he finished watching, he's kneeling with me. Ling didn't know that this song was actually one Chen Feng had intended to sing himself. Chen Feng discovered that in his previous life in this world, many events happened simultaneously. So when he thought of this song, he went online to search for the story. Unbeknownst to him, it actually existed, and the content was largely the same. However, due to his voice, Chen Feng wasn't suited for this song. On the other hand, Ling's unique smoky voice could more easily convey the sense of hardship. It was a favor done in passing. Not only did the audience and netizens feel as though they were inside the mode dance hall, but Ling herself also felt as though she was there. Last night, after Chen Feng sent Ling a message asking her to read the story, Ling couldn't sleep all night, her mind filled with images of the old man dancing alone in the dance hall. Moved to tears, Aling jumped out of bed and danced in the middle of her room, trying to feel the old man's emotions. If one day my beliefs suddenly crumble, the city's gardens have no flowers, the voices on the radio grow hoarse. If that day ever comes, would you run toward me? Let it be buried in the sea. Here, the song ends. Enchanting. The audience remained immersed in the music, slow to respond. Many netizens had tears in their eyes. This unwavering love, so deep and moving, the inevitable premature end, left countless people choked with emotion, looking up to the sky and sighing deeply. At this moment, sharing this song also allowed more people to know that in that icy, snow-covered place, there once was such a passionate and bone-deep love. The music had stopped for a few seconds, but Aling still held the microphone, standing there motionless. It was clear she was still immersed in the song, completely lost in the moment. This was a perfect fusion of the singer and the song, fully embodying the ultimate state of the song. Boom! The audience snapped out of their trance and stood up to cheer for Aling. Some emotional audience members wiped away tears while clapping. Champion! Aling must be the champion. I thought I only needed to look forward to Chen Feng in this competition, but I never expected Aling to deliver the knockout blow first. I was also knocked out by that move. No wonder it's the finals, it's too amazing. I don't even know who to choose now. Who to choose? Of course, it's Hua Hua. He has next to perform, get ready to be blown away. I 1T choose Chen Yuhua no matter what. The only downside is that 5 talented singers are dragging a loser into the finals. When host Wang Han approached Aling, she finally snapped back to reality. Sorry, I lost my composure just now. Wang Han held the microphone and waved his hands hurriedly. No, you sang that song beautifully. If I weren't the host and had to go on stage to host the show, I'd probably be lost in it too. He continued, as far as I know, this wasn't the song you were originally going to sing. What made you decide to sing this song suddenly last night? Whoa! You decided last night? Changing songs on the spot during the finals? That's a major no-no. That's what I call having a big picture. Beautiful, bold, and a great singer. Aling took a deep breath. She exhaled. She calmed her recently sad and lonely mood and slowly said, there is no reason. I just think the song is so good. Such a great song deserves to be shared with everyone. Wang Han smiled and said, you sang it so beautifully. I'm sure many people are hearing this song for the first time. Is it a new song? Yes, it's a brand new song. I received it last night. Aling spoke with genuine emotion. Speaking of which, I must also thank Chen Feng. This song was composed and written by him. Today's successful performance is largely thanks to him. Hearing Aling's words, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Almost everyone had question marks floating above their heads. What? This song was actually written by Chen Feng. Not only the audience, but even the host Wang Han and the executive director Zhang Hong were taken aback. Zhang Hong finally realized why she felt today that both Aling's song and Chen Feng's song had the potential to win. It turned out that all the songs were written by Chen Feng. This young man is likely to become the future leader of the music industry. In the waiting area, Chen Yuhua, who was about to open the door to prepare for the next performance, heard the news. He froze instantly, his expression utterly stunned. It was him who wrote them? Wu Qingfeng looked at Chen Feng in shock and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. I'm truly convinced. Chen Yuhua, having come to his senses, quickly exited the waiting area. At that moment, his face felt like it was on fire. Just moments ago, he had mocked Chen Feng for not having the qualifications to critique Aling's performance. Now it seemed that he was the most qualified person in the entire room to critique Aling's performance of that song. The clown was none other than himself. Not to mention the singers, the live stream was in complete chaos. Countless comments flooded the screen. What the heck is this? Did Chen Feng write this? Writing a song for your rivals, that's true class. Such a great song, and Chen Feng doesn't sing it himself? He lets Aling sing it? Wow, what a generous heart. They must be very close friends in private. Chapter 59, No Creative Block? In the previous 2 episodes, with just one song, Blue and White Porcelain, and another, Rice Fragrance, Chen Feng's performance has already made many viewers and netizens tear off the labels of divorced man, freeloader, and pretty boy that had been attached to him. Does someone so talented really need to be a freeloader or a pretty boy? Now, people have an even deeper impression of Chen Feng as a treasure of a man. On stage, Wang Han's mouth dropped open in shock. This song was actually written by Chen Feng. Chen Feng the teacher? Aling looked pensive. Yes, this song was written by Chen Feng on the spot at the venue during the Huaxia Music New Song Chart event yesterday. Whoa! Before Aling could finish speaking, the entire audience could clearly hear the sound of people gasping in shock. Aling wasn't surprised by everyone's reaction, as she had been even more excited than the audience at the time. That's right, Chen Feng wrote it during the time before the show started. He even asked the staff around him for paper and a pen. What? Zhang Hong's hands unconsciously crumpled the program schedule in her hands. It wasn't just the audience below who were shocked by Aling's words. Netizens watching the livestream were also in an uproar. What the hell? How much time could there have been before the opening? Just a few minutes? She actually wrote a whole song in that time? And he was in such a noisy environment. This isn't just any song, it's mode dancehall. Doesn't he ever hit a creative block when writing songs? Just sings off the cuff? Is he a time traveler? Clearly, the viewers in the livestream were deeply impressed by Chen Feng's abilities. The screen was filled with comments, so many that it looked like snowflakes were falling. It was like a blizzard. These days, there are so few singers who can write their own songs. The fact that Chen Feng can write songs alone has already left the netizens in awe. But he actually wrote such a good song. And he managed to write songs in such a chaotic environment. And he did it in just a few minutes. Oh my god, Director Jiang, look at the ratings. Zhang Hong was pulled back to reality by her assistant and hurriedly leaned over the computer screen. Her glasses reflected a long string of numbers. 20 million? A new ratings record. The staff around her were already hugging each other in celebration. The number 20 million had never been seen since the show's premiere. Zhang Hong's face was filled with a smile. She had a feeling that 20 million was definitely not the peak figure for tonight's episode of I Am a Singer. There are still 2 singers yet to perform, and when Chen Feng takes the stage last, that will undoubtedly be the peak viewership rating for tonight's episode of I Am a Singer. Suddenly, Zhang Hong felt grateful. Thankfully, Oldine had recommended this student to her, and thankfully she had given Oldine face at the time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be tonight's success. Thinking of this, Zhang Hong tapped her assistant on the shoulder. Make a reservation at a restaurant. We're celebrating tonight. Yay! Fortunately, they were backstage, otherwise, the audience would have thought something had gone wrong. On stage, Wang Han was still chatting with Aling. Mr. Chen is indeed talented, but without your vocal skills, he probably wouldn't have been able to convey the emotions of the song so vividly. Aling smiled. No, it's not that. If it weren't for Mr. Chen Feng's guidance at the time, I probably wouldn't have been able to fully convey the emotions of this song. Wang Han was completely speechless. Is this ever going to end? Can we talk about something else? While Chen Feng is indeed talented, if you keep going like this, the next contestant won't be able to perform. You're a powerhouse singer, a natural-born diva. Every word you say has to mention Chen Feng? This is just pure fanaticism, isn't it? Netizens were even more shocked. Chen Feng giving advice to Aling? Did I hear that right? You don't know what you're talking about. This is called humbling oneself to learn from others. Aling's teacher has really stepped up. Chen Feng is capable. He has such great vocal skills, writes amazing songs, and is a teacher at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Giving Aling a few pointers isn't out of the question. Backstage in the green room, several singers gathered around Chen Feng, hoping he would help them write songs. It has to be said, a song like Mode Dance Hall, whoever sings it becomes famous. To say you're not envious would be a lie. In today's Chinese music scene, disposable songs are everywhere. Many people who truly love music are listening to songs from over a decade ago. This is also a result of the distorted atmosphere in the music industry today, where people only care about looks. Having good looks doesn't mean you have a signature song. As long as you don't sing too badly, you'll attract a large following of mindless fans. It can be said that the current Chinese music scene is nothing but stagnant water. For singers who genuinely want to create excellent works for people, they naturally want to sing songs that match their vocal range. Take a song like Mode Dance Hall, for example, paired with Aling's distinctive smoky voice. Sad and melancholic, it leaves a lasting impression. Having their own exclusive songs is something these people dream of achieving. Even if it means paying a hefty price. Behind the curtain, waiting to take the stage, Chen Yuhua looked a bit uneasy. Humph. His heart ached deeply. It's just a song adapted from something from decades ago, what's there to sing about? This couldn't possibly be pop music, it lacks those mind-blowing high notes. On this stage, it's just trash. Though he thought this, hearing the waves of cheers from the audience outside, Chen Yuhua still felt uneasy. The show continued. Finally, Wang Hanhan's clear voice rang out again. Next, please welcome Chen Yuhua to perform Don't Think About Me. When Chen Yuhua took the stage, the audience responded with sparse applause. The audience knew exactly what level Chen Yuhua was at. There was no real expectation for him. However, the fact that he didn't sing his own song but instead sang Tian Fujian's song was indeed somewhat surprising. Is he also trying to give it his all and present a completely new image? But in the live stream, a wave of cheers erupted. Hua Hua is here. The Chinese music scene is led by Hua Hua. Hua Hua, the future star, lead the Chinese music scene to new heights. How much for a post? 50 cents. Hua Hua is the best. Add me to the group, thanks. Although the live stream was filled with his die-hard fans flooding the comments with support. But everyone knew that as long as he sang without going off key and didn't scream like a banshee, he'd be considered successful. Zhang Hong was also watching Chen Yuhua nervously. Chen Yuhua didn't know where he got such good luck. After Fan Chengcheng and Shen Guanlin left, he was actually forced into the finals. Zhang Hong even wondered if all of this was Chen Yuhua's doing. If possible, he would definitely replace Chen Yuhua. Unfortunately. Chapter 60, Floating. Some audience members still immersed in Mo dance hall were even preparing to cover their ears. They didn't want Chen Yuhua's voice to taint the purity in their hearts. The music began to play. It must be said that the intro to Tian Fusion's Don't Think of Me was indeed very beautiful. The piano melody was simple yet brimming with emotion. How long have I been lonely, and still I can't get over it? It feels like the whole world is whispering mockery. How proud can I be? Am I really that weak? I'm knocked down the moment I touch you. The piano accompaniment has been playing for a long time, but the audience hasn't heard a single note. Because the piano accompaniment for this song has been nothing but a steady ding 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 sound. The audience and online viewers were all waiting for Chen Yuhua to start singing. Sing already? The accompaniment has been playing for ages. Is he scared? Dare not sing? Why not just pretend to faint like Chen Guanlin did? Hey, family, you're wrong. How can you use one move on both sides? You don't know what you're talking about. Hua Ge is just building up to it. The accompaniment music was still playing. Those paying close attention noticed that Chen Yuhua was actually singing, just a bit more softly. What the? I'm so confused. You can immerse yourself in your own world, but go home and play by yourself. We're here to listen to music, not watch you put on a singing performance. Whether he felt the criticism or was simply nervous, it was unclear. Like escaping gracefully after being frozen in ice. Chen Yuhua, who had intended to make his move at this point, entered the song's rhythm half a beat too late. He was startled. He tried to speed up his singing to catch up. But this action only made the audience roll their eyes. In the live stream. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? This level? I can sing better than him in a KTV. Where's that brainless fan who said he was building up emotion? Come out and explain yourself. Let's go. Come back in 5 minutes. Many netizens also had the same thought. Listening to him sing here is a complete waste of data. Let us come back in 5 minutes when Chen Feng takes the stage. Zhang Hong's good mood was completely ruined by Chen Yuhua. He shared the same thoughts as the netizens. If it doesn't work, just pretend to faint. At this point, no one will blame you, and you might even get a good reputation. Now look at this. Director Jiang, something's wrong. Come quick. Zhang Hong, with furrowed brows, was glued to the screen. The viewership rating, which had been at 20 million, had plummeted sharply. There were now fewer than 800,000 viewers in the live stream. This idiot. Zhang Hong angrily threw the script on the ground. The room fell into an icy silence. Though Director Jiang was usually strict about work, it was all for the sake of producing a good show. It was almost unheard of for him to swear. But it was hard not to get angry. It was like winning the lottery, only to have the money knocked out of your hands by a stranger, with most of it blown away by the wind before you could pick it up. That feeling is worse than eating. The staff members on stage, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly stepped forward and urged everyone to give an enthusiastic round of applause for the sake of the show. The kind-hearted audience members felt helpless but still clapped enthusiastically. Chen Yuhua heard the applause. He was startled. Could it be that his desperate attempt to save himself not only didn't result in a performance accident, but was actually loved by everyone? Thinking this, Chen Yuhua suddenly felt like a genius. No, he should say he was the protagonist of a novel with a protagonist's aura. Such a case of turning a blunder into a stroke of genius was precisely the kind of thing that often happened in novels. Just as the chorus was about to begin. Since this singing style is so popular, I must give everyone a proper performance. You love me too, don't you? There's no reason why it can't work out. As long as you dare not be cowardly. Why should we miss out? The night is long and filled with dreams. Just don't think about me. You'll see how much it hurts then. It does hurt. The audience had originally planned to give Chen Yuhua some encouragement, as it's understandable to make mistakes when you're nervous. But they never expected him to be completely off-key with every word. The band teachers are playing one melody, and he's singing his own. Plus his high-pitched, wailing vocals. What's going on? The crying from the neighbor's house sounds better than him. Could it be that we're too lenient? He is too unique for me to appreciate. I'm out. See you later, everyone. In the live stream, another batch of people quietly left. This song is unbearable. Zhang Hong clenched her teeth as she watched the live stream data plummet, helpless. Once you start singing, you can't stop. Now, all she could do was hope that Chen Feng, who was about to take the stage, could bring the live stream numbers back up. Below the stage, a chaotic murmur rose. Stop singing already. Who has earplugs? Give me some. I suddenly don't want to be his fan anymore. Little sister, you can say that because you've grown up and know right from wrong. Your older brother is very proud of you. Chen Yuhua on stage couldn't hear what everyone was saying, so he naturally had no idea that everyone was cursing him. He even had the illusion that they were cheering for his song. This only made Chen Yuhua more confident. Chen Feng, if you can do it, I can do it better than you. Chen Yuhua was getting carried away. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and Hua Hua felt he had made it. In any other situation, Chen Yuhua might not have had this illusion. But where was he? The live broadcast of I Am a Singer. Golden lights shimmer, and stars twinkle in the sky. Every singer who had made it to this stage was a true powerhouse. He had made it this far to the finals, proving himself to the entertainment industry. He, Chen Yuhua, is also a talented singer. To receive such recognition from the audience on stage, and to have his own fans cheering him on in the live stream. It must be incredibly lively right now. What is a Ling? What is Wu Qingfeng? What is Zhang Wei? Chen Feng, what is he? They're all just trash, destined to be nothing more than his shoes in the future. He even believes that in the future, among the young heartthrobs, he can go head-to-head with Chai Kuan. Chen Yuhua's all-out passionate performance. His energetic performance left him completely immersed. His singing was completely beyond the control of the band teacher. The conductor tried to use his baton to synchronize the rhythm of the entire piece with Chen Yuhua's singing. But unexpectedly, when he sped up, Chen Yuhua sped up. When he slowed down, Chen Yuhua's singing continued to accelerate. The scene was in complete chaos. But Chen Yuhua didn't care. He felt that the audience loved his performance and were swept up in the atmosphere of his songs. In his view, I Am Who I Am, a unique spark. Chapter 61, Performing Magic. You still love me, don't you? There is no reason love can't lead to a result. As long as you dare not be cowardly. Why should we miss out on this? Long nights bring many dreams. Just don't think about me. I'll wait all night to hear you say how much you love me. As the final line was sung, the lights gradually dimmed. There was no familiar applause from Chen Yuhua, only a collective sigh from the audience below. Where is the applause? Where were the cheers? Where were the shouts? Chen Yuhua, I love you? Such words didn't appear at all. The lights didn't even come on, and Chen Yuhua struck what he thought was an incredibly cool pose. Chen Yuhua is puzzled. What's going on? Just then, he was suddenly lifted off the ground by two people. Who are you? What are you doing? The black-clad man beside him sighed helplessly. We're staff members. The production team has instructed us to take you off stage. Is this how it ends? Chen Yuhua thought to himself, this must be a unique way of exiting the stage. Could it be a magic trick? Maybe he'd reappear behind the audience seats to surprise everyone. Thinking this, Chen Yuhua cooperated fully with the staff. Seeing how cooperative he was, the two staff members sighed in relief, glad nothing unpleasant had happened. They led Chen Yuhua backstage, and the stage lights came on. The netizens and audience members looked at the empty stage. How could the singer disappear while performing? Wang Han walked onto the stage alone. Haha, I never expected our Hua Hua to exit the stage in such a unique way. Everyone finally realized that he had left the stage. Finally, they're gone. Just came out of the bathroom after throwing up. Is it over? Sigh, the song is good, the lyrics are good, but why does it have to be him singing it? Will Tian Fujian sue him? My ears need a good cleaning from Chen Feng. Bang! The back door of the audience area was suddenly flung open. Surprise! Chen Yuhua's figure reappeared in the audience's view. He walked toward the stage while waving his arms at the audience. Did I surprise you? Tell me loudly, do you like the magic trick I performed for everyone? The entire venue fell silent? Is this guy having a mental breakdown? I haven't heard anything unusual about him. Zhang Hong was backstage when suddenly everything went black before her eyes. She collapsed onto the chair. Director Jiang, what is wrong? Director Jiang seems to have fainted. Call 120 quickly. Just as the staff member reached for the phone, Zhang Hong waved them off. Get me some candy. I'll be fine in a moment. Fortunately, Wang Han was a seasoned host. Seeing that Chen Yuhua had already returned to the stage, he could only interact with him. Hello, Hua Hua, what a surprise. Your ending was so unique. Hearing Wang Han's words, Chen Yuhua became even more excited. It turned out he was right. After the staff had escorted him on stage, they had gone to attend to other matters. He figured it out on his own and found the entrance where the audience was entering. He heard no music coming from the room. Chen Yuhua concluded that they must be waiting for him to return to the stage. So he pushed the door open with all his strength and walked inside. This is why the earlier scene occurred. Oh, I see. I think that on this stage, the songs aren't everything. Adding a unique approach is what gives the audience a fresh, new experience. Don't you agree? Chen Yuhua said excitedly to the audience below. However, the only response he received was a series of stunned faces. Wang Han, this. The audience, this. Viewers in the live stream, this. Everyone knew he was the type who thought highly of himself, but no one expected him to be this out of touch. I can't take it anymore. I want to ask when Chen Feng will be on. Remember the last time we were this speechless? It was last time. Please, just get him off the stage already. Switch to Chen Feng quickly. Switch to Chen Feng. Switch to Chen Feng. The studio fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at Chen Yuhua with the same gaze one would reserve for a cute little child. Even Wang Han didn't know how to proceed, his heart raging. Who the hell told you to try magic tricks? Jiang Hong rubbed her temples and frowned, saying, "Get him out of here." Then, Jiang Hong shouted angrily, "Make him leave." The staff hurriedly relayed Jiang Hong's words verbatim into Wang Han's earpiece. Wang Han nodded. "Alright, please have Chen Yuhua step down and take a short break." Chen Yuhua had a lot more to say, and he looked at Wang Han in confusion. "No more interview?" Wang Han smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, time is limited." Time is limited. Chen Yuhua was still reluctant. But Wang Han nudged Chen Yuhua with his body, hoping he would get the hint and leave. Chen Yuhua didn't catch on. What's wrong with Wang Han today? Is he not feeling well? Backstage, Jiang Hong asked, "How's the data? Has anything come in yet?" The staff member monitoring the data on the computer replied, "Not yet. I just saw many viewers in the comment section saying they'll come back once Chen Feng takes the stage." Jiang Hong glanced at the stage and snapped, "Why hasn't he come down yet? Drag him off the stage." Several men in black walked onto the stage. The stage lights suddenly went out, even startling Wang Han. However, he soon realized what was happening. "Next, please welcome our final contestant to the stage. Don't get your hopes up too high." After that, Wang Han's words were completely forgotten. The audience and the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but sit up straight. How could they not be excited? They were all eagerly anticipating what song Chen Feng would sing today. Now, everyone desperately hoped that Chen Feng's song would purify their souls tainted by the filth. Some observant viewers noticed that there were many dark shadows moving on the stage. "Look, what's going on? What is that ping pong sound? They're probably just rearranging the stage. Let's just wait a bit longer." In the live stream, the stage is still dark. Is that Chen Feng? Why didn't Wang Han announce his name? It's him, he is the last one to appear, but why didn't they mention his name? Did he not show up? Did they replace him? They're pulling a fast one, replacing him with those brainless newbies? In reality, the audience had no idea that on stage, several burly men were trying to carry Chen Yuhua off stage, while he, unaware of anything, was clinging tightly to Wang Han's clothes. Wang Han quickly shut off the microphone, preventing the chaos from reaching the audience's ears. After a moment, a spotlight shone on the front of the stage. Wang Han gently adjusted his suit. "Next, please welcome the final contestant, Chen Feng, performing the song If There Were No Ifs." Chapter 62, please, just show the commercial already. Under the dim lights, the audience faintly saw a tall figure walk onto the stage and slowly sit beside a black square shadow. Without much preparation time, after about 5 minutes, the sounds of moving objects on stage gradually faded away. The audience realized that the stage setup was complete. "Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Come back and look. It's Chen Feng. I'll tell my third cousin to come over and watch. I'm rushing over in my wheelchair to the TV. Don't start singing yet, I'm only 100 meters away. Wait for me. Your house is so big. I'm going to place my expensive speakers on top of the TV for the ultimate experience. Hee. I really want to do a commercial right now. Production team, cut to the commercial. Hurry up with the commercial." Exactly, let us have a commercial break so everyone else can catch up and listen to Chen Feng's song. Commercial break, commercial break. The staff monitoring the backend were stunned by the comments in the chat section. "Director Jiang, please take a look." Jiang Hong, in a bad mood, walked over with a cold tone. "What's wrong now? I hope you're not bringing me bad news." The staff member trembled as he pointed at the computer screen. He didn't know whether the news was good or bad. Director Jiang. Director Jiang. The comments section is saying to run the ad and wait for other netizens to watch Chen Feng's performance. This scene made Jiang Hong hesitate for a moment. In all his years as a variety show director, he had never seen audiences make such a request. On the other hand, he had been asked by audiences to remove ads countless times. As a seasoned variety show director who had seen it all, Jiang Hong naturally understood that when making a show, one must strive to meet the audience's demands. Looking at the screen filled with "put in the commercial" messages, Jiang Hong no longer hesitated. He picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Chen Feng, hold on for a few minutes. The audience in the live studio wants to wait a bit before continuing." Chen Feng had no objections and didn't ask for specifics. He replied softly through the earpiece. "All right." A few minutes earlier or later made no difference to him. In the live stream, the camera that had been focused on the stage suddenly switched. It switched to an advertisement for the show's sponsor's milk product. "This is the first time in my life I've ever looked forward to an ad." Me too. Me too. Guys, come back quickly. It's commercial break time. My third cousin is here. My speakers are finally set up. Everyone was busy preparing for Chen Feng's performance. At that moment, a person walked down to the stage, stood next to the audio equipment, and glared menacingly at the figure on stage preparing for the performance. Chen Feng, I messed up, and you won't get off easy either. The person standing there was Chen Yuhua. Upon returning to the backstage, he finally realized that he had ruined the competition. He was let out by the staff, not to perform magic, but simply to prevent him from going back on stage. And there he was, like a circus monkey, performing tricks on stage. It wasn't until he returned to the backstage and saw his agent's grim expression and the comments in the livestream on his phone. It turned out that the past 5 minutes had been a complete disaster. But Chen Yuhua didn't think it was his fault. It was all Chen Feng's fault. So, he decided to get revenge. The 2-minute commercial break flew by, and during those 2 minutes, the number of live viewers skyrocketed. The happiest party was undoubtedly the title sponsor of this season's I Am a Singer. Being able to air additional ads beyond the contract terms, especially with such a large audience, was completely beyond their expectations. Even the senior executives of the milk brand sponsor called specifically to contact Chen Feng, hoping he could become their brand ambassador. Even now, Jiang Hong still couldn't figure out what kind of promotional strategy could produce such a thunderous effect. Regardless, the current results are positive, and Jiang Hong's icy expression has regained some of its luster. On stage, Chen Feng heard Jiang Hong's voice through his earpiece. Chen Feng, are you ready? Chen Feng nodded, gently pressing his earpiece, and replied, we can start anytime. Jiang Hong coordinated with the band teacher, lighting crew, and stage design team to confirm everything was in order, then took a deep breath. Begin! Whoosh! The stage lights came on. Not the usual golden glow, but a romantic white light. A handsome prince was seated at the piano, gently opening the lid and turning a page of the sheet music. Every movement was graceful and effortless. At that moment, all eyes on the stage and in the live stream were fixed on him alone. That noble demeanor, is that Chen Feng? Of course it's him. In the music industry, among the younger generation, there's no one else but him. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this a fairy tale? Oh my god. My prince, I'm lying on this cold bed waiting for you to kiss me. Stop kidding around. A prince wouldn't go to your bed if he is going, it's my bed. What a heartbreaking scene. I'm already crying before he even starts singing. Sniff sniff. Mortals, wipe away your tears, or I'm afraid you'll flood the place. His hands gently rested on the piano keys, as if caressing his beloved. His fingers glided lightly across the keys, so tender and smooth. The fingertips quickly touched the keys, and the piano's dance began. The prelude, composed of one beautiful note after another, drifted into the ears of all who listened. Chen Feng swayed rhythmically with the piano, completely immersed in the music. The audience in the venue followed the piano's melody, unconsciously closing their eyes. I thought he'd sing It's Not You in the finals and easily win the championship, but I didn't expect him to switch to a new song. You must be a new fan of Chen Feng. As longtime fans, we all know that Chen Feng never sings the same song twice. Do you think someone who can write songs for their rivals will ever hit a creative wall? But is there any connection between this song, Too Bad There's No If, and the previous one, Too Bad It's Not You? After all, the titles are so similar. Maybe they're sister songs. No way. Too Bad It's Not You, Coral Sea, and Sunny Day are collectively known as the Breakup Trilogy. Please don't mix them up randomly. Thanks. Stop talking, just listen to the song. Chen Feng was fully immersed in playing the piano. His eyes grew deep and vacant, as if lost in thought. The melody flowed like water, slowly filling everyone's ears. If we could make mistakes we could afford to make. Let them all slip away. We could still have time to repent. If we hadn't revealed everything. That little storm could have been brushed off with a smile. Chapter 63, The Earpiece Broke. Chen Feng, who had just finished singing the first 2 lines, suddenly widened his eyes. What's going on? Is the ear monitor malfunctioning? Why can't I hear a single sound? What's going on? Am I making things hard for myself again? Ear monitors are essential equipment for almost all singers. During live performances, singers often can't hear their own voices, so they rely on ear monitors to ensure they're staying on pitch and in tune. The competition has already begun, and Chen Feng absolutely cannot afford to make such a mistake. If there's a lip sync, even the best performance will lose a lot of its quality. The staff shouted, Director Jiang. Something's wrong. What's going on again? Jiang Hong, who had just begun to smile, was startled by the staff's shout, causing her heart to race again. Chen Feng's, his earpiece signal has disappeared. What? Jiang Hong turned and rushed toward the door, heading straight for the equipment below the stage. Several staff members exchanged glances, leaving someone to monitor the back-end data, while the rest followed Jiang Hong toward the stage. How could this happen? Upon reaching the equipment, Jiang Hong saw that the receiver had been pulled out of the ear monitor's jack and cut off. It was clear that someone didn't want Chen Feng to perform successfully. Rage flared in Jiang Hong's eyes. Who could it be? Now, preventing Chen Feng from singing well isn't just harming him, it's also harming the show I'm a singer and tarnishing Jiang Hong's reputation. But there was no time to think about that now. The immediate priority was the stage performance. This was a live broadcast. Thinking this, Jiang Hong anxiously watched Chen Feng, who was still singing on stage. He seemed unaffected by the earpiece malfunction, continuing to sing with great passion. In the face of emotions. What's the point of talking about self? Just get by. That's the way to go. Jiang Hong could tell that Chen Feng had no intention of stopping. A staff member stepped forward. Director Jiang, what should we do? Jiang Hong stared intently at Chen Feng, who was playing the piano on stage. She could tell that the first climax of the song was about to come, and at this moment, they absolutely couldn't stop, or else all their efforts would be in vain. She immediately raised her right hand, signaling everyone to stop. Everyone followed Jiang Hong's gaze. A sorrowful atmosphere filled the air, and Chen Feng's voice, tinged with maturity and melancholy, rang clearly in everyone's ears. It's all my fault. I should not have remained silent when I should have spoken. We were weak when we should have been brave. If it weren't for me, misunderstanding my own carefree nature. You've made us all sad. But the you of back then, and the me of now. If we could start over. The voice pierced directly into the minds of everyone listening. On the screen, many people couldn't help but recall the moments when they faced that emotion and how they had failed to cherish it. As they thought about it, tears couldn't help but stream down their cheeks. Pairs of red, tearful eyes stared at the man singing and playing the guitar on the screen, crying while typing. If I could have another chance, I would definitely stay with him no matter what. I'm going to find her, right now. Before hearing his songs, I never knew I could cry so easily. Please, next time try a happier song. Chen Feng's songs are just too emotional. Every time I hear one, I cry, and we're out of tissue at home. The climax of If Only There Were Ifs hasn't even ended yet. The melancholy emotions are so intense, and Chen Feng's voice carries a heavy, almost heartbreaking quality that makes you think of past memories. If only that day. Say what needed to be said. Let go of what needs to be forgiven. If only I had. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. What would you do? So many ifs. Maybe if I had. Too bad there are no ifs. Only the result remains. Just a few words, and almost everyone's eyes welled up with tears. Who hasn't been in love? Who hasn't experienced the pain of a breakup? Even if you haven't been in love, who hasn't had memories of loving someone who couldn't be yours? In the backstage viewing area, Ling sniffed. Chen Feng's song is so heartbreaking. The others nodded in agreement. Li Jian said, Chen Feng sang it so well, so deeply. His emotions and expressions were spot on, and his voice was filled with regret and sorrow. As they were chatting, they heard the staff at the door say, Did you guys know that Chen Feng's in-ear monitors are broken? What? Hearing this, the few people who had been sitting in the viewing area chatting couldn't stay seated anymore. What's going on? Does Director Zhang know? Ling rushed to the door excitedly, wanting to confirm the answer. Now she regarded Chen Feng as a good friend. The fact that he had written such a wonderful song for her as a competitor was something that would move anyone. Therefore, Ling was most concerned about Chen Feng's situation. The staff nodded. Director Jiang is already on site, but judging by Chen Feng's expression, he doesn't seem ready to sing again. He's in great shape. The group exchanged glances and then rushed toward the stage. They all wanted to see Chen Feng's current state with their own eyes. At that moment, Chen Feng's voice, filled with sorrow, once again filled the air. The live stream camera was now focused on Chen Feng's face. If only I had known sooner. That carefree you. Or maybe later. When you meet the mature me. But. Oh. Li Jian, Ling, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei came down to the stage and saw Chen Feng's amazing performance on stage. They were all deeply shocked. Listening live at the venue was a completely different experience from watching the live stream. It was far more profound here. Listening to Chen Feng sing live was utterly captivating at that moment. There was no room in their ears for any other sound. There were no flashy techniques or elaborate changes. It was simply the purest form of emotional expression. This style actually tests the singer's vocal skills even more. As professional vocalists, the four of them couldn't help but think to themselves. There's a gap between me and Chen Feng. Some observant netizens noticed that there seemed to be something hanging below Chen Feng's ears, swaying back and forth with his piano playing movements. Look, Chen Feng has a wire growing out of his ear. Let me enlighten you, that's an in-ear monitor. Wow, did Chen Feng forget his in-ear monitors? Did they fall out? Does that mean he's singing blindfolded? Singing blind? Where did that new term come from? No matter how he sings it, it's really beautiful. That's impressive. No, it's amazing. From him, I see the glory of the music scene from 20 years ago. You have to understand that ear monitors are crucial for a singer in this kind of setting. Without them, it's almost like being deaf. Many netizens looked up the role of in-ear monitors for singers online and couldn't help but give Chen Feng a thumbs up. He's singing with his heart and soul. Chapter 64, YYDS. The voice came out of the speakers, and Chen Feng wasn't affected by the lack of ear monitors. On the contrary, in everyone's eyes, his performance was far superior to many singers using ear monitors or professional equipment. This return to simplicity in singing. It carried sadness, melancholy, and a lingering reluctance to let go of that emotional connection. It's all my fault. I should not have remained silent when I should have spoken. I was weak when I should have been brave. If only it weren't me. Misunderstood my own freedom. You made us sad. But the you of back then. And the me of now. If we could start over. This intense emotion leaves no listener untouched. Below the stage, staff members were already distributing tissues to the emotional audience members in the seats. Zhang Hong gently scraped her lower eyelid with her finger, listening to the voice coming through the walkie-talkie. Director Zhang, the live stream has surpassed 30 million viewers and is still rising. Zhang Hong's heart finally settled. She couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with more gratitude and admiration. Inside Tianxia Group, everyone gathered around. Now, whenever Chen Feng's program was airing, his performance would inevitably be broadcast on the indoor screens throughout Tianxia Group. He's our Tianxia Group's music consultant. Impressive. Amazing. The emotional expression of the first song is perfect. The sadness is almost pouring out of the TV screen. I'm about to cry. I've already cried. In the CEO's office, the Ling sisters were watching Chen Feng's performance on TV. Each of them holds a pack of tissues in their arms. Sis, Mr. Chen's song is so moving. I've never been in love, but I still feel so sad. Ling Bingyan had never been in love and had never liked anyone before, but she could understand the emotions in the song and immerse herself in it, crying while admiring Chen Feng's performance. The intense emotions were so powerful that even someone who had never experienced love could feel them clearly. This determination, this unwillingness to give up. Don't say that, Bingyan. I've never been in love either, and here I am crying too. Woo woo. In a dark corner below the stage, Chen Yuhua stomped on the audio receiver several times. Even after the receiver was crushed, he didn't stop. Watching Chen Feng's performance on stage, Chen Yuhua, panting heavily, had eyes filled with hatred, resentment, and confusion. He had clearly broken his earpiece, yet why could he still sing so well and coordinate so perfectly with the band? Why? On stage, Chen Feng's eyes were unfocused, filled with emotions as vast as water, as if trying to drown out the memories. His voice trembled noticeably more than before. Chen Feng's performance was nearing its end. If only that day. Say what needs to be said. Let go of what needs to be forgiven. If that day comes, don't let emotions sway you. What would you do? So many ifs. Maybe if I had. Too bad there are no ifs. Only the result remains. Too bad there are no ifs. The song ended, and the venue fell silent. Wang Handao, who was nearby, forgot to rush up to the stage to interview Chen Feng. The production crew stood below the stage, staring blankly at Chen Feng. The multi-camera crew didn't switch angles. The live stream was frozen on his side profile as he finished playing the piano and looked down in silence. All the viewers in the live stream and in front of the TV were still in a daze at that moment. In the cold villa, Su Yusen sat on the sofa, curled up, watching Chen Feng on the TV. She kept wiping her eyes with tissues, cursing herself for divorcing Chen Feng. This song, If Only There Were Ifs, would be more fitting for Su Yusen at this moment, perfectly expressing her current emotions. Though the song had already stopped. Su Yusen's movements didn't stop, and sobs occasionally escaped from her nostrils. Her entire being was still lost in her memories. Her eyes were red from crying, but the pain and regret in her heart had no one to confide in. Zhang Hong was the first to snap out of it. As the director of I Am a Singer and the core of the team, stabilizing the mood of the production crew was her responsibility. When she saw Chen Feng standing up from the piano on stage, Zhang Hong immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie. Wan Han, get on stage, quickly, get on stage. Everyone else, don't just stand there, get to work. Host Wang Han was jolted awake by Zhang Hong's voice and hurried toward the stage. As he walked, he didn't forget to adjust his expression, pulling himself out of the sorrow of the song. When the audience saw Wang Han walk onto the stage, they realized what was happening, and by then the song had already ended. Then, the entire program venue erupted with excitement. Boom! Everyone couldn't help but stand up and clap wildly for Chen Feng, wiping away tears as they clapped. The once quiet venue suddenly erupted into thunderous applause. Viewers watching the live stream had already flooded the screen with YYDS. Suddenly, I feel a bit nostalgic for those days when I used to tie my hair in a high ponytail, doze off in math class, pass notes in Chinese class, and write letters during self-study. She's so clueless. She doesn't even know I've been waiting for her for years. You know what? It turns out a person can really sit there with a blank expression, then suddenly feel a lump in their throat and tears streaming down their face. If only we could stay together forever. After the screen was filled with YYDS, netizens were left with endless memories. The applause didn't stop, lasting even longer than the program had allotted. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. Wang Han tried several times to interrupt, but had no chance to do so. The audience continued to clap, showing no signs of stopping. This might have been the only way they could express their love for Chen Feng and his song. After a moment, Wang Han noticed the applause was starting to die down and quickly grabbed the microphone. Everyone, tell me, was Chen Feng's performance amazing? It must be said that Wang Han's tactic for diverting attention was still quite effective. The audience's applause immediately grew much quieter. Great! Wang Han continued, let's take a short break and hear what Chen Feng has to say. Finally, the applause from the audience came to a halt. Wang Han sighed in relief. There was murmuring among the audience. What can Chen Feng possibly say? I bet he can't even manage 2 sentences. Just look at his performance at the new Song Chart Award ceremony. All those award winners combined couldn't even manage 2 minutes of acceptance speeches. I bet he'll only say 1 sentence today. Haha, he may be good looking and have a great voice, but he really doesn't say much. Haha, stop it. You just finished crying and now you're laughing. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to the song? At that moment, Wang Han spoke into the microphone. Chen Feng, a Ling just mentioned that you wrote that song. So I'd like to ask, did you also write the lyrics and compose the music yourself? Chapter 65, Deserved Recognition. Chen Feng did not disappoint everyone. He picked up the microphone in his hand. Yes. His economy of words was evident in every word he spoke. It's him. Chen Feng is back. Interesting, ha ha ha. 66666 Fengshen, he only gets inspired when he is creating. Want to chat with him normally? Dream on. Fortunately, Wang Han had already gotten to know Chen Feng's character while he was off stage today. Alright, Chen Feng, what was your mindset when you created this song? Mood? Do I need to ask? Of course it was a heavy, sad, and lonely mood. Chen Feng, who had been caught off guard by the earpiece, wasn't in the best of moods. With a bad mood. Not only the audience below the stage, but also the netizens in the livestream were all stunned. That's impressive. Hearing you speak is like hearing a whole lecture. The last time I spoke like this was last time. The new generation pushes the old, but the old are pushed by the new? It's not that there is no connection at all, it's just that they're completely unrelated. I admire Chen Feng's art of empty talk. Jiang Hong, who was watching from below, naturally noticed Chen Feng's current mood. With such a big shot, you can't be too forceful. She picked up the walkie-talkie. Wang Han, no more questions. Proceed. Wang Han on stage was also thinking the same thing. He smiled and said, alright, thank you for your insightful answer, Chen Feng. After Chen Feng stepped down, Wang Han continued reading his script on stage. The 6 contestants of this episode of I Am a Singer have all performed. The voting round will begin shortly. Please cast your precious vote in the bottom left corner. Good milk, drink it. As soon as Wang Han finished speaking, the commercial break began. In the live stream, viewers began voting. This episode was truly amazing. It was like a battle of the gods. What should I do? Who should I choose? No wonder it's the finals. The song quality is on another level. Li Jian is amazing. I think a Ling song is the best, and it has a story. Does Chen Feng's song have no story? I think it has more depth. The audience and netizens each have only 1 vote, and they find it hard to decide. Everyone wants to choose, but they can't choose everyone. If only we could have 5 votes. Sigh. Aren't there 6 singers? There are 5 singers, plus a singing beast. Ha 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 ha. Right, 5 singers and 1 singing beast. I'm dying of laughter, everyone. Unfortunately, I only have 1 ticket. I'm voting for Mr. Li Jian. I'm voting for Wu Qingfeng. I'm giving my vote to Zhongwei, he's my absolute favorite. A Ling. Mauve Dance Hall is unbeatable. I'll vote for Chen Feng, his songs really move me. I'm also voting for Chen Feng, his stage presence is incredible. The commercial break ended quickly, and before long, the live stream split into 2 screens, one showing the stage and the other the backstage viewing area. 6 contestants sat in a row on the sofa, waiting for the final results. Wang Han stood on stage to announce the final results. Glancing at the voting results in his hand, Wang Han's eyes flashed a brief change. Hello everyone, I'm your host Wang Han. The voting results are now in my hands. Sure enough, it was the same old routine, building suspense before announcing the results. The audience was already used to it. After interacting with the audience for a moment, Wang Han spoke seriously. Next, I will announce the winner of 3rd place. He is Mr. Wu Qingfeng and his song, If Sounds Could Remember. In an instant, the stage erupted in applause. 3rd place had made perfect sense. Today, Wu Qingfeng kicked off the performance and did an excellent job of energizing the stage. This episode was indeed exceptionally strong, and being able to outperform Zhongwei and Li Jian is already quite impressive. Wu Qingfeng himself has no complaints. In his view, finishing in 3rd place is already the best result he could have hoped for. He knows that there are 2 insurmountable obstacles ahead of him. If this song had been performed on any other day, it would have undoubtedly secured 1st place. However, the two songs performed today were simply too strong. In the viewing area, several people gave Wu Qingfeng a warm round of applause. He stood up, waved to the crowd, and then turned around to head toward the stage. Wu Qingfeng addressed the audience on stage. Thank you, thank you. I will continue to work hard and use more excellent works to repay everyone's support. To be honest, Wu Qingfeng's mindset was indeed commendable. After all, given Wu Qingfeng's status in the music industry, his ranking doesn't really matter. It's just a variety show. What people value most is his singing and his work. A song with extremely high popularity is the most important thing for a singer. According to the ranking order of I Am a Singer, the next two to be announced are 4th and 5th place. As expected, it's Zhong Wei and Li Jian. There's no doubt about their rankings. They shared some heartfelt remarks with the production team and the audience before leaving the stage. Now, only the 1st, 2nd, and 6th places remain to be announced. However, anyone with ears that aren't deaf and eyes that aren't blind can predict who the 6th place winner will be. After all, the gap in ability between the top 5 and the 6th place is simply too vast. The suspense is meant to be built, but before that, let us announce the useless 6th place first. Chen Yuhua, 6th place. Congratulations! Congratulations! Wang Han specifically added congratulations at the end of the announcement. This had the netizens laughing their heads off. They're just announcing the last place now? No way, you have to congratulate the 6th place? Call 120 for me, I'm laughing so hard I've got appendicitis. Ha 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 ha, there are only 6 people in total. Anyone who goes up can get 6th place, and they still have to congratulate them. Hangu is a great host. We should also congratulate Chen Yuhua, the 6th place finisher. Alright. In the backstage viewing room, Chen Yuhua's face turned pale. Being announced as 6th place was bad enough, but he actually had to congratulate him. However, the production team and Wang Han wouldn't care about such things. Chen Yuhua was just another disposable young star. They could make him famous today and blacklist him tomorrow. He was just a product of his time. Therefore, Chen Yuhua dared not say anything and reluctantly took the stage with a grim expression. Congratulations, Hua Hua. Chen Yuhua really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But there was nothing he could do now. He had to grit his teeth and reply, "Thank you, Senior Han. I'm very happy to have learned so much from the seniors." It must be said that when it came to saving face, Chen Yuhua had some wit. Chapter 66, Taking a Break. After awkwardly chatting on stage for a few more minutes, Chen Yuhua slinked off the stage. Now, only the 1st and 2nd places remain to be announced. Wang Han waved the list in his hand and smiled at the audience. The audience's curiosity was piqued. One by one, their eyes filled with anticipation as they watched Wang Han on stage. Who will be the winner of this episode? Backstage, Aling clenched her fists as Wang Han spoke. She desperately wanted to know if there was any gap between herself and Chen Feng. The answer will be revealed after the commercial break. Put. Everyone was deflated by Wang Han. This old man is a jerk. I feel like I need to go to the bathroom. I've been holding it in all this time just to see who the champion is, and this is what I get. Wang Han, you old man, you ruined my luck. Hurry up. I need to feed the baby. After a commercial break, Wang Han's old face appeared again on everyone's screens. The staff backstage relayed the data to Zhang Hong on stage via walkie-talkie. The number of live viewers has reached 50 million. Zhang Hong smiled, great. At the same time, Wang Han on stage pulled out the same card he had earlier. The winner of this season's I Am a Singer is. The live stream screen changes again, with Chen Feng and Aling appearing on the left and right sides of the screen. An exciting moment. He is Chen Feng. Wang Han blurted out. Our 2nd place is Aling. Congratulations to them. That's right, these are the two who truly deserve congratulations. Boom. The venue erupted in thunderous applause. The audience had already forgotten how many times they had clapped so enthusiastically today. However, in their eyes, it didn't matter anymore. The song was so beautiful today that it was worth clapping until their hands hurt. Chen Feng winning 1st place was something many people had anticipated, so it wasn't surprising. If Only There Were Ifs was his own composition, and he also performed it himself. The music and lyrics for Mode Dance Hall were also his work. He performed 2 songs on the same stage. If he doesn't win the championship, who else deserves it? Congratulations to Chen Feng. Congratulations to Chen Feng, you truly deserve it. Winning the championship on the show, I Am a Singer, is truly no easy feat. What incredible talent. Release an album with these 3 songs from I Am a Singer. Exactly. With such outstanding songwriting skills and incredible vocal talent, these 3 songs must be released as an album. Please release them. Blue and White Porcelain, Rice Fragrance, and If Only There Were Ifs. Please. Aling stood up and walked over to hug Chen Feng. Congratulations. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Congratulations to you too. Aling let go of Chen Feng and nodded. She felt no disappointment. Without Chen Feng, she wouldn't have performed so outstandingly today. Let alone second place, she might have been lingering around fourth or fifth place. Everyone was truly too strong, too strong. Moreover, Mode Dance Hall was an invaluable treasure to Aling. This song couldn't be measured by rankings or money. Chen Feng and Aling walked hand in hand onto the stage. Li Jian and others by the stage rushed over to congratulate them. Congratulations, Chen Feng. Awesome. Don't forget to write a song for me next time. Only Chen Yuhua stood aside, glaring at them with a menacing expression. Wang Han didn't say much more in the interview and announced directly. This season's I Am a Singer finale has come to an end. After the show ended, Chen Feng walked out of the studio. Outside the door, countless journalists and fans gathered around. Chen Feng, sign an autograph for me. Chen Feng, I love you. Chen Feng, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Marry me. Wow. Chen Feng was speechless. Even after leaving the award ceremony last night, he had never seen such a scene. The entrance was crowded with people, all there for Chen Feng. As for the other singers, only a handful of fans approached them for autographs. Chen Yuhua wasn't even acknowledged. Originally, Chen Yuhua had the highest popularity, but today, for some reason, everything went smoothly from the moment he left the venue until he got into the car. Other celebrities had finished signing autographs for their fans and had already gotten into their own cars. But the journalists were still chasing after Chen Feng, asking him questions non-stop. Where will you be going next? Do you plan to release an album? Is the rumor about you and Xia Shuier true? Does Su Yusin regret it and want to remarry you? After much effort, Chen Feng finally pushed his way through the crowd and got into the business car sent by Tianxia Media. As soon as he got in, congratulations! Chen Feng jumped in surprise. You two ladies, hide quickly. If the reporters see you, none of us will be able to leave today. It turned out to be the Ling sisters sitting in the car. Chen Feng glanced at the driver. The driver sighed wryly but said nothing. After all, the eldest and second young misses were coming, he couldn't very well stop them. Why aren't you two resting at home? What gives you the time to come here? Ling Bingxue snorted. It's all because of my younger sister. She misses you. Ling Bingyan's face flushed red, and she playfully slapped Ling Bingxue. What are you talking about, sister? Every time, Ling Bingxue would use Ling Bingyan to hide her own feelings for Chen Feng. There was nothing she could do, she couldn't very well compete with her own sister for the same person. At that moment, Ling Bingyan handed Chen Feng a bottle of water. Mr. Chen, have a drink. Chen Feng turned around and gave Ling Bingyan a gentle smile, but only took 2 sips of the water. The business car drove slowly forward. Mr. Chen, what's the schedule for the rest of the day? Chen Feng turned around and glanced at Ling Bingxue. Why are you asking that? As your boss, I should at least know your plans for the coming days. Listening to her, Ling Bingshue's words didn't seem out of place. Chen Feng thought for a moment. I'll probably take a break and then go participate in that Masked Singer show. Actually, Chen Feng hadn't given it much thought either. The group found a nearby restaurant and had a late-night snack. Back in the car, Chen Feng yawned, feeling completely relaxed but a bit tired, and wanted to rest. He set his phone to silent mode. From now on, no one would disturb him. At the entrance to the I Am a Singer studio, several media reporters looked at each other. They had just managed to get Chen Feng's phone number from the staff and wanted to interview him tonight and post it online immediately. But to their surprise, Chen Feng didn't answer the phone. On the way home, Chen Feng was lying comfortably in the second row of the business car. By the way, Bing Yan, have I finished all my classes? Chen Feng suddenly remembered this matter. He had been too busy lately and had forgotten that he still had to teach his classmates at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Yes, Mr. Chen, all the classes have ended, and some departments have even already started their break. Chen Feng looked up at the starry sky through the car's sunroof. Boss, can I take a few days off? Chapter 67, Give it a try. Vacation? Mr. Chen, you've already surpassed me and are on your way to becoming the top dog at our company. How dare I tell you what to do? Ling Bingxue said with a playful tone. That's good. And so, Chen Feng's vacation began. There was still nearly a month left before the recording of The Masked Singer, and the courses at the Beijing Conservatory of Music had also come to an end. He didn't want his days to be so busy every day. When he woke up at noon, Chen Feng picked up his phone. Fortunately, he had turned off the ringer last night, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sleep in today. There were congratulatory messages from his classmates and teachers at the Beijing Conservatory of Music, as well as congratulatory texts and requests for meals from employees of the Tianxia group and calls from some friends. Chen Feng responded to each one. However, what was most headache-inducing for Chen Feng were the over 100 unknown missed calls. He had no idea who had leaked his phone number. It seems like changing his phone number is urgent. Amidst the congratulations from the breakfast shop owner downstairs, Chen Feng began to enjoy his lunch. While eating his steamed bun, his phone screen lit up. He picked it up and saw it was a message from Ling Bingyan. Mr. Chen, the recording for those years is done. Then, an audio file was sent over. That fast? Chen Feng quickly finished the dumpling in his hand. He opened Ling Bingyan's file directly. The opening notes of a piano and cello, with a slightly somber tone, slowly drifted out of the phone speaker. It was reminiscent of the sunset after high school dismissal. Ling Bingyan's voice appeared at the perfect moment. It reminded Chen Feng of the time he had sung this song with her, when she still looked so awkward. At that time, her proficiency with this song, those fleeting years, was far from what it is now, but it left him spellbound after listening to it. Ling Bingyan's singing style is very different from Ling Bingshue's. It was steady and not playful. Her voice was ethereal, melodious, and full of tenderness, like a gentle breeze caressing the skin. Unfortunately, this file is only 1 minute long and not the complete song. Chen Feng found himself unable to stop listening. However, he still replied to Ling Bingyan's message. "You're already starting the recording?" Ling Bingyan seemed to be waiting for him by her phone and replied quickly. "Yes, the movie is about to be released, and the theme song needs to be released before the movie." Chen Feng understood that the majority of movie theme songs are released across all platforms after the movie trailer. A catchy theme song can attract a large audience. Chen Feng replied. "Alright, I'll listen to it again." Chen Feng opened the file again, listened carefully, and began comparing Ling Bingyan's voice with the voice of Wang Fei from his memory. After a moment, Chen Feng sent Ling Bingyan a message. "Can you emphasize a bit more strength in the gentle tone?" "Gentle? Strength? What on earth does that mean?" Ling Bingyan furrowed her delicate brows. During her singing practice, she had always followed a steady and heartfelt style. However, as the composer and lyricist of this song and her most admired teacher, Ling Bingyan still trusted him. "Yes, while your singing is currently heartfelt, this song is about youth, so it must incorporate elements of youth, not just high notes," Chen Feng patiently explained to Ling Bingyan. Though he wasn't sure if Ling Bingyan would understand, he couldn't very well tell her that the legendary diva Wang Fei from his original world had sung it that way. "Alright, can you come to the company this afternoon to help me?" Chen Feng was taken aback. Going back to work on the first day of vacation? He sighed. "I'll come over after I finish my buns." The recording studio of Tianxia Media. Ling Bingyan's face was slightly flushed. She put down her phone and began humming Those Years involuntarily. Gentle? With a touch of strength? She wanted to figure out what kind of feeling this was. After lunch, Chen Feng rode a shared bicycle leisurely to Tianxia Media. As he walked into the company, he greeted the employees along the way. After walking around for a while, he didn't see Ling Bingyan. Chen Feng randomly approached someone from Tianxia Media and asked, "Where's Bingyan? Have you seen her?" The girl replied, "Bingyan is in the recording studio and hasn't come out yet." "Is Mr. Chen looking for her? Should I go get her for you?" Chen Feng waved his hand. "You go ahead, I'll handle it myself." The girl nodded and left with her files. Chen Feng arrived at the recording studio and peered inside through the glass. Sure enough, Ling Bingyan was inside, working hard on her own. Her relentless determination truly surprised Chen Feng. Is that how the Ling family is? He recalled when her sister, Ling Bingxue, had sung Choral C with him, meticulously perfecting every word, striving for perfection in each phrase. However, Ling Bingyan really needed to sing this song well. Although she often streams live on Douyin, covering other singers' songs. But those aren't her own songs. A singer who wants to break into the music industry must have their own original songs. However, Chen Feng wasn't worried about the quality of this song, Those Fleeting Years. This song wouldn't lose to any song in the world. Additionally, Ling Bingyan's professionalism and vocal talent have completely convinced Chen Feng that her rise to fame is merely a matter of time. After a while, Ling Bingyan, who was feeling tired, put down the microphone and saw Chen Feng smiling at her through the glass. Her face flushed. She took a few steps forward. "Mr. Chen, why didn't you say you were here?" Chen Feng scratched his head. "I saw you practicing so diligently, I didn't want to disturb you." "Oh, okay. How's your practice going? It feels like you've made some progress compared to before." "Better not mention it." At this point, Ling Bingyan pouted her lips, looking incredibly cute. If any of the other boys in school saw her, they might even bump into a power pole while walking. Ling Bingyan practiced several times, but she still couldn't find the feeling Chen Feng had described. Gentle yet powerful. Too abstract. In Ling Bingyan's mind, it was completely an ethereal, intangible thing. She didn't understand what kind of feeling Chen Feng was talking about. Seeing her expression at that moment, Chen Feng knew she had probably failed. She hadn't found the feeling he was talking about. Chen Feng placed one hand on his forehead. Wang Fei's voice was clear in his mind, but it was a woman's voice. As a man, how could he possibly express that feeling? What should he do? As Ling Bingyan's teacher, he couldn't guide her further. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? "Mr. Chen, could you sing it again for me to listen?" Ling Bingyan asked, seeing that Chen Feng hadn't responded. This. As expected. Chen Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The lyrics and melody of Those Hurried Years were no problem for him, but capturing Wang Fei's emotions from back then. It was indeed quite challenging. Looking at Ling Bingyan's sparkling eyes, Chen Feng clenched his teeth. I'll give it a try. Chapter 68, Amusement Park. But go eat lunch first. Singing on an empty stomach will make your voice unstable. Chen Feng casually made up an excuse, sending Ling Bingyan off to eat obediently. Chen Feng, however, sat alone on a chair outside the recording studio, repeatedly thinking about how he should sing this song. Hurry, hurry. Cough, cough. Hurry, hurry. That year, how many times did we say goodbye before we finally lingered? Chen Feng kept humming the opening lines, trying to quickly get into the mindset of Wang Fei from his past life. About an hour had passed when Ling Bingyan returned to the recording studio, covering her mouth with her hand and exhaling a breath before entering. This breath freshener spray seems pretty good. Thinking to herself, Ling Bingyan walked into the recording studio with satisfaction. Chen Feng was still sitting there, holding the lyrics, humming them over and over again. After discussing with the band teacher, Ling Bingyan approached Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, how's it going? Is it okay? Chen Feng gave a slight smile. It should be fine. The two chatted for a moment before the music teacher walked over. Bingyan, the instruments are all set up. We can start now. All right. Ling Bingyan nodded and pulled Chen Feng into the recording studio. Sitting inside the recording studio, Chen Feng hummed a few notes to test the sound. Then he glanced at Ling Bingyan, who was looking at him expectantly, and gave the band teacher an OK sign. The prelude, a combination of piano and cello, began to play. Moments later, Chen Feng's voice joined in. In those fleeting years, how many times did we say it? After saying goodbye, we kept delaying. Unfortunately, who among us has ever loved just once? The eloquence of the 7 emotions. In those fleeting years, we let it slip away in haste. A promise too heavy to bear. Only waiting for others to fulfill them. Ling Bingyan beside him was mesmerized. It was the first time she had heard Chen Feng sing so closely. She had to admit, it was truly beautiful. His voice was light and ethereal, yet Ling Bingyan could still sense the emotion he was conveying. Gentle yet powerful. Ling Bingyan closed her eyes and listened intently, realizing it was indeed different from before. Soon, Chen Feng finished the segment he was singing. Ling Bingyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Feng gestured to her, signaling for her to join in and find the rhythm together. Ling Bingyan nodded vigorously and raised the microphone. In those fleeting years, we had seen so little of the world. I only love looking at the same face. So mysterious, yet so charming. But when they get upset, they're so annoying. The year we fell in love was meant to be fleeting. Because we didn't understand the stubbornness of promises. It was just the prelude to a breakup. The duet between the two left the music teacher spellbound. Chen Feng sang a few times with Ling Bingyan and then asked, how about it? Have you found it yet? It was clear that Ling Bingyan was very happy. I've got it. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Feng glanced at his watch. It's still early. If you're feeling good, you can record it and I'll listen from the side. Ling Bingyan took a sip of water to moisten her throat, cleared her throat twice, and felt that she was in good condition now. The few times she had sung with Chen Feng earlier not only helped her find the right feel but also allowed her vocal cords to develop muscle memory. After signaling to the band teacher, Ling Bingyan picked up the microphone seriously. Employees from Tianxia Media gathered around. The music began to play naturally, low and melodious. After the intro, Ling Bingyan's voice filled the air. Ethereal, gentle, yet full of power. Chen Feng couldn't help but praise her silently. It was so similar to his memories of Wang Fei from his previous life. Yet there was also a unique quality that was distinctly Ling Bingyan's own. Chen Feng was completely captivated. No wonder the kiss mark hasn't formed a cocoon yet. Hugging each other in hibernation, we couldn't transform into immortals. It's not the fault of this love that we didn't have time to rehearse it again. It's the kindness of time that grants forgiveness. The time for regret. Because the recording studio door was open, everyone at Tianxia Media put down their work and came over to listen to Ling Bingyan's song. Absolutely stunning. Is that Bingyan? It's so beautiful. I've never heard such a beautiful voice before. It has the feel of a nightingale, so ethereal. Our company is about to produce another big star. My heart is racing. This melody is perfect, the voice sounds like it's coming straight from the sky, pure and captivating. The chorus stands out immediately. If we can't meet again with red eyes, can we still meet with red cheeks? Like that year when we carved it hastily. Forever together in that beautiful lie. If the past is worth cherishing, don't let go too quickly. Who would willingly let it end like this, with no ties or attachments? We must owe each other something, otherwise, what would we have to cherish? Those watching outside the recording studio couldn't help but clap enthusiastically. If it weren't for the excellent soundproofing in the recording studio, Ling Bingyan might have had to sing it again. A few lyricists and composers from Tianxia Media were gathered together. The entire melody is sung with rapid enunciation, flowing with the cello's melody. It's brilliant, brilliant. Yes, I couldn't think of it either. This rapid enunciation perfectly highlights the fleeting nature of time. Most of the song uses single rhymes. That's impressive. Did Chen Feng write this song? That's right. I used to think people were overpraising his talent, but now I'm convinced. Finally, under the excited gazes of everyone present, Ling Bingyan flawlessly completed the recording of The Fleeting Years. When she looked up and saw the crowd gathered outside the window, a blush once again spread across her face. Everyone was giving her a thumbs up. Amazing! Amazing! However, all of this was well deserved for Ling Bingyan. Since she received the song, she had kept the sheet music close to her heart at all times, carefully studying every note and every lyric. Even the smallest details, she would spend hours perfecting. Chen Feng's voice rang out from beside her. That's pretty impressive, Bingyan. I love it. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Ling Bingyan blushed and lowered her head. She knew Chen Feng was talking about the song she had just sung. But her heart still raced uncontrollably. The two stepped out of the recording studio, and the sound engineer approached Ling Bingyan to congratulate her. In everyone's eyes, a rising star was taking flight at Tianxia Media. Chen Feng looked out the window. Ha! Time flies so fast. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of Tianxia Media, a long line of car headlights moved slowly along the elevated highway. It was already night outside. Chen Feng sighed. It seemed like his first day of vacation was ruined. Mr. Chen, do you have anything planned for tomorrow? Through the window's reflection, Chen Feng saw Ling Bingyan walking toward him from behind. Nothing much, just resting at home. In the window's reflection, Ling Bingyan tapped one foot against the heel of the other. There's a new amusement park that just opened in Beijing, and I haven't been there yet. Chapter 69, Couple Tickets. Oh, then you go ahead. Chen Feng's nose itched, so he raised his hand to scratch it. What a tease, Mr. Chen is such a cutie. How could he not notice such an obvious invitation? This left Ling Bingyan, who had been planning to use this opportunity to invite Chen Feng to the amusement park, with nothing else to say. It's not like that in TV dramas. It should be the male lead saying, "Sure, I'll go with you." Then the female lead would happily agree. But now. Thinking of this, Ling Bingyan glared at Chen Feng with her sparkling eyes, then turned around angrily and started to walk away. Is the amusement park any fun? Ling Bingyan really wanted to kick Chen Feng. Why did you ask so late? It's not fun. Ling Bingyan was throwing a tantrum, her voice sounding like it was being forced out between her teeth, clearly betraying her emotions. Ling Bingyan seems upset? Chen Feng was momentarily dazed. Then he realized she wanted him to accompany her. Chen Feng chuckled softly as he searched for information about the amusement park on his phone. A must-visit spot for young people. Ultra thrilling and ultra fun. Beijing Amusement Park Number 1. Chen Feng glanced at the reviews and felt it was indeed worth a visit. He recalled the last time he went to an amusement park, which was back in high school. There's nothing to do tomorrow. Let's go play together. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Ling Bingyan instinctively felt happy, but before her expression could fully show on her face, she stopped. After all, she was still angry at that very moment. Although Mr. Chen might not notice. But hearing Chen Feng invite her to the amusement park made her truly happy. Ling Bingyan turned around and walked toward the exit, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Since Mr. Chen said so, I'll go back and think about it. Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. The next day. At the entrance of the hottest amusement park in the capital city, Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan met up. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and a pair of flip-flops, Chen Feng looked unusually relaxed today. Looking at Ling Bingyan, she wore a pair of denim shorts with a pure white short-sleeved shirt matching Chen Feng's. Seeing Chen Feng approach in the same pure white short-sleeved shirt, Ling Bingyan suddenly thought of an idiom. No need to say it. Chen Feng, of course, didn't notice such a detail. The two approached the ticket window. The ticket seller glanced at the two of them. Couple's ticket, 600 yuan. Scan the code or cash? Couple? How did they get mistaken for a couple again? Scan the code, scan the code. Ling Bingyan, whose face was already red up to her ears, didn't give Chen Feng a chance. She secretly enjoyed this beautiful misunderstanding. Ding! 600 yuan paid successfully. The elderly woman behind the ticket window handed the couple's tickets to Chen Feng. Next. And just like that, Chen Feng, looking completely bewildered, was pushed out of the line by someone else who was just as confused. Seeing the calm yet confused expression on Chen Feng's face, she also became excited, though her ears were still a bit warm. Mr. Chen, look, a single ticket is 388 yuan each, while the couple's package is 600 yuan for two. How perfect! Are you kidding? As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Bingyan covered her cherry red lips. Oh no, she had called Mr. Chen stupid. What should she do? But Chen Feng seemed completely unfazed by such things. Glancing at the ticket purchase rules on the window, she saw that the tickets granted free access to most of the attractions in the park. Saving over 100 yuan on 2 tickets, Chen Feng smiled and said, That's great, that's great. Let's pretend to be a couple today. Who would have thought that a rising star who had taken the music scene by storm, with singles selling over 1 million copies, would be so happy about saving over 100 yuan that he acted like a child? Fortunately, it wasn't too hot today, and Chen Feng, wearing a hat and mask, didn't stand out too much in the crowd. Ling Bingyan didn't have that problem. Although she was a popular influencer on Douyin, she was rarely recognized in real life. In everyone's eyes, she was just a tall, beautiful girl. After checking their tickets, the two entered the amusement park. Why did you even think of coming to an amusement park? Chen Feng asked curiously, as he saw Ling Bingyan as completely different from her sister, Ling Bingxue. Ling Bingyan shouldn't like amusement parks, should she? At that moment, Ling Bingyan fluttered her sparkling eyes, gazing at the joyful sea of people in the amusement park. She bit her lip. Of course she wanted to play with him. But Ling Bingyan couldn't bring herself to say those words. After hesitating for a while, Ling Bingyan managed to squeeze out a sentence. I just wanted to come. Chen Feng was taken aback. He realized he'd asked a pointless question. Spreading his arms wide, Chen Feng said, let us go, let us play. Ling Bingyan held the tickets in her hand, so it was naturally up to her to decide which one to play first and which one later. At that moment, she was as joyful as a lamb on a green meadow. Chen Feng could only follow closely behind. As the most popular amusement park in the capital, Didi Amusement Park was absolutely packed with people, with crowds filling every path. Following Ling Bingyan as they weaved through the crowd, they finally came upon a wide, open path. Looking at the sign, it read Mimi Street. Looking around, both sides of the road were lined with various shops and restaurants. Standing at the entrance, one could already feel the joyful atmosphere of the street, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city, entering into various amusement zones filled with adventure, fantasy, and the future. This must be the kingdom of fairy tales. It was hard for anyone to resist the temptation of such joy. Ling Bingyan stepped onto Mimi Street, her sparkling eyes growing even brighter. She glanced back at Chen Feng. She noticed that Chen Feng was closely following her from behind. Up ahead, there was a parade of cartoon characters. Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, all beloved cartoon characters. Chen Feng's mood also grew excited along with the parade, and he gradually walked up beside Ling Bingyan. Interesting, so interesting. Chen Feng couldn't help but reflect inwardly. In his previous life, he had been too busy to ever have the chance to visit an amusement park. Since coming to this world, he had only been to small attractions in parks when he was a child. All his memories of amusement parks were from that time. He never imagined that this was what a real amusement park was like. It felt like clearing away the clouds to see the mountains. Ling Bingyan was also visiting Didi Amusement Park for the first time. Her mouth was slightly open, and her breathing had become a bit rapid. She had seen photos online and everyone said it was amazing, but she never imagined it would be even better in person. Would you like to buy a headpiece? A park staff member, already dressed in colorful overalls, approached from the side of the road. Wearing a headpiece would make you look even more like you belong here. Ling Bingyan glanced at the accessories hanging on the staff member's body. Okay, I'll take the black one with the bow. Get him the one without the bow. Chen Feng had originally wanted the deer antler headpiece, but before he could speak, Ling Bingyan had already placed Mickey Mouse ears on his head. Chen Feng, with a dazed expression, wore the Mickey Mouse headpiece, looking adorably cute, which made Ling Bingyan burst into laughter. Chapter 70, In Numb Feet. After paying. Chen Feng looked at Ling Bingyan, who raised her head to meet his gaze. Put. The two shared a smile. Ever since Ling Bingyan entered the amusement park, she felt like a completely different person. No longer aloof, she now acted like a child. One moment she wanted to play this, the next she wanted to play that. Sometimes, when faced with two attractions, she would stand there pointing to the left, then to the right, even looking flustered. She wanted to try everything and didn't want to give up any of them. Chen Feng laughed beside her, just go and try them out. We have all the time in the world. Ling Bingyan was still hesitating. But we only have one day. The website says there are too many attractions in the amusement park to try them all. Chen Feng took the tickets from Ling Bingyan's hands. He looked at the description on the ticket and noticed that there was a carousel nearby. This was the attraction girls loved the most. Come with me. Chen Feng gently pushed Ling Bingyan, who was standing still. The two of them made their way to the queue. It must be said that there were far too many people at Didi Amusement Park. The two blended into the crowd of over 100 people waiting in line, becoming just another face in the crowd. About half an hour later. Give me the tickets, we need to scan them. The ticket collector at the carousel reached out and took the two tickets from Chen Feng's hand, punching a small hole in each one. After checking the tickets, Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan stepped into the large carousel. Ling Bingyan found an empty horse. Mr. Chen, I want to ride this one. Chen Feng said, sure. Then help me up. Chen Feng was already seated in the large teacup, but he had no choice but to go over and help Ling Bingyan. Because she had chosen the tallest one on the entire carousel. After helping Ling Bingyan, the large teacup that Chen Feng had been sitting in was taken by a couple. With no other option, he hurriedly sat down on a nearby small, low cup. With Mickey Mouse ears on his head, he looked quite comical. The one Chen Feng sat on was clearly designed for children, but fortunately, in the large carousel area, there weren't many children, mostly young couples. Chen Feng's legs were firmly planted on the ground, and his hands were tightly gripping the poles of the carousel. Make sure you hold on tight, don't get shaken off, Chen Feng reminded him. He looked from behind Ling Bingyan at the Mickey Mouse headdress with a bow tie swaying from side to side, looking quite adorable. Got it, Mr. Chen. How do you feel? Ling Bingyan turned around happily and saw Chen Feng's expression, her smile growing even wider. Mr. Chen, I want to take a photo of you. Ling Bingyan turned around and reached for her phone. Ding ding ding. A ringtone sounded. Ah. The carousel slowly began to move, and Chen Feng only heard Ling Bingyan's startled cry. Chen Feng hurriedly stood up, wanting to go over. Fortunately, Ling Bingyan was only startled and didn't fall off the carousel. The carousel then began to sway up and down. After getting used to it, Ling Bingyan gradually let go of the bar and spread her arms wide. It was clear that her joy was genuine. The carousel wasn't moving very fast. It rose slowly and then descended slowly. However, Chen Feng kept his eyes fixed on Ling Bingyan's back, afraid that she might lose her balance again and fall off. Fortunately, the 5 minutes passed quickly, and the carousel came to a stop as the music ended. Ling Bingyan jumped off the carousel and took out her phone, aiming it at Chen Feng, who hadn't stood up yet. Click. Looking at the photo of Chen Feng crouched on the children's carousel, Ling Bingyan's aloofness had vanished, replaced by the giggles of a neighborhood girl. She pulled Chen Feng, whose legs were numb, to his feet. Under the disdainful glances of the amusement park staff, Ling Bingyan helped Chen Feng, who was limping, slowly make his way to the exit. The staff member glanced at Chen Feng. So young and already like this, sigh. Upon reaching the exit, Ling Bingyan asked with concern. Are you okay, Mr. Chen? Chen Feng leaned on the railing and waved his hand. I'm fine. I've been crouching for too long. I'll be okay in a moment. Ling Bingyan nodded and scanned the area around her. Her slender arms pointed toward the nearby roller coaster. Can we go? However, in Chen Feng's eyes, Ling Bingyan hesitated. Mr. Chen, are you scared? Chen Feng stamped his feet, feeling his legs grow more agile. Scared? I'm not the type to be scared. Then you. Xian, look over there. There's such a long line. I estimate it'll take at least an hour to wait, but the game only lasts 2 minutes. Ling Bingyan didn't say anything, just stared straight into Chen Feng's eyes. Because she had noticed something in Chen Feng's eyes. He was afraid. As if she had seen his weakness, Ling Bingyan's mood became unusually excited. A cunning smile appeared on her face. I'm going to play. Saying this, Ling Bingyan grabbed Chen Feng's hand and headed toward the roller coaster. Chen Feng could only follow Ling Bingyan's footsteps, quickly moving his own feet. He let out a scream. Legs. Legs. As they walked, Ling Bingyan's heart was pounding wildly. His large, warm hands felt reassuring. As for Chen Feng, he tried to struggle once more. Look over there, what about the bumper cars? Don't rush, the rest that one too. Look, everyone's heading toward the little train. But no matter what Chen Feng said, Ling Bingyan remained unmoved, holding Chen Feng's hand and walking resolutely toward the roller coaster. Alright, you've won me over. Chen Feng sighed. Ling Bingyan, who was walking ahead, raised her eyebrows, let go of Chen Feng's hand, and skipped toward the crowd waiting in line. Once she reached the back of the line, she waved at Chen Feng. Come on, Mr. Chen. The joy in her voice was evident. And so, the two began their long journey of waiting in line once again. They put down their safety devices and fastened their seatbelts. Chen Feng was lucky he was in the last row of the roller coaster. Here, there wouldn't be the intense visual impact felt in the first row. With the staff's assistance, Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan were all set and ready to go. Chen Feng thought for a moment, checked his own seatbelt, and then checked Ling Bingyan's seatbelt to make sure it was securely fastened. He pulled on them a couple of times and, satisfied that everything was in order, sat up straight. This was the first time he had ever ridden a roller coaster in his 2 lifetimes. He let out a long sigh. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Nothing's wrong. As he spoke, Chen Feng's hands had already begun to grip the railing tightly. Chen Feng's actions didn't escape Ling Bingyan's notice. Though her face showed no expression, the little devil inside her emerged to mock Chen Feng. It seems that even the perfect Mr. Chen has his weaknesses. Another ringing sound echoed through the air. Chen Feng knew the roller coaster was about to start. Chapter 71, Who Said I'm Not Brave? Chen Feng took off his mask. He was afraid he might get too excited and have trouble breathing, causing him to choke again. The roller coaster slowly began to move along the tracks, gliding forward smoothly. Chen Feng didn't feel any sense of speed or excitement. This wasn't the same roller coaster Chen Feng had seen earlier. It was supposed to be fast and terrifying, but why was it so slow now? Could it be a visual illusion? Why is it so slow? Chen Feng asked. The front began to slowly climb uphill, getting higher and higher. A couple ahead turned around and gave Chen Feng a disdainful glance. They thought, "You're really putting on a show. It's just getting started. You'll see how powerful it is soon enough." Ling Bingyan beside him clenched her teeth tightly, her expression tense as she gripped the handrail in front of her. Hearing Chen Feng's words, she almost burst out laughing. But now it's too late to explain. This thought flashed through Ling Bingyan's mind in an instant. Hum. The roller coaster's engine roared to life, and the front of the car reached the highest point of the track. The passengers in the front row held their breath, waiting for the impact to come. Ling Bingyan, standing beside her, clung to Chen Feng's pants with one hand and gripped the front railing tightly with the other. Sure enough, even she felt nervous at such a height. Chen Feng finally understood. It seemed that Ling Bingyan, who had dragged him here to ride the roller coaster with such a tough attitude, was also a wimp. Clang! The roller coaster suddenly accelerated, and the sound of it passing over the tracks echoed in Chen Feng's ears. Along with that sound came the whooshing wind. I was careless. The roller coaster's sudden plunge blew all the strands of hair in front of Chen Feng's forehead back behind his head. Ah! Chen Feng heard Ling Bingyan's screams ringing in his ears. Chen Feng struggled to turn his head and could see that his face was pale. But he still grabbed Ling Bingyan's hand and placed it back on the handrail. Don't grab my pants. You'll pull them off. Ling Bingyan, realizing what she had done, looked down. Even though Chen Feng's short sleeves were quite loose, it was still clearly visible that the elastic waistband of his pants had slipped down to the top of his thighs. Ling Bingyan, who had been pale, suddenly turned as red as a boiling kettle. She quickly turned her head away, staring straight ahead, dared not look at Chen Feng again. With no way to adjust the position of his pants, Chen Feng could only sit there as he was. Ah! That's too intense. I want my mom. Let us go home, husband, I want to go home. A gust of wind swept past, and all the passengers on the roller coaster were screaming. Ling Bingyan wasn't surprised. Of course, Chen Feng's voice was among them. In fact, Chen Feng didn't know that the back of the roller coaster was where the brave dared to challenge themselves. Because when the roller coaster descends from a great height, the rear of the car experiences the most intense stimulation, and at the same time, the rear passengers can see the terrified screams of those in front. This also creates a sense of tension for the riders themselves. Most importantly, during the descent, the rear section of the car reaches the highest speed. By the time Chen Feng realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The roller coaster had already plunged down the first steep slope. With no choice, Chen Feng tightly closed his eyes. He felt the world spinning around him. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes again and found himself and Ling Bingyan hanging upside down on the roller coaster. Her flowing long hair was suspended in mid-air. Chen Feng had only one thought. Her hair was so smooth. Then, the roller coaster plunged downward again, and Chen Feng had no choice but to close his eyes once more, following the others. The roller coaster spun left and right, and Ling Bingyan's flowing hair occasionally whipped into Chen Feng's mouth as he screamed, ah. And that's how that sound came about. Wah. Spit. Ling Bingyan gradually grew accustomed to the roller coaster's jolts, transforming from tension to excitement, even releasing her hands from her front and stretching her arms out straight to savor the feeling of freedom. Chen Feng, however, held onto the handles tightly the entire time. If it weren't for his face occasionally being brushed by her hair, he might have scolded Ling Bingyan. Finally, the roller coaster began to slow down, making a gentle left turn before slowing down again. Zzz. The sound of brakes echoed from beneath the roller coaster, eventually coming to a complete stop at the starting point. The passengers struggled to their feet, gathering in small groups to help each other up. Several trash bins were scattered near the roller coaster, and anyone could tell they were specifically for those who had ridden the attraction. Soon, the trash cans were surrounded by people. Some were leaning against them, vomiting uncontrollably, while others stood nearby offering water and tissues. Some couples shared a trash can, vomiting together, appearing very intimate and particularly romantic. Ling Bingyan's sparkling eyes turned to Chen Feng, whose face was ashen. Mr. Chen, should we go handle this? Looking at the 7 or 8 trash bins surrounded by people, Chen Feng furrowed his brows. I'm fine. Ling Bingyan sighed inwardly. Impressive. As the two of them stepped out of the roller coaster exit, Chen Feng noticed a trash can that was very well hidden. He took 3 steps in 2 and rushed toward it. Then they heard a loud wow. Want some water? Ling Bingyan suppressed a smile as she sat beside Chen Feng on the long bench by the roadside. Her tone carried a hint of mockery, completely different from her usual aloofness. Chen Feng took the water and rinsed his mouth. It seems he still lacks experience. He had thought he was lucky to snag the last row, but now it appears everyone had intentionally left the last row for him. Chen Feng leaned back in the chair, his eyes half closed. Don't run around. I need to catch my breath. Ling Bingyan's eyes sparkled with a smile. Why would I run around? The ticket is in your hands, I can't go anywhere I want. She stuck out her tongue. It's like I'm a child and you're the parent taking me out to play. Ling Bingyan didn't even notice that she had lost a bit of respect for Chen Feng and gained a bit more naturalness. Chen Feng leaned back on the long chair, not responding to Ling Bingyan's words. He was truly exhausted and had no energy left. After a moment, Chen Feng stood up. What should we do next? I see there are still a lot of attractions on the ticket we haven't tried yet. Just as she spoke, a sparkle lit up in Ling Bingyan's eyes. Wow, wait here for me. I'll go check it out. With that, Ling Bingyan skipped and jumped toward the nearby Nini Street. It seemed like something was drawing her in. Chen Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could react, Ling Bingyan had already disappeared into the crowd. What the hell? Chen Feng's head spun. He quickly got up and chased after her in the same direction. Excuse me, can I get through? Thank you. Chen Feng pushed through the crowd, following the flow of people inward. He kept running and apologizing along the way. Finally, in the distance, Chen Feng spotted the figure. A white short-sleeved shirt, denim shorts, long, slender legs, and a tall, captivating figure. Chapter 72 Fireworks. It turned out that Ling Bingyan had seen a pink cartoon fox and a purple rabbit at the carnival, greeting everyone. Lin Nabel and Xing Dailu. At that moment, Ling Bingyan was taking a photo with the two adorable cartoon characters. Chen Feng sighed in relief, waved at Ling Bingyan, found a long bench by the bridge, and sat down, waiting for her to return. Fortunately, she hadn't run off. So cute. Ling Bingyan, walking back, had stars in her eyes. I wonder who it was. They just said they wouldn't run off. What if they get lost? Chen Feng sat on the long bench, pretending to look serious. Ling Bingyan was a bit flustered seeing Chen Feng like this for the first time. I just couldn't resist because they were so cute. Seeing Ling Bingyan pouting, Chen Feng's heart melted. Alright, let's keep playing. Chen Feng patted his thigh, feeling a bit more energized. A shriek echoed from near the nearby pond. The two turned to look. On a very high track, a track car was speeding down, with people on board raising their hands and screaming. Ling Bingyan was captivated by this intriguing attraction and momentarily forgot everything else. She stood there motionless, staring at the track vehicle hurtling toward her. It looked thrilling. The track car, resembling a long dragon, suddenly plunged into the water, creating huge waves, like a fierce dragon emerging from the water, charging forward. Its target was the bridge where Ling Bingyan was standing. At that moment, Ling Bingyan didn't think much of it. Such an interesting project naturally made her want to share it with Chen Feng first. Look quick. What's there to see? Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. Ling Bingyan was wearing a pure white short-sleeved shirt. If it got wet, she'd be completely exposed. He stood up, sprinted forward, and embraced her tightly. In an instant. By the time Ling Bingyan realized what was happening, she was already in Chen Feng's arms. Splash! Her hair was a bit wet, but that didn't affect the overwhelming sense of security she felt. Let me see. What are you looking at? Ling Bingyan slowly raised her head. A man wearing a Mickey Mouse hat, soaked from head to toe, was tightly shielding her, almost blocking all the water from reaching her. Moving. Endless emotion. Gently tucking her water-soaked bangs behind her ears, Ling Bingyan blushed and shook her head. Look at the car sliding down the track. Ling Bingyan's voice grew fainter as she spoke, until it was barely audible, like a mosquito buzzing in one's ear. Chen Feng's clothes were completely soaked, and Ling Bingyan's clothes were also drenched with water. With no other option, the two went to a nearby store and bought Mickey Mouse t-shirts. They also wore Mickey Mouse headbands on their heads. After coming out, they looked even more like a couple. Standing on Mickey Mouse Street, one handsome and the other beautiful, they stood there like a scenic spot, causing many people to glance at them involuntarily. After buying a towel to dry their hair, Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan continued to explore Didi Land. Let us play that. Let us play that. This is good, this is good. Look quickly. The Wonderland Maze, Winnie the Pooh's Adventures, the Spinning Honey Jar, and the Big Flying Elephant. Ling Bingyan had completely transformed into a carefree, happy little girl. In her eyes, there was only joy and play. Gradually, the sky grew dark, and the sun quietly hid itself away during everyone's joyful time. As if to say, you've played long enough, it's time to enjoy the show. Ling Bingyan, in an incredibly cheerful mood, walked ahead tirelessly, with Chen Feng, who was slightly hunched over, following behind. Don't run around. You're falling behind. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. He had to admit that whenever it came to shopping or visiting amusement parks, girls seemed to have endless energy, as if their long legs were powered by perpetual motion machines. We're supposed to watch the fireworks show. If we're late, we won't get a good spot. Following the direction Ling Bingyan was pointing, a castle that could only exist in fairy tales stood majestically in the middle of the lake. That was where tonight's fireworks show would take place. The lakeside was already packed with people. Ling Bingyan furrowed her delicate brows and muttered under her breath. I guess I got a bit carried away and didn't come over early enough to secure a good spot. Chen Feng crossed his arms and surveyed the area around him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chen Feng grabbed Ling Bingyan's hand and pulled her in the opposite direction. Where are we going? It's about to start. As he hurried along, Chen Feng explained, over there. The Ferris wheel. Everyone's gone to the lake to watch the fireworks, so there's no one on the Ferris wheel. When the Ferris wheel rises, won't that be the best spot to watch the fireworks show? Listening to Chen Feng's words, Ling Bingyan looked at the Ferris wheel's location, then at the castle in the center of the lake. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Right. Ling Bingyan nodded excitedly. Originally, Chen Feng had been holding her hand, but unnoticed, she had started holding his. Upon arriving at the base of the Ferris wheel, there weren't many people in line, so they could easily wait until the fireworks show began. After about 10 minutes, the two of them entered a small cabin that was just for the two of them. Ling Bingyan pressed herself tightly against the glass of the Ferris wheel cabin, so close that her breath could leave a mark on it. The Ferris wheel slowly rose higher, revealing more and more of the scenery below. Even half of the amusement park was visible before their eyes. At this point, those with sharp eyes could already see people making preparations. The gates of the castle in the center of the lake slowly opened. Wow, it's so beautiful. This view is amazing. No wonder it's you, Mr. Chen. Excited, Ling Bingyan shook Chen Feng's arm excitedly. Suddenly, she stopped and quickly pulled her hand back. The atmosphere inside the box grew tense. Chen Feng sat on the chair on the other side, rubbing his hands, unsure where to place them. Before this, neither of them might have remembered that they had come running here holding hands. Ling Bingyan looked at Chen Feng's expression and blinked her eyes. Mr. Chen, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Just thank you. After saying that, Ling Bingyan puckered her lips and no longer looked at Chen Feng. Shoo bang splash. Colorful fireworks bloomed in their eyes. The lights were dazzling and breathtakingly beautiful. Then, joyful music filled the entire amusement park, and various fireworks formed shapes above the people's heads. The fountains by the lake also began to change shapes in time with the music, moving in sync with the lights. The two stood side by side on the Ferris wheel, taking in all the beauty before them. The crowd that had been scattered along the lakeshore gradually gathered forward, all gathering around the lakeshore to look at the castle in the center of the lake. Several people on water jets suddenly appeared on the lake, performing acrobatic stunts like flips and spins. The cartoon characters from the daytime parade also climbed onto the castle walls to wave and greet the audience. As lights shot straight into the sky from below the castle, the fireworks display became even more dazzling and spectacular. Chen Feng turned his head. Bathed in the glow of the fireworks, Chen Feng was deeply captivated by Ling Bingyan's exquisite features, losing himself in the moment. Chapter 73, He was on the moon. The Ferris wheel reached its highest point, offering a clear view of the castle's tower from the cabin. In the sky, vibrant fireworks continued to bloom, and the lake below reflected the same breathtaking scene. The entire castle seemed to be submerged in a sea of fireworks. As the music came to an end, the fireworks erupted in a dazzling display, illuminating the sky as brightly as day. Gradually, the sky returned to calm. On the castle, adorable cartoon characters waved to the visitors, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Throughout the entire fireworks display, Ling Bingyan kept her mouth slightly open, mesmerized by the spectacle, while Chen Feng couldn't take his eyes off her. Compared to the fireworks, she was even more beautiful at that moment. The warm-colored lights inside the box couldn't reveal the faint blush on Ling Bingyan's face. In truth, she knew the entire time that Chen Feng was watching her, but she dared not turn her head, fearing that if their eyes met, she wouldn't know how to respond. After the splendor faded, calm descended. The fireworks show had ended, and it was time to close the park. The lights in the park gradually dimmed, and the colorful lights had faded away. Only the street lights remained, accompanying the people as they walked out of the park in an orderly manner. The two followed the crowd out of the amusement park, and the moment they stepped through the gates, it marked the end of their pleasant day at the amusement park. Chen Feng was about to hail a taxi when he was stopped by Li Ling Yan. You forgot. I have a car. Chen Feng slapped his forehead. It seemed that a day of fun had made him lose his head. The two arrived at the parking lot. As Chen Feng opened the passenger door, he heard a voice coming from the car next to them. What kind of taste do you have, picking such a pretty boy? Chen Feng froze in place. These words naturally reached Ling Bingyan's ears, and her icy voice immediately echoed out. Who are you talking about? Chen Feng looked up at Ling Bingyan. Sure enough, she had returned to her former icy demeanor. Inside the car beside them was a couple. Hearing that icy voice, they were startled. That voice sounded so familiar. Bingyan, you're the internet celebrity Bingyan. Since Ling Bingyan wasn't wearing a mask and was quite close, the two recognized her. The guy who had originally planned to confront her became stammering and hesitant. Bingyan's Douyin account was one of the few things he followed. He had only intended to make a snarky remark, but he never expected it would be directed at his favorite influencer. At that moment, the girl in the couple seemed to remember something. Chen Feng. It's Chen Feng. You two are really together. Chen Feng, who had gotten into the passenger seat, saw that he had been recognized and quickly locked the passenger door. The girl immediately reached for her phone, intending to record the precious moment of Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan arriving at Didi Land in the same car. At the time, rumors were circulating online that the two were together, but neither of them had responded. If she posted this video, she might get a lot of likes and comments, and who knows, she might even become an internet celebrity. Ling Bingyan was an excellent driver, and by the time the girl managed to pull out her phone, all she could capture was the Ferrari's taillights. Put! The clear laughter of the two echoed from the Ferrari speeding down the road. Chen Feng took off his mask from his ears, laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe even with the mask on. That was so thrilling. Yeah, if we'd been any slower, with Chen Teacher's current popularity, we probably wouldn't have been able to leave that parking lot all night. Don't just talk about me, the Douyin influencer Bingyan has a lot of followers too. Should we keep a tent in the car just in case we run into something like this again? The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter again. Happy times always fly by, even on a wide road. Ling Bingyan deliberately slowed down the car. As the scenery outside the window kept changing, Chen Feng arrived home. Mr. Chen, we're here. Grasping the roof handle, Chen Feng got out of the passenger seat, stretched his legs, and couldn't help but admit that sports cars really weren't suitable for tall people. Chen Feng thought to himself that once the production team of I Am a Singer settled his bill, he should buy a car too. Not having a car was indeed quite inconvenient. If he were to buy one, he'd go for a slightly larger SUV, at least he could sit up straight. Otherwise, hunching over in the seat was really uncomfortable. As Chen Feng got out of the car, Ling Bingyan also stepped out, intending to say goodbye to him. She turned to look at Chen Feng and only then noticed that he was still wearing a glowing Mickey Mouse headpiece. Mr. Chen, the Mickey Mouse ears are still on your head. Unbelievable. If Ling Bingyan hadn't mentioned it, Chen Feng would have walked into the neighborhood with that glowing headpiece, passing by the tall residents taking their dogs for a walk downstairs. What a scene that would have been! Both of them reached out at the same time and removed the Mickey Mouse headpiece from each other's heads. In that moment, Ling Bingyan felt a pang of loneliness deep in her heart, hoping that this moment could last forever. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed her mind. Ling Bingyan tiptoed, removed Chen Feng's headpiece, and quickly moved her face forward, gently touching her lips to Chen Feng's face. Before he could react, Ling Bingyan quickly stepped back and ran back to the car, starting the engine. The roar of the engine was accompanied by a single phrase. Bye, Chen Feng. By the time Chen Feng realized what had happened, Ling Bingyan's car had already driven off. Did she kiss me? Chen Feng reached out and touched the spot where Ling Bingyan's icy red lips had just brushed against him. It was still warm. Back at home, Chen Feng took a shower, then picked up his phone and opened Ling Bingyan's chat interface. Are you home yet? Almost an instant reply. I'm home. Chen Feng smiled. Then, good night. Immediately, Ling Bingyan's profile picture appeared on the screen along with the words good night. He placed his phone aside, closed his eyes, and lay down on the bed. His mind was filled with the scene of Ling Bingyan kissing him when she had just dropped him off at home. Her lips were ice cold, but his cheeks were burning hot. In the villa district of the city, on the second floor of a villa, Ling Bingyan sat by the window, gazing at the moon tonight. The lights were off inside the house. The moon tonight was full, and its light shone through the window, illuminating the room and making it feel romantic rather than dark. Ling Bingyan stared blankly at the moon, lost in thought, as if the moon reflected his figure, the one who had shielded her from the splashing lake water. He must be asleep by now. She flipped through the photos of them together on her phone, over 300 of them. Though none were the kind of intimate couple photos, each one was amusing to look at. Most importantly, they all wore Mickey Mouse headbands and Mickey Mouse t-shirts. As he looked at the photos, he recalled the events of the day at the amusement park, and Ling Bingyan's lips curled upward unconsciously. When did I become such a love-struck fool? But he really does captivate me. This must be what it feels like to be in love. Chapter 74, Another Scandal. The morning sun rose. Chen Feng hadn't gotten out of bed in the apartment. It wasn't until nearly noon that Chen Feng finally woke up, reaching out and fumbling around for a while before finally grasping his phone in his hand. There were over 100 unread messages on his phone. Chen Feng rubbed his eyes. Almost everyone was asking the same question. Are you really with Ling Bingyan? Congratulations. Old cow eating tender grass? Feng good, you're the man, thumbs up. What on earth is going on here? Chen Feng shook his head, and his intelligence gradually regained the upper hand. Could it be? Thinking this, Chen Feng opened his social media feed. Sure enough, he was trending again yet again. Chen Feng and the rumored female student were spotted together at DD Land. Click to open. The first one is a video. Sure enough, it was the young couple I encountered last night. The first scene shows the taillights of Ling Bingyan's sports car, with the license plate number faintly visible. Next, it's the female half of the couple narrating. Hello everyone, I'm Tiancher. I have something important to tell you. Just now at the parking lot of DD Land, my husband and I encountered the influencer Bingyan and Chen Feng. They came to DD Land together. Here's what happened. When my husband called Chen Feng a fair-haired guy, Bingyan confronted us, asking who we were talking about. Here, I apologize to Bingyan and Chen Feng. Chen Feng is not a white-collar guy. But it's confirmed, everyone. Let's wish them well. Chen Feng didn't get angry, instead, he chuckled. I think this girl is pretty straightforward. Chen Feng swiped his finger downward, where the comments kept piling up. It seems Chen Feng really has the potential to be a playboy. If I were that handsome, I'd go after rich women too. Just be together already, don't hide it. I told you he was a playboy when he was with Su Yusin. Look, everyone thinks so. Bing Yan isn't disappointed. Chen Feng never expected that just as the rumors about him and Ling Bingyan had died down, another scandal was brewing. After some thought, Chen Feng sent Ling Bing a message. He received a reply shortly afterward. Mr. Chen, the company wants to use this opportunity to promote the new song, Those Fleeting Years. Chen Feng replied with an OK emoji. It seemed that Ling Bingyan was just as immune to it as he was. In reality, Ling Bingyan was thinking to herself at that moment. This trending topic was real, not just gossip. Since Ling Bingyan doesn't care, why should I? After freshening up, Chen Feng went downstairs to have breakfast. The waiter at the restaurant no longer had the same fiery enthusiasm for him as before. Upon seeing Chen Feng enter, he smiled and greeted him, then immediately brought over the few dishes Chen Feng usually liked. After that, the waiter went to attend to other customers and didn't bother Chen Feng anymore. In others' eyes, he was a big star, but to the restaurant staff, Chen Feng was just a neighbor who loved beef buns. After finishing his meal, he went to the internet cafe to play some games, doing almost everything a single guy would do. The days off were truly better than heaven. No need for luxurious accommodations or extravagant dinners. He simply enjoyed this ordinary, laid-back time wearing a short-sleeved tank top and slippers. Triple kill. Victory. The thrilling voice from the headset had just faded away when Chen Feng's phone rang. It was Susan from Tianxia Media. Hello, Chen Feng, sorry to disturb your vacation. No problem, Susan. What's up? Good news. The payment for I Am a Singer has been settled, totaling 7 million yuan. I wanted to ask which account to transfer it to. I'll send it to you. After hanging up, Chen Feng sent the card number to Susan. He put on his headphones and started another game. A few moments later, his phone screen lit up, indicating the payment had arrived. Chen Feng didn't bother to check and continued battling in the game until the sun set. Chen Feng's wonderful day was about to come to an end. After leaving the internet cafe, Chen Feng glanced at the text message. 7 million yuan had been deposited, plus the money from selling his songs earlier, which was enough for a down payment on a house in Beijing. Actually, this amount was more than enough to buy a basic neat apartment in Beijing. But Chen Feng didn't want the hassle of moving around in the future. He'd rather buy a place of similar size that he could live in permanently. However, in this world, Chen Feng had no idea which neighborhood in Beijing would be more suitable. He searched online for hours but couldn't find anything suitable. Cheaper houses were either in the suburbs or older neighborhoods. The more spacious ones were either too expensive or too far away. How was he supposed to choose? Chen Feng felt his head grow instantly. He suddenly remembered he had a Weibo account and could ask his online friends for advice. Anyway, he hadn't posted anything on his Weibo lately, and it was just sitting there unused. With so many followers, maybe they could offer some good advice. With that in mind, Chen Feng immediately edited a post and posted it. Hello everyone, I have a question. Where in Beijing can I find a house with a good location, affordable price, spacious layout, and the best value for money? After posting it, Chen Feng went to take a shower. He had been engrossed in gaming at the internet cafe all afternoon, so a shower was definitely in order. It was around 8 p.m., and everyone had finished dinner. It was the peak time for online surfing. One of Chen Feng's followers was refreshing his Weibo feed. Suddenly, Chen Feng's profile picture popped up. Chen Feng, who hadn't posted on Weibo in ages, had actually posted something? Was he responding to today's trending topic? Was he really with Ling Bingyan? When he looked closely. What? Where in Beijing is there a house with a good location, affordable price, spacious layout, and the best value for money? What kind of Weibo post is this? Asking questions? Seeking help from netizens? He's actually planning to buy a house? Oh my goodness. Is he planning to marry Ling Bingyan? In China, when a man decides to buy a house, people around him start speculating he must be getting married. Sure enough, it's confirmed. He's responding to this morning's trending topic by buying a house. It seems he's really with Ling Bingyan. In a hurry, he commented on what he thought was a good location in Beijing, then returned to his fan group. Quick, check it out. Chen Feng posted on Weibo. The fan group, which had been idly chatting among themselves, fell silent upon seeing the news from this netizen. Since registering on Weibo, Chen Feng had only posted one post. Everyone was curious about what he had posted today and whether it was a response to the morning's trending topic about him and Ling Bingyan. Everyone was utterly shocked. Chen Feng, who had always been so naive and unaware of the world, was finally responding to a trending topic? However, when everyone clicked on Chen Feng's Weibo post, they were all speechless. What on earth is this? Chapter 75, Buying a House. Buying a house? And you want the best value for money? Don't you have any self-respect? A house that's good in every way is long gone. Chen Feng, let us be neighbors. My place has a great location. Your place costs 100,000 yuan per square meter. How could it not be good? Come to my place. Come to my place. You don't have to buy anything. People want to live with the big influencer Bing Yan. Who would live with you? When Chen Feng stepped out of the bathroom and checked his phone, he was speechless. There were indeed many reasonable opinions. The houses in Wankou are all nice. Big Yuan is also good, but it's a bit expensive. Tong Tian Garden. However, what left Chen Feng speechless was that more netizens believed he was responding to the rumors about him and Ling Bingyan. They were confirming that he and Ling Bingyan were already together. And the netizens all believed that he was buying the house because he was going to marry Ling Bingyan. This was a miscalculation. The more he tried to explain, the worse it got. Sure enough, Chen Feng once again appeared on the trending list. Chen Feng bought a house. This caused the comments under Chen Feng's Weibo post to instantly surpass 50,000, with the numbers still rising. At the same time, messages kept popping up on Chen Feng's phone screen. Ling Bingxue called. Chen Feng, are you buying a house? Why didn't you ask us? Is the apartment too small for you? Chen Feng felt a headache coming on. I just don't think staying in your apartment forever is a long-term solution, so Chen Feng didn't know how to continue. On the other end of the line, Ling Bingxue didn't say anything, her face feeling a bit hot. She fanned her face with her hand. After finding out that Chen Feng was planning to buy a house, she hadn't thought it through and had just wanted to ask him about it. At that moment, she had only one thought: Chen Feng was leaving. He was leaving her. Now, having calmed down a bit, Ling Bingxue realized she had been a bit too hasty. After a moment, Ling Bingxue gave a nervous laugh. If you want to buy a house, of course you can. Take your time and pick one. I want to take advantage of this month when there's not much going on to handle these minor matters. Ling Bingxue replied with an O. She hung up the phone directly, leaving Chen Feng completely baffled. In the days that followed, Chen Feng was busy with the house buying process. During this time, Li Jian, Zhongwei, Ling, and others also helped Chen Feng contact some real estate developers in their own ways. That day, Chen Feng was lying at home when Ling Bingxue's call came in. Hey, Chen Feng, come to the office. The tone was unquestioning, yet tinged with a hint of playfulness and excitement. Ha? Chen Feng asked, what's the matter? I'm on vacation right now. Ling Bingxue said mysteriously, if you don't come, you'll regret it. She hung up the phone and returned to the conference room. Chen Feng will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. In the apartment, Chen Feng freshened up. Since Ling Bingxue had called him, there must be something important. He changed into a different outfit and took a look at himself in the mirror. A t-shirt and jeans, a simple outfit. He took a taxi to Tianxia Group. What? Wankou's endorsement deal? Yes, the endorsement fee I negotiated for you allows you to choose one of their houses. This is a gift from your mother. How about it? Do you like it? Ling Bingxue arched her eyebrows and smiled at Chen Feng. By the way, the people from Wankou are waiting for you in the reception room. You decide what to do. Chen Feng naturally understood Ling Bingxue's intentions and gave her a grateful smile. They're already here, we can't just leave them waiting, right? Don't make us look like we're being difficult. After speaking, Chen Feng gently knocked on the conference room door and walked in with a smile. Gentlemen, we've been waiting for you. Behind him, Susan and Ling Bingxue also entered the reception hall. Although Chen Feng was exceptional in songwriting, composing, and singing, when it came to discussing collaborations, it was essential to have professionals present. As a top-tier agent in the industry, Susan was the best choice for the role. Both parties shook hands with smiles, exchanged sincere greetings, then sat on opposite sides of the table to begin the final negotiations before signing the contract. Little did he know, Chen Feng was sweating profusely. It was a verbal showdown, with Susan and the two representatives from Wankou Group going back and forth, neither giving an inch. Chen Feng felt like a wooden, sitting there with no other purpose than to occupy a seat. Once again, he realized the benefits of having a talent agency. A good agency truly allows artists to focus on their craft without having to worry about the details. Finally, under Susan's relentless pressure, Wankou Group relented. 2 years of endorsement deals were exchanged for a 300 square meter apartment within the second ring road of Beijing. This was a complete surprise for Chen Feng. After all, even in the cheapest areas within the second ring road of Beijing, the price per square meter starts at over 100,000 yuan, meaning a 300 square meter property would cost at least 30 million yuan. During their friendly conversation, Chen Feng roughly understood what he was expected to do. 1. Regularly shoot advertisements for Wankou Group's real estate projects. 2. Attend 5 events per year. 3. Post advertisements promoting Wankou Group on his social media accounts. The remaining details would be outlined in the contract, which Chen Feng would review and follow accordingly. Following that, both parties signed their names on the contract. The cooperation agreement was finalized. Representatives from Wank Group will deliver the keys and construction materials to Tianxia Media shortly. After seeing them off, Ling Bingxue turned around and slowly approached Chen Feng. Speak up. How do you plan to thank me? Mr. Ling's kindness is something I, Chen Feng, will never forget. Even in my next life, I will be your servant to repay your kindness. Chen Feng's words caused those around him to burst into laughter. Ling Bingxue surveyed the crowd. Are none of you working? Immediately, everyone fell silent, as if no one had ever laughed in that room. Then, Ling Bingxue turned to Chen Feng. Bingyan's song is going to be released tomorrow. Remember to help her promote it properly. She tiptoed up and whispered into Chen Feng's ear. To be honest, are you dating my sister? As she asked this, Ling Bingxue felt her heart racing. There were two possible answers, both of which she wanted, yet neither of which she wanted. On one hand, it was her sister's happiness. It was clear that Bingyan really liked Chen Feng. But on the other hand, she felt the same way herself. Chen Feng hadn't expected her to ask him such a sudden question. Didn't Bingyan tell you? Chen Feng asked in return. Tell me? What? Ling Bingxue's heart tightened. Could it be that Chen Feng and Bingyan were really together? Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her gaze became evasive. She felt her breathing grow labored, never having imagined she'd react this strongly. Of course not. We just went to Didi Land the other day. Chapter 76, Release. Phew. Ling Bingxue exhaled deeply. She then changed the subject and talked about other things. When she came out, she happened to run into Ling Bingyan, who had just finished filming a promotional video and was wearing a high school uniform. She was brimming with youthful energy. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Ling Bingyan happily waved her hand, her expression and mannerisms resembling those of a little girl, completely different from how she usually behaved in front of others. After pulling Chen Feng into her own private office, Ling Bingyan puckered her lips, looking in a good mood. Chen Feng smiled in response. Why the pout? Are you nervous about tomorrow's song release? Seeing Ling Bingyan sigh, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. Why do all the Ling family members like to sigh? Mr. Chen, you might not know since you're on vacation at home, but originally, after finishing the music video recording today, the song was supposed to be released next week on July 20th. However, Dai Yutong from Xinguan Media also wants to release her song on the same day. Plus, with the rumors about us, the company decided to release the song tonight. The MV was just finished filming, and rushing it out like this makes me worry about the quality. After all, this is my first song, and I don't want it to be so hasty. Chen Feng finally realized there was another reason the song was being released today. He comforted her, it's okay. Let's go with the company's plan. Releasing the music video later won't be a problem. The company has so many artists, they'll help promote it for you. Ling Bingyan bit her lip. There's nothing we can do now. I'm so frustrated. I'll just post an update on Weibo and Douyin tonight. Whoever likes it can listen to it. After all, it's just a movie theme song, meant to support the film. It's a shame for all the effort Mr. Chen put into it. She had already given up on the situation. Chen Feng shook his head, thinking to himself, I have plenty of songs like this in my head, but I can't tell her that. It's okay. I'll write another one for you later. It'll be simple. Chen Feng believed this song could touch many people. Mr. Chen, I heard that Wanka Group is here to discuss an endorsement deal? Chen Feng hummed in response. Recalling the intense confrontation between Susan and Wanko earlier, Chen Feng still felt amazed. He vividly recounted the scene to Ling Bingyan. Even people passing by outside could hear the occasional laughter coming from the office. The two chatted for about half an hour. Chen Feng left Ling Bingyan's office and returned to his own. Since he was already there, he might as well help Ling Bingyan with something. After some thought, the only thing he could do was help promote Ling Bingyan on Weibo and Douyin. With his substantial following, he might be able to assist her. He propped his phone on the desk and began speaking into the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng. It's been a while. The real estate recommendations you all shared last time were very helpful. I'll let you know once I've chosen a place. Now, on to the main topic. I wrote the lyrics and composed the music for a song called Those Fleeting Years, performed by Ling Bingyan. It will be released on a major music platform tonight at 8 p.m. If you're tired of hearing me sing, go check out her ethereal voice. Trust me, it'll give you a whole new experience. Everyone, go check it out. Chen Feng took a look at the video he had recorded and was fairly satisfied. He checked the time, it was already 5 p.m., with less than 3 hours left before the song was set to drop. He opened Weibo and Douyin and uploaded the same video to both platforms. He clicked send. After seeing the successful message, Chen Feng stepped out of the office, greeted everyone, and strolled out of the company, heading toward his home. Weibo has been updated. Updated. A loud exclamation erupted in the fan group, immediately sparking heated discussions among the fans. It's updated again. Chen Feng has been posting pretty frequently on Weibo lately. Ha ha ha, what's he buying today? Ha ha ha, it must be time to buy furniture. Let's go check it out. Let's go. Everyone excitedly gathered around Chen Feng's Weibo, only to be stunned. Despite their confusion, they still had smiles on their faces. It was actually a music video. And it wasn't their own song. It was Ling Bingyan's song. At the same time, Ling Bingyan's Weibo also featured a promotion for those years. When we were young, we always did things that hurt each other. In the end, we were all desperate because we knew that the only thing left to save each other was to part ways. When we were young, we were indifferent at the beginning and shared the same feelings at the end. But as we grew up and matured, we avoided the naive hurts, yet we also missed the courage to begin. This is my first single, Those Fleeting Years. I hope you all like it. Ling Bingyan glanced at her Weibo feed and found no typos. She didn't want to look at anything else. Even now, she couldn't figure out why the company Woon let her release her song at the same time as Dai Yutong to compete with them. This song is so great. Now she's in such a mess. Even though she has millions of fans, her influence is just a drop in the bucket. Just as she was about to log out of Weibo, she suddenly noticed that the number of comments on her post had skyrocketed. Ha! Comments already? Quick, Chen Feng's girlfriend posted a song. I told you they were together. He is even promoting his little wife. She's so beautiful. Wow, a cold and elegant fairy. I'll listen to the song later, leave a comment first. Please, just make it official already. I'll support you all the way. Guys, I finally understand what they mean by a perfect match. It's not too late, I just found out too. More and more people were flooding into Ling Bingyan's Weibo, which left her speechless. And everyone was talking about Chen Feng. Could it be? Ling Bingyan tapped a few times on her phone and entered Chen Feng's Weibo. It was indeed true. Chen Feng's latest Weibo post featured a self-recorded video. From the background, it was clear that it was recorded in his own office. Seeing the words he spoke in the video, Ling Bingyan felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. The song was released precisely at 8 p.m. It immediately sparked a wave of excitement. Before she knew it, Ling Bingyan's fan count had increased by over 1 million. Most of these new fans were originally Chen Feng's fans, but this wouldn't affect the actual data for Those Fleeting Years. The song is out. The song is out. Let's go. I don't believe Chen Feng's every song is that good. Are you a real fan or a fake one? I'll give it a listen and see what kind of masterpiece he's come up with this time. Do we have to be so sarcastic now? He got caught dating and didn't even respond. I'm so angry. Icefong CP, I'm shipping them. Calling friends and spreading the news. Fans aren't short on a few bucks, they're typing in passwords and clicking buy on their screens. Chapter 77, Exploding Popularity. Those Fleeting Years began to surge on the new song popularity chart. Like a high-speed train, it took only half an hour for Those Fleeting Years to enter the top 10, ranking 10th. In the conference room of Tianxia Media, Ling Bingxue, Ling Bingyan, and Susan, along with other company veterans, were all present. Everyone stared at the screen in disbelief. It's already this fast. This was definitely a viral sensation. Susan was busy making calls, contacting various agents and instructing them to have their artists post on Weibo and repost Ling Bingyan's promotional posts. Originally, everyone had assumed that such a sudden release would be lackluster. After all, this was Ling Bingyan's debut song. Though it was excellent, it still paled in comparison to established superstars like Dai Yutong. Therefore, the company decided to stay out of the spotlight and avoid releasing songs on the same day as her. Since they were avoiding her, they wanted to do it thoroughly. They contacted Star Crown Media and arranged to release the song before they started their promotion, so the two companies wouldn't clash. So tonight, aside from Ling Bingyan and Chen Feng, only the cast members of the TV series Those Years shared the song's promotional post. Unexpectedly, this ended up trending on social media. Upon recognizing the significant benefits involved, senior executives of the group immediately convened a meeting and subsequently communicated the meeting's directives to all subsidiaries. We must capitalize on this momentum, launch a comprehensive promotional campaign, and strive to use this trending topic to launch several new artists. In the days that followed, artists from Tianxia Media flocked to Ling Bingyan's Weibo to comment and repost her posts. Their fans followed suit, rallying behind their favorite stars to support Ling Bingyan's new song. For a time, Ling Bingyan's comments section became a gathering place for rising stars and newcomers. The new song's chart position moved up another spot, reaching the top 7. The number of comments quickly surpassed 200,000 and continued to rise. It's so beautiful, absolutely stunning. I still remember that line, I have no regrets about where my dreams have taken me, only that they were too fleeting. Interpreting Chen Feng's lyrics is a pleasure, and listening to Chen Feng's arrangements is a joy that fills the soul. Paired with Ling Bingyan's vocals, it's like a brushstroke painting, with real scenes unfolding before your eyes. This voice is so pure and noble. I smiled for you in this fleeting life, but it was a mistake that cost me my youth. The years have passed, and I dare not look back. 4 years of dreams have come to nothing. Wow, you even wrote a poem. Without some literary flair, I wouldn't dare comment. I've been holding back, but I can't help but say it's brilliant. In the conference room, everyone was still discussing the next steps, but the first female lead had already pulled a chair over to the window. She gazed out at the bustling concrete jungle below. Thinking about that man. Her thumb occasionally tapped her phone, and every time the screen dimmed, she would tap it once. As if she were waiting for something. He shouldn't be asleep yet, what could he be doing? Would he listen to this song? But he already heard it many times, and the most successful recording was with his help. After thinking for a while, Ling Bingyan opened the chat interface with Chen Feng on her phone. What are you doing? Soon, Chen Feng's name turned into typing. Ling Bingyan's eyes lit up. Listening to your new song, thinking about ordering some takeout. Sitting by the bed, Chen Feng replied to Ling Bingyan before continuing to browse the food delivery app. This looks good, that looks good too. After flipping through a few options, none of them seemed quite right. Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated, and Chen Feng opened the message. Come downstairs in a bit. I'll treat you to a late night snack. It's so late, don't bother. I'm already on my way. Alright. Ling Bingyan wasn't lying. When she saw Chen Feng ordering takeout, she got up without hesitation and said to everyone in the meeting room. I'll be right back. Without waiting for anyone's response, she pushed open the door and walked out. She looked like a little bird. Ling Bingxue cast a lingering glance at the door. Let us ignore her and continue the meeting. Indeed, as a tool, Ling Bingyan had no meaningful opinions to contribute to the meeting. She was just sitting there listening. Or waiting for her older sister, Ling Bingxue, to finish work and go home together. However, now that she had her own matters to attend to, she naturally wouldn't stay in the meeting room listening to the boring proceedings. Just let her know if there are any new decisions. Soon, the two of them met up. What would you like to eat, Mr. Chen? I'll treat you. I don't know. Then come with me. Let us go to my favorite Xinjiang noodle place. Alright. The sports car slowly drove out of the residential area, heading toward the late-night snack shop that Ling Bingyan loved. On the way, Ling Bingyan drove while glancing at Chen Feng through the right rearview mirror. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was boredly flipping through his phone. Mr. Chen, why did you think of promoting me? Chen Feng looked up. You're both my student and my colleague. Helping you out is only natural. Ling Bingyan's heart sank, and her expression turned icy. Is that all? Chen Feng suddenly recalled the day they returned from Didi Land, when she had kissed him at the entrance. But he was a divorced man, and she was still a young girl in her prime. She fell silent for a moment. Yes. Those fleeting years, it's such a beautiful song. I was just recommending this lovely song to everyone. Otherwise, what if they don't discover this song for a long time? Then the netizens would be at a loss. Chen Feng had spent ages coming up with this awkward excuse. The words didn't make sense. But Ling Bingyan could tell that Chen Feng was trying to cover something up. Her lips curled upward even more, clearly indicating that he was trying to hide something. Is Mr. Chen feeling shy? It seemed she had already entered his heart. Thinking this, Ling Bingyan's earlobes flushed slightly, turning a delicate pink. However, the car was dimly lit, and Chen Feng did not notice her blushing expression. Ling Bingyan smiled. She was beautiful. Under the flickering streetlights, the words pure desire were perfectly reflected in her expression. Chen Feng couldn't take his eyes off her. Are all the daughters of the Ling family this beautiful? Upon entering the noodle shop, Ling Bingyan ordered an extra spicy portion, while Chen Feng opted for a mildly spicy one. It was his first time trying Xinjiang rice noodles, and he was afraid that the spiciness would overpower the original flavor of the noodles. As for Ling Bingyan, she might have been trying to mask the flush on her face with the spiciness. Although it was late at night, the late-night snack shop was still quite crowded. The two of them ate their noodles in silence, while a few girls dressed like students sat nearby. Quick, girls, I bought that song. Play it, play it. Don't use headphones, play it on speaker so we can hear it too. The conversation between the few people was clearly heard by Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan. They too became curious what song could be making these girls so excited. Chapter 78, The Uncomfortable Su Yusen. Those hurried years of ours. How many times have we said that? After saying goodbye, we kept delaying. Unfortunately, no one was there. Love wasn't just a single moment. The eloquence of the 7 emotions. As soon as the intro of the song began, Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan knew that these girls were listening to those years. Put. Cough 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 cough. Chen Feng didn't know what happened, he choked on his noodles. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten much and quickly covered his mouth, otherwise he might have sprayed Ling Bingyan's face. The girls gave the couple a disdainful glance before continuing to listen to the song. Bingyan's voice is really beautiful. If only I had such a beautiful voice. Don't dream. You'd better study math, language, and foreign languages. Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan didn't know that there were many more groups like theirs, discussing the song those years in a similar manner. That's ridiculous. Does this guy have no weaknesses at all? He's not good at that. Wow, but he's never responded to it either. You should ask, what has he responded to? Divorce, rumors, new songs? Well, he did respond to the matter with Bingyan, right? They're already planning to buy a house. Is it possible that he doesn't have enough money for the house, so his girlfriend is releasing another song to cover the costs? Now that you mention it, I get it. I bought this song to help Chen Feng buy a house? Exactly. The buzz is heating up again. The online world is so terrifying, people parrot each other while adding their own twists. That's how rumors start. Chen Feng didn't have enough money to buy a house, so he released a new song to make up the difference. But it must be said that the lyrics of Those Hurried Years, paired with Ling Bingyan's voice, are a direct hit to the hearts of countless middle-aged people. If we meet again, can we not have red eyes? Can we still blush? Just like that hurried year. Carve forever together. Such a beautiful lie. If the past is still worth cherishing, don't let the past be forgotten too quickly. Who would willingly accept this? We have no ties or obligations to each other. We owe each other. Otherwise, what would we have to reminisce about? The chorus brought tears to countless eyes. In fact, Dai Yutong, the lead singer of Xinguan Media, is no exception. Alone at the small bar counter in her home, a crystal glass holds dark red wine. She had no comments on the song, but her fingers couldn't help but click play again, not knowing how many times she had already done so. She continued drinking the wine and listening to the song. On her screen, next to the song title, Those Fleeting Years, there was a small red heart she had manually clicked. On the other side of the room, Fang Wen-san was also at home, holding his phone and listening to Those Fleeting Years. It was indeed a great song. Ling Bingyan's vocals were highly skilled, and Chen Feng's lyrics and melody were as unparalleled as ever. This duo is challenging their own status and that of Dai Yutong in the music industry. Fang Wen-san couldn't help but smile. She's truly a worthy opponent worth giving my all for. Has he written another song? Though she asked this out loud, Su Yusin had long since grown accustomed to it. Chen Feng's songwriting speed was like an assembly line already in motion in a factory. The same high standards, the same high quality, and the same widespread acclaim. She regretted more and more why she had divorced him, as if she were a billionaire who had lost everything and had to start over from scratch. It was laughable. Every time Chen Feng trended on social media, it felt like a knife twisting in Su Yusin's heart. He makes it to the trending list so easily, releasing a song gets him there, taking his students to an amusement park gets him there, and even asking people where to buy a house gets him there. Now, helping a student write a song has once again made him trending. It's as if everyone is watching every detail of his life. They watch what time he wakes up, what time he brushes his teeth, what time he goes to work. Meanwhile, her company has gone to great lengths to pair her with a young heartthrob, but after a few days of activities together, it only trended briefly. The last time he was close to trending was when he shared the stage with Chen Feng to receive an award. In the Mu Entertainment conference room, Su Yusin couldn't hear a single word of what was being said during the meeting. All she wanted was to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, not wanting to endure such humiliation anymore. Yusin, Yusin. Su Yusin was snapped back to reality by Zhou Qing calling her. Yusin, are you okay? Su Yusin shook her head slightly without responding. Zhou Qing gave Su Yusin a complicated look and said, Mango TV will be launching a new show soon called Sisters Who Brave the Wind and Waves. I've already contacted the production team. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Su Yusin nodded, stood up, and said, I'm not feeling well. If there are no assignments recently, I'd like to go home and rest for a while so I can focus on the new show. Zhou Qing glanced at his assistant, who shook his head, indicating that Su Yusin had no upcoming shoots. Zhou Qing turned back. Alright, you can go back first. I'll contact you later. As Su Yusin walked out without looking back, someone nearby asked, Sister Zhou, what about? Zhou Qing flipped through the materials in her hands. Let's leave it at that for now. She doesn't seem in a good state, and there's no notice. There's not much she can do at the company. Let her rest for a few days, then we'll arrange some gossip for her again. The others nodded and jotted it down in their notebooks. Alright, let's continue the meeting. Contact a few marketing accounts and handle. On her way home, Su Yusin felt very confused. She took out her phone to send a message to Chen Feng, but after flipping through it for a while, she couldn't find the profile picture that had once been so familiar to her. Only then did she remember. At the time of their divorce, she had deleted him from her phone to make a clean break. She dug out Chen Feng's number from her phone, hesitated for a moment, and finally dialed his number. Chen Feng, who was eating rice noodles with Ling Bingyan, noticed his phone vibrating on the table. Though it was just a string of numbers, that sequence was etched into his mind. Chen Feng looked at the phone but didn't intend to answer it. Ling Bingyan looked at Chen Feng in confusion, then looked at the phone in confusion. She didn't understand why Chen Feng wasn't answering the call. Looking at the last 4 digits of the number, it didn't seem like a spam call. After a moment, the phone didn't seem to be hanging up. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment. He took the phone and walked toward the door. Hello? It's me. I know. Chen Feng, are you okay? Is something wrong? Chen Feng had nothing to say to the woman who had divorced him. He answered the call solely out of concern that something might have happened to her. I'm fine. I just wanted to ask how you've been lately. I'm fine. You saw it on the trending topics. Chen Feng's tone was icy. From the moment he moved out of the villa, Su Yusun's name had been erased from his heart forever. Chapter 79. Can't you write me a song? Over the phone, Su Yusun's voice hesitated noticeably. Having been with Chen Feng for so many years, Su Yusun naturally knew his personality well. This was also one of the reasons she had never called Chen Feng before. Back when Chen Feng had to choose between fame and fortune, Su Yusun had already anticipated this outcome. But now she desperately needed Chen Feng's help. Even a song he casually threw her could make her famous. Swallowing hard, Su Yusun asked, "Can we get back together?" Chen Feng snorted coldly. "Are you joking? Never mind, I'll hang up." On the other end of the line, Su Yusun's anxious voice could be heard. "Don't hang up. I still love you. Why can't you give me another chance?" "Love me? Opportunity? In the 3 years we've been married, how many days have you spent at home? Between my career and yours, which one did you choose? Now you're asking me where the opportunity is?" Su Yusun's voice clearly betrayed a hint of guilt. "I did it all for this family. Say that to your company people. I've got things to do. I'll hang up now." Su Yusun's words had completely exhausted Chen Feng's last shred of patience. He pressed the red button on the screen and prepared to go out for a late-night snack. Buzz, buzz. Su Yusun's phone rang again. "Chen Feng, I want one of your songs. Any price is fine, you name it." Chen Feng sneered inwardly, finally speaking his true thoughts. Chen Feng wasn't a pushover. His mind only needed a moment to grasp Su Yusun's true intentions. She wanted a song from him. If he couldn't write songs, the current Su Yusun wouldn't even bother calling him. She'd probably pretend not to recognize him even if they passed each other on the street. Thinking this, Chen Feng asked, "That's your real motive, isn't it?" With her mask torn off, Su Yusun's voice no longer sounded as delicate as before. It began to take on her usual cold and arrogant tone. "Chen Feng, I think you shouldn't view everyone else so pragmatically. We've been friends for so many years, can't I even ask you for a song? Once you've made a choice, you have to take responsibility for it. Have you ever considered that if we hadn't divorced, you'd be the one singing these songs?" After Chen Feng finished speaking, there was no sound on the other end of the phone. After a moment, he finally spoke. 5 million. 5 million for your song. That's almost the ceiling price in this industry. I want to sell it." After saying that, Chen Feng hung up the phone again and blocked the number. Su Yusun's phone could no longer be reached. Chen Feng. Those years was back in the spotlight, with comments flooding in and sales skyrocketing. The next morning, people woke up to see the trending topic on Weibo and clicked into Ling Bingyan's Weibo. Ling Bingyan's stunning looks and ethereal voice piqued the curiosity of netizens. After listening to a clip she uploaded, almost everyone didn't hesitate and immediately went to the music platform to purchase it. How many times did we say those fleeting years? After saying goodbye, we kept delaying. If we can't meet again with red eyes, can we still blush? Just like that hurried year. Carve forever together. Such a beautiful rumor. No matter how many times I hear it, it's the same. I still want to hear it again. It's just too beautiful. It used to be a 3-song loop, now it's 4. Me too, me too. Chen Feng's 3 songs were already so emotional, and now with this one, those fleeting years, how am I supposed to go on? I cry every time I listen to it. Bingyan's voice is so beautiful. I've never heard her sing before. You're out of the loop, aren't you? Bingyan is Chen Feng's student at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. His song It's Not You was performed live in Bingyan's livestream. They're a couple. Yeah, but they haven't made it public yet. It's no surprise that netizens always steer the conversation toward topics they're passionate about, but even so, it doesn't detract from their love for the song Those Fleeting Years. Those Fleeting Years, sung by Ling Bingyan, gives the first impression of being as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, faintly visible yet powerful. At that moment, Ling Bingyan was at home applying a face mask. In her eyes, everything she needed to do was already done. Since the song was written and composed by Chen Feng, she wouldn't be afraid no matter what. In her heart, anything produced by Chen Feng is guaranteed to be top-notch. When she arrived at the office in the morning, everyone looked at Ling Bingyan with excitement. "Good morning, Bingyan. You look even more beautiful today. Bingyan, can you sign a few autographs for me when you're not busy? I want to keep them as keepsakes. Bingyan, quick, take a photo with me, you're a big star now." Ling Bingyan could sense that the way people looked at her in the company had clearly changed. Before, people were nice to her because she was the daughter of the chairman of Tianxia Group and the younger sister of Ling Bingxue. Now, people looked at Ling Bingyan with kindness because she was the singer of Those Fleeting Years on the trending charts and the future big star. "Here she comes, Bingyan." Susan walked out of her office carrying a laptop, presumably heading to a meeting. Upon seeing Ling Bingyan, she stopped in her tracks and said excitedly, "Did you know? Those Fleeting Years has made it into the top 5 of the new song chart. It might just replicate Chen Feng's legendary success. Although it will get harder with each new chart position, with Chen Feng's lyrics in your voice, nothing is impossible. In the end, it will definitely follow in the footsteps of Chen Feng's 3 songs, moving from the new song chart to the best-selling chart. That's where the true test of a song's strength lies. No wonder she's Susan. Her market analysis skills are truly impressive. Over the next few days, those fleeting years remained firmly in the top 5 of the new song chart, but it didn't rise any further. This was expected, as after Chen Feng's 3 songs swept the charts, the overall quality of Mandarin pop songs had noticeably improved. Everyone began to deliberately imitate Chen Feng's musical style in their songwriting. This led to a flourishing of diverse styles on the new song chart for a time. As a song that had just been released, those fleeting years faced significant challenges in immediately reaching the top of the new song chart in such a competitive environment. As the most authoritative chart in the Chinese music industry, Huaxia Music has an official background and is strictly managed. Attempts to manipulate rankings through fake accounts or malicious comments are virtually impossible. Once detected, the only outcome is account suspension, and since each person can only register one account, being suspended means being permanently banned from the Chinese music industry. However, while the song did not see any improvement in its position on the new releases chart, it firmly held the top spot on the real-time sales chart compared to other songs released during the same period. Chapter 80. Here Comes the Masked Singer. It must be said that Tianxia Media acted swiftly. Upon discovering that those fleeting years had taken the music scene by storm on the first night, the music video for the song was released during prime time the following day. The promotional efforts were further intensified, and in recent days, Ling Bingyan's image has been featured on the covers of major music platforms. The film Those Years is set to premiere during the National Day holiday at major cinemas. As the singer of the theme song and the group's future rising star, how could Ling Bingyan be absent from the promotional lineup? These days, she's been kept busy with promotional activities across the country. What are you doing? Upon returning to the hotel, Ling Bingyan collapsed onto the bed without even taking off her shoes. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Feng. Soon, she received Chen Feng's reply. Playing games. Ling Bingyan pouted. Alright, go ahead and play. Thinking Chen Feng was too busy to tend to himself, Ling Bingyan put down her phone and took a hot shower. Half an hour later, she emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. If any guy had seen this sensual scene, those 5 words would undoubtedly pop into his mind. A beauty emerging from the bath. Then blood would gush from his nose. Ling Bingyan picked up her phone and saw a message. She opened it to find it was Chen Feng's reply. And it was sent immediately after she had finished speaking. Busy day, must be tired. Do you have any promotions tomorrow? He was supposed to be playing games, right? I heard that guys who are obsessed with games don't have time to pay attention to others. Why did he reply to me? Thinking of this, Ling Bingyan's face, still damp with water droplets, flushed with a blush. She wiped her still damp hands on the towel wrapped around her body and eagerly tapped the phone screen. I just finished taking a shower. I have to go to another city for a promotional event tomorrow. Soon, Chen Feng's reply was sent to Ling Bingyan's phone. Promoting yourself more is a good thing. With your current popularity, if you put in a little more effort, you might just make it to the top tier. Chen Feng's message came back, and Ling Bingyan gave a playful smile. Everyone says not to disturb a guy who's playing a game. Are you going to get annoyed if I keep sending you messages? Chen Feng took advantage of the game's loading time to furiously tap his phone screen. Woman, it seems you've never seen my lightning-fast typing speed. She had expected him to say something romantic, but instead, he said that. Ling Bingyan pouted. Suddenly, she didn't feel like talking to him anymore. Time to sleep, good night. After sending those words, Ling Bingyan exited the chat interface and went to scroll through some interesting short videos. Chen Feng glanced at his phone. Going to sleep already? Must be too tired. He quickly replied with good night and put on his headphones, continuing to battle in the valley. Ling Bingyan flew to another city early the next morning to continue promoting Those Years. As she had said herself, she was very busy, extremely busy. As someone who had just graduated from school, she wasn't used to this hectic lifestyle yet. Her schedule was packed, and she didn't even have time to try the local specialties in each city. In recent days, the trending searches for the song The Year We Met had disappeared, but those for the movie The Year We Met had climbed to the top of the page. On some movie platforms, the anticipation for The Year We Met is exceptionally high. On one hand, it features a star-studded cast of talented actors, and on the other, Ling Bingyan's song captures the bittersweet memories of adolescence that resonate deeply with audiences. Before I knew it, those fleeting years had climbed to the top 3 of the new song charts. At the same time, another new song has quickly entered the top 10 of the new song charts. The song, titled Single Ticket, was written and composed by Fong Wonsan and performed by Dai Yutong. Chen Feng no longer pays much attention to these developments. Whether someone makes it to the trending list or not has nothing to do with him, as long as he doesn't end up there himself. Especially when his name is mentioned alongside Ling Bingyan's. Before he knew it, it was the eve of the premiere of The Masked Singer. A tall, dashing young man walked swiftly toward the airport, accompanied by a girl with pink hair and a graceful figure. Hurry up and go through security. We're going to be late. Hurry up. You had to try on clothes. Oh, don't blame me. These two are Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue. Before leaving, Ling Bingxue passed by a mirror and noticed that her outfit didn't match the hat she was wearing today. However, she really loved the hat, so, being someone with mild OCD, she went back to the wardrobe, picked and chose again, and finally put together an outfit for the day. Fortunately, the two of them were lucky enough to make it through the VIP security checkpoint just in time. Originally, Susan, Ling Bingshue's agent, was supposed to accompany them, but for some reason, Ling Bingxue must have said something to her, and she suddenly changed her mind and decided to go alone the next day to meet up with them later. Along the way, amid bumps and arguments, the two arrived at the city where Jiangnan Satellite TV is located. Hangzhou City. As soon as they exited the airport, Chen Feng dialed the number director Cheisha had sent him. It was a young woman asking him to wait a moment. A few minutes later, one or two business cars pulled up near Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue. With the sound of the door opening, a girl who appeared to be around Ling Bingshue's age stepped out. Her face was filled with a warm smile. Chen Feng, Xia Shuer, it's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm the assistant director of The Masked Singer and have been assigned by the production team to assist you both. Just call me Xiao Wang. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue exchanged a glance and nodded. Xiao Wang enthusiastically loaded their luggage into the trunk and then helped them into the second row of the business car. After closing the door, she took the passenger seat. She looked every inch the professional assistant. Here's the thing, gentlemen. Once we arrive at the hotel, we'll need you to put on a special headpiece. Don't worry, this headgear was specially designed and customized by our production team and won't cause any discomfort. Chen Feng nodded. It seemed that Xiao Wang had probably dealt with many difficult celebrities before, which was why she explained everything in such detail. Xiao Wang continued, once you put on the headgear, please do not speak. There are many paparazzi outside the hotel, and we don't want to reveal your identities. As he spoke, Xiao Wang handed out the itinerary to Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue, one each. Chen Feng flipped through the itinerary. It was simple. Tomorrow they would go to the TV station's recording studio to discuss with the music teacher and practice singing. The competition is the day after tomorrow. The car arrived at the underground parking lot of a luxury hotel near the Jiangnan TV station. After a few turns, the car arrived at the elevator entrance in a corner. Staff members were already waiting at the entrance. One person was holding an angel's headpiece, while two others, one of whom had a huge tiger headpiece blocking their face. Chen Feng sighed wryly, I bet the angel mask isn't for me, is it? Chapter 81, what? No song? Mr. Chen, you're really smart. That mask is for Miss Xia Shuer. Alright, Chen Feng scratched his head, realizing that Xiao Wang hadn't gotten his joke or maybe he just wasn't funny. The door of the business car opened, and a group of staff members surrounded it, holding up large cloths to block the view from all sides. Because as soon as the business car came to a stop, a bunch of journalists with cameras and microphones suddenly appeared out of nowhere, eager to capture the latest scoop who was attending the show. Some wanted to post the footage online to gain attention and traffic, while others hoped to negotiate terms and prices with the production team. Since Ling Bingshue's angel mask could be worn directly, it was extremely convenient. Under the escort of the on-site staff, Ling Bingxue got out of the car first and entered the elevator. Next was Chen Feng. The tiger headpiece was large but very cute, resembling a cartoon tiger design, similar to the one seen on New Year's couplets. It had a round head and a cheerful face. Since the headpiece was too large to wear inside the car, but there was a risk of being surrounded by journalists if worn outside. Everyone thought for a moment and came up with a solution. They positioned the opening of the headpiece toward the door of the business car. When Chen Feng got out of the car, he aligned his head with the headpiece, slipped his neck inside, and then stepped out. This. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. Although the action resembled a certain green animal, he couldn't think of a better solution. These are the rules set by others. Since we're here, we have to follow them. With that in mind, Chen Feng clenched his teeth. Let's go! Several staff members, seeing that Chen Feng had agreed, aligned the tiger head's neck with the business vehicle Chen Feng was sitting in. Chen Feng crouched on the SUV, stretching his neck to fit his head into the tiger headpiece. With the assistance of several staff members, he safely entered the elevator. The group stood silently in the elevator as Chen Feng gradually grew accustomed to the headpiece. It had a certain tech-savvy feel to it. At least, despite wearing such a large headpiece, he didn't feel stuffy or weighed down. Under the staff's guidance, Chen Feng entered his room. Alright, sir, you can take off the headpiece now, but remember not to leave the room. There are reporters outside. After giving a few more instructions, the staff member left Chen Feng's room. He exchanged a few messages with Ling Bingxue. There was nothing he could do. The production team wouldn't let him leave, so he could only communicate via messages. I'm on the 19th floor. Which floor are you on? Chen Feng glanced at the label on the door card. Room 2030. Ha ha ha, you're actually above me. I'm in 1930. The production team arranged it. I can't do anything about it. Chen Feng was about to say something when Ling Bingshue's message came through again. Chen Feng, promise me one thing, okay? Chen Feng was puzzled. From the tone of her message, it seemed like she had something important to say. Could it be an emergency? Just say it. I'll do whatever I can. Can you stop ting on my head, huh? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. After all that, it turned out to be about this. What's wrong with you? Chen Feng replied immediately. I can't, I'll go sit in the bathroom right now. Ha 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 ha. As the two were laughing, a knock on the door sounded. Chen Feng replied to Ling Bingxue. Someone's knocking on the door. I'll have to go now. Chen Feng then went to the door and peered through the peephole to see Director Cheja standing outside. He opened the door. Chen Feng, it's been a long time. Director Che. Chen Feng replied with a smile. You've gotten even more handsome, young man. I'm here for two reasons. First, to bring you some food, and second, to explain the rules of the show. Cheja entered the room, sat down on his own, and gestured to the young man who had come with him. Xiao Wang placed a bag on the table. Mr. Chen, there are 4 dishes and a soup inside. If you don't like it, let me know later. Chen Feng nodded and sat down on the bed across from Cheja. Go ahead, Director Che. Alright, Xiao Wang should have already informed you. We'll have a rehearsal with the music teacher tomorrow, and recording will begin the day after tomorrow. However, you don't need to get up too early the day after tomorrow, as our program airs in the evening. We'll just have another rehearsal in the afternoon. Chen Feng nodded and waited for Cheja to continue. The show will be broadcast live in its entirety. This is the rule set by Huaxia Music, the industry leader, for our music variety shows. No pre-recorded segments, no audio editing, and no lip-syncing. Chen Feng already knew all this, but Cheja emphasized it anyway. Then he continued, there will be 500 audience members in the venue who will vote on the performances, and several other superstars will serve as judges. As for who the judges are, you'll find out yourself the day after tomorrow. I won't say more about it. But there is one thing I must stress, you must create a buzz for yourself. Understand? Because this directly affects your chances of being revived in the end. Chen Feng naturally understood that this was almost identical to the show from his previous life. Just don't act as clueless as you did at the award ceremony. At this point, Cheja laughed. By the way, what song are you going to sing? Chen Feng replied, if everything goes smoothly, I'll stick with an original song. Cheja's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had invited Chen Feng here specifically to encourage him to create more original works on this stage. After all of Chen Feng's original works were high-quality songs. He also wanted to use Chen Feng's original songs to make this show a hit. However, Cheja couldn't possibly say that. A show relies on the artists participating to build its reputation. If that were the case, there would be no suspense at all. A program with no suspense wouldn't attract widespread attention or gain popularity. Good. You've got potential, young man. Do you have a song title? Let me see it. Cheja stood up and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Chen Feng shook his head. I haven't thought of one yet. What? Cheja, who had been in a good mood, was stunned, and the smiling Xiao Wang beside him also stopped laughing. Tomorrow they were supposed to go to the TV show for an audition, and he still didn't have a song? Are they here to make a joke? Are they trying to ruin the show? Chen Feng saw Cheja's shocked expression and immediately realized he must have misunderstood him. Don't worry, Director Che. I'll send it to you tonight. Chen Feng's legend wasn't unfamiliar to Cheja, but he still felt that the exaggerated parts in the stories were probably more exaggerated than the truth. He stared into Chen Feng's eyes and noticed that they were sparkling with confidence, showing no signs of evasion. Could he really write a song of such high quality in such a short time? Cheja considered it with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. He decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. If it didn't work out, he could always sing songs like Mode Dance Hall or Those Fleeting Years, which he had written but hadn't performed in public. Thinking this, Cheja felt a little more at ease. Though he didn't really believe in Chen Feng's abilities, having a backup plan made him less worried. Alright, go ahead and eat first. I won't disturb your work here. I'll go check on the others. Chapter 82, Singing Jiangnan on Jiangnan TV. After Cheja left, Chen Feng picked up his phone and sent a message to Ling Bingxue. Director Che just came by to discuss the rules and song selection. Soon, Ling Bingxue replied. Director Che is on his way to my place. Chen Feng put down his phone and leaned back for a moment. There were simply too many songs in his head, and he couldn't decide which one to sing. Jia Luan's? Jun Jia's? Thinking of Junjie, Chen Feng suddenly had an idea. Since he was here at Jiangnan TV to host a show, he might as well sing Jiangnan. As a song that had once been wildly popular in every street and alley in his previous life, writing the lyrics and melody for this song came naturally to Chen Feng. An hour later, after some revisions, the sheet music for Jiangnan was complete. He hummed it twice in his room and felt that he was in great form. Alright, this is the one. Chen Feng took a photo of the sheet music with his phone and sent it to Chasia. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. Chen Feng opened it. It was Chasia returning. As soon as the door opened, Chasia's excited voice could be heard. Bro, what's the name of this song? Jiangnan? Those with a keen ear could tell that Chasia was in a good mood, as he had changed the way he addressed Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded mechanically. Right. Chasia glanced at the desk in Chen Feng's room and saw the sheet music lying quietly on it. Could you make a copy of the sheet music for me? I'll show it to the music teachers at the band. By the way, this is the music director, Mr. Liang Xiaobai. As he spoke, a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance, wearing a casual suit and gold-rimmed glasses, stepped out from behind Chasia. He stepped forward, extended his hand to Chen Feng, and spoke in a Hong Kong accented Mandarin. Hello there. Chen Hong, I'm Liang Xiaobai. Nice to meet you. Chen Feng immediately shook hands with Liang Xiaobai. As a senior figure in the music industry, Chen Feng showed him great respect. Nice to meet you, Mr. Liang Xiaobai. Liang Xiaobai had a straightforward personality and didn't bother with formalities. He pointed directly at the sheet music on the table and asked, "Can I take a look at that?" Chen Feng had no objections. Liang Xiaobai's arrival was likely due to this sheet music. Taking the sheet music for Jiangnan, Liang Xiaobai held it as if it were a precious treasure, studying it intently for a while. Meanwhile, Chasia and Chen Feng were chatting nearby. After Mr. Liang Xiaobai saw the photo of this sheet music, he insisted on dragging me over to find you, wanting to see the sheet music in person. Chen Feng glanced at Liang Xiaobai, who was carefully examining the Jiangnan sheet music, and smiled. You can tell that Liang Xiaobai really loves music. In Liang Xiaobai's eyes, Chen Feng saw the kind of feeling one has for something they truly love. It was like a child who had finally gotten their hands on a Transformers toy they'd been wanting for ages. Chen Feng, I really admire you. Chasia followed Chen Feng's gaze and also looked at Liang Xiaobai, who had already reached a state of mastery. I've known Liang Xiaobai for decades, and I've never seen him this interested in someone else's song before. Although Chasia was a variety show director, he didn't have a deep understanding of music. He and Liang Xiaobai had worked together for years, with one focusing on the show and the other on music, developing a strong rapport. Seeing how eager Liang Xiaobai was to meet Chen Feng, Chasia knew he had made the right bet. Chen Feng could indeed make his new show shine. After a while, Liang Xiaobai emerged from the sheet music. Just looking at the lyrics and melody. Chen Hong, I don't know what kind of accompaniment is needed. Liang Xiaobai tried to speak in standard Mandarin to Chen Feng. Chen Feng stroked his chin, recalling how Junjie had sung this song in his previous life. The usual band teacher will do, but I'd like to hire an additional guzheng teacher and a Sha player to help me. Liang Xiaobai closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he slapped his thigh. Chen Hong, you're amazing. I'll go practice right now and wait for you in the practice room tomorrow. Got it. I'll make a copy of this sheet music and have Xiao Wang return it later. After speaking, Liang Xiaobai glanced at Chasia and signaled that they could leave. Chasia nodded and said to Chen Feng, we'll go first. Chen Feng, see you tomorrow in the practice room. As he escorted the two to the door, Liang Xiaobai turned back and made a fist toward Chen Feng. Good luck, Chen Feng. I'm counting on you. After saying that, the two closed Chen Feng's door and left. The sheet music had also been taken, leaving Chen Feng completely idle in the room. He didn't know when Xiao Wang would bring the sheet music back. Should I write another one? The thought barely formed before Chen Feng dismissed it. He didn't want to go through all that trouble. He'd just go to the practice room tomorrow. He picked up his phone and started scrolling through short videos. At the Ling family villa in Beijing, Ling Bingyan was sitting on a yoga mat practicing yoga, stretching her legs and arms at times. Judging by the range of her movements, Ling Bingyan had excellent flexibility, likely the result of years of yoga practice. I wonder if my sister and Chen Feng arrived safely. No one has sent me a message. After finishing the last pose, Ling Bingyan wiped the sweat off her forehead, picked up her phone, and sent a message to Ling Bingshui and Chen Feng. Have you arrived? What are you doing? Ling Bingshui's profile picture didn't light up, but Chen Feng replied quickly. We're here, resting at the hotel. Knowing that both of them had arrived at the hotel, Ling Bingyan felt less worried. She guessed her sister must have already fallen asleep. Seeing Chen Feng's reply, Ling Bingyan tossed the towel aside, smiled, and sat cross-legged on the yoga mat, holding the phone with both hands as she chatted with Chen Feng. Time quickly passed into the late night. After reluctantly sending Chen Feng her final message, Ling Bingyan realized she had been sitting on the yoga mat for over 2 hours. Alright, Mr. Chen. Get some rest. I'm looking forward to your performance. The next day, around noon, Chen Feng reluctantly got out of bed to the sound of knocking on the door. After chatting with Ling Bingyan yesterday, he played a few rounds of the mobile game Valley, only to be let down by his teammates, leaving him frustrated enough to pound the bed. Even after reviving twice, he couldn't escape being let down in the ranked matches. Mr. Chen, come down for breakfast. Chen Feng opened the door and took the breakfast from Xiao Wang, which was quite generous. After finishing breakfast, Chen Feng lay back on the bed, intending to take a quick nap. The door was knocked again. "Mr. Chen, it's time to go. We're heading to the TV station." Reluctantly, the familiar yet unfamiliar tiger mask was once again placed on his head, and Chen Feng followed Xiao Wang onto the car heading to Jiangnan Satellite TV. Speaking of getting into the car, there's something else worth mentioning. Chen Feng's actions getting into the car were exactly the reverse of how he had gotten out the night before. His butt and legs went inside first, his hands gripping the door, then he pulled his head back. A green amphibious creature, no doubt. Sitting in the car, Chen Feng felt a bit depressed. Why couldn't he wear a mask and a hat? Why did he have to wear this hood? Based on his experience at DD Land, wearing a mask and hat wouldn't draw any attention. But wearing a tiger hood, he would attract attention wherever he went. I really don't know which brain-dead director came up with this idea. Chapter 83, Are we going to rob someone? Perhaps because the air conditioning in the car was a bit cold, Xiao Wang sneezed. Upon arriving at Jiangnan Satellite TV, he got off the car in the usual way and waited in the elevator lobby. At that moment, there were already 3 people waiting in the elevator lobby. The cat-eared girl, the devilish man, and the angel. Chen Feng's lips twitched slightly. The one in the angel outfit he naturally recognized as Ling Bingxue. The other 2, however, couldn't be identified as any celebrities from the entertainment industry, neither by their height nor their build. It seemed the show's costumes were quite successful. The 3 of them waved at Chen Feng without saying a word. Chen Feng, with his smiling tiger mask, nodded at them in response. Then came an endless silence. There was nothing they could do. The production team had forbidden them from speaking. At that moment, the atmosphere in the elevator became strange. It was like a group of robbers about to enter an elevator heading toward a bank on the ground floor. Hee. This is about to happen. Soon, another white rabbit girl and a frogman arrived. The group exchanged greetings using body language. A group of 6? I heard the first episode featured 6 people performing on stage. The gang must be all gathered now. This show is really interesting. Everyone's here. Come on, you big stars, let's get in the elevator together. Xiao Wang looked around, leading everyone, or rather, all the animals, into the elevator. Still, endless silence. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and many staff members were waiting outside. Upon seeing the famous animals step out of the elevator, they clapped their hands in welcome. Director Cheijia and music director Liang Xiaobai stood in the middle of the staff. Welcome everyone. The rules were explained to you yesterday. Staff members will now escort you to your respective practice rooms to rehearse your songs. After speaking, he waved the paper scroll he was holding. Chen Feng recognized this gesture. Jiang Hong had once used it to direct everyone. Could it be that in the film industry, a paper scroll is their conductor's baton? A shy young man approached Chen Feng. Hello? Mr. Tiger, I'm your guide since you arrived at the TV station. You can call me Ah-san. Ah-san? Although Chen Feng found the name a bit odd, he nodded at Ah-san. Under Ah-san's guidance, Chen Feng arrived at his own vocal practice room and, with the help of several staff members, successfully removed the headpiece. Phew, finally relaxed. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng. I'll be counting on you all today. Ah-san smiled. Everyone here knows your name, Mr. Chen. Liang Xiaobai mentioned your name countless times last night, saying you're a highly talented individual, and we all agree wholeheartedly. Several staff members gathered around Chen Feng, chatting and laughing, and took photos with him. Several music teachers also arrived at Chen Feng's practice room. After greeting Chen Feng, the music teachers took their respective positions. Xiao Wang opened the door to Chen Feng's practice room. Sorry, Mr. Chen, I forgot to return the sheet music to you last night. Chen Feng didn't think much of it. After all, he wouldn't have practiced it anyway. Seeing that he wasn't upset, Xiao Wang handed the sheet music to the music teacher and left happily. Behind Xiao Wang, 2 girls dressed in traditional attire entered. The shorter one spoke first. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Huang Yaoshi, the Xiao player. Huang Yaoshi? Isn't that the master of Peach Blossom Island? Another girl, slightly taller, introduced herself. Feng Liuzi, a musician. 6 fingers? Chen Feng had truly broadened his horizons today. With the help of these 2 masters, he was certain he could perform this song in the most perfect manner for everyone. After the 2 girls greeted Chen Feng, everyone began to study the accompaniment for Chen Feng's song. Chen Feng explained his vision for the song to the music teachers, detailing the exact timing he remembered for each instrument to enter. Huang Yaoshi, Feng Luji, and the band teachers watched Chen Feng's every move, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. The more they listened to Chen Feng, the more they felt like they were ignorant fools. After all these years in the music industry, he ended up being guided by someone who had only just entered the field. His understanding of instrument arrangement was so profound that one might mistake him for a conductor of a large orchestra. Mr. Chen, I must say, this song of yours is too good to be entered into such a competition. Chen Feng was taken aback. Are they sabotaging themselves? Seeing the band teacher's expression of regret, Chen Feng just smiled and didn't say much. The song is all his own. The band teachers kept sighing. This song, Jiangnan, is definitely a great song. Yeah, it's a shame it wasn't entered into a competition. If it were me, I'd definitely release it as an album. Topping the new song charts would be a breeze. Mr. Chen has won the new song chart before, hasn't he? Ha ha. The others' comments made Chen Feng feel a bit embarrassed. After chatting and joking for a while, the atmosphere in the practice room no longer felt as awkward as when they first arrived. Finally, after everyone's relentless efforts, they managed to finish the instrumental track for Jiangnan. After listening to the finished track and glancing at the lyrics, everyone was speechless. What a divine song. Just the intro alone was enough to make one fall in love. You can tell this song is a special love ballad that transcends time and space. The RB rhythm is enhanced with the addition of the Chinese-style flute and zither. Drawing inspiration from the spirit of ancient Chinese knights, it conveys the concept of loyalty and love. The song Jiangnan actually aims to express the timeless and unchanging concept of love from ancient times to the present. Why don't you give it a try? Huang Yaoshi asked in an inquiring tone. Chen Feng walked over to the microphone and looked at the band teacher who had been accompanying the music all day. They exchanged a glance. A flute melody began, and the accompaniment followed the wind. The wind lingers here, sticking to the memories of passers-by. The rain here twists into threads, entwining us, making us linger in this world. Your presence is fate. Fate is written on the stone of 3 lives. At that moment, Xiao Wang walked in with dinner in hand, just in time to hear Chen Feng's voice. She hurried over to where everyone was standing. She took off her glasses, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Chen Feng singing passionately in the practice room, unable to believe what she was seeing. Is that Mr. Chen Feng singing Jiangnan? Xiao Wang murmured softly. That's right, it's his song. No wonder he's a golden hit songwriter. Liang Xiaobai always praises him as the lyricist and composer, but it's such a pity. Such a masterpiece should not be used in a variety show competition. At this point, the few people nearby couldn't help but feel sorry for Chen Feng once again. In the room, the only man who didn't care was still immersed in practicing his singing in the recording studio. Love has only 1 in 10,000 sweetness. I'd rather be buried on this day. Circles round and round. Day after day, year after year, it's always me. Looking deeply into your face. Anger with tenderness. A gentle face filled with complaints. Chapter 84, this song contest was a shame. Stepping out of the practice room, Chen Feng felt nothing but the admiring glances of those around him and the enthusiastic applause. You're unbeatable, Mr. Chen. Based on my experience, you're definitely going to win first place. I still recommend you release an album. If you release this song as an album after the competition, sales might drop significantly. While cheering for Chen Feng, a few people couldn't resist giving him some advice. Although Jiangnan Satellite TV was their former employer, everyone values talent. As aspiring musicians, they truly didn't want this song to be wasted in such a competition. However, seeing that Chen Feng remained unmoved, everyone decided not to push the issue further. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. Chen Feng transferred the music accompaniment to his phone and listened to it while humming along on the way back to the hotel. It must be said that the teachers from the Jiangnan Satellite TV band were indeed talented. In just an afternoon and an evening, they had created a backing track that was almost identical to the original song from his previous life. As they approached the hotel, Chen Feng discussed with Xiao Wang, suggesting he park his car and let the others go ahead. Xiao Wang nodded and quickly tapped on his phone screen. Soon, Xiao Wang's playful voice reached Chen Feng's ears. All set. Sure enough, as the others entered the hotel, they were immediately surrounded by a crowd of journalists. Chen Feng and Xiao Wang, wearing hats and masks, walked into the hotel lobby with confidence. After escorting Chen Feng back to his room, Xiao Wang left first. After all, the competition was tomorrow, and Chen Feng needed time to rest properly. After taking a shower, Chen Feng returned to the bedside and noticed the unread messages on his phone. How's the singing practice going? Seeing that it was a message from Ling Bingyan, Chen Feng stopped drying his still dripping hair. It's a bit rushed, but the music teacher from Jiangnan Satellite TV is really skilled. He arranged the accompaniment, and it's almost flawless. Ling Bingyan watched TV while keeping an eye on the messages on her phone. When she saw a new message come in, she immediately picked up her phone. It was from Chen Feng. Ling Bingyan's eyes sparkled with a smile. You better do your best, Mr. Chen. You too. I see that the year we met has already reached the 2nd spot on the new song chart. Chen Feng encouraged Ling Bingyan through the phone. Recently, Chen Feng had noticed that Dai Yutong's song Single Ticket was gaining momentum and had also broken into the top 5 rankings. As an already famous singer, with Chen Feng's experience of 2 lifetimes in the entertainment industry, Ling Bingyan would indeed need to put in more effort in promotion to surpass her and become number 1. Regarding this topic, Ling Bingyan simply replied, The conversation then shifted back to Chen Feng. In her view, where her song ranked was no longer that important. I'll be watching your competition on TV tomorrow. Seeing Ling Bingyan's message, Chen Feng replied. Can you guess which one is me? Let me know if you figure it out. Ha ha ha. Ling Bingyan puckered her lips. Humph, even if you turned into ashes, I'd still recognize you. Chen Feng lost his temper. This is way too scary. He could now almost tell what kind of expression Ling Bingyan had on the other side of the screen. The two of them chatted on their phones until late into the night before finally going to sleep. The next day at noon, Chen Feng was awakened by the ringing of the phone. He glanced at the phone. It was Xiao Wang. What's going on? How am I supposed to rest properly and be in the best condition for the competition? He answered the call. Mr. Chen, wake up. It's almost 12 o'clock. We have to go to the TV station. Chen Feng scratched his messy hair. Can't we just go in the afternoon? Why so early? Chen Feng was speechless. Xiao Wang was a good person, but he had an impatient personality. What's the point of going there? Just sitting around at the TV station? Wouldn't it be better to stay in bed? Mr. Chen, please, I beg you. Otherwise, I'm afraid the director will fire me. Chen Feng jumped at the mention of his job. He never expected Xiao Wang to resort to such tactics. Alright, I'll pack right now. After Chen Feng finished washing up and opened the door, Xiao Wang was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Chen Feng still wearing jeans and a white t-shirt, Xiao Wang tapped his forehead. Mr. Chen, don't you have any clothes to wear on stage? Chen Feng was speechless. Isn't the performance supposed to require a tiger head costume? Why does he have to prepare his own clothes? The production team doesn't have any costumes? Just a tiger head prop? Xiao Wang nodded. Then, why does Xia Shuer have a full angel outfit, while I only have a tiger head and no tiger body? That's how the production team designed it, I don't know either. Chen Feng didn't want to say anything else to Xiao Wang, it was pointless. The two of them arrived at the Jiangnan satellite TV station in the same way as yesterday. The entrance was already crowded with journalists, all eager to be the first to catch the true faces of today's 6 contestants. Unfortunately, the production team's security measures were too tight. Inside the practice room, there was only one staff member, everyone else had gone to the studio to help with sound checks. Hello, Mr. Chen, ready to practice singing? Chen Feng nodded. With the staff's assistance, he sang a couple of times before stopping. After all, practicing too much would tire his voice and affect the evening's performance. He found a relatively comfortable spot, opened his phone, and began today's Valley Battle. It was around 4:30 p.m. Xiao Wang walked in, looked around, and didn't see Chen Feng anywhere. Mr. Chen, are you here? Mr. Chen! Stop shouting! I'm here! In the corner, Chen Feng, who was sitting there playing games, was already in a bad mood. His 0-7 record had earned him a lot of criticism from his teammates. He was both terrible at the game and addicted to it. 2 minutes later. Defeat! Xiao Wang, who had been crouching nearby, waited until Chen Feng finished playing before speaking up. Mr. Chen, it's time to draw lots. Chen Feng nodded. Having just lost 3 games in a row, he didn't feel like talking much. The box for drawing lots was brought to Chen Feng, who reached inside and gave it a spin. Number 6. Why was he always the last one? The order of appearance didn't matter much to him, but being the last one to go always felt a bit odd. After drawing the lot, Xiao Wang pulled out a walkie-talkie from somewhere. Mr. Chen is 6th to perform. Mr. Chen is 6th to perform. Over. Over? Chen Feng couldn't help but mock him silently. Are we acting in a TV drama? The Flying Tigers? After confirming on the other end of the walkie-talkie, Xiao Wang had the staff carry the box away. He then had someone else bring over Chen Feng's large headpiece. Mr. Chen, it's time to enter the venue, but before that, you'll pass through a corridor with many journalists. You'll need to handle them when the time comes. Here we go again. Chen Feng knew that if he wanted to continue in the entertainment industry, dealing with journalists was unavoidable. But hearing that there were so many journalists waiting there made him feel a bit headache from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 85, The Strange Singer. Following the staff to the entrance of the live broadcast venue. Sure enough. A sea of journalists. When Chen Feng entered wearing a hood, someone shouted, "Look, the tiger's here!" A buzz filled the air. The journalists swarmed toward Chen Feng like bees swarming around a hive. Staff members rushed to surround Chen Feng. Mr. Tiger, can you give us a hint about what song you'll be singing today? Mr. Tiger, who are you? Do you have confidence that you won't be eliminated? Beneath the smiling tiger head was Chen Feng's face, stretched longer than a donkey's. He had originally wanted to try interacting with the reporters, but these were all such idiotic questions. Chen Feng really didn't want to say a single word. It wasn't just Chen Feng, even the reporter beside him felt embarrassed for the journalists. Were there really no normal questions to ask? Anyone with a brain knows these words are off limits right now. Fortunately, 7 or 8 security guards arrived just in time, otherwise, Chen Feng might not have been able to make it to the recording venue. Once inside the venue, the rest of the group were already waiting. Wearing tiger headdresses and angel wings, they waved their hands. The group was then separated and led to their respective waiting areas. Unlike I Am a Singer, the contestants on Masked Singer do not wait together. After sitting in his waiting area for a while, Chen Feng wanted to play a few rounds of Valley, but due to the tiger mask, he couldn't lower his head to look at his phone, so he sat on the sofa and fell asleep with his head tilted back. In his dream, he seemed to hear someone say, "It's starting, Mr. Chen." Shaking his head, Chen Feng woke up and saw Ah-san holding his tiger mask and calling out to him. "I'm awake." Ah-san scratched his head. "Mr. Chen, you're the most laid-back artist I've ever met. Everyone else is humming the songs they'll sing on stage, but you're just sleeping." Chen Feng couldn't argue with that. He couldn't very well say, "I'm not afraid, I'm invincible, I can't be beaten. I stayed up late last night." He made up a quick excuse to brush it off. Ah-san pointed at the TV screen in front of Chen Feng. "The live stream has already started, Mr. Chen." Chen Feng took out his phone. It was already 8 p.m. Time flies. There were 2 unread messages on his phone. "Ling Bingyan, go for it. We're already waiting in front of the TV for you and your sister." "Ling Bingxue, don't mess it up, ha ha ha." Chen Feng replied to both of them and put his phone back in his pocket. Wearing this tiger head mask, it's quite a hassle to check the phone. On the TV screen, the live stream had already begun, with host Li Xiang warming up the audience. Inside the live stream studio. "Wow, is this a brand new show? This stage has some real flair. I've been waiting for this day for so long." That line has a lot of meaning. If you don't understand, just ask, what kind of show is this? An animal sing-along? Interesting. Promoting harmony between humans and nature. So, green mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver, right? That's deep. In my opinion, their costumes are so creative. I can't wait to hear them sing. I wonder how this show compares to I Am a Singer. I doubt it can match it. Speaking of the finale of I Am a Singer, I even dug it out and watched it again this afternoon. It still gave me goosebumps. Yeah, the singers on that episode were truly amazing. I wonder who they'll be able to bring on Masked Singer. I wonder if Chen Feng is on it. I missed that epic showdown. As they chatted, the netizens eventually moved on to other shows. Cheja, who had been staring at the backstage, remained silent. He was waiting for this singer to make a name for himself. There was one thing worth mentioning. In the first episode of Masked Singer, Cheja had rejected many young idols pushed by major companies. He didn't want these unstable elements to ruin his show. Perhaps in the future, 1 or 2 young stars might appear on the stage, but that would only be to give face to certain bigwigs. Ling Bingyan had been waiting at home in front of the TV. These days, the promotions for those years weren't as intense as before, giving her the chance to watch Chen Feng's performance on TV. "Bingyan, what are you watching?" A graceful woman with timeless beauty walked over and sat down on the sofa. Every movement exuded a single word: elegance. "Mom, you're back. This show is called The Masked Singer, and my sister will be performing tonight." Upon hearing that Ling Bingxue would be performing, the woman's eyes lit up with joy, and she eagerly joined in. At that moment, 6 small screens appeared on the TV. Host Li Xiang began introducing them one by one. The black dress is his disguise in front of the world, and the devil mask on his head is his true face. Please welcome the burning devil Satan. Don't be fooled by the bow on her head. When this cat speaks, everyone will be captivated by her voice. She is Midnight Persian Cat. No one has ever seen her face, but just hearing her name brings to mind her pure white robe and halo. She is our love angel. When introducing the love angel, Ling Bingyan pointed at the sacred figure on the TV. "Mom, who is that?" You can't stump me. I know every part of my own body." The mother and daughter exchanged a smile. On the TV, the host was still introducing the contestants' names. The embodiment of justice, his presence brings peace of mind. He fears nothing. Applause the Ace Iron Knight. In fairy tales, he is the prince who transforms into a frog. In reality, he is our creative prince. Please welcome Frog Dive Gak Gak Gak. Behind the screen, netizens were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. Their odd costumes were one thing, but at least the show's title explained it. But none of them had an animal name that was just weird. My stomach hurts from laughing. Me too. I feel like there's almost no one normal except the love angel. No, I think the Ace Iron Knight is normal, but I don't get why they added Ace. It's telling you he is really good. Li Xiang took a breath. This lengthy introduction was a real test of a host's basic skills. To deliver the introductions of 6 people within the allotted time is something few can accomplish. Glancing quickly at the introduction cards in his hand, Li Xiang's lips twitched slightly. Next, the final person. He is the strongest in the forest, the king of all beasts. His voice will pierce through everyone's eardrums, leaving you amazed and covered in goosebumps. Please welcome Jumpy Tiger, wishing you a prosperous year of the tiger. Chapter 86, Midnight Persian Cat. Put. Looking at the man on the screen with the huge tiger head, Ling Bingyan, sitting on the sofa, laughed so hard she was bending over. Ling's mother watched her daughter and smiled knowingly. Her sixth sense told her that the young man on the TV with the tiger head was definitely connected to her youngest daughter in some way. Her little daughter had always been cold and reserved, rarely expressing her emotions. After starting university and studying music, she finally began doing cover songs on live streams after being encouraged by others time and again. There were hardly any videos of her interacting with fans, she simply sang one cover after another. Thinking of this, Ling's mother couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. Even with such a reserved demeanor, she had garnered a large fan base. This clearly demonstrates that within the realm of art, Ling Bingyan possesses remarkable talent. Ling's mother glanced at Ling Bingshui on the TV, transformed into an angel of love, then looked at Ling Bingyan sitting on the sofa, taking small bites of fruit. They were both her daughters, yet their personalities were completely different. Smiling at Ling Bingyan, Ling's mother thought to herself, I've been through that age too. As long as my daughter isn't with a bad person and can make her happy for the rest of her life, nothing else matters. On the TV screen, Wu Qi-xian, Zhang Dawei, Aila, Wu Zhongxian, Yang Di, and two guests from other industries sat on the judging panel. Behind them, 500 audience members cheerfully waved their glow sticks. The camera cuts to the host, Li Xiang, who begins his opening remarks. The large screen then displays footage of the previous on-site lottery draw. Contestant number 1, Midnight Persian Cat. Next, the footage of her pre-competition interview, recorded earlier that afternoon, was played. A female voice with an electronic music backdrop began to speak. I'm thrilled to be here. I'll give it my all and aim to stay on stage until the very end. Her words were fairly standard. The footage ended, and Midnight Persian Cat was already standing in the aisle. At that moment, all the lights shone on her. Dressed in a tight leather outfit, she walked like a cat to the center of the stage. Now, it wasn't just the lights, everyone watching the show had their eyes fixed on her. Here she comes, here she comes. It's starting. The Catwoman is about to sing. Her figure is amazing. I'll give her 99 points, I'm deducting 1 point so she doesn't get too proud. I hope she keeps up the good work. Family, my husband is drooling. Should I slap him? Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. The live stream was bustling with activity. On the screen, host Li Xiang announced the song that Midnight Persian Cat would be performing next. Next, Midnight Persian Cat will perform the song that went viral across the internet recently, It's Not You. As he said this, Li Xiang glanced at Midnight Persian Cat beside him with a look of surprise. I'm looking forward to seeing something different from you. This glance was caught by the viewers in the live stream. However, what everyone didn't know was that this was intentionally orchestrated by the production team to create conflict and tension. Drama equals traffic. I can't stop laughing. She actually dared to sing this hit song. Does Chen Feng know about this? Ha ha ha. Maybe the female version will have its own unique charm. You have to admit, Midnight Persian Cat really knows how to pick songs. It's Not You sounds good no matter who sings it. Chen Feng, who was sitting there spacing out, was also surprised. She actually sang It's Not You. In her previous life, the original singer of this song was also a girl. I wonder if this Midnight Persian Cat can sing it with the same feeling she heard in her previous life. The intro began. The midnight meow of a Persian cat echoed through the speakers in perfect harmony with the accompaniment. This moment suddenly feels so familiar. Like yesterday and today are playing simultaneously. I'll try to change for you. But I can't change the plot twists that were already set. It's a pity it's not you. Stay with me until the end. We once walked together but lost each other at that crossroads. Thank you for being you. You held my hand. You can still warm my heart. Chen Feng closed his eyes and listened. Compared to the original version of the song, it was just a little bit off, but it was already very good. It was deeply heartfelt. Chen Feng couldn't help but think. Has Midnight Persian Cat also been hurt emotionally by someone? That's beautiful. Wow, it's a completely different feeling when a girl sings it. You can tell she has that playful, cute voice. How could she sing such a heartfelt song? I'm crying. Though, compared to Chen Feng, she is still a bit lacking. After the song ended, host Li Xiang immediately walked onto the stage. Please vote for our Midnight Persian Cat. The big screen showed the vote count steadily rising. Final result. 488 votes. According to the rules, each audience member could cast one vote, while each judge's vote counted as 5. The maximum number of votes is 535. Midnight Persian Cat securing 488 votes is already quite impressive. Next came the judges' question time. According to the program's requirements, each judge could only ask one question. After discussing among themselves, a judge from another industry who was part of the guessing panel asked the question. Are you a singer from Hong Kong or Taiwan? Yes. Midnight Persian Cat nodded, but her voice had been altered by the built-in voice-changing device, making it sound like a child's voice. This question left the online audience speechless. It was like narrowing a range of 1.4 billion down to 100 million. It seems like a huge reduction, yet it feels like the scope hasn't been narrowed at all. However, the Midnight Persian cat had already stepped down. What are you asking? This question is no different from not asking at all. They're just trying to mess with people's minds. Well, at least now we know that people from all over the country could potentially participate in this competition. I think I figured it out. You're really smart. I feel like it's Pen, but also like Yilin. I used to listen to their songs all the time, it's so annoying. Why can't we just ask one question? Why not just ask it directly? Why guess at all? Just sing it. As a brand new show, the singers invited to appear must have some singing skills and a large fan base. If they were just newcomers with no fame, it would make the show seem poorly produced and underfunded. People wouldn't be as interested in watching it. That's precisely why we can't ask too many detailed questions. Otherwise, die-hard fans of the singer would easily guess who is going to perform. Then the show would lose its sense of suspense and naturally wouldn't attract an audience either. From backstage, Chaejo asked, "How are the numbers looking?" Several staff members watching the computer screens responded, "The data is great. Everyone is discussing and speculating about who the Midnight Persian cat singer is. From everyone's reactions, it's clear that the program effect you wanted has been achieved." Chapter 87, the answer is about to be revealed. Chaejo's idea was simple: make sure no one can guess who the singer on stage is. And this had been mentioned during the promotion. Those who come to Masked Singer to compete aren't necessarily singers, they could be actors from TV dramas, comedians, or even dancers. That's the real highlight of Masked Singer. It's not just about giving musicians a chance to challenge themselves on stage, it's about giving everyone in the entertainment industry a chance to challenge themselves. Here, it doesn't matter how popular you are or how good looking you are. The only thing people care about is one thing. That is the voice. This is a program where success is determined purely by singing ability. It's a chance for some hidden talents to shine. After the Midnight Persian cat left the stage, the second contestant, the Ace Iron Knight, quickly took the stage. He performed Kiss Goodbye. Viewers had mixed reactions. It's beautiful and very emotional. This song doesn't seem to be his own. There's something off about the vocals and melody that's hard to put into words. I like it anyway. I think I figured out who it is. He sings all his songs in the same key. Lee Ronghao? The judges discussed among themselves, and Wu Zongxian asked, "Iron Knight, are you a professional singer?" The second contestant nodded and replied in an electronic male voice, "Yes." Viewers in the live stream were buzzing with discussion. You shouldn't have asked that. Does he have small eyes? Ask if he has squinty eyes? Ask him. After chatting with the judges on stage about why he chose this song, the Ace Iron Knight stepped down. Next, please welcome the Love Angel to perform the song Blessing at the Street Corner. Under a spotlight, the Love Angel walked onto the stage. At home, Ling Bingyan pulled her mother's hand. "Look, my sister is on stage." Although Ling Bingxue had been famous for a long time and frequently appeared on TV, her family still felt excited upon hearing she was about to perform. In the audience below the stage. The name of this song is so unique. Is it an original song? I've never heard it before. This variety show is no less impressive than I Am a Singer. For the first episode of a brand new show, she dared to perform an original song. Either she is incredibly talented or she is a bold newcomer. She's so beautiful, she must be incredibly talented. Even though you're judging by appearance, I agree with your point of view. The Love Angel stood on stage with her straight legs together. The spotlight switched to soft, warm hues, and dry ice billowed onto the stage. For a moment, it felt as though everyone had been transported to the clouds. Beneath the angel mask was Ling Bingshue's confident face. This song was written by Chen Feng for himself some time ago and had not been made public. Only Chen Feng and herself knew about it. The sound of the guitar began to play. Soothing and relaxing. How many autumns, how many winters? I'm almost healed. But I still find myself getting caught up in the same old topic. Disturbing oneself without cause. Ling Bingxue, who usually sang upbeat songs, decided to try her hand at a ballad after duetting with Chen Feng on Coral Sea. Coral Sea was a huge success, and the two's perfect harmony left countless people hiding in their rooms, secretly heartbroken and lamenting the twists of fate. Ling Bingxue also made it to the awards ceremony of the Huaxia Music New Songs chart thanks to this love song. From then on, Ling Bingxue could no longer bring herself to listen to the songs written by other musicians in the company. In her eyes, it seemed as though Chen Feng was the only songwriter in the world, and everyone else was just a necessary byproduct of the industry. Later, she would occasionally pester Chen Feng, asking for a love song. Given Ling Bingshue's reasonable request, Chen Feng naturally couldn't refuse. One day, after emerging from a string of losses in the valley, Chen Feng was in a good mood and recalled Ling Bingshue's recent request for him to write a song for her. And so, the song Street Corner Blessing was born into this world. Originally, Ling Bingxue hadn't planned to use this song, but her stubborn nature refused to let her sing songs by other female singers. However, if she sang her previous songs, fans would easily recognize her. Her voice and musical style were unique in the music industry. This was also why Street Corner Blessing appeared on the Masked Singer stage. From this variety show onward, she took the opportunity to change her musical style while no one recognized her. The live stream was already flooded with comments. Her voice is so familiar to me, but that person hasn't sung such tender love songs before. I feel the same way. The moment she started singing, I thought of her, but this unearthly tenderness left me unsure. Who are you talking about? Figure it out yourself, I'm not telling. It was clear to see that the judges in the audience were all wide-eyed. They continued listening to the love angel on stage with disbelief. I've thought about it too. If we ever really meet, what should we do? I think I would still be standing at some street corner. Not let you see me. The atmosphere on site was very warm and heartfelt. The audience couldn't help but follow the love angeless singing and wave their glow sticks in the air. On the live stream screen, the scene was breathtaking. The spotlight shone on the love angel, transforming her into a moon angel bathed in soft moonlight, while the glow sticks waved by the audience below resembled dazzling stars. The two combined created a scene reminiscent of stars surrounding the moon. Viewers in the live stream could only keep refreshing the screen. 666666. It's so beautiful. Is this really an angel descended from heaven? Her voice is beautiful, and she's so stunning. Who is she? I'm so jealous. I want to go to the live show too. Mom, give me money to buy tickets. Row after row of text expressed their inner cries. There was nothing they could do, they couldn't go to the venue, so they could only watch longingly on the screen. Just because I didn't want to disturb you. Just because I'm afraid you won't be able to explain. Just because your eyes are on her right now. She is more important to me than you. The judges exchanged glances, none daring to speak, afraid of disturbing the love angel on stage as she sang like a breeze in the morning. But almost all the judges in the guessing panel had the same expression in their eyes. That was astonishment. Everyone was spellbound, and the most anticipated chorus was about to begin. I can only pretend I don't see you. I can't see you already embracing her across the street. I can feel your happiness. This way of meeting is best for everyone. I can only pretend I can't hear. I can't hear others talking about her. I don't want to ask anymore, and I don't want to be notified either. Anyway, your world is none of my business. The Love Angel's song carried arrogance, struggle, and that kind of heartache that seems to have let go but hasn't completely cut ties. Chapter 88, He Stands in My Heart. Sweetness and bitterness flood the hearts of the audience all at once. It's not a completely sad love song, and the melody isn't overly melancholic. Despite the gentle guitar accompaniment, it plays out a faint trace of sorrow. It's so beautiful, so beautiful. I don't know what to say except damn it. Family, this story feels familiar. A few days ago, I saw my ex-boyfriend and his current girlfriend eating ice cream on the street. I'm crying. Wah! Even though I don't have an ex-boyfriend, I cried too. But I'm a guy, is that normal? The Love Angel's performance had reached its final stage. I had to pretend I couldn't hear it. It's better not to hear others talk about her. I don't want to ask anymore, and I don't want to be notified either. Anyway, your world is none of my business. If you don't want to ask, if you don't want to be told, just leave your blessings at the street corner. Applause erupted. The applause continued unabated. The entire piece contains no showy techniques or high notes, every phrase is gentle and tender. There is no complaint, no blame, only pure blessings. It feels like a ray of dawn light shattering the darkness. From the moment she began singing, Ling Bingxue had a man standing in her heart. The lyricist and composer of this song is also the man both Ling Bingxue and her sister Ling Bingyan admire. Chun Feng. The host walked onto the stage. After a long while, the applause gradually died down. Li Xiang wiped the corner of his eye with his hand. It's a very heartwarming song, and it reminds me of many things from the past. Yang Di from the judging panel teased, Li Xiang, don't say that your sister-in-law is watching the live stream. Ha ha ha. The originally somber atmosphere was instantly lifted. As the host, Li Xiang reacted quickly and turned to the camera, saying, don't be upset, honey. It's all for the show. It's all for the show. Then, Li Xiang invited the members of the guessing panel to speak. Wu Qixian stroked his chin. I've been in the music industry for 20 years, and I've never heard this song before. Ayla said, the voice sounds familiar, though, because her voice is very distinctive. Zhang Dawei nodded. I also recognize this voice very well, but I never expected her to sing this song. Indeed, Ling Bingshua's voice was too distinctive. Once she started singing, it was hard not to recognize her. Li Xiang exclaimed in surprise, oh. So, does that mean the judging panel has already figured out the true identity of the love angel? Sure enough, as soon as Li Xiang finished speaking, Wu Qixian let out his signature smug laugh. The members of the guessing panel also laughed along with him. What's there to guess? This is way too easy to guess. Although she was singing a love song. But her voice is just too distinctive. One could say that anyone who has heard her sing can recognize her immediately. I believe there is no need for us to guess. The audience and netizens watching the livestream already have their own answers. Zhang Dawei said with a smile, narrowing his eyes. That's right. Yang Di nodded in agreement. Even the two members of the guessing panel from other industries smiled meaningfully. The love angel, accompanied by a doll-like electronic beat, smiled and said, "Is this easy to guess?" Although she was accompanied by electronic music, her usual playful charm hadn't diminished in the slightest. Instead, it was enhanced by the doll-like electronic music, giving it a different flavor. Director, the data is still rising. It seems like everyone has figured out who she is. The number of comments is skyrocketing. Almost no negative comments. Cheja stood backstage, listening to the reports from the staff, feeling very satisfied. He was getting closer and closer to the perfect program effect he had envisioned. Liang Xiaobai, standing beside him, was visibly excited. Great pot, great pot. Aja, take me to her later. I want to ask who wrote this pot. Cheja nodded but didn't respond. He planned to send a staff member to help him find the love angel. He didn't have time to spare. The situation on stage was changing rapidly, and this was a live broadcast. Any issues needed to be addressed immediately. Live broadcast site. Wu Qixuan stood there calmly, arms crossed. Love angel, I'll ask you one question. The love angel nodded on stage. Did you sing Choral C? The audience erupted in gasps. It's her. I knew it. She is about to take off her mask. On stage, beneath the mask of the love angel, Ling Bingxue pouted her lips. Ugh, does my voice really sound that distinctive? The questions were finished. In this World S version of The Masked Singer, the contestants were different from Chen Feng's previous life. Even if they were guessed correctly, they wouldn't remove their masks. After all 6 contestants had finished singing, the 2 with the fewest votes would be revealed. After interacting with the audience members for a moment, Li Xiang announced, "Alright, everyone, the votes for the love angel are in." The love angel received 501 votes. That's an extremely high number of votes, currently ranking first on the leaderboard. Please have our love angel come down to rest. Please welcome Frog Dive, croak croak croak. Final vote count, 475 votes. The Burning Demon Satan. The final vote count was 450 votes, which is also fantastic. Next, please give a warm round of applause for Jumping Tiger, who will bring us an original song titled Jiangnan to wish you all a prosperous year of the tiger. On the big screen, Jumping Tiger, wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger, steps out of the darkness one step at a time, making his way toward the stage. Finally here. Tiger Brother is on stage. Jumping Tiger, wishing you a prosperous year of the tiger. That name is hilarious. This competition is of such high quality. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to the last Animal's performance. Next, the footage of his interview was played. Chen Feng didn't say anything to the camera like the other contestants. Mr. Jumping Tiger, wishing you a prosperous year of the tiger, how do you plan to approach this competition? Oh. The entire audience was speechless. He really thinks he's a tiger, doesn't he? Ha 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 ha. Who the heck is that tiger? It's over. The hype is through. I really want to know who the clownish performer is under that mask. That single woof instantly boosted the popularity of the Jumping Tiger, wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger. Beijing Ling Family Villa. Ha, that is hilarious. Mom, look at this tiger head. Ling's mother smiled as she looked at her daughter, Ling Bingyan. Her only 2 laughs of the night were reserved for the person wearing the tiger head. As a result, Ling's mother became increasingly certain that the person wearing the tiger head and calling himself Jumping Tiger must have a special relationship with her daughter. Suddenly, she recalled what a friend had mentioned earlier about her daughter having a romantic affair with her teacher. At first, Ling's mother didn't take it seriously, but now she suddenly had an uneasy feeling that the man wearing the tiger head was very likely the music teacher everyone was talking about who was involved with her daughter. Chapter 89, Jiangnan in the Rain. Thinking of this, Ling's mother couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. She had heard that he was divorced. For a wealthy family, this was a strict taboo. How could her daughter marry a divorced man? What reputation would she have left? Mom, what are you thinking about? Look, he's about to start singing. Ling Bingyan had no idea what her mother was thinking at that moment. First came a faint breeze, followed by a very unique flute solo. Chen Feng silently counted the rhythm of the music, waiting for the moment to join in. The prelude began, and everyone's gaze fell on the Jumping Tiger, wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger. Chen Feng made no extra movements, standing steadily as his voice emerged with the accompaniment, filled with his signature depth of emotion. Though he wore a smiling tiger mask, the audience saw a star-like presence that didn't match the mask. The wind sticks here, sticking to the memories of passers-by. The rain here turns into threads, wrapping us in their love for this world. Your presence is fate. Fate is written on the stone of 3 lives. Love is 1/10,000th of sweetness. I would rather be buried here. Although he knew Chen Feng would perform exceptionally well, Liang Xiaobai was still amazed, and even Cheja felt the same way. This song would definitely be a hit if released as a single. In the live stream, the audience's comments came to a brief halt. The melody of this song resonated with the majority of people's tastes. Oh my god, another original song. Just now, the Love Angel brought an original song, and now the Jumping Tiger wishing you a prosperous tiger year is here again. This show is of such high quality. Wow, why am I so deeply captivated by this song on my first listen? 666666. The future of the Chinese music scene is bright. Keep singing, don't stop. The song is really beautiful. It can rival the Love Angel's performance earlier. The singing was heartfelt. Circle after circle, round and round. Day after day, year after year, it's always me. Looking deeply into your face. Angry yet gentle. A gentle face filled with complaints. Chen Feng was savoring the thrill the stage brought him, and in turn, he conveyed that same feeling to the audience below, letting them experience the joy of the music. Ling Bingyan watched the man on the TV screen, completely immersed in the song, and felt a touch of envy toward the audience below. She wanted to sit in the audience, listen to him sing, and cheer him on. To experience his voice live, completely immersing herself in the song, as if she had been transported back to her favorite place in Jiangnan. Liang Xiaobai was backstage, tapping his fingers to the rhythm of the song. He had a deeper understanding of Chen Feng's song Jiangnan. This song was of very high quality and had a strong visual impact. I had a feeling that the climax of the chorus would be stunning. If the lyrics maintained the same level as the verses, it would definitely strike a chord with people. Chen Feng sang Jiangnan completely lost in the moment. The audience below was just as engrossed, completely absorbed in the moment. Keep in mind, this was a live stage performance, not a recording studio where vocals can be edited. The voice of the Jumping Tiger on stage, wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger, sounded like a walking CD player. The sound was crystal clear, just like a high-quality record being played. The audience all envisioned a scene before their eyes. Jiangnan. In the misty rain, a gentle breeze swept across the lake, bringing the fresh scent of earth. Not a single word mentions the scenery, yet every word is imbued with it. In the scene, a figure walks toward me with light steps, but halfway there, they freeze in place, hesitating to take another step forward. The lyrics are so well written. They really draw you in. The lyrics are unbeatable. Who else could write this? The lyrics are so well written, they echo the song title and stay true to the theme. Outsiders listen for the excitement, insiders listen for the nuances. The audience just thinks it sounds good. But professionals hear things that most listeners aren't even aware of, or haven't even thought about. The atmosphere created by the lyrics, the gradual build-up of the rhythm, and even the chorus that follows are all meticulously crafted to strike a chord with the audience. Wu Qi nodded in agreement. This is too intense. In his mind, there was no one like this in the music industry. For a moment, he forgot about Chen Feng, who had recently emerged as a rising star. The melody was well crafted, the lyrics were well written, and the song was performed even better. Fortunately, Wu Qi didn't voice his thoughts aloud, or he would have been criticized by netizens. You don't know Chen Feng's name? You don't know the person with the strongest momentum lately, yet you dare to call yourself a veteran of the music industry? On stage, the Jumping Tiger, who had just wished everyone a prosperous year of the tiger, raised the microphone to the level of his nose. It's clear that his performance is deeply emotional. We who don't understand the agony of love and hate. We all thought that love was as fickle as the changing winds. Believing that one day of love is worth a lifetime. In this moment, time stands still. We who don't know how to express tenderness. We thought that dying for love was just an old legend. How painful can parting be, how intense is the pain? When dreams are buried in the misty rain of Jiangnan. Only when the heart is broken do we understand. Sigh. Ah. What is that heavenly chorus? Everyone was immersed in the music, as if they had traveled back to the misty rain of Jiangnan. Jiangnan is incredibly beautiful and vibrant, with countless fascinating people and events awaiting them. As the song progresses, everyone seems to see the beautiful love that belongs to this land. It's so beautiful. Whoa, it's so sad, I'm crying. This song is so well made. Wishing you a prosperous year of the tiger, Jumping Tiger YYDS. So good it makes me cry, right? This song, I love it so much. Damn it. I was in a good mood, but the Jumping Tiger suddenly started singing this song, and now I'm all emo. This funny little tiger can actually sing such a song. The audience all felt the same way. It's not just that the song is well written, Jumping Tiger's singing is also excellent. Especially the chorus, it's not overly polished, and there is no sense of showing off. It's clean, bright, effortless, and doesn't feel strained at all. The audience couldn't help but stand up and couldn't sit still anymore. Circle, circle, circle. Day after day, year after year, it's me. Looking deeply into your face. Angry yet gentle. Gently reproachful, your face. The unstable singing left the entire audience thoroughly entertained. Everyone was immersed in the visual imagery and atmosphere created by the song. The camera pans over the heads of the audience. In the live stream, every viewer's face displayed the same expression. Anticipation, longing. You could tell that another chorus was about to hit. Chapter 90, Does He Have Magic? We who don't understand the agony of love and hate. We all thought that love was as fickle as the changing winds, believing that one day of love is worth a lifetime. In this moment, time stands still. Behind the scenes, Liang Xiaobai and Shaija stared intently at the jumping tiger on stage, wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger. His singing left the usually composed duo clapping their legs and shouting in admiration. Not to mention the staff working backstage. For a moment, they forgot about the data on their computer screens and craned their necks to watch the Wishing You a Prosperous Tiger Year Jumping Tiger's performance. If it weren't for the girl's bun blocking Shaija's view of the observation data, he might have forgotten that this was a brand new variety show he had created. He tapped the shoulders of the staff members in front of him, who were already lost in the performance, with a piece of paper. What are you looking at? The data. The data. The others snapped back to attention and reluctantly lowered their necks. They quickly clicked on several dynamic charts on the computer screen. Oh my goodness. The girl with the bun covered her mouth. Shaija and Liang Xiao walked over. 20 million? This is just the number of live viewers on the streaming platform. There will also be viewers watching the replay later, as well as the TV ratings on Jiangnan Satellite TV. For the first episode of a new show to reach this number is undoubtedly a huge success. Looking at the data, the significant increase began with the song Street Corner Blessing by Love Angel. There was a slight fluctuation afterward, with the data dropping slightly, but after the jumping tiger sang Wishing You a Prosperous Year of the Tiger, the data surged sharply. Even now, as the final singer takes the stage, the data shows no signs of declining and continues to rise. Chen Feng's performance is nearing its conclusion, and the audience has completely forgotten about the seats. It was as if they had just arrived in a Jiangnan water town, at that age, with such vitality, becoming a guest in Jiangnan. Images keep flashing through the audience's minds. Two lonely souls meet, their once towering figures now a distant memory. He promised to make her his lifelong home, but in the end, he turned and walked away. Believe in love for a day, and it will last forever. In this moment, time stands still. We don't know how to express tenderness. I thought suicide for love was just an old legend. How painful can parting be? How intense is the pain? When dreams are buried in the misty rain of Jiangnan. Only when the heart is broken do we understand. As the song ended, the jumping tiger, wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger, put down the microphone. The accompaniment ended, and the venue fell into a moment of silence. All the audience members, including the members of the judging panel, were completely captivated. This song, Jiangnan, is simply beautiful. Ella murmured, "It's already over? I didn't get enough of it." Wu Zhongxian shook his head. Yes, it's over. Even the host, Li Xiang, was completely immersed in the song, savoring every lyric of Jiangnan, forgetting what he was supposed to be doing. A few seconds passed. The audience emerged from their trance, their expressions utterly stunned. Especially the line, "We who don't know how to express tenderness, once thought that dying for love was just an ancient legend," which immediately gave the audience a sense of being in a romantic wuxia novel. Boom! Applause, cheers, shouts, and whistles echoed throughout every corner of the venue, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Someone shouted, "Jump, jump, tiger, sing another song. Jump, jump, tiger, sing another song." Soon, the entire crowd joined in unison. Jump, jump, tiger. Jump, jump, tiger. Jump, jump, tiger. Jumping tiger. The audience repeatedly shouted "Jump, jump, tiger" with wild enthusiasm, wishing him a prosperous year of the tiger and expressing their admiration for him. The camera cuts to the members of the judging panel. The few people also joined the audience in chanting, "Jump, jump, tiger." In the midst of this heated scene, the staff members were all at a loss, looking toward Shaija. "Don't worry about it. Let them shout. It's a variety show, that's what we want." Shaija said this with a smile, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Bringing Chen Feng onto this show was the best decision he had ever made. Director Che! Director Che! The staff shouted excitedly. The viewership has exceeded 30 million. What? Shaija was overjoyed. The topic everyone in the industry had been discussing recently was the most successful finale of I Am a Singer. The achievement was almost impossible to replicate. But he never expected that just 1 month later, the viewership for his variety show debut would already be closing in on the viewership of the I Am a Singer finale. All of this was thanks to Chen Feng. At that moment, the live stream wasn't as quiet as it had been right after the song ended. Everyone had come back to their senses, and the scene was bustling with excitement. Wishing you a prosperous year of the tiger, jumping tiger. You're a god. Amazing. You made me cry with your singing. Jiangnan Wuxia, swift vengeance. So emotional, like the spring rain of Jiangnan, dripping onto the tip of my heart. Having you by my side is fate, our destiny is written on the stone of 3 lives. The lyrics are so poetic and beautiful. Music is the art form that most directly touches the soul, expresses emotions, and immerses people in its world. Good music can move people and express the emotions they most want to convey. At the same time, music is a form of communication, building a bridge between hearts that never gets congested. Even those with the coldest personalities can't help but be moved at this moment. Chen Feng's songs truly allow everyone to experience that intense, sincere, and unforgettable pure emotion, leaving a lasting impression. Therefore, Chen Feng's voice resonates deeply with people, evoking a natural sense of affection. Backstage at the Masked Singer program, the love angel sat stiffly on the sofa. Beneath the mask, her lips parted slightly. She knew Chen Feng's songs would be beautiful, but she never imagined they would be this stunning. It seemed as though Chen Feng had no creative block. Summer hadn't even ended yet, and he had already composed 7 or 8 unforgettable songs. But that wasn't the most important thing. She wanted to know who the protagonist of the story behind Jiang Nan was. The Ling family villa. Mrs. Ling stared intently at the TV screen, saying nothing for a long time. She's so talented. It's so beautiful. This man's future in the music industry is truly limitless. At that moment, Ling's mother had completely forgotten her earlier thought that Chen Feng wasn't good enough for her daughter. If she didn't act now, she might end up being the one climbing up the social ladder to marry into his family. From start to finish, Ling Bingyan had no idea what her mother was thinking in her turbocharged mind. Even if she did know, she wouldn't have any thoughts about it. Most parents care for their children from a practical standpoint. At that moment, Ling Bingyan was using a piece of paper to dab the tears at the corner of her eyes. Why does every one of his songs feel so heartfelt, striking straight to the core of her being? Starting with It's Not You, followed by Coral Sea and Sunny Day, each song draws you into his story. Even Blue and White Porcelain and Rice Fragrance, which aren't love songs, pull you into his musical world. Ling Bingyan even began to doubt. Chen Feng must have magic. Chapter 91, Almost a Full House. At the venue, the audience continued to praise the jumping tiger, wishing it a prosperous year of the tiger. Gradually, the audience's emotions began to calm down, and under the staff's gestures, they all sat back down in their chairs. Li Xiang walked onto the stage. That was amazing, everyone. The jumping tiger's performance was truly outstanding. Let's give him another round of applause. Boom! The audience once again enthusiastically applauded the jumping tiger, wishing him a prosperous year of the tiger. Thank you everyone, thank you. The voice was naturally electronic, and one couldn't discern Chen Feng's original voice. On stage, Jumping Tiger, wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger, bowed to the audience. His headpiece was indeed too large to allow for any significant movements. After a moment, the studio finally fell silent. After the excitement died down, the members of the judging panel were puzzled. Who exactly was the Jumping Tiger wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger? Although they didn't have to guess his identity, the panel members were all self-proclaimed experts on the entertainment industry. If they couldn't figure it out, it would be a bit embarrassing. A few people gathered in a circle. Who is this? I don't remember them at all. Me neither. I can't place them right now. A singer who can write lyrics, compose music, and sing so beautifully there aren't many like that in the entertainment industry. Could it be Li Hong? But the voice doesn't sound like him. Could it be Li Jian? What about Zhang Wei? He is one of the more talented musicians in the industry. After speculating for a while, none of them were convinced. Could it be someone outside the industry? After some discussion, Wu Qixuan asked the question. May I ask what your profession is? Not only the audience but also the netizens found it amusing. After all that research, they ended up asking someone what their profession was. Of course, it's a singer. And the answer from Jumping Tiger, who wished everyone a prosperous year of the tiger, was even more surprising. I'm a teacher. The netizens who had been laughing at the joke suddenly felt their faces burn with embarrassment. However, some rational netizens began to analyze the situation. I know. It's Chen Feng. That doesn't make sense. Chen Feng wouldn't be so uncool. Right. A tall, handsome guy like Chen Feng wouldn't wear such a cheesy helmet. At the very least, it should be something fancy like a love angel helmet, right? This statement immediately gained widespread approval from netizens. Little did they know, they had missed the correct answer by a hair. Alright, one question has been answered. Now let's see how many votes the Jumping Tiger for a prosperous year of the tiger received. The large screen behind began to scroll. Finally, the number settled at 510 votes. A very high number. Only a few dozen votes short of a full house. Li Xiang glanced at the number on stage and then invited the Jumping Tiger wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger to step down. Next came the elimination round, where the 2 contestants with the lowest vote counts would be eliminated. Now, please announce everyone's vote counts. Midnight Persian Cat, 488 votes. Ace Iron Knight, 486 votes. Love Angel, 501 votes. Frog Dive Gak, 475 votes. Burning Demon Satan, 450 votes. Jumping Tiger wishing you a prosperous tiger year, 510 votes. After reading the vote counts, Li Xiang paused for a moment. Please welcome Frog Diving, Gua, and Burning Devil Satan to the stage. Everyone knew this meant it was time for the reveal. Neither the audience nor the online viewers were particularly interested in these two. Both of them had distinctive voices, especially Burning Devil Satan. Just by standing on stage, everyone could guess about 7 or 8 out of 10 of his moves, and he was also singing one of his old songs this time. Guessing his chances isn't too difficult. Due to having the lowest number of votes, Burning Devil Satan was the first to remove his mask. The members of the judging panel exchanged glances. Wu Zhongxian picked up the microphone. "You're Yang Shirshan." A half-hearted round of applause erupted from the audience. Yang Shirshan was indeed a talented singer, though his voice was highly distinctive. However, his unchanging musical style and the fact that he had been singing the same songs over and over again had left him unable to adapt to the current music scene. He was no longer able to keep up with the current music scene. The devil on stage, Satan, removed his mask. As expected, it was him, Yang Shirshan, with his hair and beard grown together. After exchanging a few words with host Li Xiang on stage, Yang Shirshan waved to the audience and walked off the stage. Next up was the frog diving act. Not very tall, he had just covered Roying's Crazy for Love. It was indeed very pleasant to listen to, perfectly capturing the essence of obsession. Wu Qixuan and a few members of the judging panel whispered among themselves, then turned around with proud expressions, arms crossed over their chests. "I know who you are, you're Jin Jiwen." No twists or turns. It was indeed Jin Jiwen. What surprised the netizens was that the masked singer had gone all out. In the first episode's first round, they managed to eliminate the veteran singer Yang Shirshan and the still famous Jin Jiwen. One can only imagine how powerful the other contestants must be. The production budget for this show must be in the tens of millions. These two are also veterans of the music industry, especially Yang Shirshan, who has been famous for over a decade, yet he was eliminated in the first round. Terrifying, terrifying. I'm actually more excited now. Who are those people who haven't taken off their masks yet? Do you think any superstars will show up? It's very possible that the superstar you mentioned has already performed on stage. After the show ended, it was already very late. Since the other 4 singers hadn't revealed their identities yet, the production team didn't organize a gathering for everyone. Everyone went their separate ways. Back at the hotel, Chen Feng lay flat on the bed in a starfish position. Carrying that tiger head for so long had really worn him out. His phone vibrated twice. Chen Feng reached out and tapped the bed a few times before finding his phone. He forced his eyes open. It was Ling Bingyan. "Happy Tiger Year from Jumping Tiger. How do you feel?" Chen Feng's fingers quickly tapped the phone screen. Do you know which one is me?" "Of course, how hard is it to recognize you? How was your singing today?" "You sang very well. I really enjoyed listening to you, Mr. Tiger." Indeed, charm is something that can't be hidden. Even though he was wearing that tiger head, no matter how much he tried to hide it, he couldn't escape her eyes. The next morning, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue left Hangzhou under Xiaowang's cover and returned to the capital. Upon returning, Chen Feng went straight back to his apartment. He hadn't slept well at the hotel and went home to catch up on sleep. Ling Bingxue, however, was already accustomed to this hectic lifestyle and went to the company full of energy. After returning home, Chen Feng lay on the bed, thinking about how he should sing for next week's Masked Singer. Both the musical style and his voice needed to be changed. As he pondered, he opened the mobile game Valley. He started his daily ranked matches to climb the ranks. Chapter 92, Let You Go to the Music Festival. 2 days later, Chen Feng arrived at the company. After greeting his colleagues, Chen Feng returned to his office. Just as he sat down, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." It was Ling Bingxue's secretary, Xiao Zhang, who entered with a cup of coffee in hand. As a secretary, Xiao Zhang naturally knew some things that others did not. For example, Ling Bingxue's feelings toward Chen Feng. "Good morning, Mr. Chen." "Good morning, Xiao Zhang." For some reason, when he said Xiao Zhang, his voice cracked a little. Chen Feng cleared his throat a couple of times to clear it. He thought it might be a lingering effect from arguing with his teammates last night. Last night, Chen Feng had been on a killing spree in the valley. Over the past few weeks, Chen Feng had transformed from a noob into the king of the valley. Triple kills and quadra kills were commonplace, and he even managed 2 pentakills. Yet he still couldn't escape being let down by his teammates. After playing all night, he only managed to get 3 stars. Even the most composed person would be worn down by these newbies. His eyebrows twitched slightly. Secretary Zhang placed the coffee on Chen Feng's desk, chatted briefly with him, and then left. However, the topics they discussed left Chen Feng feeling puzzled, as they all revolved around Ling Bingyan. But he didn't think much of it. A couple of days ago in Hangzhou, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue had been discussing turning the songs they'd been working on into an album. This mini-album would also feature 3 songs: Blue and White Porcelain, Rice Fragrance, and If Only There Were an If. However, Ling Bingxue hadn't come to the company yet for some reason, and Ling Bingyan wasn't there either. About half an hour later, the door to Chen Feng's office rang again. It was still Xiao Zhang who walked in. "Mr. Chen, your package." After placing it down, Xiaoxiang left, leaving Chen Feng standing there in a daze. What's going on? He hadn't ordered anything, had he? Chen Feng looked at the small package on the table and fell into deep thought. In movies, such mysterious packages usually contain an invisible thread. All he had to do was open the package. There would be a loud bang. His life would be over, and he might end up transported to another world. Would he end up in a martial arts fantasy world? Or a fantasy world? Or perhaps the world of Warcraft? If anyone else were thinking about these things, they'd be considered mentally ill. But Chen Feng is someone who has actually traveled through time once. It's no wonder he has such thoughts. By chance, Chen Feng noticed a label stuck on the side of the package. It was a delivery label, the kind printed with the package's information. He glanced at it. Throat lozenges? This? Chen Feng was surprised. He quickly opened the package. Sure enough, there were several boxes of throat lozenges inside. Who sent these? He checked the name on the order. Yen. Chen Feng finally realized it must be Ling Bingyan's name. But why use a delivery service? He tore open a box, placed a throat lozenge in his mouth, and felt a cool sensation rush through his mind. His previously uncomfortable throat felt refreshed. Chen Feng took out his phone and dialed a number. 2 rings. The number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. Chen Feng looked at his phone. Did they hang up on me? Then, Chen Feng received a message. What's up? It was from Ling Bingyan. Nothing, thanks for the throat lozenges. Did you get it so quickly? I heard your throat was sore, so take 2 throat lozenges first. Thanks. Why aren't any of you at the office? After a moment, Ling Bingyan replied. I'm with my sister at the China Music Association for a meeting. It's pretty important. I'll tell you more when I get back. Alright. Chen Feng put down his phone. He began taking out the sheet music for Blue and White Porcelain, Rice Fragrance, and If Only, making some adjustments. Since it's an album, the accompaniment and background music need to be more refined. The revisions were nearly halfway done when the sound of high heels echoed outside the company. Without knocking, Ling Bingxue entered the room with Ling Bingyan and Susan. Ling Bingxue tossed her handbag aside and sat down on the sofa. Chen Feng glanced up and noticed that all 3 women looked unhappy, so he immediately returned to his work. 3 women make a drama, and he didn't want to get involved now. Just as Chen Feng lowered his head, he heard Ling Bingxue's voice. Chen Feng, you've driven me crazy. Chen Feng quickly put down his pen and forced a smile. It was sunny and bright this morning. Why do all 3 of you look so gloomy? Ling Bingxue didn't say anything and glanced at Susan. As a season agent, Susan was a bit annoyed, but she didn't act like a child in front of Chen Feng like Ling Bingxue did. She explained the situation to Chen Feng. Ling Bingxue, as a representative of Tianxia Group, had gone to the Music Association for a meeting. In a few days, it would be the biennial Huahan Music Festival. As the name suggests, the China-Korea Music Festival is a musical competition between China and South Korea. At the event, some of the most popular Chinese and South Korean singers from the past 2 years will compete on stage, with judges scoring their performances to determine the winners. The meeting was not only attended by representatives from the Chinese music industry but also by representatives from South Korea. Speaking of the previous Huahan Music Festival 2 years ago, Chen Feng had also heard about it. Almost all the awards were taken by South Korean singers. As she mentioned this, Susan's eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness. The South Korean representatives were very arrogant, even going so far as to declare during the meeting that they would not allow us to take any awards this time. Chen Feng was well aware of South Korea in this world. It was the same despicable country as the stick nation from his previous life. At that moment, Ling Bingxue spoke up. By the way, Chen Feng, I've reported your name to the leadership of Huaxia Music. What? Me? Chen Feng pointed at his own nose. That's right. I was so angry at the time. After the South Korean representative left, the Huaxia Music Association held another meeting and asked who had the confidence. I just reported your name. Ling Bingyan added from the side, that's right, Mr. Chen. We all believe in you. After the leaders listened to your song, they immediately decided to include you in the competition roster. Susan took over from Ling Bingyan. I'm on good terms with the secretary over there. I heard that the senior management at CCTV headquarters are paying close attention to this matter. Wow! Chen Feng never expected that while he was sitting at home, such an opportunity would come out of nowhere. Such an important task had been assigned to him out of the blue. Now he could only meet those South Korean singers and see what they were really like. Susan pulled out a few sheets of paper from the document folder. These were the detailed arrangements for the upcoming China-Korea Gala, scheduled for this weekend. This weekend, I have a show called Masked Singer to attend. Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, Ling Bingxue stood up from the sofa. Why bother going then? Besides Masked Singer, what else do you have to do? Tell me everything, and I'll report it to Huaxia Music so they can handle it. The Chinese music industry is now at a critical juncture. Whether we can hold our heads high in front of South Korea over the next 2 years will be decided once and for all. Chen Feng was startled by the words. How could things get so out of hand? Chapter 93, I'm counting on you. 2 days later, Chen Feng hadn't woken up yet when he was awakened by Xiao Wang's phone call. Brother Feng, the live broadcast of the next episode of Masked Singer has been suspended. Just letting you know. Chen Feng, still half asleep, spoke in a hoarse voice. I know. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with your voice? One of the things Chen Feng hated most was getting calls while he was sleeping. It's nothing, just a bit dry. Do you have anything else? As Chai's longtime assistant, Xiao Wang immediately detected the impatience in Chen Feng's tone. Nothing else, nothing else. Mr. Chen, get some rest. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately. Chen Feng drifted back into a sweet dream. In his dream, he was just about to see the girl's face clearly. Ring ring. Chen Feng sighed and picked up the phone. Ling Bing Xue. It was a call from his boss in name only. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Hello. What's up? Send me your passport. I need to buy a ticket to Jeju, South Korea, as soon as possible. The Hwahan Grand ceremony will be held in South Korea this time. You're leaving already? Using the afternoon, Chen Feng packed his belongings. There wasn't much to pack, just some toiletries and that extremely expensive suit he had worn only once. Mostly, he sat next to his luggage playing video games. Plus, he kept replying to Ling Bingyan's messages. Time flew by quickly. The next day at noon, Chen Feng and the others arrived at the airport. The other celebrities had already left for South Korea ahead of them. Since Chen Feng's name was only reported by Ling Bingxue later, they were departing today. The person sending them off was Wang Ying, the secretary of the president of the Huaxia Music Association. He wore a white shirt, black trousers, and polished leather shoes, carrying a briefcase whose price was impossible to determine. He was easily identifiable as an official. Upon seeing Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue approach, Wang Ying waved and walked over. Xia Shuer, the higher-up sent me to see you two off. This handsome gentleman must be Chen Feng, right? Wang Ying greeted Ling Bingxue, then turned her gaze directly toward Chen Feng. Hello, I'm Wang Ying. Hello, Chen Feng. Wang Ying took the initiative to shake Chen Feng's hand. The higher-ups have been impressed by your recent performance and have high hopes for you, Mr. Chen. If you can bring back some results this time, everything else can be discussed later. Wang Ying said with a smile while shaking hands with Chen Feng. Chen Feng paused for a moment before nodding. They actually sent their secretary to emphasize this again. It seems they're taking this music festival very seriously. After chatting for a few minutes, Wang Ying glanced at her watch. He patted Chen Feng on the arm. Count on you. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return back home. Triumph? That sounds so serious. Chen Feng had never understood why the authorities had suddenly placed such importance on this event. By the time Ling Bingxue explained it in detail, the two of them had already boarded the flight to Seoul, the capital of South Korea. The flight was excellent, business class. It seemed that Huaxia Music had spared no expense to provide the best possible care for the singers attending the music festival. Looking out the window at the endless ocean and listening to Ling Bingxue's lecture beside him. It turns out that the South Korean music scene in this world is quite intense. The China-South Korea Music Festival had been held 9 times, and Chen Feng was attending the 10th edition. China had not had a singer win any major awards at this gala for the past 2 consecutive years. All these prestigious awards have been easily swept away by South Korean singers. Meanwhile, the number of young people who love Korean pop culture is growing steadily. Some of these young people get so excited by songs they can't even understand that they faint. These young people who idolize foreign cultures look down upon the Chinese music industry and Mandarin language songs. Within their circles, anyone who listens to Chinese language songs or discusses recent developments in the Chinese music industry is regarded as a loser. This has gradually influenced the mindset of some young people, making them believe that the Chinese music scene is a place that produces trash. Chen Feng understood. Why would officials from the Chinese music industry come to him and say these things? It seems that Ling Bingxue's recent statement about the Chinese music industry being in a critical state of survival was not an exaggeration. If this continues, no one will listen to Mandarin songs, and no one will follow Chinese singers. That would easily lead to a generational gap in the music industry. This trend has already begun to emerge. More mature fans will listen to songs from years or even decades ago, while paying little attention to current music. Younger fans, on the other hand, prioritize appearance. As long as their favorite idol releases a song, they will buy it regardless of whether it's good or not. As for whether they actually listen to them after purchasing, that's another matter. In the end, there will be a large number of K-pop fans who won't even glance at the Chinese music charts. In their eyes, these are all outdated and uncool. They only pay attention to South Korean music. Whenever their South Korean idols appear, they excitedly shout, "Appa, Simon." While shouting, they don't forget to keep reaching into their pockets to buy songs by South Korean singers. Thinking about this, Chen Feng suddenly felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. The higher-ups must have noticed this as well, which is why they place such importance on this China-South Korea music festival. They must use this China-Korea music festival as a starting point to launch a full-scale counterattack against the Korean wave's influence on China. The influx of the Korean wave, on a smaller scale, signifies the decline of the Chinese music industry. However, in the long run, this might be a form of cultural invasion by South Korea against China. If this continues, there is a real possibility that one day, on the very soil of China, there will be no Chinese songs, only the sounds of South Korea. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a pang of sorrow. Although he had traveled through time, Chen Feng had lived in this world for many years and developed deep emotions. To put it bluntly, this was no different from his previous life as a descendant of the dragon. Such a thing must never be allowed to happen. It seems that it was truly time to give these South Koreans a lesson. After landing, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue were picked up by domestic staff and taken to the hotel. Once inside the hotel, Chen Feng didn't step out again except to eat. He was searching his mind for a song that could utterly crush South Korean artists with sheer talent. The next day, Chen Feng was awakened by knocking on the door while still asleep. It was the staff member who had picked him up the previous day. The team leader said everyone should gather and meet each other. A moment passed. Chen Feng arrived at the hotel conference room. He pushed open the door to the conference room. There were many people inside. Most were staff members wearing white shirts and black pants. Surrounding the table were some of the most influential celebrities in the music industry. Zhang Jie, Zhou Shun, Ling Bingxue, and Tan Weiwei. Although he didn't know them, Chen Feng greeted everyone. Everyone responded in kind. At that moment, a confident middle-aged man with short hair entered the meeting room. A male assistant followed behind him. Everyone, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I am Han Lei, the vice president of the China Music Association. The name Han Lei was well known to everyone. He could no longer be referred to simply as a singer or artist. In fact, when people mention Han Lei, they refer to him as a singer. Chapter 94, The Unfinished Song? This time, I'll lead the team and stand with you all through thick and thin. Chen Feng nodded silently. The fact that such a virtuous and talented senior figure had stepped forward clearly demonstrated the official authorities' high regard for this Sino-Korean music festival. Chen Feng glanced at the singers around him. They all shared one common trait. That was their high-pitched voices. Zhang Jie, Zhou Shun, Tan Weiwei, Ling Bingxue, and Han Lei. The voices of these 5 individuals are highly distinctive, belonging to the rare category of naturally gifted singers with voices that stand out among thousands. Han Lei scanned the group. What song do you all want to sing? Do you have any ideas? It has to be something energetic and explosive. As he spoke, Han Lei glanced at his assistant beside him. The assistant understood and pulled out a piece of paper from the folder, saying, according to the information sent by the production team, the songs from South Korea currently available are Gangnam Style and Fantastic Baby. Both of these are very energetic and explosive songs. As for the others, they haven't been uploaded yet. After speaking, the assistant stepped back. Chen Feng looked at Han Lei and his assistant with envy. In his mind, he pictured Jiang Hong's assistant and Shei's assistant, both of whom were very efficient. He wondered when he would have his own little assistant. These 2 songs were naturally familiar to everyone. They were 2 extremely popular Korean songs currently circulating widely in China. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. The songs they had prepared now seemed a bit embarrassing to perform. After all, compared to these 2 songs, theirs were a notch below. Han Lei's eyes were already small, and the atmosphere made it even harder for the others to look up at him. They feared that if they made eye contact with him, their eyes would be pierced by the sharp gaze in his eyes. The worst thing was the sudden silence. What this atmosphere needed most was someone to step forward and take the lead. Chen Feng stepped out of his envy, cleared his throat, and spoke up from the end of the table. After eating the throat lozenges Ling Bingyan had bought for him over the past 2 days, he felt much better. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads to look at Chen Feng, their eyes filled with anticipation. Ha! What's this? He had only coughed because his throat was itchy, but he hadn't expected everyone to misunderstand. However, given the current atmosphere, if he didn't say something, it would be hard to wrap things up. I have a song, but the sheet music isn't finished yet. It's in my room. Chen Feng scratched his nose. Han Lei unconsciously stretched his neck. Not finished? In your room? What does that mean? Written on the spot? Do you need it to be original? A string of question marks appeared in Han Lei's mind. He glanced at Chen Feng, who looked unfamiliar, then looked down at the name. Chen Feng? Is he Chen Feng? Just after arriving in South Korea, Han Lei received a call from his superior. There would be a singer named Chen Feng who would be arriving in the next few days to compete with South Korean singers at the Hwahan Music Festival. So it was him. Han Lei had done some research on Chen Feng last night. He is very talented. Although he had only recently debuted, every song he had released so far was a hit. The most crucial point is that he doesn't need a lyricist or a composer. All the songs he sings on the market are written and composed by himself. When Han Lei first saw Chen Feng's profile, he was truly impressed. However, Chen Feng's recent remarks were like a bucket of cold water poured over Han Lei. Han Lei's lips twitched involuntarily. There are only 3 days left before the performance. The song isn't even finished yet. How is he supposed to compete? Is he here just to be a token figurehead for some corporation? But if he doesn't perform well, this concert won't be a showcase, it'll be a nightmare for the future of the Chinese music industry. Chen Feng saw that everyone was silent and felt a bit flustered. He had forgotten that, aside from Ling Bingxue, none of them knew what his usual routine was. At that moment, Ling Bingshue's voice rang out. It wasn't her usual playful tone, but rather serious and earnest. I believe Chen Feng will have good songs. He has always been like this. All along? Always been like this? Everyone was stunned. Although Chen Feng's name has been making waves recently, there are also many rumors about him. Rumors like he can write a song in half an hour, only writes originals and never covers others, and has so many songs he could give one to his rivals. But everyone had always treated these legends as just that, legends, and hadn't taken them seriously. At this point, Zhang Jia couldn't help but speak up. Chen Feng, we all believe you can write good songs, but time is very tight now, and creativity requires inspiration. Can you really do it in such a short time? With Zhang Jia leading the way, the others also voiced their doubts. The songs we already have are all great. Why not just pick one to sing? The time is too tight. We need to practice after writing, and there's simply no time. The staff members attending the meeting also whispered among themselves. We're doomed. This is going to be another failure. If we don't achieve something this year, the bosses back home will be furious. The bosses getting angry is one thing, but the reputation of the Chinese music industry will be ruined. This is so frustrating. What were the bosses thinking, letting him come here? This shouldn't happen. He's been performing exceptionally well on shows lately. Why did he mess up today? Maybe he's just a bully at home and gets nervous abroad. After all, there really aren't any good songs these days. Chen Feng didn't pay any attention to the discussions, but Ling Bingshue's face had turned red. How could she let these people speak ill of Chen Feng? If you don't believe me, just bring out Chen Feng's unfinished sheet music and finish writing it here for you to see. As the words fell, Chen Feng was speechless. True to form, his boss was always finding him work first from within the country, now from abroad, and now he wanted him to perform writing a song in front of everyone? But it was too late to say anything now. How could he possibly ruin Ling Bingshue's performance, especially since she was still defending him like this? Chen Feng said nothing. He stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out, his movements smooth and seamless, without a single pause. He left everyone in the meeting room staring at each other in shock. Han Lei sighed. This wasn't the time to worry about who was coming or going. They needed to quickly come up with a few songs with real impact. Do any of you have any other songs? Everyone looked at each other, all looking hesitant and unsure. Bang! The conference room door was pushed open again. Chen Feng walked in holding a plain notebook. The song is in this notebook, but I haven't finished writing it yet. If everyone isn't in a hurry, how about giving me half an hour? What? Half an hour? Is he really going to write a song in half an hour, just like the rumors say? Could it be that it's not just a legend, but something that actually happened? Even though it's just a song that's halfway written, finishing it in about half an hour is still incredibly impressive. At least no one in the current Chinese music scene can do that. Chen Feng looked at Zhang Jia and the others, who were all staring intently at him. If you're not in a hurry, I can help you write your songs too. Chapter 95, Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? What? Just one person goes crazy right after arriving abroad. How are the rest of the competitions supposed to proceed? This isn't just a matter of writing a song or half a song. If you want to half-ass it, you could churn out a cheesy pop song in a day. But if you take such a pop song to the China-Korea Music Festival, the outcome is inevitable. You'll lose miserably and be criticized to death when you return home. While others were still in disbelief, Chen Feng had already started writing. Ling Bingxue, of course, knew Chen Feng's capabilities. Once inspired, he could write a song for any occasion. Han Lei was the first among the others to snap out of it. As an experienced singer, Han Lei had seen it all. He slowly stood up, walked behind Chen Feng, and wanted to see how the song he had written turned out. Having sung songs all his life, he could quickly discern the quality of a song. Han Lei did not disturb Chen Feng, simply standing quietly behind him. Since Chen Feng was writing lyrics, Han Lei, standing behind him, couldn't see the entire lyrics of the song. Maqianzi, Zhu Mingzi, Sung'erzi, Lianzi, Huanjiazi, Kaduzi, Chuanlianzi. Yam, Angelica, goji berries, go? Han Lei furrowed his brows. Isn't he supposed to be writing a song? Why is he writing a list of Chinese herbal ingredients? What's going on here? Are you prescribing medicine for yourself? There's no need to write it now. What kind of elixir are you trying to concoct, or what kind of pills are you trying to roll? Deer antler slices shouldn't be too thin. You can't just copy the old master's techniques like that. Tortoise and deer gelatin, Yunnan Biao, and Cordyceps sinensis. Han Lei frowned more and more as he looked. It seems everyone was right, he's gone mad. Disappointed, Han Lei looked up at Ling Bingxue. In his memory, Chen Feng had come with her. Tell him to go back. I'll have the association arrange the tickets for you. Everyone was startled. Han Lei actually kicked someone out. But then again, this wasn't the kind of variety show back home. Even if they made a fool of themselves, it would only be embarrassing at home. But now they were in South Korea. If they made a fool of themselves, it would be a disgrace to the Chinese music industry, and they would be dragging it through the mud for others to trample on. A few people sighed and shook their heads. They didn't look down on Chen Feng, they just hoped he wouldn't waste any more time here. Ling Bingxue stood up and walked behind Chen Feng. She naturally understood Chen Feng's songwriting habits. When he was writing songs, he was completely focused, automatically filtering out everything else around him, and would just keep writing with utmost seriousness. Therefore, the words these people spoke likely didn't even reach his ears. Ling Bingxue looked up at Han Lei. Mr. Han, I know him. Let him finish writing first, then have him sing it out loud before making a decision. What do you think? The two exchanged glances. From Ling Bingxue's eyes, Han Lei saw confidence. The Tianxia Group held a pivotal position in the entertainment industry, and Han Lei was naturally familiar with the Ling family. As the eldest daughter of the Ling family, she trusted the man in front of her, who was currently writing a song, without even glancing at him. Could he really have some talent? After calming down, Han Lei recalled Chen Feng's previous works, and indeed, every song was catchy and memorable. Objectively speaking, the songs Chen Feng had released to the public were undoubtedly top-tier works in the music industry. Thinking of this, Han Lei remained silent, responding to Ling Bingxue with a silent nod. Wait for him. 20 minutes passed. Chen Feng suddenly put down his pen. Done. After speaking, Chen Feng stood up, his body rising and falling as he moved, glancing at the notebook in his hands while tapping out a rhythm in the air with his hands. Yo! If Hua Tuo were reborn, even those who worship foreigners would be cured. Foreigners coming to learn Chinese characters has awakened my national consciousness. Maqianzi, Jumingzi, Song'erzi, and Lotus Seeds. Huanjiazi, Kaduzi, Chuanlianzi, I want face. In my own way. Rewrite history. Everyone in the meeting room was dumbfounded. Zhou stammered, this is rap. No one paid attention to Zhou words, instead staring intently at the man holding a notebook and waving it in the air. Some tapped their heads, others their feet, and some even tapped their fingers, unconsciously following Chen Feng's rhythm. This clearly demonstrated how powerful the song's rhythm was. Han Lei immediately caught on. This was Chinese-style rap. The names of those traditional Chinese medicines were the lyrics, intended to showcase the Chinese style in this international singing competition. From the very start, the musical style was already overwhelming the opponents. Nothing else to do. Follow me and say a few words. Yam, Angelica, goji berry, go. Yam, Angelica, goji berries, go. Watch me grab a handful of Chinese herbs. Take a dose of pride. Impressive, so impressive. The entire song is rhyming. There are so many Chinese herbs mentioned in the lyrics of this song, yet the rhymes are perfectly maintained throughout. No one can imagine what Chen Feng has in his mind. The term erudite and talented is no exaggeration. Without an extensive vocabulary and a wealth of linguistic expressions, it would be impossible to write such lyrics. This song can no longer be evaluated solely based on flow, lyrics, beat, or rhythm control. Inside the room, many staff members dressed in white shirts and black trousers were unconsciously nodding their heads in rhythm with Chen Feng. The more Chen Feng sang, the more delighted everyone became. The Chinese music scene has finally found its chance to make a comeback. Previously, South Korean songs featured extensive rap sections that could ignite the crowd's energy at live performances, while rap in China has developed relatively slowly. Most of it was underground competitions, with lyrics that were mostly provocative and explicit. Although it sounds great, it won't get you on the big stage. It can be said that Chen Feng's song will not only shine brightly in this competition but also potentially influence domestic rap artists, inspiring them to create works that promote Chinese culture. Soon, Chen Feng's voice faded away. He only sang the first half as a trial run, still finding his rhythm. For a rap song, if the rhythm is off, it could be a fatal flaw. Chen Feng looked up, puzzled, at the crowd gathered around him. What's going on? Everyone was staring at him. This is making me feel really awkward. You guys? What's going on? Chen Feng's words brought everyone back to reality. Everyone clapped for Chen Feng. Zhang Jie clapped while laughing. Impressive, Chen Feng. I never thought your legends were true. Tan Weiwei sighed. That was amazing. I heard you sing love songs before, but I didn't know you could rap too. You're truly a versatile artist. The shortest person, Zhou, kept smiling and clapping. He didn't know how to compliment others in his eyes. Applause was the greatest praise he could give Chen Feng. The happiest person there was Ling Bingxue. For some reason, whenever Chen Feng was praised by everyone, a proud expression would appear on her face. Chapter 96, 4 Songs in a Day. After humming it once, Chen Feng made some adjustments to the song and labeled the types of instruments. Han Lei was both surprised and delighted. He immediately instructed his assistant to contact the domestic team and arrange for a music teacher to come over to help arrange the accompaniment. You guys, what songs are you planning to perform? If there's anything else you need, I'll request it as well. Han Lei asked the others. The others looked at each other in confusion. Now, it was certain that Chen Feng had a song to sing, but what about the rest of them? Seeing their hesitant expressions, Han Lei understood. It seemed there were no songs they could sing. What should they do now? I can write one for you. Just as everyone was at a loss, Chen Feng's voice rang out in the conference room. Write for us? Now. We only have 3 days left, and we need to produce 4 songs, including 1 duet. Even with superhuman abilities, 1 song a day would still leave us short by 1 person. But how could he possibly have such superhuman abilities? His own song, though well written, was just finished. It must have been written before he came to South Korea, with just the ending left. If he were to write songs for himself and the others, he'd have to start from scratch. He doesn't even know the vocal ranges or singing habits of the people he's writing for. Forcing a song onto someone is possible, but if it doesn't match the singer's style, neither the song nor the singer can truly shine. At an international music festival like this, you need a song tailored specifically for the singer to achieve the best results. Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. It could only be said that Chen Feng's idea of writing songs for everyone was well-meaning, but too naive. Even Ling Bingxue couldn't help but glance at him with a worried expression. Those who had seen Chen Feng write songs before knew. But writing songs in bulk like this? No one could possibly do that. He has to write different songs for singers with different vocal styles. It's way too difficult. Even Fong Wen-san, the top lyricist and composer in the music industry, hasn't written like this before. Mass production. Songs aren't something you can just mass produce. Thinking of this, Ling Bingxue asked, "Is it possible, Chen Feng?" Chen Feng nodded. It's possible. Everyone here is a highly skilled singer in the music industry, and I've heard about your musical styles. One day? I'll give you the sheet music tomorrow. One day? Everyone was stunned. 4 songs in 1 day? Is he really going to write 4 songs in 1 day? Even Han Lei couldn't help but swallow hard. Can he really do it? There were no other good options anyway, so why not give it a shot? Chen Feng, if you really have a song that fits me, I'll pay 3 million yuan for it. Seeing Han Lei make his stance clear, the others could only follow suit. I'll buy it too. Me too, 3 million. Me too, I'll transfer it directly to your account, no delays. Everyone chimed in. If only they knew that if there was a song truly suited to them, it wouldn't just be usable this time, but also for future occasions, and they could even release an album. These days, it's just so hard to come up with a good song. But 4 songs a day? Can he really do it? Chen Feng charges for his songwriting, and since he is not very wealthy yet, he wouldn't do it for free even if he were. That's just how the industry works. 3 million is a fairly high price in the industry. Alright, I'll go back and write it now. I'll let you know once it's done. After saying that, Chen Feng picked up his notebook and left. Ling Bingxue and the others bid farewell and followed Chen Feng out. A seminar ended with 2 people leaving, but Han Lei didn't get angry. In Chen Feng, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Back in his room, Ling Bingxue hurriedly asked, "Big brother, were you just bragging? If you're not confident, tell me right now. I'll inform Han Lei immediately. Otherwise, if you don't have a song for everyone tomorrow, we won't be able to make it in the music industry, let alone the entertainment industry." Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Don't worry. I wouldn't make such a mistake. I never intended to write a song for them, but when I saw they couldn't come up with good works for the competition and this competition is so important, I just couldn't hold back. Blame it on Chen Feng's patriotic spirit. Anyone who has received a proper education will step forward in critical moments. He would never allow the Chinese music scene to continue its decline." He got to work immediately, opening his notebook and starting to write the song. Zhang Jie's voice isn't particularly distinctive in the mid to low registers, and could even be described as ordinary. However, his high notes are extremely high, with a powerful, resonant quality. He has a vocal range of over 3 octaves, seamless transition between head and chest voice, and steady breath control while singing and dancing, all hallmarks of his talent. Chen Feng thought of a song from his previous life that would be perfect for him. The World. Zhou Shen's voice, on the other hand, has always been truly breathtaking. His voice is naturally gifted even when speaking, his tone is very gentle. Though not overly feminine when singing, it lacks the rugged, deep quality typically associated with male voices. For him, Chen Feng also thought of a song that would be absolutely perfect. The Wind Rises. As for Tan Weiwei, her voice is highly distinctive. Though she is a girl, her ability to hit high notes with such power surpasses many male singers in terms of presence. She possesses exceptional musical literacy, vocal technique, pitch accuracy, vocal range, and breath control, all of which are truly outstanding. She is truly one of the few singers in the Chinese music scene today who can sing with such authenticity. When it came to Tan Weiwei, the song that came to Chen Feng's mind was Destiny's Bridge. If Han Lei could sing it with her, given their combined talent, they could easily outshine a bunch of South Korean singers. In fact, just thinking about them singing together sends chills down Chen Feng's spine. Because, as the vice president of the China Music Association, Han Lei's voice is truly of the highest caliber. His singing style leans toward bel canto, and when he hits the high notes, his wide vocal range and aggressive tone perfectly complement this song, Destiny's Bridge. Finally, it's time for his boss, Ling Bingxue. Chen Feng has so many songs she could sing. In the end, Chen Feng chose The Sun Never Sets. After planning what each person would sing, Chen Feng began to write down the sheet music. The meeting room was still occupied by a few people. Han Lei had just finished communicating with the domestic team tonight. A traditional Chinese music instrument teacher would be taking the next flight to join them. Zhang Jia and the others were reaching out to their contacts in the music industry to borrow songs. They were borrowing the most popular and most authentic Chinese-style songs they could think of. Such an important evening couldn't possibly rely solely on the songs Chen Feng hadn't written yet. If he could write a song suitable for everyone, that would naturally be the best. However, if what he writes turns out to be a cheesy pop song or, worse yet, doesn't get written at all, they wouldn't be left scrambling. There aren't many Chinese-style songs, and those that are widely popular are even fewer. Everyone was flipping through their contact lists, and whenever they saw the name of a singer with Chinese-style songs, they would send them a message. Chapter 97, It's Actually Written. 2 days later, at noon, Chen Feng was still sleeping, and the traditional Chinese music teacher who had rushed back from the mainland had already arrived. Where's the song? Where's the person? Everyone looked at Ling Bingxue. Ling Bingxue shrugged. He should still be sleeping, he stayed up all night last night. How could they still be sleeping so soundly at this hour? Don't they know everyone else is as anxious as ants on a hot pan? But I really envy him. I'll go wake him up now. Ling Bingxue hurried toward Chen Feng's room, her pink hair swaying back and forth with each step. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The knocking on the door was urgent. Ling Bingxue felt very anxious inside. Big brother, wake up quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Moments later, a lazy male voice echoed from inside the room. Who is it? Ling Bingxue hurriedly shouted toward the door. It's me, open the door quickly. There was no response from inside the room. Ling Bingxue took out her phone, found Chen Feng's profile picture, and called him on voice call. Just as she found Chen Feng's profile picture and was about to dial, the door opened. Ling Bingxue lowered her head and walked forward. Bang! She felt like she had bumped into something and then tripped. Startled, she let out a scream and closed her eyes tightly. She seemed to touch something soft yet firm, smooth to the touch, and felt very good. No! Ling Bingxue suddenly opened her eyes. At that moment, Chen Feng was lying on the ground, and she was lying on top of him, her hands resting on his chest. Swoosh! Ling Bingxue's mind went blank. Her face was as red as if it had been painted with red paint, terrifyingly so. This. Ling Bingxue was completely dumbfounded. Although she had accidentally kissed Chen Feng on the lips last time. But that time it had only been a light touch. Now, she was completely lying on top of Chen Feng. Ling Bingxue's first thought wasn't to get up quickly, but to reach out and grab Chen Feng's chest again. Strong and muscular, yet not greasy. His chest was really wide, giving her a sense of security. I never expected him to have abs. He looked slim in clothes but muscular when undressed. Ling Bingxue, who had been dazed, came to her senses but had no intention of getting up. Her thoughts had already flown off into the sky. Hey, what are you doing here? Chen Feng looked completely confused, bumping the back of his head on the ground, which snapped him out of his daze. But now he was lying on the ground without a shirt, feeling the chill. It would have been bad enough if he had been lying there alone, but there was also a woman lying on top of him. And it wasn't just any woman, it was Ling Bingxue, the epitome of both playfulness and seductiveness. If this continued, he was bound to make a mistake. He struggled to control a certain part of his body from reacting. He had thought she would get up quickly after bumping into him. But to his surprise, she stayed there motionless. Hearing Chen Feng's voice, Ling Bingxue snapped back to her senses. She kept fanning her face with her hands. Her thoughts were completely disoriented. I'm fine. Ah. No. They told me to come get you. After struggling to organize her thoughts for a while, Ling Bingxue finally managed to say what she had originally come to do. She whispered, the music teacher has arrived and sent me to call you over. Chen Feng murmured, oh, turned around, and entered the bathroom, quickly throwing on a t-shirt before coming out. The flush on Ling Bingxue's face hadn't faded at all. She had been secretly watching Chen Feng all day. Although he had already put on his clothes, his muscular chest kept reappearing in her mind. It's so hot. What was this feeling? It was so strange. At that moment, Ling Bingxue felt as though she had X-ray vision. At this thought, she couldn't help but shiver. It's terrifying. Chen Feng didn't seem to care about what had just happened. He turned around, picked up his notebook, and walked out the door in his slippers. Ling Bingxue blushed and followed closely behind Chen Feng. Like a wronged little wife. The two entered the conference room. Everyone heard the door open and turned their heads toward the entrance with anticipation. Sure enough, it was Chen Feng. He was holding a notebook. Following him was Ling Bingxue, her face flushed, who lowered her head and returned to her seat. Tan Weiwei, standing beside her, whispered, "Shuer, are you okay?" Ling Bingxue, her mind in disarray, hurriedly waved her hands. I'm fine. It's just hot. I was running earlier. Tan Weiwei was skeptical of Ling Bingxue's response but didn't ask any further questions, as it didn't concern her much. She then shifted her gaze to Chen Feng. Han Lei felt a surge of excitement, but his expression remained calm. How about it, Chen Feng? Is the song ready? Chen Feng nodded, folded the paper on his notebook, and tore it off neatly. He divided them simply, with each stack containing 4 or 5 pages. This is yours, Zhang Jie. This is yours, Zhou Shen. This is for the two of you to sing together, Han President and Tan Weiwei. And this is for Shuer. Several sets of lyrics were handed out one by one to the group. The first part is the lyrics. Get familiar with them first. The next part is the sheet music for the music teacher. The last part combines the lyrics and music. After saying that, Chen Feng pulled out his phone and started fiddling with it. They needed some time to look at the sheet music, and he had nothing to do at the moment. Due to being abroad, the lag in the mobile game was sometimes very high, so he switched to a single-player game. Happy Eliminate. Soon, a cute sound came from Chen Feng's phone. Good. Great. Amazing. Excellent. Crazy. Unbelievable. He was playing a game, while others were seriously studying the lyrics and melody. Swinging the sword to sever the horizon, letting go of longing. In my dreams, I long for you endlessly. Regardless of whether they are generals or nobles. Care not for the ages to come. Zhang Jie was startled. Such powerful lyrics evoked vivid imagery in his mind. Is this really a song? He hurriedly flipped to the last page of the sheet music, and the more he looked, the harder it was for him to accept. Could such lyrics appear in today's Chinese music scene? Unheard of. Unseen. Zhou Shen, standing beside him, was also speechless. I once couldn't escape the vastness of the world. And I was lost in its dreams. I couldn't tell what was real or fake, I didn't struggle, and I wasn't afraid of being laughed at. Just reading the lyrics, one could tell how stunning this song would be. When Zhou Shen saw the sheet music, he jumped up from his chair. Looking at the sheet music for the chorus, all the notes were floating above the 5 lines. Zhou Shen couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Chen Feng, did you write this? You see, such high notes are his absolute specialty, yet domestic lyricists and composers haven't even dared to think about writing something like this. Because songs with such high notes were extremely rare, and there were few singers who could hit those notes, making it nearly impossible to command a high price. Seeing Zhou Shen's eyes sparkling with admiration, Chen Feng gave a mischievous smile. Yes, I wrote it just for you. Chapter 98, A Promising Future. Shines Moon, Hanes Pass. 10,000 miles of the long march, yet the people have not returned. But if the flying general of Longchang were here, we shall not let the barbarian horses cross the Yin mountains. Is there poetry in the song? Han Lei's half-closed eyes widened. Anyone with a little cultural background could understand the general meaning of this poem. It laments the endless border wars and the lack of capable generals, much like how people today lament the scarcity of good songs in the Chinese music scene. It also implies that throughout China's 1,000-year history, there have always been people guarding the borders to maintain peace for the nation. And these singers about to participate in the China-Korea Music Festival are also part of those defending the nation. Generals and soldiers defend the land, while singers defend the music culture. With this song, Han Lei suddenly envisioned a scene. A general holding a broken sword, brimming with untapped strength, yet unable to fight due to the lack of a weapon. Suddenly, someone handed him a brand new sword. They told the general to charge into battle, and they would handle the weapons. Smoke signals stretch for miles over the chaotic graveyard. In this chaotic world, lonely souls wander without a visitor. The silent heavens are cold with ink. The pen and sword of history are paid for with blood. At that moment, Tan Weiwei also felt a sense of resolve arise within her. The pen and sword of history are paid for with blood. As long as I am here, I will never allow the cultural exports of other nations to cast any shadow on the 1,000-year-old traditions of Huaxia. Unless I die. As for Ling Bingxue, her shock was relatively minor. I'll send you off. The everlasting longing. Send a postcard symbolizing love. I'll send you off. Love that never fades. Hearts connected, will explore the world together. The song The Sun Never Sets is truly amazing. It's filled with so much positivity. If it were in the past, she would have been speechless with astonishment. However, Chen Feng's shocking moves were simply too numerous to count, to the point where he wouldn't even be surprised by his own actions anymore. After everyone finished listening to their own songs, they exchanged them and took a look at others' songs. Shock, there was nothing else but shock. Zhang Jia, Zhou Shun, and Tan Weiwei all felt a pang of regret. All these years, they had been wasting their time in the music industry. After singing for so many years, they never imagined they would witness such a lack of knowledge. It wasn't just the three of them. Han Lei also found it utterly unbelievable. Having been in the music industry for decades, they had never witnessed such a spectacular scene. In the past, it was always a few, or even a dozen singers, competing for the best works of a songwriter. But today, several singers were present at the same time. Not a single one went home empty-handed. Everyone received the perfect piece tailored just for them. And all these works are created by a single person. Chen Feng. The future of the Chinese music industry truly holds great promise. Everyone in the conference room put down their sheet music and turned to look at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I'm impressed. Brother, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Me too. Me too. For a moment, no one could find the words to describe how amazing Chen Feng was. All they could do was transfer money, and transfer more money. However, Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry about the money. These were top-tier singers in the music industry. They wouldn't dare to default on such payments. The most important thing now was to finish the accompaniment as soon as possible. Chen Feng turned to the music teacher and said, "Teachers, you're the ones who'll be working the hardest this time. You'll need to stay up all night to finish the accompaniment for 5 songs." The band members exchanged glances. The elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit sitting at the front shook his head. "No, we've just discussed it. We won't do the accompaniment, we'll do it live. Live accompaniment. Oh my goodness. If only we had known earlier, bringing the band up to perform live accompaniment is completely different from recording audio accompaniment. True musical masters can feel the atmosphere of the stage and improvise on the sheet music to create something even more beautiful. Musicians and singers work together to bring a song to life. Compared to emotionless audio accompaniment, no, let me rephrase that, audio accompaniment simply cannot compare. This is why large-scale events always have a live band performing alongside. However, performing 5 songs perfectly within such a short time frame is an extremely challenging task for the band instructor. First, being in a foreign country may lead to homesickness or discomfort due to unfamiliar food and living conditions. All of these factors could affect their performance on stage. Han Lei confirmed the details with the band teachers once more. The band teachers were eager to get started, eager to prove themselves. In their eyes, with such great songs, how could they use cold, lifeless audio tracks during this crucial moment for Chinese music? One teacher even joked, "If I have diarrhea, I'll wear diapers and still perform." Everyone in the meeting room burst into laughter at his words. There was no time to waste. Since they already had the songs, they needed to start practicing immediately. Han Lei said, "The association has already rented a recording studio for everyone, it's nearby. Now that we have the songs, let's go practice right away." A few people left the hotel with their sheet music, while Chen Feng went back to his room on his own. He was too tired to sleep properly and needed to catch up on some sleep. As soon as he entered his room, Chen Feng took off his shirt and collapsed onto the bed. He felt so tired. He hadn't slept enough last night, spending the entire night writing songs. He had only just fallen asleep when he was dragged to a meeting today. Ling Bingxue followed him all the way, noticing that Chen Feng's door was ajar, but she dared not push it open. She was afraid it would be like last time, where she ended up bumping into him. "Chen Feng, what's wrong?" Ling Bingxue could only knock on the door before asking. "Nothing, I'm just really tired." Chen Feng was lying on the bed, his voice sounding very tired. "Alright, then go to sleep." "But I'm hungry." Chen Feng rolled over and sat up, tilting his head to see Ling Bingxue at the door. Through the door crack, she saw Chen Feng had gotten up. "Naked again? Shouldn't you stop doing that? Always doing this kind of temptation." Ling Bingxue had never experienced anything between men and women, but she was an adult and had some understanding of such matters. Although a man going shirtless wasn't particularly unusual, Ling Bingxue still blushed and felt her heart racing when she saw it. "It's already past mealtime. I wonder if the hotel still has anything to eat." "Alright." Chen Feng had already gotten comfortable on the bed and didn't want to get up. He checked his phone and saw that it was indeed past mealtime. He decided not to eat. I'll go get you something to eat. You should go to sleep first." At the door, Ling Bingxue's voice rang out again. "Alright, thank you, boss." Chen Feng was too tired to speak properly, and his last words seemed to be forced out through the cracks of his lips. "Remember to call me." "Alright." Ling Bingxue nodded and turned toward the elevator. Chen Feng felt his mind growing fuzzy. He hugged the pillow, and before 5 seconds had passed, he began to snore softly. Chapter 99, A Collection of Homophones. When Ling Bingxue returned, she was carrying a bag of food. She had managed to buy it using her broken Korean and a translation app on her phone. She gently knocked on Chen Feng's door. There was no response. He must be sleeping soundly. Indeed, when Chen Feng woke up satisfied, the sky in South Korea had already grown dim. If it weren't for his growling stomach, he might have slept a little longer. He quickly threw on a short-sleeved shirt, picked up his phone, and saw a message from Ling Bingxue. I bought you dinner. I knocked on the door, but you didn't open it, so I left. Buy food? Wow. Chen Feng jumped out of bed suddenly. He had asked Ling Bingxue to prepare something to eat before going to bed, but he had completely forgotten about it. He rushed all the way to Ling Bingxue's room. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Bang! 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 He gently knocked on Ling Bingxue's door. Soon, the door opened. Ling Bingxue was holding her pink hair with one hand, with a hair tie in her mouth. It seemed she was preparing to tie her hair into a ponytail. Sure enough, Ling Bingxue was combing her smooth pink hair in front of the mirror, stroke after stroke. Because she had raised her arms, her t-shirt was pulled up. Ling Bingxue's white, slender waist was exposed to the air. She removed the leather strap from her mouth and slipped it over her high ponytail. This scene left Chen Feng, who was leaning against the door, speechless. Hey, what are you staring at? Ling Bingxue's voice snapped Chen Feng back to reality. Ling Bingxue, wearing gray sweatpants and a plain t-shirt, stood with her hands in her pockets, staring at Chen Feng. Ah, nothing. Alright, let's go. Let's go out to eat. They've all gone to practice singing. I saw you didn't get up this afternoon, so I went to practice for a while too. Chen Feng looked down at himself. He was dressed neatly enough. Let's go. As the two walked down the hotel corridor, Chen Feng suddenly seemed to remember something. He told Ling Bingxue to wait for him in the hotel lobby and hurriedly went to the elevator. A few minutes later, Ling Bingxue saw Chen Feng emerge from the elevator in the hotel lobby. He was holding something in his hand. She walked closer to take a look. The Complete Guide to Korean Homophones? What's this book? Chen Feng looked at Ling Bingxue as if she were a little cutie. You're always out and about, don't you carry any reference books with you? Reference books? I always have a translator with me, I don't need to bring books. Looking at the book in Chen Feng's hand, The Complete Guide to Korean Homophones, with its cute little bear illustrations, Ling Bingxue fell into deep thought. It's clearly a children's book. Chen Feng gave Ling Bingxue a dismissive glance, as if to say, you won't understand anyway. I'm not arguing with you. You'll see its purpose soon enough. However, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only everyone in the world spoke Chinese. Alright, what do you want to eat? Ling Bingxue thought for a moment. For some reason, she felt like eating some dishes from her home country. Actually, South Korean cuisine had its roots in Chinese cuisine, but the taste just didn't appeal to Ling Bingxue. She twitched her delicate nose. If only there were stir-fried shrimp in oil or spicy crayfish. Chen Feng searched online travel guides but didn't find any good Chinese restaurants, so the two decided to go to a popular barbecue place that everyone recommended. Ling Bingxue had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, looking like a neighborhood goddess, standing beside the tall and handsome Chen Feng, attracting many curious glances. The nights in South Korea were much livelier compared to those in China. The two of them hailed a taxi. What surprised them was that the taxi driver was Chinese. He had fallen in love with a South Korean girl and decided to settle down there. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue exchanged glances, and both saw the word surprise in each other's eyes. A bad start. Chen Feng never expected that the driver was actually Chinese. The copy of Korean homophone dictionary in his hands was completely useless. The taxi driver was even more shocked. After living in South Korea for so many years, he had seen so many girls with plastic surgery. This time, seeing such a beautiful Chinese girl, he couldn't help but glance at her through the rearview mirror a few times. Neither of them was wearing a mask, and since they weren't in their home country, no one recognized them. Are you two here on vacation? I never expected to meet fellow Chinese people today. It's great that you can speak Chinese. The driver asked as he drove, unable to contain his curiosity. The driver's words caught the two off guard. Then Ling Bingxue said, yes, we're here on vacation. The driver laughed heartily. It's just the same old thing here. I've been here for 10 years, and it's not very interesting. I feel it's not as good as back home. But it's still nice for you two to come and visit occasionally. This is your first time here, isn't it? The driver's question made Chen Feng's heart race. He had experienced this before in his previous life. Questions like this often meant that the driver was about to start ripping people off. Chen Feng secretly opened the map on his phone. However, as they continued on their way, Chen Feng noticed that the driver wasn't taking a detour. Yet, after weaving through traffic, they seemed to be getting closer to their destination. The driver also started chatting about his family, talking non-stop about various topics related to China throughout the journey. From ancient times to modern times, from the northeast to the southwest, from music to movies. Ling Bingxue looked at Chen Feng with admiration. He was a music teacher, after all. She never would have guessed his knowledge was so vast. Do you know about the Chen Feng who has been all the rage in the country lately? As soon as the driver finished speaking, Ling Bingxue and Chen Feng exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. Ling Bingxue turned her head and smiled. Of course we know him, sir. Do you know him? Of course I do. The Huahan Music Awards are coming up soon, and he took my car from the airport to the hotel just the other day. My car is always picking up celebrities. The two in the backseat exchanged glances, their mouths forming perfect O shapes. Chen Feng scratched his head. Following the driver's lead, he forced a smile. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the car came to a smooth stop in front of the famous, must-visit Korean barbecue restaurant that everyone raved about. Chen Feng pulled out the Korean one he had already exchanged and paid the fare before getting out of the car. The driver waved enthusiastically at the two of them before slowly driving away. What an interesting old driver. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue carefully used their translation app to read the menu. While flipping through his copy of Korean Homophone Dictionary, Chen Feng gestured to the server. Annyeonghaseyo. Thank you. Alright. Annyeong. Just as Ling Bingxue was laughing so hard her stomach hurt, Chen Feng finally ordered the dishes. He turned around and boasted to Ling Bingxue, see? How about that? This book is useful, isn't it? Chen Feng had to prove to Ling Bingxue that this book, The Complete Guide to Korean Homophones, was of crucial importance in South Korea. He looked as proud as a young rooster that had just learned to crow. Now that his goal was achieved, Chen Feng tossed the book aside and happily began eating the grilled meat. Probably because he had been hungry all day, Chen Feng devoured the grilled meat until there was nothing left. Ling Bingxue's eyes sparkled. Every gesture and movement of Chen Feng seemed so charming to her. Chapter 100, I've never targeted you. Upon returning to the hotel entrance, Ling Bingxue paused, suddenly feeling that two of the people ahead looked strangely familiar. Chen Yuhua and Chai Kuan? Chen Feng followed Ling Bingxue's gaze. Sure enough, a tall man and a short man, surrounded by what seemed to be assistants, were walking into the hotel. The two seemed to have noticed something as well and abruptly turned around. 8 eyes locked in a stare. Chen Yuhua narrowed his eyes slightly. What a small world. Last time on I Am a Singer, he had tried to outsmart Chen Feng, only to be outmaneuvered by him instead. Isn't that Xia Shuer? And the talented Chen Feng? He spoke in a sarcastic tone from a distance. There was no one from the production team, no outsiders, and they were all in the country. Without these factors influencing him, Chen Yuhua revealed his true colors. He had just arrived and was assigned by the company to attend the China-Korea Music Festival to walk the red carpet. However, Ling Bingxue and Chen Feng didn't acknowledge him. Chen Yuhua repeated what he had just said, but Chen Feng still ignored him. Chen Feng, stop acting so arrogant. You may have some skills, but you can't rely on them forever. When you can't deliver results, you'll be nothing. Chen Yuhua was so flustered by his demeanor that he lost his composure, shouting in a voice that sounded like a broken train. I never intended to compete with you or your capital. Chen Feng's words left Chen Yuhua speechless for a moment. Was he backing down? Then, Chen Feng's next words snapped him back to reality. Do you think you're worthy of me targeting you on purpose? When dealing with friends, Chen Feng was naturally polite, but when facing those who wanted to oppose him, he would ruthlessly strike them down with overwhelming force. Chen Yuhua was at a loss for words. You're all here to walk the red carpet. I advise you not to be so arrogant, or you'll end up looking foolish. Chen Yuhua didn't know that Chen Feng was there to perform on stage. He thought Chen Feng was there to ride the coattails of fame, just like him. Although he was currently popular, he was still a new singer. At this point, Chen Yuhua couldn't help but reminisce about the past, recalling how, when he first debuted, he was also adored by thousands. Just as he was thinking, Ling Bingxue added softly from the side. What? Are you going up on stage? Before Chen Yuhua could respond, Chen Feng continued with a smile. Anyway, I'm going up on stage. Haha, with your skills? Even Chai Kuan wouldn't get that chance. With your skills? As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Yuhua realized he had said something wrong. But it was too late. Chai Kuan had already pushed past several people and entered the hotel. Chen Yuhua's face turned pale, and he glared at the two of them before rushing after Chai Kuan. Kuan, that's not what I meant. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue exchanged a smile. They had coordinated perfectly. When the two returned, they found that everyone else was still practicing singing. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. Every world was the same. No one could succeed overnight. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of practice behind the scenes. For the performance the day after tomorrow, none of these mainstays of the music industry were slacking off. They were all practicing earnestly. Ling Bingxue decided to go practice for a whole day tomorrow as well, striving to sing her best. Chen Feng, good night. Good night. The door closed gently, signaling the end of the night. The next day, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue arrived at the stage of the Huahan Music Festival to join everyone else. After all, it was an international live broadcast, and as a performing guest, they had to arrive early to get a feel for the stage. Han Lei, Zhang Jia, Zhou Shun, and Tan Weiwei were chatting when they saw Chen Feng and Ling Bingshui approaching. They immediately went over to greet them. "Little Feng, come over here quickly." He was extremely enthusiastic. Although Zhou Shun's voice was gentle, it couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. "Feng, you're amazing. We were all blown away yesterday." Tan Weiwei smiled and agreed. "With this song Destiny's Bridge, I'm confident I can outsing all South Korean singers." Han Lei addressed the group. "Everyone's here. I'll keep this brief. Just go up and test your voices later. Don't strain yourselves too much, take care of your voices." "Alright. Oh. Cough cough. HMMMMMMMM. It's all because you're so beautiful, baby. It's all because you're so beautiful, baby. You walking toward me makes me so restless. I've never felt this way before. Because I've got a crush on you, who you are." The process was simple, the audition was mandatory. A few people sang a few songs, and they found that the sound system provided by the organizers of the Hwahan Music Festival was quite good, and should be able to handle the high notes of the songs they'd be performing live tomorrow night. A few South Korean staff members at the Hwahan Music Festival gathered around, pointing at the Chinese singers on stage and covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. How dare they bring such songs to compete against our South Korean superstars? It seems like another humiliating defeat is on the horizon. Let us get off work early and go celebrate with drinks. Although the Chinese audience couldn't understand what the South Koreans were saying, their expressions and tone made it clear. It was clear they were mocking them. But Chen Feng and the others didn't care. "Laugh all you want. The more you laugh now, the harder you'll cry later." When the South Korean organizers came to request accompaniment, they left with puzzled expressions, scratching their heads. The response they received was that another band from China would be performing tomorrow, so there was no need to provide accompaniment in advance. As for why this was done, everyone understood. South Korea is a country that is hard to understand. Cunning, treacherous, dishonest, plagiarizing, shameless. These words describe them perfectly. It seems that they will stop at nothing to achieve success, even going so far as to shamelessly claim others' work as their own. They show no shame whatsoever. If you provide them with a soundtrack today, there's a good chance it will be altered beyond recognition by tomorrow. Such incidents are not unprecedented. During the China-Korea Music Festival held in South Korea, the accompaniment tempo fluctuated, causing the singer to lose their pitch. Although there haven't been many outstanding works in Chinese music in recent years, it's not to the point where we should lose so badly. This time, the experienced Han Lei made thorough preparations to ensure South Korea wouldn't have the chance to ruin things. He believes that with these few songs, they can definitely compete with South Korea's current hottest tracks. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already evening. During the afternoon rehearsal, everyone had not fully demonstrated their true abilities. Upon entering the hotel, Han Lei once again urged everyone to rest well, as tomorrow would be their chance to shine. Upon returning to his room, Chen Feng collapsed onto the bed. There was a message from Ling Bingyan on his phone. "You and your sister both need to do your best. I'll be watching your live stream from back home." Chen Feng probably didn't even realize when it started, but whenever he saw a message from Ling Bingyan, the corners of his mouth would curl upward. "Don't worry, get some rest." Chapter 101, Classical Beauty. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Chen Feng had dressed himself in his $9,900 suit and tuxedo. Downstairs in the room, Ling Bingshui was changing into the dress she had brought with her. Chen Feng was quite curious. It had been 2 hours, and she still hadn't come out. When Han Lei called to remind him, Chen Feng couldn't help but knock on the door. After a moment, there was no response. Chen Feng knocked again. Finally, there was movement at the door. Chen Feng sighed. He thought Ling Bingshui had fallen asleep. Just then, the door slowly opened from right to left, instantly stunning Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt as though he had seen a breathtakingly beautiful woman stepping out of a painting. She wore a black and red cheongsam embroidered with golden phoenixes. Her delicate feet, adorned with high heels, made her fair legs appear even more slender. A single hairpin was quietly pinned in her pink hair, and a peony decoration added the perfect finishing touch. Chen Feng could only think of 2 words. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Ling Bingshui waved her hand. "Hey, little cutie. What are you thinking about?" Chen Feng replied, his voice a bit dazed. "Beautiful, so beautiful." Ling Bingshui smiled, lifted her hand to tuck the strands of hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, then spun around in front of Chen Feng. In the cheongsam, Ling Bingshui's graceful figure was fully displayed, and her signature pink hair added a touch of classical beauty to her entire appearance. "Why are you wearing a cheongsam?" "Because I'm representing China at the China-Korea Music Festival, and wearing a cheongsam highlights Chinese elements." Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, everyone was speechless. Xia Schwer? Those who had been waiting impatiently couldn't take their eyes off Ling Bingshui the moment she appeared, their mouths agape in shock. Even Tan Weiwei froze in place. This must be an otherworldly beauty who traveled back in time from 100 years ago. Inside the hotel, it wasn't just them, the South Koreans nearby were also staring at Ling Bingxue with expressions of surprise, envy, or jealousy. As a neighboring country of China, they had seen cheongsams before, but they had never seen a girl wearing a cheongsam who was so beautiful. She must be South Korean. How did she end up among the Chinese crowd? She's so beautiful, she must be South Korean. Even if she is not South Korean, her ancestors must be South Korean. The interpreter beside him translated the surrounding whispers for the group. Chen Feng scoffed at this. Hilarious. Zhang Jia, however, proudly shouted, "We are Chinese. We are Chinese." Tan Weiwei pulled Ling Bingshua's hand and said, "Shuer, you're so beautiful. I don't have such a figure to wear such a beautiful cheongsam." It was clear she was genuinely envious. Ling Bingshue smiled and said thank you. At that moment, a row of luxury cars pulled up and everyone hurriedly got in, heading toward the venue of the Huahan Music Festival. The venue of the Huahan Music Festival was lavishly decorated, with colorful neon lights and a long red carpet stretching from the entrance all the way inside. As the host of the music festival, South Korea was confident that this competition would be another easy victory. The more impressive the outfits, the more they could rub it in the faces of the Chinese music industry during the celebrations. The red carpet ceremony was scheduled for around 6 p.m. As a major event showcasing the musical talents of both countries, it naturally attracted many Chinese journalists to cover the event. Live streaming platforms such as Douyin, Douyu, Weibo, Tencent, and Mango are broadcasting the event live. As the sky grew slightly darker, the venue was already packed with people. Some had come solely to enjoy the music, while others were local residents. The largest group, however, were fans who had come to support their favorite idols. The most enthusiastic were these fans, who had practically taken over both sides of the road. Journalists were stationed along the red carpet, eagerly snapping photos to send back for their reports, hoping to catch some key news that could make them an overnight sensation. Several domestic video platforms have also started live streaming. I heard tonight's lineup is all heavy hitters. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, the Chinese music scene is really going all out this time. It's all high-pitched singers. It's actually Han Lei leading the group, a singer of that caliber. They'd better bring home an award or else. Our Kai Koan is also there. The hope of the Chinese music scene, Hua Hua, is also joining in. Haha, I'm truly impressed. There's always someone trying to crash the red carpet at every event. No one else matters to me. I'm only here for Chen Feng. Me too. Netizens were discussing online, inside the Tianxia group. Company employees hadn't left after work, and the electronic screen above the group's main entrance had already started live streaming the music gala. At the square in front of Tianxia Group's entrance, the area was packed with people. Ling Bingyan, Zhang Yibai, and other celebrities and company executives were seated in the front rows, with company employees filling the rows behind them. Originally, everyone had planned to watch from their respective floors, but everyone wanted to gather together. So they decided to turn on the massive screen at the company entrance and broadcast the live event, allowing everyone across the entire group to watch. As more and more people gathered, everyone was eagerly waiting to cheer on Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue. Ling Bingyan murmured, "The scene is so beautiful, like a dream." On the screen, the host was reporting on the live situation, but Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue hadn't appeared yet. At that moment, Chen Feng and the others were in the makeup room. Chen Feng was already exceptionally tall and handsome, so he didn't need much makeup to enhance his appearance. Therefore, he simply applied some powder to avoid any glare on his face and stood aside, waiting quietly. It must be said that the 99,900 pixel camera truly did justice to Chen Feng's physique and his arrogant demeanor. Backstage, Chen Feng spotted many South Korean singers. Their faces were covered in thick layers of makeup, and they wore thick platform shoes. Even so, their height only reached Chen Feng's mouth level. They spoke in a language Chen Feng couldn't understand, their voices loud and arrogant, their behavior crude and vulgar. A few of them gathered around, mumbling to each other, with cigarettes hanging from their lips. They were completely different from the polite and well-mannered personas they portrayed on screen. Time ticked by, and the red carpet event had begun. On the live broadcast, people began to walk by one after another, each moving extremely slowly, as if afraid that the camera wouldn't capture their image as they passed. The screen was filled with a dense stream of comments. Among them were many South Korean characters. In the Chinese live streaming room, seeing South Korean text means one thing: these are Chinese fans who adore South Korean celebrities. They don't use Chinese characters instead, they have a particular fondness for the South Korean language. These brainless fans of South Korea don't feel ashamed, instead, they take pride in it, feeling like they're the most fashionable and trendy people on the street. So, why do people hate these brainless fans of South Korean culture? A significant part of the reason lies in the fact that their values have become so distorted that they are incomprehensible to others. Moreover, their behavior is equally baffling. In their eyes, anything foreign is automatically the best. Chapter 102, let's go. The red carpet. Two cars slowly drove up and stopped outside the red carpet. Sarangi. Ah. Saranhi. Quan Jilong. Wow, it's the Asian supergroup Pigpang. Several staff members opened the car doors. Quan Jilong stepped out of the car with his short legs. Standing on the ground, his windbreaker almost completely covered his legs, making it seem like only his body and feet were visible, a rather odd outfit. But this didn't stop him from showing off. Only a mischievous grin peeked out from under his hood as he waved at the camera and the fans on site. So cool. Salam, salam. My god, my fantastic baby. Ah, I'm dying, I love him so much. The scene was packed with die-hard fans and journalists. Camera flashes were going off non-stop, focusing on Quan Jilong. Luckily, he was wearing a pair of sunglasses that looked pretty odd. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what's odd about them, just don't ask. Fans will say it's fashion. Quan Jilong's die-hard fans held up his fan signs and shouted at him loudly. The noise was deafening, like the sound of pigs being slaughtered. Some fans even fainted on the spot. Quan Jilong merely frowned and glanced at these brainless fans, listening to their pig-like screams, his eyes filled with disgust. Wearing sunglasses was just to hide his expression. Then, he raised a finger and waved it at the fans. The fans, seeing his cool gesture, screamed even louder. On site, the South Korean host introduced Quan Jilong to the camera. Here comes Quan Jilong, the trendsetter of fashion. He's walking toward us. Look, he's always so unique. His outfits are all from his own brand, Xiaojuhua, and he never wears the same thing as anyone else. It's all thanks to his years of insight into fashion trends. What kind of surprise will he bring us today? Some viewers who understood Korean typed their confusion in the live chat. What the heck is this? They call this fashion? What is this? A clown. They were immediately attacked by K-pop fans. You don't know anything, get out of here. Do you even know what fashion is? Do you know what oversize means? Exactly, Appa has always been this style, always at the forefront of fashion. What's there to be curious about? A bunch of jealous people, seeing how handsome Appa is, just slandering him. This is hilarious. You're all so out of touch with fashion. The live stream had only just begun, and the two sides were already trading insults. This is just posturing, a dead duck with a stubborn mouth. You have no taste. These brainless fans are just as dumb as they come. Goodness, I didn't know until watching the Hwahan Music Awards that there are still so many brainless people in China who worship foreign cultures. Inside the live stream, the verbal battle between the two sides grew increasingly intense. This also added countless views to the China-Korea Music Festival. Many bystanders followed the netizens into the chat. Both sides continued to rally reinforcements. 30 million, 50 million, 80 million. Within just a few minutes, the number of live viewers doubled. One by one, faces walked down the red carpet. The crowd on site would scream wildly upon seeing their favorite celebrities appear. But when the Chinese faces appeared, they fell silent, as they didn't recognize them and didn't bother to try. After the celebrities had been walking the red carpet for over half an hour, the live stream finally showed a Chinese singer, Chai Kuan. At that moment, one or two Mercedes-Benz SUVs pulled up beside the red carpet. A handsome figure jumped out of the car in a stylish pose. He blew his messy bangs upward with his mouth, and the live stream was immediately flooded with a sea of Chai Kuan comments. Chai Kuan, you're so cool. I love you, Chai Kuan. Put on a great show tonight. Because You're Too Beautiful is going to appear on the international stage. Chai Kuan, come back and marry me, I have a castle. The die-hard fans were going wild, there was no stopping them. The live stream was bustling with activity, but the scene on site was entirely different. No one paid any attention to Chai Kuan. Kai Kuan's self-proclaimed stylish outfit and makeup were all from South Korea 3 or 4 years ago. In the South Korean entertainment scene, it was already considered outdated and out of style. Plus, no one even knew who Chai Kuan was. It felt like a scene from a movie where the autumn wind sweeps away the fallen leaves. Chai Kuan's expression darkened. There was nothing he could do abroad, he was just an ordinary person, albeit a slightly more handsome one. He mustered up the courage to go to the signing area, struck 7 or 8 poses, and then entered the venue, sitting down quietly. After Chai Kuan finished, several more rising stars from the Chinese music scene walked the red carpet. Chen Yuhua was among them. The live stream was bustling with activity, with some praising, others cursing, and some arguing with each other. Comments were flying by so quickly that if you tried to read one carefully, you might miss hundreds. The red carpet event was nearing its end. Zhang Jia, Zhou Shen, Tan Weiwei, and Han Lei each stepped out of their luxury cars and walked down the red carpet one after another, entering the inner venue. Ling Bingshua's business car slowly came to a stop at the entrance. What caught the journalist's eyes were her long, slender legs, viewed from below. Stunningly beautiful. The staff on site were surprised to see Ling Bingshue, especially her outfit. Such attire was something they had only seen online or on TV. It was virtually unheard of in South Korea. After all, the requirements for body shape in a cheongsam are extremely high. Even the slightest excess fat would be immediately highlighted by the garment. The South Korean staff couldn't help but gape in awe, each of them giving her a thumbs up. If only she were South Korean. Let Kwon Ji-long marry her and bring her to South Korea. Right, John Ji-young could easily win her over. Perhaps because she hadn't worn high heels in a long time, Ling Bingxue felt a bit uncomfortable and her skirt was a bit too short. If she walked too quickly, she might show too much. The spotlight shone on her, and the golden phoenix pattern reflected the light, making the design appear three-dimensional. As the camera shifted back to the red carpet entrance after the previous person entered, the journalists fell into a brief trance, especially the Chinese journalists. The live broadcast camera zoomed in from a distance. Look, their essay glow around her. I'm crying, I'm completely captivated by her beauty. Oh my goodness, it's a phoenix. It's our Chinese phoenix. She's so beautiful, truly breathtaking. Xia Shuer is bringing honor to our country. The pink hair symbolizes fashion, the black and red cheongsam is elegant and graceful, blending modern and ancient styles. Who designed this? I need to give them a thumbs up. Both journalists and the crowd on the outskirts were stunned by Ling Bingshue's attire. Gradually, more and more people at the scene fixed their gaze on Ling Bingxue as she walked down the red carpet, her perfect figure radiating a unique Eastern charm. The moment she stepped onto the red carpet, Ling Bingxue was destined to be the most dazzling presence on the entire red carpet. Chapter 103, Arrogance. As Ling Bingxue took her seat, Chen Feng's luxury car slowly pulled up beside the red carpet. A staff member opened the door. Chen Feng stepped out, smiling and waving at the audience and live cameras. He was dressed in a deep black suit, the same outfit he had worn at the Huaxia Music New Song Chart Awards ceremony earlier, with even his hairstyle unchanged. He exuded an air of refined literary elegance, and with his tall, handsome features accentuated by the tailored suit, he looked tall and graceful. Chen Feng strode confidently toward the autograph area. Under the outdoor square's large screen of the Tianxia Group, everyone was watching the gala. Ling Bingyan immediately recognized the suit Chen Feng was wearing as the one they had bought together while shopping earlier. It still looked as vibrant as ever. The employees of Tianxia Group were whispering among themselves. Everyone looked at each other, seeing the same look of awe in each other's eyes. Mr. Chen is so handsome. Ha, he and our second young miss are a perfect match. Ha, if I could be with Mr. Chen, that wouldn't be bad either. Stop daydreaming. Go lose some weight. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the handsome and dashing Chen Feng. His stylish suit made him the most stunning visual focal point of the entire venue. From the live stream, the gasps and commotion from the crowd were clearly audible. Is he from South Korea? He is so handsome. Does South Korea have such tall celebrities? His outfit is also so stylish. Appa, Sarangi. The online live stream was buzzing with excitement. Who is this? It's Chen Feng, it's Chen Feng. I'm dying, Chen Feng is so handsome, husband, you're so handsome. I'm declaring it now, Chen Feng is the hottest guy at the Huahan Music Awards. He's also the best singer. Who just said China isn't good? Who said Chinese singers are outdated? Come out and face the music. I admit he is handsome, but he is nowhere near as cool as Jilon Appa. He is not as fashionable. Finally someone who is a bit handsome comes along, and you're all so excited. You country bumpkins have no taste. Domestic singers aren't even worth a dog's glance. If you don't want to watch, then get out. Who told you to watch? You idiot. Chen Feng didn't know why, but he seemed to have an innate aversion to walking the red carpet. Unlike others who moved like snails on the red carpet, he quickly made his way to the signing board and signed his name. He didn't strike any poses, he just waved at the cameras. He then entered the inner area and sat in the third row by the side, alongside the other singers. There was a door next to him leading to the backstage area. After a while, the red carpet portion was mostly over, and the venue grew dim. Spotlights shone on the stage. Several South Korean hosts walked out. Welcome to the Hwajeong Music Festival. How wonderful the summer in South Korea is. The hosts were speaking in a foreign language, and Chen Feng couldn't understand a single word. No one was there to translate for him. He hadn't brought the phonetic translation handbook either, and even if he had, it wouldn't have been much help. Thinking of this, Chen Feng wore an expression as if he had constipation. However, this micro-expression was captured by the camera and transmitted to the live stream, sparking another heated online discussion. Can Chen Feng understand South Korean? What is going on? He looks like he needs to go to the bathroom. Maybe he is having trouble adjusting to the local food and needs to go to the bathroom. This is going to be a real show. Tomorrow's trending topic, Chen Feng at the Music Awards ceremony. This is too chaotic. At that moment, the host on stage stopped speaking and walked off the stage. The lights on stage gradually dimmed. It seems like it's about to begin. Sure enough, a slightly overweight middle-aged man bounced onto the stage. He was wearing a red suit, a pink shirt, and 9-inch dress pants. His attire was extremely flashy. However, the atmosphere in the venue was just as exaggerated as his outfit. With a buzz, the South Korean audience below erupted into enthusiastic applause. The person on stage, Chen Feng, naturally recognized him. the super popular South Korean singer, Psy. It seems like the song he's bringing must be Gangnam Style. Sure enough, a lively rhythm began to play, followed by Psy's voice. As he gets closer to the building, that guy starts shouting his price. Damn kid, his waist is twisted, but he's still trying to haggle. If there's no interest in the deal, you can still ask for a higher price. Even a rumbling bedsheet can haggle. Chen Feng felt a headache coming on. It's definitely this song. One of the top 10 songs of Chinese square dancing. It's no wonder that Psy has achieved such success. It's undoubtedly closely tied to the development of Chinese square dancing. The viewers in the live stream were genuinely fed up with hearing this song. Please, can we fast forward this part? I really don't want to hear this song anymore. He sings this one everywhere he goes. Can't you change it? Even the old ladies sing it, and he sings it too. It's so annoying. You don't know anything. The place he's singing about is the richest area in South Korea, only the wealthiest can afford it. You don't know anything. If you're poor, just listen to the song and try to understand. The online war between netizens erupted once again. The South Koreans at the scene were extremely excited. If it weren't for the fact that this was a live stream, they might have joined Psy in singing and dancing. It must be said that Psy's singing skills are truly impressive. Although South Koreans aren't known for their character, the singers they produce have exceptional professional skills. My family brought me here 3 times already. Dog, come get me, hey. Dog, come get me, hey. My family brought me here 3 times already. Dog, come get me, hey. Dog, come get me, hey. Let us get started right away. Do it, do it, do it. 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 The rhythm is indeed very strong, but anyone who understands Korean will know that this is just a catchy pop song. A song praising the wealthy lifestyle of the Gangnam district in South Korea. However, its rhythm is excellent, the composition is great, or perhaps the theme of this song resonates deeply with a certain group of people. So, the song became a huge hit. Psy performed his horse riding dance on stage. With his slightly overweight build, he repeatedly mimicked the actions of whipping a horse, galloping wildly, and making lewd expressions, all in sync with the music, which made people feel an inexplicable urge to dance along. Finally, amid the audience's applause, his song came to an end. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Psy glanced down at a Chinese singer through his sunglasses with a smug expression. He snorted derisively. He then waved to the South Korean audience in the back rows. The South Korean female host, with a fawning expression, walked onto the stage. Her surgically enhanced face, glistening in the light, was hard to look at. The host and Psy began chatting in Korean. Chapter 104, For Her Alone, he steps back from the world. Soon, Bird Uncle stepped off the stage. On the Chinese side, the next performer was Zhang Jia, who had already gone backstage to prepare while Psy was still singing. The melodious sound of a piano filled the venue, accompanied by the piano's melody. The host on stage rambled on for a while before launching into a lengthy introduction. Chen Feng remained silent. Suddenly, after the host finished speaking, the audience began to clap, and he quickly raised his hands to join in. Amidst the host's words, 2 words could faintly be heard. The world. The live stream was flooded with comments. Question mark. Everyone, did I hear that right? What's going on? The world. Is it really called the world? Yes, what a powerful name. I wonder who is singing. We don't know anything about the stage performance. No need to ask, it's definitely brother Chai Kuan. He is dressed so stylishly today, he is obviously going to perform on stage. Chai Kuan? Are you kidding me? With his voice, does he even have the qualifications to perform on stage? Nonsense. If Chai Kuan doesn't have the qualifications, who does? Stop arguing. The official livestream has updated the list of singers for tonight's show. Let me see. Han Lei, Zhang Jia, Zhou Shen, Tan Weiwei, Xia Shuer, Chen Feng. Not bad, not bad. It seems like Huaxia Music didn't mess up the selection this time. They've chosen singers who are recognized by the public. That is right. If they keep letting those unqualified people perform, we'll probably lose for 3 years. Ha ha ha, what about Kai Kuan, who was supposed to perform? Come out and face the music. As the netizens were buzzing with excitement, the stage lights began to dim. The audience below erupted in gasps. They had brought a band with them, and it was a small symphony orchestra with over 30 members. The South Koreans present couldn't help but marvel. China really went all out this time. The live stream was also buzzing with excitement. Cool. This is so awesome. Look, it's Zhang Jia. Such a bold song title paired with Zhang Jia's voice, tonight's performance is sure to be unforgettable. Whether it's Zhou Shen, Tan Weiwei, or Han Lei, everyone on stage is a high-note singer. Impressive. Crank up the best sound system for me. On stage, Zhang Jia, wearing a red cape, was already seated and ready, making a gesture to the orchestra conductor. The prelude, accompanied by the sound of the eru, began. Chinese style. It's Chinese style. Stand up, brothers, let's go. Bring out my Italian canon. The crowd fell into complete silence, eager to see what this powerful singer from China would sing that was different from previous years. Zhang Jia narrowed his eyes, gradually getting into the zone, and began his heartfelt performance. Amidst the rising smoke of war, seeking love is like sand being washed away by waves. Meeting her was like spring water reflecting pear blossoms. Swinging the sword to sever the ends of the earth. Let go of longing. In my dreams, I long for you endlessly. As the song reached this point, it paused for half a beat. Zhang Jia spread his left arm backward, yanked the cloak off his body, and threw it toward the audience below. The fully spread cloak, as vast as the sky, plunges toward the cameras below, creating a visual impact that sends a wave of gasps through the audience. Below the stage, some South Korean singers who had come to watch the performance imitated Zhang Jia's gesture of throwing the cloak and disgusted with those around them. That Chinese singer's move is so cool, I'll have to use it in my songs too. Me too. Me too. That's pretty cool. I'll put this move in my music video when I get back. Meanwhile, Zhang Jia on stage revealed his actual performance outfit. A Black Knight-style outfit, incredibly handsome, clearly showing that Zhang Jia had spared no expense for this concert. Suddenly, the melody changed. Zhang Jia's voice echoed through the speakers. Regardless of whether one is a general or a noble. Care not for the ages to come. I only seek love to resolve it. This vast and chaotic world of red dust never ceases its turmoil. Love endures forever. I desire tenderness as gentle as flowing water. Who cares who rules the ages? The South Korean singer on stage was stunned. This transition was too sudden just moments ago. The accompaniment was still ancient and rustic, but now it had transformed into a rhythmically intense rap. Is this the true power of a top-tier Chinese singer? The live stream was filled with cheers for Zhang Jia's performance. Those who admire him know that Zhang Jia has always specialized in emotionally charged pop music and has rarely sung songs in the Chinese style. However, this time, he not only broke through the constraints of Chinese style music but also filled the gap in the rap genre. Amazing. Zhang Jia is amazing. This song is amazing. I need to know who wrote the lyrics and composed the music. Amazing, unbeatable. Zhang Jia, go for it. This is true fashion. I never expected the Chinese music scene to have such a gem of a song. On stage, the instrumental track for The World began to play again, and everyone knew the chorus was about to start. Zhang Jia took a deep breath. His voice soared 8 octaves higher. With love in one's life, what fear is there of flying sand? Grief at white hair cannot hold back youth. Cast aside the picturesque realm. In exchange for her smile as bright as a flower. It's worth it to have this love rather than a lifetime of empty longing. Full of tension. Wave after wave of sound swept through the music festival venue, overwhelming the ears of South Korean singers. This kind of high note is something South Korean singers lack. Their pop songs rely on the rhythm of the melody to resonate with the audience. Across all of South Korea, there are almost no singers who can rival Zhang Jia. Backstage, Psy, who had just finished singing, looked very upset. He never expected the singers who came to compete this time to be so powerful. Why were the Chinese singers from the past 2 years so lackluster? Bird Uncle, who had originally thought he could win easily, felt an inexplicable pressure building up inside him. Sitting in the audience, Chen Feng's goosebumps were standing on end. He knew Zhang Jia could sing this song well, but he never imagined he would sing it this well. Behind the live stream screen, many viewers at home were dancing excitedly. Bring honor to the country. Let them see how good we are. Zhang Jia's Chinese style is amazing. He's definitely won. A brief rap section flashes by, and it's time for the second chorus. Zhang Jia sings with growing confidence. Known for his vocal prowess, this high note is no challenge for him. Going up another octave wouldn't be out of the question. This is the power of live performance. The confidence this song gives him has put him in an extraordinary state. On the live stream, Zhang Jia makes his signature ear-covering gesture, slowly lifting the microphone above his head. His fans know that this is the moment to showcase his true talent. With love in one's life, what fear is there of flying sand? Grieving over white hair that cannot hold back youth. I would trade away a picturesque kingdom for her smile as beautiful as a flower. To make up for a lifetime of empty longing. If the heart holds no grievances, love and hate will follow their own course. The vast love of heaven and earth knows no bounds. For her alone, I would step back from the world. Chapter 105, Too Intense. The number of people in the live stream kept rising. Chinese people have a special sentiment when they see their compatriots performing brilliantly. They always gather around to cheer them on. This is so intense. So intense. Zhang Jia actually has such a masterpiece. Why didn't he release it earlier? You have to admit his voice is really good, but his previous works were pretty average. If it weren't for his voice, those works probably wouldn't have made the charts at all. This sense of grandeur is unmatched. The song comes to an end. Amidst the rising smoke of war, seeking love is like sand being washed away by waves. Meeting her is like spring water reflecting pear blossoms. swinging the sword to sever the horizon, letting go of longing. In my dreams, I long for you. Applause. Cheers. Appa, that was amazing. So amazing. Appa, Sarangi, marry me. Although his appearance is a bit old-fashioned, the song is indeed good. It seems like his ancestors must have been from South Korea. Although the singer on stage, Jang Jia, isn't South Korean, there were still many South Koreans cheering for him, and some were even discussing how to make him become South Korean. Domestic netizens were instantly buzzing. The previously quiet livestream was suddenly filled with comments, and more people joined in. A scene of lively excitement unfolded. Chinese singer, rise up. Haha, this is so embarrassing. Wow. That's amazing. At the entrance of Tianxia Group, people stood up and clapped, and many passers-by on the street stopped to watch. Is that Jang Jia? Oh no, I was too busy wandering around and forgot to watch the Hwaxia Korean Music Festival. This is the perfect place to watch, but I don't think it's very interesting. The first two editions were a total disaster. But look, Jang Jia seems to be getting a lot of applause and cheers at the gala. It's all fake. But the South Korean stars are about to come on stage. Let's stand here and watch for a while. Alright. There were many similar conversations, with people discussing the music festival. The host and translator walked onto the stage. Although the host was smiling, it was clear that his smile wasn't genuine. Hello, Chinese singer Jang Jia. The host spoke a sentence in Korean, and the translator translated it into Chinese. Jang Jia politely replied, hello, host. Your voice is very powerful. Do you think you or Psy will win today? Jang Jia didn't expect such a sharp question and paused to think for a moment. Bird Uncle is amazing, he's an opponent I deeply respect. As for who will win, that's up to the judges' decision. As he spoke, he glanced at the judges sitting below the stage. These judges were all from outside China and South Korea, which was a way to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the China-Korea Music Festival. The host chuckled. Our contestant Jang Jia is quite humorous, comparing himself to Bird Uncle. At this remark, the Chinese delegation sitting below and the netizens watching the livestream were all stunned. This is so pretentious. Do they really think there's no one in Hwaxia who can match him? A tiny country like that, and they dare to be so arrogant? But I think he's right. Chinese singers are just not as good as South Korean singers, right? Where did you come from? Right now it's just Psy on stage. Wait until Pigpang and John Ji Young come out, Chinese singers won't stand a chance. John Ji Young Appa, Sarangi. Netizens were divided, with most criticizing the South Korean hostess' arrogant tone. Another group consists of K-pop fans who idolize foreign cultures. A very small number are neutral netizens just watching the spectacle. Upon hearing the translation, Jang Jia's expression darkened, but standing on stage, he couldn't bring himself to say anything and could only force an awkward smile. In China, such a biased host would never happen, but this was in South Korea, a country lacking depth, where anything could happen. As they spoke, the judges below had already handed the scoring results to the host. Upon receiving the final scorecard, the host did not rush to open it. At that moment, Psy walked onto the stage with an arrogant expression. The host gave Bird Uncle a sly smile, signaling that she was greeting him, then turned to the camera and said, the scores are in. They were judged by professional musicians from both China and South Korea. The maximum score is 10. Let's take a look at the big screen. The screen displayed the avatars of the 10 judges, with their respective scores below them. The final score will be calculated by removing the highest and lowest scores, then averaging the remaining scores. Chen Feng thought to himself, this type of competition reminded him of the Chinga singing competition from his previous life. Thinking back to his previous life, the music scene was thriving with a variety of styles, but in this world, good songs were so scarce. On stage, the host excitedly announced, after removing the highest score, 9.97, and the lowest score, 9.5, our South Korean powerhouse contestant Bird Uncle has a final score of 9.75. A score of 9.75 was exceptionally high in previous years' competitions. The singers watching from the audience began to discuss the results. Bird Uncle's score is really high. He truly is the pride of South Korea. Once Gangnam Style came out, Chinese songs couldn't compare. That song was written for the wealthy areas of South Korea, so the lyrics must be extraordinary. Chinese singers are just screaming and rapping on stage, what's the point? Bird Uncle's popularity is unmatched. In contrast, the Chinese singers and artists looked rather glum. A score of 9.75 is extremely high. At least, Chinese singers have never achieved this score in the past few editions of the China-Korea Music Festival. The young fans in attendance didn't understand the songs and looked dejected. They were wondering, has the Chinese music scene really come to an end? Meanwhile, the expressions of the other senior artists were filled with confidence. Although Psy's score was high, Jang Jia's performance, both in terms of the song and his personal delivery, was flawless. The judges are professionals and will undoubtedly award a fair score. At that moment, Jang Jia's portrait appeared on the large screen, which then transitioned to the portraits of the 10 judges. The scores were displayed. The host said this dismissively. Zhang Jie, the singer from China, with the highest score of 9.97 removed and the lowest score of 9.52 removed, Zhang Jie's final score is. The originally disdainful tone suddenly changed. It became hesitant. From the camera, it was clear that her expression had stiffened, like a face that had had too much Botox. But the scores were already out, and she had to announce them. Zhang Jie's final score. Chapter 106, The Wind Blows Up the Past. 9.76 points. The South Korean host announced the score with a trembling voice. If possible, she really didn't want to announce this score, but this was a live broadcast, and there was no way around it. The South Korean audience fell silent, frozen in place. Had the Chinese singer won? A mere 0.01 point lead. Psy lost? That can't be possible. Is this a Chinese proverb, the sun rising in the west? The applause from the audience was not loud, but it was very enthusiastic. Though only Chinese people were clapping, each one was sincerely congratulating Zhang Jie on defeating Bird Uncle. Even Chai Koen and Shen Yuhua were no exception. Though they didn't get the chance to take the stage, they were genuinely happy from the bottom of their hearts that their fellow countrymen had defeated their opponents. The other South Korean singers were still in a daze. Originally, they were a nation known for their exaggerated expressions, and now they were fully expressing their astonishment. Bird Uncle, one of South Korea's strongest singers, had actually been defeated by a Chinese singer. Although the Chinese singer's song was quite good, Psy's song wasn't bad either, and with his high popularity, how could a Chinese singer defeat him? However, the judges on stage were all from the West, and the South Korean singers and artists dared not speak out in protest, except to vent their frustrations in private. It can be said that the Western colonial influence has penetrated deep into the bones of everyone. Half a minute had passed, and Psy was still in shock. I lost? My hit song Gangnam Style actually lost? This is a song that is extremely popular in South Korea, and even in China, a song that everyone can sing a few lines of. It actually lost to a song I've never even heard of in this music festival. The undefeated record of South Korea in the previous two editions of the China-South Korea Music Festival had been broken right here. Though I'm still standing there in shock, cold sweat is already trickling down my forehead. The South Korean host who announced the results was just as stunned. The words of contempt for Chinese singer Zhang Jie came out of his own mouth. Now, the news of Zhang Jie's victory was also announced from his own mouth, with less than 5 minutes between the two events. The slap in the face came so quickly. In contrast to the tense atmosphere on stage, the live stream was filled with cheers. Where are the Korea fans who were just praising him? Get out here. Zhang Jie is amazing. The world is amazing. I need to learn this song immediately and sing it 10 times. Zhang Jie has grown so fast he's now an artist who can both write songs and sing them? Since Chen Feng emerged out of nowhere, the music industry has become so competitive. I wonder what Chen Feng will sing on stage later. Country bumpkins, you've never heard a song before, have you? Just because you won one competition, you're acting like this. Don't forget, the previous two editions were all dominated by South Korean idols. K-pop fanatics, get lost. Chinese country music? Who would listen to that? Only you country bumpkins would. Surprisingly, the host didn't ask Zhang Jie for his award acceptance speech. This left everyone puzzled. In fact, the host was completely at a loss for words and had no interest in asking the Chinese singer any further questions. All she wanted now was to get off the stage as soon as possible. After announcing the next South Korean singer to perform, the host led Psy and Zhang Jie off the stage together. What's going on? Can the winner not even say a word? A small country with few people, South Korea has once again shown me its true colors. Brainwashed K-pop fans? This is the South Korea you love, a country that can't face defeat, making everyone laugh. On the screen, the brainless K-pop fans were also feeling a bit embarrassed. They've been defending the South Korean music industry all along, but the South Korean host did something so ridiculous. The second South Korean singer took the stage. He sang a song that's also quite popular in South Korea lately. The live performance was amazing, with fans cheering wildly and screaming at the top of their lungs, all hoping their idol would glance their way. The screams of the die-hard fans grew louder and louder. Meanwhile, the K-pop fans in the live stream seemed to be trying to cover up the awkwardness. They kept refreshing the screen. All the comments were filled with arrogance, looking down on the Chinese music scene and Chinese language songs. They are obsessed with foreign cultures and idolize South Korean singers as if they were gods. As a result, online arguments have been ongoing in the live streaming rooms. A hot search on Weibo also featured Zhang Jie's victory in the first match. Many unaware people saw the trending topic and rushed into the live stream. After the song ended, the South Korean singer bowed slightly to the audience and the cameras in the live stream. They received another round of applause and cheers. The area around the Tianxia Group Square was already packed with people. Among them, many brainless fans who couldn't tell right from wrong were shouting wildly, "Kim Soo Appa, Sarangi. Kim Soo is a prince, right? Such a tall and handsome Appa, there are few like him in the world." Amid the host's monotone tone, Jo Shun made his entrance. With his delicate smile and shy expression, he immediately drew mockery from the South Korean singers on stage. It seems like China has no singers left. The guy who just came out must be their best. They sent such a petite man to sing on stage? What's he going to sing? Second brother? Three little bears live together, bear dad, bear mom, and bear baby? Ha 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 ha, senior, you imitated him too well. Zhou Shin was about to sing The Wind is Rising, and the music had already started, but the atmosphere on stage remained tense. Whether it was because Bird Uncle had just lost and they were intentionally causing trouble, or because they truly looked down on this short singer from the bottom of their hearts, the scene remained chaotic. It could be said that this event showcased the uncultured side of South Korea in all its glory. Viewers watching Zhou Shin's performance in the livestream were also confused. Another new song? These few people are here to disrupt the event, aren't they? The South Korean singers and artists on camera are still smiling? They'll be crying soon. Zhou Shin's songs are definitely not simple. No, I should say, the fact that the song can come out of Zhou Shin's voice is definitely no joke. Agreed. South Korean singers have no idea about Zhou Shin's terrifying talent. The piano prelude continued, and Zhou Shin gradually adjusted his state. Someone in the audience noticed that the aura of the short Chinese singer on stage had changed. Just moments ago, he had seemed like a shy child, but as soon as the prelude began, Zhou Shin's gaze suddenly grew deep and intense. Like a black hole, capable of swallowing the entire universe. On stage, Zhou Shin began counting the beats in his mind, fully focused, with only this song, The Wind is Rising, on his mind. As the perfect notes arrived, Zhou Shin began to sing. Along the way, we stop and go, following the traces of a young man's drifting journey. The moment before stepping out of the station, I hesitated a little. I couldn't help but laugh at my own hesitation. Yet it was inevitable. And the sky over Nagano remains as warm as ever. The wind stirs up memories of the past. Chapter 107, He Can Become Better. Clean, ethereal, beautiful, every word resonates deeply. High-quality soft mixing combined with breath control, the delicate breaths enhance these lines, making the song as delicate and vibrant as a rose drenched in morning dew. Indeed, this is Zhou Shin. It's spot on. It's clear everyone's brought their A game. Zhang Jie's song earlier really highlighted his unique style, and Zhou Shin's The Wind Rises is no exception, it's his signature track. It must be said that Zhou Shin's vocal skills have improved significantly, or perhaps he's simply brought out his best. This song immediately drew the live stream audience into the music, transporting everyone back to the happiest day of their lives. A gentle breeze blows, caressing everyone's hearts. Is this the feeling of the wind rising? Yes, it's the feeling of the wind blowing. The lyrics are exceptionally well written and perfectly complement the song's title and theme. Once upon a time, I first encountered this world. Endlessly lingering. Looking at the horizon as if it were right before my eyes. I would gladly go through fire and water to experience it all again. Now, having walked through this world, I linger with 1,000 regrets. Turning the pages of time's different faces. Unexpectedly stumbling upon your smile. Zhou Shin truly lived up to everyone's expectations. His meticulous handling of the song was legendary, and the moment he began to sing, the piano accompanied him with such skill that it left the audience spellbound. Below the stage, the 10 international judges at the music festival were immersed in the song, their heads swaying to the rhythm. Each of them held a translated copy of the lyrics. After all, the lyrics are a crucial factor in determining the quality of a song. Zhou Shin slowly closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly upward. It was clear that he was feeling the breeze. The judges began to whisper among themselves. What is he doing? Is he going to demonstrate some mysterious Eastern power? Oh my god. Look at his hair moving. Oh, John, you really need to get your eyes checked. Zhou Shin's hair was indeed flowing, but that was due to the effect of the electric fans below the stage. In the audience, South Korean singers were mesmerized by Zhou Shin. This petite Chinese man had given them a free auditory feast. Those who had just mocked Zhou Shin now kept their mouths tightly shut. On stage, Zhou Shin's The Wind is Rising was about to enter the chorus. At the same time, his voice began to grow higher and more ethereal. I once couldn't escape the vastness of the world. And I was lost in its dreams. I couldn't tell what was real or fake, I didn't struggle, and I wasn't afraid of being mocked. I once turned my youth into her. And once, with the tips of my fingers, I plucked out the height of summer. Wherever my heart leads, I'll follow it with the flow. Walking against the light, letting the wind and rain beat down. The chorus feels like a hydrogen bomb exploding. The water in the judges' cups trembled and rippled from Zhou Shin's high notes. The audience was left speechless by Zhou Shin's first chorus. This is a voice that only a man can sing. Oh my god, even though I don't want to admit it, his voice is truly captivating. It feels like our South Korean singers are going to fail again. Meanwhile, the comments in the livestream were noticeably fewer. Everyone was immersed in the song, forgetting to comment, forgetting to praise, forgetting to cheer. At that moment, everyone felt as though they had been transported to a vast green meadow under a clear blue sky. The sky was blue, and the grass was green. Standing on this endless meadow, the breeze gently caressed their cheeks. Before your eyes is the person you love most in the world, sharing this beautiful moment together. As the song continues, people follow this picturesque scene and move forward into the distance. That's so beautiful, I'm moved to tears. What? My ears are pregnant. This song is top-notch. There's no second one like it in all of China. Zhou Xin is the best. Whether it was the live audience or the viewers watching the live stream, everyone felt like their ears were pregnant. Even now, during the instrumental break, everyone can still hear Zhou Xin's voice echoing in their minds. The lyrics are perfectly crafted, Zhou Xin's vocal technique is superb, and his voice is amazing. The glides are smoothly transitioned through the nasal cavity, avoiding the throat, maintaining incredible vocal unity. The chorus was particularly heart-wrenching, as if one could see a small, comforting house amidst a raging storm. Zhou Xin's hidden talent, clean and bright, caused many viewers in the live stream to stand up involuntarily. They cheered him on through the screen. Such a beautiful song would leave any normal fan unable to sit still. A short journey, stop and go. Yet there's already some distance between us. I wonder if what I'm touching is a story or a piece of my heart. Perhaps all we're hoping for is to defy time. To see you again. In the cool morning light. Smiling sweetly. Everyone was completely immersed in the atmosphere created by the song. Ling Bingyan was no exception. This song was simply too beautiful. She was certain of one thing, this song was definitely written and composed by Chen Feng. As for why, she couldn't explain it. That's just a woman's intuition, I guess. She just felt that even though Zhou Xin was singing it, every line seemed to carry Chen Feng's influence. Tall and slender, with a fair and handsome face always bathed in sunlight. The South Korean singers and artists below were all shouting and cheering. If it were anyone else hearing such a beautiful song, they would lavish praise without hesitation. But in this country, those with narrow-minded hearts can already predict that Zhou Xin's score will surpass their own country's singers, and they want to disrupt Zhou Xin through this means. But for a professional singer, this was impossible. Zhou Xin had already reached a state of selflessness in his singing. At this moment, he was not just a singer, he was also the person who understood the song most deeply. Chen Feng's songs possess a magical quality, one that pulls people into the music. He couldn't hear any of the chaotic sounds around him. These chaotic noises had long been blocked by the barriers of his consciousness. I once couldn't escape the vastness of the world. I was also lost in its dreams. I couldn't tell what was real or fake, I didn't struggle, and I wasn't afraid of being laughed at. I once turned my youth into her. I once plucked the summer from my fingertips. Wherever my heart leads, I'll follow it with the flow. The judges present, along with singers from China, were all lost in the moment. The judges below the stage were not stroking their chins, their expressions somewhat complex. The song was beautiful and melodious, but there was something missing, something the singer Han Ti fully expressed. The judges exchanged glances, and their thoughts were in perfect agreement. Now it was the chorus of the second part of the song, and it should be nearing the end. The song had a climax, but it didn't hit the heart. In fact, the judges were being a bit too harsh. Judging solely by what was presented, this was already an exceptionally rare gem of a song. However, when it comes to something good, people always hope it can be even better. Chapter 108, The Wind Rises. Nevertheless, Zhou Xin's song didn't stop. The melody continued to swirl. The conductor's baton behind the band had not been lowered. The judges noticed something amiss. Could there be more? The originally high-pitched accompaniment suddenly slowed down. Whether the song was about to end or continue, it kept the judges on the edge of their seats. The audience was lost in the song. They had traversed the flowing years, passed through the fragrant April of human life, yet never possessed that fiery, radiant self. Some people often long for that version of themselves who has achieved great fame and fortune, hoping one day to shake the world, but such fantasies will never become reality. Some, in the prime of their youth, full of literary ambition, can create a storm with a single gesture, facing the vast world with relentless exploration, striving tirelessly toward the best version of themselves. As the wind stirs the misty mountains, looking back on the arduous journey of chasing dreams, it is all for the sake of catching up with that dazzling, radiant top. Zhou Xin's performance is delicate and emotional, with the gentle, quiet tones of a ballad and the powerful, soaring high notes that shake the soul. Within the orchestra, only the strings continue to play, while the other instruments have fallen silent. The evening breeze stirs the white hair at your temples. The scars left by memories. Your eyes, where light and shadow intertwine, bloom with a smile. The twilight hides your faltering steps. You step into the painting hidden by the bed. In the painting, you speak with your head bowed. Suddenly, Zhou Xin's voice soared to an unimaginable height. I still marvel at the vastness of the world. And I'm intoxicated by the sweet words of childhood. No more truth or lies, no more struggling, no more pointless jokes. His unique voice, sincere emotions, and warm music were highly infectious. The judges' tense faces relaxed, and some even clapped their hands and clenched their fists. Some judges had already stood up with their hands raised above their heads. That's the feeling. I have finally returned my youth to her. Along with the summer that bloomed from the tips of my fingers. Where the heart moves, it goes with the wind. In the name of love, are you willing? The song fades out. Everyone, including the South Koreans present at the venue, felt as though they had awakened from a dream. Especially when the line "I still marvel at the vastness of the world and am captivated by the sweet words of childhood" was sung, the audience got goosebumps all over. This comes from the deepest admiration for a great song. His voice was like a gentle breeze, neither hurried nor slow, as if it could embrace all your emotions. You could let yourself go completely in his voice, because it felt like all your emotions were being gently held in place. This song is so full of stories, it makes one think of one's younger self, always rushing towards someone without meaning to, only to realize later that the beautiful memories were in that moment, and every night afterward could only be spent reminiscing in the endless darkness, only to realize later that it was the unintended stops and starts along the way. The song ends. Joshin slowly puts down the microphone, and the entire venue falls silent. The South Korean artists dared not shout anymore. They realized that in the presence of Joshin's songs, they were nothing but monkeys, and no matter how much they continued to make a racket, they would only be seen as clowns. The singers and artists from China who had come to watch the performance began to cheer. Even the judges present gave Joshin the warmest applause. Very good. The song is so good. Perfect, perfect. South Korean singers also began to applaud. When faced with a good piece of work, people with true artistic refinement cannot help but express their admiration. In the livestream, viewers collectively posted Joshin YYDS in the chat. One after another. The K-pop fans were completely speechless. Is this still the Chinese music scene? In their minds, the Chinese music scene could never produce such beautiful songs. Such songs were only found in the Chinese music scene decades ago. Many fans turned to K-pop for a reason. Some are indeed drawn to South Korean music because it's more unique and unconventional. On the other hand, in recent years, the Chinese music scene hasn't produced anything particularly appealing. If there are any exceptions, they're songs like the one Fong Wonsan wrote for Dai Yutong. The applause from the audience was still enthusiastic. Chen Yuhua was among them. As he clapped, his mind wandered. How wonderful it would be if the person singing "The Wind Rises" on stage were himself. After all, he was also a high-pitched singer, he should be able to handle such a song. Alas, he was born in the wrong era. If there was a Yu, why was there also a Liang? It must be said that Chen Yuhua had a good attitude, but overconfidence would only lead to disappointment. Fortunately, this thought remained in his mind and he didn't voice it. Otherwise, he would have been laughed to death. Netizens left their most heartfelt comments. Drifting away with the wind, disappearing into the vast crowd. The wind blows past you, but you remain in the dimly lit streets. The wind rises, and you continue on your journey. That single beam of light illuminates your silhouette. The beauty I once imagined is now just a fleeting memory. Are you serious? This is a prose poem inspired by a song? Indeed, true masters come from the people. You once walked down this street, but the wind blew away the scent, and from afar, I can only miss you in the distance. Angel Deep, it's so beautiful. Thank you, Deep, and thank you to the music festival for introducing me to this treasure of a boy. Suddenly, I feel moved. It's like I'm back in that scorching summer, where everything was so beautiful. I could laugh without restraint and secretly shed tears. I long to see you again. Our youth will eventually fade away. Our youth is like grains of sand on the seashore, eventually washed away by the tides of time, either sinking to the ocean floor never to be seen again, or carried by the powerful currents to the hearts of those who remember it. Joshin's song stirred up 1,000 waves, evoking countless memories in the hearts of netizens. The host walked onto the stage with a translator. Facing this short Chinese man, she didn't know how to conduct the interview. The mockery directed at Zhang Jie earlier had left the judges feeling humiliated. Now she dared not. The burning sensation on her face had not yet subsided. Joshin, the contestant from China, has performed "The Wind Rises" for us. It was wonderful. Please give him a warm round of applause. In stark contrast to Zhang Jie's earlier situation, Joshin's performance was far superior to that of his South Korean opponent. Many South Korean singers and artists in the audience frowned discreetly. Could the second round be lost as well? The South Korean contestant, looking grim, walked onto the stage and glared at Joshin. In the South Korean music industry, the current China-South Korea Music Festival is seen as a platform for South Korean singers to gain recognition. No matter who comes, they can easily win and gain a good reputation. He had spent a lot of money to secure connections and come to this Hwahan Music Festival. But for some reason, the tide has turned. Could it really be as the Chinese singer sang? The wind is rising. Chapter 109, the five of them take the stage. Just as he had anticipated. Soon, the judges' scores were announced. As expected, the South Korean singer lost. And they lost badly. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue exchanged a knowing smile. It was clear that this singer was just there to ride on the coattails of past successes. It seemed that the performances from the previous 2 editions of the Hwaseok Korea Music Festival had been too lackluster, to the point where even mediocre South Korean singers wanted to give it a try. However, these South Korean singers who came to ride on the coattails of past achievements were disappointed. From now on, the humiliating defeat of China in the previous 2 editions will never happen again. Chen Feng's emergence ignited a wave of creativity in the Hwaseok music scene. Looking back over a decade ago, the songs were so melodious, while today's pop songs are so trivial. Back then, the music scene was thriving with diverse genres, bands, and groups emerging constantly, and new singing styles were frequently innovated. At that time, the Chinese music scene was not only popular in China but had swept across the entire Asian region. Whether it was Japan, South Korea, or even some smaller countries in Southeast Asia, people were all obsessed with Chinese songs. Even middle-aged people in those countries would occasionally hum a tune from that era. However, such prosperity no longer exists today. Zhou Xun's victory once again set the Chinese live streaming platforms ablaze. Where are all the K-pop fans who were just bashing him? Come out and face the music. Aren't you the ones who said Zhang Jie's victory was just a fluke? Now Zhou Xun has won again. What do you have to say now? What else can you say? Zhou Xun is amazing, and the Chinese music scene is amazing. Ha, winning twice and making such a fuss. Wait until Pig Pang shows up, then you'll see who's really powerful. Ha, it doesn't matter who wins, we have Chen Feng and Han Lei on our side. What can a few K-kids do? By the way, what does K-kid mean? Unscrupulous artists, artists with a bad reputation, those who have taken banned substances. Got it, got it. On stage, the host asked, Zhou Xun, what are your winning remarks? Victory speech? Zhou Xun returned to his shy demeanor from when he first stepped on stage. With a touch of nervousness, he said, I hope everyone can learn more about Chinese songs and the Chinese music scene. We have many great songs, and these songs will also stand on the international stage. Zhou Xun's heartfelt words resonated deeply with the Chinese singers. In recent years, the Chinese music scene had indeed become too weak. In this fast-paced era, people have little patience to refine a song, and even less time to do so. Singing well is no match for being good-looking, writing songs well is no match for being good-looking, and composing well is no match for being good-looking. For a time, the Chinese music scene had become less about music and more about beauty pageants and talent shows. Young, inexperienced artists who have never received formal training dare to take the stage and perform, forming groups and debuting without any singing foundation. Over time, everyone has switched to variety shows, doing what the audience wants to see. The internet has no memory. Batches of handsome newcomers come and go every few years. Even a mass production model for creating stars has emerged. But people today no longer remember that a song that once captivated audiences can endure for generations. The host on stage naturally doesn't understand what Zhou Xun is saying. She just interviews him, waits for him to finish, and then sends him off stage, ready to introduce the next contestants. Sometimes, the translator hasn't even finished speaking, and she has already started talking into the microphone. Alright, thank you to our contestant Zhou Xun. Please have him take a break, and let's welcome the next set of contestants, Pig Pang from South Korea and Han Lei and Tan Weiwei from China. What kind of performance will they bring us? Let's wait and see. After speaking, the stage lights dimmed. In the live stream, the K-pop fans were already in a frenzy. Ah, finally here. My dream. Oppas, let China know what real music is. Don't get too cocky. The victory of the Chinese music scene ends here. Woohoo! It's Quan Jilong Appa. Sarangi, Appa. 5 oddly dressed young people walked onto the stage, led by the South Korean singer who had just been wearing a windbreaker that reached his ankles. Behind him were several others of varying heights, all dressed in equally eccentric outfits, some in leopard print trench coats, others in strapless dresses, and still others in leather pants topped with green woolen hats. Their entrance caused the South Korean singers on stage to go wild. Appa, salute. Let the Chinese singers know how amazing you are. Burn, Pig Pang. The live stream was filled with excitement. Those unaware might have thought it was a South Korean live streaming platform. Every time I plug in my headphones and listen to Pig Pang songs on the street, especially during Fantastic Baby, I feel like my entire aura is unleashed, exuding confidence and dominance. I feel like I could walk on air, with my whole body radiating an attitude that says, get out of my way, you all. I'm the center of the universe, and you weaklings can't even touch me. I could take on 10 of you. Exactly. The chorus is even more exhilarating. You start moving to the beat and occasionally throw in a boom shakalaka. It's absolutely amazing. Same here. Every time I walk down the street listening to this song, I feel like I'm the only one who exists. I walk with a sway in my step, feeling so cool. I've loved Pig Pang my whole life. Nothing else matters. You're really a devoted fan. Pig Pang, meeting you guys was worth it. I love Pig Pang so much, and I'll always support you. K-pop fanatics, get lost. Chai Kuan-'s expression grew grim. The people on stage were dressed even more fashionably than before. Why couldn't he keep up? After all, his team had the most fashionable clothing designers and the most fashion-forward stylists. But look at his own outfits compared to theirs, they were so outdated, they were practically ancient. Chen Yuhua, however, didn't think much of it. He wasn't sensitive to fashion, his looks were average, and he hadn't relied on his looks to break into the industry. He never aspired to be a trendsetter, he just wanted to be a quiet, highly individualistic, high-pitched singer. However, he noticed that the makeup of the 5 people on stage was very distinctive. Looking at the makeup of the 5 people on stage, with their deep smoky eyes and eyes outlined by the makeup artist, it looked like they hadn't eaten in days, like vampires. Chen Yuhua thought this makeup was too unique, and he loved it. He pulled out his phone from his pocket. Click. 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 He took a few photos of the stage and sent them to his assistant. Make me do this makeup in the future. I really like it, it's so unique. The stage lights began to change. Mostly composed of dark-colored lights. Heavy metal style accompaniment began to play, mostly a mix of remixes and electronic music. 5 people on stage spun around in circles and made odd movements, creating a lively scene. In Chen Feng's eyes, the only difference between this and a shamanistic dance was that this song was being performed in a heavy metal setting. Chapter 110, indeed, it's quite exciting. As the intro began, the K-pop fans in the live stream erupted. It's him, boom shakalaka. Wow, fantastic baby. I'm speechless, guys. This song is so good, I'd even dance in a wheelchair. The rap part at the end makes me feel so spring-like. What should I do? As soon as the intro starts, I can't help but sing along. Some K-pop fans don't care about other singers and don't even pay attention to whether the Chinese music scene can win in the competition. They just want to hear the live version of Fantastic Baby once. They just show up, and under the heavy metal accompaniment, the stage lights scatter randomly without any rhythm. Let us go wild, let us party like crazy. Numb, old, and tired, mildly, beat me up, Pugu, a few votes, lily lily la la la. From the big eyes, slow enough to cry, bring the building down, the bright road leads to the king, alright. Hanenlu mazu hagodu sinang jie welu, xiaowelu na ji goshipa. Oh. The above is a pure phonetic translation, please don't criticize it t.t. It must be said, the atmosphere was electric. Many South Korean singers and artists had already stood up and were dancing to the rhythm. But this song only gets so far as being lively, the vocal delivery and pronunciation aren't particularly pleasant to the ear. Na 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 na. Wow, fantastic baby. Dance. I wanna dance. Fantastic baby, dance. I wanna dance. Wow, fantastic baby. The crowd was so hyped up that it felt like this wasn't a Chinese Korean music festival, but rather a Pigpang concert or their DJ set at a dance party. Boom sha ka la ka. Boom sha ka la ka. Boom sha ka la ka. This madness continued for about 5 minutes. Chen Feng admitted that this group of oddly dressed individuals called Pigpang was indeed captivating. He could see that many singers and artists from China, though not as wild, would still move to the rhythm in their own way. Finally, with the line "Wow, fantastic baby," the 5 completed their performance. It was incredibly intense. The South Korean artists on stage went wild, throwing their clothes into the air. Indeed, what was worth learning from was the excellent atmosphere at this concert. Regardless of age or gender, everyone loved to dance. As soon as a song started, they would joyfully get up and dance. The host walked onto the stage with a big smile. Thank you for your hard work, seniors. Saying this, he bowed to the members of Pigpang. In the South Korean music industry, seniority is highly respected, and those who debuted later must refer to those who debuted earlier as seniors. However, in China over the years, things have been different. Newcomers and young idols don't show much respect to older singers. The one with the most fans is the king. As long as I have more fans, I can do whatever I want. Chai Kuan is a prime example of this. Among today's young idols, Chai Kuan is revered as the ultimate authority. As someone with a massive fanbase, Chai Kuan doesn't even bother to glance at singers with less fame when they meet at various events. On stage, the host was half kneeling, fawning over the leader of Pigpang, Quan Jilong. Why would the senior artist want to sing this song at this event? Quan Jilong shakes his head from side to side, tilts his head back, and looks down his nose at everyone, looking extremely arrogant. Nothing, because my fans love it, and also because no other song can beat this one. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Daring to say there is no song that can beat it. The K-pop fans in the live stream cheered in agreement. Pigpang is amazing. Fierce. The host was swept up by Quan Jilong's confident demeanor. Senior, you said that so well. Let us give a warm round of applause and cheers for the 5 seniors of Pigpang. Loud applause erupted from the audience. The Chinese singers couldn't understand what was being said and awkwardly joined in the clapping. Han Lei turned to the translator beside him. What did he mean? The translator replied, the short South Korean man said that no one can surpass his song. Humph. Han Lei sneered. He then went backstage with Tan Weiwei to prepare for their performance. On stage, the host interacted with the 5 members of Pigpang for a while. The first 2 rounds of the competition left the host feeling utterly embarrassed. He had originally assumed it would be a surefire victory, so he hadn't even prepared a backup script for if the South Korean singer failed. She was just there to ride the coattails of the South Korean singer Kim Seo, who was also there to borrow his success. Her hosting skills and ability to think on her feet weren't very solid. After 2 failed performances, she finally had a backing act to appear with, so she wasn't going to let this opportunity slip away. The two sides chatted on stage for about 7 or 8 minutes, but there was really nothing else to say, so they reluctantly let them leave the stage. Next up, please welcome the duo from Hwaxia, Hanlei and Tan Weiwei, who will perform the song Destiny's Bridge. After speaking, she shook her big curly hair and happily walked off the stage. She believed that after Pig Pang's Fantastic Baby made its debut, no matter what song Hwaxia released, the outcome would be the same failure. Before the two had even taken the stage, netizens began speculating and engaging in heated discussions. What song is this? A love song? The title Destiny's Bridge is nice. Destiny is a bridge connecting you and me. I've never heard of it before. Is it another new song? Goodness, is it that easy to release new songs in the Chinese music industry now? 3 new songs in one night? Won't Xia Shuer and Shen Feng also sing new songs later? That can't be right. 5 new songs? Based on the usual production pace of the Chinese music industry, that would take at least a week. Nothing is impossible. Don't forget, the songwriting machine Shen Feng is right there. That's right. I heard he never hits a creative block when writing songs. Is he that good? As they spoke, the netizens couldn't help but get excited. After all, 2 brand new songs that had never been performed before had already been released. Judging by the current situation, the songs that followed were likely to be equally impressive. After all, in Chinese tradition, the later something appears, the more impressive it is, and the last one to perform is called the grand finale. Chapter 111, A Bridge of Destiny. Under the gaze of the audience, Hanlei and Tan Weiwei walked out wearing traditional Chinese ethnic attire, stepping into the spotlight and making their way to the center of the stage. At the same time, music began to play. A beautiful woman in Hanfu attire played the pipa. Hanlei's deep voice echoed throughout the entire music festival venue. The moon of the Qin dynasty, the pass of the Han dynasty. 10,000 miles of the long march, yet the soldiers have not returned. But if the flying general of Longchang were here, we shall not let the barbarian horses cross the Yin mountains. Tan Weiwei's voice was strong and powerful, seamlessly connecting the lines. Smoke signals rise over 1,000 miles of chaotic graves. In this chaotic world, lonely souls wander unvisited. The silent heavens write with cold ink. The pen and sword of history are paid for with blood. The line "the pen and sword of history are paid for with blood." Tan Weiwei once again changes her vocal style, transitioning from a pop singing technique to an ethnic style with Tibetan overtones. The chest resonance produces a powerful, angry tone with tremendous explosive force. A sense of grandeur and emotional intensity swept over the audience and online viewers. I'm speechless, especially that line "the pen and sword of history are paid for with blood." It's so powerful. Wow, the lyrics feel pretty intense. It has a very epic, Chinese-style feel. I analyze it, this song is a sure winner. Even before the first few lines were sung, the audience's anticipation was already at its peak. This song is definitely going to be incredibly impactful. Unlike the live stream, the venue was extremely quiet, with the judges holding the lyrics in their hands and furrowing their brows. Some judges were touching their faces with both hands, some were scratching their hair, and others had complex expressions on their faces. Hanlei stood on stage, holding the microphone in one hand and spreading his other arm wide. When it comes to love and hate, there can be no half-heartedness. The war drums beat on. With trust, I swear to endure. Tan Weiwei, on the other hand, clutched the microphone tightly with both hands, her voice rising from a deep growl to a soaring crescendo, her energy erupting with intensity. This fate is like a bridge. The banners flutter in the wind. You want to leave. At this point, Tan Weiwei used a growling vocal technique, and by the time she sang this line, her eyes were filled with a murderous glint. Draw your sword at once. Love is erased with a single stroke. One could hear the poetic beauty and grandeur in this song. It seemed to transport the listeners to the grand battlefield of a war between two nations, standing atop the city walls and overlooking the entire battlefield. It also contains many stories of love, hatred, and passion. At that moment, on stage, Hanlei and Tan Weiwei exchanged a glance, their aura intensifying once more, like a storm about to break, creating a powerful sense of pressure. The two raised their microphones together and sing in harmony. As their passionate voices resonate, the emotions are completely stirred up. When it comes to love and hate, there can be no half-heartedness. The red dust burns and burns. With life and death, prove who is truly important. Hanlei put down the microphone, and Tan Weiwei continued singing with her angry tone. This fate is like a bridge. Take a look at the story. Hanlei's voice followed immediately, without any pause. Let's roam the world. Let us lay aside our armor. As the music slowly faded, the two sang together, dreaming of the Great Wall Ballad. As the chorus ended, the live stream exploded. Countless netizens felt utterly blown away. This was the first time they had heard the song, and none of them knew what the lyrics meant. Yet, before their eyes, grand scenes unfolded. Swords and horses, historical events, and relentless battles. War, endless war. Screams, hysterical screams. Blurred figures in armor and helmets, wielding long spears and swords. They charged forward toward the battlefield, one after another. A general stands on the command platform, his belt adorned with accessories, gazing steadfastly at the enemy forces charging toward him from the distance. Charge! Wow! This song is so intense. I can only listen to this song on my knees. Don't ask, the sheer intensity scared me to my knees. Guys, I thought I'd time traveled to ancient times. Someone threw me a sword and told me to go to the battlefield. Damn it, me too. I'm willing to give my life for China. Stop joking around, you'd all just be cannon fodder. The netizens were deeply moved. Chen Feng, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but nod in agreement. It seems he made the right choice with this song. Han Lei and Tan Weiwei singing it is indeed very suitable. Their singing style and performance are highly aligned with the song, and more importantly, their chemistry is impeccable. If anyone else sang it, they probably wouldn't capture this essence. It's worth mentioning that Han Lei and Tan Weiwei had only practiced this song for 3 days. To achieve such seamless coordination and fully grasp the emotions of the song is truly remarkable. Not only are the netizens immersed in this music, but even the 2 performers on stage have completely immersed themselves in it. Han Lei and Tan Weiwei transform into male and female generals, dedicating their passion and blood for the sake of China. Intense and passionate emotions erupted. The music is grand in scale, and the voices resonate deeply. Han Lei's powerful voice rings out once more. The moon of the Qin dynasty, the pass of the Han dynasty. The long march continues, but the soldiers have not returned. But if only the flying general of Longcheng were here. Do not let the horses of the barbarians cross the Yin mountains. Tan Weiwei then raised the microphone, singing in a Tibetan-style ethnic vocal technique, her voice rising in anger and high notes, blending various vocal styles, as if one could see the surging waves before a storm. Bodies form a wall pierced by 10,000 arrows. Armor stained with blood reflects the moonlight. In the distance, the Hu flute wails, breaking the heart. The howls of wolves suddenly shake the border. As she reached this point, Tan Weiwei did not stop but took a deep breath quickly. When speaking of love and hate, one must not be careless. The war drums beat on and on. With trust, I swear an oath to endure. Han Lei took over and continued singing, his deep voice resonating like a tiger descending the mountain. This fate is like a bridge. The banners flutter in the wind. You want to leave? Then draw your sword at once. Love is erased with a single stroke. The 2 exchanged lines, each singing their own lyrics, their voices blending seamlessly, leaving the audience below speechless. This fate is like a bridge. Take a look at the story. Let's roam the world. You and I lay down our armor. Dreaming of the Great Wall Ballad. As the song neared its end, after the final line Dreaming of the Great Wall Ballad was sung, netizens couldn't hold back any longer. If only 2 words could describe the netizens' emotions at that moment, it would be awe-inspiring. It was truly breathtaking. The song had ended, but the netizens were still immersed in it. They want to pull away, but they can't. The image of thousands of soldiers charging into battle floods the viewer's eyes. The enemy is about to attack. Many netizens had tears in their eyes, feeling a surge of national pride and excitement for their country and people. On the dust-filled battlefield, netizens holding long spears faced the enemy troops about to charge at any moment, their palms sweating uncontrollably. Chapter 112, only 5 points? Netizens watching the program domestically were in an uproar. How could they not be? Such a beautiful song, such poetic lyrics, and such a moving melody with a Chinese flair. The topic about this song, Destiny's Bridge, had already trended on Weibo. Comments under the topic had already surpassed 10,000 even before the song had ended. There were almost no negative comments, and even the attention-seeking marketing accounts didn't expect any negative feedback about this song. There's no doubt about it, Han Lei and Tan Weiwei have performed this song perfectly. Their voices are filled with stories. Amazing. It got my blood pumping. If I had a sword, I'd charge into battle. Victory is inevitable. With this song alone, defeating Pig Pang is no problem. Beat Pig Pang? You're dreaming. Come on, Pig Pang is unbeatable, okay? K-pop fanatics immediately appeared, and the comments section erupted into chaos once again. Most netizens were beyond excited. They had just snapped out of their musical trance and were cheering for Han Lei and Tan Weiwei in the comments section. Han Lei and Tan Weiwei had just stepped out of the song, taking a deep breath. A long exhale. The 2 excitedly clapped their hands together with all their might. The host then walked onto the stage. Perhaps because Han Lei naturally had a stern appearance, he didn't get too close to the 2. Through the translator, the host chatted briefly with Han Lei and Tan Weiwei before inviting the 5 members of Pig Pang to join them on stage. Next was the judges' scoring segment. At the venue, the singers and artists in attendance held their breath, eagerly awaiting the judges' scores. After about 30 seconds, the host seemed to receive a message through her earpiece. She pressed it with one hand and listened intently. After a moment, she nodded slightly and picked up the microphone. Now, let's take a look at the big screen. The camera switched to a split screen, showing Pig Pang standing awkwardly on stage and the content displayed on the large screen behind the stage. In the live stream, Pig Pang's K-pop fans were constantly flooding the comments section. The 5 oppas are the best. Fantastic Baby is definitely the best in the entire venue. Oppas, when are you coming to China for a concert? I'll sell everything I own to go. On stage, the host continued, the scores from the 10 judges have been tallied. We'll remove the highest score, 9.90, and the lowest score, 9.75. The final score for our 5 seniors from Pig Pang is 9.80. 9.80. Once again breaking the record for the highest score for a song at the China-Korea Music Festival. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. However, the singers from China looked rather displeased. Such a high score makes it difficult to break through. Next up were Han Lei and Tan Weiwei's scores. The two held hands, closed their eyes, and waited for the scores to be revealed. One score after another appeared on the large screen. However, something was off about the scores. As the scores from all the judges were revealed, Chen Feng's brows furrowed tightly. The host's voice came over the speakers. Remove the highest score, 9.91, and the lowest score, 5. At this point, even the South Korean host seemed a bit surprised. But these scores were favorable to South Korea, so she hesitated only briefly before cheerfully announcing them. The two singers from China scored 9.00 points. Han Lei, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. 9 points? Did I hear that correctly? He couldn't help but turn around to look. The large 9.00 score was clearly displayed on the big screen. How is that possible? This song only got a 9? Even if I went up there and just sang a few lines, it wouldn't be 9 points. The live stream was already in an uproar. FCKU, foreigners. Can't you even cheat properly? Got it, music has no borders, but musicians do. Haha, I knew no song could beat Fantastic Baby. Admit it, you country bumpkins. K-pop is the true king of music. Wow, Fantastic Baby. They really know their stuff. What kind of divine judges are these? They really understand music. There's no hope for these brainwashed fans. They're so obvious about their bias and still gloating. This boring concert, I'm never going again. The South Korean music scene has once again hit a new low. At that moment, Tan Weiwei also turned her head to look at the screen. Why is the score so low? Because there were 2 judges from the United States, one gave a 5, the lowest score, and the other only gave a 6. She glared at the judges with a look of resentment. Han Lei, standing next to her, shook his head and sighed. Sis, this is clearly favoring the other side. It made sense. As the United States' junior partner, South Korea was under its control in every aspect: economy, military, and culture. Seeing its junior ally fail twice in a row, the American judges, as the senior partner, couldn't save face. Beijing. A meeting room inside the CCTV building. Bang! A fist slammed hard onto the table. Clang! A water cup was knocked off the table and shattered on the floor. Someone nearby sighed. Old Wang, calm down. The man who had just slammed the table angrily said, Mr. Gao, how am I supposed to calm down? The singers we sent out are being treated unfairly. I know. We'll discuss it once they return to the country. The middle-aged man called Mr. Gao sat there calmly, showing no emotion on his face. Seeing that Mr. Gao didn't say anything else, old Wang reluctantly sat back down. After a moment, Mr. Gao said, contact Han Lei later and tell him to come straight to the main office to see me once he returns. On the stage, Han Lei picked up the microphone. He had always been hot-tempered in his youth, and though he had grown more composed with age, his heart still burned with passion. How could he endure such humiliation? We must file an appeal. The song had already ended, and without giving anyone any face, Han Lei spoke directly on stage. Appeal? Both the judges and the hosts laughed. In South Korea, do you think an appeal would stand a chance? Put. A voice rang out from the speakers. The crowd below searched for the source of the microphone test. But the few people on stage didn't move. At that moment, the camera pans to the judge's table below the stage. It was the judge from the United States who had just tapped the microphone. It seemed he had something to say. More than half of the live cameras were focused on him. It was a blonde foreigner with a large nose. Looking at the nameplate on his desk, his name is Smith. You don't have to complain. You don't have to complain here. Chapter 113, Ignorance is truly frightening. Your lyrics. Your lyrics. It's complicated. It's complicated. I don't understand. I don't understand. So, So. As he spoke, the blonde judge put down the microphone, spread his hands, and indicated that he had finished speaking. His words were simple, anyone with even a basic understanding of English could comprehend them. Moreover, his statement was truly flawless. Even the viewers in the live stream were momentarily at a loss for words. What's going on? How can such a reason come out of the mouth of a professional judge? But when a judge has no shame, there's really nothing you can do about it. If you want to pin a crime on someone, you'll find an excuse. Your words sound like lyrics from the song Destiny's Bridge. They don't even understand what you're saying. The lyrics of Un Finito Okio are mostly classical Chinese poetry. Ordinary English translations simply cannot convey the meaning the lyricist intended. In fact, if the English translation is done well, it might even ruin the lyrics of the song. But why do judges from other countries give such high scores, while the two judges from the United States give unusually low scores? But none of that matters anymore. The judges provided an explanation that leaves no room for argument. One could say the judges are uncultured, or that they don't understand Chinese poetry. But such criticism is too superficial for a judge from the West. They have never studied Chinese culture and have no understanding of the rich heritage of thousands of years of Chinese civilization. They only know that the lyrics confuse them. With just this one reason, giving the song a low score is flawless. At this point, anyone with even a modicum of intelligence can see through it. They were clearly out to get you, and you couldn't do anything about it. At this point, Chen Feng suddenly understood why the judges' expressions were so complex when the song first began. Because they needed time to think, to rearrange their words, to achieve the most accurate translation of the song's lyrics. It seems I didn't think it through thoroughly. He had only thought about using a flawless Chinese-style song for the competition, but had forgotten that the foreign judges lacked the cultural background to understand the lyrics, leaving them temporarily at a loss. Han Lei remained silent for a long time, and Tan Weiwei's eyes were brimming with tears. It was an absolutely outstanding Chinese-style song, one of the most stunning pieces in recent years. To suffer such a blow on the international stage for their first performance was devastating. The two of them couldn't calm down. Forget it, I'm not playing with them anymore. Let's go back and release the song. I'll be the first to buy it. Don T, I'll be the first. Such a beautiful song, it's a waste for them to hear it. One day, Chinese culture will spread across the world, and then we'll let those foreigners hear this song and regret their decision today. The uncrowned king. Right, the uncrowned king. The absolute uncrowned king. Anyone who dares to say this song is bad can step over my dead body first. Family, I've already booked the cheapest flight to South Korea. I'll be there to take down those yellow-haired brats. Netizens were outraged, and within just a few minutes, a topic about this song trended on social media. And it was followed by the word explode. It's no surprise how many people are paying attention to this. On stage, Han Lei nodded and pulled Tan Weiwei off the stage. The 5 excited members on stage were chatting with the host, and no one was paying attention to them anymore. After leaving the stage, Zhang Jie, Zhou Shen, and others rushed over to comfort Tan Weiwei, who was still crying uncontrollably, while Han Lei was called away by staff from Huaxia to take a phone call. Shuer. Chen Feng, you must avenge us. Tan Weiwei choked out, addressing Ling Bingshui and Chen Feng. Ling Bingshui held Tan Weiwei's hand and gently stroked her back with the other hand. Don't worry. We will definitely defeat them with our strength. It was truly infuriating. While they had expected some bias, they never imagined it would be so blatant in favor of the South Korean singer. Their songs are indeed full of energy, but in terms of melody and lyrics, they can't even catch up to our songs, even if they were on a rocket. Fantastic baby, translated, means great, baby? The lyrics are either NA or dance, or just a string of meaningless rap verses. Of course, as long as it's a song, there will be people who like it. Everyone has their own criteria for judging whether a song is good or not. However, losing so overwhelmingly is really hard to accept. On stage, the members of Pig Pang walked off the stage to the enthusiastic applause of the South Korean singers. Ling Bingshui gently patted Tan Weiwei on the shoulder. It's my turn to go on stage and avenge you. After saying that, Ling Bingshui glanced at Chen Feng and walked toward the backstage. I originally thought that as long as there were good songs and heartfelt performances, one could win the competition. But I never expected that a music competition between two countries would also involve under-the-table dealings and favoritism toward certain contestants. Indeed, where there are people, there are rivalries. Many people who are overly fond of foreign things believe that the moon is rounder abroad. But in reality, their moon is only round in their own mouths. On stage, a South Korean female celebrity was performing. Judging by her appearance, she must be a newcomer who has just gained fame. Zhang Jie and Zhou Shen are whispering to each other in the audience. Her breath control is so steady. She doesn't even seem out of breath while singing and dancing. Yeah, do you think it's possible she's lip-syncing? We can't understand a word of Korean, so even if she's lip-syncing, we wouldn't notice. Chen Feng watched the girl on stage performing a seductive dance and also felt a sense of lip-syncing. The movements were so exaggerated, jumping, squatting, and even rolling on the ground. When she jumped or squatted, she could sing so smoothly that it comes from solid vocal training. But to sing so smoothly while rolling on the ground? Chen Feng really couldn't understand it. After all, when rolling on the ground, the abdominal cavity is compressed. Perhaps due to the intense movements, the microphone attached to the singer's waist was knocked off. Eagle-eyed netizens noticed a dark shadow flying out from her back. Look, what's that? It's probably the wireless microphone's receiver and transmitter. Right, it's the wireless transmitter. Wow, she can still sing? Yeah, I noticed that too. She's still singing. Didn't she notice her wireless transmitter fell off? At that moment, she was still up there singing and dancing joyfully, occasionally making some very intriguing and alluring gestures. Chapter 114, There is no justice on this land. The audience members present naturally noticed everything. It's definitely lip-syncing. Zhang Jie and Zhou Shan exchanged glances. Let's go report this to the judges. Just as the two were about to stand up, they were stopped by Han Lei. Sit down. Zhou Shan and Zhang Jie pointed at the female singer still singing and dancing on stage, looking utterly shocked. Brother Lei, didn't you see that? Han Lei made a gesture for them to calm down. Sit down. Don't get excited. I'll go over there in a moment. Though the two looked furious, they obeyed Han Lei and sat down. Chen Feng beside them was also puzzled. This matter, should we discuss it with the judges? It shouldn't be a problem, right? Han Lei sighed. If this were in China, there wouldn't be any issues. But you in the back rows can see everything. Do you think the judges in the front rows can't? Following Han Lei's words, the others looked toward the judges in the front row. Some judges were enjoying the performance on stage with a satisfied expression, while others frowned and whispered to each other. The others suddenly understood. It seemed that among the 10 judges, there were some who were impartial and others who had been bribed. At that moment, amid the cheers from the audience below, the singer on stage finished their performance. The host took the stage and enthusiastically chatted with the lip-syncing singer on stage. The live stream was flooded with question mark symbols, overwhelming the screen. What's going on? Lip-syncing? This is the China-Korea Music Festival, where the music industries of both countries are competing. No way, do you really think there's no one in China? Do you believe we'll send troops over to fight you? This is too much. This is the prosperous China of today, not the China of 100 years ago. Han Lei, accompanied by his translator, had already gone to the judges' seats to negotiate with them. Chen Feng and the others watched from behind as both sides talked and gestured, fearing the situation was not looking good. After a while, Han Lei returned, shaking his head. I've already talked to them, but it didn't do any good. Zhang Jie asked, what did you say, Lei? Han Lei sighed. Nothing. Just watch the match. Chen Feng, come with me. After saying that, Han Lei walked toward the exit. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and followed Han Lei out. What's going on, Lei Guo? Han Lei said, make sure you sing well later. It all depends on you. On me? Xia Shuer hasn't even taken the stage yet. Han Lei shook his head helplessly. Xia Shuer's performance is likely to have issues later. What do you mean? Chen Feng was confused. Could they be planning to sabotage Xia Shuer? I don't know the details either, but a kind judge just told me in confidence. Better prepare for the final round. The South Korean music industry is putting pressure on the judges. This is South Korean territory, a place of such low standards. How could the competition possibly proceed fairly? Xia Shuer is certain to lose. Fortunately, the Chinese Music Association also called to raise objections, so the judges are in a bind. They've decided that the 5th round will pit you against South Korea's hottest artist, Kwon Ji-lon, and the winner will be decided fairly. After hearing Han Lei's words, Chen Feng was deeply concerned about Ling Bingshue's comfort. He didn't care who she faced in the duel. The outcome of the competition was trivial. If she were to get injured on stage because of singing, it wouldn't be worth it at all. Chen Feng was about to head backstage to stop Ling Bingshue from performing. But it was already too late. On stage, the prelude to The Sun Never Sets had already begun. Chen Feng furrowed his brows. What was going on? Although the entertainment industry in his previous life was also quite corrupt, this was still a major music festival, a program watched by tens of millions of people. They were pulling such underhanded tricks so casually. And such tactics would likely not even be shown on TV. He never expected to stumble upon this himself. Chen Feng thought to himself as he rushed toward the stage. He made his way to the area near the stage so that he could respond immediately if anything happened on stage. Transformed into Xia Shuer, her ethereal voice echoed throughout the venue. The mist in the sky comes so casually. The river flows as calmly as an oil painting. The footprints you left in my memories are the landscape I love. Just the first 4 lines alone left netizens who knew nothing about the live performance in awe of Ling Bingshue's singing. Beautiful, beautiful. I want to set it as my ringtone. I want to download it too, even if I have to pay. I have a feeling this song is going to be amazing. Hearing you speak is like hearing a whole lecture. The last time I heard you say that was last time. The song The Sun Never Sets has a light and upbeat rhythm, making it perfect for getting the party started. I want to send you the everlasting thoughts of the sun. Send a postcard symbolizing love. I'll send you the love of the sun never setting. Hold your heart close and explore the world. You are the celebration. You are the sunny day. My love never sleeps. Unfading longing. Flying by your side. My love never sleeps. The venue was ignited by Xia Shuer's passionate performance. Although the South Korean singers and artists couldn't understand what the female singer on stage was singing, the lively rhythm made them unable to resist wanting to dance along. The energetic Xia Shuer was jumping around on stage. The atmosphere at the venue was fantastic. The atmosphere in the live stream was the same. I have to record this song and give it to my parents as their new square dance track. Ha ha ha, I'm already recording it. My mom said she'll bring the other elderly ladies along to embrace the new era. Xia Shuer never disappoints. That's the feeling singing with genuine emotion, not that cold, lifeless lip syncing. Lip syncing always backfires. Xia Shuer's pink hair swayed with her dancing movements, bathed in golden lights, giving her an elegant and sophisticated appearance. The second verse of the song begins. The bus of love always comes and goes. Smiling at the crowd in the square. I'll put all my love into my heart. Join me on this journey. Pray that you'll be like a brave guard. Standing still, guarding love. The footprints you left in my memories. The scenery I love. Xia Shuer was about to continue singing when she suddenly heard a loud snap. Then a faint crackling sound began to emanate from the microphone. The microphone was malfunctioning. Though the sound was faint, it didn't escape Chen Feng's ears. He knew someone was cheating. It seemed that Han Lei was right after all. The South Korean music industry really couldn't afford to lose. Fortunately, it was just a minor issue with the microphone, and it didn't affect Ling Bingshue's safety. He wondered if the same thing would happen to him later. The people from his previous life were so lowly they always resorted to underhanded tactics no matter the situation. He never expected the same behavior in this world. In the music industry, one should defeat opponents with music, not resort to underhanded tactics. Even if you win, people will look down on you. But perhaps they don't even care about being respected by others. Chapter 115, Carry You Back. On stage, Xia Shuer sensed something was amiss. But now there was no way to stop, so she had to keep singing. In the live stream, viewers expressed their confusion. What's going on? I hear a buzzing sound. It sounds like electricity. I hear it too. This is supposed to be a competition between countries, yet it's so poorly organized? Is the South Korean music industry mocking us? What about those fans who spent so much money? Their equipment isn't even as good as a decent KTV? Ha ha ha, pure losers. While discussing the situation on stage, netizens were also voicing their support for Xia Shuer. Make them re-sing. Yes, demand a re-sing. Sing again, sing again. This is clearly unfair to Xia Shuer. They already gave Han Lei and Tan Weiwei such low scores earlier, and now they're trying to sabotage Xia Shuer behind the scenes? South Korean sports are like this, they win by underhanded means. I didn't expect the South Korean music industry to be the same. What about the lip syncing earlier? No one even mentioned it. Replay the competition, replay it. Online, the situation had almost turned into a one-sided affair, with everyone demanding that the organizers hold a rematch. Unfortunately, the organizers were in South Korea this time, and they wouldn't listen to the voices of Chinese netizens. Chen Feng's phone vibrated in his pocket. He opened it to find a message from Ling Bingyan. Is something wrong over there? Is everything okay? Chen Feng replied, it's nothing. It's probably just an issue with the stage equipment, causing her microphone to malfunction. Soon, Ling Bingyan's message came back. That's good. Please make sure to take good care of my sister. Chen Feng gave an okay gesture and continued to watch the stunning figure dancing on stage. Her social media feed was already flooded with trending topics related to the music festival. Zhang Jia wins his first match by 0.01 points. Zhou Shun's The Wind Rises brings the spirit of China to South Korea. Shocking. The American judges ignored Chinese culture and scored based on personal preference. A live microphone malfunction shocks the China-Korea Music Festival. The China-Korea Music Festival dominated the top spots on Weibo's trending topics. Netizens flooded the comments sections of these topics like a tsunami. For a moment, Weibo's servers crashed. On stage, Xia Shuer's performance had reached its final moments. I'll send you off. ZZZZ. Love that never fades. Hold my heart tight and explore the world together. ZZZZ. You are the celebration. You are the sunny day. My love never sleeps. ZZZZZ. Unending longing. Flying by your side. My love never sleeps. ZZZ. As the song faded, Xia Shuer made a scissors hand gesture in front of her face on stage, looking incredibly cute and playful. However, no one noticed that her scissors hand was actually covering the tears she had shed. It was too heartbreaking. After the song ended completely, Xia Shuer bowed to the camera and left the stage before the host could walk up. The audience below erupted in gasps. Viewers in the livestream were furious but helpless. They could only repeatedly type rematch on the screen. Chen Feng clenched his teeth so tightly they almost broke. He hurried backstage and saw a flash of pink rushing toward him. She threw herself into his arms. Chen Feng, I'm so upset. Although they hadn't known each other for very long, Ling Bingxue had always given Chen Feng the impression of an optimistic, cheerful girl who wouldn't be brought down by anything. Until today, Chen Feng finally understood. She was also a vulnerable young girl at heart. Even I would be extremely angry in such a situation, let alone her. Looking at Ling Bingxue, who was clinging to him, Chen Feng felt a pang of heartache. He slowly raised his arms, wrapped them around Ling Bingxue, and then held her tightly. Feeling Chen Feng's embrace, Ling Bingxue could no longer hold back her tears. Her shoulders, which had been still, began to shake violently. She lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as if she had suffered the greatest injustice. She bit her lower lip so hard it turned purple. She sobbed softly, her fragile body trembling slightly, and her cries grew louder and louder. Ignoring the fact that Chen Feng was wearing a $9,900 suit that he was about to wear on stage, she wiped her tears and snot onto his clothes. Chen Feng, you must avenge me. Chen Feng, I can only rely on you. She kept repeating these heartbreaking words. Chen Feng gently patted Ling Bingxue's back. At that moment, he was completely oblivious to the softness and curves of her body. He repeated over and over, "Don't cry." In the corridor leading to the backstage, under the lights, the shadows of a man and a woman embraced each other, cast upon the ground. Ling Bingxue cried for a long time before finally calming down. Chen Feng spoke softly, "Don't worry, just watch from below the stage." Chen Feng was truly furious, this was too much. Ling Bingxue struggled to her feet and stepped away from Chen Feng's embrace, her eyes still brimming with tears, her gaze dull and lifeless. But Chen Feng was completely different. His eyes shone with light, filled with passion and determination. Perhaps the tears had drained all her strength, for as she took a step forward, Ling Bingxue stumbled to the side. Chen Feng hurried forward to catch her, and Ling Bingxue once again collapsed weakly into his arms. Chen Feng held her body steady, turning his back to her. "Get up." Chen Feng didn't hesitate, assuming a half-squatting position. Ling Bingxue's face turned red, resembling the symptoms of a fever, but she knew it wasn't a fever. After a moment's thought, Ling Bingxue gently climbed onto Chen Feng's back. It was really soft. That was the first thought that crossed Chen Feng's mind. But he didn't dwell on it. The most important thing now was to carry Ling Bingxue back and hand her over to Tan Weiwei and the others to take care of her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, Chen Feng carried Ling Bingxue back to her seat in the audience under the watchful eyes of everyone. Ling Bingxue buried her head in Chen Feng's back. At that moment, she truly felt too ashamed to show her face. Fortunately, the cameras didn't capture the scene, otherwise, it would have become another scandal back home. The results of this round of the competition had already been announced on stage. As expected, South Korea emerged victorious. As for the reason, Xia Shui'er had withdrawn midway through the competition. Damn, South Koreans are so unfair. It's not just the South Koreans, the judges down there are all scum. Everyone, come back home. Don't stay out there and suffer. I feel so sorry for Xia Shui'er. I feel sorry for Han Lei and Tan Weiwei. Can't someone step in and put them in their place? What the netizens say doesn't matter anymore, the audience and judges at the scene can't see it anyway. Even if they see them, they won't care. Since there's backstage manipulation, there will always be times when they get criticized. The host on stage excitedly announced, "Next up, please welcome Quan Jilong to perform his latest single, Crooked." Chapter 116, The Spotted Dog Takes the Stage. Quan Jilong, dressed in a new outfit, walked back onto the stage. Dressed in a spotted dog-themed outfit, with his signature smoky eye makeup around his eyes, and his already short stature, he did indeed resemble. Electronic music began to play, combined with his distinctive clipped, smoky voice. "Like me, gone, just like that. Kyo gu ji now, biao nio chi. One more be swoosh, today's riso swoosh. Sala on get sorry, damu ji bu chow. Oh, my mother is better than him." The above are pure homophones. The K-pop fans who thought they had already washed up and gone to bed came flooding back out. "So cool, John Ji Hunapa. Pencil, I love you forever. I love his outfit so much. I envy the fur on his body. I wish I could hold him in my arms. You guys just like celebrities, why get so obsessed? Exactly, why don't you just die for the dog? You don't know anything, country bumpkin. This is fashion. What's wrong with sacrificing a little for fashion? Peel his skin off and give it to him." The two sides were on the brink of a showdown, and the live stream once again descended into chaos. On stage, Quan Jilong launched into a rap that no one could understand. Below the stage, Chen Feng comforted Ling Bingxue while listening to Quan Jilong's song. If it weren't for this occasion, a singer with such a voice wouldn't even be worthy of sharing the stage with Chen Feng. Quan Jilong continued singing while running around the stage on his short legs, darting left and right. The South Korean crowd began to follow his movements, creating a human wave. Lights flashed everywhere. The venue resembled a large-scale dance party. On the other side, the Chinese audience looked as pale as death. There were 5 rounds in total. Originally, they had won 2 rounds, but the other side had used underhanded tactics to tie the score. Even Kai Koen, Chen Yuhua, and others were voicing their dissatisfaction on behalf of Han Lei, Tan Weiwei, and Xia Shuer. They all took to social media to question South Korea's series of moves. Without a voice abroad, they could only vent their frustrations domestically. Han Lei, Zhang Jia, and others remained by Chen Feng's side. Perhaps, as Han Lei had said, the outcome would be decided in the final match. Xiaofeng, I feel like the one on stage with the spots can't hold a candle to you, even if there were 10 of them. Zhou Shen said. Zhang Jia nodded in agreement beside him. Right. No one else spoke, but everyone watched Chen Feng with hopeful eyes. This singer who had risen to prominence domestically, could he hold up the sky at this critical moment? Ling Bingxue had also switched the person she was leaning on to Tan Weiwei. She was covered in Chen Feng's $999 suit jacket. It was covered in snot and tears, making it impossible to wear on stage. He decided to change his outfit. He pulled the hem of his white shirt out of his suit pants and casually tucked one corner back in. He undid the 2 buttons on the shirt, and Chen Feng's demeanor immediately changed. After a moment's thought, Chen Feng looked at Chai Kuan, who was not far away. Can I borrow the necklace around your neck? I'll return it later. Chai Kuan pointed to himself and glanced at the long iron chain around his neck. Seeing Chen Feng nod, he took it off without hesitation and handed it to Chen Feng. Don't disgrace my necklace. With those words, Chai Kuan turned his attention back to the performance on stage. Even if he desperately wanted to dominate the entertainment industry, Chai Kuan knew that now was not the time for internal strife. The South Korean music scene was their common enemy, and he would deal with his issues with Chen Feng back in China. Chen Feng, wearing a long necklace, would undoubtedly be mistaken for a rapper by anyone unfamiliar with him. This was also the first time Chen Feng had ever tried this kind of outfit. Even in his previous life, he would never have dressed like a rapper when he performed on stage. However, having been reborn, he naturally wanted to try new things. He had Zhang Jia take a photo of him and looked at the photo. He was fairly satisfied it wasn't an overly exaggerated look, and it was acceptable. He handed the phone back to Zhang Jia and ruffled Ling Bingshue's hair. I'll go on stage first. With that, he turned and walked toward the backstage area without looking back. Ling Bingxue was covered by Chen Feng's 999, staring blankly at the direction he had gone. Time passed quickly. On stage, Quan Jilong flawlessly completed what he considered to be a great performance. The K-pop fanboys in the live stream didn't care what he was singing or whether it was good or bad. Awesome. Appa. You must be exhausted, Quan Jilong Appa. Having to sing 2 songs alone, do Chinese singers have no shame? Although I really want to hear Quan Jilong Appa sing, why make him face a relentless challenge from Chinese singers? He be exhausted. So heartbreaking. You guys upstairs are brainless. Your Appa Quan Jilong would love to sing the whole show. 2 songs are too little for him. There's no hope, really no hope. Please, China, step in and calm these obsessed kids down. If you ask these fans what the singer just sang on stage, I bet 99% of them wouldn't be able to say. Don't worry about that. If you like his songs, that's the trend. If you like his style, that's being at the forefront of fashion. He just performs, and those brainless fans just keep praising him. The host on stage asked, Appa, I hear you have a lot of fans in China too. Quan Jilong replied in Korean with a blank expression, yes, they're great. They're dumb but have money. Few in the live stream could understand what he said. Regardless of what he said, they just clapped. Those who understood Korean immediately translated his words in the comment section, but it didn't make much of a difference. His fans quickly pushed the comments to the bottom, where no one would bother to look. Then, the host continued, look into the camera and say hello to your Chinese fans. A cameraman walked up with the equipment, aiming the camera at Quan Jilong. Quan Jilong didn't even think, and spoke in Korean to the camera, Chinese fans, please give more money to my livestream. Salaheya. Quan Jilong spoke quickly at the beginning, and the brainless fans who claimed to understand K-pop so well. However, very few of them actually understood Korean. They could only understand a few everyday phrases. For example, the last phrase Quan Jilong just said, sarangi. As long as that phrase is there, the rest of what he said before doesn't matter. The last thing he said was sarangi. That's enough. For a moment, the live stream erupted in excitement once again. He said he loves me. Stop kidding around, he loves me. I don't want to top up his account either, but he said Salalanhio to me. I just got my 2,800 yuan salary. I'll keep 800 yuan, and the rest is for my appa to buy gifts. After Quan Jilong finished speaking, he followed the host off the stage. He was in a good mood today. Probably in a couple of days, there'll be another foreign transaction in his account. Chapter 117, he writes songs with traditional Chinese medicine. Next, please welcome the singer from China, Chen Feng, to perform a song for us. She hesitated for a moment. The 4 characters weren't difficult to read, but she couldn't immediately figure out what the song's title meant. The Compendium of Materia Medica. After saying that, she walked off the stage, still pondering the meaning of the song title. Benchao? A type of plant? What about compendium? The stage lights dimmed. The live stream viewers went wild with excitement. Chen Feng is here. Take them down, Chen Feng. Under the lights, I'll ask what's the name of this song? The Compendium of Materia Medica? Isn't that the name of a medical textbook? If I'm not mistaken, Chen Feng is going to sing another song with a Chinese folk style. I'm really worried that those clueless judges will say something like I don't understand the lyrics and give Chen Feng a low score. Whether they score him high or low doesn't matter now. In my heart, Chinese singers are always number 1. The stage lights slowly came up and Chen Feng, dressed in a stylishly rebellious outfit, appeared on stage. Chen Feng glanced around the audience, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Though no one knew what he was about to sing. But the South Korean singers and artists below the stage all had a bad feeling. A loud bang. Electronic music erupted. A flute melody with a strong martial arts flair followed closely behind. In an instant, the entire band came to life. Below the stage, some judges' eyes sparkled with an unusual glow. I've never heard such an intro before. A perfect fusion of Chinese and Western elements, blending harmoniously with Chinese melodies as the main theme and electronic music as an accompaniment. This innovative combination appeals to fans of both musical styles. A passionate prelude with a strong sense of melody. Wow! No wonder it's Chen Feng so unique. I thought Benchao Gangmu would be a chant-like song, but this is so energetic. It's so rhythmic, with an incredible beat. I have to dance to this. Dum Dum, is that rap? Netizens are all expressing how much they love the melody of this song. If Hua Tuo were reincarnated. Even those who idolize foreign cultures are cured. Foreigners coming to learn Chinese characters has sparked my national consciousness. Just 3 lines, and the South Korean singers and artists on stage were stunned it was actually a rap song. Looking at Chen Feng's attire on stage, it indeed had a rap vibe. It was like someone who works diligently during the day and lets loose after work. This is free. It's the feeling of freedom. Outsiders listen for the excitement, insiders listen for the nuances. Although we don't know what he's singing about, the last few lines are all held on a single note. This is a detail that foreign rappers rarely pay attention to. They focus more on rhythm and melody. Chen Feng's lyrics made the judges feel very comfortable. Online K-pop fans were completely baffled. Is this song for people like him? No, strictly speaking, is he actually insulting himself and his own people? After a brief lull in the comments section, netizens quickly caught on and began flooding the comments with posts. That's impressive. 666, 666, 6666. 666, 666, 6666. 666, 666, 6666. If Hua Tuo were still alive, he could cure all these foreign worshippers. This lyric is so well written and so satisfying to hear. These people who worship foreign cultures deserve to be criticized. They don't bother to understand their own country's thousands of years of culture, yet they go around idolizing superficial foreign things. Give them a good cure. Impressive, impressive, Chen Feng, take them down. Rap versus rap, let those arrogant South Korean singers hear our rap. The netizens were so excited that they immediately shared the news with their friends who hadn't watched the livestream. Word spread like wildfire, and people rushed into the livestream in droves. In an instant, the servers of several major platforms were overwhelmed, and staff members rushed to contact their superiors to increase server capacity. People were still crowding into the livestream, all eager to hear Chen Feng's Chinese-style rap. Maqianzi, Zhu Sangertzi, Enlienzi. Huanjiazi, Kaduzi, Chuanlianzi, I want face. In my own way. Rewrite history. Nothing else to do? Follow me and repeat these words. Yam, Angelica, goji berry go. Yam, Angelica, goji berry go. Watch me grab a handful of Chinese herbs. Take a dose of pride. The dynamic accompaniment has a strong melody and rhythm. But that's not the main point. What truly astonished netizens was the lyrics. The lyrics of this song, Benchao Gangmu, are absolutely amazing. Some songwriters were slapping their thighs and shouting in amazement in front of the live stream screen. Exactly, a traditional Chinese medicine book is the perfect embodiment of Chinese style. How did I not think of that? That's amazing. I'm truly impressed. I never would have thought of using Chinese herbal medicine names as lyrics, especially for rap lyrics. Explosive. So explosive. Chinese culture, thousands of years old, you can just pull out anything to criticize you K-pop fanatics, haha. I just got here. What happened? An earthquake? Yes, but it's the South Korean music scene that's shaking. After a moment of confusion, the K-pop fanatics began to fight back. Singing a song and thinking you're so great? We just like foreign stuff. The moon is rounder abroad. What can you do about it? If you don't like it, come and fight me. The Chinese music scene just can't compare to South Korea's. Just wait and lose. A divorced person dares to criticize others? You're making me laugh. The live stream was in complete chaos. If the comments weren't turned off, you wouldn't even be able to see Chen Feng. In the villa, Su Yusun watched Chen Feng's performance on TV and could only drink in silence. Is there really no way out? Is there really no way out? Why did I insist on divorcing him back then? What was it all for? Is it really that hard for him to write a song for me? Su Yusun's thoughts were in disarray. As she watched Chen Feng grow and succeed so quickly, she felt like her own child was standing still. Her feet would involuntarily dig into the sofa. It was Su Yusun who insisted on divorcing Chen Feng back then. Now, it's too late to say anything. All she wants is for Chen Feng to write her a song. Just one song could help her become famous again. The outdoor square of Tianxia Group was already packed with people. Who's that singer on the screen? He's so amazing. He writes songs using traditional Chinese medicine. You don't know? That's Chen Feng, the music consultant for this Tianxia Group. Wow, that's impressive. This is what Chinese music should be like. Those previous pop songs were just trash. The surrounding people's discussions were mostly heard by Ling Bingyan. Looking at the man on the screen, whose style was completely different from before, a blush spread across her face. Is this the man she had set her sights on? Chapter 118, Taking the Lead. The number of online viewers in the live stream surpassed 200 million. At that moment, everyone was fixated on Chen Feng on stage. The brainless fans obsessed with Korean culture were furious. The judges below the stage had various expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, netizens from China are extremely excited. Many netizens, though at home, feel as though they've been transported into the screen, moving in sync with Chen Feng's dance and music. I'll just relax and dance along. The movements are so relaxed and natural you can't copy them. Adjust your state for the neon signs. Waiting to wake up in the dazzling city. The chorus kicks in, still rap, but with a more melodic rhythm. Chen Feng follows the melody instinctively, dancing to the rhythm of the song. One hand holds the microphone, the other presses forward and down to keep the beat, while his feet move rhythmically side to side. I'll just dance casually with a relaxed expression. Use calligraphy to spread the inner strength of the dynasty. With bold strokes of regular script, I deliver a punch as dialogue. In the end, lie down flat and see who's the strongest. In the Chinese music scene of this world, there are very few rap artists, and almost no one dares to try rap. This is because rap songs have very limited reach, and to excel in rap, one must overcome two significant barriers. The first is that rap has almost no melody, with much of it being freestyle. This doesn't mean rap melodies are inherently bad, but creating good melodies for rap songs is extremely difficult. Second, rap songs struggle to convey emotional depth. You've never heard of sad rap, heartbroken rap, or emotional rap. Why are love songs the mainstream in pop music? This is because love songs can convey the emotions of the songwriter and singer, creating a rich musical atmosphere that draws listeners into the world of the song and evokes emotional resonance. The most important point is that rap lyrics are extremely lengthy and complex, and the rhythm is very fast. If you don't listen carefully, it's not easy to make out what's being sung. Therefore, it's hard to spark fans' interest. However, Chen Feng's Ben Chao Gangmu is different. First, the title of the song reveals its main theme, and the lyrics are filled with references to traditional Chinese herbs. Additionally, Chen Feng delivers the lyrics with crystal clear enunciation. This creates an irresistible urge to move and groove along with the music. Whether it's the rhythm, melody, lyrics, or the meaning behind the song, are all top-notch. What kind of elixir you refine, what kind of pill you roll. Deer antler slices must not be too thin. The master's technique can't be copied haphazardly. Turtle jelly, Yunnan Baiyao, and Cordyceps sinensis. Your own music is the perfect dose of medicine. The second verse doesn't repeat any of the lyrics from the first verse, like opening a new chapter in the compendium of Materia Medica, allowing listeners to learn something while enjoying the song. Chen Feng sang while waving his arms, interacting with the audience on stage. At that moment, at the Huahan Music Awards, including Chai Kun and Chen Yuhua, a group of Chinese singers and artists stood up excitedly, following Chen Feng's rhythm and making rap gestures. When it comes to rap moves, Chai Kun naturally steals the spotlight. The camera accurately captured the most energetic person in the venue at that moment. Chai Kun's figure appeared on the live broadcast. This made Chai Kun's heart race with joy. Originally, he had only intended to make a brief appearance on the red carpet, but now he found himself in the spotlight during Chen Feng's performance. So he started moving wildly in time with Chen Feng's rhythm. Chai Kun. It's Chai Kun. We love you, Chai Kun. Great. You're dancing well. Chen Feng's song is great, and your moves are great too. Impressive. Chen Feng on stage kept his eyes fixed on the direction of the seats where the Chinese singers were sitting. Seeing Chai Kun's expression, Chen Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Quickly open the compendium of Materia Medica and study the rare editions more carefully. The Chan Su and Di Long have already been studied in the medical classics. We must not let the hard work of our ancestors go to waste. That's the light, sing together. As soon as Chen Feng finished singing, the Chinese singers and performers in the audience immediately joined in. This is the light, this is the light. After shouting along, everyone felt much more at ease. There had been so much injustice tonight, but following Chen Feng's rhythm, all the unpleasantness was released. Let me prescribe a special remedy to heal your inner wounds caused by your infatuation with foreign things. This traditional Chinese medicine, rooted for thousands of years, possesses a power unknown to others. The brainless fans of Korean pop turned green with envy. This song didn't mention the brainless fans of Korean pop once, but every line was about them. The entire venue erupted. These two lines are telling them, since you think foreign songs are good, I'll use my own methods, my own songs, to show you that within thousands of years of Chinese culture, there is a power you know nothing about. You sang it so well, so well. I feel so vindicated. Take down those brainwashed fans. They all look down on the Chinese music scene. Chen Feng should come out and cure your brainwashed minds. These brainwashed fools. Foreign crap is all they know. This song really gets my blood pumping. I'm impressed. Chen Feng really dares to sing. He has just started to gain popularity, and he is not afraid of those brainwashed fans trying to ban him? Whoever bans Chen Feng, I'll ban them. Me too. At that moment, in the conference room of the CCTV building. Great. That's fantastic. It's so satisfying. Wang Shi, who had been furious just moments ago, was now sitting in his chair clapping and cheering. The expression on Gao Zong's face in the middle also showed a rare smile. What a relief. Mr. Gao, I never expected a medical textbook could be turned into a song, and it even said things most singers wouldn't dare to say. Wang Shi said happily from the side. As the station director, Gao Zong naturally wouldn't express his thoughts lightly, but his impression of Chen Feng deepened further. In recent years, South Korea's cultural invasion had become increasingly severe, and the country had yet to find an effective countermeasure. When they came to China to host shows, they didn't act like they did in their own country. They became arrogant and reckless once they arrived in China. Every time South Korean singers came to China, they would definitely cause trouble. Originally, they thought that South Korean singers who behaved this way would be quickly weeded out by the domestic market. However, to everyone's surprise, not only were they not eliminated, but they also gained a large fan base. This has caused some headaches for the higher-ups in the cultural media sector. At this year's China-South Korea Music Festival, the emergence of a singer like Chen Feng has injected a much-needed boost into the Chinese music scene. Such a singer who can step up during a downturn in the Chinese music scene deserves to be heavily promoted. This is precisely the moment when the Chinese music industry needs someone to take the lead. After a moment, Gao Zong's voice drifted out softly. I think this song could make it to the Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 119, The entertainment industry is about to be shaken up. The Spring Festival Gala? The others gathered in the conference room were initially taken aback, but quickly understood what Mr. Gao, the station director, meant. Anyone who had risen to such a high position must have exceptional comprehension skills. Exactly. The lyrics of this song, the compendium of materia medica, are brilliant. They strongly criticize those who blindly admire foreign cultures. We should promote it widely. Exactly. This song must be featured on the Spring Festival Gala so that everyone across the country can hear it. Someone in the meeting room immediately agreed with Gao Zong's words. Indeed, deep down, everyone believed that this song, which had come to the rescue, was truly excellent, and having it on the Spring Festival Gala would not violate any principles. On the other hand, it was proposed by the station director. Both emotionally and logically, no one could oppose it. Working in the bureaucracy is also an art. The Huahan Music Festival venue had already turned into a sea of joy. Originally, only Chinese singers and artists were swaying to the music, but gradually, the musical atmosphere began to influence the South Korean singers as well. They couldn't help but stand up and sway along to Chen Feng's rhythm. I'm just relaxing and dancing casually. The movements are relaxed and natural, you can't copy that. Neon signs, get in the zone. In the glamorous city, waiting to wake up. I'm relaxed, just dancing loosely. Write the dynasty in calligraphy, letting the inner strength flow. Swinging boldly in regular script, delivering a punchline. The ending lies flat, let's see who's the best. When Quan Jilong returned to his seat from backstage, his face was grim. He shouted angrily at the South Korean singers around him. Don't follow him in his dance moves. Have you lost your minds? That's a Chinese song, you're South Korean singers. However, the venue was too noisy, and his voice without a microphone couldn't be heard by anyone. Chen Feng staggered from the center of the stage to the right side. He crouched down. He shouted at the Chinese singers and performers, friends, let us get hyped. Squat. Little zombie squat. Little zombie squat. Squat again. Little zombies, squat. Light the lanterns in the alley. Squat again. Little zombies, squat. Crawl into the radish pit. Squat again. Little zombies, squat. Chant the spell and hum. The singers from Huaxiao exchanged glances and followed Chen Feng's lead, extending their arms straight forward, then quickly squatting down with their legs together, mimicking the zombie squat. Viewers in the live stream also left comments. I want to squat too. I want to squat too. Zombie squat. I want to do the zombie squat too. Go! 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 Follow Chen Feng and have fun. Our whole family is following Chen Feng's moves, so cool. My 80-year-old grandmother even got out of her wheelchair because she wanted to follow Chen Feng in doing the zombie squat. Netizens at home started mimicking Chen Feng's movements. At the square of Tianxia Group, under the organization of Tianxia media staff, thousands of people gathered in the square, extending their hands forward, quickly squatting down, and then jumping up. Those watching nearby filmed the scene and shared it on social media platforms. This action was very interesting, and South Korean singers and artists on the other side were intrigued, discussing and imitating it among themselves. Chen Feng moved to the other side of the stage. The accompaniment continued, and he shouted in English to the South Korean singers, "Put your hands up." The South Korean singers, seeing Chen Feng come over to lead them in this fun movement, all raised their hands and waved them at him. Chen Feng's song had such an amazing melody that it completely made the South Korean singers forget about national boundaries. Squat. Little zombie squat. Little zombie squat. Squat again. Little zombies, squat. Light the lanterns in the alley. Squat again. Little zombie, squat. Crawl into the radish pit. Squat again. Little zombie, squat. Chant the spell and hum. Chen Feng sang a super energetic song while mimicking the zombie squatting movements. Follow me, everyone. Everyone, come with me. The South Korean singers below were smiling and laughing as they imitated Chen Feng's zombie squatting movements. After 2 rounds, the entire venue was buzzing with energy, with Chen Feng at the center of it all. Everyone in the venue followed Chen Feng's movements in perfect unison. The viewers in the live stream finished the zombie squat and began analyzing. What does this lyric mean? It has nothing to do with the book Compendium of Materia Medica. I don't know, but I have to admit that the zombie squat is pretty funny. I think he's using the zombie squat to metaphorically describe those brainless fans who blindly follow foreign trends, lack their own minds, can't distinguish right from wrong, and only know how to follow blindly without adapting. Bro, you're really well read. Regardless, Chen Feng's song definitely has its own meaning. Right, I feel so lucky that he dared to stand up during the lowest point of the Chinese music scene. On stage, Chen Feng's lyrics had come to an end, leaving only the interactive segment of the song. La 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 la. 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 While singing, he swung his arms from side to side. At some point, the audience members below began pulling out their phones, turning on their flashlights, and swaying from side to side in sync with Chen Feng's movements. In an instant, the venue turned into a sea of stars. This scene was captured by the wide-angle camera and broadcast live on the screen. Holy crap, that is so beautiful. I'm so uncultured, I don't even know how to describe it. Wow, it's so beautiful it's making me cry. This is exactly what a sea of stars looks like. That's amazing. This must be Chen Feng's solo concert. Chen Feng is the best. YYDS. YYDS. After a flurry of YYDS posts flooded the screen, Chen Feng's singing came to an end, and a few seconds later, the entire song also concluded. The entire venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. Both the Chinese audience and the South Korean audience clapped enthusiastically. It was truly amazing. Although it was a competition between the two countries' music scenes, art knows no borders. The entire country was in an uproar. At the plaza of Tianxia Group, many K-pop fans lowered their heads. At times, enlightenment struck in an instant. Chen Feng was truly incredible. This song left these K-pop fanatics with no room to argue. In the meeting room of the Beijing Central Television headquarters, enthusiastic applause erupted. That's amazing, Mr. Gao. Wang Shi led the applause. Such talent deserves support. Are we supposed to keep promoting those effeminate, overhyped idols and let them continue to disrupt the Chinese music industry? Mr. Gao didn't respond but instead called everyone to start the meeting. Secretaries quickly jotted down the directives issued by senior leaders, their hearts racing with anxiety as they recorded the orders. The entertainment industry is about to undergo a major shakeup. Chapter 120, Chinese style is the best. Various literary giants gathered in the live stream to comment on Chen Feng's performance. Using the 4 treasures of the study to write the legend of the Compendium of Materia Medica, employing regular script, running script, and small seal script to freely express ink and sweat, chronicling the cultural treasures of China's 5,000-year history, the burdock, lotus seed, and strictness. Grasping a handful of Chinese herbs, grinding them into powder and boiling them into a decoction to heal that heart obsessed with foreign cultures. Using herbal decoctions, moxibustion, and poultices to rewrite an indelible historical treasure. Through music, warning future generations not to forget Chinese traditions, and using unique acupuncture techniques to heal that heart obsessed with foreign cultures. Brother, you're so cultured, why don't you write a book? Chen Feng's best interpretation of rap is that it's not just about violence, drugs, sports cars, and money. It can also be about the countryside, love, dreams, and family. This is true rap, no vulgarity, no profanity, just culture. Chen Feng not only writes great songs but is also a great person. He seamlessly blends Chinese-style music with Western culture. I only realized after hearing his songs that music could have such melodies and rhythms. However, this song, Compendium of Materia Medica, focuses more on singing about Chinese culture. He is truly someone who never forgets his roots. My favorite line is, "Let me prescribe a special remedy to cure your infatuation with foreign cultures." This traditional Chinese medicine, rooted for thousands of years, holds a power others don't know about. The lights all came on, and the South Korean host walked onto the stage. Though he sang well, he was a Chinese singer. The South Korean host didn't use any of the so-called honorifics from their country when addressing him. "Chen Feng, your song was great. Is there anything you'd like to say to your opponent, Quan Jilong?" Chen Feng cleared his throat into the microphone. "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng." After speaking, he waved to the camera and the audience below. After the song, the South Korean singers and artists in the audience also grew cold toward Chen Feng. Art knows no borders, but artists do. Chen Feng looked around. "I have nothing to say to Quan Jilong, but I have one thing to say to everyone." As he spoke, Chen Feng raised a finger and waved it toward the South Korean audience, especially in the direction of Quan Jilong's seat. "Don't let the Korean wave grow more arrogant. The Chinese wave is the best." The translator translated Chen Feng's words into Korean without changing a single word. The venue fell silent instantly. Whoa! Then, the sound of people gasping in shock could be heard. The temperature plummeted to freezing point. What the hell? Is he here to sing? I feel like he came up here to start a fight. He is so bold, I like it. He's right, Chinese pop is the best. Awesome. 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 The 4 words Chen Feng is amazing I've said over 100 times. Oh no, he has suddenly stirred up my patriotic feelings. Me too. I suddenly want to grab a gun and charge toward South Korea. Chen Feng's words inspired everyone, and netizens passionately shared their fiery comments. The South Korean organizers behind the scenes turned pale. He never expected this Chinese singer to be so bold. The song he just sang had been criticizing those South Korea fans, and now he was saying something that the South Korean music industry considered treasonous. The South Korean director said into the walkie-talkie, "Don't let him talk. Move on quickly." The host on stage nodded and immediately said, "Chen Feng is such a humorous person, ha ha ha." Next, please welcome the captain of Pig Pang, Quan Jilong, to the stage. Wearing a spotted dog costume, Quan Jilong walked onto the stage, smiling insincerely as he waved to the audience below. He spread his legs wide, clasped his hands in front of his body, swayed from side to side, then looked up at the sky and took a deep breath, giving off a rather vibe. He stood on either side of the host, with Chen Feng on one side and himself on the other. Chen Feng, on the other hand, kept his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on Ling Bingxue below the stage, still worried about her mood. When Ling Bingxue noticed Chen Feng's gaze, she stood up with a smile and waved at him. Seeing her return to her usual lively and spirited self, Chen Feng felt relieved. Ling Bingyan had told herself to take care of her sister, and now she had made her cry. She wouldn't be able to explain it when she went back. On the large screen, the judges' scores for Quan Jilong appeared one by one. Holy crap, 9.95 points. That's way too high. Another 9.96? Oh my god, we're going to lose. See? That's the real deal. Our Appa doesn't need any favoritism or under-the-table deals. He is a human rap machine. You guys were hyping up Chen Feng so much, it's hilarious. No matter how much you hype him up, he still can't compare to our Appa. This score? Chen Feng couldn't even catch up if he tried, ha ha ha, our Appa is amazing. Looking at the score on the big screen, the South Korean hostess' face was filled with excitement. Every score awarded was above 9.9. Quan Jilong's mouth was stretched wide open, his face brimming with pride. The big screen was filled with the number 9, and Quan Jilong laughed inwardly. For Chen Feng to surpass this score was simply too difficult. The scores from all 10 judges were now displayed. The host announced with emphasis, "The final score for Quan Jilong has been revealed." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly excited. "Remove the highest score, 9.96, and the lowest score, 9.90. The final score for Appa is 9.93. The venue erupted in applause. This score was unprecedented at the Wuhan Music Awards, and Quan Jilong had made history. Congratulations, Appa. Congratulations, congratulations. Quan Jilong has won again at the music festival. With that, the South Korean team wins with a score of 3-2, right? In the live stream from China, there were countless congratulatory messages. Those who didn't know were because this was a South Korean live streaming platform. It must be said that Quan Jilong's popularity in China is indeed high. Below the stage, Chinese singers sitting in the audience looked somber. They had thought that Chen Feng's song Ben Chao Gang Mu had such a good rhythm and was sure to win, but they never expected the judges to give Quan Jilong such a high score. After Quan Jilong's score was revealed, it was Chen Feng's turn. On the screen, Quan Jilong's information was cleared, and Chen Feng's avatar and name began to appear. Next, the judges' scores began to appear one by one. What? This cheating is way too obvious. Chen Feng, come back to China immediately. Don't waste your time playing with those idiots. We will not allow them to humiliate Chen Feng. Idiot judges. On the screen, the first judge to appear was Smith. After giving Destiny's Bridge a score of 5, he also gave Chen Feng's Compendium of Materia Medica a score of 5. His expression betrayed no attempt to hide his intentions. He looked like he was saying, "I did it on purpose." Fortunately, starting from the second judge, Chen Feng's scores began to be fair. 9.92, 9.94, 9.96. Chapter 121, The Curtain Falls. When the final judge's score appeared, the large screen began to calculate Chen Feng's final score. A huge 5 on the stage was glaringly obvious, but the only score below 9.9 on the screen was his. This meant his 5 would be directly excluded. Smith glared angrily at the judge beside him, who was also from the United States. Why? The judge beside him, also from the United States, raised an eyebrow and shrugged his hands. Oh, Smith. I'm so sorry. This song is very good. I don't want to humiliate art. Smith angrily slammed the table in the judge's seat. He had taken money from the South Korean music industry and had made arrangements with his companions beforehand, but he never expected to be so captivated by a song that he didn't even want the money anymore. He didn't care about the money, but he wouldn't be able to get it either. After a quick calculation, Chen Feng's score for Compendium of Materia Medica was announced. The South Korean host announced in a solemn voice, "Remove the highest score, 9.98, and the lowest score, 5. Chen Feng's final score is 9.95. Chen Feng has won. Let us congratulate Chen Feng." The last sentence was almost forced out from between the South Korean host's teeth. The Chinese singers and artists below the stage jumped to their feet instantly. Everyone enthusiastically clapped for Chen Feng. In a foreign land, facing numerous challenges, he had finally emerged victorious, and the emotions of the crowd were indescribable. Those present at the scene were speechless, but those watching the livestream couldn't contain their emotions. No matter what, Chen Feng is amazing. So cool. Chen Feng, I'll marry you and have your kids. Go away, go back to the line. I'll be the first to have your kids. With such good genes, we have to pass them on. What are you bragging about? You've only won once in 3 tries. Let's be honest, it was just luck. Have you been kneeling too long? Can't get up? If you can't, let us break your legs. You foreign obsessed dog. This idiot isn't worth arguing with. Dare you post your address? Hiding behind a keyboard, come out and face us. Regardless, the Chinese music scene finally won once. After 3 years, we finally won once. I hope more singers like Chen Feng will emerge in the future. The South Korean host on stage said a bunch of things to the translator, but Chen Feng, standing right beside him, couldn't understand a single word, and he didn't want to hear a single word either. Moments later, the translator told Chen Feng, "The host wants you to give your acceptance speech." Speech? Chen Feng scoffed. I don't have anything special to say. I hope the South Korean music industry will show some dignity in the future and not let a few rotten apples spoil the broth. And you too. Chen Feng pointed at Smith below the stage. Smith didn't understand what he meant, looking around in confusion, wanting to ask the people around him why he was pointing at him. Chen Feng withdrew his finger from Smith and made a gun gesture, pointing it at his own head and mimicking pulling the trigger. Oh. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Smith screamed wildly at the people around him. After finishing the gesture, Chen Feng walked off the stage. The viewers in the live stream were all speechless. My goodness. Is this really necessary? Is there really nothing in this world he cares about? He doesn't give the South Korean music scene any face, and he doesn't give the foreign judges any face either. Care? He only cares about China. Why should he give face to those who have harmed the Chinese music industry? What's their face worth? As he passed by Han Lei, he said seriously, "Congratulations. Thank you for restoring the dignity of the Chinese music scene." Chen Feng didn't know what to say, he just nodded seriously. Although he had been carefree on stage just now, once he stepped off the stage, he returned to his usual self. Comrade Xia Shuer, you're smiling so happily. A faint voice came from beside her, and Ling Bingxue grabbed the suit draped over her shoulders. I'm not smiling. When did I smile? I'm still immersed in my sorrow. As she spoke, Ling Bingxue pretended to gently wipe the area under her eyes with her delicate fingers. The final score was 3-2, and the Chinese music scene returned to the throne of the music awards ceremony. It was no easy feat. Han Lei, as the team leader of the contestants, stepped onto the stage for the final interview. Such official occasions are best handled by official representatives. Chen Feng, having some free time, returned the necklace around his neck to Chai Kuan. Thank you for the necklace. Chai Kuan noticed that the camera was focused on the two of them, so he cleared his throat, intending to make a cool gesture and say something edgy. But before he could finish, Chen Feng blurted out the next sentence. This necklace is pretty heavy. Maybe you should wear it less often in the future, it could easily lead to cervical spine issues. Faced with Chen Feng's concerned tone, Chai Kuan was at a loss for words. The camera, which had been pointed at the two of them, was originally intended to capture Chen Feng's cool and stylish moments off stage. But the cameraman never expected that Chen Feng and Chai Kuan were talking about such things. Just as the two of them were stunned, Chen Feng had already disappeared from the frame, leaving only Chai Kuan alone in the camera's view. Holy crap, is that necklace around Chen Feng's neck actually Chai Kuan's? Kunbeo is so stylish. His side profile is so handsome. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. That necklace must be heavy, you should wear it less often. Tell your Kunbeo to stop wearing such big necklaces, it's easy to get cervical spine issues. Suddenly, Chen Feng gives me a vibe like a neighborhood committee, anti-enthusiastic and straightforward. I get it now. Chen Feng's rap is so good because it's connected to our Kunbeo's necklace. It's a collaboration in the rap scene. Please stop trying to take credit for yourself. Ha, wearing Chai Kuan's necklace means collaborating with Chai Kuan? Then the lipstick I bought for my goddess is so she can use it when she kisses others, giving me a sense of involvement, right? Eat more vegetables. No matter what the netizens say, Chen Feng's action quickly went viral within 10 minutes. Chen Feng defeats Quan Jilong and emerges victorious. Shocking. Chen Feng and Chai Kuan's first collaboration. Experts warn that wearing large necklaces for extended periods can lead to cervical spine disorders. On stage, Han Lei was still negotiating with the South Korean host. Although the competition was won, the South Korean side still wanted to use some underhanded tactics to embarrass the Chinese music industry. However, all of this was easily diffused by the experienced Han Lei. Backstage, Chen Feng had already returned to his seat. Ling Bingxue reached out and pinched Chen Feng's waist. Chen Feng jumped in surprise. What are you doing? Ling Bingxue's beautiful face bore a mischievous expression, utterly captivating. For mocking me earlier. Chapter 122, The Banquet. At this Huahan Music Festival, Chen Feng truly shone brightly. Quan Jilong looked at Chen Feng with a look of resentment in his eyes, unable to believe that the victory that had been within his grasp had slipped away. How despicable. For Chen Feng, this Huahan Music Festival was a chance to bring honor to the Chinese music scene. Flowers, music, fireworks, and a grand trophy. The Huahan Music Festival came to a close, but to Chen Feng's surprise, there was still a banquet to attend. It was held in a nearby banquet hall, and everyone who attended the Huahan Music Festival was invited to the banquet. It was said to give singers from both countries the opportunity to get to know each other, as the original intention of the Huahan Music Festival was noble. You guys go ahead and eat. I'll pass. Chen Feng had initially refused, as he just wanted to return to the hotel and rest. But he couldn't resist the persuasion of those around him, and even Han Lei came over with a stern expression and said, "You were the key to our victory this time. If you don't go, how can we attend the banquet?" Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Chen Feng nodded reluctantly. As the Huaxia Music Festival dispersed, it was evident that the eyes of the Huaxia singers and artists were all turned toward Chen Feng's direction. Congratulations, Chen Feng. You have a bright future ahead of you. You'll rise to great heights in the future. Don't forget to give us a hand when you succeed, ha ha ha. Thank you, thank you. Some of these people Chen Feng had seen on TV, while others he didn't recognize at all. However, he expressed his sincerest gratitude to everyone who was kind to him. He returned to the hotel with everyone else, handed over his suit covered in tears, snot, and foundation to the hotel staff for cleaning, changed into casual clothes, and everyone set off again for the banquet hall. Domestic media had been waiting at the entrance for hours. As soon as they stepped out, they were surrounded by a crowd of media reporters. Chen Feng, who wrote this song? Did you write it yourself? Han Lei, you and Tan Weiwei were amazing. Who is the mastermind behind this original piece? Zhou Shen. Don't go, Zhou Shen. Zhang Jia, where are you going? Why are you running? Upon seeing the journalists arrive, Chen Feng grabbed Ling Bishua and rushed toward the waiting car, leaving Zhou Shen, Zhang Jia, and the others looking puzzled. After a moment's thought, they followed suit and ran after them. After all these years in the music industry, they had never imagined using such an exciting way to avoid a journalist's interview. Once inside the business car, they immediately locked the doors and laughed hysterically at the journalists outside. This is so much fun, Chen Feng. Following you really is entertaining. Zhou Shen was panting but still laughing. Zhang Jia counted the people and realized one was missing. Even Tan Weiwei, who usually didn't say much, was there. How could someone be missing? Lei Gu. Everyone's eyes darted toward the same direction, shouting Han Lei's name in unison. Everyone hurriedly looked out the car window. Sure enough, Han Lei, being slightly older, wasn't as agile as the younger ones and had been surrounded by reporters. With no choice, he had to face the journalists' cameras and microphones for the interview. The scene felt eerily familiar, like a movie where zombies had discovered a living person. Everyone held back their laughter, watching Han Lei being surrounded outside the car. Han Lei, may I ask why you're all singing original songs this time? Han Lei, most of the songs in this performance are in the Chinese style. Were they written in advance? Han Lei, Han Lei. The journalists surrounded Han Lei, asking questions one after another. Han Lei sighed. All these songs are original works. Seeing that Han Lei had answered the question, the other journalists became excited. Entertainment interviews generally fall into three categories: those like Chen Feng who say nothing, those who use the media to promote themselves, and those like Han Lei who answer reluctantly. Since he had answered the first question, more questions would follow. One reporter, whose microphone was pressed right up to Han Lei's nose, asked, Han Lei, who composed these songs? There haven't been any plans for well-known domestic composers to release new works recently. Han Lei glanced at the few people inside the business car who were grinning widely, then shook his head helplessly. These young guys ran off so quickly, leaving this old man to deal with the journalists. All the original songs performed by the Chinese singers tonight were written by one person. What? The journalists were stunned. Are you kidding? So many great songs, all written by one person? It's not that they look down on the current Chinese music scene, it's just that there are no such people around. However, their habitual surprise made them forget about the recent rising star. Sure enough, Han Lei's voice rang out again. All written by Chen Feng. The journalists, who had been skeptical, immediately thought of the rising star in the music industry, the person who had recently made a splash at the China-Korea Music Awards. Right, how could we forget? Many journalists slapped their foreheads, thinking only about how beautiful Chen Feng's song Ben Chao Gang Mu sounded, completely forgetting that he was also an outstanding lyricist and composer. At the very least, up until now, he hasn't sung the same song in different venues. The journalists immediately pulled out their laptops and phones to record Han Lei's words. This news was too explosive, they had to get it back to their countries as soon as possible so their media outlets could be the first to report it. Taking advantage of the chaos among the journalists, Han Lei pushed his way through the crowd and finally reached the door of the business vehicle. Several people opened the door and pulled Han Lei into the car. Once inside, Han Lei was panting heavily, then smiled and pointed at each person in turn. You guys? Everyone burst into laughter. In a cheerful atmosphere, the business vehicle carrying the Chinese singer began its journey to the banquet hall. The banquet was held by the side of a river. The group crossed a bridge and arrived at the venue. It was already 10:30 p.m. Led by the staff, they entered the venue. Rather than a formal banquet, it was more like a buffet, where guests could take whatever they liked without any restrictions. The dishes were not typical Korean fare but mostly Western-style cuisine, with a few Chinese dishes scattered here and there, likely prepared specially for the Chinese singers and artists. The lavish banquet hall was adorned with gold and crystal, and the melodious sounds of a piano filled the air. People of all ages and backgrounds mingled and chatted. Chen Feng had only recently entered the entertainment industry and knew only a few people in the circle, including Zhang Jie and Zhou Shun, whom he had just met recently. However, once they entered the banquet hall, they were quickly pulled away by other guests. Only Ling Bingxue and Chen Feng were left standing there. However, the two of them immediately caught the attention of half the people present, who began to move closer to them intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Feng didn't bother with them and went to the food area with Ling Bingxue. I'm starving. I'm starving. Let us eat quickly and go back to sleep. These words made Ling Bingxue's face flush slightly. She knew there was no other meaning behind the words, but when they entered her ears, she couldn't help but think otherwise. Chapter 123, Hello, Mr. Jean. What are you doing? Aren't you hungry? Chen Feng asked Ling Bingxue, who was blushing, while eating. No, no. As she spoke, Ling Bingxue hurriedly grabbed a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Hearing Chen Feng's words, her face was still flushed. The arrival of the two had drawn the attention of some people. Those who hadn't interacted with them at the Huahan Music Festival now gathered around, greeting Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue one after another, all with friendly smiles. After all, Chen Feng had just single-handedly propelled the Chinese music industry to victory. Although Xia Shuer had been messed up by the faulty microphone, everyone knew the quality of the song's lyrics and melody. The influence it would have after being released back home was undeniable. Where there are friendly people, there are also those with ulterior motives. Many South Korean male singers were eager to strike up a conversation with Xia Shuer. One after another, they approached her with sly grins, speaking in a dialect Chen Feng couldn't understand. Ling Bingxue stepped back behind Chen Feng, reaching out a hand to grab his clothes, her expression cold. Though she couldn't understand what they were saying, she could tell from their expressions that they had no good intentions. South Koreans are somewhat like Westerners in that they are more straightforward. A short man walked up to the two of them. It was Quan Jilong, who had just faced off against Chen Feng. Chen Feng, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, could only look down at Quan Jilong. Hello, Chen Feng, nice to see you again. Quan Jilong looked at Chen Feng, who stood before him like a mountain, his eyes filled with mockery. He had just had his assistant look up information about this man online. Although this man had narrowly defeated him, he was merely a new singer with little influence. To his surprise, Quan Jilong actually spoke Chinese. Before Chen Feng could say anything, Quan Jilong walked past him and went straight to Ling Bingshue's side. It must be said that Ling Bingshue was stunningly beautiful. Ever since he had seen her backstage, he had wanted to get to know her. And based on his experience in China, those brainless fans would all rush toward him, blindly adoring South Korean artists. If he could spend the night with this woman with pink hair, it would definitely be amazing. Do you have something to say? Chen Feng furrowed his brows and spoke directly in Chinese. Quan Jilong froze for a moment. He wanted to talk to the woman behind Chen Feng, not Chen Feng himself. Quan Jilong didn't want to talk to Chen Feng, but he didn't know enough Chinese to do so. He stammered for a while but couldn't get his point across. With no other option, he waved his hands and called for a translator. Immediately, a half-competent South Korean translator approached. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. May I introduce myself? I'm Quan Jilong. While Quan Jilong spoke in Korean, the translator simultaneously translated his words into Chinese. Quan Jiliang ignored Chen Feng. His target had always been the pink-haired girl behind him. He looked at Ling Bingshue, adopting what he believed to be his most handsome stance and most charming smile, attempting to capture her attention. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. This guy is so full of himself, isn't he? Chen Feng's gaze was icy. He didn't even bother to acknowledge the South Korean celebrity, who was nothing more than a defeated opponent. If you have something to say it. If not, get out of here. Chen Feng wrapped his arm around Ling Bingshue's waist and glared at Quan Jilong. Ling Bingshue's body froze completely. She hadn't expected Chen Feng to be so domineering, but in this situation, she couldn't push him away. Moreover, deep down, she didn't want to push him away. So she wrapped her arms around Chen Feng's arm. The translator beside them dared not speak. Quan Jilong could naturally discern something from Chen Feng's expression. He instructed the translator to translate Chen Feng's words word for word. The translator nodded and repeated Chen Feng's words in South Korean. He said, if there is something you need to say, please speak up. If not, please leave. He didn't use the word get out, fearing it might provoke Quan Jilong, who held significant influence in South Korea's entertainment industry. Quan Jilong narrowed his eyes. The translator's words were significantly longer than what Chen Feng had said. South Korean is a variant of Chinese, a fact known worldwide. Chen Feng had only spoken a few words, which were clearly not what the translator had said. However, from Chen Feng's actions, it was clear he was asserting his authority. Ignoring Quan Jilong, Chen Feng wrapped his arm around Ling Bingshue and walked toward the other side. This was abroad, and Chen Feng didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Quan Jilong, with his short legs, took big steps toward Chen Feng, making a move to block him. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Chen Feng's black eyes. It seems you've never been killed before. Just as he was about to raise his knee to strike Quan Jilong's face. Quan Jilong. At that moment, Han Lei led a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious suit, with a beautiful silk scarf around his collar, over. Chairman. The once arrogant Quan Jilong, upon seeing the man approaching, immediately became docile and stood at attention before the middle-aged man. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why would Chairman Jin come here? As a major figure in the South Korean music industry, he shouldn't be attending such a banquet. May I ask what you are doing here? We're just here to meet some friends from China. We just finished a competition. We were rivals on stage, but friends off stage. Quan Jilong said with a smile, his expression natural, showing no intention of teasing Ling Bingshue. The middle-aged man stared at Quan Jilong with a cold expression. Now that you've made your introductions, shouldn't you be leaving? Quan Jilong's pupils dilated. However, he dared not ask any further questions and could only temporarily abandon his plan to strike up a conversation with Ling Bingshue. In his opinion, it might be easier to approach her when she was alone. As for the man in front of him, Chen Feng, he was likely no easy opponent. Then I'll take my leave, beautiful lady. Quan Jilong smiled at Ling Bingshue and had the translator convey his words to her. But Ling Bingshue didn't even glance at him, instead lifting her head to gaze at the sky, her slender neck resembling that of a graceful swan. Seeing this, Quan Jilong had no choice but to leave. Chen Feng gave Quan Jilong a lingering glance as he walked away, inwardly lamenting that he hadn't kicked him harder to knock his head off. Hello, I'm Kim Min-suk. Nice to meet you, talented young man. The translator didn't leave but instead urged the middle-aged man to continue with the translation work. Hello, I'm Chen Feng. Nice to meet you. Chen Feng shook hands with Kim Min-suk. Han Lei stepped forward and said, Kim Min-suk is my good friend. Come to think of it, we've known each other for almost 20 years. The translator relayed Han Lei's words, and Kim Min-suk smiled upon hearing them. It's been 18 years, Han. Ha ha ha. The two exchanged a smile. Chen Feng was a bit confused. Han Lei didn't seem to understand Korean, and it was clear that Kim Min-sik didn't understand Chinese. Did they use a translator when they met and chatted before? Kim Min-suk seemed to notice Chen Feng's confusion. I know a little Chinese. Chapter 124, Write a Song for My Daughter. Chen Feng couldn't figure it out. Someone who could make Kwon Jilong show such respect must be one of the top figures in the South Korean music industry, yet why was he being so polite to him? In this world, he was just a newly debuted singer, and Chen Feng was well aware of that. Although he was currently gaining some popularity, the road ahead was still long, and he needed to stay grounded and work hard. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Chen Feng and the beautiful Xia Shuai. You are the most stunning Chinese actress I've ever seen, and I think you two make a perfect pair. Thank you. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue spoke at the same time, then Ling Bingxue pinched Chen Feng's waist. Chen Feng immediately shut his mouth. What is this woman up to now? Kim Min-sik, the chairman of the Kim family, would like to meet you. He finds you interesting and talented, and he asked me about you. Han Lei continued, while the interpreter quietly translated his words to Kim Min-sik. Chen Feng was puzzled. Kim Min-sik was the top figure in South Korea's entertainment industry. Why was he inquiring about him? There are too many people here. Let's go somewhere else. After Kim Min-suk spoke, Chen Feng glanced at Ling Bingxue, who nodded. Outside the banquet hall was a small courtyard with a European-style pavilion made of wood, dim yellow lights, and European-style tables and chairs arranged inside. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue followed him into the pavilion. Kim Min-suk spoke with a smile, and after translation, Chen Feng learned that Kim Min-suk's daughter had come of age and now wanted to debut in the entertainment industry. She needed an exceptionally stunning song to make her an overnight sensation. In the South Korean music industry, most songs are by boy bands or girl groups, and they are mostly commercial in nature. Finding a meaningful solo track is no easy task. Chen Feng naturally found this hard to believe. The key issue was that he had written the song in Mandarin, and they wouldn't be able to sing it. Even if it were translated into Korean, wouldn't the lyrics lose their original meaning? Chen Feng, although you've only just begun to make a name for yourself in China, every song you write is a masterpiece. Especially It's Not You, which is filled with deep sorrow. This song truly moved me, so I'd like to ask you to write a similarly stunning song for my daughter. I'll compensate you accordingly. Kim Min-suk spoke calmly, with a sincere smile on his face. Chen Feng was taken aback. A big shot like Kim Min-suk needing a song for his daughter? That should be a piece of cake, right? Why would he need him? He voiced his confusion, and after the translator conveyed his thoughts to Kim Min-suk, he shook his head with a wry smile and spoke honestly. Kim Min-suk had indeed approached many renowned musicians in South Korea, but none of their work satisfied him. He felt there was a noticeable gap compared to It's Not You. So when he saw Chen Feng, he decided to give it a try. After all of Chen Feng's songs so far had been very melodious, and perhaps he could bring something even more stunning. Chen Feng looked at Han Lei, who nodded with a smile. Chen Feng smiled helplessly. He knew all the songs from China, but when it came to South Korean songs, he couldn't think of many. After all, in his previous life, he had hardly paid any attention to this small country. Kim Min-suk spoke up, his tone urgent. Don't refuse so quickly. The conditions are up to you. I only have this one daughter. When she was young, I was very busy and didn't give her much love. I want to make it up to her. As he spoke, a look of sorrow appeared on Kim Min-suk's face. The translator beside him looked surprised as he translated Kim Min-suk's words to Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt a bit helpless. Here was a big shot in the South Korean music industry being so sincere, and it was giving him a headache. Han Lei, standing nearby, said, "Give it a try, Chen Feng. Kim Min-sik is my good friend. When he first told me about this, I found it hard to believe too. But I think it's a good thing, so I took the liberty of bringing him to see you." Seeing Chen Feng lower his head in thought, Kim Min-sik sensed an opportunity and quickly pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to him. Chen Feng glanced at Ling Bingxue, who was sitting quietly by the side, admiring the night view, looking relaxed and at ease. Seeing that his boss wasn't in a hurry, Chen Feng said, "Alright, what kind of song does your daughter need? Tell me about it." Jin Min-sik smiled and nodded, then shared his expectations for the song. It was basically a sentimental ballad, not too fast-paced. The South Korean music industry was in chaos, so much so that when Jin Min-sik's daughter first mentioned wanting to sing, it had caused him to furrow his brows. However, Kim Min-suk's thinking was that since his daughter wanted to sing, he would fulfill her wish. But he didn't want her to become like other South Korean female stars who were sexy and alluring in singing and dancing groups, nor did he want her to take a risky path. He just wanted his daughter to sing well. After all, he has the influence in the South Korean entertainment industry to protect his daughter. Chen Feng continued to ponder in silence. There were many South Korean ballads from his previous life, but two theme songs from TV dramas left a deep impression on him. One was Always, and the other was Don't Worry. However, he was very hungry now, and couldn't recall the lyrics of these two songs translated into Chinese from his previous life. He needed to eat and drink to replenish his brain's energy before he might be able to remember them. Seeing Chen Feng move, Kim Min-suk hurriedly asked, "How about it, Chen Feng? Can you do it?" Chen Feng shook his head. "Sorry, Mr. Kim, I'm a bit hungry right now. I have a general melody in my head, but I need some quiet time to think about the lyrics." Chen Feng's words caused a gleam to appear in Kim Min-suk's eyes. After all, in his career, he had already reached the pinnacle, and there was nothing left to worry about. However, at home, he doted on his daughter. Previously, because he had no songs, he had to keep her from blindly entering the entertainment industry, which had been causing him a lot of stress lately. "That's great, Chen Feng. Maybe we can meet again before you return to China." Chen Feng nodded. "Alright, we'll stay in touch." The group exchanged farewells. Chen Feng left with Ling Bingxue. Han Lei and Kim Min-sik remained in the small pavilion. What an interesting young man. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, I'll definitely introduce my daughter to him. Ah, Jean, your daughter is too young. Han, that's where you're out of touch. These days, girls are into older men. Kim Min-suk and Han Lei chatted cheerfully about other things, while Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue got lost in the courtyard. It must be said that this place was truly well designed, with its winding paths. The more they walked, the farther they seemed to be getting from the brightly lit banquet hall. Chen Feng was feeling uneasy, and Ling Bingxue was clinging tightly to Chen Feng's side. The path was lined with neatly trimmed plants on both sides, and there was only one way forward, growing darker with each step. If this were in China, Chen Feng would have pulled out his phone to call someone for help, but here in South Korea, there was no signal at all. Just then, Ling Bingxue screamed and clung tightly to Chen Feng. "Ah! There's a ghost." Chapter 125, Deserving a Beating. A ghost? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze ahead. Sure enough, a shadowy figure swayed unsteadily toward him. A ghost? Chen Feng wasn't afraid, because strictly speaking, he was a ghost himself, a man who had lived 2 lives. Who would believe him? From the silhouette, it seemed to be a young ghost. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue slowly backed away as the figure crept closer. Finally, under the moonlight, Chen Feng saw the true form of the dark figure. Quan Jilong? A gentle breeze blew past, and Chen Feng caught the scent of alcohol, coupled with Quan Jilong's swaying movements. It seemed he had drunk too much. This guy can't hold his liquor either, he got drunk so quickly? Chen Feng felt that he and the others hadn't been chatting for long in the small pavilion, and Quan Jilong had been sober just moments ago. He never expected him to be drunk already. Originally, after Quan Jilong left, he had gone to drink with his Pig Pang teammates. For some reason, today's luck was particularly bad. He lost game after game, and each time he lost, he felt like his body was absorbing even more alcohol. Before he knew it, he was drunk. Zhang Jilong, swaying unsteadily, saw a flash of pink ahead. He shook his head quickly to snap himself out of it. Was that the Chinese female singer with pink hair? Quan Jilong became curious. Fueled by alcohol, he grew even more reckless. The beautiful woman of Huaxia, you're so lonely, come to my room tonight. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, his eyes fixed on the clearly intoxicated man. When someone as tall as me isn't here, it seems like short people can't see tall ones in their world. Chen Feng darted forward and stood between the 2 men. At that moment, Quan Jilong finally noticed that the Chinese blonde-haired beauty singer wasn't alone, but he didn't recognize who the other person was. He didn't care who was in front of him. Get out of the way. I'm Quan Jilong. Dare to block me, and I'll kill you. Drunk and emboldened, Quan Jilong didn't even glance at Chen Feng as he began to curse. However, Chen Feng couldn't understand a word he was saying. However, from the arrogant tone, Chen Feng could tell it wasn't anything good. Indeed, among international friends, communication could only be done through tone. Quan Jilong bypassed Chen Feng and reached out to grab Ling Bingshue's clothes. There's a path to heaven, but you one take it, hell has no gates, yet you come of your own accord. Chen Feng grabbed Quan Jilong's hand, which was reaching for Ling Bingxue, and flung him aside. Quan Jilong stumbled backward a few steps. Chen Feng, don't. You go back first. No, I won't. Let's go together. Forget it, you don't even know the way back. At that moment, Quan Jilong pretended to charge forward again. He didn't expect the person in front of him to dare to fight back. Chen Feng turned his body as he spoke, pushed him gently, and Ling Bingxue took a few steps before turning back. Can't I just wait here for you? Chen Feng sighed helplessly. He didn't want Ling Bingxue to see what he was about to do next. After all, this was a harmonious society. The surrounding plants were tall and lush. Chen Feng looked around in all directions. It seemed there were no surveillance cameras or similar devices. Quan Jilong was now walking unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment, but his expression was extremely ferocious, as if he wanted to tear Chen Feng apart. Bang! Quan Jilong, who had been charging forward like a zombie, suddenly felt a violent impact, as if he had been knocked into the air. As his mind went blank, Quan Jilong was already knocked unconscious by Chen Feng's punch, landing face first into the plant-covered fence by the roadside. Before he could even scream, he felt something hit his head with tremendous force, causing his face to sink into the mud that had been freshly fertilized that morning. Chen Feng crouched down, landing punch after punch on Quan Jilong's face. Dare to flirt with a girl from our Chinese nation? And the one being teased was his own boss? This was asking for trouble. Chen Feng's life had been quite mundane before this. He spent his days attending classes and returning home to cook, leaving him with plenty of free time. He frequently went to the gym to work out and regularly took kickboxing classes. It could be said that he was the toughest singer and the best cook among those who could fight. Quan Jilong was covered in blood, but Chen Feng didn't let him off the hook. He grabbed Quan Jilong's clothes, pulled him up, and with a strong tug, threw him over the plant fence. This scene left Ling Bingxue, who was nearby, speechless. She had never imagined that Chen Feng, who had always been so gentle, could have such a ruthless side. Chen Feng clapped his hands, brushed the dust off his body, and returned to Ling Bingxue's side. Let us head back. Ling Bingxue instinctively nodded obediently and followed Chen Feng back. As they walked, the two of them somehow found themselves back on the same maze-like path they had just come from, returning to the vicinity of the banquet hall. Chen Feng entered the restroom, washed his hands, and wiped his shoes clean. Upon exiting the restroom, Ling Bingxue hurried over. Will everything be okay, Chen Feng? Seeing the worry in Ling Bingxue's eyes, Chen Feng shook his head. It's fine. There were no security cameras in that area, so he probably didn't even see who hit him. Why did you hit him? You should have just talked to him. Some people only understand reason after being hit. All right. Though she agreed with her words, Ling Bingxue's heart was still filled with worry, yet also deeply moved. The man in front of her was willing to do something so dangerous for her. This only deepened Ling Bingxue's feelings for Chen Feng, though he was completely unaware of it. Stepping back into the banquet hall, free from the unpleasant elements, she realized how lavish and grand it truly was. The sound of piano music drifted through the crowd. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue exchanged a glance and joined the crowd. It was a South Korean actress, dressed in a glamorous low-cut gown, seductively playing an unknown piece on the piano. While playing the piano, she occasionally took the opportunity to squeeze her chest. The South Korean men nearby watched the pianist with interest, exchanging glances with one another. They were probably wondering which room to invite her to tonight. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng lost all interest. He had originally thought it was some master-level musician playing, but it turned out to be a South Korean actress trying to attract attention. Just as he was about to leave, the piano music came to an end. A poorly spoken Chinese voice rang out. The South Korean musician has finished playing. I wonder if any Chinese artists will come to compete? From the voice, Chen Feng knew it was the annoying South Korean host from the China-Korea Music Festival. The Chinese artists around him looked awkward, most of them being the group of young Chinese stars led by Chai Kuan and Chen Yuhua. Even if they could play the piano a little, performing in front of so many people would be a challenge. They wanted to make an appearance at this opportunity, but they didn't have the skill. Chapter 126, To Alice. Chen Feng was about to leave when Ling Bingxue pulled him back. Take another look. Chen Feng was puzzled. Playing the piano isn't something only masters can do. What's so interesting about that? Chen Feng's words were not very loud, but they were heard by a South Korean singer nearby who understood Chinese. He glanced at Chen Feng and repeated his words to the South Korean entertainers around him. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt helpless. Would he be able to have a quiet meal tonight? Ling Bingxue noticed the situation and also felt it was inappropriate, so she tried to leave with Chen Feng. Can you play the piano? Do you know how to play the piano? A South Korean asked Chen Feng in Chinese. Chen Feng turned around, and everyone was startled. Isn't this the Chinese singer who defeated Quan Jilong on stage today? A few South Koreans exchanged glances and nodded to each other. At today's China-South Korea Music Festival, the South Korean music scene had lost. Everyone had had a few drinks and was thinking about finding an opportunity to take back the spotlight from the Chinese music scene. Little did they know they had stumbled upon their target. However, they were disappointed. As a music academy teacher, his daily tool was the piano. Saying Chen Feng couldn't play the piano or understand it was impossible. But Chen Feng remained unfazed. He was simply too hungry. He had barely taken a few bites when he encountered the hostile Quan Jilong, and then went to an outdoor pavilion with Kim Min-suk and Han Lei. Most importantly, he had just beaten up Quan Jilong, which was a huge waste of energy. Seeing that Chen Feng had no intention of going near the piano, the South Korean artists began their gossiping. So this is a Chinese singer, all he can do is sing. I don't get it. How dare he get on stage without knowing how to play an instrument? Defeated by such a singer. Senior Quan Jiliang must be so frustrated. The Chinese singers around them clenched their teeth in frustration. At that moment, they wished they could play the piano and go up to perform a piece to break the tension. But they truly couldn't. All they could do was shake their heads, unable to help in any way. Chai Kuan looked at his slender hands. Although he could play the piano a bit, he still felt inferior compared to the South Korean actress with the big chest. More importantly, he didn't have the sheet music for any piano pieces in his head. Chun Yu-hwa also looked indignant. Though he looked down on Chen Feng back home, this was abroad, in South Korea, and he had to stand by Chen Feng no matter what. Perhaps this was the inherent gene of the Chinese people, always united against external threats. But he really can't play the piano. If it's just strumming a guitar without singing, maybe he could manage that. Ling Bingxue tentatively whispered, "Why don't you play one for them?" Chen Feng's abilities, she knew well. The song It's Not You first appeared in the audience's view when Chen Feng sang and played it himself in Ling Bingyen's livestream. Chen Feng sighed. "Let us just go home and eat instant noodles tonight. What song do you want to hear?" As Chen Feng spoke to Ling Bingxue, he walked toward the piano. The South Korean singers, seeing that he was hooked, added fuel to the fire with their encouraging words. It seemed as though they had never even considered the possibility that Chen Feng might actually know how to play the piano. A blindly arrogant people. "I'll listen to whatever you play." Ling Bingxue blushed as her heart raced. Was he actually thinking about what he wanted to hear and planning to play a song for her? Piano melodies are mostly romantic. If both of them could play the piano, performing a four-hand piece together would be a lovely memory. Though she stood in place, her heart had already flown to Chen Feng's side, sitting down alongside him. Everyone's gaze followed Chen Feng to the piano. Everyone began to pass the news around. Chen Feng from China is going to play the piano. Most of the people in the banquet hall gathered around to watch, and the balconies upstairs were also crowded with people. The female celebrity Shou Na, who had just finished playing the piano, looked at the man with envy. She didn't understand why so many people were gathering around him just because he was sitting there. However, what she didn't know was that most of the people gathered around were hoping he would make a fool of himself. Chen Feng took a deep breath. The melody was already in his mind. Now he just needed to find the feel for playing the piano. It had been 2 months since he last played the piano. His fingers gently pressed the keys, and the sound of the piano floated out. Chen Feng tested the sound, it was passable, his hands weren't too rusty. The people around him burst into laughter. Some South Korean entertainers, speaking broken Chinese, mocked, "He's just making a show of it, can he even play?" The South Korean actress Shou Na, who had just spoken, sneered to the people beside her, "I thought he could play the piano. Turns out he's just here to cause trouble." Ling Bingxue looked at Chen Feng with concern. Could it be that he was injured during the fight earlier and his fingers were affected? Thinking this, she stepped forward and asked softly, "Is it okay?" Chen Feng looked up at her and smiled. "What's so funny?" Ling Bingxue was confused, but Chen Feng had already started playing. A series of light, rhythmic sounds filled the air as Chen Feng's fingers danced swiftly across the keys, each note seeming to dance like joyful children on the piano. It was for release. In Chen Feng's previous life, any friend who could play the piano would know how to play this song. The refrain appeared 3 times, forming the basic theme of the piece. Simple and warm, it evoked the image of a gentle, beautiful girl in everyone's mind. It seemed as though Chen Feng had endless words of affection to share with her. The alternating broken chords played by both hands were like 2 people engaged in an intimate conversation. Ling Bingxue was momentarily speechless. She knew Chen Feng was a skilled pianist, but she never imagined he could play so well. Those around them were also curious. The rhythm was light and joyful, drawing them closer, among them Han Lei and Kim Min-suk, who had arrived later. Everyone smiled. They had never heard this piano piece before, nor had anyone else present, but that didn't stop them from enjoying it. It felt as though all the unpleasantness of the evening was fading away with the rhythm. Shou Na was speechless, taking a couple of steps back. She watched Chen Feng, who was surrounded by everyone like stars around the moon, feeling as though her heart was blocked. Just moments ago, she had mocked him, but she never expected the tables to turn so quickly. The South Korean singers who had earlier wanted to see Chen Feng make a fool of himself now looked as though they had been struck by lightning. Though their character left much to be desired, they did have some understanding of music, which was why they had been present at such an event. Who would have thought that this man not only sang beautifully but also played the piano so skillfully? When did China produce such an outstanding male star? By the piano, Chen Feng closed his eyes, his body swaying gently to the rhythm. The piano's soft murmurs transformed into joyful conversation, the music flowing smoothly, joyfully, and elegantly. Han Lei and Kim Min-suk exchanged glances. "What do you think, old friend?" After hearing Han Lei's words, Kim Min-suk extended his hand and gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. "Please ask Chen Feng to help me with songwriting. My daughter's first song must be composed by this young man." Chapter 127, Is There Anything He Can't Do? A young Chinese singer took out her phone, connected to the banquet hall's Wi-Fi, and started a live stream, hoping to get some tail-end traffic from the Hwahan Music Awards. "Everyone, I just finished attending the China-Korea Music Festival and am now participating in the after-party. There is someone playing the piano over there. Let us go check it out." Holding the live streaming phone, the Chinese artist made his way through the crowd, holding the phone high and aiming the camera at Chen Feng's location. There were originally hundreds of people in the livestream, all curious about what the celebrities would do after the China-Korea Music Festival. A sharp-eyed netizen was eating instant noodles at home when suddenly, he spotted the man sitting by the piano in the livestream, behaving elegantly. Who is this guy? Chen Feng? He typed his confusion into the livestream's chat box. At first, due to the distance, no one could clearly identify who was playing the piano in the video. However, the phrase, Chen Feng, immediately caught everyone's attention. Is it really him? Isn't he just back from the Hwahan Music Awards? How could he be playing the piano again? It can't be him. Can he be that good? He is so talented in everything? Don't you know? He sang and played Too Bad It's Not You himself. Everyone, I just arrived. What's going on? Is Chen Feng around? What? Chen Feng? Quick, where is he? I want to see him. I'm drooling. Streamer, push forward and see if it's him. The streamer froze. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to showcase himself, but unexpectedly, because he had filmed Chen Feng playing the piano, the entire focus shifted from him to Chen Feng. But the live stream couldn't be interrupted. Since everyone wanted to see him, he had no choice but to go over. Reluctantly, the streamer pushed his way forward. From the live stream, Chen Feng's face was already clearly visible. While holding his phone up to Chen Feng, he told the viewers in the live stream, it's indeed Chen Feng playing the piano. He's currently at the banquet segment of the Hwahan Music Awards. After a South Korean singer finished his piano performance, he wanted to have a friendly exchange with our Chinese artists. The host explained the entire incident to the viewers, reigniting the excitement of those who had just calmed down after watching the live stream of the Hwahan Music Festival. What friendly exchange? They're just trying to take advantage of the situation to suppress Chen Feng and regain face. Exactly, shameless. Unfortunately, in the face of overwhelming strength, all reactionaries are nothing but paper tigers. I bet the South Korean side is too scared to say a word after Chen Feng dealt with them. Chen Feng is truly amazing. I'll go get some people. Come see how my Fengshen will brutally defeat South Korea. Me too. Before long, the number of viewers in the livestream began to surge rapidly, from hundreds to thousands, then to tens of thousands, all within a minute. The streamer never expected that filming Chen Feng would have such a huge impact. In this era, traffic is everything. The number of viewers is the biggest motivation for him. Thinking about this, the streamer pushed forward a bit more. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, the center of attention, played the melody with increasing vitality, as if it were the cheerful and lively voice of a young girl. Chen Feng played the broken chords smoothly and evenly, the melody carrying warmth and tenderness, as if a boy were patiently responding to his lover's words. Originally, there was background music playing in the banquet hall, but at some point, it had stopped. Now, every corner of the banquet hall echoed with the piano music Chen Feng was playing. The streamer had already pushed his way to the front row amidst the frowns of those around him, his phone camera trained directly on Chen Feng. With tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream, he forgot the ache in his arms. Wow, Chen Feng is truly a jack of all trades. He can sing, write songs, and play the piano. Is there anything in the music industry he can't do? Chen Feng, have you ever thought about crossing over into other fields? What are you going to do? Of course, to make movies. With his good looks, look at all those young stars in the entertainment industry. Which one has better looks than Chen Feng? The piano piece builds up layer by layer, and the music evokes a profound emotional transformation in the audience. The audience around him sparkled with enthusiasm, and the music ignited an uncontrollable passion that burned like a flame. Chen Feng's hands trembled rapidly in the piano's lower register, sustaining the same low note repeatedly, resembling a man's heartbeat or his fiery love, sincere and unwavering. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's left hand rests on the high register, where the clear high notes blend seamlessly with the powerful sustained notes of his left hand. This combination evokes the image of the protagonist passionately declaring his love, his deep and resolute gaze, and the unwavering determination in his heart. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Can I interrupt? Gently, don't press too hard. Check your social media. There's a trending topic about an interview with Han Lei. What's it say? Han Lei said that all the songs tonight are Chen Feng's originals. Oh. What did you say? All of them? He's crazy? How could he write so many songs? Calling him a song god wouldn't be an exaggeration. 5 songs? No way. I don't know, Han Lei said it himself. There's an interview video. I'll go check it out. Not only were the viewers in the live stream stunned, but even the streamer holding the phone was speechless. You have to understand that the value of these 5 songs is extremely high. If converted to Chinese currency, they would be worth at least 10 million. A series of arpeggios rose steadily, starting slowly and gradually accelerating. Under Chen Feng's fingers, the lower voices used gentle chords to drive the story forward, as if the most thrilling part of the story had finally arrived. In the audience's imagination, the young girl seemed to accept her boyfriend's proposal, with joy and romance intertwining. A series of descending half steps, filled with vibrant colors, evoke the fairy tale line, the princess and prince began their happy life together. The piece reaches its recapitulation, with the same notes from the beginning echoing in the audience's ears, creating a sense of closure. This marks the end of a piece that has truly touched the hearts of the listeners, as the sweet couple is frozen in time amidst the fading music. After striking the final note on the piano, Chen Feng raised his arms, pausing in mid-air for 2 seconds with his eyes closed, embodying the poise of a master. The entire piece is not long, lasting only about 3 minutes. Yet this brief 3-minute composition leaves the audience with endless imagination. Chen Feng then stood up and left under the admiring gazes of the audience. What needed to be done had been done. Ignoring everyone's astonished gazes, he now only wanted to go eat. Chen Feng headed toward the dining area, leaving everyone with a mysterious silhouette. What is it that this man cannot do? Chapter 128, The Monkey Reaching for the Moon. Where did Chen Feng go? Host, hurry up and follow him. Right, Chen Feng isn't saying a word. Why is he in such a hurry? Could it be? Is there something juicy happening? I'm getting excited, everyone. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of online fans in the livestream, the host didn't hesitate. He held up his phone and pushed his way through the crowd. He closely followed Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng arrived at the food station, scanned the dishes on display, then stood there deep in thought. What is he doing? Could there be some secret ingredient in the food? A murder in the banquet hall? Goodness, your imagination is running wild. No. Have you considered that Chen Feng suddenly left his seat and came to this area for a reason? Maybe he saw something. This statement caused netizens to nod in agreement, and everyone held their breath as they continued to watch Chen Feng's movements. Chen Feng looked around, crouched down to look, as if searching for something. The streamer had already approached Chen Feng's vicinity. He's definitely looking for something. My guess was right after all. Could Chen Feng be a detective? I never expected Chen Feng to have this skill besides singing. I'm increasingly impressed by him. Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, a pink-haired beauty walked in. Wow, it's Xia Shuer. Wow. Xia Shuer without any filters, and she's still so beautiful. Of course, Xia Shuer is stunning even without any makeup. In the scene, Xia Shuer pulled out a plate from somewhere and placed it in Chen Feng's hands. The utensils for the buffet are over there. Though spoken softly, the words were still heard by the viewers in the livestream. Speechless. After all that, he was just looking for a plate. My image of him has taken a hit. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. He was looking for utensils, and you guys were analyzing it all. So even the master gets hungry and rushes to eat, ha. The viewers who had lost interest began to leave the live stream, with almost no one left to listen to what the streamer was saying. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue hid in a corner, enjoying their late-night snack. During this time, many celebrities approached to greet them, but upon seeing Chen Feng focused on eating, they backed away. Interrupting someone who was seriously eating could easily backfire. After finishing their meal, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue saw their colleagues chatting amicably with other singers and felt awkward asking them to join, but the two couldn't go back alone either, as the area was swarming with journalists and media. In the banquet hall, Chen Feng didn't want to deal with the people approaching him to greet him. Let us go outside for a walk. I think the view by the river is pretty nice. Ling Bingxue's suggestion reminded Chen Feng that the banquet hall was actually located by the river. On the bridge by the river, the two walked slowly, fully enjoying the scenery of the city. What he didn't notice was a man holding a camera by the bridge, watching the two of them with interest while hiding himself, quietly raising the camera in his hand. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue stood on the bridge, their reflections in the moonlit river water. As they admired the beauty of the water, Chen Feng suddenly recalled a story. Look, there's a moon. Chen Feng pointed to the moon in the water. Following Chen Feng's finger, Ling Bingxue looked at the reflection in the water and giggled. That's not the moon, it's the moon's reflection on the water. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, you know that, but the monkey doesn't? Monkey? What monkey? Ling Bingxue looked at him with a puzzled expression. Haha, let me tell you a story, and you'll understand. Upon hearing that Chen Feng was going to tell her a story, Ling Bingxue leaned against the bridge railing with great interest, her face brimming with curiosity. Hurry up. I love stories the most. The last time I heard a story was when I was in kindergarten. Since I grew up, no one has ever told me a story again. Ling Bingxue's expression was filled with anticipation. It was clear that she was truly eager to hear Chen Feng's story. All right. Chen Feng smiled and began telling the story of the monkeys trying to fetch the moon. A group of monkeys were playing in the forest. Some were jumping around on the trees, while others were playing and roughhousing on the ground, having a wonderful time. One of the little monkeys went alone to a small river beside the forest to play. It crawled to the riverbank and looked into the middle of the river. Suddenly, it shouted, "Oh no! Oh no! The moon has fallen into the river." It turned out that the little monkey had seen the moon in the river. A large monkey heard the cries, ran to the riverbank, looked into the water, and was also startled. He shouted, oh no, the moon has fallen into the river." Their cries alerted the rest of the monkey troop. The old monkey led a large group of monkeys to the riverbank. When they saw the moon in the river, they all cried out in alarm, "Oh no, it's over! Oh no! The moon really fell into the river!" The monkeys chattered and made a commotion. Finally, the old monkey said, "Everyone, stop making a fuss. Let's think of a way to retrieve the moon." All the monkeys eagerly agreed with the old monkey's suggestion and joined the moon retrieval team. There was an old locust tree by the river. The old monkey jumped up first and hung upside down from the tree. The other monkeys followed one by one, holding onto each other's legs and heads, forming a long chain that stretched all the way down into the river. The little monkeys were light, so they hung at the bottom. Their hands reached into the water and could almost touch the moon. The monkeys thought, "Now we can finally pull the moon out of the river." They were very happy. The little monkey stretched its hands into the river, reached for the bright moon, and grabbed it, but all it could catch were a few drops of water. The little monkey kept grabbing and scooping for a long time, but still couldn't catch the moon. The monkeys hanging upside down for half a day felt very tired and were starting to lose their strength. Some began to complain, "Hurry up and catch it. Why hasn't it come up yet?" Others cried out, "Mom, I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore." The old monkey also began to feel sore and tired. He suddenly looked up and realized that the moon was still in the sky. He shouted, "Stop trying to catch it. The moon is still in the sky." All the monkeys looked up at the sky, and sure enough, the moon was there, shining brightly. Since the monkeys did not understand the truth about the moon in the river, they mistook the reflection for the real thing, thus wasting their efforts in vain, acting both foolish and ridiculous. Ling Bingxue looked at the round disc in the middle of the river, then looked up at the sky. The moonlight made everything appear exceptionally vibrant. Put! A smile appeared on Ling Bingxue's face, filled with embarrassment. She wished time could freeze at that moment, or that she could stay in South Korea with Chen Feng and never return. Chapter 129, The Photo. The two stood side by side on the bridge, chatting and laughing. The scenery was beautiful, and the moonlight on their faces made them look pure and sacred. In the distance, a flash of light suddenly appeared. The two immediately looked in the direction of the flash. "Who's there? Who are you?" Chen Feng spoke in Chinese, and Ling Bingxue in English, both shouting at the same time. They hurried over and saw a blond, heavy-set man crouched on the ground, gathering his camera equipment. It seemed that there were too many things on the ground, and he hadn't had time to pack them up, so he couldn't run away. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue looked at the foreign man in confusion. Ling Bingxue moved closer to Chen Feng, unsure of what was happening, but she had already begun to rely on the man in front of her, who made her feel safe. "What are you doing?" Chen Feng asked in Chinese, but the man didn't respond. He suddenly remembered that the man was Western, so he should use English, but his English wasn't very good. He glanced at Ling Bingxue beside him. "Ask him." Ling Bingxue asked the blonde man in English. The blonde man felt a bit nervous and whispered, "I'm Mark. I'm a photographer who loves traveling and taking photos. I want to capture all the beautiful things in the world with my camera." While Ling Bingxue was talking to Mark, she kindly translated everything for Chen Feng. "He took photos of us on the bridge just now. He is going to enter them in a contest." Chen Feng extended his hand toward Mark. Mark looked puzzled. Ling Bingxue said, "Hand over the camera." Mark immediately pleaded with the two of them. "Oh, my dear God, don't break it. All my work is inside." After translating, Ling Bingxue looked at Chen Feng. Now, no matter what happened, she wanted to hear Chen Feng's opinion first. "Hurry up." Chen Feng looked impatient. Mark moved to Chen Feng's side, took the camera off his neck, opened the photos, and slowly tapped the flip button. Chen Feng glanced at it in confusion, then fixed his eyes on the camera, unable to look away. Ling Bingxue stretched her neck to take a look as well. The camera displayed a scene of Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue standing shoulder to shoulder by the railing, with a full moon in the distance and rippling river water below. The bridge, the river, the moon, and the people were all captured by Mark's camera, clear and beautiful. He flipped through a few more photos. Though he didn't see their faces, the entire scene was already stunningly beautiful. For a moment, Chen Feng didn't want to delete these photos. "You've got some skill." Ling Bingxue also gave the photos a very high. "Indeed, they're excellent. Very poetic. It seems Mark is truly a talented photographer." These words were translated by Ling Bingxue and conveyed to Mark, who chuckled and scratched his head. Coincidentally, these few photos were indeed the ones he was most satisfied with in the past few days. Since arriving in South Korea, he hadn't been very impressed with the physical appearance of the people there. Some were hunched over, others had bowed legs, and he hadn't encountered two such perfect individuals at the same time until tonight. With such a beautiful scene, Mark couldn't resist capturing it. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue exchanged glances. "The photos are pretty nice. Why not keep them?" Ling Bingxue nodded. "Sure, after all, no faces are shown, so no one will know who they are. Looking at their backs, maybe they're just a happy couple." Speaking the words from her heart in a joking tone, Ling Bingxue felt incredibly at ease. Chen Feng didn't seem to notice anything amiss and continued flipping through the photos. Mark looked at the two of them in confusion. Since arriving in South Korea, he had learned a little Korean, but he couldn't understand a single word of their conversation. With no choice, he stood aside, forcing a smile, his eyes fixed on the camera in Chen Feng's hands. Ling Bingxue glanced at Mark, who was standing there with his hands in front of him, fidgeting nervously. Ling Bingxue smiled in English, "Don't worry, we're just looking at the photos. We won't do anything inappropriate with your camera." Mark heard her words and his heart eased slightly. Gradually, he wasn't as tense as before. Chen Feng asked, "What competition are you entering with these photos?" After hearing Ling Bingxue's translation, Mark exclaimed excitedly, "It's the most prestigious photography competition in the world, the Berry World Photography Competition." The Berry World Photography Competition. Ling Bingxue covered her mouth in surprise. Chen Feng looked puzzled. What is that? The Berry World Photography Competition is equivalent to the Oscars in the film industry. That's so impressive? Chen Feng hadn't expected that this unassuming blonde man in front of him was so talented. In the end, the two decided to let Mark take the photo to enter the competition, but the portrait rights would remain with the two of them. The three recorded a video about the ownership of the photo, exchanged contact information, and parted ways. Watching Mark walk away excitedly, the two exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chen Feng, you. It's getting late. Let's go back. Ling Bingxue, who had mustered the courage to say something, was interrupted by Chen Feng's words and lost the courage she had just gathered. The two strolled back to the banquet hall and happened to run into Han Lei and the others, who were searching for them. "Where did you two go? We've been looking everywhere for you. Your phones weren't ringing, and we couldn't get in touch with you at all." Zhang Jia was panting heavily, clearly having just run there. Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "We just saw the beautiful scenery by the river and went for a walk." Seeing that the two were unharmed, everyone relaxed. They all got back to the hotel in the same business car they had come in. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Feng collapsed onto the bed. After a busy day, he could finally rest. Since he was connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi, Chen Feng's phone started buzzing with messages. Ding 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 ding. Chen Feng lazily reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The screen was still flashing with messages. There were messages from Ling Bingyan, Zhang Jia, Zhou Shun, and Han Lei. Probably because they couldn't reach him, he decided to check if he had any replies. Chen Feng started reading them one by one. Ling Bingyan's message was simple. "Mr. Chen, I heard you blew away the South Korean singers at the banquet hall again?" Looking at the time, it was already past midnight, so he assumed Ling Bingyan was probably asleep and replied briefly. Not really, just having some fun." Han Lei's message asked if he had any songs by Kim Min-suk, as he was leaving for Korea in 2 days and could help arrange a meeting with Kim Min-suk if needed. Chen Feng smiled. "It seems this South Korean uncle can't keep his cool either. I have a song. I'll send it to you tomorrow." Chapter 130, Please give me your guidance. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the sheet music for Don't Worry and the Chinese lyrics were written on paper by Chen Feng. "You, please don't worry about anything. Let's sing together. You, all your painful memories. Don't keep them deep in your heart. Let bygones be bygones." That's what he was all about. Chen Feng looked at the lyrics. In his previous life, many Mandarin singers had covered this song. Objectively speaking, this song isn't really suited for a Mandarin translation, it sounds best in Korean. The next day, Chen Feng sent the photos of the lyrics and melody to Han Lei, asking him to forward them to Kim Min-suk. Have them find someone to translate the lyrics into Korean. In the afternoon, while playing games in his room connected to Wi-Fi, Chen Feng was startled by a knock on the door, nearly causing him to lose the battle. "Hold on, I'll be right there." Chen Feng, whose screen had gone black, put on his slippers and hurried to the door. Through the peephole, he saw Han Lei standing outside, with a few other figures beside him, but he couldn't make them out clearly. However, since Han Lei was there, the others probably weren't trouble. After opening the door, he finally saw that besides Han Lei, there was also Kim Min-sik and a tall girl wearing a short skirt in the style of a Korean school uniform. The girl wore a hairband, and unlike the artificial faces of other South Korean female singers, she had a naturally refined face, with delicate features and an appearance that was pleasing to the eye. Her long black hair fell straight to her waist, and her legs were kept together, giving her the appearance of a well-behaved young girl. Behind the three of them were two men in black suits. One was the translator he had seen before, but he didn't recognize the other one. Please come in, please come in." Chen Feng extended his hand, making a gesture to invite them in. The translator behind him repeated Chen Feng's words in Korean for Kim Min-suk and the girl. At that moment, Chen Feng's phone screen lit up, and the character he was controlling revived in the Valley Spring. This was a crucial qualifying match for him. If he won, he would earn the title of champion in the game. If he lost, he would lose a star and move further away from the champion throne. Several people walked past Chen Feng and entered the hotel room. "You guys sit down first. I've got some work to do." "Wait a moment." Chen Feng decided not to let his teammates down. He had already given the song to Kim Min-suk, so leaving him to cool off for a bit wasn't a big deal. However, his teammates in the canyon were like family comrades who had supported each other on their journey to the peak, people he could trust with his life. Thus, the other five gathered around the room, watching Chen Feng crouch on the chair, holding his phone, frowning as he tapped away. Han Lei's face had turned a deep shade of purple from embarrassment. Even though he was a foreigner and might not understand Mandarin, he wasn't a naive kid. How could he not know what Chen Feng was doing with his phone? Min-sik, take a look. Han Lei turned his head to look at Kim Min-sik. Kim Min-sik smiled and waved his hand. No rush, no rush. From Jin Min-sik's expression, Han Lei didn't detect any negative emotions. Instead, he noticed from his smile that he was quite interested in Chen Feng. A girl with a hairband got up from her chair and quietly approached Chen Feng from behind, beginning to study his phone screen intently. From the girl's tightly clenched fists, it was clear that the competition had reached a fever pitch, with both sides exchanging blows in a tense standoff. Her fingers swiftly swiped left and right, while her right hand frantically tapped the phone screen. Under his control, the marksman he was controlling moved back and forth between the grass and rock crevices, blocking the enemy's vision and taunting the opposing warrior in the canyon. Meanwhile, the girl standing behind Chen Feng clenched her fists so tightly that her fingertips had turned white. Kim Min-suk watched the two of them and smiled. Han, look at them together. Don't they make a good pair? Han Lei's back was drenched in cold sweat. His daughter had just turned 18, and Chen Feng was already 29, a senior by her standards, and had been divorced once. He couldn't help but worry that his daughter might get the short end of the stick. He thought this to himself but didn't say it out loud. He simply smiled and nodded. Finally, Chen Feng's phone rang, and a girl's excited voice shouted, "Victory!" Following that, Chen Feng successfully earned the title of champion. He let out a long sigh. It had been so tough. His toes were curled up in the chair from nervousness. Chen Feng looked up and suddenly remembered there were people waiting for him in the room. He scratched his head. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I just finished up. A dark figure flickered behind him, startling Chen Feng. When did a female ghost appear behind me? The long-haired girl's footsteps were indeed very quiet. Even though Chen Feng was staring at her, he didn't hear any sound from her feet. If it weren't daytime, Chen Feng would definitely have suspected something. Han Lei didn't respond to Chen Feng's words but stood up and introduced, "This is Kim Min-sik. You've already met him. That's Kim Min-sik's daughter, Kim Ji-na." Chen Feng smiled and greeted Kim Min-sik and Kim Ji-na. Kim Min-sik smiled but didn't say much, while Kim Ji-na suddenly bowed deeply to Chen Feng. "Appa, I am Kim Ji-na. Please take care of me." Kim Ji-na greeted Chen Feng in her awkward Chinese, and it was clear that she had only recently learned the phrase. "I really like Chinese culture and have some understanding of you." Whether it was just polite talk, Chen Feng couldn't tell. He smiled at the Kim family father and daughter. That's rare. Not many South Koreans appreciate Chinese culture. Kim Min-sik laughed. "Since Jenna heard you sing that song It's Not You, she's been obsessed with it. She dreams every day of being able to sing a similar song one day." After hearing the translation, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. "Didn't I give you the sheet music? Is there something you're not satisfied with?" Jenna seemed to understand Chen Feng's words and hurriedly waved her hands. "No. I'm not dissatisfied. I love this song so much. This morning, the teachers translated this song into Korean, and after that, I felt like this song is perfect for me." The translator behind Kim Min-suk translated Jin's awkward Chinese into Korean word for word. Kim Min-suk burst into laughter. It hasn't come to that yet, where a father and daughter need a translator to communicate. A bog. Daddy. Kim Ji-na pouted, making Kim Min-sik laugh so hard he couldn't stop. "I'll pay 10 billion South Korean won for the performance rights to this song." 10 billion. Chen Feng secretly checked today's international exchange rate on his phone. 10 billion South Korean won could be exchanged for 510 million Chinese yuan. This price was reasonable. The song Don't Worry sung in Mandarin couldn't capture the intended atmosphere of the original song, which was born in South Korea. He had merely brought this song from its previous life in South Korea to this world's South Korea. Deal. Chapter 131, A Promising Future. Chen Feng agreed readily, which left Kim Min-sik a bit taken aback. Originally, he had planned to negotiate a higher price. He had already prepared himself mentally, ready to face Chen Feng's demands, as anything was worth it for his daughter. But he never expected that such a great song would be agreed upon without any haggling. Unconsciously, Jin Min-sik's impression of Chen Feng grew even higher. Han Lei also looked at Chen Feng with newfound respect. Before coming, Jin Min-sik had mentioned his thoughts to Han Lei, hoping that if Chen Feng demanded an exorbitant price, Han Lei could mediate. An old friend had spoken, so Han Lei couldn't possibly refuse. Though he wasn't close enough to Chen Feng to do so, in the Chinese music industry, one always gives a little face. Little did he expect that this favor wouldn't be of any use today. "I'll transfer the money to you right now." Although Jin Min-sik was wealthy, his money wasn't something he had just blown in the wind. If he could save it, that was naturally better. So he was very excited and wanted to transfer the money to Chen Feng as soon as possible, fearing he might change his mind later. After Chen Feng gave his card number, the man in the suit behind him, whom Chen Feng didn't recognize, started moving. It turned out he was the financial staff member from Kim Min-sik's company. After a series of transactions, the balance in Chen Feng's bank account increased by another 5 million yuan. Chen Feng, I have another favor to ask of you. Kim Min-sik said. Don't mention one favor, I'll do 10 if you ask. Chen Feng was in a great mood today. He had reached the top rank in the game, and his bank account balance had increased, making it a double celebration. This song, Jenna doesn't really understand it. Could you help her out? It was just that simple? Chen Feng had thought he was going to be asked to assassinate the South Korean president. No problem, I need a guitar. This. The group exchanged glances. They had come in a hurry and hadn't brought all their equipment. Kim Min-suk looked at Han Lei, who understood. Chen Feng, if you're free now, why don't we go visit Kim Min-suk's company together? He has a recording studio there with all kinds of instruments. After speaking, the group stood up and prepared to leave, giving Chen Feng some time to change clothes. Just as they stepped out the door, Chen Feng followed behind. The others looked at him in confusion. Don't you need to change your clothes? Chen Feng looked down at his white t-shirt, black shorts, and a pair of cartoon pattern slippers, then shook his head. I'm not going on stage to perform, so this is pretty comfortable. Jin Jinna was utterly surprised. In South Korea, singers and entertainers always dressed meticulously at all times, never allowing others to see their unadorned appearance. The Chinese man before her didn't resemble the South Korean male entertainers she had always seen with their thick makeup and high heels. Chen Feng's natural good looks and height began to pique Jin Jinna's interest. The group went downstairs and split into 2 luxury cars to head to Kim Min-suk's company. Han Lei, Kim Min-sik, and 2 staff members rode in one car, while Chen Feng and Jin Jinna rode in the other. This arrangement, of course, was the result of Kim Min-sik's careful planning. Along the way, Jin Jinna slowly communicated with Chen Feng in Mandarin about various matters in China, and laughter could often be heard from inside the car. Upon arriving at the building where Kim Min-sik's company was located, the two no longer seemed as awkward as they had at first. Instead, they had grown more familiar with each other. Though their communication wasn't entirely smooth, it was clear that they had enjoyed the journey. Of course, none of this escaped Kim Min-sik's sharp eyes. He smiled as he walked ahead with Han Lei, hands behind his back, followed by Chen Feng and Jin Jinna, entering Kim Min-sik's company. The company was elegantly decorated, but Chen Feng couldn't read the Korean on the signboard, so he didn't know the name of the company. Kim Min-sik didn't introduce it either, simply leading the group inside. Chen Feng's arrival immediately caught the attention of the employees in Kim Min-suk's company. This was the most arrogant face at the Korean Music Awards in China, and everyone connected to the South Korean music industry would remember him. Is that him? That Chinese male singer? How did he end up here? Is that the singer named Chen Feng who defeated John Ji-young? Yes. 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 It's him. Have you heard? Kwon Ji-long was apparently beaten up? What? When did that happen? During the banquet of the Hwahan Music Awards, he was found lying in the mud in the backyard of the banquet hall. It said that he fell because he was drunk? That's his official explanation. Since they couldn't find the culprit, he had to say that to save face. Gossip is a universal human trait. Where there are people, there are rumors. Fortunately, Chen Feng couldn't understand what the people around him were saying. He only knew they were staring at him and discussing him. If he knew what happened to Kwon Ji-long afterward, he would join in the discussions. After walking around for a while, Jin Min-sik took Chen Feng on a brief tour of the company premises. Chen Feng didn't pay much attention to the details, as he wasn't very familiar with them either. When they arrived at the recording studio, it was different from the usual style in China. The studio was very large, with a mirror on the opposite wall. It made sense when he thought about it. The South Korean music industry focuses on singing and dancing, so many songs require performers to sing while dancing, hence the need for the recording studio to be combined with a dance studio. Kim Min-sik had someone bring a guitar and handed it to Chen Feng. Try this out. Chen Feng picked up the guitar and strummed it a few times. Not bad. He pulled out the sheet music he had previously folded and stuffed into his pocket, which now looked a bit disheveled. The Kim family was speechless. Such a precious sheet music, and he treated it like that. Chen Feng placed the sheet music for "Don't Worry" on the table and smoothed it out. Then he turned to Jin Jinna and said, "I'll sing it in Mandarin. You should also grab a guitar and follow along in Korean." Jin Jinna nodded, and the staff brought her a guitar, a white one, quite rare, and it matched her perfectly. It must have been custom made for her. After glancing at the sheet music, Chen Feng tuned the guitar. A few simple chords emerged from the guitar in Chen Feng's hands. Han Lei and Kim Min-suk's eyes lit up. Earlier that morning, Kim Min-suk had only glanced at the notes on the sheet music and had already decided that this song would shake up the South Korean music scene. What he didn't expect was that the song's intro was so heartfelt, melting the soul and making one want to sit quietly and listen. This elevated Chen Feng's status in Kim Min-suk's eyes even further. Although the South Korean music scene appeared to be thriving on the surface, Kim Min-suk knew all too well what lay beneath. Watching Chen Feng, he was certain that within 3 years, Chen Feng would dominate the South Korean music scene. Han Lei, on the other hand, stared intently at Chen Feng's serious expression. It wasn't Chen Feng's good looks that caught his attention, but the focused expression on his face before entering the song, a quality rarely seen in the Chinese music scene today. Add to that his songwriting ability, which seemed almost superhuman. The Chinese music scene has a bright future ahead. Chapter 132, Terms Are Up to You. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Chen Feng's voice already echoed in everyone's ears. You. Don't worry about anything. Jin Jinna immediately mimicked Chen Feng's tone and followed in Korean. Don't worry about anything. Not bad. Chen Feng thought to himself. She had a natural talent for music. With just one sentence, she had already matched Chen Feng's rhythm. Let us sing together. All your sad memories, you. Bury them deep within your heart. All your painful memories, you. Bury them deep within your heart. Chen Feng and Jin Jinna sang with increasing feeling. The accompaniment for this song was just 2 guitars, with a great sense of rhythm. She handled it well. Actually, songs with a bit of rhythm like this are easy to sing with broken notes and phrases, but she did a great job with the staccato and broken notes, keeping the melody intact. The lyrics of this song are very touching, as if a child is confiding in their parents. Moreover, the theme of this song is very innovative. Compared to the cliché theme of love, the song focuses more on family affection, which is far more beautiful and heartwarming. This is also the main reason why Kim Min-suk loves this song so much. Taking off his gold-rimmed glasses, Kim Min-suk watched his daughter sing with all her heart, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Chen Feng and Kim Jin-na sang the most emotionally charged part. The two looked at the sheet music and simultaneously made strumming motions. Though it was their first time playing together, their perception and understanding of the piece were remarkably in sync. Everyone could tell that this song wasn't just the usual warm and fuzzy tune, there were even more emotionally charged parts. Let the past stay in the past. Let the past be the past. That's what gives it meaning. That's the meaning behind it. Let us sing together. Let us all sing together. Let us say we never regretted our dreams. Let us say we never regretted dreaming. Han Lei rubbed his chin. Compared to Kim Min-suk, he was more calm. In this song, he thought that what he heard more was the sentiment, not the melody. The melody of this song was slightly retro, with the first part being relatively soft, as if telling a story and comforting the heart, while the chorus was relatively powerful, beginning to release emotions. Kim Min-suk's broad hands covered his face. He didn't want his daughter to see him like this. In front of Kim Jin-na, he had never shed a single tear, but watching her sing Don't Worry with such emotion, it felt like she was telling him that she had grown up and was ready to spread her wings. For some reason, Kim Min-suk feels a pang of sadness, but at the same time, there is a sense of joy in his heart, watching his daughter grow up, finding stability, and receiving blessings. The guitar strings slowly fell silent, and Chen Feng and Jin Jin-na exchanged a smile. It was an excellent performance. This was the first time Chen Feng had sung with Jin Jinna, and she was able to quickly identify the most crucial emotions and express them perfectly. A true genius. The song's melody isn't particularly high, so it's not difficult to sing. However, the most challenging part is conveying the soothing emotions embedded within the lyrics. Jin Jinna nailed it. Clap. 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 Han Lei couldn't help but clap for the two of them. Chen Feng, this song is so beautiful, but I don't understand why it sounds more natural in South Korean than in Mandarin. Kim Min-suk covered his face and hurried out of the recording studio. Kim Jin-na looked at his back in confusion, wanting to follow him, but was held back by Han Lei, who had just clapped his hands. I talked with your father late last night, so my eyes must be a bit uncomfortable. Kim Jin-na didn't think much of it and quietly returned to her original spot. Chen Feng thought to himself, of course it's in Korean. Translating it into Mandarin would sound less natural. I sang it in Korean on purpose to help Kim Jin-na get into the lyrics faster. Yeah, it seems like this song is perfect for Jin Jinna. Jin Jinna nodded vigorously. Yes. Mr. Chen, I feel like I was born to sing this song. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. Indeed, her voice carried a genuine emotion that couldn't be measured by technique alone. Her vocal skills weren't the most captivating aspect, it was the way she interpreted the lyrics, making it feel as though she was genuinely singing and embodying the role within the lyrics, which gave her a natural, heartfelt appeal. Compared to the original singer of this song in her previous life, her voice had a different flavor. Soon, Kim Min-suk returned, and you could see a hint of red in his eyes. Dad, are you okay? Kim Jin-na greeted Kim Min-suk in South Korean. He simply stroked her head gently and smiled, replying in South Korean, I'm fine. Dad's eyes are just a bit dry. I just put some eye drops in. The innocent Kim Jin-na believed him and didn't ask any further questions. Kim Min-sik glanced at the translator, motioning for him to come over, then turned his attention to Chen Feng. Are you interested in joining my company? The terms are up to you. Jin Jinna's eyes widened in shock. She had never seen her father offer such favorable terms to any South Korean entertainment industry artist before. It seemed he truly valued Chen Feng's talent. However, it was indeed true. With just this song, don't worry, Chen Feng definitely deserved it. After hearing the translator's words, Han Lei's expression also changed drastically. Like Jin Jinna, he was equally astonished. Such generous terms would make anyone tempted. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Feng, and everyone was curious to see what kind of conditions such a talented person would demand. Chen Feng pursed his lips, then smiled and shook his head. Sorry, I've already signed with an agency, and my boss treats me very well. I don't want to switch agencies. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, Jin Jinna's expression shifted from surprise to shock. Rejected? Such a clean and decisive refusal? Not even a hint of hesitation? Could his previous company have some kind of magic? A series of questions flooded Jin Jinna's mind. After all, Jin Min-sik held an extraordinary status in the South Korean entertainment industry. Every popular singer would give him face, and if they knew his company was recruiting artists, they'd all fight tooth and nail to get in. Yet this Chinese man had rejected him without a second thought. Unlike Jin Jinjia's shock, Han Lei wore a smile on his face. Deep down, he didn't want Chen Feng to join the South Korean music scene. The Chinese music industry was in dire need of revival, and it needed someone to take the lead and guide it toward a new era. His generation was getting old, and many of them couldn't sing anymore. They needed someone like Chen Feng to step up. In that case, he was indeed the person sent by heaven to save the Chinese music industry. Chapter 133, Drunk. Kim Min-sik was about to say something else, but Han Lei stood up immediately. Kim, since it's his own decision, there's no need to persuade him further. If you ever need his help in the future, feel free to contact him. I'm sure he'll assist you. Having spent half his life struggling in the South Korean music scene, Kim Min-sik understood Han Lei's meaning all too well. The Chinese music industry desperately needed someone like Chen Feng. As a senior figure in the industry, Han Lei wouldn't let South Korea poach talent from China. His words made it clear he wouldn't allow Chen Feng to come to South Korea. Well, if he doesn't want to come, then so be it. At least I can occasionally write a couple of songs for Jenna. Thinking this, Kim Min-sik looked at Chen Feng and spoke in South Korean, with the translator simultaneously interpreting into Chinese. Alright, Chen Feng, I respect your decision. However, I hope that no matter how the music scenes of our two countries develop, we can remain good friends. We cannot control the state of the music scenes between nations, but we can control our feelings toward each other and ensure they are not influenced by external factors. Chen Feng nodded. To be honest, Chen Feng wasn't someone who liked to fight. On the contrary, what he loved most was to live a carefree life. However, since coming to this world, his dream of living a carefree life had been shattered. He had thought that after graduating from university and marrying Su Yusin, he could live a stable and happy life, have a child, cook for his family every day, take walks together, go on trips, and be happy every day. But he had been too naive. All of this was just his one-sided wishful thinking. Su Yusin didn't want to have children with him. Back then, Su Yusin pursued him because he was talented and handsome. At the music academy, she would boast, "My boyfriend is Chen Feng." And she married him because she could use his talent to achieve something in the Chinese music industry. Little did she know that Chen Feng's true feelings were completely opposite. He resolutely chose to become an ordinary university professor and step into the background of Su Yusin's life, taking care of her daily needs. None of this was what Su Yusin wanted. She wanted the throne of the music industry's queen. 3 years later, they divorced. Don't worry, Jenna and I have exchanged contact information. If she has any questions about the songs, she can contact me anytime. Chen Feng could only do so much. He couldn't go to South Korea to develop his career. It was impossible in his previous life, and it was equally impossible in this one. Kim Min-sik burst into laughter and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Thank you, Chen Feng. It was clear that Kim Min-sik meant every word. He loved the song Chen Feng had written, "Don't worry, so much. Let's go. It's getting late. I'll take you to a restaurant with a very South Korean vibe. You're leaving tomorrow, so try some of our local specialties before you go," Kim Min-sik said, pulling Han Lei and Chen Feng toward the exit. Inside the company, the employees were all looking at each other in disbelief. They had never seen their boss Kim Min-sik like this before. Usually, he was always cold-faced and quick to scold others. In the South Korean entertainment industry, no one had ever seen him give anyone a friendly look. Who would have thought that this Chinese singer had such charm? Kim Min-sik didn't care what his employees thought. He pulled Han Lei into the car and pushed Chen Feng and Kim Jin-na toward another vehicle. "Gina, take good care of Chen Feng. He looked exactly like a father-in-law watching his son-in-law." During the conversation, everyone was having a great time. Even after drinking too much, Kim Min-sik started rambling. Chen Feng, I know you can't stay in South Korea, this isn't your homeland. But could you leave your seed behind in South Korea? I believe he'll be just as talented as you. Jin Min's 6 words made Jin Jinna blush, and she hurriedly ran off to the side. How embarrassing. How could Dad say such a thing? Kim Min-sik, however, didn't seem to care, his face flushed with drunkenness. But if someone had been watching his eyes closely, they would have noticed a different gleam in his eyes. Ah, there's a chance, there's definitely a chance. Chen Feng was also a bit tipsy. South Korean alcohol wasn't very good, and it hit him hard. Though he hadn't gotten drunk inside the house, the South Korean breeze made him feel dizzy as soon as he stepped outside. His originally straight steps had turned into an S shape. Seeing Chen Feng's flushed face, Kim Min-suk burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Alright, Chen Feng, if you've had enough to drink, go back to bed early. Wishing you a smooth journey back. Come to South Korea again in the future, contact me or Jenna, and we'll welcome you with the same warm hospitality. Chen Feng and Kim Min-sik exchanged a few more polite words before getting into their respective cars. Just like when they arrived, Jin Min-sik and Han Lei were in one car, while Chen Feng and Jin Jenna were in another. Chen Feng's head felt a bit dizzy. All he could think of were a few words. The alcohol in South Korea is really awful. During the ride, he felt a cold hand occasionally grip his own, but he was too dizzy to move, let alone lift his eyelids. Before he knew it, he felt himself being helped into a room by several people and gently laid on the bed. One person said something to the others, and they left, leaving only one person behind in the room. His tongue felt numb, and his words were not very clear. Alright, I'm okay, thank you, I can manage on my own. The person who had helped him inside didn't respond, but instead removed his shoes. A moment later, they began to remove Chen Feng's pants. The shorts were easy to remove, they came off with a single tug. Chen Feng mustered all his strength and said, "What are you doing?" The person still didn't speak, instead beginning to remove his shirt. Eventually, Chen Feng was left lying on the bed in just his underwear. In Chen Feng's final moments of consciousness, someone covered him with a blanket, and then there was no further movement. Cough. 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 In the dead of night, Chen Feng was so thirsty he could barely stand it. He forced himself to get up despite the headache, turned on the bedside lamp, and noticed a glass of water already placed on the table. He felt the temperature of the water, it wasn't cold. He didn't think much of it and drank it all in one gulp. The warm water flowed down his esophagus into his stomach, and he felt much better. Coming to his senses, he lay on the bed in a star shape. Ha! Chen Feng, who had just turned off the light and closed his eyes, felt a sudden movement beneath him. But he was in too much pain to want to get up. What was that slippery thing touching him? Pulling down his underwear? At this point, even though Chen Feng was drowsy, he couldn't keep his eyes closed. He struggled to pull back the blanket to see what it was. However, he was certain of one thing, it was a person. His underwear had already been pulled off. Just as he was about to sit up, he felt a warm sensation between his legs. Damn it! Using all his strength, he pulled back the blanket. Sure enough, a girl with long black hair was curled up beneath him. Chen Feng was speechless. It was her. Chapter 134, Returning Home. Chen Feng had indeed drunk too much, but after sleeping for a while, although he was still groggy, he could still recognize people. Jin Jinna. What the hell is going on? How did she end up here? And in such an indecent position? Ugh. The next morning, Chen Feng turned his head to look beside him, only to find the bed empty. Everything from last night felt so unreal, but the few strands of long hair scattered on the bed proved that someone had indeed been there. Chen Feng moved slightly, covering his aching waist with a sigh. I'm getting old. The dream lady beside him had already left long ago. Chen Feng lay in bed, recalling last night's events, which were intense and overwhelming. He opened his phone and found a message. Thank you. Thank me? Chen Feng was confused, staring at the red stain on the bed. Was she thanking me for making her a woman? He thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out how to respond. Just as he was deep in thought. Bang! 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 The door knocked. Chen Feng struggled to get out of bed, grabbed a towel, wrapped it around his waist, and went to open the door. Good morning. Ling Bingxue carried breakfast and walked in with her head down. She looked up and saw Chen Feng wrapped only in a bath towel. Although she had seen him half naked before, her heart still skipped a beat. I'll leave the breakfast here. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Ling Bingxue placed the breakfast down and quickly turned around and left. Clang! The door was slammed shut by Ling Bingxue in a hurry. She patted her chest and sighed deeply. Her mind was filled with Chen Feng's appearance, his toned muscles and 8-pack abs. He's so handsome. Back in her room, Ling Bingxue sent Chen Feng a message. I forgot to mention earlier, but after drinking, it's better to eat some breakfast the next day. Chen Feng replied with a thank you emoji on his phone. After eating the breakfast Ling Bingxue brought him, Chen Feng felt his mind clear up considerably. After staying up all night, he returned to bed and slept for a while longer. At noon, Chen Feng packed his belongings and joined the others to head to the airport for his flight back home. No one came to see him off. Jin Min Sik didn't he come, Jin Jin Na didn't he come, and not a single representative from the Hwahan Music Festival showed up. However, no one cared. They had grown tired of the life of being chased around by fans at the airport and preferred this quiet, low-key atmosphere. This lifestyle had only lasted half a day. In the evening, after a long journey, they returned to the airport in the capital city. As soon as the plane came to a stop, the accompanying staff received a call. After exchanging a few words, he addressed the group, the airport terminal is already crowded with fans waiting to greet you. Please wait a moment. Security personnel are being mobilized and will arrive shortly. Sure enough, he spoke quickly, and it was indeed very fast. As soon as the group entered the airport terminal, a large number of security personnel in uniform rushed over and began to escort them. It was clear that these individuals were highly professional. They divided the 6 people into 3 groups and escorted them out one group at a time, ensuring that each person's fans were directed in different directions, effectively dispersing the crowd. Han Lei and Tan Weiwei were the first to exit, followed by Zhou Xin and Zhang Jia, who were escorted out by the security personnel. Chen Feng remained in place, listening to the security personnel's walkie-talkie. After the 2 groups left, 1/3 of the crowd has been dispersed. They are now being directed to other locations. You can come out now. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue exchanged glances and nodded. The two, surrounded by security personnel, began walking toward the airport terminal. As soon as they stepped outside, they heard the enthusiastic cheers of the fans. Chen Feng, pride of the Chinese music industry. Aha! I love you, Chen Feng. Come to my house, I'll have your baby. You're so handsome. You're even more handsome in person. You make it sound like he's not handsome on TV. Where there are Chen Feng fans, there are naturally also Ling Bingxue fans. Xia Shuer, I love you. Marry me, Xia Shuer. Some fans even gathered together to sing her song from 2 days ago, The Sun Never Sets. I'll send you off. The longing of the sun never sets. Send a postcard representing love. I'll give it to you. The love of the sun never sets. Holding your heart close, we'll explore the world together. Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue were moved by the fans' enthusiasm, walking toward the outside while singing this song of everlasting love together with the fans. You are the celebration. You are the sunny day. My love never sleeps. Endless longing. Flying by your side. My love never sleeps. The fans were surprised to see Chen Feng and Xia Shuer so close to their fans and responded with enthusiastic applause. Wow, they're not putting on a show at all. Yeah, it feels so good. This is what a true idol should be. Can you tell how strong their skills are? They're walking and singing a cappella, and their breath control is flawless. Amazing, so amazing. As they approached the airport exit, Chen Feng and Ling Bingxue turned around. Chen Feng smiled at the fans and said, "Everyone, please don't see us off. We need to get on the car. Please don't block the entrance, it will cause inconvenience to other passengers." Chen Feng's words caught the attention of other passengers. They weren't fans, they just wanted to enter and exit the airport normally. The large crowd of fans blocking the had made them feel very annoyed. They didn't expect this celebrity to say such considerate words, it was truly rare. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the fans voluntarily made way. Some fans led the way in clapping. The applause grew louder and louder. Today's young celebrities wouldn't even consider such things, they only care about looking cool and giving their fans negative influences. In contrast, Chen Feng's small gesture and kind words reminded many people that this is an orderly world, and in public places, it's especially important to maintain that order. While enjoying themselves, they shouldn't cause trouble for others. Under the fans' farewells, Chen Feng approached the business vehicle. Everyone, please listen to me. Don't send me off anymore. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. Thank you all. Chen Feng bowed deeply to his fans once more. Security personnel split into groups to clear a path for the business vehicle Chen Feng would be riding in, preventing the crowd from blocking the road and causing the vehicle to be unable to exit. At that moment, a heavy-set woman wearing a baseball cap stepped out of the crowd. At first, her actions were unremarkable, and almost no one noticed her, assuming she was just trying to get closer to the celebrity. Just 3 steps away from Ling Bingxue, she quickly crouched down, broke through the human barrier formed by the security personnel, and sprinted toward Ling Bingxue. Chapter 135, An Assassination Attempt? A cold gleam shot straight into Chen Feng's eyes. The heavy-set woman in black pulled out a sharp knife from her pocket and swung it toward Ling Bingxue. Be careful. Chen Feng blocked the two with lightning-fast reflexes, wrapping his arms around Ling Bingxue's body. With a loud thud, the fat woman's knife pierced Chen Feng's lower back, and blood instantly spread across his white t-shirt. Ling Bingxue was completely terrified, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. Chen Feng also fell backward with her. Damn it! Control her! The security personnel reacted quickly, immediately pinning the fat woman holding the knife to the ground. Although she was pinned to the ground, her hands and feet still kicked wildly. All that could be heard was the woman muttering repeatedly, "Let me go! I'll kill you all. Kill you all. Quan Jilong Appa can't lose. The crowd was in an uproar. Anyone with a shred of intelligence could tell that the obese woman who had attacked Chen Feng was a die-hard fan of Quan Jilong. This was terrifying. Because her idol had lost the match, she wanted to kill the winner. What was most shameful was that she was willing to kill people of her own ethnicity for a foreign idol. It was clear how deeply Korean pop culture had corrupted the Chinese people. The violence and bloodshed in their songs had been poisoning the minds of these brainwashed fans. The fans were furious. This damn woman, for her dwarf idol, dared to try to kill Chen Feng. This is utterly intolerable. Someone rushed forward and slapped the brainwashed, overweight woman across the face. I'll let you kill him, I'll beat you to death first. More people rushed forward, beating the fat woman with fists and kicks. Kick her to death. How dare you harm Chen Feng? Snap out of it, you brainless woman. FCKU. Countless people wanted to come forward and beat the fat woman who was trying to kill Chen Feng, but only the few at the front could reach her, while the rest could only wait impatiently in the back. Let me punch her twice. Hurry up, there's a line behind you. Don't linger too long up front. Who is hitting me? I'm one of you. Stop hitting her from behind. Who is using a bag to hit my head? I'm hitting her. Whose rotten eggs are on me? The scene was in complete chaos. Not far away, police officers and emergency medical personnel stationed at the airport were rushing toward the scene. Ling Bingxue sat on the ground, her pink hair disheveled. She held Chen Feng in her arms, her large eyes filled with tears, and tears kept streaming down the corners of her eyes. Chen Feng, are you okay? Chen Feng, don't be hurt. The knife was still lodged in Chen Feng's back. He dared not move, as even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain in the wound on his lower back. He had lost a significant amount of blood, and his lips had turned pale. He didn't want to speak, he just wanted to close his eyes and wait. But the more he did so, the harder Ling Bingxue, who was holding him, cried. Her body was covered in Chen Feng's blood, but she didn't care anymore. She pressed her hands against the wound on Chen Feng's back, too afraid to pull the knife out. Ling Bingxue feels extremely guilty, as Chen Feng is in this state because he was protecting her. Chen Feng, you must not die. The heart-wrenching cries echoed across the sky. Everyone, step aside. Step aside. Quick, make way, let us through. Police officers and medical personnel rushed to the airport. The police, with the assistance of security personnel, dispersed the crowd and pulled the obese woman who had just attempted to kill Chen Feng from beneath the crowd's feet. She was now unrecognizable, her face covered in blood from being kicked, her eye sockets black and swollen, and her clothes torn to shreds. The police cuffed the woman. Come on, let us go with us. Don't touch me. I'm going to kill him. The obese woman, who had been beaten to the brink of death, suddenly regained her strength upon seeing the police trying to take her away. Don't touch me. What right do you have to touch me? I'll kill him. With no other option, the police finally had to use force to subdue her and throw her into the police car. Meanwhile, medical personnel had already begun emergency treatment on Chen Feng. Taking Chen Feng from Ling Bingxue, one doctor exchanged a glance with another, then both nodded. One tore open Chen Feng's clothes, while the other prepared hemostatic and disinfectant supplies. Working together, they flipped Chen Feng over and placed him face down on the stretcher. They began treating his wounds. Other nurses had already administered an intravenous injection to Chen Feng, administering painkillers and glucose to maintain his bodily functions. Chen Feng was loaded into the ambulance, which then sped toward the airport. Ling Bingxue got into a business car and instructed the driver to follow the ambulance quickly. All of this was recorded by those present via their mobile phone videos. Less than 10 minutes later, Chen Feng assaulted. This trending topic surged to the top of Weibo. Explosion. Damn it, how despicable. These brainwashed K-pop fans actually tried to kill Chen Feng. Is this still China? Is this still a harmonious society? They must be severely punished and dealt with. I can't believe it. Just because of a match, they want to kill someone. What kind of group are these brainwashed K-pop fans? They might even be the old-school gangsters. Main Broadcasting Building. Mr. Gao, this is absolutely unforgivable. Wang Shi was furious, hugging his shoulders. Indeed, the impact is extremely detrimental. To go as far as killing someone is utterly unacceptable. Such lowbrow cultural dissemination must not be tolerated. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Let's use this opportunity to shake things up. Everyone chatted animatedly, while Mr. Gao narrowed his eyes and observed the discussion. He cleared his throat. Draft an announcement. Han Lei, Zhang Jia, and others had already arrived at the hospital upon hearing the news. As the ambulance pulled up to the entrance, a crowd gathered around, including many journalists. Everyone, step back. Don't crowd around. Get up. Stop filming. The journalists aimed their cameras at the injured Chen Feng, unconcerned about whether he would be affected or even die. They only wanted the latest news. Doctors in Zhang Jia, Zhou Shen, and others rushed forward, pushing Chen Feng toward the emergency room. Behind them, journalists continued to chase after him with cameras, microphones, and other interview equipment. Can you tell me how Chen Feng was injured? How did she stab Chen Feng with the knife? Will Chen Feng be able to sing again? The persistent questions from the journalists were extremely annoying. Get out of here! A girl with pink hair rushed over and stood between Chen Feng's wheelchair and the reporters. Her gaze was extremely sharp, no one dared to meet her eyes. Anyone who takes a step forward is challenging the Tianxia group. The consequences are on your own heads. Chapter 136, The Protocol Department. The journalists hesitated for a moment. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. The Tianxia group's status in the entertainment industry is well known to all. If this were an ordinary news story, they would naturally not dare to provoke the other party over such a minor matter. But this was different. This was big news. Chen Feng had been stabbed. Chen Feng, who had just returned triumphantly from abroad, was attacked as soon as he stepped off the plane. Whoever could get the first-hand information would definitely create a sensation, and might even become a renowned journalist overnight. It was worth the risk. The journalists, though not as aggressive as before due to Ling Bingshua's words, continued to slowly encroach on the space where she stood, forcing her to step back inch by inch. Ling Bingyan was practicing singing in the company when Susan suddenly burst in. Hurry up, Bingyan! Chen Feng is in trouble. He's currently being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Whoosh! Ling Bingyan thought she had heard wrong. What? Susan, what did you say? Chen Feng is in trouble. I don't know the details yet. Schweier just called and asked us to bring more people over. There are already many reporters at the scene. All right. Ling Bingyan stood up and headed toward the company exit. Meanwhile, on the other side, the director of the protocol department at Tianxia Group had already gathered everyone who could be mobilized. Hurry up! The head of the protocol department saw the anxious expression on his young mistress's face and immediately realized that something major had occurred. He immediately addressed the group of burly men in black suits behind him. Make sure to protect the eldest and second young miss at all costs. Did everyone understand? Boom! Understood. The thunderous voices echoed throughout the underground parking lot of Tianxia Group. Let's go! The group of men in black suits quickly got into the cars, and 5 or 6 9-seater business vehicles sped toward the hospital where Chen Feng was located. Chen Feng was successfully rushed into the emergency room. Perhaps due to severe blood loss, Chen Feng's consciousness was growing faint. In his current state of consciousness, it felt as though his soul was drifting away to another place. Could it be another time travel? He felt a pang of reluctance to leave this world, reluctant to part with the friends who had been kind to him. But was he really leaving? Chen Feng's soul had already drifted above the emergency room. He saw medical staff, some administering blood transfusions to his body, others studying how to remove the knife from his body without damaging his internal organs. Chen Feng suddenly felt that this world was somewhat fantastical. Was this something that people who believed in science had already experienced? In the air, Chen Feng noticed that, unlike in his previous life, his soul wasn't being sucked away by a vortex. Instead, he was floating steadily within the room. At that moment, Chen Feng had a thought that made him laugh and cry at the same time. Could it be that he still had a chance of being saved, so he hadn't been taken away? At this moment, he felt much more at ease. Standing behind the crowd, he watched with interest as everyone rushed around trying to save him. His own body lay calmly on the emergency room bed, pale and cold to the touch. As a soul, Chen Feng touched his chin. He was curious about how they would save him, as this was a scene he had never witnessed before. Establish another intravenous line. At least 2 peripheral intravenous lines must be established to facilitate rapid blood transfusion and fluid resuscitation. Get another bag of type B plasma. Monitor the patient's vital signs, observe changes in urine output, hemoglobin levels, and coagulation parameters. Has the knife been removed? Disinfect the wound. It's out. We're currently suturing the wound. While the emergency room was bustling with activity to save Chen Feng, another group of people arrived outside the emergency room. Journalists were anxiously holding cameras and taking photos of the emergency room, hoping to capture Chen Feng's condition and send the footage back to the newsroom as soon as possible. Even the journalists in the back rows wouldn't miss this opportunity. Some would hold their cameras with their left hands for a while, then switch to their right hands when they got tired. Just as one journalist was about to switch his right hand to relieve the soreness in his left, a strong force suddenly pushed him aside. Who are you? Don't push. Don't you know the rule of first come, first served? Before he could finish speaking, he was forcefully pushed against the wall. A burly man in a black suit with a scar on his face glared at him and said harshly, "I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Behave yourself. Know what you should and shouldn't film." The journalist swallowed hard, his eyes darting around. Don't think you can use such thuggish methods against me. Let me tell you, this is a society governed by the rule of law. If you use violence against me, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Sure enough, his voice caught the attention of many journalists in front, who turned around to look at the burly men in black suits behind them. Who are you? How dare you threaten us journalists? Haha, you're pretty bold. Don't you fear your names appearing online tomorrow? I've already thought of the headline: Underground forces resurface. Cutting the grass doesn't eliminate the roots. The spring wind blows, and they grow again. A bunch of brainless, muscle-bound monsters. The journalist, who had just been pushed against the wall, pulled out his phone from his pocket, dialed the police station's number, and held the phone up in his hand. Come on, hit me if you dare. If any of you touch me, I'll call the police right away. The few men in black suits at the front exchanged glances, and their expressions changed. Every expression was their pain, resentment, distress. Let us through. I need to see a doctor. Who are you? Don't block the way. Come and see. There's a crowd here, blocking other patients from getting through to see the doctor. Ah, my foot. I'm going to die. The journalists were speechless. These weren't the same intimidating bodyguards from earlier. Now they looked like nothing but thugs, healthy enough to make anyone jealous, yet pretending to be sick. The burly men in black suits began to stagger toward the group of journalists. The journalists were no match for them and were quickly pushed aside by the men, ending up on either side of the corridor. What are you doing? Don't push me. My camera is expensive. Damn it, you thugs. I'll expose your actions. At that moment, several more people appeared at the end of the corridor, walking quickly toward them. It was Ling Bingyan and Susan, along with some people from the legal department of Tianxia Group. Behind Ling Bingyan, a middle-aged man in a designer suit stepped forward. He raised his hand and gently pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, the lenses reflecting an intelligent glow. You have violated someone's privacy rights. Your actions have all been captured on surveillance footage. I have already contacted the hospital, and my colleagues are currently in the surveillance room gathering evidence of your actions. You can expect a court summons soon. Chapter 137, Memories. The journalists were speechless. They're actually serious? As the journalists stood there in shock, the well-trained bodyguards quickly formed several rows, blocking the journalists' cameras. Ling Bingyan hurried over to Ling Bingshue's side, panting heavily, and said, "Sis, how is he? Is he okay?" Ling Bingshue's face looked grim as she shook her head. "We don't know yet. He's still in the emergency room. What should we do? This is terrible. What's going on? Sister, how did he suddenly get injured?" Facing the anxious Ling Bingyan, she didn't know what to say. This entire scene was witnessed by Qin Feng's soul, which had been standing at the entrance of the emergency room. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he had wanted to go out and see what was happening. In his mind, he thought that in his current state, he should be able to ignore any physical laws. He floated to the door, reached out his hand toward the emergency room door, and then Qin Feng's pupils dilated. He had actually passed through it. In his eyes, his arm had vanished into the door. Chen Feng slowly drifted out and saw the crowd gathered at the door, his heart racing with shock. So many people? Han Lei, Zhang Jie, Zhou Shen, and others were waiting at the door. In the distance, Ling Bingxue stood there as if blocking someone. Through the crowd, Chen Feng saw a group of burly men in suits and Ling Bingyan behind them. Next, Chen Feng witnessed the very scene that had just unfolded. This made him even more reluctant to leave this world. In his previous life, those people had only seen him as a tool for making money. No one truly cared about him. They only cared about how much money he had made for them that day, how much revenue his songs could generate, and how to exploit his fans like crops to be harvested in waves. In contrast, in this life, there were so many people who genuinely cared about him, making him feel the warmth of friendship. At school, Chen Feng often annoyed the old dean, Yin Shuwen, making him blow his top, but when it came down to it, he still received the old dean's help. Chen Feng's thoughts drifted back to his senior year when the old dean, Yin Shuwen, called him. Bang! 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 Chen Feng arrived at the dean's office door. Though he carried an air of arrogance, his face still betrayed his youth. Come in. After hearing Yin Shuwen's voice from inside, Chen Feng gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Dean, you wanted to see me? Yin Shuwen gestured to Chen Feng with a hand motion, signaling him to sit down and wait for a moment. Chen Feng sat on the sofa with a confused expression, waiting for Yin Shuwen's response. Yin Shuwen, wearing reading glasses, was bent over the desk, studying a document in his hands. After a moment, Yin Shuwen made a sound. He pressed the button on the desk phone. Beep beep, 2 rings. A young man's voice came through the phone. Director, I'm here. Yin Shuwen leaned forward slightly and spoke in the direction of the phone. Come in. On the other end of the line. I'll be right there. Less than a minute later, a soft knock sounded, followed by the entrance of a sharp-looking young man. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he paused for a moment, then gave Chen Feng a friendly smile and nodded in greeting. Chen Feng nodded slightly in response. The young man walked over to Yin Shuwen's side. Director, I'm here. Yin Shuwen picked up a pen, wrote a few words on the document, then closed the entire file and handed it to the young man. Take this to the Music Association and tell them I've reviewed it and fully approve. The young man said nothing more, took the document from Yin Shuwen's hand, and turned to leave. As soon as the door closed, In Shu-wen lowered the glasses on his nose, leaned back in his chair, and gently massaged his nose. Chun Feng. Oh, Dean. In Shu-wen stood up, walked over to Chun Feng, and sat down slowly. He pressed the switch on the kettle beside him, apparently intending to brew a cup of tea. Everyone in the school knew that the dean had a particular fondness for tea. Chun Feng, what are your plans after graduation? Chun Feng didn't expect In Shu-wen to ask him that, and he didn't know how to respond at first. He was currently deeply in love with Su Yusin, who had recently gained attention from a talent show and was preparing to pursue a career in the music industry. Although they didn't see each other often at the moment, they had already decided to get married after graduation. Thinking of this, a sweet smile appeared on Chun Feng's lips. As for his career plans, Chun Feng hadn't really thought it through yet, but one thing he was certain of was that he didn't want to enter the entertainment industry. Dean, I haven't decided yet either. Chun Feng scratched his head with a smile. The water in the kettle had come to a boil, and In Shu-wen turned off the switch, but he had no intention of pouring the water into the teapot. In Shu-wen was a tea enthusiast, and the best temperature for brewing tea was actually 80 degrees Celsius. Using boiling water would destroy the tea's delicate aroma and produce a bitter taste, while lukewarm water wouldn't fully release the tea's flavor. Therefore, he chose to wait a moment and chat with Chun Feng. Your academic performance is well known throughout our college, and you've consistently ranked at the top of your department. I think you should follow your girlfriend's example and go into the music industry to shine and make a difference. Chun Feng understood that Dean wanted him to pursue a career in the music industry, but entering the music industry meant entering the entertainment industry, and Chun Feng had always wanted to avoid the entertainment industry at all costs. Dean, I haven't decided yet. Ah, you're young. It's normal to have concerns before graduation. That's why we teachers are here to help you choose the right path. I have a friend who founded a show called China's Got Talent. I'll submit your information, and you can start there. Chun Feng naturally knew about China's Got Talent. It was one of the few talent shows in China that selected contestants based on their actual abilities. But he truly didn't want to enter the entertainment industry. In his previous life, he had been deeply hurt by it. Sorry, Dean, I don't want to go. I want to take the exam to become a teacher at our school. What? In Shu-wen, who had just poured water into the teapot, was speechless. Say that again? Chun Feng, you can always come back to take the teacher exam whenever you want. Once you've established yourself in the music industry, the academy might even consider hiring you as a teacher. But if you become a teacher now, you'll be stuck as a teacher for the rest of your life. It was clear that In Shu-wen was growing more and more emotional as he spoke. He had placed immense hope in Chun Feng. Chun Feng's understanding of music and his talent were the most outstanding he had seen in all his years at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. Yet such a talented individual was willing to bury his own potential. Dean, my mind is made up. I don't want to sing. I just want to live a quiet life as a teacher. In Shu-wen furrowed his brows. Is it for Xiaosu? No, I just want to be a teacher. Being a teacher is good, stable, and bang. Enough. Chapter 138, They are the most suitable. In Shu-wen threw the teapot forcefully onto the ground. As the most outstanding student in our academy, I've always hoped you'd step out of the academy, carve out your own future, and add a brilliant chapter to the academy's history. But I never expected you'd be so lacking in ambition. Principal, does being a teacher mean you have no ambition? Chun Feng was also angry. He hadn't expected In Shu-wen to keep asking him to sing and even call him a person without ambition. Chun Feng didn't want any ambition. All he wanted was to live a peaceful life and never step foot in that corrupt environment again. That's exactly what I mean by lacking ambition. Many people can become teachers, but the talent needed in the Chinese music industry is not something they can handle. In Shu-wen's voice trembled slightly. He was deeply disappointed in Chun Feng. He had a bright path ahead of him, yet he insisted on taking the muddy path that so many others had already walked. I'm sorry, Dean. I don't have such lofty ambitions. I just want a stable job so that Su Yusin can have a secure home. After speaking, Chun Feng stood up, stepped back to the door, and gently closed it. This story, Chun Feng had never mentioned to anyone, but it was deeply buried in his heart. As for what happened later, after entering the music industry, Chun Feng met many kind-hearted friends like the Ling sisters, Han Lei, Alin, Li Jian, and Zhang Jia, and experienced countless interesting stories. Thinking of this, he stood at the window and looked up at the sky. I don't want to leave. Chun Feng felt that familiar pull, and his heart raced. Was he really leaving? He looked in the direction of the crowd with reluctance. Before he could even say goodbye, he had to leave them like this. Goodbye, my friends. The pull grew stronger and stronger. Whoosh! Chun Feng vanished into the corridor. Of course, this disappearance was only from his own perspective. No one else had ever seen him. Clang! The lights in the emergency room went out. This subtle change caught everyone's attention, and they all gathered at the emergency room door, waiting for news from inside. The journalists had been pushed back by the bodyguards of the Tianxia group, and they desperately wanted to capture the upcoming scenes. However, the sea of suited men in front of them made it impossible for them to raise their cameras. The emergency room door opened, and 2 doctors emerged. Who is the patient's family member? Everyone looked at each other. They were all friends, and there were no family members present. Ling Bingxue bit her lip, thinking that pretending to be a relative might not be a bad idea. At that moment, Ling Bingyan walked out with her head held high. "Hello, doctor, I'm his girlfriend. How is he doing?" "Girlfriend?" Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of Chen Feng having a girlfriend. This beautiful girl was supposed to be Xia Shui's sister. How had she become Chen Feng's girlfriend? Ling Bingxue stood frozen in place, her pupils dilating, her fists clenched tightly without even realizing it. Yes, her sister was the one who had confessed her feelings to Chen Feng first. Compared to her, she had already lost the right to be with Chen Feng, and even pursuing him had become an impossible dream. The doctor looked around, noticing that there seemed to be no relatives present. It seemed he could only address the young girl in front of him. "I've done my duty. Although he's out of danger, please don't disturb him. Let him rest and recover. The family should stay behind to take care of him." The doctor's words caused excitement to flicker in everyone's eyes. If this weren't a hospital requiring quiet, they would have already started cheering. "By the way, I heard the patient is a singer." The doctor had taken a few steps before stopping. He recalled that during the rescue, the young nurses around him had mentioned that the patient was a singer with many beautiful songs. Seeing the confirmed expressions on everyone's faces, he said, "Don't worry, he'll be fine. Make sure to ask him for an autograph for me." After offering his reassurance, the doctor slipped his hands into the pockets of his white coat and left first. There were other patients who needed his attention, and he couldn't linger there chatting with them. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Ling Bingyan smiled inside. "That's wonderful. It's truly wonderful." The others nodded in agreement with her words. Indeed, after going through such a ordeal, Chen Feng had managed to escape unscathed. This rising star of the Chinese music scene had merely taken a brief respite along the way. There was no doubt he would continue to rise in the future. The emergency room door swung open once more. Chen Feng, with his eyes tightly closed, lay on the stretcher, being pushed toward the ward by the nurses. Susan had already arranged the best VIP private ward for him, which consisted of 2 rooms, one for Chen Feng and the other for those who would be taking care of him. This way, no one would disturb Chen Feng, and he could be well taken care of. Ling Bingyan adjusted her expression. "Since Chen Feng is okay, everyone should go back first. In a couple of days when he wakes up, I'll have his sister let everyone know." Everyone looked on as Chen Feng was wheeled away, their hearts filled with sorrow. Just a few hours ago, they had all been laughing and joking, but now he lay unconscious on the hospital bed. Han Lei sighed and said, "Since he's no longer in danger, there's no point in staying here. Let's all go back first." The words of the veteran of the music industry carried weight, so everyone followed suit. Zhang Jia, Zhou Shun, and the Ling sisters bid farewell and left first. "Sister, you've been tired all day. Go back home. I'll stay here to take care of him tonight." Ling Bingyan tucked her bangs behind her ear, looking demure and virtuous. All of this was witnessed by Ling Bingxue, leaving her stunned. In an instant, she felt that Ling Bingyan was more mature than herself. Thinking back, it had always been this way. Among the 2 sisters, she had always been the troublemaker, running around and causing chaos at home, while her younger sister remained quiet, silently cleaning up after her. Compared to her sister, perhaps she was the true younger sister. Chen Feng needed someone like Bingyan, a capable and supportive wife, not someone like her who was always laughing and joking around. Thinking of this, Ling Bingxue sighed. "Bingyan, I'm fine. Chen Feng was just protecting me when he was injured by that person." Upon hearing Ling Bingxue's words, Ling Bingyan's brows furrowed in surprise as she asked, "What?" Just as she was about to recount the incident from earlier that afternoon when Chen Feng was stabbed, Ling Bingxue's phone rang. "Hello, this is the Public Security Bureau. We need to speak with you about the situation. The suspect has confessed, and we require you to come in for a statement." "Alright, I'll be there right away." After hanging up, Ling Bingxue said, "I need to go to the police station. The suspect has confessed. I'll tell you the details when I get back." Chapter 139, Hold Tight to Your Hand. Ling Bingxue and Susan went to the police station. Now only Ling Bingyan and the bodyguards from the protocol department of Tianxia Group remained at the hospital. "Have those pesky reporters left yet?" One of the leading men in suits said. "They were scared off by our company's legal team." Ling Bingyan nodded. "Alright, leave a few people to watch over that ward and make sure no unauthorized personnel disturb Chen Feng." The man in the suit responded immediately. "Miss Ling, rest assured. We will protect Mr. Chen carefully." Originally, he had intended to say, "We'll protect your boyfriend," as he had overheard the conversation between the second miss and the doctor earlier. However, the words stopped at his lips, as he felt it was inappropriate to say such a thing in the current situation. After parting ways with the company's bodyguards, Ling Bingyan walked straight to the ward. Chen Feng lay quietly on the hospital bed, with two nurses chatting while adjusting his equipment. Oh, I heard his songs are really great. What a talent wasted. That's right. I've been listening to his songs non-stop lately, and I watch every live stream related to him. I never thought I'd meet him in person like this. Look how handsome he is. Yes. Shoo, his family is here. The two young nurses stopped talking about the topic as soon as Ling Bingyan entered. Miss, there's a button here. If the patient needs anything, just press it. It's a bell, and someone will come immediately. We're on call 24/7. Ling Bingyan smiled at the two young nurses and said, we'll be relying on you during this time. The two nurses hurriedly waved their hands. It's okay. This is our duty. You should rest well. We'll leave first. After saying that, the two nurses left the ward. They gently closed the door, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, look at her. She's so beautiful and elegant. Yeah, listen to how they speak. They said they'll be bothering you for a while, and their voices are so sweet. Wow, his family is so stunning. What kind of person is Chen Feng? The two continued chatting as they walked further away. The ward was left with only Ling Bingyan and Chen Feng. Ling Bingyan pulled over a chair and sat beside Chen Feng, looking at him from the same angle as the two nurses earlier. Her feelings of admiration were no longer hidden. Mr. Chen, everyone says you're handsome, and I think you're handsome too. I've known that since the first day I took your class. Mr. Chen, when will you wake up? Mr. Chen, I miss you so much. Looking at Chen Feng's arm covered in tubes, Ling Bingyan's tears streamed down her delicate face. She reached out her hand and gently touched Chen Feng's large hand. It was soft. Chen Feng's hand wasn't as firm and heavy as most men's, but rather long and delicate. Ling Bingyan dared not hold Chen Feng's hand, fearing it might interfere with the intravenous injection. Yet she longed to touch his hand, to touch the man she loved. Finally, after hesitating for a moment, she gently unfolded Chen Feng's hand and grasped one of his fingers. It felt a bit cool. Ling Bingyan leaned over Chen Feng's bedside and blew warm breath onto his hand. She hoped his hand would warm up. As she blew, Ling Bingyan grew tired and cried herself to sleep, still holding onto Chen Feng's finger, her head resting on the bedside. Late at night, Ling Bingxue emerged from the police station. Thank you all. Please make sure the murderer is brought to justice. I beg you. At the entrance, Ling Bingxue sincerely said to the two investigating officers. Just as the reporter had said today, this was a society governed by the rule of law, where everything was regulated by the law. At that moment, a thought even crossed her mind. If this were still the old society, she could take revenge for Chen Feng with her own hands. Miss Ling, please rest assured. This is our duty. Please convey our message to Mr. Chen Feng. We will certainly ensure justice is served. Ling Bingxue nodded. She didn't feel like staying to talk with the police officers any further. Deep down, she was still worried about Chen Feng's well-being. It had been 2 hours since he left the hospital, and she didn't know if he had woken up yet. Thank you, officer. We'll keep in touch if there's any news. After saying that, Ling Bingxue and Susan got into the business car and left. As soon as she got in the car, Ling Bingxue reclined the seat and leaned back, looking extremely exhausted. Susan looked at Ling Bingxue's expression and felt deeply moved. Shuer, let us go home and rest for a while. You've been running around all day, your body must be exhausted. It's okay, let's go to the hospital. I don't know how Chen Feng is doing. I want to go check on him. I already checked. Chen Feng is fine now. The doctor said he should wake up in 2 days. After speaking, Susan glanced at her watch. It was almost midnight. She sighed and tried to persuade her. Shuer, don't go. Bing Yan should be asleep by now. Let's go tomorrow. Go home and rest properly. We can bring some clean clothes for Bing Yan tomorrow. I've hired 2 very experienced nurses who will be able to take care of Chen Feng tomorrow. Ling Bingxue didn't respond immediately. Since Chen Feng had been stabbed, her mind had been in a constant state of chaos, and she felt irritable no matter what she did. Going to see Chen Feng in this state wasn't a good idea. After a moment, she exhaled a long, heavy breath. Alright, I'll listen to you. Let's go home. Early morning. The thin curtains of the light-filled wardroom let in the morning sunlight, which streamed into the room. Ling Bingyan had been lying on the bedside all night, until the nurse came to check on her. Ling Bingyan rubbed her eyes and glanced at Chen Feng lying on the bed. There was no change in his condition, but his complexion had a slight hint of color compared to when he was brought out of the emergency room last night. It should be heading in the right direction, she thought. Ling Bingyan thought to herself as she got up to open the door for the nurse. 2 nurses entered, copied the data from the machine monitoring Chen Feng's condition, and said to Ling Bingyan, "Don't worry, the patient's condition is very stable. We believe he will wake up in the next couple of days." The nurse's words ignited a spark of hope in Ling Bingyan's eyes. Really? She approached the nurse with a look of doubt, wanting to confirm again. Of course it's true. Look at this, and this. The nurse pointed to the data she had copied and showed it to Ling Bingyan. These values are the normal values for the human body. The patient's current values are already very close to these, so there's no need to worry. Ling Bingyan looked at the data in the nurse's hands, her heart filled with joy, and her voice trembled with excitement. The nurse sighed, these days, young couples like you are few and far between. Don't even mention tears. Many people, upon seeing their partner in critical condition, don't even think about treatment, they just want to go home and divide the assets. It was clear that the nurse had misunderstood the relationship between Ling Bingyan and Chen Feng. In her eyes, someone who cared so meticulously must be the patient's wife. However, the relationship she assumed was precisely what Ling Bingyan was striving for. Chapter 140. He woke up. After sending the nurse away, Ling Bingyan had just sat down when the ward door was pushed open again. Sister. Ling Bingyan's voice sounded exhausted. It seemed she hadn't rested well all night. You've been through a lot, little sister. Go back and rest. Following Ling Bingxue into the room were two middle-aged women dressed in identical uniforms. These two are the caregivers I hired specifically to take care of Chen Feng. A look of concern flashed across Ling Bingyan's eyes. Sister, is that okay? What about Chen Feng? It's okay, I'll be here too. You go back first. As they were speaking, one of the caregivers suddenly looked at Chen Feng in surprise. He moved? What? The two women looked at each other in confusion. The caregiver pointed at Chen Feng and said, just now, I saw his finger twitch. The caregiver's words filled the two with hope, and they both fixed their gaze on Chen Feng, eager to see if he would have any further reactions. Moments later, Chen Feng's fingers twitched rapidly again, and the numbers on the heart monitor rose significantly. Ling Bingyan hurriedly pressed the button the nurse had told her about yesterday, calling for a doctor and nurse to come take a look. Gradually, Chen Feng's head began to move slightly, as if he were dreaming. The ward door opened, and 3 or 4 doctors and nurses hurried inside. The doctor checked the machine monitoring Chen Feng's vital signs, then looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's physical reactions grew increasingly intense, and he even began to speak. Don't go, I don't want to go, I don't want to leave. As he spoke, Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with reluctance, and beads of sweat were visible on his forehead. The heart rate is fluctuating slightly but still within the normal range. The other readings are also within normal limits. Take him for a full body examination shortly. The nurses jotted down the doctor's words in their notebooks and then addressed the group. I'll come back in 5 minutes to take the patient for a full body examination. After speaking, the doctor and nurses left the ward, thoughtfully giving the others some time to exchange greetings. The Ling sisters, seeing the doctor had left, immediately gathered around him. How are you feeling, Chen Feng? Does the wound hurt? Do you want to eat something? I'll have someone bring it to you. The two of them chatted with Chen Feng, while Chen Feng stared wide-eyed at the two people by the hospital bed. Am I still alive? Chen Feng's voice was hoarse as he tried to sit up. Ugh! He sucked in a sharp breath. Just a moment ago, he hadn't felt any pain, but now the area where his back was resting felt like it was being torn apart. Ling Bingyan hurriedly stopped Chen Feng from moving further. Don't move yet, Mr. Chen. You need to rest properly now. According to the doctor's description, the knife went in pretty deep. You shouldn't move yet. Can't move? Seeing that Chen Feng remained silent, the two assumed he had suffered a severe emotional blow and tried to comfort him. Chen Feng gently shook his hand, which was connected to a tube, and shook his head. He said with difficulty, I'm fine. I'm not as fragile as you think I am. Ling Bingxue spoke urgently. Don't say that, Chen Feng. What kind of company would keep you around? Wow. Is that even possible? Chen Feng didn't say a word, but a smile played on his lips. Soon I'll get to experience what it's like to be kept, ha ha ha. A few nurses walked in. We need to take Chen Feng for a full body examination. You can talk to him when we return. After speaking, the nurses removed the tubes from Chen Feng's hands, disinfected and sealed the area, then pushed Chen Feng out of the ward. Now, only the Ling sisters and 2 nurses remained in the ward. The 2 nurses naturally began cleaning the ward. Sister, what should we do? Chen Feng won't be able to sing anymore? It's okay. Whether he can sing or not, our Tianxia group won't fire him. Ling Bingxue spoke earnestly. Chen Feng was her savior. If not for him protecting her, that knife might have ended up in someone else's body. Ling Bingyan nodded in agreement. She fully supported Ling Bingxue's decision. While the two were chatting, Chen Feng was being pushed around the hospital by nurses, undergoing various tests. By the time he returned, it was already afternoon. The Ling sisters were nowhere to be found, leaving only 2 nurses waiting in the ward. Upon seeing Chen Feng return, the 2 nurses immediately adjusted the angle of his hospital bed so he could lean against it. Additionally, paper and a pen had already been placed on the table. Mr. Ling said your throat is sore. Since you're a singer, you need to protect your voice. Use paper and pen instead. Chen Feng smiled wryly, nodded, leaned back on the bed, picked up the paper and pen, and wrote, Where did they go? One of the nurses replied, They went out to buy something for you. I don't know exactly what they're buying. Chen Feng nodded, stopped writing, and closed his eyes while leaning against the bed. Life is truly dramatic. I thought I had been sucked away last night and would end up in another unfamiliar environment, but instead I was saved. Heaven hasn't been unkind to me after all. Chen Feng felt a sense of clarity. Taking advantage of his injury, he could relax and experience a different life. The entertainment industry in this world was just the same as in his previous life, all about fame, money, and indulgence. He had always despised this environment and had only started singing out of a petty argument with Su Yusen. Now that he was injured, he might as well rest. However, the contract with Masked Singer would be cancelled, and he had no idea how much compensation he would have to pay. The money he had just earned was gone. Chen Feng's heart was crying. Lying there, he drifted off to sleep. He was too weak to do anything but rest. During this time, Ling Bingyan and Ling Bingxue returned. After placing the items they had bought for Chen Feng, they saw him sleeping soundly and did not disturb him. Instead, they gave some instructions to the two nurses before leaving. There were too many people there, which was affecting Chen Feng. The days that followed were a repetition of the same routine. Chen Feng had been lying in bed for over a week. During this time, many people came to visit him. The two nurses stood in the corner of the room, their faces filled with shock. They had never seen so many celebrities in their lives. Zhou Shun, Zhang Jia, Li Jian, Tan Weiwei, and even Alin from Taiwan, along with many other celebrities from the music industry. Even the secretary of the station's leadership brought condolences from the station's leadership, along with their expectations for the future. You're still the one we're counting on. That day, Chen Feng lay in bed as usual, watching TV. The show was the drama he had been binge-watching recently. After divorce, a song shocks the entire internet. Chen Feng's voice had improved significantly, no longer as hoarse as before, and the wounds on his back had healed somewhat. As long as he didn't run or jump, the pain wasn't too severe. Bang! 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 The hospital room door opened. Chen Feng put down the apple he had been eating and looked toward the door. A man and a woman walked in. Chen Feng, how's your recovery going? Chapter 141, please write a song. The man was Han Lei. As for the woman, Chen Feng didn't recognize her, but she seemed very familiar. Sit down, sit down. I'll get you some chairs. Chen Feng was about to get off the hospital bed when Han Lei stopped him. You're a patient now, I can't let you move. Ha ha ha. Han Lei brought two chairs and placed them beside Chen Feng's bed, then introduced him. This is Tan Jing, the lead singer of the military department's song and dance troupe. As soon as Chen Feng sat down, he sprang to his feet. Hello, hello. Seeing Chen Feng's nervous expression, Tan Jing smiled and extended her hand. Hello, Chen Feng. I've heard a lot about you. Chen Feng looked around but didn't see any napkins, and his hands still had traces of apple from earlier. There was no time to spare, so Chen Feng quickly rubbed his hands vigorously on his hospital gown, then gently pinched the tip of Tan Jing's finger as a sign of politeness. Tan Jing didn't seem bothered by Chen Feng's actions. She didn't make any gestures to wipe her hands, clearly demonstrating her high personal standards. The two sat down, and Han Lei began the small talk. I've been too busy lately and didn't have time to visit you. I finally managed to squeeze in some time and came over right away. Chen Feng cleared his throat, but his voice remained hoarse. It's okay, brother Lei. You came all this way and even introduced me to Sister Jing. Tan Jing covered her mouth and smiled. Little Chen sure knows how to talk. Chen Feng chuckled. Han Lei saw that the group had started chatting, so he began to explain the purpose of their visit to Chen Feng. Brother, to be honest, I actually have a favor to ask of you this time. Something? Ask me? What can I do to help? Ha ha ha. Chen Feng scratched his back with a smile. Now that he couldn't sing or participate in any competitions, what could he possibly be asked to do? Han Lei glanced at Tan Jing beside him. Should I say it or should you? Tan Jing hesitated for a moment. I'll say it. Then, Tan Jing turned to Chen Feng and said, it's like this. To be honest, I was fortunate enough to be selected by the higher-ups to represent China at the Vienna International Symphony Concert. Chen Feng listened and congratulated her. That's wonderful news. You sing for the national team, your talent is undeniable. How can you call it luck? Tan Jing sighed. Let me finish. The higher-ups want me to perform a song that reflects the essence of China, but all the songs I've ever sung are about praising China. I don't have the kind of song they're looking for. That's why Lego suggested I come here to try my luck. A song that embodies the essence of Chinese culture? Chen Feng lowered his head in deep thought, searching his mind for any songs that could embody the essence of Chinese culture. As his mind raced, his expression began to twist unconsciously. Tan Jing and Han Lei exchanged glances, seeing Chen Feng's brows furrowed like a character, assuming he was in pain from his wound and forcing himself to endure it. Little brother, you look a bit uncomfortable. It's okay, let's go back and think of another way. Chen Feng was currently under close scrutiny from higher-ups, and Han Lei didn't want to delay his recovery at this critical moment. Got it. Chen Feng lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Sister Wang, please bring me some paper and a pen. Wang Jia was one of the two nurses who had been taking care of Chen Feng recently. They had become familiar with each other, so he referred to her as Wang Jia. Sister Wang came from somewhere and placed the paper and pen in Chen Feng's hands before stepping back. This action left Tan Jing looking puzzled. What was she doing? Chen Feng sat on the bed, placed the small table next to the bed where he ate, and laid the paper flat on the table. The two of them watched Chen Feng curiously, about to ask, but they figured out his purpose from his actions. Is he writing a song? Tan Jing whispered to Han Lei. Han Lei was also a bit shocked. It must be, but this is way too fast. Last time in South Korea, he took over a day to write 5 songs. Is he really going to start writing again right now? Tan Jing and Han Lei were both completely baffled by Chen Feng's actions. Does inspiration just come like that? Is this even human? However, the two did not disturb Chen Feng. As top singers in the Chinese music industry, they knew all too well the importance of inspiration. Many great songs are often the result of a songwriter's fleeting moment of inspiration. Such inspiration is fleeting and must be written down immediately, otherwise, it will vanish completely. That's why many songwriters always carry a tablet or laptop with them. People like Chen Feng, who write songs on paper, are becoming increasingly rare. Neither of them spoke, and the hospital room was quiet. Chen Feng sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, leaning over the table, first composing the melody and then writing the lyrics. The entire process was smooth and swift. Those who didn't know what he was doing might have wondered what Chen Feng was copying. After a while, Chen Feng put down his pen. He reviewed the sheet music in his hands to check for any mistakes. Meanwhile, Tan Jing and Han Lei, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with astonishment. Seeing Chen Feng stop writing, they wondered if he had finished. Having been in the music industry for years, they had seen all kinds of lyricists and composers, but someone who could finish a song so quickly was something they had never even heard of, let alone seen. After all, this was a song, the melody's rise and fall, the overall structure, the harmony between lyrics and music, and the overall atmosphere. That's way too fast. Did it even take 10 minutes? Seeing Chen Feng pick up his pen again, the two of them patted their chests, startled, thinking they had encountered a monster. But Chen Feng seemed to have only crossed out a single word before putting the pen down again. At that moment, Chen Feng no longer focused on the sheet music in his hands but handed the paper to Tan Jing. Take a look. What do you think? Is it done? Tan Jing felt completely bewildered. She looked at the sheet music with a blank expression and began to read it. Han Lei leaned over and glanced at the sheet music from beside Tan Jing. He wanted to know what kind of song Chen Feng had written for Tan Jing. The two of them began to study the sheet music. Han Lei had seen Chen Feng's skills before. In just over a day, he had written 5 songs. There was almost nothing Chen Feng couldn't do. He couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Although she was deeply shocked by Chen Feng's writing speed, Tan Jing didn't harbor much hope. Writing a song so quickly could only mean one of two things: either he was joking, or the song was of extremely low quality. She was going to perform at the Vienna Symphony concert. If she brought a song of such poor quality, it would be better not to go at all. Nevertheless, Tan Jing couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with newfound respect. Regardless of the circumstances, he could still create music at such a rapid pace while ill. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that no one in the Chinese music industry could match him. But a good song requires constant refinement and even repeated revisions. This was common knowledge. Out of politeness, Tan Jing took the time to carefully review the sheet music. Chapter 142, Jor, Go With You. The field beside me. The fragrance of jujube flowers by my side. The ripe sorghum turns the sky red. Jor, I'll send you to a distant place. Han Lei and Tan Jing exchanged glances. Both of them were filled with question marks. The song was decent, but why were the same 4 lines repeated over and over? No wonder Chen Feng could write so quickly. It turns out the lyrics are so simple. Their expectations for the song dropped even further. But when they looked up at Chen Feng, who was sitting on the hospital bed with a confident smile, they began to doubt themselves again. Could there be some hidden meaning here? They continued to look at the sheet music. Since the lyrics didn't change much, they decided to focus on the melody. When the two began to hum softly along with the sheet music, they couldn't help but freeze in place. What? Oh my goodness! Tan Jing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the rows of notes on the sheet music. The lyrics of the entire song were extremely simple, consisting of only 4 lines, but the melody was smooth and flowing, as if it were trying to tell a story. And the protagonist of this story was Jor, whose image couldn't help but appear in her mind. The two exchanged another stunned glance. Most importantly, although the lyrics of each section were the same, the melody gradually built up, becoming increasingly soaring. By the end, a sense of calm and sorrow began to emerge, suggesting that Jor's fate was a tragic one. With just 4 simple lines of lyrics, the melody's layered progression vividly portrays the love, hatred, and tumultuous ups and downs of Jor's life. Tan Jing's emotions also began to rise, and before she knew it, her voice grew louder as she sang in the hospital room. Her entire body trembled with the emotional turmoil. Hey, which ward is singing? Keep it down. Don't disturb the other patient's rest. The nurse's voice echoed down the corridor. Tan Jing quickly stopped singing, pulling her neck back and sticking out her tongue, giving her a charmingly mischievous appearance. Impressive. Han Lei thought to himself. After all, there were only a handful of people in the music industry who could make him utter those two words. What a great song! This song's lyrics may seem simple, but the emotions they convey are far from straightforward. They carry a sense of relief from suppressed emotions. This song is amazing. Han Lei kept repeating amazing over and over, as he truly believed the song was extraordinary. He even began to consider competing with Tan Jing for the song. That's amazing. Tan Jing also gave Chen Feng a thumbs up from the side. This song is undoubtedly a high-quality piece, with elements like fields, jujube flowers, sorghum, a sky filled with red, and going far away, all of which highlight the characteristics of Chinese culture, perfectly aligning with the higher-ups' requirements to emphasize Chinese elements. Moreover, this song breaks away from traditional pop music. When you listen to it, it feels like it has given Dior a new lease on life. It could even serve as the basis for a TV series about Dior, and it would undoubtedly become a timeless classic. The two's exclamations did not elicit any prideful reactions or gestures from Chen Feng. He simply sat there smiling. At that moment, Tan Jing seemed to remember something. Oh, right, Chen Feng. HM? Chen Feng looked at Tan Jing. I can't just take the song for free. I need to pay you. How about 3 million? That's too much. I might not be able to come up with that much. Tan Jing sighed wryly. In her mind, art was more important than money. As an official singer, it sounded prestigious, but it also restricted her in many ways. She needed to maintain her image and couldn't just make money recklessly like pop singers in the entertainment industry. 3 million? The price was very reasonable. It was the highest amount she could afford. Chen Feng didn't hesitate. He needed money now. Although Chasia had managed to reduce half of the breach fee from the TV station for The Masked Singer, the remaining amount was still astronomical. Seeing Chen Feng agree, Tan Jing was overjoyed. That's wonderful, Chen Feng. I'll practice this song diligently and perform it perfectly so it can shine in the Golden Hall of Vienna. After chatting for a while, the two decided not to disturb Chen Feng further and left first. At the door, they encountered Ling Bingyan, who had come to see Chen Feng. Ling Bingyan naturally recognized the two, but Han Lei and Tan Jing didn't know her, so they walked away under her gaze. Mr. Chen, who were those two just now? Tan Jing and Han Lei. Upon hearing Chen Feng's confirmation, Ling Bingyan grew excited. It really is them. This is the first time I've seen them in person. These two were among the few truly talented singers in the Chinese music industry. Tan Jing was one of Ling Bingyan's favorite singers, and both her vocal style and her talent were aspects Ling Bingyan aspired to emulate. Noticing Ling Bingyan's sparkling eyes, Chen Feng smiled and said, I should have asked them to stay a little longer so you could get to know each other. Ling Bingyan hurriedly waved her hands. No, there will be other opportunities. Ling Bingyan's arrival also brought Chen Feng some good news. The real estate endorsement deal Chen Feng had been negotiating earlier had finally come through, and the client had contacted him to select a property. Finally, he would have his own place? Chen Feng was overjoyed. He longed to be discharged from the hospital after lying there for so many days. He was already feeling restless. Let us go, come with me to take a look. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately got ready to change clothes and head out. No, Mr. Chen, you're still injured. Ling Bingyan could tell Chen Feng wanted to run out and glared at him angrily. Oh, I'm fine now, look. Saying this, Chen Feng demonstrated a few moves commonly seen in bodybuilding competitions. But, seeing Chen Feng full of energy and eager to go out, Ling Bingyan hesitated. Don't say but. Come with me, then you'll feel better, right? Before Ling Bingyan could hesitate further, Chen Feng had already finished changing his clothes, claiming he was just changing, but in reality, he had taken off his hospital gown and put on a white t-shirt. Wait outside for me. I'll change my pants, and then we'll go. Chen Feng pushed Ling Bingyan's back out of the ward and gently closed the door, locking Ling Bingyan outside the ward. In less than a minute, Chen Feng had changed the hospital pants into shorts and informed the two nurses. Isian and I will go downstairs to take a walk in the courtyard. If the nurse comes to check on us, just let her know. The two nurses nodded. They would naturally follow their boss's instructions. After everything was settled, Chen Feng pulled Ling Bingyan toward the exit. When they reached the nurse's station, Chen Feng hurriedly grabbed Ling Bingyan. Go check if there's a nurse assigned to my room. Ling Bingyan was still completely confused. Having grown up as a well-behaved child, she had never done anything like this before, and her heart was pounding wildly. But since Chen Feng told her to do it, she had no choice but to go and take a look. Chapter 143, that's right, it's me. Ling Bingyan walked toward the nurse's station with a nervous expression, like a student who had done something wrong and was heading to the teacher's office. Upon reaching the nurse's station, 3 nurses were engaged in conversation. She dared not listen and instead strained her neck to peek. Not seeing any familiar faces, she assumed there was nothing to worry about. Ling Bingyan blushed and turned around to wave at Chen Feng, using the hand signal they had agreed on earlier. Chen Feng saw this and immediately walked over with a confident stride. As he passed by the nurse's station, he put on an even more composed expression, as if he were just an ordinary family member visiting a patient. The only difference was that his pace was a bit faster than that of an ordinary family member. Finally, the two of them safely made it out of the hospital gates. Chen Feng stood at the hospital entrance, hands on his hips, taking deep breaths of fresh air. For some reason, he suddenly shouted out loud, "Wow! The feeling of freedom is truly wonderful." The people around him looked at him with disdain, then glanced up at the hospital sign and whispered among themselves, "This isn't a mental hospital, is it?" Ling Bingyan lowered her head and hurried toward her sports car, trying to distance herself from Chen Feng, as if afraid that others would discover they were together. Chen Feng, however, was happily chasing after Ling Bingyan. "Wait for me, wait for me." Anyone who knew Chen Feng would be speechless. After walking by the Naiha Bridge, how did things turn out like this? Is this really Chen Feng? This must be an elementary school student disguised as Chen Feng. Thus, Ling Bingyan and Chen Feng arrived at a real estate sales office called Wan Kuzhuan Yuan. The sales staff at Wan Kuzhuan Yuan were idly waiting for customers to come and buy a house. No wonder the houses in this neighborhood are indeed quite expensive, and anyone who can afford to buy a house here must have some means. She noticed two people walking toward the entrance from the doorway. A young man and woman, the man wearing a white t-shirt and shorts, while the girl was dressed slightly more fashionably, though the brand was unrecognizable. She held a cup of ordinary chain store milk tea in her hand. Both were wearing masks. Either they were extremely wealthy and didn't want to be recognized, or they weren't there to buy a house at all, just window shopping and didn't want to be mocked. From the saleswoman's perspective, the two were more likely the latter. Sigh, if it weren't for the company's policy requiring every customer to be greeted warmly, she really wouldn't want to get up. She'd rather sit down and play with her phone than waste time chatting with them. Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan walked into the sales office of Wangsong Garden with smiles on their faces. The staff from Wangsong's headquarters asked Chen Feng to select a floor plan and floor first, and then they would arrange someone to follow up with him. "Wanko Mansion, welcome home." The saleswoman said the words of welcome, but her expression made it clear she wasn't being sincere. Chen Feng didn't notice the saleswoman's expression. Instead, he smiled broadly and walked straight over to the model of the community, beginning to study which building had the best location. Ling Bingyan and Chen Feng pointed here and there, finding all the locations to be quite good. The saleswoman rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "You're being so picky, as if you could afford it." Her words were heard clearly by Ling Bingyan. "Can't afford it? Who said we can't afford it?" As the second daughter of the Tianxia group, being mocked for her financial status was something she couldn't tolerate. Normally, Ling Bingyan wasn't one to argue with others, but this was a direct insult, and if she didn't say anything, it would be too much for her to bear. "What do you mean? If you don't want to introduce us, you can ask someone else to explain." Her upbringing taught her to keep her composure even when angry, though her tone was clearly agitated. Since she had been called out, the saleswoman decided to stop pretending. "What do I mean? You can't afford it, so why are you looking? Don't you know this is wasting other people's time?" The saleswoman crossed her arms and looked down on them. Her voice drew the attention of others inside the room. Immediately, other sales agents looked over, and one of them said, "Another one who can't afford it but is pretending?" The person next to her waved her hand. "What's the big deal? Pretending is one thing, but you don't know the drill. I've seen this act before. It's probably that guy pretending to be a rich kid to trick young girls into thinking he is buying a house." "Oh. So it's just a scam." The saleswoman who had been confused earlier looked enlightened. Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan heard every word. Ling Bingyan's face turned red, and she was about to rush forward to argue with them, but Chen Feng pulled her back. She turned to look at Chen Feng, looking confused. "There's nothing to say to them." Seeing Chen Feng like this, the sales agents were even more certain that he was just a beggar pretending to be rich. "Ha ha, see what I told you? He doesn't dare to argue back. I advise you to leave immediately. Buying a house at Vank Garden requires a financial verification. Do you have the means? Young lady, I advise you to see through this man's true colors. You're still young, don't let yourself be deceived by his false facade." I never expected such a well-mannered man to be a fraud." The mocking voices grew louder around them. Ling Bingyan felt furious, but Chen Feng was still blocking her from speaking. Chen Feng pulled Ling Bingyan to the back and said calmly, "I'm not here to buy a house. I just wanted to take a look at the floor plan." "I didn't lie." Chen Feng's words sparked a burst of laughter. "See that? He's admitted he's not here to buy a house and that he didn't lie. So that means they just came in to take a look around, snap some photos, and post them on social media, right? All right, we get it. Just take your photos and leave." The salespeople spoke to the two in what seemed like a forgiving tone, but their words were filled with sarcasm. At that moment, a man in a suit came down from the second floor. He looked to be in his 40s. He glanced at Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan, then at the others, looking as though he wanted to say something but couldn't. The salespeople in the lobby immediately lost their earlier confidence upon seeing him, lowering their heads one after another. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wang. Good afternoon, Mr. Wang." The middle-aged man looked at Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan again. Perhaps he felt their attire was indeed too casual, so he dared not confirm their identities. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. As the call connected, Ling Bingyan's phone also rang. Ling Bingyan answered the call, and the middle-aged man, who was referred to as Mr. Wang, said, "Hello, is this Miss Ling?" The lobby was completely silent, and everyone could hear Ling Bingyan's voice. "That's me. Chapter 144, if you like it, I'll rent it to you." The lobby was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The sales agents were all stunned. The person they had just mocked was actually someone the general manager of the development knew. The sales agents in the lobby immediately changed their expressions by 180 degrees. The saleswoman standing beside Ling Bingyan and Chen Feng crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her icy expression turned into a sweet smile. "Oh, it's Miss Ling. If you had just said so earlier, we wouldn't have had that misunderstanding." In truth, she didn't know who Miss Ling was, but anyone whom the general manager addressed with such respect couldn't possibly be of low status. Seeing that Ling Bingyan didn't say anything, the saleswoman thought to herself, "It seems I need to show my true colors now. Are you two a couple? You look so well matched. You probably don't know, but no one in our neighborhood has ever broken up or divorced. People from outside even call this place a love sanctuary." The saleswoman spoke earnestly, but Chen Feng naturally didn't believe her. However, from Ling Bingyan's expression, he could tell she was moved. "Of course, you'll definitely be happy." Ling Bingyan immediately looked at Chen Feng, afraid he would object, but Chen Feng stood there silently, as if agreeing, which made Ling Bingyan's eyes sparkle with pride. The middle-aged man, Mr. Wang, walked over. "Miss Ling, the handsome guy by your side must be Chen Feng, right?" His words were shocking, leaving everyone in the hall speechless. "Chen Feng? Which Chen Feng? The famous singer Chen Feng? Isn't he the one who was stabbed and is in the hospital? That was half a month ago. Maybe he's already recovered. Could it really be the famous singer Chen Feng?" The real estate agents couldn't help but leave their posts, and even the security guards at the entrance stopped watching the door and strained their necks to look in the direction of Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan. Chen Feng nodded. "It's me. Whoa." As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos. "Oh my god, can we really see Chen Feng here? I should have known better. What did I just say? You called him a player. Hit me twice. Wait, you're hitting too hard, I'll do it myself." The real estate agents were terrified. They had offended such a big celebrity. Would they be retaliated against? But Chen Feng didn't seem to care about their words. He continued talking to Mr. Wang. "The company told me to come here to pick a house. Did I come to the right place? Pick a house? Is Wanku going to give him a house?" The sales agents exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Could Wanku really be planning to give Chen Feng a house in the Wanku mansion? After all, this was a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Every square foot represented money and status, and others had to pass a financial verification to even buy here. It was a place that 99.9999% of the people in all of China could only dream of. Just give it to him like that? Mr. Wang laughed. No. Did Mr. Chen Feng have his eye on a particular floor plan? Would you like our sales agent to give you a detailed explanation? Mr. Wang's attitude was extremely humble. After all, Chen Feng was someone specially instructed by the headquarters to be given special attention. How could Mr. Wang not show a good attitude? Chen Feng smiled and said, "Go ahead and explain it. I'm not very familiar with the property." The saleswoman who had been very rude to Ling Bingyan and Chen Feng immediately stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will now continue to explain the properties and floor plans of Wanku Zhuanyuan to you." She wore a smile on her face, but her back was drenched in cold sweat. She was particularly afraid that Chen Feng or Ling Bingyan would report her to their superior, Mr. Wang. Given Mr. Wang's attitude toward the two of them, if anyone were to report her, her job as a sales agent at this high-end residential complex would likely be over. Chen Feng glanced at Ling Bingyan, who showed no objection. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. "Then we'll be in your capable hands." Those 5 simple words took only a second to say, but for the saleswoman who had just been scolded, they felt like a breath of fresh air. Now, in her heart, Chen Feng was no longer the beggar who had just walked in, but a powerful figure who held the keys to her professional future. Those 5 words were enough to ensure she could continue working here without being fired. "All right, please follow me." The saleswoman adjusted her posture, standing straight with her hands crossed in front of her, and her entire demeanor had changed. It must be said that Wanku's training for sales agents is highly professional. During the subsequent explanation, the saleswoman patiently analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of each building in the development for Chen Feng. After about half an hour, Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan selected a duplex unit. The unit spans 2 floors, one above the other. "Let's go take a look at this one." After getting the keys, the two followed the saleswoman into the Wanke garden community. The landscaping was very pleasant, and they walked all the way to the building Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan had chosen. It was a bungalow near the lake within the community, not very tall, only 11 stories high. They entered the elevator and followed the sales agent to the 10th floor they had chosen. The sales agent opened the door, and the entrance was a spacious foyer. She began her introduction. This was a 10th floor unit with a loft extending to the 11th floor. Chen Feng immediately began inspecting the interior. Next to the entrance foyer was the kitchen, which was well ventilated and spacious. Moving further in was the dining area, the most spacious part of the unit, with a large balcony bathed in sunlight. Between the living room and dining area, to the left was a very large study, with a guest room next to it. On the other side of the study was the shared bathroom. Following the stairs to the second floor, there are 3 rooms. The spacious and bright one is naturally the master bedroom, which includes a walk-in closet, bathroom, and toilet. The master bedroom has a large balcony, which is Chen Feng's favorite part. Next to the master bedroom are the children's room and another guest room. Ling Bingyan followed Chen Feng to the master bedroom on the second floor. As a girl, she naturally looked at the walk-in closet first. Upon entering, she was very satisfied it was roughly the same size as the walk-in closet in her current villa, so she thought her clothes would fit comfortably if they moved here. Unconsciously, she had already begun to see herself as the mistress of the house. Do you like it? Chen Feng suddenly appeared at the entrance of the walk-in closet, looking at Ling Bingyan, whose eyes were sparkling. Ling Bingyan nodded instinctively, and Chen Feng smiled. How about I rent it to you? How dare you? You actually want to charge me rent? Ling Bingyan's pouting expression was incredibly cute, even the female saleswoman couldn't help but feel moved. How about it, are you satisfied? The saleswoman asked with a smile. Alright, let us go with this one. Chen Feng felt this place was nice, and since it was sincerely recommended by someone from the company, it should be reliable. After Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan had made their choice, the saleswoman whispered to them in a very soft voice, I'm sorry about earlier. It was my fault. Chapter 145, Chili Oil on the White T-Shirt. Before she could finish, Chen Feng interrupted her. It's okay. I can forgive you, but others might not. Not everyone who looks ordinary can't afford a house. The saleswoman naturally took Chen Feng's words to heart and treated them as her professional motto. But that was all her own thoughts. After Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan made their selection, they notified Wang Zong, who was busy with other matters. Mr. Wang immediately reported to the headquarters, and within about half an hour, the property documents and keys were handed over to Chen Feng. As for the subsequent registration procedures, Chen Feng would have to handle them himself. After selecting the house, Chen Feng took a group photo with the sales office staff before leaving. When bidding farewell to Chen Feng, everyone learned that he had already become the spokesperson for Wanke Group, and soon, Chen Feng's photos would appear in advertisements across the country. Everyone became even more excited. After waving goodbye to everyone, the two got into the car and left. In theory, after selecting the house, Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan should have returned to the hospital. But Chen Feng, whose heart was already elsewhere, couldn't he possibly go back so easily. Instead, the two went to a snack street for a feast and then watched a movie. It wasn't until then that they managed to convince 7-year-old Chen Feng to return to the hospital. The two tiptoed back to the ward. Seeing the dim lights inside, they assumed no one was there, so Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan pushed the door open. But to their surprise, they saw Ling Bingxue, Susan, and the nurse in charge of Chen Feng sitting in the ward. Chen Feng gave the three of them a stiff greeting. Hello, what brings you here? Seeing Chen Feng's expression, it was clear he was feeling guilty, with Ling Bingyan hiding in the corner behind him. Ling Bingxue was certain they had gone out to play. Just tell us what you were doing. Why weren't you resting in the ward all afternoon? Ling Bingxue feigned anger and asked in a cold tone. Ah. Ha ha ha. Nothing. I'm fine. Chen Feng scratched his head and answered nonchalantly. Seeing that Chen Feng was trying to brush it off, Ling Bingxue turned to look at Ling Bingyan. Bingyan, you tell me. Ha? Me? Ling Bingyan pointed at herself, then glanced at Chen Feng. A hint of fear arose in her heart. Though she usually acted more mature than Ling Bingxue, at this moment, Ling Bingxue's tone carried the natural authority of an older sister, leaving her unable to resist. Wei. I told her to take me to see the house. Chen Feng stepped aside, blocking Ling Bingyan with his body. Look at the house? Ling Bingxue looked puzzled. She seemed to have forgotten that it was she who had secured this endorsement contract for Chen Feng earlier. That's right, it's the endorsement fee from Wanke. They told me today to go pick out a house. Ling Bingxue suddenly realized what he meant. She had completely forgotten about it. But that wasn't a reason for Chen Feng to go out and run around. Can't you wait until you're better to look at houses? You don't know how worried I was when you weren't in the ward, and you didn't even bring your phone. As she spoke, Ling Bingxue pointed to Chen Feng's phone charging on the bedside table. Ha ha, I was in such a hurry that I forgot. In the afternoon, when Chen Feng was about to take Ling Bingyan out for dinner, he realized he hadn't brought his phone. So he had to let Ling Bingyan treat him and sign an informal agreement to repay her with 10 meals in the future. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Come over here and lie down. I'll check your blood pressure and take some measurements. The nurse stood awkwardly by the side. Can't you handle your own family matters? Why do you have to make me stand here watching? What kind of situation is this? The brother-in-law and sister-in-law ran off together to play and were caught by the sister? Your circle is really messy. After finally finding the courage to say those words, she pulled Chen Feng back to the hospital bed and lay down. The nurse had only one thought in her mind: finish her duties and leave immediately. Okay, all data is normal. As the nurse packed up the medical equipment, she glanced at the chili oil stains on Chen Feng's white t-shirt. Remember to eat something light. It's not suitable to eat anything too greasy right now. With that, she strode out of the ward, leaving the four of them behind. The atmosphere in the room grew as cold as ice. Bing Yen, you've been running around all day. Go home and rest tonight. I'll watch over him. Ling Bingshua's tone was firm, and Ling Bingyan could only pout slightly, reluctantly glancing at Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, should I go now? Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Go ahead, go ahead. Go home and rest early. Ling Bingyan followed Susan out, glancing back every few steps. The hospital room was left with Ling Bingshua hugging her shoulders and Chen Feng lying on the hospital bed. How old are you? Acting like a child going out to play? Ha ha ha, men are like that, they're forever young at heart. If Chen Feng weren't injured now, Ling Bingshua would have loved to jump on him and beat him up. She was doing it for his own good, but he was arguing with her. Today, where did you two go? Ling Bingshua didn't look at Chen Feng, but her tone was filled with concern and curiosity. We went to Wanko Mansion to pick out a house, then went to the nearby food street. After eating, I saw it was still early, so I dragged Bing Yen to watch a movie. A movie? Ling Bingshua's mind was in a whirl. Were they moving this fast? They'd already started going on dates. Got it. Get some rest. I'm heading to another room. Call me if you need anything. Ling Bingshua stood up from the chair as if the interrogation was over and walked into another room without looking back. Chen Feng was completely confused. What's going on here? A woman's heart is as unpredictable as the depths of the sea. Never mind, I won't think about her anymore. Chen Feng picked up his phone to play a few rounds of the mobile game Valley, but when he opened his phone, he saw messages from Tan Jing and Han Lei. Tan Jing, Chen Feng, I forgot to ask you, what's the name of this song? Han Lei's message read, Hey, bro, Tan Jing forgot to ask you the name of the song. Chen Feng replied to Tan Jing. Any name is fine, you can name it. He then sent a message to Han Lei. Brother Han, my phone wasn't with me this afternoon, so I replied to her. Soon after, he received Tan Jing's reply. What about Jior? Chen Feng smiled, recalling the 4 lines of the song's lyrics. This song could only be named Jior, otherwise, calling it Red Sorghum Moon Tea makes sense. He then replied with a thumbs up emoji and added a sentence. Great name. Opening the mobile game, the sound of Timmy just rang out, and Chen Feng's phone received another message. He sighed inwardly. It's over. Looks like tonight isn't going to be a good night for ranking up. He decided to exit the game, opened the message, and found it was still from Tan Jing. I practiced this song this afternoon, but I just feel like the accompaniment is missing something. I can't figure out what it is. What instruments did you use for the accompaniment? Just symphonic instruments: violin, cello, trumpet, trombone, and so on. Chen Feng was taken aback. Western instruments simply couldn't capture the essence and emotion of this song. Sis, have you ever considered that Chinese folk music ensembles are also a form of symphonic music? Chapter 146, Discharged from the Hospital. A symphony composed of traditional Chinese instruments? Tan Jing, holding the phone, sat on the chair in a daze. He had never imagined that traditional Chinese music could be used for symphonic music. However, the halls in Vienna were filled with Western instruments, and if a traditional Chinese music ensemble were to perform there, it would only be for a single song, making the cost too high. She shared her doubts with Chen Feng. Chen Feng stroked his chin. Tan Jing's concerns were valid. If this were in China, the idea could work and even better promote Chinese-style songs. However, the Vienna Golden Hall had always used Western instruments. Bringing over 100 folk music masters could lead to obstacles, preventing them from entering the venue smoothly, which would ruin Tan Jing's performance. Then we'll have to adapt. The traditional Chinese instruments must be included in this song, and most importantly, the suona must be present. The suona? Tan Jing looked at the phone screen, thinking about the song Jior, which portrays the life of a strong and resilient woman through music. Though the lyrics are only 4 short lines repeated multiple times, each repetition represents a completely different stage of her life, with entirely distinct meanings. It's not just about the vocal style and emotional expression, the accompaniment must be perfect to achieve the best possible effect. Alright, sis, I don't know when you'll be heading to Vienna. I have 3 more days before I can be discharged from the hospital. I'll come visit you then, and we can talk in person. Chen Feng felt it was absolutely necessary to make the trip. Art isn't something that can be explained or resolved in a few words over the phone or through messages. It needs to be demonstrated in person, allowing the other person to experience it firsthand, which is the only way to achieve the best teaching results. Great! Let's go to Vienna in 5 days. The timing works out perfectly. Tan Jing's furrowed brows relaxed. She had witnessed Chen Feng's songwriting ability firsthand and believed that he understood the song well enough to compose the best possible music for it. Alright, we offer after sales service for song sales. If there are any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Hahaha, okay, you're so funny. See you then. Tan Jing was laughing so hard she was bending over, though there wasn't really anything funny about what Chen Feng said. She didn't know why, but she just couldn't stop laughing. What an amusing little brother. After chatting with Tan Jing, Chen Feng checked the time. It was already past 11 p.m. At this hour, elementary school students should all be asleep, but there would be many skilled players teaming up to climb the ranks. However, compared to being carried by noobs, he preferred being defeated by someone with real skill. Then, Chen Feng embarked on a night that felt like hell on earth. 3 days later, Chen Feng was discharged from the hospital in high spirits. Many tasks awaited him, including renovating his new home and adjusting the song for Tan Jing. But before that, he posted a Weibo update. I'm out of the hospital. Just 4 words, but they were a way to reassure his devoted fans. During his hospital stay, many strangers had sent him flowers and wished him a speedy recovery, and no one had come to disturb him excessively. This deeply moved Chen Feng. He then wrote in his comment section, "Thank you all for your concern and care during this time. I've received your kindness. However, I still need to recover my health, so I may not release any new songs for a while. Please understand." Chen Feng's Weibo post quickly trended on the hot search list within minutes. Great news! Chen Feng is out of the hospital. We can finally listen to his music again. Bro, did you check the whole post? He said he can't sing right now. Can't sing? What does that mean? My cousin's great-uncle's daughter's second cousin is a nurse at the hospital where Chen Feng is staying. She said Chen Feng was seriously injured this time and has been in a coma. He won't be able to sing for a while. Oh my gosh, is that true? I heard about it too. Oh no, does that mean we won't be able to hear Chen Feng's songs for a while? Chen Feng was sitting in the car, heading to Tan Jing's workplace. Out of boredom, he started reading the comments section, and the netizens' remarks made him burst into laughter. He replied to the comment, "Please, I'll cry. I finally fell for a talented celebrity, and now they're gone." He imitated the tone of the original comment. "Please, I'm just sick, not dead." Within 5 minutes, the comment was shared by numerous netizens. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such an interesting singer. Chen Feng is just sick, not dead. Ha, the king of cold jokes. Hello, I'm Li Dan. I sincerely invite you to be a guest on my talk show. Exactly, having Chen Feng do stand-up comedy would definitely be very entertaining. Stand-up comedy? Chen Feng hadn't even considered this, but stand-up comedy isn't as easy as it seems. It requires a lot of cold joke material, and this isn't really his thing. Arriving at the location Tan Jing had given him, Chen Feng got out of the car. In front of him was a large compound with a majestic building inside, bearing the words Military Department Dance and Music Troupe in large characters, exuding a sense of grandeur. Guards stood at the entrance, watching Chen Feng intently from the moment he got out of the car, as if ready to subdue him at the slightest movement. Chen Feng quickly stepped back a few paces and called Tan Jing. "Jing, I'm at the gate." "Alright, wait there. I'll come out to meet you." After hanging up, Chen Feng stood at the entrance, idly wandering around for a moment. "Hello, comrade, may I ask what's going on?" The guard came out as expected. Chen Feng said, "I have an appointment. She told me to wait here for her to come out and meet me." Looking at Chen Feng's sincere expression, the guard felt there shouldn't be any issues. "Alright, comrade, come over here and register first." Chen Feng followed the guard to the window of the gatehouse, picked up the registration book, and wrote down his information and the name of the person he was looking for. Chen Feng, phone number. The person he was looking for was Tan Jing. Tan Jing, Deputy Battalion Commander? The guard's expression clearly changed. Such an ordinary young man asking for the Deputy Battalion Commander to come out? This couldn't be a joke, could it? Though he thought this to himself, as a soldier, he would never show any sign of disrespect toward Chen Feng. "Comrade, are you indeed looking for Deputy Director Tan Jing of our dance troupe?" "Yes." At that moment, Tan Jing walked over with a confident stride. The guard immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Good morning, sir." Tan Jing returned the salute and said, "This is my friend. Please let him in after he registers." The commander's orders were clear, so the guards dared not say a word. They carefully checked Chen Feng's registration details and then saluted him as well. "Please come in." Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, acknowledging the guard's salute. Under the envious glances of the guards, he followed Tan Jing into the compound. Chapter 147, Swona? Chen Feng, how's the work environment like? On the way, Tan Jing asked with a smile. It's so grand. Chen Feng replied seriously. Although the building wasn't lavishly decorated and everything was quite simple, there was an indescribable aura of grandeur about it. Anyone who entered the building would instinctively feel a sense of admiration. As they chatted, the two entered a large hall where 7 or 8 people in military uniforms were adjusting something. Tan Jing led Chen Feng over and clapped her hands. Everyone, listen up. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Feng, the composer and lyricist of 9 Girls. Everyone in the room put down their work and gathered around, looking at Chen Feng in surprise. One of them, a young man in his 30s wearing glasses, said, I've seen him online before, but this is the first time I've met him in person. He's so handsome. A woman in military attire beside him smiled at Chen Feng. Hello, Chen Feng. I saw your performance at the Huahan Music Awards. It was very impressive and satisfying. Others also greeted Chen Feng warmly. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. I heard you were injured. How are you feeling now? Facing everyone's kindness, Chen Feng patiently responded to each person. I'm fine, ha ha. Thank you. I'll learn from all of you and strive to bring honor to our country. I'm okay, much better. Tan Jing could naturally tell that Chen Feng wasn't very good at interacting with so many people at once. He was probably a slow starter. Maybe talking about work for a while would help, so she spoke up to break the ice for Chen Feng. Alright, Chen Feng is here today to make some improvements to the song Joer. Let us hear his ideas. Tan Jing truly lived up to her role as a leader. As soon as she finished speaking, the others fell silent, smiling as they waited for Chen Feng's insights on the song 9 Girls. Actually, there's not much to it. After all, this song is traditional Chinese folk music, so it should naturally use traditional Chinese folk music as the main melody. Everyone nodded in agreement, highly approving of Chen Feng's words, and grew even more eager to hear his further insights on the song. Chinese instruments generally have a soft sound, so I think it's essential to include the sound of the suona in the arrangement. Shang? The room erupted in a buzz of discussion. Everyone was puzzled, as Tan Jing hadn't mentioned this to them earlier. She had only said that Chen Feng would be sharing some suggestions today for everyone to discuss. Isn't the suona an instrument commonly used in weddings and funerals? No way, the suona's sound is too loud, it'll drown out Tan Jing's voice. The sound of this instrument is too sharp. If handled poorly, it could ruin the entire song. Except for Tan Jing, who remained silent, everyone else looked at Chen Feng with deep concern. The suona is something that, as descendants of the Chinese nation, we are all too familiar with. It's jokingly referred to as the thugess instrument because of its loud and unpleasant sound, and it rarely appears in formal performances. Brother Chen Feng, the suona seems a bit off, doesn't it? They respected Chen Feng, and his song Joer truly showcased his extraordinary songwriting talent. However, respecting Chen Feng didn't mean they could let him do whatever he wanted. Tan Jing, however, seemed deep in thought and said, I think Chen Feng has a point. Could you find a suona teacher for me? The people around them exchanged glances. There were Sheng teachers available, but Chen Feng hadn't yet revealed what the Sheng accompaniment would be like, and since it involved traveling abroad, whether the Sheng teacher had a passport was also an issue. A skilled Sheng teacher with a passport, where could they find such a person on short notice? One of the staff members sighed and said, Tan, the time is too tight. We can't find anyone, and even if we do, they might not meet the standards. Tan Jing thought about it and realized he was right. The time was too tight, but if the Sheng player couldn't come, Chen Feng's vision for the soundtrack wouldn't be achievable. What should they do? Do you have any Sheng here? I can give it a try. Chen Feng pursed his lips. He had some experience with the Sheng from his previous life, so it wasn't too difficult, but he hadn't played it in a long time and wasn't very familiar with it anymore. One of the staff members shouted, We have one, and ran toward the storage room. A moment later, he returned, panting, carrying a rectangular black box. The box was covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly unused for a very long time. After wiping the box, the person opened it to reveal a brand new suona inside. This was part of a batch of new instruments our troupe purchased last year, but we never had the chance to use it yet, so it's still brand new. Indeed, Chen Feng noticed that the mouthpiece of the suona was still wrapped in plastic and hadn't been opened. He picked up the suona, fiddled with it briefly, and found the feel and weight to be excellent. As expected, military-issued items are of high quality. He then said, Everyone, please wait a moment. We can prepare for a group performance shortly. A performance in a moment? The others looked at him skeptically, and the rest of the staff were speechless. What crucial role could a suona possibly play? Besides causing a ruckus, what else could this instrument do? However, since Tan Jing was present, they didn't dare to say much more. Besides, since he said so, they might as well give it a try. After speaking, Chen Feng went aside to recall the Shang's accompaniment part. He began to recall the outstanding performance of the suona in the song 9 Sisters from his previous life. After Chen Feng left, someone pulled Tan Jing aside. Sir, I'm not trying to be rude, but while we all acknowledge his songwriting skills, what about the suona? Exactly. Exactly. When that instrument plays, you can't hear any of the other instruments. What kind of accompaniment is that? We know you're giving him face and don't want him to lose face, but we can't make everyone else practice with him, can we? Everyone chimed in with their complaints to Tan Jing. Usually, Tan Jing was always on good terms with everyone and didn't like to speak in official tones, which made everyone feel more at ease when chatting with her. Tan Jing didn't say much, just replied casually, "We'll see once we go through it once." About an hour later, all the performers had arrived and taken their places. The sound system and microphones on stage had been tested and adjusted. Chen Feng walked over and shared his thoughts on the role of the suona in the performance. The opening will feature a high-pitched solo, followed by a soaring accompaniment in the third verse. Chen Feng explained his vision in detail. Since they were all musicians, they naturally understood every detail of how they should coordinate with each other. It must be said that what Chen Feng described was indeed interesting, but deep down, they truly looked down on the suona. Chapter 148, Let's go to Vienna together. Alright, let us begin. Tan Jing clapped her hands, signaling everyone to get into position. Everything was in place. The stage crew gave the thumbs up signal, and the rehearsal began. Chen Feng closed his eyes, gripped the suona in his hands, and began to get into character. The musical prelude began. To be precise, only Chen Feng's suona was making any sound. A high-pitched, piercing woo echoed throughout the venue. The shang's penetrating power and emotional impact were extraordinary. As Chen Feng raised the shang from his chest to his head, he traced a semicircle in the air with it. Interwoven among the notes were the sham's characteristic tremolos. As soon as the suona sounded, the entire venue erupted. Whether it was the staff below the stage or the musicians on stage waiting to join the accompaniment, everyone's eyes widened, and their scalps tingled. Wow, this. No way, it actually sounds pretty good. Touch me, I've got goosebumps all over. This is too intense, it's not just ordinary. The unique sound of the suona pierced the sky, serving as the prelude to Jor. Not only did it not feel out of place, but it actually heightened the audience's emotions for the song. The staff members below the stage watched intently, their expressions clearly showing that this version of Jor was completely different from previous ones. After about half a minute, the shang sound gradually faded, and Tan Jing and the other instrumental accompaniments followed suit. After the 4 lines of lyrics were repeated twice, the conductor's gestures signaled the build-up of the emotional shift in the second section. Tan Jing's voice soared to an unparalleled height as the emotions reached their peak. Chen Feng took a deep breath, apparently preparing to raise the suona again. What is he doing? Playing the suona while singing? We can't even hear the song anymore, it's all just the sound of the suona. Although the earlier performance was very impressive, this part isn't necessary, is it? Yeah, isn't he just trying to steal the spotlight from Tan Jing? As everyone spoke, Chen Feng had already lifted the suona. Chen Feng nodded slightly to Tan Jing, and Tan Jing seemed to understand his meaning, nodding slowly during her performance. The lyrics reached Jor, "I'll send you to a distant place." Everyone on and off stage looked tense. Though it was just a rehearsal, the success of this song was crucial. There wasn't much time left for practice, and any mistakes would mean starting all over again. It's over, it's over. No, please don't. But the scene that followed left everyone speechless. First, Chen Feng's suona began to play, followed by Tan Jing's clear and resonant voice. The fields around us. What had been a spine-chilling moment was now enough to send one's blood pressure skyrocketing. The scene was truly unforgettable. If there were any hypertensive individuals in the audience, they might have fainted from the song alone. After Tan Jing finished her performance, everyone was still immersed in the perfect harmony between the two, unable to snap out of it for a long time. That was amazing. There's a word for it, it's effortlessly perfect. The lyrics of this song are already amazing, but the melody is even more incredible. Tan Jing's performance was already outstanding, but adding Xiao Chen's suona took it to another level. I never would have thought it. After all these years in the music industry, I never imagined the suona could be used like this. Now, everyone's gaze toward Chen Feng had completely changed from disbelief to astonishment, and finally to utter admiration. Chen Feng's shang performance was the perfect finishing touch, and it pioneered the fusion of shang and vocal ensemble. At this moment, several people who had previously doubted Chen Feng gathered around him, their faces filled with shame. One of them stepped forward. "Young Chen, I apologize for my earlier doubts about you. You were right, the suona and this song are truly a perfect match." Chen Feng responded with a smile. "Haha, you're too kind. This is just an exchange of artistic ideas." The surrounding crowd's admiration for Chen Feng soared instantly. He remained humble and composed, unlike many young people today who become arrogant at the slightest success. Chen Feng, with his humility, was as rare as a phoenix feather. Most importantly, his artistic prowess was truly extraordinary. It was impossible not to admire him. From writing the lyrics and composing the music to refining the piece himself, he had elevated the song to a higher level all by himself. Everyone had only one thought: this song would surely resonate in the music capital of Vienna. "Chen Feng, you promised to handle the after-sales for me. Let's go to Vienna together in a few days. Tan Jing's words startled Chen Feng. What? I'm going to Vienna too? Tan Jing nodded. The highlight of this song lies here. Without you, the other Shang players might not be able to capture the essence of this song in such a short time. Chen Feng thought about it. He had just been discharged from the hospital and didn't have much to do. Plus, Vienna was known as the city of music, and he had never been there before in his previous life. This trip would indeed be a great opportunity to explore. With that in mind, Chen Feng agreed readily. Alright, I'll go prepare. Tan Jing felt more confident upon hearing Chen Feng's agreement. This song was of utmost importance to her. It was one of the few opportunities for Chinese music to perform at the Vienna Golden Hall, and she had to present her best. But I'm worried about your injury. Are you feeling better? She suddenly remembered that Chen Feng had just been discharged from the hospital and wondered if the trip to Vienna might affect his health. It's fine. It's already healed. They're not sending me to carry bricks. Chen Feng's words caused everyone present to burst into laughter. Young people are so humorous. As he approached his small apartment, Chen Feng parted ways with Tan Jing. It had been a long time since he'd been back, and he assumed the place was probably covered in dust. After entering the password, Chen Feng returned to his room. To his surprise, the room was spotlessly clean. He clearly remembered not making the bed when he left, and the sheets had obviously been changed. There was a stack of neatly folded clothes on the chair, all the clothes he had worn in South Korea that hadn't been washed yet. Someone had cleaned up. Chen Feng changed into his slippers and went to the fridge to get some water, only to find a sticky note on the fridge. It read, Mr. Chen, get well soon, followed by a small smiley face. Chen Feng realized it was Ling Bingyan who had come. He returned to the bed and lay down directly, the movement tugging at his wound. Chen Feng, who had already buried his head in the blankets, couldn't help but gasp in pain. But this didn't stop him from enjoying the comfort of lying on the bed. So comfortable. He then reached out and grabbed the phone on the bed, finally getting hold of it. After picking it up, he sent a message to Ling Bingyan. Thank you, Bingyan. Chapter 149, Literary Evening? Soon, Ling Bingyan's message came back to Chen Feng's phone. Hee, as long as Mr. Chen likes it. Immediately after, Ling Bingyan sent another message. Mr. Chen, I don't know how to bring this up, but I still want to ask, now that I'm not singing anymore, what are your plans? Plans? This really stumped Chen Feng. He had no idea what he would do in the coming months. The first priority was to pay off the debt, settle the breach of contract fees for the masked singer, and see how much was left for renovating the new apartment. Right, he could use this time to do some renovations. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and he tapped the screen of his phone lightly. I guess I'll mainly focus on renovating the house for now. Just as he finished replying, Chen Feng's phone rang. Seeing it was Ling Bingyan's call, Chen Feng was puzzled. She was sending a message, so why was she calling? Though he had his doubts, he answered anyway. Hurry up, Mr. Chen, get ready and come out with me. Do you know any poetry? Poetry? One question was harder than the last. Chen Feng had memorized countless poems. He still remembered from his previous life when his family forced him to recite one poem from the 300 Tang poems every day. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a bit sad, reminiscing about the happiest times of his childhood in his previous life. I know a little. That's good. Hurry up and change clothes. It's a dinner party. I'm on my way over to your place now. We'll discuss the details as we meet. Chen Feng exhaled. So it was a dinner party after all. He had thought he was being asked to participate in a poetry recitation competition. No problem. Soon, Ling Bingyan's car pulled up near Chen Feng's house. Chen Feng had paired a pair of casual trousers with a slightly loose shirt, looking neither too formal nor out of place for the occasion. The door of the business car opened slowly. Chen Feng saw Ling Bingyan inside, wearing a cheongsam with her hair elegantly pinned up with a hairpin, looking very graceful and dignified. Chen Feng got into the car, and the business vehicle started moving. On the way, Chen Feng first took a look at Ling Bingyan's outfit. Why suddenly attend a poetry banquet? I joined the Poetry Society back in high school. Today is the society's annual banquet. I was originally going with a close friend, but for some reason, she told me she wouldn't be joining me. Then go by yourself. No, I can't go alone. I don't really like this kind of event. Then why did you join the Poetry Society in the first place? It's because my mom made me join. Do you think I'd want to go otherwise? As she spoke, Ling Bingyan puckered her lips, looking extremely cute. Never mind, we're already in the car. Let us just go with the flow. Chen Feng adjusted his posture, lying back in the second row of the business car and closing his eyes to rest. After about 20 minutes, the car slowed down, and through the window, they could see that they had arrived at the entrance of a hotel and come to a stop. Chen Feng and Ling Bingyan got out of the car and walked closer. Wow, there were so many people gathered at the entrance, and they didn't know what they were doing. Were they all here for the banquet? Following the signs, the two entered a large hall where round tables were arranged in an orderly fashion. Chen Feng felt like he was about to attend a banquet. Ling Bingyan pulled Chen Feng over to start searching for her name on the tables. Finally, they found Ling Bingyan and her partner's seats at the second row in the middle. The term and their partner was a bit confusing, but Chen Feng didn't mind. After all, they were here to eat, so sitting and waiting was fine. Some seats were already occupied, and more people were trickling in from outside. It seemed that the Poetry Society's banquet was indeed quite large in scale. After a while, almost all the seats in the hall were filled. A girl in a formal dress walked up to the stage and tapped the microphone twice. It seemed like the speech was about to begin, and once it was over, the banquet would start. Chen Feng looked at the empty table in front of him with disdain. At the very least, there should be some sunflower seeds or candy, right? Otherwise, just staring at the speaker on stage would be so boring. Welcome to the annual poetry recital of the Poetry Society. The host's voice drew everyone's attention to the stage at the front. As everyone knows, every year at the Poetry Society's anniversary gala, we hold a poetry and friendship event, and this year is no exception. Poetry as a means of friendship? Chen Feng looked blankly at the host on stage, who was speaking with a smile. Does that mean there will be a poetry competition soon? Ling Bingyan seemed to notice Chen Feng's confusion and whispered to him, there will be a poetry competition during this gala, and the top few winners will be awarded prizes. Clap 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 clap. The applause thundered, and Chen Feng didn't know what was being said on stage, so he hurriedly joined in the clapping. At that moment, 6 or 7 elderly people in their late 60s, along with middle-aged men in suits, entered through the main door. They sat down at the round table in the middle of the row directly in front of Chen Feng, just behind him, with a distance of about a meter between them. The Poetry Association's evening event is only recorded by internal members. There will be no journalists. The host continued to recite the usual opening remarks from previous years. In the entire hall, Chen Feng was the only one listening attentively. Before the poetry evening begins, let us have a little entertainment program, a couplet competition. Each side should select a representative. What does that mean? 2 teams? Chen Feng immediately looked at Ling Bingyan. What 2 sides? Ling Bingyan whispered in explanation. The Poetry and Lyrics Association, as the name suggests, is an association composed of poets and lyricists. The 2 factions are the poetry faction and the lyrics faction. Chen Feng suddenly understood. Which faction are you in? My mother is good friends with the leader of the poetry school, so I joined the poetry school from a young age. Chen Feng nodded and continued listening to the host on stage. Next, please have 1 representative from each of the poetry school and the lyric school come forward. The couplets must be well crafted and meaningful. Everyone else can also participate. If the representative from your school cannot answer, feel free to raise your hand and offer a response. Wow, they can even help answer? That means the representative who goes up is just a puppet. Chen Feng wished he had a bag of sunflower seeds. He wasn't involved, so he might as well just watch. After all, he was here to accompany Ling Bingyan, and it wouldn't affect him. If only he had some sunflower seeds to eat while watching. It must be said that Chen Feng's luck was indeed good. The side doors of the hall were pushed open, and the staff pushed carts around, placing fruit platters and dried fruits on each table. Chen Feng's table was no exception. 3 beautiful fruit platters were placed on the large round table, along with 3 dried fruit platters. However, none of the people seemed in the mood to eat the food in front of them. Chen Feng didn't feel comfortable standing out too much. Why does everyone look so tense? Chapter 150, How did he end up here? Ling Bingyan whispered in explanation, although this is a banquet, it's also a competition between 2 factions. The couplet matching, though described by the host as a fun game, is actually where the competition between the 2 factions has already begun. Chen Feng grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds nearby and placed them in front of himself. Then why didn't I notice you were nervous? Ling Bingyan took a small portion of the sunflower seeds Chen Feng had grabbed and gave it to herself. If the sky falls, the tall ones will block it. It probably won't be my turn. The 2 were engrossed in their conversation and didn't pay much attention to the murmurs around them. Is that guy in the second row Chen Feng? He looks a bit like him. I heard online that he was injured, right? How did he get here? He is not part of our poetry group, so why is he sitting on our side? I saw him earlier too, but I didn't dare to confirm it. I looked at his name tag. He came with Ling Bingyan. Ling Bingyan? Are you talking about the youngest daughter of the South Palace Association's chairman? As they spoke, everyone turned to look at the elegantly dressed woman in a cheongsam sitting at the round table in the middle of the first row. Just a singer. What qualifies her to be near Ling Bingyan? One of the young men said, crossing his arms, his tone clearly tinged with envy. Feng Xiong is right. He is just a singer with no family background, yet he dares to sit in the second row. Someone nearby immediately agreed with Feng Tianyu's words. We'll have to teach him a lesson later. This is a place of such elegance. It's not somewhere a mere singer like him should be allowed to enter. The 2 at the center of the conversation continued to munch on sunflower seeds while watching the poetry and prose competition. Watching the two factions on stage, whose exchanges were laced with hostility, Chen Feng sighed inwardly. This wasn't a poetry banquet at all, it was a competition disguised as a banquet, a duel between two ruthless individuals who wore smiles on their faces but harbored intentions to destroy each other. However, it must be said that despite being a warm-up activity, the couplet competition featured many memorable and exquisitely crafted couplets. As the first upper couplet was presented, South and North, literature and martial arts, striving and fighting, killing and cutting, searching and plundering, leaving everything clean and tidy. The lower couplet was quickly responded to in just a few minutes. Households everywhere, men and women, lonely and widowed, panic everywhere, crying and wailing, truly tragic and pitiful. Then, the side that responded with the lower couplet immediately recites their prepared upper couplet, presenting a challenge to the other side. Quibbling over words, self-amusement, the universe is vast. After a moment of murmuring, the other side quickly responds with their lower couplet. Discussing the past and present, enjoying together, friendship endures. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Chen Feng put down his sunflower seeds and joined in the applause. It was indeed. After a round of couplet exchanges, neither side emerged victorious. However, this was a poetry banquet, not a couplet competition, so it was best to stop while the going was good. After the host on stage announced the end, the couplet competition concluded amid the lingering disappointment of the crowd. The host looked at the expressions of the audience and smiled, "Don't be disappointed. The even more poetry and prose exchanges are just beginning." What was being compared in poetry and prose was who had a deeper foundation in poetry and prose. For those who love poetry and prose, accumulating such works is an indispensable daily practice. At this moment, being able to showcase their accumulated knowledge in a competition and even earn the admiration of others was truly a wonderful opportunity. The two sides began selecting participants. After some discussion, each side chose 8 people to compete in the poetry and prose recitation contest. Just as they were about to take the stage, a voice rang out from the other side of the hall. "I heard that the author of Blue and White Porcelain is sitting among the poetry faction, the popular singer Chen Feng. I wonder if the great singer Chen could come out for a friendly exchange." Boom! Everyone looked around frantically, searching for Chen Feng's figure. Recently, as a sensation on the internet, Chen Feng was known to people of all ages, with most having heard at least a little about his story. After his divorce, he debuted from the Music Academy's classrooms with the song It's Not You, sweeping the music scene, followed by a series of high-quality works such as Coral Sea and Sunny Day. However, what truly caught the attention of literary enthusiasts was his breathtaking song Blue and White Porcelain, which featured lyrics so exquisite that they left literary enthusiasts in awe. For example, the lyrics "A plain clay pot is outlined with blue porcelain, the brushstrokes growing from thick to thin. The peony painted on the vase is as beautiful as you were when you first put on makeup, evoke a transcendent sense of beauty." Or the double meaning in the line, "The sky's blue waits for the rain, and I wait for you. The smoke rises gently, across the river, thousands of miles away," which not only describes the conditions needed to make blue and white porcelain but also expresses the longing in the lyrics. Some even try to emulate its charm and write their own poems, but alas, none could match its elegance. Finally, everyone focused on the tall, handsome figure sitting at the round table in the second row. "It's really him. Wow, he's really here. This is great. I have to take a photo with him and get his autograph. I'm so excited. Actually, I've never told anyone, but I'm his biggest fan. He is actually in our poetry group. Haha, now we'll definitely have more chances to see him in the future." In the hall, many female poets and lyricists looked excited, and some even forgot to maintain their elegant demeanor, jumping up to look in Chen Feng's direction. Where there are fans, there are also haters. "Humph, what's he doing here? He's just a singer. Can anyone join the poetry circle? Looking at him makes me annoyed. He boasts about his literary talent everywhere, but the ink in his belly isn't worth a thing in this hall. Humph, let's come and educate him." In the hall, there were many who wanted to educate Chen Feng. Hearing the poetry school members urge him to come up and recite poetry, everyone joined in the commotion, eager to see him make a fool of himself. Chen Feng, sitting by the table cracking sunflower seeds, was completely taken aback. This was all happening too suddenly. Just moments ago, Ling Bingyan had said, "If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up." Could it be that he was the tallest person in the room? Sitting by the table, a gun fires from the sky? Even if you're not in the music industry, you still get caught in the crossfire? Seeing that Chen Feng remained unfazed, another young man stepped forward and said, "We've heard that Mr. Chen is highly accomplished in lyric writing and composition, with a specialization in traditional Chinese style music. I'm sure you must have accumulated a wealth of knowledge in poetry. Why not come out and exchange ideas with us, so we can all broaden our horizons?" "Open your eyes, you fool." Chen Feng rolled his eyes. "I'm just here to watch the show. You guys can compete however you want. Why do you have to drag me into it? Is it really that hard to just be a quiet, deep man?" However, everyone in the hall was staring at him with eager eyes. If he didn't go up, wouldn't that make him seem too shy? Chapter 151, Let's Play Word Games. Forget it, let's compete. If I lose, I lose. It's not a big deal. Thinking this, Chen Feng stood up. Ling Bingyan, standing beside him, saw Chen Feng rise and looked at him with concern. Chen Feng, maybe we should just call it off. I'll find an excuse for you to get out of this. Chen Feng shook his head. Everyone in the hall was staring at him. If he hid behind Ling Bingyan now, he'd probably be labeled a sissy for sure. Though he secretly enjoyed the idea of being a kept man, it was just a fantasy. After all, dreams are never meant to come true. He looked up at the two young men from the opposite school who had been taunting him and smiled, saying, I originally came here to admire the grandeur of this poetry evening. I never expected to have the honor of participating. Please go easy on me later. Chen Feng naturally spoke humbly. Good manners must never be abandoned. Seeing that Chen Feng had actually accepted the challenge, the others looked at him with triumph in their eyes. Since Chen Feng is the first to step forward on behalf of the poetry school, I, Wang Bingcheng, will have the honor of facing off against the famous Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded. The young man who stood up second was named Wang Bingcheng. However, the other members of the poetry school were all stunned. What Chen Feng didn't know was that Wang Bingcheng wasn't just anyone. Rumor had it that he was a descendant of the renowned Song dynasty poet Lin Chuan Xiancheng. Generation after generation of his family had been poets, and he was the rising star of the poetry school, ranked among the top 10 young poets of the modern era. After Ling Bingyan explained the other person's identity to Chen Feng didn't react much. After all, he was merely a descendant of a famous great lyricist, not the great lyricist himself. What was there to fear? Besides, he wasn't completely without talent himself. What was there to fear? As Ling Bingyan finished speaking, she suddenly recalled the other person's words, representing the poetry school in battle. Could they be trying to manipulate the poetry school, including Chen Feng among the 8 contestants, thereby eliminating one of the 8 talented poets? The other poets from the poetry school also caught on. They spent their days at home either writing or reciting poetry, with little to no exposure to schemes or conspiracies. But that doesn't mean poets are all innocent little angels. With just a little bit of brainpower, they could hear the hidden meaning in the other party's words. Immediately, a poet stood up. Chen Feng doesn't represent the poetry school in this battle. You're playing dirty tricks. Wang Bingcheng shrugged and laughed, but he has already stood up and agreed. None of you from the poetry school objected. Are you going back on your word now? Are the people of the poetry school all liars? It was you who asked Chen Feng to come out and compete with you in poetry. It wasn't the poetry school who chose him. Wang Bingcheng seemed to know exactly what the poetry faction would say. The poetry school and the lyric school have always faced off in an 8-on-8 match. Are you suggesting we change it to 9-on-9? Or do you want 9 against 8 to win by outnumbering us? You're shameless. The members of the poetry school were at a loss for words and could only utter such feeble responses. Wang Bingcheng snorted coldly. When you can't argue your point, you just call the other side shameless. Is that the poets' faction's usual style? The leader of the poetry school, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam, furrowed her brows and glared coldly at the elderly man from the CI school beside her. Old Wang, what does your young disciple mean by this? Playing tricks? The elderly man called Old Wang stroked his beard and laughed. It's just the young ones fooling around. No harm done, no harm done. The mention of younger generation left the beautiful woman with no choice but to let it go. Indeed, if the elders intervened in the younger generation's rivalry, it would change the nature of the conflict. It must be said that Wang Bingcheng's plan was well thought out. By using Chen Feng, he forced the other side to withdraw a strong contender. Now, the members of the poetry school could only pray that Chen Feng wouldn't lose too badly. Even those poets who had initially wanted to humiliate Chen Feng had long since abandoned that idea. All they hoped for now was that Chen Feng would face a few more opponents, and if he could win, that would be even better. Chen Feng could see that the other side was deliberately playing him and the poetry school. This made him angry. Literature and art are the same. If you want to compete, show your true strength, not resort to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, even if you win, it's not a true victory. Ling Bingyan grabbed Chen Feng's hand. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. Chen Feng smiled and gently stroked her head with his other hand. It's fine. It's just a friendly exchange of poetry and lyrics. I won't lose too badly. After speaking, Chen Feng glanced at Wang Bingcheng. Alright, how do we compete? A flash of cruelty crossed Wang Bingcheng's eyes, but his face remained adorned with a naive smile. Brother Chen is indeed a straightforward man. It's simple, we'll exchange poems. One person says the first line, and the other responds with the next. Chen Feng snorted through his nose, but his face remained calm and smiling. As long as you can come up with a response? Wang Bingcheng nodded, not even bothering to consider whether Chen Feng's question was rigorous. He was already eager to humiliate Chen Feng and the poetry school. Yes, as long as you can respond. Chen Feng extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, smirking inwardly. He had thought he was some kind of master of wordplay, but it turned out he was just a third-rate fool. As long as he could connect it, he could do whatever he wanted. But the members of the poetry school weren't thinking that way. They were too worried about Chen Feng. In the eyes of literati, artists were just uneducated people trying to make quick money. What should we do? The current score is effectively 1 o'clock. That's right. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for our poetry faction. We're effectively 7 people against 8. I wonder if Chen Feng can give us a hand. Don't be too pessimistic. Look at the songs he writes, they have a lot of depth. At least I can't imitate them. Brother, if you keep at it for a few years, you can definitely write some good poems. As long as you keep refining and polishing them, you'll produce excellent work. Not exactly. Artistic creation, like literary creation, mostly comes from inspiration. But now it's about who has accumulated more, not who is more creative. Sigh. The poets fell into despair once again. In their eyes, Chen Feng was equivalent to 1, not even a 0. On the other hand, Wang Bingcheng wore a confident smile on his face. In his eyes, Chen Feng was certain to lose and was already the best candidate to be his defeated opponent. He had even planned to post an article online tomorrow, sharing the video and news of his victory over Chen Feng. Although journalists were not allowed inside the poetry competition, there was no rule prohibiting participants from posting videos or articles. Wang Bingcheng intends to exploit every loophole to accelerate his rise in the poetry world, and even goes so far as to pretend to give Chen Feng an advantage. Chen Feng, let you go first. Don't come back later and say I bullied you. Chapter 152, Thicker Skin Than a City Wall. Chen Feng, however, didn't think much of it. For him, it didn't matter either way. Come up with a question. Don't drag your feet. Chen Feng's words were like an insult to the literary circle. Calling a scholar dawdling was the greatest insult one could give. Wang Bingcheng narrowed his eyes. Chen Feng, the gates of the noble house are as deep as the sea. Please continue the verse. A branch of red apricot peeks over the wall. Chen Feng recited it with a swaying head. Ha! The gates of the nobleman's mansion are as deep as the sea. A branch of the red apricot tree peeks over the wall? Chen Feng's words left everyone in the hall speechless. Quickly! Put! Ha 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 ha! The entire hall erupted in laughter. The members of the poetry school were laughing so hard they couldn't breathe, while the members of the prose school had complex expressions on their faces. They wanted to laugh, but they couldn't bring themselves to mock themselves. Let's not talk about what came before, but a branch of red apricot blossom speaking out isn't what you meant, is it? Chen Feng, you're killing me. You actually rhymed that so perfectly. Impressive, impressive. The literary figures from the CI school were laughing so hard they had lost all restraint, beginning to speak freely. Ling Bingyan was speechless. This doesn't make any sense at all. Wang Bingcheng was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Once you enter the nobleman's gate, it's as deep as the sea from then on, even your old friend becomes a stranger. This is a poem. As a representative of the poetry school, you don't even know this? Correct. Wang Bingcheng is impressive. The members of the CI school were greatly encouraged. What had Chen Feng just said? It felt like an insult to the poetry that had been passed down for centuries and an insult to the wise poets of the past. Impressive. No wonder you're Wang Bingcheng. No doubt about it, I've heard this poem before. Don't mention it. Wang Bingcheng has mastered the best of many schools. He not only has a deep understanding of lyrics but also has a strong foundation in poetry. Ling Bingyan couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Although Wang Bingcheng was from the lyric school, his accumulation of poetic phrases was indeed impressive. Looking at Chen Feng, he stood there without a trace of awkwardness, even wearing a smile. True to his reputation as an entertainer, he has thick skin. At that moment, Chen Feng spoke up. Earlier, you asked me to continue your line, but you didn't say how to do it. This. Everyone suddenly remembered the question Chen Feng had asked earlier. As long as I can continue, is that okay? It turned out he was waiting for this moment. Just like Wang Bingcheng from the word school had used a linguistic loophole to outwit the poetry school earlier, Chen Feng had now turned the tables on Wang Bingcheng. The members of the poetry school couldn't help but clap in admiration upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Exactly. You can play word games with us, but we can do the same to you. Exactly, this way everyone is back on the same starting line. It seems that Chen Feng's success isn't just about luck, it's also because he's very clever. This is something we should all learn from. Since the members of the word school were in the wrong from the start, they couldn't refute Chen Feng's words. Wang Bingcheng continued, beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient road. Upon hearing this, many poets murmured among themselves. As poets, this was basic knowledge. A line of white herons soar into the blue sky. Chen Feng didn't even hesitate. I'll take it. A moment of silence fell. Suddenly, the hall erupted into chaos. Some scholars burst into laughter, slapping the tables, while others laughed so hard their stomachs were visible. I'm bowing down to the master. I'm dying of laughter. Beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient road, a line of white herons soar into the blue sky. Impressive. Why do I think fragrant grass stretches endlessly is better? The CI Poetry School was defending the ancients, while Ling Bingyan had already covered her face with both hands. How embarrassing. She pulled Chen Feng's hand. Mr. Chen, take a break. Don't keep going. The CI school followers joined in the commotion, urging her to sit down. Chen Feng laughed. Is it not rhyming properly? Or does the imagery not fit? Wow. As soon as Chen Feng spoke, the hall fell silent. What he said was indeed true. Though the two lines weren't from the original text, they were flawless in both mood and rhyme. Some members of the poetry school were unconvinced and spoke up. Chen Feng, take the challenge, raise your head to gaze at the bright moon. This was the simplest of poems, something even elementary school students knew, and everyone wanted to hear how Chen Feng would respond. Chen Feng replied calmly, hang myself from the southeast branch. The hall fell silent. This. Someone else asked, there is a beauty in the north. Chen Feng continued, hang myself on the southeast branch. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. A beauty in the north hanging herself on the southeast branch? That's supposed to be standing alone in the world. But I think hanging oneself from the southeast branch rhymes better. It has a different flavor. In the hall, scholars began to voice their differing opinions. An empty mountain with no one in sight? As soon as the poet asked the question, many voices echoed throughout the hall. Hang oneself from the southeast branch. Ling Bingyan was stunned they had all memorized it. At that moment, Wang Bingqing's face turned extremely grim. This was too perfect, there was no room for criticism. Why do you always hang yourself on the southeast branch? He spoke with a hint of confusion. Chen Feng burst into laughter. The key is that the questions you came up with were so well crafted they're all easy to trip up on. This. Wang Bingqing fell silent. He now needed to come up with a question that Chen Feng couldn't hang himself on. The members of the poetry school regained their usual smiles. They had only one thought, they wanted to hear Chen Feng recite poetry, just like the members of the lyric school who were anxious and frustrated but couldn't do anything about Chen Feng. Seeing that Wang Bingqing wasn't speaking, the other members of the CI school hurriedly stood up. They didn't want to give Chen Feng another chance to outshine them, they had to keep the momentum going and make sure he couldn't outdo them. Chen Feng, listen to the question, with lofty ambitions, I would feast on the flesh of the barbarian foes. Chen Feng laughed, I urge you to drink another cup of wine. The CI school members continued, under the beauty's tent, the songs and dances still go on. Chen Feng kept smiling. The articles of Panglai have the bones of the Jianan era. Another member of the CI school stood up. Laughing aloud and leaving? Chen Feng replied, no one knows it's lychee. One after another asked quickly, and Chen Feng answered just as swiftly. The exchange was rapid and fierce, leaving everyone stunned by Chen Feng's reactions. No one dared to mock him anymore. This is pretty cool. Is this a classic moment from a poetry competition? More and more people wanted to challenge Chen Feng with questions. When you see injustice, shout out. Chen Feng smiled in response. The nobles of Ur are but dung. I'll give it a try while others laugh at me for being too crazy. Chen Feng burst into laughter. I offer my blood to the Yellow Emperor. The people in the hall grew increasingly excited, their competitive spirit stirred by Chen Feng's demeanor. At that moment, Chen Feng had become an unbeatable war god in the hall. Although his answers were all wrong, everyone noticed something, though not the original text, his responses were all ingenious, with rhyming endings and meanings that perfectly matched the original. This was truly remarkable, it seemed no one could challenge him. Everyone began to strain their minds. Even the poetry and verse competitions were abandoned, turning into a legendary scene of Chen Feng debating with the crowd. Questions came from all directions, but Chen Feng remained seated, his magnetic voice echoing throughout the hall. Chapter 153, Thick-Skinned. Startled awake in the throes of death. Laughing, I ask where the tavern is. Once bitten by a snake. Everywhere I hear birds singing. The sea of learning has no shore. Turn back while there is still time. As long as you put in the effort. A day's marriage brings 100 days of kindness. Laugh aloud and go forth. No one knows it's lychee. Searching in vain. But the person is in the dimly lit corner. 3,000 beauties in the harem. An iron pestle ground into a needle. Boom! The hall erupted in laughter once more. Now Chen Feng wasn't just able to match rhymes or capture the essence of a phrase, he could even do so in a hilarious way. This was truly rare. Chen Feng is amazing. Chen Feng is amazing, crass. After spending decades immersed in books, I can't come up with a single word to praise Chen Feng. How embarrassing. A group of literati, at this very moment, had completely forgotten about the upcoming competition. They were all engrossed in the act of opposing Chen Feng. Every single person in this room was a renowned literary figure with representative works to their name. At this moment, who could fail to realize that Chen Feng was no longer merely someone who understood poetry and could recite it by heart, but had reached the pinnacle of mastery, where he had perfected every aspect of the art. Apart from his versatile self-deprecating lines, every word he spoke was absolute. If it weren't for his exceptionally vast repertoire, how could he respond so quickly and so well? This was far more challenging than simply matching the original lines. It was far more impressive. Especially Chen Feng's demeanor, just now standing tall, head held high, calm and composed. Before others had even finished speaking, his answer was already ready. Raising his cup to the sky with a clear gaze, he stood as graceful as a jade tree in the wind. All the female scholars were spellbound, and the male scholars were filled with admiration. At that moment, Wang Bingqing's face turned ashen. He felt as though he and Chen Feng were no longer in the same league. He was merely reciting verses, while the other was practicing art. He felt utterly outclassed. Continuing the competition would only be courting humiliation. Wang Tianlai, the leader of the literary school, looked extremely displeased. He had hoped his grandson Wang Bingchang would gain fame through poetry, but not only had he taken the wrong path, he had been soundly defeated. He cleared his throat and, with a forced smile, addressed the host on stage. Enough, enough. This farce is over. It's getting late. Let the poetry competition begin. Though Wang Tianlai's voice was not loud, nearly everyone from the CI school followed his lead. Chen Feng was in the middle of his performance when he realized that the members of the CI school had stopped asking questions. He asked with a smile, "Are you not going to ask anymore? If you can't come up with an answer, does that mean we win?" The members of the CI school all turned to look at Wang Tianlai, unsure of what the old master meant. Wang Tianlai leaned on the table and slowly stood up. "Chen Feng, you are indeed clever. I admire you. Let's put the playful banter aside and begin the competition." "Start the competition? So Chen Feng just spent all that time talking earlier, and that doesn't count as a performance?" Chen Feng was also stunned upon hearing this. How thick-skinned is this old man? If I win, he'll tell me to start over. If I lose, he'll definitely come up with another excuse. Though he thought this, Chen Feng remained silent. He wasn't from the poetry school. Winning or losing didn't matter to him. He just wanted to knock down Wang Bingqing's arrogant attitude. If he thinks he can treat me like a soft target, I'll make him pay dearly. Although Chen Feng didn't care, it didn't mean the others from the poetry school didn't care. A buzz filled the air as the poetry sect erupted. The beautiful woman of the poetry school, Nangong Yunping, spoke in a low voice. "Wang Tianlai, what do you mean? If you think you can't match him, then don't compete. Let us all disperse. Don't make it seem like the poetry school is bullying others." If it were any other literati, being described like that would have them ashamed enough to hide in a corner and cry, but the Wang family of the poetry school didn't care at all about such harmless words. Their faces were as thick as city walls, impervious to machine gun fire. Nangong Yunping's words only fueled the growing resentment among the poetry faction. If you can't handle it, then don't play. Is this all you've got to call yourself a literati? If your school's ancestor, Mr. Lin Chuan, were to learn of this in the afterlife, he would surely be boiling with anger. You're not human. Within the CI school, there were also some who had reservations about the Wang family's grandfather and grandson. Indeed, it was Wang Bingcheng who had initially said that Chen Feng should be considered one of the representative figures of the poetry school, yet now he refused to acknowledge him, bringing dishonor to the literary community. Some members of the CI poetry school were even so ashamed that they wanted to leave the venue. Such a scene was truly a disgrace to their status. Wang Tianlai's face turned ashen. He never expected that his single remark would provoke such intense dissatisfaction. However, he had no choice but to put his reputation on the line. His own grandson had failed to live up to expectations, and as his grandfather, he could not stand by and do nothing. But he realized that even if he were to tear off his own face now, it seemed that no one was buying it. He could only force a laugh. "Chen Feng is not a member of your poetry school. His interaction with Bingcheng was merely playful banter. There is no need to take it seriously. If anyone feels it is unfair, I will have Bingcheng withdraw from this poetry and verse competition." Upon hearing Wang Tianlai's words, everyone perked up. To exclude his own grandson from this opportunity to make a name for himself, it seemed that Wang Tianlai had gone to great lengths. As he spoke, the crowd calmed down, though Wang Bingcheng looked deeply resentful. "Grandfather, He had prepared thoroughly for this event, but now he couldn't showcase his talents. For a scholar, being unable to take the stage and display one's abilities was no better than being a piece of dried fish. "Shut up and sit down." Before Wang Bingcheng could finish speaking, Wang Tianlai abruptly cut him off. Wang Bingcheng could only grit his teeth and sit down. The poetry school quickly selected someone else to replace Wang Bingcheng for the poetry and verse competition. The host quickly stepped in to smooth things over, inviting both representatives to the stage to begin their poetry competition. It was indeed quite, but after everyone had just witnessed Chen Feng's awkward rhymes, watching the stiff and formal poetry recitations on stage now felt utterly boring. Chen Feng sat down and continued playing his mobile game. He had no interest in the poetry competition on stage. His interests lay elsewhere. If it weren't for accompanying Ling Bingyan today, he would have found a way to escape even if they had dragged him along. His stomach growled softly. However, it didn't escape Ling Bingyan's ears. She leaned in to take a look at the game on Chen Feng's phone. The little figures fighting each other were incomprehensible to her, so she asked, "Mr. Chen, are you hungry?" Chen Feng laughed heartily. "Not too bad. I wonder when dinner will be served." Ling Bingyan glanced at the elegantly dressed woman in a cheongsam sitting in the front row, Nangon Yunping. Coincidentally, Nangon Yunping's gaze also swept toward Ling Bingyan's direction. Ling Bingyan blushed and quickly lowered her head. Actually, she wanted to suggest sneaking out to eat with Chen Feng, but after seeing Nangon Yunping's gaze, she swallowed those words. Chapter 154, The Foolish Son of the Landlord. Because the elegantly dressed woman in the cheongsam, Nangon Yunping, was not only the current leader of the Poetry Society but also Ling Bingyan's mother. At the Poetry Association's evening event, Ling Bingyan hadn't originally planned to invite Chen Feng, but Nangon Yunping insisted that Ling Bingyan bring him along. Needless to say, she wanted to use this opportunity to observe how Chen Feng conducted himself. After all, he was the man her daughter liked, so she had to keep an eye on him. That's why Chen Feng ended up at this event. The poetry competition on stage finally came to an end, with the poetry school emerging victorious. There was nothing to be done. Wang Bingcheng, the strongest member of the lyric school, was sitting below the stage with a stern expression, seemingly deep in thought. As the competition concluded, he suddenly stood up, and everyone turned to look at him again. What's he doing? Does he have something else to say? Why is Wang Bingcheng acting so unusual today? Wang Bingcheng stared intently at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I hear you're good at writing lyrics. Coincidentally, I'm also good at it. Let's have a competition. Wang Bingcheng's words echoed throughout the hall. But there was no response for a long time. Chen Feng sat in his seat, holding his phone in both hands. Ling Bingyan, sitting beside him, craned her neck to look at the screen, her fists clenched tightly, her expression still tense. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't say a word, Wang Bingcheng's face turned slightly red. Chen Feng, let's have a showdown. His voice fell, but still no response from Chen Feng. Everyone looked at Wang Bingcheng, who stood there awkwardly, as if swept away by an autumn wind, then turned to Chen Feng, who was still holding his phone, seemingly engrossed in something exciting. The two formed a stark contrast. Chen Feng. Wang Bingcheng was furious. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never encountered such a situation before. How dare he ignore him? What's the matter? Chen Feng's angry voice rang out, but his head didn't even lift. He was still staring intently at his phone. At that moment, Chen Feng was truly frustrated. He was already in a difficult situation, and yet someone was repeatedly calling his name. After all, shouting at someone in the midst of a losing battle was an extremely rude thing to do. Defeat. Chen Feng had ultimately lost. He was extremely frustrated. He had been able to handle one of the team fights well, but Wang Bingcheng kept shouting his name, causing him to lose focus and allowing the enemy assassin to take him down with a combo. At that moment, Chen Feng glared at Wang Bingcheng with eyes as fierce as a starving wolf, as if he wanted to devour him at any moment. Chen Feng, I called you, why didn't you respond? Wang Bingcheng had been full of confidence, but Chen Feng's gaze, filled with murderous intent, made him lose his temper in an instant. Why should I answer you? Am I your grandfather? Chen Feng glared at Wang Bingcheng with a cold expression. Though he didn't want to start a fight with anyone, that didn't mean he was a pushover. This guy named Wang Bingcheng is mentally ill, constantly provoking himself. When the tiger doesn't show its claws, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? You, vulgar. Wang Bingcheng thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything more offensive than vulgar. But these words were like scratching an itch to Chen Feng. The beautiful woman sitting at the round table in the middle of the first row, Nangon Yunping, couldn't help but giggle. In truth, she could have easily suppressed the laugh, but she didn't want to. Tonight's leader of the literary circle had opened her eyes to many things, committing acts that would shame any scholar. As a scholar, one must conduct oneself with dignity, every movement graceful and refined, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman. In contrast, Wang Bingcheng had done nothing all night, repeatedly provoking Chen Feng, aiming to humiliate him. If it were anyone else from the poetry school, they would have been too embarrassed to engage in a dispute with Wang Bingcheng. But Chen Feng wasn't part of the poetry circle. He didn't have to care about anyone's face and could speak his mind directly, which made Nangon Yunping feel thoroughly satisfied. While smiling, Nangon Yunping couldn't help but glance at Wang Tianlai, who was gritting his teeth in the distance. Chen Feng didn't respond. Instead, he pulled out his phone, crossed his legs, and started scrolling through short videos. He adopted an expression that seemed to say, "Here I am, what can you do about it? Don't get so cocky. I'm going to live stream this on my phone and show everyone that Chen Feng doesn't dare to face me." Saying this, Wang Bingcheng quickly pulled out his phone and tapped a few times on the screen. He quickly started a live stream on Douyin. This series of actions left the people at the poetry competition speechless. Why didn't the poetry competition allow journalists to come and interview or film? It was to prevent creative works from being copied by others during the process. Scholars are very stingy. They're not like songwriters in the entertainment industry, who don't mind borrowing a little from others as long as they're paid enough. But literati are different. They cherish their works like their own children. Some even go so far as to prioritize fame over fortune, refusing to allow others to use even a single word or sentence from their works, no matter how much money is offered. As the leader of the literary circle, Wang Bingcheng actually pulled out his phone and started a live stream. The literary figures immediately shut their mouths, fearing that one of their masterpieces might be broadcast in his live stream. Chen Feng remained unchanged, unfazed by being photographed up close countless times before. Why would he care about your live stream? Wang Bingcheng's fan base wasn't very large, they were mostly people who appreciated poetry and literary writing. Seeing Wang Bingcheng's live stream for the first time, everyone was curious what kind of content would a live stream by someone who writes poetic phrases have? But when they entered the stream, what they saw was Chen Feng sitting there with his legs crossed. Is that Chen Feng? Wow, he looks like the son of a wealthy landowner. Is this some kind of banquet hall? Is my brother Chen Feng going to sing again? He just got injured, how can he sing again? Don't say that, Chen Feng could actually try acting in the future. Act what? The landlord's little darling? He could play a handsome villain, Didn't he post on Weibo saying he couldn't sing? How come he is participating in the gala now? Because Chen Feng was on camera, many netizens on Douyin began to linger in this live stream, and the number of viewers grew rapidly. Everyone was curious about what Chen Feng was doing, but the crowd gathered in Wang Bingcheng's live stream, leading him to mistakenly believe it was because of his own popularity. He handed his phone to the person beside him. The person hesitated for a moment before taking it. After all, he was the grandson of the leader of the word school, he dared not refuse. The camera shifted to focus on Wang Bingcheng, who cleared his throat, brushed his clothes, raised his head, and repeated the same words to Chen Feng with what he thought was a handsome smile. Chen Feng, I hear you're good at writing lyrics. Coincidentally, I'm also good at it. Let's have a competition. Chapter 155, let us compete. Who is that guy talking? Isn't he just a fool? He's challenging Chen Feng? What's wrong with him? No, guys, can anyone challenge Chen Feng now? Maybe it's because my brother Feng is usually too down to earth and approachable. Don't say that, it's actually possible. Chen Feng really has no airs about him at all, except now, On the screen, Chen Feng was sitting back with his legs crossed, holding a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them open one by one while staring at Wang Bingcheng like he was looking at a cute little kid. Has he lost his mind from illness? Why is he always targeting me? This couldn't help but remind Chen Feng of the scene in the mobile game where he was constantly ambushed from behind by the enemy assassin. Thinking about it made him extremely annoyed. How do you want to compare? Everyone in the hall suddenly turned their heads toward the source of the voice. Have you lost your mind? Comparing poems or lyrics is one thing, since those are works left behind by our ancestors. But what they're competing in now is original creation. A singer, or rather a songwriter, is going to compete with a lyricist in writing lyrics? Are we supposed to duel with wooden swords against iron swords? Indeed, Chen Feng, you may have a certain reputation in the entertainment industry or the music scene, but that doesn't mean you can be invincible in any circle. No way, did Chen Feng gain confidence from winning a poetry contest and now dare to compete with Wang Bingcheng in lyric writing? My goodness, if Chen Feng wins, I'll eat dinner upside down tonight. Hi brother, you've got guts. I'll remember that. I'm actually starting to hope Chen Feng wins. That's impossible. Wang Bingcheng is well read, he'll probably leave Chen Feng in the dust. In the hall, those who knew Wang Bingcheng's abilities couldn't help but shake their heads at Chen Feng's actions. Although Wang Bingcheng kept provoking him, Chen Feng should have just ignored him. Why bother competing in lyric composition with someone from a family of renowned lyricists? Even Nangon Yuping, who had been feeling a bit happy, furrowed her brows at Chen Feng's impulsiveness. This lyricist is completely different from the lyricist you are in the music industry. Lyrics are a literary form that emerged after poetry, combining literary and musical characteristics. Each lyric has a melody name called a lyric pattern, and composing lyrics to a specific melody is called composing to the melody. Lyrics are also known as long and short phrases. Additionally, lyrics have numerous classifications. Based on length and scale, they can be broadly divided into short lyrics, medium-length lyrics, and long lyrics. A single lyric may consist of one section, known as a single section lyric, two sections, known as a double section lyric, or 3 or 4 sections, known as a triple section lyric or quadruple section lyric. There are also 4 other categories. Based on musical characteristics, they can be divided into 9 subcategories based on rhythm, and based on creative style, which are the more well-known delicate and bold schools. The final classification method is based on the CI pattern. Various CI patterns reflect specific emotional tones, and the rhyme scheme of a CI indicates where musical pauses occur. Generally, the rhyme scheme remains consistent throughout. Some lines rhyme every line, some rhyme every other line, and some rhyme every few lines. Like 5 and 7 character poems, CI emphasize the balance of level and rising tones. Rising tones are further divided into upper, departing, and entering tones. Repetition of characters is also permitted. In summary, understanding CI poetry and being able to compose it is no easy feat without years of accumulation. One will only end up making a fool of oneself. Nangong Yuping could already foresee that Chen Feng would end up in an awkward situation, so she had to figure out how to help him out later. Nangong Yuping had already planned how to rescue Chen Feng. As Nangong Yuping's daughter, Ling Bingyan was more direct. She stood up abruptly. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the live streaming phone held by the lyricists, and she quickly swallowed the words that were about to come out. As a public figure in the entertainment industry, and with someone currently live streaming, she couldn't say anything that might undermine Chen Feng or encourage him to back down. Such words would only weaken Chen Feng's momentum. Slowly, she sat back down, but as she did, she secretly tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve, hoping he would understand her intentions and retreat rather than confront him head-on. But in her eyes, Chen Feng seemed possessed, completely ignoring her tugging. He didn't even flinch. Wang Bingqing saw that his goal had been achieved and sneered with contempt. He had lost earlier because he had been careless, underestimating this actor who had such a wealth of poetic knowledge. In Wang Bingqing's mind, in the entertainment industry, having a college degree was already a very high standard. 1 in 10 people had one. But he never imagined that Chen Feng was one of the few who were even rarer among that already small group. But it didn't matter. He needed to take this seriously now. He would soon regain his composure and crush Chen Feng. Alright, Chen Feng, let's not waste any time. Why don't you compose a poem on the spot? As soon as Wang Bingqing finished speaking, Chen Feng impatiently nodded. He already had a piece he wanted to showcase to everyone. He recalled a song from his previous life, which had a particularly beautiful passage, and here Wang Bingqing was still dithering on and on. The netizens finally understood that the person earlier had wanted to challenge Chen Feng to a song dynasty poetry competition, not a songwriting contest. Is this a joke? A lyricist competing with a singer over lyrics? Using your own strengths to compete with someone else's weaknesses? Such a despicable person deserves to write lyrics? Do you have the nerve to stream this? Quick, check who owns this account. I'm going to expose him online. That's not the point. The real issue is that Chen Feng actually agreed? No way, are you serious? Chen Feng has lost his mind? He'll agree to anything? I've never seen Chen Feng refuse anyone. Don't know how to refuse, Mr. Chen? Here comes the joke, guys. Wang Bingqing continued to talk eloquently in front of the camera, thinking he was charming and would attract wave after wave of female fans. He. A slightly lecherous smile flashed across Wang Bingqing's lips. Alright, then let's have Chen go first as usual, so no one can say I'm being unfair. Stop, you go first. You just used that line to make me recite poetry first, leaving me speechless. This time, you go first. Don't mention bullying. I'm not afraid of being bullied. Please go ahead. Chen Feng kept defying conventional wisdom, leaving Wang Bingqing caught off guard once again. He wanted to listen to Chen Feng's poem first, then criticize it from every angle, creating a negative impression in everyone's minds, and then present his own excellent poem to shine brightly. But it didn't matter. His own lyrics would shock the entire audience. Besides, what kind of good lyrics could Chen Feng possibly come up with? Thinking this, Wang Bingqing smiled and said, well, since Chen brother has spoken, I won't be modest. I'll go first and set an example for Chen brother. Chapter 156, Watching Chen Feng Write Lyrics. Wang Bingqing's face was filled with excitement. He was finally going to make up for his earlier underestimation and carelessness. For him, if he couldn't regain his dignity from Chen Feng tonight, he'd probably be restless and unable to sleep for days. Walking in an S shape onto the stage, Wang Bingqing bowed to everyone below. In his own eyes, he was now the reincarnation of the poet immortal Li Bai. Everyone stared at the young man on stage with puzzled expressions. Was he really inspired to write poetry after drinking, or was he just trying to show off? Wang Tianlai in the front row looked extremely displeased. He had just managed to sweep this matter under the rug, only to have his obedient grandson come and rub salt in the wound. If he had composed this poem well, it might have been forgiven, as people might overlook his boldness due to his talent. But if he ended up presenting something mediocre, it would likely mean that Wang Bingqing's name would disappear from the list of future talents being cultivated by the poetry school. This would be a devastating blow for Wang Bingqing. The live streaming phone from the poetry school followed Wang Bingqing's movements slowly. The person holding the phone for Wang Bingqing was drenched in sweat. He saw the screen filled with insults directed at Wang Bingqing. Who the hell is this guy? I want to see Chen Feng. He must be pretty handsome, right? This guy seems to be from the Poetry Association. What's his name again? Wang Tianlai, the grandson of old master Wang Bingqing. Ah, yes, that's the idiot. He always acts like a decent person, but he's actually from our school. Me too. I heard he used to grope girls' thighs when he was in school. Holy crap, so much dirt on him? Wang Bingqing closed his eyes tightly and pulled out a folding fan from somewhere. With a loud slap, he flung it away. Here's a poem called Shao Zhongshan. Please forgive my poor recitation. The audience gasped. The Xiaochongshan rhyme scheme was rarely used nowadays. Most contemporary poets preferred Ru Mengling, Dai Lianhua, Wan Xisha, Nian Nu Jiao, and Qin Yuan Chun. The Xiaochongshan rhyme scheme had not been used for a very long time. It is said that there was once an ancient man who had a beloved concubine, as beautiful as a flower and gifted in poetry and prose. However, she was taken away by the emperor. As a subject of the emperor, the ancient man could only suppress his longing and composed a piece of Xiaochongshan. When the melody was sung, it was incredibly sad and melancholic. Upon hearing it, the concubine became depressed and eventually died. The concubine passed away, but the Xiaochongshan melody, which had come into being because of her, was gradually remembered by people forever. Later generations even referred to Xiaochongshan as a synonym for bitter longing. Next, Wang Bingcheng stood on stage and recited his own lyrics with ease and grace, his voice sad and melancholy, filled with sorrow. It must be said that Wang Bingcheng was a talented man. Though Wang Tianlai was unhappy with Wang Bingcheng's actions, he still took the time to evaluate his lyrics in his heart and offered his own opinions. Regardless, Wang Bingcheng was his own grandson and the heir to his family's legacy. He couldn't possibly favor an outsider over his own grandson. The audience below praised Wang Bingcheng's lyrics far more than they criticized them. People never hesitate to praise those with talent. Looking at Chen Feng, he was still cracking sunflower seeds. Chen brother, I see you've been eating the whole time. It's your turn to compose lyrics now. Given your knowledge of poetry, I'm sure you'll come up with something good. Everyone here is looking forward to hearing you speak. Indeed, everyone in the hall was eagerly awaiting Chen Feng's lyrics. They all admired his humble and composed demeanor. Nandong Yuping looked at Chen Feng with hopeful eyes. Talented yet humble, she had always been good at judging people, which was why she had tacitly allowed her daughter to grow so close to Chen Feng. Little Chen, don't worry. If you have inspiration, just go for it. If not, we don't have to bother with them. As soon as Nangong Yuping finished speaking, Wang Tianlai took over, saying, Nangong, Chen Xiaoyu must have his own ideas. Young people are full of energy, we shouldn't stand in their way. Wang Tianlai was about to argue with Nangong Yuping when Chen Feng stood up. He shook his hands and cleared the sunflower seed shells from his hands. I can't write lyrics, you all know that. But since you insist, I'll just continue writing a bit. Chen Feng's words made Wang Bingcheng's previously arrogant expression turn slightly awkward. The poets and lyricists in the hall also felt ashamed. After all, Chen Feng was a singer, not a literary scholar immersed in poetry. However, Chen Feng's background was too impressive. As the most prominent young singer of the moment, his success had come too quickly, causing even these literary figures from a different field to harbor jealousy toward him. Yet Chen Feng's words now dealt another blow to Wang Bingcheng. As the descendant of Lin Chuan, he was repeatedly challenging an entertainer to a poetry contest, like an adult insisting on fighting an elementary school student on a stage. Moreover, this adult did not feel ashamed but instead took pride in it. Chen Feng strode confidently onto the stage. The stage was too familiar to him. No matter what kind of stage it was, once he stepped onto it, he shone like a natural-born king. His tall stature and handsome features immediately overshadowed Wang Bingcheng, who boasted of his charm and elegance. The live stream on the phone continued, with everyone calling friends and family to come watch, eager to see if Chen Feng's literary skills were as extraordinary as the online rumors claimed. Although the lyrics and music of those songs were credited to Chen Feng, people still harbored doubts. A plain canvas outlines blue flowers, the brushstrokes growing darker than lighter. The peony painted on the vase is as delicate as your first makeup. The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you. The smoke rises gently, across the river, thousands of miles away. When you should speak, you remain silent. When you should be brave, you grow weak. The paper airplane from my childhood has finally returned to my hands. Seabirds and fish falling in love is just a coincidence. The azure coral sea, mist for an instant, turns pale. Do you remember when you said home is the only castle? Following the rice-scented river, keep running. Smile, for I know the dreams of childhood. Watch the snow grow old, and my eyes melt away. The evening stars are like your eyes, killing and setting fires. You need not say a word, the wild wind disturbs me. When one thinks of Chen Feng, these memorable lyrics come to mind. Though these lyrics aren't poetry, the writing techniques they employ, along with the imagery and emotions they evoke, are almost indistinguishable from modern prose poetry. This makes people feel that he is too talented, so talented that it seems unreal, yet there is no evidence to prove that these are fake. Now, an opportunity has arisen to test whether he truly possesses such talent. Those who harbor doubts would never let such an opportunity slip away. Chapter 157, Xiao Zhongshan. At that moment, the venue was completely silent, with everyone staring at the tall, handsome man on stage. This is also a piece called Xiao Zhongshan, but it is a continuation of general use Xiao Zhongshan. Also Xiao Zhongshan? When did this obscure poetic form become so widespread? Continuing an ancient work? Both the audience in the hall and the online viewers in the live stream fell silent. That's way too impressive. Setting aside what the lyrics will be like later, daring to continue an ancient master's famous work takes immense courage. 99% of people, no, 99.999% of people couldn't do it. Chen Feng cleared his throat with a light cough, having eaten too many sunflower seeds in the evening, leaving his throat feeling dry. Last night, the cold cicadas ceased their ceaseless chirping, startling me awake from a 1,000-mile dream. It was already the third watch of the night. I rose and walked alone around the steps. People move quietly outside the curtain as the moon shines dimly. Growing old for fame and fortune, the old pines and bamboos on my hometown mountain block my return. I wish to entrust my heart to the jade zither. But few understand, and when the strings break, who will listen? Chen Feng recited these lines, all of which were written by General Yu. It must be said that General Yu was truly an outstanding general in Chinese history, an outstanding military strategist, and one of the few generals who loved poetry, leaving behind more than 20 famous works. Xiao Zhongshan is also one of his more famous works. This poem describes General Yu being awakened by the chirping of insects on an autumn night, already past midnight. He rose and walked slowly near the steps, the surroundings quiet and still, with a faint moon outside the curtains. His hair had turned white, yet he had not yet reclaimed the lost territories or achieved great deeds. The pine and bamboo on the mountains of his hometown had grown tall and old. The voices of opposition had disrupted the established order. With a heart full of concerns, he played a melody on his zither, but there were few who could appreciate the beauty of the high mountains and flowing water. Even if the strings were broken, who would hear it? Everyone couldn't help but anticipate how Chen Feng would continue his story. The starting point is too high, it's easy to fall hard. It's actually this song, Xiao Zhongshan? I thought it would be something like Qin Yuan Chun or Huan Shi Sha Dot. It's a melancholy poem about someone who can't achieve their goals, which is completely different from Chen Feng's current situation. Will he be able to write a good continuation? You're worried about whether he can write it well? I'm worried about whether he can even write it at all. Everyone had mixed opinions about Chen Feng's choice of words, but deep down, they were all eagerly awaiting his next words. Chen Feng took a deep breath and shook his head gently. In my dreams, I hack through thorns and wear iron armor. He has ridden the night wind and flowed eastward with the waves. Outside the city, horses stand still, their hooves tapping the ground, while a soaring phoenix surveys the cold rain. Alas, the joyous celebration of a nearly completed endeavor is now lost. After speaking, Chen Feng walked directly off the stage and headed toward the door. He really didn't want to stay here anymore. What kind of people were these? He had only come here to accompany Ling Bingyan for a meal, but now he hadn't even gotten to eat, and they were making him perform like a monkey on stage for free. Mr. Chen. Ling Bingyan glanced back in the direction of Nangon Yuping before following Chen Feng out the door. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Though there were only 4 sentences, each one felt like General Yu's long spear, striking each person's heart. After a long while, Nangon Yuping looked at Wang Tianlai. Is there anything else you want to say? Wang Tianlai leaned against the chair, his gaze fixed on Wang Bingcheng, who was staring blankly at the stage, his expression sorrowful. Good words. The continuation is superb. He had only ever seen the spirit of ancient poets in classical texts, but he had just experienced it in a young man. The people in the hall began to appreciate Chen Feng's continuation. In dreams, I hack through thorns and wear a clanging iron armor corresponds to awakening from a 1,000-mile dream. One could imagine that in the dream, General Yu was still fighting on horseback, clearing obstacles, and killing enemies to reclaim his homeland. Alas, such a scene was merely last night's dream. After waking, the bloody battles on the battlefield had already ridden last night's long wind and flowed east with the waves. On the surface, it seems to describe the fading of a dream, but it also portrays Yufei's unfulfilled ambitions after the peace talks. He could no longer go to the battlefield to fight for his country, achieve glory, or reclaim lost territories. Chen Feng's single line of verse deeply captures General Yu's helplessness and despair, as if transcending the centuries to return to the time and place where Yufei once stood. The line outside the city, horses stand still, shaking their heads and stamping their hooves. Pingju gazes down at the cold rain, further highlights General Yu's helplessness. Despite having so many war horses, they cannot go to the battlefield to fight for the country, and now they can only stand outside the city, shaking their heads and stamping their hooves, expressing their frustration. The phrase shaking their heads and stamping their hooves also indicates that even the horses want to return to the battlefield, but the emperor is only interested in peace talks. This is not merely the horses shaking their heads and stamping their hooves, it is also the general's own frustration and helplessness, which resonates deeply with his poem Full River Red. Wang Tianlai coldly shouted at Wang Bingcheng on stage, "Get down here." He took a piece of paper handed to him by an assistant, which contained the full version of the poem Chen Feng had just recited. His eyes brimming with admiration, he smiled helplessly at Nangon Yuping and said, "Chen Xiaoyu is indeed formidable. It's just that Bingcheng is no match for him. I concede defeat." Wang Bingcheng was still in a daze. He approached Wang Tianlai, but before he could speak, Wang Tianlai slapped him across the face. "Get out of here, you useless piece of trash. I can't stand looking at you anymore." For some reason, he couldn't stand his own grandson, no matter how he looked at him. "Damn it, who is that old man? He's doing what I've always wanted to do but couldn't." He's his own grandfather, Wang Tianlai, the leader of the faction. Wow, that has some serious family loyalty. It seems this old man still has some skill. I admire him. The live stream suddenly cut off with that slap, as violence is not allowed during live broadcasts. Everyone, get back to what you were doing. Continue on, continue on. The poetry competition continued, but Wang Tianlai stared blankly at the poem in front of him. The continuation was superb, perfectly capturing General Yu's frustration while also expressing dissatisfaction with the imperial authority at the time. Looking at the current poets, they only know how to complain that others don't appreciate their work. But in reality, they're mediocre versus pale in comparison to Chen Feng's continuation. They're nothing but trash, fit to be trampled underfoot. After Chen Feng left the banquet hall, he no longer felt as irritated as before. Mr. Chen, let us go eat barbecue. A hand suddenly grabbed his arm. He turned to see Ling Bingyan with an apologetic expression, smiling sweetly at him. Chen Feng's arm froze. He wanted to break free from Ling Bingyan's grip, but felt it would be impolite, so he smiled and said, "Let's go." Compared to a formal meal, I prefer street food. The two walked side by side on the street, accompanied by the streetlights. Everything seemed so beautiful. Ling Bingyan recalled the time she had spent with Chen Feng at the amusement park recently. Just like now, there were only the two of them, quietly accompanying each other. I wish every day could be like this. Chapter 158, Arrival in Vienna. After eating something with Ling Bingyan, Chen Feng went home. The lyrics for the sequel to Xiao Zhongshan were inspired by Chen Feng's memories of a legendary gamer named Su from his previous life, who had sung the song on the TV show Classic Songs Passed Down. As a classic, he wanted this song to not be forgotten in this world. However, he needed to protect his voice for now and avoid overusing it. Moreover, Chen Feng's voice wasn't very suited to Su's songs, so it might be better to sell it to Zhou, who had recently asked him to create another piece for him. Thinking about it, he began to write the sheet music. Although he already knew the lyrics by heart, he still needed to recall the melody and make some refinements. Late at night, the complete sequel to Xiao Zhongshan was born from Chen Feng's pen. He sent a message to Zhou. Remember I asked you to write a song for me? Here's one for you. Let me know when you wake up. After that, Chen Feng fell asleep, as he had more important matters to attend to the next day, going to Vienna with Tan Jing. It must be said that handling official matters is efficient. Chen Feng's entry procedures were processed in a single day. Whenever it comes to matters that bring glory to the authorities, they act with lightning speed. The next morning, Chen Feng woke up and picked up his phone. Zhou 4 or 5 messages were quietly waiting on his screen. Here. What song is that? Brother Feng, are you still sleeping? I'm so excited. What song is it? What song is it? How about I go to your company and wait for you? Chen Feng, still half asleep, glanced at the message Zhou had sent him on his phone. In his mind, he could already picture Zhou, not very tall, grinning widely at him. Fortunately, Zhou knew that Chen Feng usually woke up late, otherwise he would have called him repeatedly. His fingers tapped quickly on the phone screen, and Chen Feng replied to Zhou, "I'll take a photo of the song and send it to you. I won't be going to the office today, I have to run an errand and will be back later." With a beep, the message was sent. Within a second, Zhou name had changed to "the other party is typing." Wow, Feng Ge, you're finally awake. What song is it? Send it to me quickly. I want to see it. One could sense Zhou urgent expression. Chen Feng's lyrics and melodies were no longer just a song in the current music scene, they had become a symbol of status, even one's future. Anyone who could get their hands on a song written by Chen Feng, as long as the singer wasn't too terrible, would likely re-enter fans' playlists thanks to that song alone. Aling was like that, Zhang Jie was like that, and Zhou had also personally experienced the magical power of his songs. Chen Feng smiled, took a photo of the sheet music, and sent it to Zhou. Got it, Brother Feng. I'll take a look first. Although Zhou is a bit older than Chen Feng, he refers to him as Feng Ge every time, which fully highlights Chen Feng's exalted status in his heart. After replying with a small emoji, Chen Feng began packing his belongings. A round trip to Vienna would take 4 or 5 days, so he needed to bring some essentials. About an hour later, Chen Feng's phone rang. Brother Feng, how much is this song? I'll transfer the money to you. Zhou added a bouncing emoji at the end, indicating his excitement. Just give whatever you think is appropriate, following the industry's standards. Zhou didn't reply, and Chen Feng continued packing his suitcase, checking to see if he had forgotten anything. Ding! A text message arrived on his phone. Your bank card has received 3 million yuan. Shortly after, Chen Feng's phone rang. It was Zhou calling. They chatted briefly, and Chen Feng informed Zhou about his upcoming trip to Vienna. Zhou remarked that Chen Feng was drifting further and further away from him. As they chatted, the car sent to pick up Chen Feng arrived downstairs, and their call was forced to end. Carrying his luggage, Chen Feng got into a car with military license plates. The car itself was quite ordinary and not particularly luxurious, but Chen Feng felt an inexplicable sense of excitement as he sat inside. After chatting with the driver for a few moments, Chen Feng's phone received another message from Zhou Shen. What's the name of this song? Name? Chen Feng really couldn't think of it. What was the name of the original song by Su Dashi from his previous life? His memory had been a bit fuzzy lately. Never mind, just make something up. Chen Feng thought for a moment. Since it was written last night and was a song with a very Chinese style, the title should be more literary. Let's call it Last Night's Book. After sending the name to Zhou Shen, Chen Feng closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Soon, the car entered the large compound from yesterday. Chen Feng got out and saw Tan Jing already waiting at the entrance. The guards were all curious about who could make Colonel Tan wait downstairs. It's the young man from yesterday. I thought he was Colonel Tan's relative, but it turns out he's also a member of the orchestra. You don't know him? He is Chen Feng, the hottest rising star in the music industry lately. I'm on guard duty all day. I don't have time to pay attention to the entertainment industry. While the guards were chatting, Chen Feng had already reunited with Tan Jing. Everyone was loading the musical instruments and equipment needed for the trip to Vienna into the car. Chen Feng took a special look at the Swana to make sure it was in good condition. Tan Jing smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone is very concerned about your Swana. It won't have any issues." Chen Feng chuckled and chatted with Tan Jing and the others about everyday matters, waiting for the journey to Vienna to begin. The flight from Beijing to Vienna took nearly 20 hours. Chen Feng only remembered boarding the passenger plane in the afternoon and arriving in Vienna the next morning. Vienna, a city whose name evokes romance, is also a city situated on the banks of the Danube River, and it is the largest city and political center of Austria. Vienna is renowned for its magnificent architecture, parks, and extensive bicycle network, earning it the title of one of the world's most livable cities. However, these are not what truly captivate him. The city's rich classical music atmosphere draws musicians from around the globe. The City of Music is its true name. Shuechat Airport. A group of Asian faces appeared in the hall, lining up neatly and heading toward the airport exit. As a military band, soldiers come first, followed by the musicians. Therefore, the discipline and bearing expected of soldiers are fully embodied in these band instructors. The people around them, with their blue eyes and fair skin, all raised their phones, chatting, and taking photos of the scene. In their eyes, the sight of mysterious Easterners marching in perfect formation was a rare and fascinating spectacle. Tan Jing and Chen Feng were not part of the procession. Tan Jing was a singer and not a member of the orchestra, while Chen Feng was a complete temporary staff member. The two followed the orchestra out of the building from a distance. Chapter 159, Rehearsal. The hotel they had booked was very close to the Vienna Golden Hall. The Vienna Golden Hall is the oldest and most modern concert hall in Vienna. The surrounding hotels all feature a distinctive European castle-style architecture. After checking in, Chen Feng asked the hotel staff to exchange some euros. In this place, Chinese currency wasn't accepted, let alone things like scanning codes for payment. Tan Jing watched Chen Feng's actions and smiled. "Actually, you don't need to rush about this. After we drop off our luggage, we'll head straight to the rehearsal. You won't have any need to spend money today." Chen Feng glanced at the international time, which was 6 hours ahead of China. Though the time wasn't abundant, the performance was scheduled for tonight. Chen Feng could only stuff the exchanged money into his suitcase and push it into his own room. About an hour later, everyone gathered in the first-floor lobby and headed to the Vienna Golden Hall for the rehearsal. Unlike before, everyone had taken off their military uniforms and changed into various ordinary outfits, heading to the Vienna Golden Hall in a low-key manner. Standing at the entrance, Chen Feng looked up at the nearly century-old Italian Renaissance-style building. The exterior walls were adorned with alternating bands of yellow and red, and the roof was adorned with numerous statues of music goddesses, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. Upon entering, the interior was even more impressive, with multiple concert halls, including the Golden Hall, the Brahms Hall, and the Mozart Hall, all special venues for CCTV performances. Stepping into the most magnificent Golden Hall, the opulent golden architecture immediately caught Chen Feng's attention. Even as someone who had lived 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but marvel at the Vienna Golden Hall's pinnacle of artistic expression. Inside the hall, a symphony orchestra was already rehearsing. Chen Feng closed his eyes to listen, nodding in approval. The magnificent and dazzling sound effects truly lived up to the hall's golden reputation. The astonishment of the crowd was no less than Chen Feng's. Everyone was marveling at the awe-inspiring experience the Vienna Golden Hall had bestowed upon them. If only our homeland could have such a culturally rich music hall. Yes, it must perfectly embody Chinese-style flying eaves, red wood, stone carvings, dragon patterns. Just thinking about it gets me excited. This gold is a bit too dazzling. I feel like I could unleash 120% of my ability here. Ha ha ha, you? Just don't mess up. After chatting with the staff at the Golden Hall, Chen Feng easily connected his phone to the Wi-Fi. He had promised everyone that he would take photos of the Golden Hall and send them to his friends. In fact, before Chen Feng left, Ling Bingxue created a group chat for everyone, naming it Village Representatives in the City. Chen Feng raised his phone and took photos of the surroundings, the stage, the lights, every angle imaginable. Those who didn't know might think he was an engineer from China planning to replicate the Vienna Golden Hall exactly. Soon, people started replying in the group chat. Zhou, wow, is this the Golden Hall? It's really golden. Zhang Jia, don't act so unambitious. Tan Weiwei, when will I be able to sing at this level and perform at the Vienna Golden Hall? Han Lei, smiling emoji. Ling Bingxue, get some autographs from the big shots for the brothers. Ling Bingyan, looking forward to Chen's performance. Chen Feng replied with an OK emoji and prepared to go to rehearsal. The design of the Golden Hall is different from a typical concert hall. The sound produced from each position varies. Chen Feng needed to find his spot on stage first. After about 2 hours, it was finally time for the Huaxia Symphony Orchestra to rehearse. Everyone hadn't changed into formal attire but instead sat in their usual seats according to the arrangements made back home. However, there was one person without a seat: Chen Feng. The instrument he was to play was completely out of place with the symphony orchestra behind him. The conductor studied the arrangement for a long time but couldn't figure out where to place Chen Feng. This was different from the concert halls in China, where he was familiar with the layout and could arrange a good spot for Chen Feng. But this was his first time at the Vienna Golden Hall. He decided to ask Chen Feng directly, Chen, where do you think you can best showcase the sound of the suona? Chen Feng was also thinking about this. He had almost no experience with symphonic music. However, he knew the basics. On the entire stage, aside from the microphone used by Tan Jing when she sang, none of the other instruments would use microphones to amplify their sound. In a professional concert hall, the audience should hear the purest sound produced by the instruments themselves. As an unruly instrument, the suona's sound is too loud to stand alongside any other type of instrument. Even Western instruments like trumpets or saxophones cannot match the suona's volume. This means that no matter where Chen Feng sits, the instrument teachers near him essentially come for nothing, as they cannot hear their own instruments. The absence of certain instruments in the harmony would make the accompaniment lack the same depth and beauty. Chen Feng looked around the stage and realized there was no suitable spot for him. No, when he saw the center of the stage, his eyes lit up. That's where I'll go. Everyone followed Chen Feng's finger to look in that direction. The center of the stage? Or rather, from the audience's perspective, slightly to the left of the center. It was about 3 or 4 meters to the left of Tan Jing. The conductor immediately understood. This position wouldn't conflict with the symphony orchestra, but it would create a significant conflict with the main singer, Tan Jing's voice. Thinking this, the conductor looked at Tan Jing with a wry smile. What do you think? Tan Jing didn't hesitate at all and nodded. Where Chen Feng says, that's where it goes. Since both the leader and the main performer had agreed, he had no objections. He turned around to prepare for his work with the symphony orchestra. Meanwhile, Chen Feng walked up to the stage from the back of the orchestra, carrying a suona. Below the stage, the foreign audience was curious about this instrument, which resembled a trumpet, an oboe, and a high-pitched straight-neck saxophone. Most importantly, he was standing right next to the singer. If he was playing an instrument, would she sing or would he perform? Although Tan Jing had just expressed her full trust in Chen Feng in front of everyone, when the two of them were standing together, Tan Jing still felt uneasy and whispered to herself. Xiao Feng, is everything okay? Chen Feng turned to look at the distance between the two of them, then stepped slightly to the side and back, roughly measuring the space. He felt satisfied with the position. It allowed him to freely showcase the sound of the suona without interfering with Tan Jing's singing from a short distance away. He then smiled and said, Don't worry, Jing, just sing. Chapter 160, Just Ordinary Friends. After everyone took their positions, the rehearsal began. However, Chen Feng did not play the suona yet, as he did not want to showcase this segment to the foreigners in the audience. Thus, only Tan Jing and the symphony orchestra behind her performed together. Below the stage, the foreigners who were curious about the instrument in Chen Feng's hands only saw him making a few gestures on stage without producing any special sounds. They were a bit disappointed and started chatting with each other in English. What was that? I didn't hear any sound. I'm sorry, I don't know either. It must be a unique musical instrument from China. Oh, my goodness, I have many Chinese musician friends, but I've never seen anyone play that instrument before. Speaking of Chinese instruments, I still prefer the one called the guzheng. And that instrument's similar to a guitar, I think it's called a pipa. As the group chatted, Tan Jing had already begun to warm up her voice on stage. A song lasts about 5 minutes, and the foreigners in the audience all looked rather perplexed. The beautiful lady on stage sings quite well, but I can't help feeling like something is missing. Exactly, I feel the same way. I can feel the vocal style and emotion, but my goodness, I can't put my finger on what's missing in this song. There's room for improvement. It's just a little something, just a tiny bit. A few foreigners dressed in black tailcoats gathered together, exchanging opinions, but they just couldn't figure out what was missing. This was extremely frustrating for them, who regarded music as their life. Perhaps they felt they were being too harsh on themselves. I feel like it's missing that ethereal, dreamlike quality. Oh my god, let us go out and take a break. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm missing out. Alright, my friend. With that, the musicians, who had just finished their rehearsal, all walked out together. The entire hall was left empty, except for Tan Jing, Chen Feng, and the remaining orchestra members and staff. After the foreigners left, Chen Feng raised his suona and played along with the entire piece. It wasn't that he was being sentimental or petty. Chen Feng simply wanted to astonish them with the suona, to let these foreigners know that China's traditional musical elements are rich and diverse, not just represented by the guzheng or pipa. After practicing a few times, it was time for the rehearsal. There were people from other countries coming in to try singing, so everyone had to pack up and prepare to leave. As they reached the entrance, Chen Feng and the others happened to encounter the next group arriving for their rehearsal. It was a band from South Korea. Chen Feng had no particularly favorable impressions of South Korea beyond the Kim family, so he was about to lower his head and pass by when he spotted a figure that left him speechless. Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment and rubbed his eyes. It was really her, Kim Ji-na? Even after rubbing his eyes, Chen Feng couldn't believe it was her. Less than a month ago, she was still an unknown trainee. How had she ended up in Vienna so quickly? Was she here as a guest? Jin Jina also spotted Chen Feng and walked up to him with a graceful demeanor. Long time no see, Chen Feng. Chen Feng's mind went blank. No, it was filled with the memories of that night at the hotel. It wasn't something he had intentionally thought about, it had simply surfaced uncontrollably in his mind. It's been a long time. Chen Feng, who had always been known for his composure, was no longer calm. It wasn't his fault anyone would have lost their composure. On the other hand, Jin Jinna acted as if nothing had ever happened. Chen Feng, I'm so happy to see you here. Tan Jing, who was nearby, looked at Chen Feng in surprise. She hadn't expected there to be someone here who knew Chen Feng. Chen Feng seemed to sense Tan Jing's gaze and said to her, I'm just catching up with an old friend from South Korea. I'll be right back. Tan Jing nodded and walked toward the door. The others from South Korea were also considerate enough to give the two some space. Chen Feng, are you here to sing? Jin Jinna asked in her still somewhat awkward Mandarin. Chen Feng shook his head. No, I'm not here to sing this time. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, a look of disappointment clearly appeared on Jin Jinna's face. Oh, I thought I might get to hear something amazing from you. Chen Feng scratched his head and didn't continue the topic, instead asking, what about you? Why did you come this time? Seeing that Chen Feng was concerned about her, Jin Jinna's expression immediately changed from disappointment to excitement. I'm here to sing representing South Korea at the Dreams in Bloom themed concert at the Vienna Golden Hall. Represent? South Korea? Sing? Chen Feng's jaw nearly dropped. It was exactly as he had suspected. A trainee just a month ago could now represent an entire music industry at a concert. Given the highly hierarchical nature of the South Korean music industry, this was likely all orchestrated by her father, Kim Min-sik. However, this was indeed a good thing. Being able to represent an entire music industry at such an important international event would undoubtedly elevate her status in the South Korean music industry upon her return, and she would no longer have to worry about the unwritten rules that plagued the industry. Others will beg her to join their events, rather than her begging others for a chance to appear in theirs. Thinking about this, Chen Feng had another question. What song did you sing this time? Kim Jin-na tucked her hands behind her back, gave Chen Feng a playful tongue-out gesture, and said, It's a secret. You'll find out tonight. After saying that, Jin Jin-na pushed Chen Feng out the door, gesturing for him not to eavesdrop on her rehearsal. Chen Feng, who had been ushered out, paused for a moment before turning around and heading toward the direction where Huaxia was located. Well, whatever. I'll hear what she's singing tonight anyway. I hope she can make a name for herself. Although Chen Feng didn't have a particularly good impression of South Korea as a country, he felt a strange, indescribable connection to Jin Jinna, the young girl with whom he had shared a brief encounter. As for what exactly that feeling was, he couldn't put it into words. When he reached Tan Jing's side, he saw her looking at him with an anti-smile. This made Chen Feng feel a bit uneasy. What's wrong, Jing? Seeing that Chen Feng had asked, Tan Jing decided to voice her own curiosity. Be honest, what's your relationship with that South Korean beauty from earlier? What kind of relationship? Chen Feng's neck stretched out as he looked at Tan Jing in surprise. Is it that obvious? Chen Feng felt a bit uneasy. There's nothing special between us. We just spent the night together, but how do I even say that? Chen Feng really didn't know how to respond, but Tan Jing was still staring at him with an ant-like smile, so he could only give a nervous laugh. It's nothing. We're just ordinary friends. Chapter 161, Keep Moving Forward. After teasing Chen Feng for a while, Tan Jing and the others stopped laughing and prepared to rest before the evening performance. Chen Feng, however, was busy chatting with everyone on his phone, waiting for time to pass. By around 6 p.m. local time, the sky gradually grew darker, and the lights along the Danube River slowly began to glow. It is said that the Danube changes color 8 times a year, creating a breathtakingly beautiful and romantic sight. Along this romantically colored river lies tonight's main venue for Chen Feng and the others, the Vienna Golden Hall. There was no red carpet, and no one was trying to sneak onto the red carpet in front of the Vienna Golden Hall. It's not that they didn't want to, but they simply couldn't. Everyone in the symphony orchestra did not wear the formal tailcoats like other foreigners, but instead wore zhongshan suits, a garment with distinct Chinese characteristics, including Chen Feng himself. From the backstage area, Chen Feng spotted the South Korean orchestra and Kim Ji-na. She seemed a bit nervous, and her attendants weren't wearing their country's traditional attire either, just casual dresses. Thinking about it, it made sense. South Korea doesn't have much of its own musical culture, it's mostly pop music. Many of the cultural elements they claim to have a long history of are actually borrowed from China. So the program they brought to the concert was also pop music. Kim Ji-na merely waved at Chen Feng from a distance, showing no intention of approaching him. After all, this was a formal occasion, and the performance was the main focus. At 8 p.m., the concert officially began amid enthusiastic applause. The Chinese performance was scheduled as the second-to-last act, with the Vienna-based orchestra taking the final spot as the closing act, a customary arrangement at international concerts. The theme of this concert was Dreams in Bloom, though despite the theme, almost none of the music performed had much connection to it, with each country showcasing their own unique styles. The American soprano singer Lisette Oropeza performed a classic excerpt from her signature song, La Traviata, titled He Might Be the One I Want to See. As soon as the song ended, she was greeted with enthusiastic applause from the audience. As a renowned American soprano, Lisette Oropeza's popularity is well-deserved, especially for her rendition of La Traviata, which she has been singing since childhood, almost her entire life, and has mastered every nuance of the piece. Next up is Italian pop singer Taijian Ruofe Luo. His piercing gaze and gentle voice captivated many single women in the audience, who enthusiastically cheered him on. One after another, singers took the stage, performing songs that best represented their home countries or their own unique styles, showcasing their musical talent to people around the world. As a world-class music event, CCTV Music Channel naturally broadcast the concert live. At that moment, in the studio of Beijing Tianxia Media, everyone was gathered around, eagerly watching the live broadcast of the concert. They weren't there solely to watch Chen Feng's performance, they were also watching the concert to gain more musical insights and enhance their own musical literacy. On the live broadcast, Chen Feng had not yet taken the stage, but the South Korean band was already on stage, ready to perform. There weren't many of them, perhaps around 10 or so, and they weren't performing a symphony. Although the Golden Hall primarily featured grand orchestral music, there were occasional interludes of smaller-scale performances similar to what Jin Jinna was about to perform. This surprised both the live audience and those watching the live broadcast on TV. What's going on? What's South Korea up to now? You'll get used to it. They just don't have much cultural heritage. While the audience whispered among themselves, the South Korean band on stage was already ready to perform. Kim Ji-na made a gesture to the stage director nearby, and the lights gradually dimmed, casting the Golden Hall in a dim glow. Several spotlights shone on Kim Ji-na, who was holding a guitar and making a strumming motion. Don't worry, my dear. Please don't worry. Let us sing together. Let's sing together. Bury all your painful memories deep within your heart. All your sad memories, bury them deep in your heart. Chen Feng watched the TV broadcast from backstage and saw that Kim Ji-na was singing this song on stage. Wow, this song is actually being performed in Vienna. Kim Min-suk really spared no expense for his daughter. However, Chen Feng still felt happy for Jin Jinna. He opened the door and walked out, telling Tan Jing that he was going to the audience seats. The surprise Jin Jinna mentioned earlier must be this. Chen Feng arrived at the back of the audience seats and began to enjoy Kim Ji-na's performance. Jin Jinna sang with increasing emotion. The accompaniment for this song consisted of several guitars and a drum set. Though it didn't have the sweeping grandeur of a symphony, her voice flowed like a gentle stream, melting everyone's hearts, with excellent rhythm. This song, she now performed with even greater mastery, almost perfect, with a strong sense of melody. One could tell that the song told a heartwarming story, and even in symphonic music, there aren't many pieces that celebrate family bonds. Language has borders, but art knows no boundaries. Jin Jinna's gentle voice touches the heart. The audience members were mostly from the upper echelons of society, busy with socializing and careers, often traveling around the world and forgetting to spend time with their families. What has passed is past. Let the past be the past. That's the meaning behind it. That's what gives it meaning. Let's all sing together. Let's sing together. Let us say we dreamed without regret. Let us say we dreamed without regret. Listening to Kim Ji-na sing this song, Chen Feng's heart was filled with mixed emotions. This song suddenly reminded him of a line from his previous life. Adults are just enduring, just busy with adult matters, just using a facade of strength to bear the weight of their age. Adults also feel pain. Recalling such heartfelt lines, one couldn't help but be moved. Though this story and setting are set in a foreign land, there are always elements that can warm one's heart. I envy the kindness between neighbors, the purity of their friendships, and most importantly, the warm and touching details throughout the entire play. The audience members below also couldn't help but reflect on they had forgotten. The world isn't easy, but they simply love this state of silently enduring everything, pushing forward under high pressure, and gradually reaching where they are today. Chapter 162, It's Time to Take the Stage. Jin Jinna's song continued, and many audience members began to quietly wipe away tears from the corners of their eyes. It truly evoked many warm memories for them, warm moments, warm words, and the people who had warmed their hearts. For many people, life is simply existing with nothing. Jin Jinna spoke to everyone in her gentle voice. Don't worry about anything. Let's sing. All your sad memories, bury them deep within your heart. The past is gone, and it had its meaning. Sing a song for those who have left. Those who have loved never regret it. You've worked so hard, let the past be the past. The rhythmically powerful drum set beats slowly, the guitar in her hands produces gentle string sounds, and the notes from the electronic keyboard are transmitted one by one to each audience member. The entire song is like the play itself, beginning in D minor as a foundation for the main melody, then shifting to C major to give you a jolt, and finally ending in B flat. As the audience was moved, Kim Jin Na's song reached its conclusion, and the audience couldn't help but clap along to the rhythm of the music. Let us all sing together. Let's sing together. Let's say we dreamed without regret. Let's say we dreamed without regret. What's past is past. The past is the past. That's what it means. That's what it means. Let us all sing together. Let's sing together. Let's say we dreamed without regret. Let's say we dreamed without regret. Let's say we'll dream new dreams. Let us say we'll start new dreams. Unable to control his tears, they welled up in his eyes and spilled over. Unnoticed, Chen Feng's eyes also became moist. The audience watching the TV screen fell silent. Some were crouched in front of the TV eating spicy hot pot, others were listening to music while cleaning their homes, and some might have been delivering takeout while wearing headphones to enjoy the beautiful music. Perhaps most of the time, what you taste is the bitterness of life. Don't just sit there, try making some changes. It might not be so bad after all. We all have containers in our hearts filled with both honey and bitter water. Everyone has their struggles, they've all come this far step by step. So keep growing and don't worry. Those things that once kept you up at night might not be as significant as you think. They won't bring you down, only you can do that. After the soothing accompaniment, Jin Jinna's performance came to an end. The young girl stood up and bowed deeply to the audience. When she looked up, she suddenly noticed that the person standing in the last row was smiling at her. Though she couldn't see clearly, she could feel it was Chen Feng, and he was smiling. A song that soothes the soul, it resonates deeply with everyone who hears it. It's not that listening to this song will instantly purify your heart or elevate your soul. But after hearing this song, many people would probably call home, reminiscing about the beginning of their memories, recalling that most pure and carefree life. Dad, Mom, how are you both doing? I'll come home to visit you in a couple of days. After the performance, there was no time for interviews. Jin Jinna, bowing, carried her guitar off the stage amid the audience's cheers. Chen Feng also headed backstage. After one more act, it would be their turn, and he needed to return to join the others to ensure everything went smoothly. Chen Feng had just returned to the backstage when he encountered Jin Jinna, who had just finished her performance. She handed her guitar to someone else and quickly ran toward Chen Feng. Before Chen Feng could react, Jin Jinna spread her arms wide and hugged him tightly. Don't move. A voice as soft as a mosquito buzzed into Chen Feng's ear. Chen Feng wasn't thinking about moving either. He froze, surprised that Jin Jinna had rushed over to hug him. After a moment, Chen Feng gently patted Jin Jinna on the back. It's okay, it's okay. There are so many people watching. Jin Jinna showed no intention of letting go of Chen Feng. Instead, she buried her head in his neck and whispered, "Let me hold you for a moment, just a moment. I was too nervous just now." He could feel Jin Jinna's hands tightly gripping the back of his shirt, unwilling to let go. Chen Feng gently stroked Jin Jinna's back while smiling softly. All right, it's over now. At such a young age, you've already debuted on a world-class stage. There's nothing to worry about for your future. Using the title of the song Don't Worry, Chen Feng gently comforted Jin Jinna, but what he said was indeed true. How many people in the world, how many singers, have the opportunity to debut at the peak of their career? It was already more than enough. Finally, Jin Jinna slowly let go of Chen Feng and tidied up her clothes. When are you guys going back to the country? Maybe you can take me around Vienna sometime. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. I don't know when I'll be going back. It depends on our commander. Having spent a long time with the military art troupe, Chen Feng had started referring to Tan Jing as the director. So, Chen Feng, where do you live? Chen Feng sent his address to Jin Jinna. Chen Feng, let's go, it's time to go on stage. Staff members who had come from China were calling out to Chen Feng from behind. He apologized to Jin Jinna. Jinna, I have to go on stage. I'll go first. Jean Jina smiled and nodded firmly, raising her delicate little fist. Alright, good luck. Chen Feng responded with a smile before striding away. On stage, the host began the introduction. Next, please welcome the orchestra from China to perform a beautiful song titled Nine Girls. The audience below was mostly foreigners, and they didn't really understand the meaning of nine. However, there were also some Chinese people among them. One foreigner, speaking in broken Chinese, politely asked the Chinese person next to him. Hello, my friend, may I ask, what does the name of this song mean? The Chinese person was also a bit confused, but according to Chinese custom, this should be a name, or more specifically, a girl's name. Thinking this, he replied in English, Jor is the name of a Chinese girl. This song is probably about her. A wave of oh, clear. I understand. Swept through the crowd. Immediately, the foreigners began whispering to each other in English. The Chinese friend just said that the name of this song is a girl's name. My friend just said that the Chinese people over there said this is a song sung for a girl. According to the person next to me, his friend said that the Chinese friends over there said this is a song praising women. Surprisingly, the rumors grew closer to the truth. Chapter 163, Changing Careers? Under the eager anticipation of the audience at the Vienna venue, online viewers, and those watching the live broadcast, Tan Jing slowly walked to the center of the stage. The symphony orchestra behind her was uniformly dressed in Zhongshan suits with white shirts, looking very neat and orderly. As former military personnel, they sat upright with perfect posture and synchronized movements, fully embodying the mystical aura of the East. The lights dimmed once more, and Tan Jing's figure gradually vanished from everyone's sight. The live broadcast screen fell silent, with only the faint murmurs of a few audience members. Bang! A dozen spotlights suddenly illuminated the stage. The audience looked up to see a young man dressed in a red and gold Tang-style robe, holding an unfamiliar instrument to his lips. Oh, my god, what is that? Is that a Chinese clarinet? Isn't that a song for a girl? Now it's a guy playing it as a solo? The Chinese audience members in the stands furrowed their brows, unsure how to explain the instrument to their foreign friends. Many viewers at home covered their foreheads. No way, this is embarrassing overseas. That guy looks like Chen Feng. What do you mean looks like? That is Chen Feng. Wow, didn't he get injured recently? How did he end up playing the swana? This song even has a swana? Isn't the swana only used for funerals and weddings? I was looking forward to Tan Jing's performance. Forget it, it's over. As everyone watched in confusion, Chen Feng's shang began to play. The distinctive sound of the swana echoed throughout the Vienna Golden Hall. Though the hall appeared ordinary, it was actually highly technologically advanced, brimming with physics principles. Every sound on stage was amplified to the optimal volume, ensuring that every corner of the hall could hear the same sound. Chen Feng's solo shang performance immediately transported everyone to a field. The shang's rural-sounding tones transported everyone to a field of sorghum, where they listened to the enchanting story of a girl named Jor. After about 30 seconds of the solo performance, the audience watching on TV were all blown away. This is a swana? I'm speechless, I'm bowing down in awe. I never imagined a swana could sound so beautiful. Chen Feng must have no limits, he can do anything. Chen Feng is amazing, amazing. When I attended banquets before, how did I never notice that the swana could be played like this? Isn't this giving those swana players about to be laid off a chance to find new jobs? At this moment, Chen Feng had closed his eyes, completely immersed in the prelude of the song. The reason the swana hasn't made it into these highbrow venues is often because its sound is too unconventional. Almost all Chinese people know that the shang is nicknamed the musical instrument rogue. It has exceptional penetrating power, and its tone carries a hint of melancholy. But it is precisely this characteristic that makes it perfectly suited for this song. One could say that no other instrument is more suitable for this song than the swana. Most importantly, Chen Feng's performance on the swana demonstrated extraordinary penetrating power and emotional impact. The foreign audience members below were completely speechless. Oh my god, what is this? Tell me what this is. My friend, touch my hand, it's covered in goosebumps. Goodness, I feel like my brain has been cleansed by this instrument that sounds like a clarinet. Mysterious East, mysterious China, what else is there that we don't know? Chen Feng's playing style was different from the prelude Tan Jing had heard before. This time it was more emotionally charged. She had been worried that Chen Feng might make a mistake. After all, he hadn't really practiced during the rehearsal, it was just going through the motions. It turned out her worries were completely unfounded. He was born for the stage. Chen Feng's stunning performance relieved Tan Jing, and with such a great opening act, her own nervousness vanished completely. Now, guided by Chen Feng's shang, she and the audience were transported to that field of sorghum. The fields around us. The fragrance of jujube flowers at my fingertips. When the sorghum ripens, the sky turns red. Jor, I'll send you to a distant place. As the first verse of the song ends, a light-hearted and joyful scene unfolds in people's minds. Though the voice is low and slow, it is filled with emotion, evoking the image of a young Jor in her red cotton coat, skipping and jumping, vividly brought to life in everyone's imagination. The fields by my side. The fragrance of jujube flowers by my side. When the sorghum ripens, the sky turns red. Jor, I'll send you to a distant place. The same lyrics were sung again, and everyone could tell that this was building up the emotions, preparing for a small climax, and the atmosphere was already being set. The viewers at home paused what they were doing and stared intently at Tan Jing's performance on the TV. What song is this? I've never heard it before. Did I hear that right? The same lyrics were repeated twice. It's beautiful. No wonder it's Tan Jing. Most of the audience members were foreigners, and they didn't immediately notice the repeated lyrics. Instead, they focused on the melody, the tone, and the vocal style. At this point, Tan Jing had already studied the song thoroughly. She took a deep breath and was about to begin the third verse of her performance. The fields beside me. The fragrance of jujube flowers by my side. The ripe sorghum turns the sky red. Jor, I'll send you to a distant place. After the first three verses, many in the audience had already noticed the subtleties. Tan Jing had skillfully employed three distinct singing styles: folk, ethnic, and pop. The technical skill and emotional expression were seamlessly blended together, conveying a wealth of meaning within the simple 4 lines of lyrics. It can be said that these 4 simple lines convey a wealth of meaning, embodying characteristics such as ethnic identity, modernity, folk tradition, and regional specificity. The most distinctive feature is the seamless integration of folk and mainstream elements. Among the foreign audience members in the audience, many had been invited from all over the world to attend the concert. They had already begun to analyze Tan Jing's songs. This song itself has a high level of vocal difficulty, with 2 key changes and a vocal range spanning from A3 to #G5. The lyrics are quite short, seeming to have only 4 lines, relying entirely on altering and enhancing the melody to express emotions. Among them, a Chinese musician was smiling as he watched Tan Jing and Chen Feng on stage. His fingers were tapping slowly on his knees, and if one looked closely, one could see that he was keeping the rhythm for himself, in sync with the melody of the song. Expressing emotion through sound, conveying emotion through sound, blending voice and emotion, and uniting the singer with the song. Chapter 164, Chinese Instruments Marching Toward the World. The melodious 9 girls began to build emotionally, enhanced by Tan Jing's penetrating voice, captivating the audience. Ah, ah, ah. A section showcasing thick, high-pitched vocal techniques brings the song to its climax. The symphony orchestra musicians, under the conductor's direction, gradually build the accompaniment to a passionate climax. Meanwhile, Chen Feng raises his suona once more to his lips. The shang sound slowly fills the air, heightening everyone's emotions to the peak. As the lyrics and music unfold, the audience gradually begins to understand the story of Jor depicted in the song. A scene unfolds before their eyes. A delicate girl in a red cotton coat, her gaze unwavering and resolute. She stood in a field of sorghum, shouting defiantly at her fate. The foreign audience members below couldn't help but clap their hands. It was so beautiful, a song composed of only 4 lines of lyrics, yet it allowed them to understand this story from ancient China. Various emotions were layered within the 4 lines of lyrics, yet there was no sense of monotony or complexity. This ability to infuse such delicate emotions into every word is not something that can be mastered overnight. The fields around me. The fragrance of jujube flowers by my side. The ripe sorghum turns the sky red. Jor, I'll send you off to the distant lands. Each rendition conveys a different emotion, and the same 4 lines of lyrics, repeated in different sections, capture different moments in Jor's life. Jor, I'll send you to the distant lands. Chen Feng's suona, as if unleashed from its seal, resonates freely throughout the Vienna Golden Hall. It feels like a desperate scream, shattering the last defenses in the minds of the audience below. At this moment, the addition of the suona was a stroke of genius, heightening the immense tragedy of Jor's impending death, bringing tears to the eyes of all. Everyone's emotions were stirred by Chen Feng's shang and Tan Jing's voice, which was no less powerful than the shang. Some blonde-haired, blue-eyed audience members couldn't help but stand up, gazing at the stage, wanting to roar like Jor facing the sorghum fields. Many people felt goosebumps all over their bodies, and the venue was instantly ignited, erupting in excitement. Chen Feng's shang accompaniment was the most part of the entire song and the prelude to its climax. The vivid emotions and soul of the song intertwined deeply at this moment. Finally, it returned to calm. Viewers watching the live stream at home each expressed their own emotions. Wow, that was terrifying. I'm crying. I feel like I'm Jor, a girl who appears fragile on the outside but is strong on the inside. Don't even think about trying to date Jor. The sound of the suona is absolutely beautiful. Chen Feng's suona and Tan Jing's singing are an absolutely perfect combination. I've never seen such creative folk music before. Isn't he supposed to be taking a break after getting stabbed? How could he be back in Vienna already? He is probably saying goodbye to these young upstarts, telling them, I'm leaving first, I'll wait for you at the top. Daughter, why are you kneeling? Mom, my legs are shaking. Just a few people had stood up, but when Tan Jing sang Jor, I'll send you to a distant place again, not a single audience member was left seated. They all stood up clapping and keeping the beat to Tan Jing's song, perhaps the only way they could participate in this masterpiece. I need to know the name of this instrument within 5 minutes. My goodness, is this an instrument from heaven? Let my child learn this instrument, it's so cool. The name of the king of instruments might have to be changed from now on. The two phrases, high-pitched notes soar like red sorghum ripening in the sky, truly reach the highest notes, with powerful resonance and an incredibly long breath, pouring out the deepest emotions of love and hatred for one's country and family. It is deeply moving, stirring the soul, and the patriotic feelings within one's heart immediately surface. A perfect rendition of a sense of grief and anger. Remember history, never forget national humiliation. Why did you suddenly say that? I don't know either, it just popped into my head. Me too. I just randomly thought of that humiliating history from 100 years ago. I must study hard for the rise of China. The audience in front of the live stream chatted among themselves, while Tan Jing's performance continued smoothly. After the climax, she ended with a whispering "Jor, I'll send you to a distant place," a structurally complete and lingering conclusion that showcased her rich experience and profound foundation. Generally, singers using traditional ethnic vocal techniques rely heavily on falsetto, especially in high notes, which often sound sharp and piercing or high-pitched but lacking in power. However, Tan Jing, who sang this piece, Jor, is different. She blends cross-genre singing techniques, incorporating the strengths of ethnic, bel canto, and popular singing styles. She maintains a beautiful tone and sustained breath while ensuring a solid vocal quality and emotionally resonant delivery, demonstrating exceptional stage presence and emotional impact. The audience's hearts were tugged, evoking a sense of sorrow and helplessness. When the music ended, many foreign audience members had tears in their eyes, their hearts still stirred long after the performance. Thunderous applause erupted repeatedly, revealing the most sincere praise. The songs from the mysterious East, the uniquely Chinese musical forms, and the most stunning Eastern instrument, the swana, left everyone in awe. Backstage, all the singers and staff stood speechless, stunned by the scene. Many artists who were about to perform hadn't even had time to change out of their costumes. They all stood in front of the broadcast screens, watching the performance on the screen with great attention. My God! This is the most amazing performance and the most stunning instrument I've ever seen. Friends, can anyone tell me what this is? What's the name of this instrument? It can be said that the song Jor brought the atmosphere at the Vienna Golden Hall to its peak. If Jin Jinna's earlier performance of Don't Worry was a tender expression of family emotions, then Jor brought the audience a profound sense of national pride and love for one's homeland. On stage, the lights gradually brightened, restoring the hall's former grandeur, and the audience erupted once again in enthusiastic applause. Tan Jing from China sang beautifully. That instrument called the swana is incredible. My goodness! What's the Chinese idiom for that? Like a bucket of cold water poured over the head, that's it. It's given me a whole new perspective on music. You've already gained such insight? My friend. Yes, I must visit the composer of this song and the young musician who played the instrument. At that moment, the song had ended. Chen Feng and Tan Jing bowed to the audience below the stage and began walking toward the audience. The corridor leading to the backstage was swarming with journalists rushing toward the two of them. Chapter 165, Interview. Why are there still reporters after the performance? There wasn't a single journalist backstage earlier. By the time Chen Feng realized what was happening, he and Tan Jing were already surrounded by reporters. Miss Tan, hello, I'm a reporter from the Huaxia Daily. May I ask if this song is your original composition? Miss Tan, I'm a reporter from Huaxia Network. Could you tell us what the song Joe is about? Chen Feng, when did you learn to play the swana? Chen Feng, netizens have a question for you. Are you really good at everything? Chen Feng, how is your condition? How did you end up at the Vienna concert hall to accompany Miss Tan Jing? Ever since he came to this world, he had an inexplicable aversion to interviews and emotional expressions. His previous life in the entertainment industry had left him deeply hurt and disillusioned. But in this life, due to a quarrel with Su Yusen, he found himself back in this circle. Sometimes Chen Feng wonders, is this the fate arranged by heaven? Why not just accept it openly? Chen Feng took a deep breath, smiled at the journalists, and then turned to Tan Jing with a natural smile. Ms. Tan Jing, would you like to go first? Tan Jing nodded. The music industry was also a place where seniority mattered. Although Chen Feng was currently very popular and had helped Tan Jing achieve this Vienna performance. In private, Tan Jing wouldn't have cared about the order, and she didn't really care now either. In her heart, she actually hoped Chen Feng would shine even brighter and take on the responsibility of reviving the Chinese music scene in the future. However, this was a post-performance interview. If Chen Feng were to stand in front of her and be interviewed first, it would inevitably be criticized by those with ulterior motives. It might even lead to some unscrupulous journalists publishing unfavorable reports about Chen Feng the next day. Chen Feng is arrogant. He doesn't respect his seniors and blocked Tan Jing during the interview. The music industry is doomed. A newcomer steals the spotlight from seniors so soon after debuting. Shocking. The newly risen singer Chen Feng is actually this kind of person? His true colors show abroad. Chen Feng acts so recklessly. Tan Jing was actually protecting Chen Feng's future career by stepping aside slightly earlier. In this corridor, all singers who have finished performing are stopped by journalists for interviews. Hello everyone, I'm Tan Jing. Since the journalists are so enthusiastic, I'll answer some questions about this song here. Upon hearing Tan Jing speak, the journalists began to rush forward to ask her questions. Hello, Tan Jing, is this song your original composition? What inspired you to write it? Tan Jing glanced at Chen Feng beside her, then smiled and said, "This song is not my original composition. The lyrics and music were written by the person beside me, Chen Feng." A murmur of surprise spread through the crowd of journalists, followed by whispers. Him again? Have you heard? All the good songs lately are written by him. How could you not have heard? He's now a household name in the music industry. He's truly talented. We should get an exclusive interview with him someday. Exactly. Immediately, a reporter pushed forward. How did you come up with the idea of choosing this song, Jiu? Tan Jing replied without hesitation. It was recommended to me by Chen Feng. To be honest, I didn't pay much attention to the song at first. But after he heard me sing it for the first time, I was completely captivated by it. As she spoke, Tan Jing was transported back to that day in the hospital, recounting the story in detail. When people hear this song, they should feel like they're standing in an endless field of sorghum. The song tells a tragic story about the life of Jiu. When I first received this song, I saw that the entire lyrics consisted of only 4 lines. I never imagined that the lyrics of a song could be so minimal, and I even began to doubt whether Chen Feng could write songs at all. At this point, Tan Jing glanced at Chen Feng and covered her mouth with a smile. However, later on, this song truly amazed me. At the time, I only sang it once, and I decided then and there that I had to bring it to Vienna. After speaking, Tan Jing quietly stepped back, leaving Chen Feng fully exposed to the journalists. The groundwork had been laid, and she was ready to elevate Chen Feng's status in the music industry to the next level. The journalists' cameras and microphones immediately focused on Chen Feng. Chen Feng, hello, I'm a reporter from CCTV. Could you tell us why you decided to write this song? Chen Feng smiled and said, the inspiration for this song came from a story I heard at the time. While saying this, Chen Feng thought to himself, I can't tell you that I heard someone sing this in a previous life and recorded it, then used it in this world. These people would probably think I'm mentally ill. With that thought, Chen Feng continued, the story isn't very long. It's about the extraordinary life of a remarkable Chinese woman who never gave up. After reading it, I was deeply moved and felt compelled to write a song. Coincidentally, Mr. Tan needed a song like this, so I composed it. Could you tell us about the process of creating this song? Everyone is curious to know how the talented Chen Feng writes songs. Chen Feng didn't expect the CCTV reporter to ask such detailed questions. He scratched his chin and thought for a moment. The process isn't that complicated. As you've heard, the song only has 4 lines of lyrics. I used 3 melodies, repeated them twice, and changed the key twice to adjust the emotions. Chen Feng, who had always avoided interviews, surprised the journalists with his openness. After all, Chen Feng had never spoken more than 10 words during previous interviews. Chen Feng continued, this song transitions from the tender and melancholic A major key to the resolute and decisive B major key, then soars to a passionate climax in E major, reaching the song's peak. To put it another way, it's like a triple jump, each step builds on the last, creating a sense of depth and layering. Chen Feng's words left the journalists on site speechless. Who was this genius? Previously, he either remained silent or spoke a few casual words before avoiding the interview. But now he was sharing his songwriting process and creative thoughts in detail, completely unafraid that his thought process might be copied by others. A journalist beside him suddenly asked, Chen Feng, songwriters in the music industry treat their songs like treasures and never share them with others. Yet you're willing to openly discuss the process of writing songs. Aren't you afraid others will draw inspiration from or even copy your work? Chen Feng cleared his throat. He truly didn't care about such things. On the contrary, he hoped that some of his songs could serve as inspiration for other lyricists and composers in the Chinese music industry. I don't care about that. I only hope that my small efforts can help other songwriters in the Chinese music industry, even if it's just a tiny bit of inspiration, so they can create better songs. That would be worth it. Chapter 166, 2 girls, who do you prefer? The journalists were once again stunned. What is a broader perspective? This is what it means to have a big picture. While everyone else was hiding their talents and reluctant to interact with others, Chen Feng, the most promising singer and songwriter in the current music industry, stepped forward to share his songwriting process. This is a tremendous blessing for the Chinese music industry. Looking back over a decade ago, the influence of the Chinese music industry was profound, with people in neighboring countries unable to resist listening to Chinese songs, especially those from the southern port cities of China. Talented singers emerged in droves, creating a vibrant, competitive landscape. But look at the scene today, mindless pop songs, formulaic tracks, and repetitive tunes dominate the industry. Many new songs are released, yet no matter how many times you listen to them, you can't remember a single note. During interviews, many journalists have already started sitting on the ground to write their news articles. They need to quickly submit their reports through their respective companies to media platforms, aiming to get the latest interview materials online as soon as possible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many freelance reporters began employing underhanded tactics. Chen Feng, I heard that you've been getting very close with the second daughter of Tianxia Media. Can you explain this to everyone? Chen Feng, someone saw you hugging South Korean singer Kim Ji-na just now. Are you a couple? Chen Feng, Su Yusun's screen time has significantly decreased recently. Is that because of you? Chen Feng, have you considered remarrying? A string of questions left Chen Feng rolling his eyes. I haven't even thought about these questions. How am I supposed to answer you? So, Chen Feng resorted to his original tactic, avoidance. Sorry, my wound hurts. I need to go rest. Let me through. As he spoke, Chen Feng began to walk toward the backstage, pressing himself against the wall. He truly had no way to continue answering the remaining questions. Although the journalists didn't block his path, they continued to follow him, asking questions as they went. Chen Feng, please answer the question, thank you. Chen Feng, are you prepared for your next relationship? Chen Feng, between South Korea's Kim Ji-na and Ling Bingyan from Tianxia Group, which one would you choose? Chen Feng's steps grew faster and faster. Finally, under the escort of staff members, he returned to the backstage area and closed the door. Chen Feng exhaled deeply, causing Tan Jing beside him to burst into laughter. She left with a remark, "Youth is truly wonderful," before finding a place to rest. Chen Feng was puzzled why had Tan Jing left. When he turned around, he immediately understood. Jin Jinna was already waiting for him nearby. Seeing Chen Feng turn around, Jin Jinna walked up, hands behind her back, and smiled sweetly. Congratulations on the successful performance. Chen Feng scratched his head. Since the reporter had asked him those questions earlier, he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation whenever he looked at Jin Jinna. Thank you. You were also amazing. You performed Don't Worry perfectly. Just like after that wild night, every time Chen Feng looked at Jin Jinja, he felt something special. It wasn't love, but it carried an inexplicable attraction. Would I have the honor of inviting you to explore Vienna by night with me? This was the second time Jin Jinna had invited Chen Feng. As a guy, refusing would indeed be quite embarrassing. Just as Chen Feng was about to nod, his phone vibrated. Chen Feng made an apologetic gesture, stepped aside, and answered the call. It was a video call from Ling Bingyan. Chen Feng answered the call. Hello, everyone. Chen Feng deliberately imitated how foreigners speak Mandarin, with no intonation. On the other end of the call, the screen was filled with people, Ling Bingyan, Ling Bingxue, Susan, and colleagues from Tianxia Media. Seeing that Chen Feng was still wearing his performance attire, everyone began teasing him. Mr. Chen, you're really something else. Your voice is even reaching Vienna. Mr. Chen, when you come back, give us a performance too. When I get married, brother Feng, I'm counting on you. For Feng Ji Suona, I'm going to get married again. Chen Feng smiled and responded to each one. Don't worry, I'll definitely play the accompaniment for your wedding. A celebratory sound came from the phone. If Chen Feng could attend the wedding in person, it would be such an honor. And if he could play the Suona at the venue, it would be an even more memorable occasion. After joking around with everyone for a while, everyone politely gave Ling Bingyan some space and time. Now, only she was left on the phone screen, video chatting with Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, when are you coming back? When? Chen Feng didn't know either, but they definitely couldn't stay there for too long. At most, they would give everyone a day or two for sightseeing tomorrow. It wasn't easy to come here, so they couldn't just leave immediately after arriving. Thinking this, Chen Feng replied, I'll ask Jingjie later. I think we'll probably head back in 3 days. On the other end of the call, Ling Bingyan seemed deflated and nodded. Alright, the company is preparing to produce a movie and needs a theme song. We'd like to collaborate with you on it. Ling Bingyan changed the subject and started talking about work. No problem. I'll head to the company as soon as I get back. In reality, the movie was still in the planning stages, with a long time before production began. The script wasn't fully written yet, many details needed refinement, and several key roles hadn't been cast. However, Ling Bingyan didn't want to end the call, so she mentioned anything she could think of to Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, what are you doing tomorrow? I'll probably go out with everyone tomorrow to explore and experience the local culture of Vienna. Oh, okay, then you. Before Ling Bingyan could finish speaking, she heard someone calling out on Chen Feng's end. Let us go. Gather at the stage. The evening event there has ended, and everyone is going up to take a group photo. As soon as the voice faded, Ling Bingyan said, Mr. Chen, you go ahead and finish what you're doing. We'll chat later when you're free. Chen Feng nodded, smiled, and waved at Ling Bingyan on the video call before hanging up. Is that your girlfriend? She's really pretty. Jin Jinna's voice drifted over, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Chen Feng laughed, I'm not that lucky. She's very talented. Chen Feng was just trying to be polite, as that's how things are done in China, but Jin Jinna didn't seem to catch on. How can you say that about yourself? You're the most outstanding one, handsome, tall, talented, and so many other great qualities. Jin Jinna's tone grew urgent, as if she were trying to immediately deny what Chen Feng had just said. Chapter 167, Finding You a Program. Everyone backstage had gathered on the stage. The stage was very large, and even with over 1,000 people standing on it, it didn't feel crowded at all. After all, it was a themed performance featuring multiple countries, so taking group photos was a must. Tan Jing, Chen Feng, and others stood at the designated spots arranged for them in the Vienna concert hall. The third row on the left was the South Korean delegation, while the right side was occupied by Chen Feng, Tan Jing, and others from China. A commotion nearby caught Chen Feng's attention. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Please let me through. When he turned his head to look, he saw Kim Jin-na slowly making her way toward him. After struggling to push through more than 10 people, Jin Jin-na finally reached Chen Feng's side. Chen Feng didn't know why Jin Jin-na had come over. On this side, she only recognized him, so he assumed she must have come for him. What's wrong, Gina? Jin Jin-na smiled and said, I just wanted to take a photo with you. Chen Feng glanced around. Everyone else was Chinese, and Jin Jin-na was the only one from South Korea. Just as he thought this, the photographer in front started shouting. Prepare. Get ready. Everyone hurriedly took their positions and struck poses, lest the photos turn out awkward. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt his arm being tightly hugged, with two soft things sandwiching his arm between them. In an instant, Chen Feng realized what it was. Just as he was startled, the flash of the photographer's camera flashed rapidly a few times. Jin Jinna blushed slightly, released Chen Feng's arm, made a phone gesture toward him, and then followed the South Koreans out. After the group photo was taken, the announcement over the loudspeaker in the hall stated, "Orderly exit." Some singers and musicians returned to the backstage to remove their makeup, while others headed straight back to the hotel. Chen Feng was among those who returned directly to the hotel. He hadn't worn much makeup and wasn't wearing anything difficult to change, so only a few female staff members accompanied Tan Jing backstage to change clothes. The others boarded special vehicles to return to the hotel. After a long day of activities, Chen Feng felt extremely tired. After washing up, he picked up his phone to see what his friends had been saying. Chen Feng opened the messaging app, his eyes widening in surprise. 999 plus messages. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to scroll through them one by one. How can you chat so much? Send me a class representative to summarize your conversation. Ling Bingxue, did you go back to the hotel? Chen Feng, yeah, I've already finished washing up and lying down. Tan Weiwei sent over a screenshot. Brother Feng, you're trending on Weibo for the nth time, and Chen Feng was already used to being on the Weibo trending list, and he didn't find it particularly interesting. But he was curious about what Tan Weiwei meant by and Ling Bingxue, given Chen Feng's personality, he'd rather play mobile games than check the trending topics about himself. Zhang Jie, sigh, when will I ever reach Chen Feng's level? Immediately after, Ling Bingyan showed a bunch of screenshots. At that moment, Chen Feng's door was knocked on. He peeked through the peephole and saw Tan Jing and 7 or 8 teachers from the symphony orchestra. While still looking at his phone, he opened the door, and everyone rushed in. One of the violin teachers patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Nice work, kid. You've got all the trending topics on Weibo. Chen Feng also saw the screenshots Ling Bingyan had sent him, all about tonight's performance trending on Weibo. What on earth was going on? Tan Jing said with a playful smile, haha, thanks to Xiao Feng, I also made it onto a few Weibo trending topics. A few trending topics, and Chen Feng was already at a loss. What does this mean? Everyone entered the room without any formalities, finding a spot to sit down. They all pulled out their phones. Don't fight over it. Don't fight. I'll read the first trending topic on Weibo, Joer pioneers a new style of Chinese music. Instantly, the room erupted in cheers. Next, someone read out the other trending topics from Weibo. Weibo's second trending topic, Joer echoes through Vienna, Chinese style music reaches the pinnacle of world music. Weibo's third trending topic, shocking. Chen Feng switches careers to play the Swana accompaniment for Joer. Weibo's fourth trending topic, Tan Jing song Joer tells the story of a woman's strength and resilience. Next, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and all the way to the 10th spots were all trending topics related to 9. This song Joer has completely dominated the Weibo trending topics. Moreover, the program has just ended, and the trending topic is still gaining momentum. Its popularity will continue to rise. This terrifying strength and unimaginable influence. While people were cheering in Vienna, in a villa in Beijing that Chen Feng was very familiar with, a woman looked exhausted, curled up on the sofa, drinking alcohol. She was watching the CCTV rebroadcast of Joer, fixated on the man who played the pivotal role in the performance. Perhaps due to the lack of makeup, the dark circles around her eyes were prominent, but she seemed unconcerned, simply drinking her wine. As she drank, she reminisced about recent events. Since her divorce from Chen Feng, she felt like she had been walking on thin ice. Originally, she had planned to stir up some gossip, then release a few pre-recorded new songs to become a contender for the title of rising star or even the winner herself. But what she and her company didn't expect was that after orchestrating several scandals, her popularity didn't budge at all. Topics about her love life or pairing her with someone else would only stay on the hot search list for an hour or so before being pushed down by newer trends. As a result, the new songs she released didn't even make it onto the new song charts and lost a significant number of fans. The company has paired her with several young heartthrobs as gossip partners, but the results have been far from ideal. In fact, she is now affectionately referred to by netizens as the freeloader. As the name suggests, she's riding the coattails of various young stars in the entertainment industry. As for Su Yusin, she's not even close to becoming a top-tier singer, and her current second-tier status is already on the brink of collapse. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone on the sofa beside her vibrated. Su Yusin glanced at the caller ID. Zhou Qing. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have answered, but it was Zhou Qing, so she had to pick up. Hello, Yusin, what are you doing? Hello, Sister Qing, what's the matter? I'm at home. Despite being over 10 kilometers apart, Zhou Qing could still detect the strong smell of alcohol from Su Yusin's voice. Yusin, have you lost your voice? If you keep drinking like this, will you still be able to sing? I'm fine, Sister Qing. I'm just in a bad mood. Not bringing in revenue for the company, and you still have the nerve to feel down? Zhou Chang frowned, suppressing her anger. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yusin was still under contract with her agency, she would never have tolerated her behavior. Yusin, the company has secured you a spot on a music variety show. Come to the office tomorrow so we can plan it out. Chapter 168, A Person of Integrity. Niner continues to gain traction online. The topic on Weibo was constantly breaking new records. This song has left many netizens feeling passionate and inspired. It's Chen Feng again. His new work is directly challenging Vienna. Chen Feng, the lyricist and composer. I think we should start calling him a lyricist and composer now. No, I think we should call him the Shang Master Chen Feng. The most spine-chilling moment in 9 is when Chen Feng Shang and Tan Jing's voice resonate together in the Vienna Golden Hall. It really gives me goosebumps. He should be the ambassador for Chinese culture. Countless netizens flooded into Weibo, leaving comments on the trending topic. Even many elderly people specifically asked their children to register a Weibo account for them, just to watch Chen Feng and Tan Jing's performance recordings. In the eyes of these elderly people, they don't like modern pop songs, but this song, Jor, is different. First, it's sung by the renowned singer Tan Jing, who is their favorite star. Additionally, the accompaniment for Jor blends Western symphonic music with traditional Chinese folk music. The entire song is melodious and flowing, and though it only has 4 lines of lyrics, it conveys the emotions of that generation. What makes a song good in people's hearts? It's not about showing off technical skills, nor is it about having a complex structure, and it's certainly not about containing profound philosophical meanings. This song, Jor, is a good song, one that makes your hair stand on end and your heart race. And the result of all this is Weibo crashed. Weibo really crashed. Many users who logged in couldn't refresh the page. The background was grayish-white with a small circle spinning endlessly in the center, continuing for over half an hour. As a result, Weibo headquarters immediately upgraded the server capacity, adding more and more resources. Finally, after relentless efforts by Weibo headquarters, the Weibo app returned to normal. Meanwhile, the topic of 9 children and Chen Feng remained at the top of Weibo's trending list. Many older users began to appreciate Chen Feng and Tan Jing's stunning collaboration in Vienna. Many others have already started analyzing the song. The heavy responsibility of reviving the Chinese music scene seems to have been taken on by someone. I also think it's Chen Feng. I can't think of anyone else who could take on such a heavy responsibility. He can write songs, compose music, sing beautifully, and even play the swana. Put. The swana, I must say, that is truly a divine skill. Indeed, it has promoted artistic exchange between China and Austria, strengthened friendship between the two countries, and provided a platform for Chinese music to showcase itself to the world. The Golden Hall has also witnessed this journey of Chinese folk music going global. As a singer who has lived 2 lives, Chen Feng naturally wouldn't attribute all the credit to himself and Tan Jing. Everyone, I think there's a very important topic missing from the trending topics on this Weibo feed. Oh. Everyone, including Tan Jing, turned to Chen Feng, puzzled by his words. Chen Feng smiled and said, "The success of Jor isn't something I or Sister Jing could have achieved alone. It's the result of everyone's hard work, and I don't want the unsung heroes among you to be overlooked." Chen Feng's words warmed everyone's hearts. Indeed, in this song, Tan Jing is the singer, Chen Feng is the lyricist, composer, and Shang player. The 2 of them were the stars, but behind them, the violinists, cellists, trumpeters, trombonists, clarinetists, everyone played an indispensable role. Yet, amidst all the trending topics, there was no mention of them. Even if they didn't care about fame or fortune, there was still a lingering sense of dissatisfaction in their hearts. Coming to Chen Feng's house wasn't about seeking fame or fortune. These people simply came to offer their heartfelt congratulations on his early success, genuinely happy for him. Though they hadn't interacted much with Chen Feng, everyone in the group could tell that he was someone worth getting to know. Everyone chatted with Chen Feng for a long time. They chatted until someone noticed it was getting late, and then everyone bid Chen Feng farewell and left happily. After they left, Chen Feng opened his social media. He hadn't been just making polite small talk earlier, he genuinely felt that these musicians deserved to be recognized by name. He decided to act on it. He recorded a video on his phone and posted it on his social media. The video was about 7 minutes long. Chen Feng yawned. He had been busy all day and was indeed tired. He set his phone aside, turned the air conditioner to the lowest setting, and crawled into his thick blankets. That's the feeling. Sleeping feels so good. Some of Chen Feng's fans noticed immediately that their idol had posted a video. She didn't even have time to watch it before sharing the link in Chen Feng's fan group. Chen Feng probably didn't even realize it, but his fan groups numbered in the dozens, soon to reach over 100, and there were even more people who hadn't joined the groups but were still following him closely. Thus, Chen Feng's newly posted video was being clicked and watched by thousands of people every second. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng. It's already late at night in Vienna. Today's performance received everyone's support and love, and I sincerely express my gratitude. Once again, I'd like to introduce some people to you all. Chen Feng cleared his throat and continued, violinist Wang Qingshang, violinist Gu Xinyu, violinist Dong Xizhe, cellist Chu Yongxin. In the video, Chen Feng meticulously recited the names of every musician in the orchestra who had come to Vienna. What's this? Has Brother Feng switched careers to become a stand-up comedian? Others do their opening act by listing dishes, he's listing names. Wow, look at that delivery. He could definitely make it big as a stand-up comedian. If that's the case, I'm actually looking forward to seeing him do stand-up comedy. Getting back to the point, I was moved by Feng Ji's actions. He took the time to memorize the names of everyone in the orchestra today, nearly 100 people, and didn't miss a single one. How do you know? I checked the replay of the show and matched each name to the person. There really are persistent people in this world. Chen Feng doesn't forget a single person around him. I'm moved to tears. What the netizens never expected was that in this 7-minute video, he spent 6 minutes saying people's names, and it wasn't just mumbling or rushing through it. He slowly pronounced each word of the names of the musicians performing behind him, ensuring that everyone's names were clearly heard. In an office within a large building in China, Fang Wensan was watching Chen Feng's Weibo post with a smile on his face. In today's entertainment industry, there aren't many people with such integrity left. Chapter 169, here we go again. Bang! 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 Chen Feng, who was lying down about to sleep, heard knocking at the door. He was puzzled. Could it be that those people had come back to talk to him again? When he opened the door, Chen Feng was even more surprised. It was Jin Jinna. He hadn't expected Jin Jinna to come back. You live here too? She was wearing a nightgown, her eyes fixed on Chen Feng, nodding slightly. It was clear that her gaze was evasive. Yes, I. There were strange noises in the other room, and it scared me. What kind of strange noises? Should I call the hotel? Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, Jin Jinna had already lowered her head and slipped inside. Once inside the room, Jin Jinna surveyed Chen Feng's room. It wasn't bad. The view outside the window was beautiful, and the Vienna Music Hall could be seen in the distance. The Vienna Music Hall at night was quite a sight. Chen Feng walked over to Jin Jinna, who was standing by the window, her face reflected in the glass. What are you afraid of? I'll call the staff and have them come take a look. Jin Jinna didn't say a word. Instead, she turned around but kept her head down, unable to meet Chen Feng's gaze. Chen Feng found it amusing and was about to pick up the hotel phone when he heard Jin Jinna's voice. I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, Jin Jinna didn't even look back as she entered the bathroom in Chen Feng's room. Bang! The bathroom door was shut. Chen Feng could only hear the rustling sounds of her changing clothes from outside. He sat on the edge of the bed, listening to the occasional trickling sound of running water from inside, lost in deep thought. How could anyone endure this? About half an hour passed. A vivid scene of a beauty emerging from the bath unfolded before Chen Feng's eyes. Jin Jinna peeked out a small head, and through the light at the door, one could see her face flushed red from the steam, with a towel wrapped around her head, still dripping with water, and her body wrapped in a bathrobe, her skin glowing translucently. Looking at Jin Jinna's appearance, with her skin glowing red, one couldn't help but admit that this South Korean girl was truly beautiful. She turned her head and saw Chen Feng sitting on the bed, watching her with great interest. Her face turned even redder. Turn off the light. What? Turn it off for what? She wasn't going back to sleep. How was she supposed to sleep at night? There is only one bed here. Are you going to sleep on the sofa, Jinja? Jin Jinna said nothing but walked directly to the other side of the bed and lay down. Forget it, I'll just sleep on the couch. Chen Feng thought to himself. Last time, something wonderful happened when he wasn't fully awake, but this time, he felt it was best not to do that again. You sleep. I'll go take a shower. Actually, Chen Feng had already taken a shower, but for some reason, he walked into the bathroom again. Jin Jinna lay in the bed wrapped in a towel, still carrying Chen Feng's warmth. The room was cool from the air conditioner, but the bed was warm from Chen Feng's body heat. Chen Feng entered the bathroom and looked at the droplets of water on the door. Each droplet seemed to be recounting the scene they had just witnessed. He saw Jin Jinna's clothes neatly folded there, with two bowl-shaped underwear items placed awkwardly on top. Chen Feng suddenly felt an urge to bleed from his nose. It seems they're really quite large. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What had Jin Jinna come here for? Perhaps because the air conditioner was blowing cold air, Chen Feng couldn't help but shiver when he stepped out of the bathroom. He dried himself off completely, put on his clothes, and walked out. On the bed, Jin Jinna's figure had vanished. Chen Feng approached the sofa with a puzzled expression and saw Jin Jinna curled up on the sofa, covered by a thin blanket. What does this mean? Chen Feng knelt down beside her, watching Jin Jinna's eyelashes twitch slightly. Stop pretending. Go to bed and sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Jinna's large eyes snapped open, showing no signs of sleep at all. How did you know? Chen Feng chuckled. I know everything. Jin Jinna slowly sat up, but she had forgotten that she was wrapped in a bathrobe. As she stood up, the bathrobe opened and slid down her body, following the curves of her figure. A scene that made Chen Feng's blood boil appeared before his eyes. Last time, Chen Feng had been drunk, but this time, he was as clear-headed as a lively monkey. Jin Jinna seemed unaware that the bathrobe had slipped off her body. She rubbed her eyes and said, I think the blanket is already warm from you. I'm afraid I'll be taking your spot. Chen Feng jumped up suddenly and turned away. Fix your clothes properly. Jin Jinna looked down at herself and realized she looked quite embarrassing, but she smiled and didn't immediately fix herself. Instead, she tossed the towel aside and walked over to the bed, diving under the covers with a swift motion. She looked relaxed, with her head poking out from under the blankets, watching Chen Feng's back. I'm ready. Chen Feng didn't turn around but instead turned off all the lights in the room before returning to the sofa. He then pulled the blanket that Jin Jinna had just covered herself with. Go to sleep. Chen Feng, lying on the sofa, didn't close his eyes but smiled bitterly as he recalled the scene. Sigh, I'm not Lu shall we? Even King Zhou would have been unable to resist this scene. The room was completely silent. Little did they know that not only was Chen Feng awake, but Jin Jinna was as well. She was lost in her own thoughts. After a moment, she whispered, Chen Feng, are you asleep? Chen Feng replied casually, Giggling, Jin Jinna burst out laughing. You can still talk while sleeping? You're really something. Chen Feng asked, what's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping? Jin Jinna thought for a moment. Nothing, I just can't sleep. I wanted to talk to you. In the darkness, Chen Feng's expression was filled with confusion. Talk to me? Yes, I just want to chat with you. Right now, I still feel like meeting you was like a dream. Chen Feng's first thought was that Jin Jinna's Mandarin had improved a lot. The last time he met her, her Mandarin was still stuttering. Why would you think that? After the initial reaction, he was puzzled. He didn't think he had done anything to make Jin Jinna feel that way. I don't know. I don't know why I feel this way either. I just feel that being able to meet you is a great blessing. After saying that, Jin Jinna felt a wave of heat wash over her face. Chen Feng placed his hands under his head and smiled. Me too. I don't have a very good impression of South Korea, but you and your father are exceptions. You're completely different from the rest of the South Korean music scene. Jin Jinna naturally understood what Chen Feng meant. The South Korean music industry was indeed dark, and the Jin family knew this better than anyone. If it weren't for Chen Feng's appearance and the song Don't Worry he had given her, her father Jin Min Sik might not have even thought of a way to debut her yet. Chapter 170, I love everything about you. Chen Feng, come lie down with me, okay? Chen Feng, who had been curled up on the sofa, suddenly froze. Come over here? If she wants me to go, I'll go. I'm not a saint. She's a beautiful young woman inviting me over. What's there to be afraid of? The sofa was so uncomfortable sleeping there all night would break his back. Besides, last time in South Korea, he and Kim Ji-na had already shared some intimate moments that couldn't be shown on TV. What was he being so shy about now? All right. Chen Feng didn't say anything pretentious. He got up, went to the bedside, and slipped under the blanket. As soon as he turned around, Chen Feng felt something soft and delicate. In the darkness, his eyes widened in shock. Wasn't that supposed to be wrapped in the bathrobe? What's going on? Seeing Chen Feng's hand quickly pull back, Jin Jinna let out a silver bell-like laugh. How does it feel? It felt incredibly wonderful. Before Chen Feng could speak, Jin Jinna leaned in, pressing her back against him, and placed one of his arms under her neck. Don't move, just hold me like this. Chen Feng dared not move, inhaling the fragrance of Jin Jinna's hair as he continued to listen to her words. Chen Feng, to be honest, I've liked you since the very first time we met. I admire your talent, your musical style, and I've grown accustomed to your appearance. I love everything about you. Maybe this is what you in China call love at first sight. So much so that night, I sneaked into your room while under the influence of alcohol to wait for you. Even now, I don't regret it, and I'm even a little excited." After speaking, Jin Jinna suddenly turned around and kissed Chen Feng on the lips. The following content is not for broadcast. The next morning, Chen Feng was still holding his waist as before. Jin Jinna had already left, departing before dawn. She couldn't let anyone know she had left his room last night, at least not the people from South Korea. In the future, she would maintain the image of a pure goddess. For her career and to keep this delicate relationship with Chen Feng. After breakfast in Vienna, the Chinese delegation did not give everyone the day off as expected, allowing everyone to go out and explore the city and experience its local customs and culture. Instead, they immediately packed their belongings and set off on the journey back home. Along the way, Chen Feng had no idea how many times he had fallen asleep before finally arriving at Beijing Capital International Airport. As soon as he stepped off the plane, his phone was flooded with messages. "Come to the company tomorrow. Are you tired, Mr. Chen? Welcome home, Chen Feng. Go home and rest for a while." Chen Feng smiled as he checked the messages on his phone while handling the departure procedures with Tan Jing and others. After about 2 hours, Chen Feng walked out of Beijing Capital International Airport and boarded the bus heading home. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. The caller was Susan. Chen Feng answered the call. "Hello, Susan. Mr. Chen, you're back in Beijing, aren't you?" "Yes." Chen Feng nodded and said into the phone, "Just got back." Susan chuckled, "There's someone who wants to see you." "Someone wants to see me? Who could it be?" Chen Feng paused for a moment and asked, "Who is it, Susan?" Susan laughed, "It's the famous director, Bald Zhang." "Who?" Chen Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Guangtu Zhang was a renowned director in the film industry, while he was just a singer. What could he possibly want from him? Was he asking him to write a song for him? But Guangtu Zhang's movies weren't known for their theme songs, they were all about the content. As a prominent director in the Chinese film industry, Bald Zhang had directed countless films that were familiar to audiences and had brought joy to millions of people. His Zhong series of films had already become one of the most anticipated films during the New Year's Eve season. To be honest, Chen Feng often watches the movies that Bald Zhang directs and stars in. Now that Bald Zhang wants to meet him, Chen Feng can't help but feel excited. "When?" Susan thought for a moment. "Come over tomorrow. You should go home and rest today." "Alright, I'll go to the office tomorrow." Chen Feng hung up the phone and just happened to arrive back at the entrance of his residential complex. After packing his luggage and heading home, Chen Feng collapsed onto his bed. This was his favorite thing to do every time he returned home after a long trip. It helped him relax both physically and mentally. The night passed quietly. The next day, afternoon, Chen Feng got up, washed up, dressed neatly, and headed to Tianxia Media. Half an hour later, Chen Feng arrived at the conference room of Tianxia Media. In the conference room, Ling Bingshuet and Susan were chatting and laughing with the bald-headed Zhang. Upon seeing Chen Feng enter, Susan immediately stood up and smiled. "Come here, Chen Feng, this is Director Zhang." In the entertainment industry, some people use their real names, while others use stage names. Zhang was the name he had chosen for himself, and no one cared about his real name. Everyone addressed him respectfully as Director Zhang. "Director Zhang, this is Chen Feng." Baljun looked at Chen Feng and was immediately impressed. He was a very handsome young man, even more handsome than he appeared on TV. "Hello, Chen Feng. I know a lot about you. I've listened to all your songs." Baljun didn't act like a big shot just because he was a famous director. Instead, he was very polite and joked around with Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked modest. "Director Zhang is too kind. I'm a loyal fan of yours. I haven't missed a single film in the Zhong series." "Ah, enough. Stop with the formalities." Ling Bingshuo stood between the two, pulling them down to sit. "Chen Feng, I wasn't just being polite earlier. I've truly listened to every one of your songs, and I really like them. It's been years since I've heard so many good songs all at once. You're really talented." From the bald man's expression, it was clear that he was speaking sincerely, without any exaggeration. Moreover, given Guangtu Zhang's status in the Chinese film industry, he had no reason to be polite to Chen Feng. There were countless people eager to ride his coattails, and even a single scene in his movie could be a turning point in their careers. It was clear that he genuinely admired Chen Feng's work. Lately, even during breaks on set, Guangtu Zhang would listen to Chen Feng's songs. Each song had a very clear theme, and the emotions expressed were deeply moving, making one want to listen to them repeatedly and immerse oneself in the music. That's why he has such a deep impression of Chen Feng and has been longing to meet him. "Chen Feng." Bald Zhang looked at Chen Feng and said, "Originally, I just wanted to invite you to write the theme song for my new movie. But after seeing you, I changed my mind. I think your image is excellent. Have you ever considered acting?" Chapter 171, Let Me Act in a Movie? Act in a movie? Chen Feng was taken aback. "I've never even thought about acting, and I have no experience in it. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Chen Feng wasn't being polite in his previous life, he had never acted before. He had always been singing, and singing. That's not a problem. The bald man waved his hand dismissively. Look at the people in the entertainment industry now. How many of them are truly talented actors? Even the new rising stars are constantly taking on roles. The bald-headed man didn't hold back, he spoke the truth about the current state of the film industry. That was indeed the case. Many of these new fresh-faced actors had little to offer besides their good looks. Many brainless fans only like them because of their looks. This has led to production companies paying high fees to hire these talentless actors, and after paying them, they often run out of funds and have to cut other expenses to keep the production going. The resulting shows, aside from the few filtered-out fresh-faced actors, are of extremely low quality in terms of scenes, special effects, and overall production value. This has drawn criticism from netizens who are not their brainless fans. Bald Zhang wants to meet Chen Feng because he is currently preparing to fund a new film, which requires a theme song that perfectly matches the film's atmosphere, as well as an insert song to enhance the mood. To this end, Bald Zhang approached many seasoned music producers in the industry and had them create numerous demos. However, in Guangtou Zhang's opinion, while the songs are decent with good melodies and production, they all share one flaw: they lack a strong connection to the film. A song that doesn't fit the film is as good as nothing. As one of the few prominent directors in the film industry, Guangtou Zhang demands perfection in every aspect of his films. Even the slightest imperfection would lead him to reject it without hesitation. This is why Guangtou Zhang approached Chen Feng. He had seen Chen Feng's performance in Vienna a couple of days earlier, as well as the interviews with Tan Jing and Chen Feng after the show. A song like Jor, which Chen Feng could compose a piece with simple lyrics that relies entirely on the melody to elevate the emotions. Bald Zhang had a strong intuition that Chen Feng would create a song that would satisfy him. Moreover, every song Chen Feng writes resonates emotionally with him. Even as a seasoned director in the film industry, he can't help but be moved. Chen Feng, I need a song that perfectly matches this film. Price is no object. By the way, could you help me out with a cameo role? As he spoke, Bald Zhang stroked his beard. No hair? Beard will do. Ling Bingshui and Susan stood by, speechless. Susan said, Zhang. Director Zhang, we don't even know what kind of movie this is, and you're already deciding to have Chen Feng write it? The bald-headed Zhang nodded. That's just how I am. I don't trust those I don't trust, and I don't doubt those I trust. Every song Chen Feng has written so far has clearly highlighted the theme of the song. I'm sure he won't let me down this time either. What do you think, Chen Feng? Chen Feng lowered his head in thought. Although the bald-headed Zhang trusted him greatly, he had taken his money, so he had to deliver the goods. If he couldn't write the song the director needed, he would feel guilty for taking his money. Thank you for your trust, Director Guangtou. But I still want to know the content of the movie and the theme it's trying to convey. Bald Zhang nodded. It seemed that Chen Feng hadn't let his success go to his head, he was still very level-headed. So, the bald-headed Zhang shared his ideas. The story's backdrop revolves around the issue of medicine. The main character, by chance, purchases foreign generic drugs for a patient with leukemia, bringing hope for life to people. After Bald Zhang explained the movie to Chen Feng simply nodded, showing little emotion. A movie, if told without emotion, is actually quite dry. Without visuals, dialogue, emotional theme songs, or the complex relationships between characters to evoke thoughts, it's impossible to convey the story through words alone. As a renowned director, Guangtou Zhang naturally understood this principle. He continued, Chen Feng, the crew has a shoot scheduled for this afternoon. If you have time, you are welcome to visit the set to observe and seek inspiration. Sure. Chen Feng felt a sense of anticipation. Having spent 2 lifetimes in the entertainment industry, this was his first time truly visiting a film set. Moreover, the movie that Bald Zhang mentioned was one he had seen in his previous life, which was strikingly similar. It was that thought-provoking film, which even prompted high-level officials to issue directives. The top leadership had instructed relevant departments to expedite measures to reduce the prices of anti-cancer drugs and ensure their supply. Within the film industry, this movie not only symbolized the rebirth of domestic realist critical films but also demonstrated that the film censorship system was gradually improving. Great, let's have lunch and then head to the film crew. I'll show you around. Thus, Chen Feng and the others had lunch with the bald-headed Zhang and then headed to the film crew. In the car, Guangtou Zhang and Chen Feng discussed the film in detail and handed Chen Feng a copy of the script prepared in the car for him to read. Sure enough, the film's title was also, I Am Not the Drug God, almost identical to the one Chen Feng had seen in his previous life. Chen Feng ran through the plot of the film he had seen in his previous life in his mind and said to Guangtou Zhang, Director Zhang, I'm truly impressed. You're willing to take the lead on this film? After all, this wasn't just any ordinary movie. It was a film with critical commentary and a reflection of social reality. If done well, it could earn the admiration of millions. If done poorly, it could end up costing hundreds of millions of dollars yet never see the light of day. A director without courage would never touch such a topic. Not only did Bald Zhang dare to tackle it, but he also delved deeply into it, pushing it to the extreme. The issue of medicine has long plagued many patients. Generic drugs, lacking research and development costs, are significantly cheaper and thus affordable good medicine for patients. However, due to systemic issues and intellectual property disputes, generic drugs remain banned in China, becoming a chasm between life and death for those suffering from such illnesses. Chen Feng's words caused Guangtou Zhang's eyes to grow deep. Brother, though you've only recently entered this field, you understand the industry. My original intention in making this film was to raise awareness about such issues and even use its influence to change the current situation. Chapter 172, A Face of Justice. Chen Feng didn't expect that beneath the bald-headed man's cheerful facade lay such a heart filled with a desire to change the world. Director Zhang, after hearing you say that, I suddenly have an idea. Oh? You've got inspiration already? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the bald-headed Zhang's eyes lit up. Everyone in the industry said that Chen Feng could compose a song instantly whenever he had inspiration. Could this be true? Chen Feng nodded in response. Ever since he found out that the bald-headed Jin was directing the movie I Am Not the Drug Lord, the theme song from his previous life, I Am Not the Drug Lord, had been playing in his mind. Yes, Director Zhang, but I still need to go to the set to get a feel for it. It'd be best if I could watch a scene. No problem at all. Bald Zhang was excited. In fact, the film was already more than halfway done, and the large production crew was currently at full strength. In the car, he continued to tell Chen Feng about the movie in detail. Chen Feng listened quietly, following Guangtou Zhang's narrative to revisit the film once more, gaining a deeper understanding of what Guangtou Zhang was trying to convey. When the group arrived at the film crew's shooting location, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Coincidentally, there was a scene that needed to be filmed indoors at that moment. When Chen Feng and the bald-headed man entered the set, all eyes turned toward them, followed by a stir of excitement. Is the person next to Director Zhang Chen Feng? It's really him. Why is Chen Feng here? I thought he went to Vienna. I just watched his latest movie a couple of days ago. Chen Feng. I really like your songs. Chen Feng was surprised that everyone was still paying attention to him despite their busy schedules. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng's demeanor was very humble and polite. Several main actors from the production team gathered around him. Chuan Jun, Tanzhua, Zhang Yu, and the veteran actor Yang Xinming all smiled warmly at Chen Feng. Director Zhang, is Chen Feng, the big star, here to visit the set? Chuan Jun asked curiously. Zhang Yu laughed and said, since you're here, let's take a group photo together. After saying that, she pulled out her phone and took a selfie with Chen Feng, who happily posed for the photo. Seeing this, others also gathered around to take photos with Chen Feng. Bald Zhang saw this and interrupted the crowd who wanted to take photos. Chen Feng's popularity was something even the bald-headed Zhang hadn't anticipated. Alright, hold on a moment. We'll save the group photos for later. Chen Feng is someone I brought in to join the crew as a guest actor, and he'll also be writing the theme song for this movie. The bald-headed man explained to the crew members. That's great. The theme song is being written by Chen Feng? I can't wait. With Chen Feng's theme song, this movie's influence will definitely reach new heights. The people around them began discussing in small groups, while Bald Zhang called over the assistant director and said, give Chen Feng the script for the scene where the police investigate the fake medicine. His appearance is perfect. He has a sense of justice on his face, making him ideal for this role. Then, the bald-headed director sighed and said to Chen Feng, the actor who was supposed to play the police officer dropped out due to a scandal. Luckily, the news came out early, otherwise, it would have been a real problem if we had already finished filming. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It was the first time someone had said his face exuded a sense of justice. The bald-headed man continued, think about the theme song later. First, read the script carefully and come try out the role. Chen Feng nodded, took the script, and began flipping through it. Although Bald Zhang had said he was just a guest star, his role was actually quite substantial, possibly totaling over 10 minutes. The movie, excluding the opening and closing credits, was about 90 minutes long, and his role as Officer Chow accounted for roughly 1/9 of that, which was a significant challenge for Chen Feng. After finishing the script and recalling the plot of the movie from his previous life, Chen Feng had a clear understanding of his role. He was the younger brother-in-law of the main character played by the bald-headed actor, a dedicated police officer with a stern yet compassionate personality. He was responsible for investigating a case involving counterfeit drugs from abroad and suspected the main character of being the mastermind, leading him to make an important decision. After spending 2 hours reviewing the script and memorizing his lines, the makeup artist arrived to begin applying Chen Feng's makeup. It must be said that Chen Feng was still very excited. Soon, the costumes, makeup, and props were all ready. Guangtou Zhang explained to Chen Feng the effect he wanted to achieve in this scene. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. I'll do my best. With that, he walked toward the camera. Some crew members nearby sighed. Oh, Director Zhang is starting to lose his touch? Who wouldn't say that? Chen Feng can sing well, but does that mean he can act? Didn't Chen Feng say he couldn't sing anymore? Now he's acting? It's because he can't make money in the music industry anymore, so he's come to the film industry. He should just stick to singing. He's never acted before, and they're giving him such an important role. How can that work? You guys don't know, do you? This police officer role has turned away a lot of actors. Almost no one can pull off that kind of feeling. Sigh, another afternoon wasted. The assistant director clapped the clapperboard in front of the camera. I am not the drug god, scene 110, take 77, AI cushion. Official start of filming. The camera begins to move left and right along the track. Chen Feng, though it was his first time filming a movie, wasn't very nervous. He had watched the scene before and recalled the expressions and movements of the actor from his previous life, so he should be able to capture the effect. The plot reached the scene where Zhang Changlin, the man selling counterfeit medicine, was arrested by the police and interrogated. Officer A asked sternly, Zhang Changlin, you've been on the run for over half a year. How did you sell the drugs? Zhang Changlin smiled and replied, it wasn't me, hee. Officer A handed Zhang Changlin a cigarette, letting him light it, and continued, Zhang Changlin, I'll ask you again. Who is it? Zhang Changlin takes a deep drag on the cigarette and maintains his carefree expression. I really don't know. Officer A pointed at Zhang Changlin and shouted, Zhang Changlin, you have no shame, do you? Do you know how selling fake medicine harms people? Zhang Changlin, however, adopted a look of innocence. Who have I harmed? In the past 2 years, I've saved at least 500 patients. Isn't that considered doing good deeds? After saying this, Zhang Changlin gave Officer A lecherous smile. At the same time, the camera cuts to the scene where the police chief and Chen Feng, playing Officer Chow, are present. The police chief glared at Zhang Changlin's image on the surveillance screen and said to Officer Chow, played by Chen Feng, he's too brazen. Retrieve all his cases and investigate them thoroughly. I won't believe we can't catch a fake medicine dealer. As he spoke, he gestured angrily toward the ground with his hand, expressing his indignation. Chapter 173, Watch him act. The assistant director stood up again and clapped the clapperboard in front of the camera. The 110th scene of I Am Not the Drug God, 78th take, AI cushion. It was Chen Feng's turn to appear. The camera followed Chen Feng into an empty room, where there were only a few tables and chairs, all of which were already occupied. Chen Feng walked into the room with his hands in his pockets, looked around, and surveyed the crowd. With a calm expression, he said, I hear you're all refusing to cooperate. We handle cases based on evidence. We've found those counterfeit drugs on each of you. Whether you cooperate or not, the case will be handled the same way. As he spoke, Chen Feng paced back and forth in the room, occasionally glancing at one person and then another, scrutinizing everyone present. Harboring a criminal is also a crime. I'm just reminding you of one thing, what you're doing isn't helping him, it's harming him. The bald man, Zhang, stood outside the room, wearing a smug expression. Impressive, so impressive. Is that talent? The other assistant directors and crew members gathered around the small screen to watch. His delivery of the lines is impeccable. Among the new generation of actors, I've never seen anyone who can deliver lines so smoothly on their first take like Chen Feng. Whom? Besides saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, what else can they do? They're just good looking. In the end, it's us in post-production who have to work hard. Look at Chen Feng. He's not just good looking, he's also diligent. You didn't see him earlier, he sat there for ages without moving, just studying the script and muttering the lines under his breath. Some people just aren't meant to be famous, it's not fair. Ling Bingshui, who was watching Chen Feng act alongside him, wore a smug expression, secretly marveling at Chen Feng's acting skills. Who would have thought? He always manages to surprise us. Since he can't sing lately, he's turned to acting. Maybe he has other hidden talents waiting to be discovered. Ha ha. From the moment Chen Feng walked into the room with his hands in his pockets until he finished his lines, about 30 seconds had passed. The entire scene was almost a single take by Chen Feng. It's important to note that such long takes are a true test of an actor's acting skills and line delivery. With over 20 seconds of continuous filming, even a single mispronounced word or a moment of hesitation in transition would result in a cut and require reshooting, which is also a test of patience for the crew and other actors. Yet Chen Feng nailed it in one take, achieving the level of a seasoned actor who would typically need 3 or 4 takes. In fact, his performance was something that many young actors would struggle to achieve even after 10 or 20 takes. Cut. The assistant director shouted loudly, signaling that the scene was wrapped. The actors on set immediately slumped their shoulders and smiled at each other in encouragement. Chen Feng did the same, walking over to the bald-headed director. How was it, Director Zhang? It was your first time filming, so you're not very familiar with it yet. Let me know if there's anything you need me to improve on. Chen Feng's words immediately drew thumbs up from the crew members. Look at him, so famous and still so humble. That's right. Look at some of those actors who only rely on their looks, their heads are so high in the air, they'd probably float off into space if they didn't have necks. I've been working on set for years, and I rarely see such a composed young person. I was just thinking, maybe director Zhang has lost his touch and started using fresh-faced actors. Didn't expect the backlash to come so fast, did you? Director Zhang wouldn't let a rotten fish spoil the whole pot of soup. From now on, I'm Chen Feng's #1 fanboy. He really has impressed me. Bald Zhang had the crew bring over a small stool for Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, I never expected you to have such acting talent. Come work with me from now on. Chen Feng scratched his head. Director Zhang is too kind. I still have a lot to learn. Bald Zhang patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Young man, I have high hopes for you. After speaking, the bald-headed director glanced around with his big eyes, then leaned close to Chen Feng's ear and said, later, you'll need to reshoot that scene from earlier. Since you just arrived and got it right on the first take, many people might have reservations. Chen Feng nodded. Bald Zhang clapped his hands. Everyone, let's run through that scene again. The actors perked up and returned to their positions on set. The 110th scene of I Am Not a God of Medicine, take 78, second take, AI cushion. After a moment, the bald director stood up and smiled. Okay, everyone, get ready for the next take. The actors cheered, surprised that they had passed so quickly, and began preparing for the next take with a cheerful mood. Chen Feng and several other key actors stepped off the set to take a drink of water. At that moment, an elderly woman was helped onto the set by staff members. Wow, look, Wei Qing is here. Who? You don't know? She's a legendary veteran actress. That's right. She can play good characters so convincingly that she moves audiences to tears, and when she plays villains, she makes audiences grind their teeth in anger, wanting to tear her apart. She's incredibly versatile. Whatever role she takes on, she becomes that character completely. We're in for a treat later. The bald man pulled Chen Feng over to Wei Qing's side. Mr. Wei, this is Chen Feng. He'll be your scene partner later. Keep an eye on him. Bald Zhang had certainly given Wei Qing plenty of face. Master Wei, this is my first time acting. Please give me some guidance and support. Chen Feng had heard of Wei Qing's name. She was a true veteran actress. If he could receive her guidance, his acting skills would undoubtedly improve significantly. Wei Qing saw Chen Feng's humble demeanor and was very pleased. She smiled and said, Don't worry, Chen. Whatever this old lady can do, I will do my best. After exchanging a few more words, they prepared to begin filming. On set, filming resumed. After Chen Feng finished speaking, no one in the room stood up to speak, cooperating with the police to identify who was selling the counterfeit medicine. Chen Feng looked around and saw no one getting up. He knew these people wouldn't reveal any useful evidence, so he slipped his hands into his pockets and walked out, intending to return to interrogate Zhang Changlin. At that moment, Wei Qing, playing the old woman, stood up and addressed Chen Feng, who was playing Officer Chow. Sir, I have a favor to ask of you. The old woman trembled as she slowly removed the mask from her face. The camera shifted, showing Chen Feng, with his hands in his pockets, stopping in his tracks. The camera immediately captured the details of his reaction. After furrowing his brows slightly, he cautiously approached the old woman, lowering his head and staring directly into her eyes. It must be said that Chen Feng's eyes had a very police-like quality, as if he wanted to see through people's hearts. Chapter 174, The Veteran Actor's Approval. The actress playing the old lady, Wei Qing, clearly hesitated for a moment before stammering, I just want to beg you, please stop investigating the Indian medicine, okay? The camera cut to a close-up of Chen Feng's face, where his expression was filled with inner conflict, but despite his silence, his eyes remained unwavering. This action caused the bald-headed Zhang, Ling Bingxue, Chuan Jun, and Tan Zhua, who were gathered around watching the scene, to light up. They exchanged surprised glances. Impressive. I feel like he's an actor who started singing later. Xia Shuer, tell me the truth. Is he lying? Has he acted before? Ling Bingxue was also confused. She smiled and waved her hands. I don't know either. Chen Feng had managed to get into character so quickly. It felt so real and authentic. At that moment, anyone who didn't know the truth would have believed Chen Feng was a real police officer. The camera zoomed in on Chen Feng, capturing his expression and imprinting it in everyone's minds. Then it shifted to an old woman's face filled with grievance, and her lines echoed through the room. I've been sick for 3 years. The genuine medicine costs 40,000 yuan per bottle. I've been taking it for 3 years, and I've sold my house and ruined my family. Now that I finally found a cheaper alternative, you insist it's fake. How would we know if it's fake or not? The camera once again focuses on Chen Feng's close-up face. The first thing that catches the eye is his nearly flawless 45-degree angle of his handsome profile. Upon closer inspection, although his expression hasn't changed much, his eyes begin to look a bit lost. That bottle of medicine only costs 500 yuan. The drug dealer isn't making any profit. On site, 5 or 6 cameras began filming simultaneously, capturing the facial expressions of different actors. The footage cuts back and forth, and though everyone is wearing masks, their faces clearly show feelings of resentment and injustice. This design was incredibly clever. Those watching the small screens outside were already deeply moved by the emotions portrayed in the scene. The scene shifted back to the old woman's face. Who doesn't have to deal with sick family members? As she speaks, tears well up in the corners of her eyes, and her lips begin to tremble uncontrollably. Can you guarantee you'll never get sick in your lifetime? The old woman grew more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice beginning to break into sobs. You took him away. We're all going to die. When the final words, I don't want to die. I want to live. Is that okay? Came out of her mouth. The camera shifted back to Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng's expression shifted from conflicted to sorrowful, and his eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions. There was hesitation, uncertainty, conflict, and confusion. He lowered his head, looking at the old woman tightly gripping his hands, which were trembling slightly. Unable to resist, he also grasped the old woman's wrist. Click! The assistant director's clapperboard sounded again. The applause erupted on set. This applause was for Wei Qing's emotionally charged performance, as well as for Chen Feng's acting. In this scene, Chen Feng didn't utter a single word. It was all about facial expressions and eye contact. After filming paused, Wei Qing looked at Chen Feng with great satisfaction. From her face, it was clear she hadn't fully stepped out of her character yet, her eyes still carrying a hint of sadness. However, her tone was light and cheerful. Little Chen, I never expected you to have such natural acting talent. Take my word for it, you've got what it takes to make it in this business. Those around them were surprised by Wei Qing's high praise for Chen Feng. But upon reflection, it made sense. This scene, though devoid of dialogue, was precisely what tested an actor's true skill. An actor without acting skills would simply stare blankly at the old woman speaking, failing to create any emotional transition. But Chen Feng's eyes went from determination to hesitation, then to confusion, and through this 1-minute performance, he completely shifted the audience's emotions. The onlookers continued to applaud enthusiastically. With young actors like Chen Feng, the future of the film industry will certainly have new vitality. Is the entire entertainment industry now relying on Chen Feng alone? I suddenly realized that many young actors, in their pursuit of money, completely disregard their reputation. But they never consider that if they act well, they might not even need money. Brother, isn't it tough to seriously study acting? Who wouldn't want to make money easily? Plus, this is Chen Feng's first time acting. But didn't you see how serious he was just now? I've been on set for so long, and all I see are those young actors taking selfies or acting like divas. Eating, drinking, and partying are common, but few actually take the time to memorize lines or read the script. I really hope there are more actors like Chen Feng. The bald-headed Zhang also walked over. Chen Feng, your performance was truly outstanding. If you can develop your acting career properly, your future is limitless, and you're sure to become an Academy Award winner. Bald Zhang was very satisfied with Chen Feng's performance. In Chen Feng, he saw talent. A talent bestowed upon an actor by God. Chen Feng laughed. Director Zhang, you're just joking. I know you're all just encouraging me. Chen Feng thought that the bald-headed Zhang and the others were just encouraging him and didn't take it seriously. Little did he know that bald Zhang spoke seriously. Chen Feng, I'm being serious. Don't underestimate these two scenes. They truly test an actor's fundamentals, their mastery of dialogue and their acting skills. Bald Zhang paused for a moment before continuing. In the first scene, I asked the camera operator to give you a 20-second long take, yet you didn't stumble once. You delivered your lines naturally while conveying the character's traits. That's truly remarkable. In the second scene, your character didn't have a single line of dialogue, yet your expressions and gaze conveyed your thoughts in a completely different way. That's very rare. Not only Bald Zhen, but other actors and crew members on set nodded in agreement. Chen Feng had just started working with Bald Zhang and didn't know much about his personality yet. But the rest of the crew knew him well. He rarely gives young actors any leeway during filming, so when he said those words, they must have come from the bottom of his heart. He was genuinely amazed by Chen Feng's performance. In everyone's eyes, after so many years on set, they had seen countless new actors, but someone as talented and gifted as Chen Feng was almost unheard of.